Just as the man lay down to rest, the necklace around his neck suddenly emitted a faint blue light. He reached out to take it off, but then something unexpected happened. Before the man could react, the necklace began to forcibly draw all the magic power from his body at an extremely fast speed, without any warning. Then, the necklace transformed into a streak of light and rushed into Ren's mind. In that instant, he felt a violent tremor in his brain. His vision went black, and he immediately lost consciousness, collapsing heavily onto the bed. At the same time, a strange, large book suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a huge book that looked thick and ancient, full of the vicissitudes of history, and it stood right in the center of his consciousness. The moment Ryan saw it, its name naturally came to mind, the Book of Arts. This is a fantastical world filled with swords and magic. And Ren, due to an accident, is transported here and becomes the young master of a noble family. Rain was born with a fully awakened magical talent and originally thought he could quickly rise to become a powerful mage by virtue of his talent. However, his ideals were soon shattered by reality. He discovered that magic in this world had long since declined to an extreme degree, belonging to the end of magic era, and there were very few people who could cultivate magic. This harsh reality plunged Ren into despair. No matter how talented he was, it was useless in this age of declining magic. Just when he was in despair, the necklace that had accompanied him through time revealed its true value at the crucial moment. It is not an ordinary ornament, but a supreme treasure that records all the breathing techniques, combat skills, meditation techniques, and magical knowledge of the entire continent of Soltis from ancient times to the present, the Book of Arts. As he gazed at the enormous ancient book that appeared in his mind, Ren's heart raced and his breathing became heavy. He felt an unprecedented excitement and awe. Rain understood that this book was his only chance to reverse his fate. He was determined to rise rapidly in this gradually fading magical world. Rain slowly approached the ancient book that was floating in the space of consciousness, his eyes falling on the densely packed meditation methods on page after page. At this moment, what he needed most was a high-level meditation technique that matched his max-level magical talent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ancient book seemed to sense it, and its pages suddenly began to turn automatically with a whoosh. A moment later, it stopped on a page of paper that shimmered faintly. Rain stepped closer, gazing at the page the ancient book had chosen for him. It was a world-class meditation method. Its name was the Heavenly Abyss Meditation Method. The introduction to the meditation method clearly came into Rain's view. After learning it, the magic power in his body will surge like a river, endless and inexhaustible. Not only can the magic power storage be expanded without limit, but it can also absorb the surrounding magic power on its own when not in a meditative state. Ren's eyes widened in shock, inwardly marveling at the astonishing value of this ancient book. A world-class meditation method, a legendary technique that could supposedly allow one to cultivate to the level of a god. How incredibly rare! Without the slightest hesitation, Ren immediately reached out and touched the page. Instantly, golden light surged forth from the page like a tidal wave, and intense spiritual light flooded into Ren's body. The feeling was like when absorbing memories at dusk, a severe headache. But this time, he endured the pain and persevered. As the golden light flowed in, he gradually felt a dark golden magic power coursing through his body, the power of the Heavenly Abyss meditation technique. He had succeeded. He had successfully mastered the Heavenly Abyss meditation technique. In his mental world, Ren suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his emotions surging uncontrollably. The power of this meditation technique had directly propelled him from an intermediate magic apprentice to the advanced stage, making him a first-tier novice mage. Due to the enhancement from meditation, his magical power increased dramatically, and his combat strength surged more than tenfold. After all, a mage's magical power represents their output capability. The more magical power they have, the stronger and more numerous the spells they can cast. Rain stared at the ancient book before him. Its once bright pages were now dull and lifeless. He made a silent vow to find more items brimming with spiritual energy to power this ancient book. After exiting the world of consciousness, Ren opened his eyes on the bed and felt the dark golden magic power flowing continuously within his body, confirming that this was not a dream. Cecily, he called softly by his personal maid's name. The door opened in response, and a girl named Cecily Levine walked into the room with her head down, her voice timid. "Young master, did you call me?" Ren tried to soften his tone. "Come here, Cecily." Unexpectedly, these words caused Cecily to kneel down immediately, her eyes reddening and her voice trembling. "Young master, I didn't do anything wrong today. Please don't hit me. As Ryan got up and approached, Cecily instinctively tried to back away, her eyes filled with even more fear. But just then, Ryan gently picked her up and carried her to the bedside. Even so, Cecily's expression remained full of dread. Rain gently rolled up the sleeves of her maid outfit, and her face darkened when she saw the bruises on her arms. Cecily, go find Jonas and ask him to give you some blood-activating ointment. Then, bring all those spell books I threw away earlier. Cecile was stunned by Ren's sudden concern, completely taken aback. Cecile, Ren raised his voice. Ah, yes, young master, I'll go right away. Cecily hurriedly got up and left the room. A short while later, she returned with several maids, carrying several magic books. These books were of various kinds, including magical skills and texts related to meditation. The other maids put down their things and quickly left, leaving only Cecily to step forward and hand the blood-activating jade ointment to Ren. Young master, the spell book and the blood-activating jade ointment are here. Rain didn't reach out to take it, but just looked at her still timid appearance and said softly, You're still so cowardly, Cecily. I'm sorry, young master, she said, her eyes already glistening with tears. Rain pointed to the ointment in her hand. Go find Eve and have her treat all your injuries. Bruises don't look good at all. Cecily looked down at the precious ointment in her hand and said with some difficulty, Young master, no need, these injuries will heal quickly. Really, it's not necessary. Rain raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness. What, you're not even listening to me anymore? And no, Cecily is going to find Sister Eve right now. She quickly turned to leave. Ryan added, Don't hold back, use it all. I'll ask Eve about your recovery later. Cecily paused, then nodded gently. Yes, young master. After Cecily left, Rain began to peruse the pile of magic books. These books were collected by his father, Fred, over many years, traveling all over the world. He opened one of the books, a fine layer of dust rising from between the pages. Rain waved his hand, sweeping the dust away. The book described the array construction method for a first-tier magic called Thunderbolt Spear. In this world, a mage must first construct a magic circle in order to cast a spell. The magic power is then guided through the circle to form a spell formula before the spell can be cast. What was originally a difficult and obscure subject became exceptionally easy for Rain, thanks to the ancient book's enhancement. Reading it was as if divinely aided. In just over 10 minutes, he mastered the magic Thunder Spear. Then he turned to the third book, Barrier Technique, and learned it successfully as well. The fourth book, Swift Wind Movement, was also quickly mastered. Just as he was flipping through the fifth book, Cecily returned and carefully handed the box containing the blood-activating jade ointment to Ren. Young master, I listened to you and used everything, she said softly. Rain nodded and casually placed the box aside. He knew very well that Cecily would never lie, and there was no need to open it for inspection. Looking out the window, he saw that it was getting late and said, Cecily, go to sleep. I'm a little sleepy. Yes, young master. Cecily nodded gently, bowed slightly, and quietly withdrew. Ren lay down and quickly fell asleep. After all, the day had been too eventful, and he was already mentally exhausted. While Ren slept soundly, the Gray family had already quietly begun their operations in the darkness of the capital. In the backyard of the Smiling Morning Post, a group of masked men in black surrounded the trembling owner. Boss, have you finished writing the papers for Ryan Gray's case for tomorrow? The leader of the men in black spoke calmly, yet with a chilling pressure. The newspaper shop owner glanced at the long swords carried by the men and forced a smile. Oh, gentlemen, how could I dare to fabricate anything about young Master Ren? The leader of the men in black patted the boss on the shoulder, his tone meaningful. If I find out you say one thing and do another, then things will be different. The boss nodded repeatedly and hurriedly swore. I swear in the name of the god of nights that if I publish anything about young Master Ren tomorrow, my whole family will never be blessed by the gods again. The man in black nodded in satisfaction, gave a wink to his men, and the group vanished into the night in a flash. Watching their departing figures, the boss stood there, cold sweat pouring down his back, his legs nearly giving way. The commotion surrounding Ren was finally temporarily suppressed that night. The next morning, in the Gray family's dining room, soft light shone from the glass lamps. A heavy red velvet tablecloth covered the long table, and gold-edged silverware was neatly arranged, its exquisite cutlery reflecting the morning sunlight. Fred and his wife, Lyra, were quietly having breakfast. Ryan yawned and strolled over slowly, simply saying, "Good morning." Eve immediately stepped forward and pulled out a chair for him. Ryan sat down casually, and Fred and Lyra didn't say much about his easygoing manner, as they had long been used to it over the years. Eve handed him the cutlery, but Ryan waved it off, ate a few bites of bread and drank some milk, then prepared to leave. Just then, Lyra spoke up. Ryan, I found a girl for you, the youngest daughter of the Hill family. She's exceptionally beautiful. You two will be engaged in 3 months. Hearing his mother's words, Ren frowned slightly. Mother, didn't you say you would allow me to have my own love life? Before he could finish speaking, Ford became agitated. Love life? You're not thinking of going to see that, Sophia. Are you? If I hadn't found out earlier, who knows what outrageous things you would have done. Lyra gently patted Fred's hand, advising, all right, don't be angry so early in the morning. Fred snorted, barely suppressing his anger. Lyra then pulled Ryan aside and explained in detail the whole story and the final outcome. Ryan sighed helplessly, resigned to reality. Hopefully, the Hill girl wouldn't be too outrageous in appearance. After dinner, he didn't return to his room, but went to Jonas's study. Watching Ren's departing figure, Ferd raised an eyebrow and whispered to Lyra, he's advanced to a first-tier mage. Lyra didn't pay attention to her son's cultivation level and smiled faintly as she served him food. Isn't that perfect? Eat up. You still have to see His Majesty later. Arriving at Jonas's door, Ren knocked gently. Come in. Jonas was organizing documents at his desk. Although he had stayed up all night, his protective aura made him feel no fatigue. Seeing that it was Ren, Jonas immediately stood up, his tone slightly cautious. Young Master Ren, is there anything I can do for you? Ryan rarely sought out Jonas, less than 5 times a year, and usually only when he was in trouble and too ashamed to ask Ford for help. Therefore, Jonas was already starting to think about what mess he'd have to clean up for this time. Uncle Joe, do we have any treasures that can enhance magic power? Hearing this, Jonas immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed. Yes, young Master Ren, he said, pushing his chair back to the desk and walking to Ren's side. Please come with me. I will take you to the treasure vault to choose one. The two walked to the Gray family's underground warehouse, which was heavily guarded and had a solemn atmosphere. After passing through 5 checkpoints, Jonas needed to show his jade token to enter the final one. The door closed, and the warehouse manager immediately came forward to greet them. Young Master Ren, Butler Jonas, greetings. What supplies do you need today? Ren looked around, feeling a sense of awe. This was his first time here. Boo, young Master Ren would like some treasures that can enhance magic power. Boo Gray nodded and led the two to a row of huge lockers. He pointed to the rows of lockers that were as tall as a library and said, Young Master Ren, these are all treasures used to enhance magic power. Please take a look and see which one you like, and I will introduce it to you. Since magic is not mainstream, magical treasures are much cheaper than those based on martial arts. In addition, since Ren himself practices magic, the Gray family has also begun to collect a large number of related treasures in recent years, filling 5 entire rows of storage cabinets. As Ren approached, a dense array of numbers appeared before his eyes. His eyes widened. The ancient book could actually mark the energy value of each treasure. He casually opened a cabinet nearby. Boo leaned closer to take a look and said, Ice Stone, a first-tier magical artifact, taken from the snow-capped mountains of the northern part of the Empire. It has a significant effect on ice attribute mages below the 2nd tier. In Ren's eyes, a pale golden number, -23, was appearing on the ice stone. Looking at the 5 rows of treasures covered with numbers in front of him, Ren smiled faintly and said to Boo, Take all of these for me. Chapter 4 Brisley Royal Academy. Boo, standing to the side, was stunned, even doubting whether he had misheard, and looked at Ren with disbelief. He tentatively confirmed it again, and Ren repeated with a smile. 5 large cabinets, pack them up. Boo's eyes widened. He felt that Ren's smile looked more like a devil's, and he quickly turned his gaze to Jonas beside him. Jonas was also somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure and asked Ren in a low voice, Young Master Ren, what do you need so many magical treasures for? Ren shrugged. What else can I do with it? Of course, I'll use it for cultivation. What? You think I'll sell it at a stall? Faced with this sudden boast, Jonas was momentarily at a loss. Although Ren was one of the core members of the Gray family and theoretically could use resources, 5 large cabinets were simply too extravagant. Moreover, the patriarch was on his way to the palace and could not be contacted, so Jonas could not make a decision on his own. After thinking for a moment, he offered a compromise. Young Master, packing everything up requires the patriarch's authorization, but I can take out what you need right now. Ryan understood that taking too much at once was unrealistic, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, whatever you say. Seeing that Ryan wasn't angry, Jonas finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ryan wasn't usually this easy to talk to. Jonas then instructed Bu to carry out the order, and Bu immediately led his men to select magical artifacts suitable for Ren's current needs from the cabinet. Meanwhile, Jonas led Ren away from the vault and back to his room on the ground floor. After Jonas left, Ren opened the pile of magic books again, immersing himself in the new knowledge. Although he was already a novice mage, his actual combat magic was pitifully little, which made him urgently need to improve his practical combat skills. About an hour later, the staff delivered a batch of selected magical treasures to Ren's room. Ren carefully put them into his magic ring, stretched his limbs, and then called out, "Cecily?" But a maid with an unfamiliar face entered through the door and whispered, "Young master, Cecily has taken the day off and will be back tomorrow." Ren looked up at her and casually asked, "What's your name?" "Young master, you can call me Maeve." "All right, Maeve, give me a shoulder massage." Ren lay on the soft bed, and Maeve took off her shoes, got on the bed, and knelt beside him to begin massaging him. The pressure was just right, and Ren thoroughly enjoyed it. His eyes fell on Maeve's fiery red hair, and he couldn't help but smile and ask, "Are you from the capital? Your hair is so beautiful. Is it dyed?" Maeve was a little nervous, but gradually relaxed and replied, "Young master, I'm a local from the capital. This hair is natural. I'm glad you like it." Rain playfully pinched her thigh, and Maeve gasped softly, her face turning red, but a strange flutter rose in her heart. She had initially thought Rain was a fierce and cruel nobleman, but she hadn't expected him to have such a playful and gentle side. During the hour-long massage, the two exchanged a few words occasionally, and Maeve's face showed more smiles, even a touch of coquettishness. However, Ren didn't go any further. He still preferred a more mature style. After the massage, Maeve reluctantly left the room, while Ren picked up his spell book again to continue studying. Tired of looking around, he took out some more magical treasures and began meditating. This batch of treasures totaled 53 items, mostly first-tier magic. Rain provided half to the ancient book for absorption and used the other half himself. The 15 treasures brought him 487 points of source energy, a considerable gain indeed. Time slipped by unnoticed. Ren's fingers turned the pages of the ancient magic book, his mind filled with magic circles and elemental theories. As the sun set, the soft rustling of pages filled the room. Ren's training for the day had finally come to an end. He explored various schools of magic, from fire, lightning, and ice to healing, gaining some knowledge in each. This rapidly enriched his understanding of magical structures, but also left him mentally exhausted. Without calling for the maid again, Ren turned off the light and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, a familiar female voice woke him. "Young master, it's time to get up, you'll be late." Ren opened his sleepy eyes and saw Cecily standing by the bed, his voice slightly bewildered. "Late? Where are you late? The master lifted your confinement last night, and you're going back to the academy today." Ren had exhausted himself the night before, and his reaction was a beat slow, so he let Cecily help him put on his academy uniform. Cecily even thoughtfully pushed in a breakfast cart, and Ren hastily ate a few bites of bread and milk. Before getting up, he casually rubbed Cecily's cheek, eliciting a few soft protests from her, before Ren smiled and went out. The carriage was already prepared, pulled by a rare unicorn from the capital, and adorned with the Grey family's golden lion emblem. Along the way, other noble carriages gave way. After all, the Grey family was a marquise, and they couldn't afford to offend them. Upon arriving at Brisley Royal Academy, the coachman put down a small stool and knocked on the carriage door. "Young master, we've arrived at the academy." Ren got out of the car and looked at the majestic and ancient university before him, recalling his student days. As he walked through the gate and past familiar buildings such as the teaching buildings, library, and Mage Tower, Ren couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. However, after taking only a few steps, a mocking voice came. "Rain, you good-for-nothing. How dare you confess your love to Sophia?" Rain looked in the direction of the voice and saw Damon Mick, a first-tier intermediate warrior and one of Sophia's most ardent suitors. He came from the Mick family, which had a long-standing relationship with Sophia's Ward family, and was privately considered the best candidate for a marriage alliance. Looking at Ryan, Damon's face was full of anger. He was clearly there to cause trouble. Rain raised an eyebrow, too lazy to waste words, raised his hand and flicked the middle finger, then turned and left, preparing to enter the Mage Tower to continue his training. Damon's face turned ashen. Although he didn't fully understand the gesture, he knew it wasn't a compliment. Enraged, he drew his sword, pointed it at Ryan, and shouted, "Ryan Gray, I, Damon Meek, challenge you to a duel in the name of a warrior." Chapter 5: The Duel. Just as Ren was about to leave, Damon shouted loudly from behind, challenging him to a duel, which made him stop in his tracks. The word duel was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar to Ren. After all, among nobles, duels were a very formal way of resolving disputes. Duels in this world are generally divided into two types. One is a duel to the death, which ends only when one side dies, and is extremely cruel. The other is a duel of honor, which does not involve life or death, but the loser must comply with one request from the winner and cannot break an oath. There was no deep-seated hatred between Rain and Damon. At most, they had a minor grudge because of Sophia, so this was clearly a duel for honor. Damon's shout immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students, who quickly formed a circle and began to whisper among themselves. I heard it's because Rain publicly confessed his feelings to Sophia the day before yesterday, which angered Damon. This is going to be interesting. These two are no pushovers. Looks like they're about to clash. Amidst the commotion, someone started shouting, "Duel! Duel!" Just as Ryan was about to respond, a figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and blocked his way, completely obscuring him. The person was Blair Rivera, Ryan's loyal follower at the academy, because Ryan had once saved his mother's life. From then on, Blair stayed by Ryan's side, becoming a veritable scoundrel's vicious dog. He was tall and imposing, and his appearance immediately caused the atmosphere to freeze. He stared directly at Damon and said, "If you want to fight, come at me. Don't touch my young master." Damon was caught in a dilemma. He had been beaten up by Blair once before and didn't want to confront him directly, so he only dared to shout at Ryan across Blair. "Ryan, are you a coward? You only dare to let someone else stand in front of you." Ryan nudged Blair, but couldn't budge him, so he reluctantly stepped out from behind him, his expression indifferent. Blair wanted to persuade him further, but Ryan simply waved his hand, signaling him to keep quiet. When the crowd of onlookers saw Ryan's handsome face finally appear, it immediately drew gasps of amazement. Many female students felt their hearts race. After all, although Ryan had a bad reputation, his looks were undeniably striking. Rain stood still, unhesitatingly removed the white glove from his left hand, and casually tossed it to Damon. "A duel, as you wish." Damon's eyes flashed with smugness, and he immediately removed his glove and threw it as well, thus officially establishing the duel of honor between the two. According to the rules, the challenger can decide the time and place. Rain casually said, "See you at the dueling arena tomorrow at noon." Damon sheathed his sword and nodded. "Okay." He then turned and left, his attitude exuding confidence. Without another word, Ren led Blair toward the Mage Tower, and the students who had been watching scattered excitedly to spread the news. The news spread like wildfire, even alerting some professors and teaching assistants, who began preparing for the next day's setup. The news quickly reached the ears of the college dean, Clive Ever, who was taking a nap when he was awakened by the noise outside his window. "Jenny, what's all the noise about what happened?" His secretary, Jenny, opened the door and came in to report. "It seems that Ryan and Damon are going to duel tomorrow at noon in the dueling arena." Upon hearing this, Cliff immediately perked up, his eyes brightening. "It's Ryan again, that kid's always causing trouble." He remarked that the academy was usually too quiet. They needed Ryan to bring some amusement to everyone's lives. Just then, a snow-white little mouse climbed onto the desk and squatted in front of him. Cliff held the mouse to his ear, and the little mouse chirped a few words. Cliff nodded in response. "Oh, you're wearing white lace today." Jenny, who was standing next to him, blushed instantly, put her legs together, subconsciously covered her skirt, and glared at Cliff in embarrassment and indignation. Meanwhile, Ren and Blair were still on their way. Blair looked anxious. "Young master, why did you agree to Damon's request? He's a mid-level tier 1 warrior. Aren't you just asking for trouble?" Blair had no idea that Ren had just broken through to the first-tier beginner mage level a few days ago. More importantly, Ren had recently learned a spell called Silence Magic from an ancient book, which could conceal his rank. Unless one was a particularly high-level expert, no one could see through his strength. At that moment, Ren subtly withdrew his stillness spell and activated his magic. Blair immediately sensed it, his eyes lighting up. "Young master, you've advanced a level." His surprise was short-lived, quickly turning to disappointment. "Darmond is a mid-level warrior, while you're only a beginner mage. How will you manage in a fight?" Ren patted him on the shoulder, smiling easily. "Don't worry, I'll show you what real strength is tomorrow." Blair was speechless for a moment, and could only silently pray that his young master would perform exceptionally well. When the two reached the entrance of the Mage Tower, Blair said goodbye and left. After all, he wasn't a mage and didn't have classes to attend. Although magic has declined, the Empire still does its utmost to protect the magical system, and the construction of the Mage Tower is extremely elaborate. The entire tower is made of deep blue marble, and its body is inlaid with magical crystals, which shimmer with iridescent light in the sunlight. Rain entered the tower. The hall was paved with obsidian floors, so clear that even his reflection was visible, giving it an air of solemnity and mystery. In the center floated an ancient magical core, radiating stable magical energy fluctuations, surrounded by rings of light. Rain ascended the spiral staircase, his steps steady on each intricately carved step. Finally, he reached the third floor, a familiar magical research lab, and effortlessly pushed open the door. Chapter 6: Antique and Relic Market. Ren pushed open the door of the research room and casually called out, "Old Joe, I'm here." Jonah Evans, who was focused on drawing a magic circle inside, didn't turn around, but knew who it was just by the voice. After all, Ren was the only one in the entire academy who never knocked. Knowing his mentor was a magical research fanatic, Ren didn't disturb him. He simply pulled up a stool, sat down, and watched him continue inscribing arrays. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on Jonah's blonde hair. After a while, Jonah seemed to sense something, suddenly stopped writing, looked up at Ren, and stared at him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Ren was taken aback by her gaze and couldn't help but say, "Why are you looking at me like that? Keep carving your magic circle." Jonah dispersed the magical mark on his hand and spoke with a hint of surprise. "Did your father find you a suitable meditation method? You're already a first-tier mage." Ren made up a story on the spot, of course not telling anyone about the ancient book. "It's not my father. I bought a legacy stone at a street stall, and luckily, it contained a meditation method." Jonah nodded after hearing this. "Then you're really lucky. With a matching meditation method, your rare talent can finally be brought into play." As he spoke, he picked up the teapot and poured a cup of hot tea for the two of them. "I can feel the magic in the lab converging on you. Your all-attribute magical talent is making even the magic itself jump for joy." Rain took the teacup, silently sensing the flow of magic. Indeed, since practicing the Heavenly Abyss meditation technique, his magic seemed to grow on its own. Jonah walked to the window, looked at the bustling students outside, and casually asked, "Why is the academy so lively today?" Ryan took a sip of tea and replied in a calm tone, "It's probably because I have a duel with Damon Mick. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what kind of event is going on." Jonah's expression changed upon hearing the name, Mick, but he quickly regained his composure. Knowing the details, he smiled and asked, "Is it because of Sophia you actually agreed? You seem quite confident." Ryan shrugged, "Pretty much, but I have nothing to worry about. The one who should be panicking is him." Jonah nodded in satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. "Good. Confidence is the first step to victory. All right, let's get down to business today." He took a white stone from the cabinet, placed it between the two of them, and began to explain. "This is an anti-magic stone. Today I will talk about its uses and fundamental principles." As Rain listened to the lecture, the atmosphere on the other side of the academy grew increasingly heated. Many students were already buzzing with excitement about the duel between Ren and Damon. "Have you heard Ren is going to duel Damon to win Sophia's heart?" "That's all outdated. I heard that Sophia and Ren have actually been engaged for a long time, and her refusal is just a matter of pride." The students were having a great time discussing it, and some clever ones even started setting up betting odds, with the odds of Ren and Damon being as high as 1 to 15. After all, most people had never seen Ren fight, and only knew that he was just a magic apprentice before. How could he compare to Damon, a mid-level warrior? The academy was bustling with activity all morning, like a festival. At noon, Ren emerged from the mage tower. After explaining the knowledge of the anti-magic stone, Jonah left several self-developed magic books for him to study on his own, and then ended the lesson. At the academy gate, the Gray family's carriage was already waiting. Seeing Ren emerge, the coachman, Drake, immediately stepped forward, placing a small stool before respectfully assisting him into the carriage. As Ren got in, he casually asked, "Drake, what exciting things have been happening in the capital lately?" Drake, driving the carriage, replied without turning his head, "Young master, there's nothing new lately, but I heard that Anderson Auction House is having a big auction next week, with some good items up for sale." Rain lazily crossed his legs, basking in the sun by the carriage window, remarking that while learning magic was interesting, spending all his time buried in books was quite tiring. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sprang to his feet. "That's right, real-life beauties are more authentic, aren't they?" He licked his lips, his mind filled with all sorts of wonderful images. But he quickly calmed down. Business was more important. So he instructed Drake, "Go to the antique and relic market. I want to browse around." "Yes, young master." The carriage then headed towards the antique and relic market west of the capital. Rain's trip wasn't just for leisure. He needed to find a plausible origin for the skills and meditation techniques he would use in the future. The antique market was a perfect choice, since people found treasures there every year. Moreover, Rain had ancient books to aid him, which could directly indicate which stalls had valuable finds. This was a sure thing. The carriage entered the market, causing quite a stir. That's the Gray family's carriage. The lion's mark is unmistakable. Wow, a big shot has arrived. Is it some noble coming to inspect the goods? Don't be silly. It's most likely that infamous, hot-tempered rogue young master, Ryan. Who cares if he takes a liking to us? Our family will be set for life. Drake's face darkened, and he immediately drew his sword, standing in front of Ren and shouting at the crowd that had surrounded him. Back off. Offending young Master Ren is a crime punishable by 100 lives. He kept a close eye on his surroundings, his expression cautious, worried that there might be assassins or spies from enemy countries among the crowd. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the market manager arrived hurriedly with his men, their faces beaming with smiles. I just heard that you've arrived, young master, and came to greet you immediately. I hope you'll forgive me, young master. Drake said coldly, seeing that Ren wasn't angry. Quickly disperse the crowd. If anything happens, none of you can bear the responsibility. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. The administrator nodded repeatedly and immediately led his men to disperse the onlookers. Chapter 7 My Lovely Maids. The crowd in the market gradually dispersed, but Drake remained close to Ren, never leaving his side. Wherever Ren went, Drake stood protectively beside him. At this moment, Ren squatted in front of an old man's stall, which was filled with a pile of miscellaneous, worn-out items, none of which looked particularly remarkable. As Rain scanned the items, he checked their energy levels. Most items showed no fluctuation, with the few displaying only single-digit energy values. However, in a corner of the stall, an inconspicuous little bead caught his eye. Its energy value was a staggering 233, far exceeding that of the surrounding items. He casually picked up the beads and asked the stall owner, "How much is this?" Upon seeing Ren's aristocratic attire, the guards with swords behind him, and the meaningful look in the eyes of his steward, the stall owner became so nervous he stammered, "Young master, I'll sell it for 1 silver coin." Just as Ren was about to take out his money, the manager suddenly jumped out, grabbed the stall owner's clothes, and started cursing, saying how dare he sell this worthless bead for a silver coin. Was he tired of living? The stall owner, Landon, was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that he couldn't afford to offend this young master, so he quickly changed his tune, saying that the bead was worthless and he was willing to give it away for free. Ren was speechless. He then realized that the original owner's arrogant temper wasn't innate, but rather something he'd been spoiled by these people. So, annoyed, he kicked the steward to the ground and cursed, "I came out to stroll around, not to bully people. My reputation has been ruined by you guys." The steward, kicked, didn't dare say anything, got up, and apologized with a forced smile. Rain ignored him and simply pulled out a silver coin, handing it to the stall owner so he could accept it without worry. The stall owner carefully took the money, bowing and scraping. After buying the bead, Rain casually visited a few more stalls, collecting some items with decent energy, all of which were absorbed by the ancient book. Although these little things weren't high-level, they were enough to feed the ancient book's underlying structure, causing its source energy to rise directly to 1032 points. Ren concluded his treasure hunt with satisfaction. Mission accomplished, Ren instructed Drake to prepare the car, and they set off home. Leaving the bustling ruins market, Ren returned to the Gray family manor on the outskirts of the royal city. After changing into casual clothes, he casually instructed his personal maid, Cecily, "Go and call a few long-legged maids to my room." Cecily hesitated for a moment, but nodded and went to do so. Before long, 7 tall and beautiful maids entered the room one by one and bowed to Ren. Ren sized them up, observing their appearance and figures, and asked, "Which of you can dance?" One of the bolder maids stepped forward and said she could dance a little. Ren waved her over, asking her to demonstrate. The maid danced for a while, but her movements were too elegant and dignified. Ren frowned, feeling that something was missing. He muttered to himself, "This dancing is so proper, it's completely uninteresting. I might as well go to the Moulin Rouge and find some professionals to teach me." The dancing maid, seeing Ren's strange expression, thought she had messed up and hurriedly retreated back to the group. The others were also too frightened to speak. Seeing this, Ryan sighed and clapped his hands to reassure them. "Don't be afraid, I don't hit people randomly. As long as you don't make a big mistake, I won't be angry." Then he asked everyone to introduce themselves one by one, and said, "All right, Come over and give me a massage. I'm tired today. After saying that, he lay down on the bed and spread out in a starfish position. The maids exchanged glances, took off their shoes, got into bed, and began massaging Ren. The room instantly filled with the sweet scent of young girls, and the atmosphere relaxed. Eve, Shirley, Alice, Elaine, Ellie, Rosie, and Emily each had a clear role, performing their duties from head to toe. Emily, the one who had just danced, was now in charge of massaging Ren's head. Ryan lay comfortably on her lap, while Cecily peeled grapes and fed them to him one by one. Ryan ate a grape, then nodded to Emily, gesturing for her to try some. Emily shyly leaned closer, and the two silently exchanged grapes. The other maids blushed at the sight, and Ren didn't say anything. Just as he was about to take things further, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ren immediately became alert and stopped Cecily, who was about to open the door. I'll open it. I want to see who has such bad timing. He straightened his clothes, walked to the door, and flung it open, only to find Jonas standing outside. The stern face immediately extinguished Ren's anger, and Ren immediately changed his expression. Uncle Jonas, is something the matter? Jonas said briefly. The head of the family wanted to see him and asked him to come over immediately. Ren nodded, turned around, and went back into the house and instructed the maids. From today onwards, you are my personal maids, and you don't need to go to work anywhere else. He then arranged for them to move to the room next to his, making it easier to summon them for care. The maids nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, the treatment of a personal maid was far superior to that of an ordinary maid. Being chosen was considered a promotion. Rain walked to the bedside and gently kissed Emily's cheek. Get dressed first. My father is looking for me. I don't know how long we'll be talking. After saying that, he whispered in her ear, come to my room tonight. Emily blushed and quietly replied, okay. Ryan smiled with satisfaction, then left the room and went with Jonas to see the head of the Ford family. Chapter 8, Traveling with Beauties. Ryan followed Jonas back into the familiar drawing room. It was still that familiar dark face. Ford sat in the head seat, silent. He casually sat down, glancing up at his father. Dad, did you need something? Ford picked up his coffee, took a sip, and nodded. I heard you and Damon from the Mick family have a duel planned. Ryan shrugged, looking unconcerned. It's just a competition. We didn't cause any trouble. Why are you getting so nervous? Ford glanced at him. I'm not worried you'll mess things up. I'm here to confirm the truth of the matter. Ryan spread his hands. You heard about this, you're even concerned about the young people's affairs now. Ferd shook his head helplessly and continued. A while ago, a lava stone vein was discovered on the border between our Gray family and the Mick family. I originally wanted to talk to Brant Mick about dividing the mine today, but he suggested that you and Damon fight, and the outcome would determine the share. If you win, we get 60. If he wins, the Gray family will only get 40. Hearing this, Ren became serious. If I have a high chance of winning, will you agree to this condition? Ford nodded. That's why I came to you, to see how confident you really are. Ren rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while. Originally, I was 90 confident, but after hearing what you said, I'm a little uneasy. Although it's a duel of honor, and we're not allowed to use the power of our families, who knows if they might do something underhanded. Hearing this, Ferd was slightly pleased. The fact that you can think of this shows that you have really grown up. Damon is already a mid-level first-tier warrior, and I estimate that they will help him break through to the advanced level tonight. If you were practicing battle chi, I could still help you by pushing you to the first tier, but you have chosen the path of a mage, so I really can't help you. But do your best to fight. It doesn't matter if you lose. Ryan curled his lip. You're making it sound like I'm bound to lose. And what if I win? Ford raised an eyebrow. If you really win, and win cleanly and beautifully, I'll grant you one reasonable request. But if you win by cheating, I'll just give you a little extra pocket money at most. Ryan smiled. Then I win. You tell my mother to get Eve for me. Ford almost spat out his coffee. I thought you wanted military resources, but it turns out you're after a maid. Fine, you win. You can choose whoever she wants, but you have to win fair and square, no underhanded tactics. Ren nodded in agreement. Then I need magical treasures, the more the better. You're not thinking of forcibly upgrading your rank, are you? Ferd asked, puzzled. No, I have other uses for them. Ferd didn't ask any further questions, but reminded him not to empty the warehouse. I'll give you half of the first and second rank treasures, and keep the third rank and above to recruit other mages. Ren nodded and left the room. Soon after, a servant would deliver the treasure to Ren's room. In the living room, Ford, smoking a cigar, spoke in hushed tones with Jonas. I feel like this kid's changed lately, not as reckless as before, Jonas said after a moment's thought. I used to be an assassin, And although I don't understand magic, standing before him just now, that feeling was like facing an abyss. Ford froze, not taking another puff of his burning cigar. Back in his room, Ren saw the maid's shoes by the bed and a smile appeared on his face. He tiptoed closer to the bed. Emily, a small blue and white head popped out from under the covers, responding softly, "Young master." Ren also took off his shoes and slipped into bed. Beside him, Emily's skin was as white as jade, her curves beautiful. He gently pulled her into his arms, and the room became quiet and intimate. Even when servants knocked on the door to deliver treasures, he paid no heed. It wasn't until evening that Rain carried the exhausted Emily to the next room. He instructed the other 6 maids to clean, while the servants moved the treasures there. Only Ren and the still sleeping Emily remained in the room. Soft magical light illuminated the space, and the air was filled with the scent of a young girl. Ren carefully stored the treasures into his magic ring, seemingly to preserve them, but in reality, they were all quietly absorbed by the ancient book. After absorbing all 213 treasures, the ancient book's source energy increased to an astonishing 8428. Rain stood up and stretched his stiff legs, glancing back at the sleeping Emily. He then took off his shoes, slipped into the covers beside her, and closed his eyes to enter his mental world. Before the ancient book, he began browsing all the currently available magic and secret techniques. Rain carefully selected abilities suitable for himself, turning page after page, until late into the night before finally exiting. Back in reality, there was someone else beside him. Cecily had somehow slipped into bed. Ren smiled slightly, pulled them both into his arms, and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Ren opened his eyes to find the 2 maids already dressed and waiting by his bedside. Cecily's hair was a little disheveled, and Ren pulled her close and kissed her passionately. Of course, Emily wasn't left out either. He kissed each of them before getting up to wash. After washing up, Ren, accompanied by his 2 personal maids, boarded the carriage and headed to the academy. The magic and secret techniques he had acquired from the ancient book the previous night filled him with confidence and high spirits. Chapter 9, Today's Morning Briefing. A Duel for Love. As usual, Rain boarded the carriage early in the morning, heading to the academy with Emily and Cecily. The carriage was quiet until a street shout rang out. Breaking news. Breaking news. Rain of the Grey family is dueling Damon of the Mick family for love. Rain curiously rolled down the car window and frowned as he looked at the crowd gathered in front of the newspaper shop. It was just a duel of honor, yet it had garnered such a spectacle in previous years. There were only a dozen or so. How could it be this lively? He didn't realize that behind this hype was a carefully orchestrated media campaign by the Mick family. The Mick family wanted to use this battle to gain prestige for Damon, and then take the opportunity to propose to Princess Sophia. Even if they couldn't get married immediately, getting engaged would be half the battle won. Ren instructed the coachman, Drake, to buy a newspaper. Go, buy a morning paper. Drake got out of the carriage, and dressed in his noble uniform, he was instantly parted in the crowd. He quickly bought the newspaper, slipped it through the car window, and continued driving. Ryan opened the newspaper and read the so-called headline with Emily and Cecily. The newspaper described Damon like a collection of heroic deeds, from his military training to slaying monsters and protecting the people, every detail filled with glory. But once they arrived in Ren, the situation changed drastically, with a barrage of negative reports, a veritable encyclopedia of aristocratic scandals. From peeping at the eldest princess bathing, to bullying the common people, to having an affair with a teaching assistant, even a brawl at the academy made headlines. This stark contrast clearly indicates deliberate hype. Ryan smiled, already knowing in his heart that it was the Mick family's doing. They were certainly waging a vicious propaganda war. Emily and Cecily, seeing these slanders, immediately huffed and puffed, threatening to confront the newspaper shop owner. Ryan, however, calmly comforted them. All right, forget about it. Let them say what they want. I never intended to have a reputation anyway. He even made a self-deprecating joke, saying that he was a scoundrel and couldn't be bothered to follow those aristocratic formalities. Besides, since everyone says I'm a scoundrel, it seems natural that I'm lecherous and bullying others, right? As the 3 were chatting, the coachman's voice rang out. Young master, we've arrived at the academy. As Ren led the 2 down from the carriage, they attracted a crowd of students and commoners, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Young Master Ren's style is always the same, always surrounded by beautiful women. I heard his personal maid has a much higher status than ordinary maids, you know what I mean. Shoo, keep your voice down, his coachman is still here. With Emily by the hand on his left and Cecily around his right arm, Ren calmly walked through the academy gates as if nothing had happened. He led the two maids into the mage tower inside the academy, where the sights left them in awe. The enormous rotating Rubik's cube-like device and the shimmering floating crystals filled them with the curiosity of two children. Rain didn't interrupt their exploration. On the contrary, he found it relaxing and enjoyable. He led the two into his private room, which was luxuriously decorated and filled with various precious magical artifacts. The floor was covered with fragrant animal hides infused with the scent of herbs, and the walls were adorned with magical crystal lamps, casting a bright yet soft light. He took off his shoes and sat down, allowing the two maids to move around freely, while he closed his eyes to prepare for the duel. Meanwhile, the two maids were also sitting in the corner chatting quietly. Cecily whispered, gossiping about yesterday's intense battle. Emily blushed and whispered in her ear, making Cecily blush and slightly close her legs. Time passed quickly, and at noon, with the sun shining brightly in the sky, Ren got up and led them away from the magic tower. As he led them on a tour of the academy, he walked calmly toward the upcoming duel of honor. It was clear that Ren didn't take his upcoming opponent seriously at all. Meanwhile, inside the academy's dueling arena, the atmosphere was electric, more lively than a festival. In the center was a magic-enchanted arena, surrounded by spectators. Even the academy had opened some of its stands to the public. Damon was already standing on the stage, head held high, his eyes frequently glancing at Princess Sophia in the stands. He wasn't waiting for his opponent, but for the princess's gaze and approval. A commotion began to rise among the audience. Rain was still nowhere to be seen. It's almost noon. Why hasn't Rain come yet? Could he have deserted? Random with his father's temper, he'd break his legs. Someone even revealed, I just saw him strolling around the academy with two maids. He still has the nerve to pick up girls. This guy's got some nerve. Many important figures from major families were also present in the stands, including Dean Cliff, the heads of several major families, and even members of the royal family. Even the mages who rarely left the tower showed up, wanting to see just how capable this much-discussed Ren really was. Brant, the head of the Mick family, was getting impatient. Fred, is your son coming or not? Fred's face was ashen, and he began to have doubts himself. He whispered to Jonas to go find someone. However, before Jonas could even get up, a loud commotion suddenly erupted from the crowd. Look, Ryan's here. All eyes turned east, where Ren appeared, accompanied by two maids, slowly entering the arena. He was relaxed and his steps steady, as if he were attending a noble ball rather than fighting a duel. Ren entrusted the two women to his guard, Blair, gave them a few instructions, and then prepared to step onto the ring to face Damon. Chapter 10: The Forbidden Magic Stone. Rain slowly entered the stage, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, creating the first climax of the day. But almost all the shouts belonged to Damon alone. Go, young Master Damon. Take down that bastard who defiled the Academy's goddess. Goddess Sophia is watching you, young Master Damon. Don't embarrass us. On the stage, Damon looked arrogantly at Ren, who was strolling over slowly, and deliberately raised his voice to mock him. Ren, are you scared the duel is about to start, and you still can't be on time? Aren't you ashamed of dawdling like this? Ren yawned, glanced at him, and retorted casually. Calling you stupid is no exaggeration. I said I'd come at noon. When is noon, you decide. You're incredibly rude, spewing filth. You've completely forgotten aristocratic manners. Today, I'll make you pay for this. Ren ignored him, always despising aristocratic etiquette. Just as the two were exchanging barbs, a teaching assistant from the academy led a group of people pushing equipment racks over. He stood between the two men and spoke in a businesslike manner. Young masters, you may now choose whether to hand over your respective magic rings to me for safekeeping. If you are found to have taken items from your magic rings during the duel, it will be considered an immediate forfeit. Ren and Damon both shook their heads in refusal, clearly distrusting each other, and even less so anyone else. The teaching assistant nodded to indicate he understood, then pointed to the equipment rack beside him. Please choose your combat gear for today. Soon, the two selected their equipment from the rack. Damon chose a complete set of silver-black armor, complete with a round shield and a heavy long sword, his fighting spirit palpable. Meanwhile, Ren chose a light blue magic robe, which looked light and flowing. Just then, Jonah, in the audience, frowned and stared at Damon's equipment, wondering, when did our academy get anti-magic stones? As the mage who had studied anti-magic stones the most, he was the first to notice the unusual aura. The surrounding mages also noticed something was amiss and began to discuss it. That equipment is too effective against mages, isn't it? Completely suppressing magical fluctuations. This is simply an unfair duel. As Jonah finished speaking, all eyes turned to Dean Cliff of the Academy. The dean looked puzzled and turned to his secretary, Jenny. After checking the documents, she whispered a few words in his ear, and Cliff's face immediately darkened. He glanced at Brant Mick, who was sitting in the VIP section, and said in a deep voice, "Last night, the Academy did receive a batch of equipment that had been laced with anti-magic stone powder. The giver was none other than Brant, the head of the Mick family." These words caused an uproar, especially among the magicians, whose faces instantly turned ashen. The older generation actually interfered in the younger generation's glorious duel in this way. Such behavior was utterly shameless. Bang! The Gray family head, Fred, slammed his hand on the chair, shattering it, and stood up furiously, glaring at Brant and roaring, "Brant, are you courting death? How dare you use such dirty tricks on our own people?" Ferdinand's imposing aura silenced the VIP section. Everyone could see he was genuinely enraged. Despite sweat beading on his forehead, Brant stubbornly continued his defense. "Which rule did I break? The rule only states that equipment from outside the Academy cannot be brought in. The equipment I gifted to the Academy is naturally considered existing equipment within the Academy, and Damon can certainly use it." A hush fell over the room. Indeed, the Empire's regulations were flawed, and Brant had exploited a loophole. Just as Ford was about to rush forward and punch him, Jonas dodged, blocking his path. The instantaneous surge of power between the two shocked everyone present. The important figures in the audience then realized that Ford's usually taciturn butler was actually a sixth-tier expert. Jonas muttered a few words, and then Ford sat down with a heavy snort, his face still ashen. Dean Cliff didn't say anything more, but his disappointment and anger were evident on his face. The mages nearby coldly noted in their minds, "From now on, the Mick family will never buy another magical artifact from us." Brant sighed softly. Although he had offended many people, it was worth it as long as Damon could use this opportunity to achieve a great victory over Ren. On the battlefield, Damon, now clad in his anti-magic stone armor, shield and longsword in hand, looked at Ren with smug confidence. "Ren, you're doomed to lose today," Ren said speechlessly. The teaching assistant handed each of them a jade token, a life-saving item that could immediately halt the fight should it go out of control. The two then each retreated 100 meters, and the scene gradually quieted down. The teaching assistant raised his hand to activate a magical device, and a burst of magical light exploded in the air. The duel of glory begins. Bang! Damon stomped his foot, shattering the stone slab, and charged towards Ren like a cannonball. Shield in front, longsword behind, he advanced with unstoppable momentum. Ren raised his hand, gathering lightning, which coalesced into a spear. The thunder spear emitted a piercing crackle as it was hurled. Whoosh! The thunder spear struck Damon's shield with a deafening roar, exploding with electricity and scattering residual lightning, leaving charred marks. But Damon remained unmoved. His shield completely neutralized the lightning. He charged towards Ren, raising his longsword and unleashing a cross-shaped slash. Barrier. Ren instantly erected a blue magical barrier, successfully blocking the attack, then stomped his foot. The earth trembled, the platform shook, and Damon lost his footing. Ren seized the opportunity to retreat quickly, creating distance once more. However, Ren frowned. That lightning spear strike, clearly powerful, had been easily blocked without leaving a trace. Was it insulation? Perhaps sensing Ren's doubt, Damon sneered. "Ren, this equipment of mine isn't ordinary. The entire set is infused with anti-magic stone powder. Your magic is a joke in front of me. Today, what makes you think you can defeat me?" Chapter 11 The Sword of Damocles. Rain wiped the bloodstain from his cheek and calmly raised his hand to release a water healing spell to heal the wound. After hearing Damon's sarcasm, his doubts were resolved. The anti-magic stone was indeed that guy's reliance. But then a new question arose. The price of anti-magic stones is so high. Where did the Academy get such a large quantity? He narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly figured out the answer. This was the work of the Mick family. The surrounding stands were filled with deafening shouts of support for Damon. Rain stood there, looking at the shouting crowd, a manic smile gradually spreading across his lips. The mage has been silent for too long. In this battle, he will make everyone rediscover the mage profession. Faced with Damon's cat-and-mouse-like gaze, Ryan remained completely calm. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his entire body was gradually enveloped in a layer of light, and his magic robe seemed to be endowed with divine power, with golden light emanating from its edges. As the magical energy surged, Ren slowly rose into the air, hovering in midair, his body seemingly draped in divine radiance. Many people in the audience gasped, looking at Rain in the sky as if he were a magical war god descending from the heavens. No one knew that last night, for the sake of today's duel, Ren had unhesitatingly exhausted all his source energy just to obtain a long-lost magical secret technique. Magical Arcane Instant Casting. As the secret technique was activated, layers of overlapping magic circles appeared in his eyes, making his already clear eyes appear exceptionally deep. Ren slowly raised his right hand, and the next second, above the dueling arena, hundreds of phantom spears composed of pure light elements suddenly appeared, arranged in a dense array. Each light gun gleamed with a chilling light, its killing intent boiling, as if it could pierce through everything at any moment. Intense light quickly filled the entire dueling arena, as if countless miniature suns were rising into the sky, causing the audience to cover their eyes and weep. The Academy had to temporarily activate a magical barrier to allow the audience to see what was happening inside. Countless light guns hovered silently in the air, like divine blades of punishment about to fall at any moment, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was suffocating. Rain stood in the air, a wild smile playing on his lips, his gaze fixed on Damon, standing on the ground. At that moment, the situation reversed instantly, and all the shouts of support for Damon suddenly disappeared. They had never seen anything like it. A mage controlling such a massive magical attack all by himself, it was nothing short of a disaster. Several important figures in the VIP seats sat up straight, their faces showing surprise. Although most of them were warriors with limited knowledge of magic, they could still see how terrifying this attack was. But what truly caused an uproar were the magicians in the Academy. Holy crap! Instant casting? How did he do that? How come there are so many light guns? Just how powerful is his magic? Who knows if he has a teacher? I want to become his student. No way. I want my granddaughter to marry him. Dean Cliff frowned, walked over to Jonah, Ryan's teacher, and asked in a low voice, "Did you teach this kid?" Jonah shook his head, looking bewildered. "I never taught him any of these spells. He probably learned them himself from elsewhere. His talent and luck are simply incredible," Cliff said in a deep voice. Not only that, but the fact that Rain can release so many light guns at the first level means that his magical power is probably 10 times that of others at the same level. Jonah nodded. "And I feel like he's absorbing all the magic in the arena. His magic recovery speed is terrifying." Fred leaned closer and finally uttered the word he usually disdained to use. "Can my son win?" Jonah and Cliff both rolled their eyes at him. "So he's calling him son now?" Jonah said with a serious expression. "With his current levitation technique and his almost endless magic power, he is already invincible." Ford's eyes widened, a slight smile playing on his lips, and only one thought remained in his mind. My little rascal has really made me proud. In contrast, Brant's expression grew increasingly grim. "Hey, Patriarch Brant, why are you so quiet? Your son's probably in for a rough time, isn't he?" Fred leaned over with a gloating expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Brant gritted his teeth. "Lost? You think you can beat my son with these light guns? You must be joking." Ford snorted, stubborn to the end. "Let's see where you put your face later." At that moment, Ryan swung his right hand down suddenly, his eyes full of mockery. "Damon, how about you dance to liven things up?" Hundreds of light guns rained down on Damon like a divine punishment. Bang bang dash. One after another, beams of light shot through the air, and Damon moved swiftly, dodging and parrying simultaneously. Unfortunately, there were just too many light guns, and he couldn't dodge them all. Muffled thuds echoed from his shield, and each collision made his arm go numb. Even a light gun that is deflected can leave a deep hole in the ground, demonstrating its immense power. Just as Damon was about to relax after the first round of light gunfire was exhausted, he saw Ryan raise his hand again. Hundreds more lightning spears appeared in the sky. The lightning element in the air continued to gather, making even the sky gloomy and oppressive. Boom. The lightning spears whistled through the air, causing chaos and forcing Damon to once again engage in frantic defense. But that wasn't all. Next came flaming swords, water ice spears, wind blades, and earth cones, a barrage of various elemental magics. Damon was completely thrown into disarray. He even had the illusion that he wasn't fighting against one person, but against all of nature. The audience was speechless and could only stare blankly at Ryan in the sky. Sophia, sitting in the VIP section, was also deeply moved for the first time. Looking at Ryan's flamboyant yet incredibly determined face, she felt a strange stirring in her heart. Is this a magician? The students at the academy were completely overwhelmed. Is this still the same rogue young Master Ren? If he's a good-for-nothing, then what am I? My God, young Master Ren hasn't made a move in 2 years, but when he does, it's earth-shattering. Ah, Ren is so handsome. Young Master Ren, I'd have your babies. Sisters, he peeked at me while I was showering. Does he have a crush on me? I'm going to have my dad propose to me tomorrow. Why wasn't I seen? Does this mean I have no chance? Rain hovered steadily in the air, looking down at the increasingly panicked Damon, his voice cold. You're really unlucky. My teacher just told me the secret of the magic blocking stone yesterday, and you're wearing this thing on stage today. While magic suppressing stones can indeed counter magic, they have their limits. Once the amount of magic exceeds their tolerance, they become useless. Before he could finish speaking, a cracking sound rang out, and Damon's left shoulder armor shattered, cracks spreading outwards. Damon's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. How can you have so much magic power? Did you take some kind of banned drug? Ren gently crossed his arms, stood above the clouds, and looked down at the ground. The stories in the book are other people's stories, but I, Rain, am a miracle belonging to this degenerate age. I am an all-elemental mage, and I will return to my peak with magic. The dark clouds in the sky began to disperse, and from the depths of the clouds, a magnificent, sacred light, like a sword of divine will, slowly emerged, the Sword of Damocles. Chapter 12 Damon's Defeat Pact. Sword of Damocles. The sword, like a sharp blade hanging high in the sky, was so huge that it was comparable to most of the dueling arena platform, its tip pointing directly at Damon. Under Ren's control, the Sword of Damocles slowly shrank and drifted leisurely toward him. Rain held the Sword of Damocles in his right hand, as if to support it. The monks in the stands were speechless with astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Sword of Damocles, a first-tier ultimate single-target spell. The most powerful spell recorded in the Mage Tower at the first rank is strong enough to severely injure any second-rank mage. However, the downside is that it consumes too much magic power. Normally, a first-tier mage needs to expend all of their magic power and life force to construct a magic circle and cast it. Therefore, it is called individual magic. The mages were astonished as they looked at the lightsaber in Ren's hand. Is this really something a first-tier novice mage could do? He even manipulated the Sword of Damocles to shrink in size, making it even more powerful. Ford looked at the sword in Ryan's hand with surprise. This is my son. Brant clenched his fists, and the moment the lightsaber appeared, he knew Damon had lost. The sword floating in Rain's hand was not even half the size of Damon's sword. However, the power contained within it made Damon feel as if he were facing a ferocious beast. The gathering of the Sword of Damocles made Rain's face turn pale. Although he managed to use this individual spell thanks to Tianyuan's high mana regeneration rate. However, it still takes a huge toll on Ren himself, not only in terms of magic power, but also in terms of mental strength. Even the faint, dark golden light enveloping Ren weakened somewhat. Damon, it's over. Rain pointed his sword at Damon, and the Sword of Damocles slowly shot towards Damon. Seeing the Sword of Damocles flying towards him, Damon felt as if he were being stared at by a prehistoric beast and dared not move. This is the result of the body acting on some kind of instinct. He shouted in his heart, trying to get his body moving. Damon, get moving. You are the pride of the Mick family. For the family, for Sophia, get moving. Suddenly Damon moved, unleashing his full power at the incoming Sword of Damocles. Blood-red setting sun. The next moment, the Sword of Damocles clashed with Damon's blood-red longsword. Damon's longsword was melted by the Sword of Damocles in an instant and then pointed directly at Damon. Just as he was about to touch Damon, Damon's jade token shattered, teleporting Damon outside the dueling arena. The Sword of Damocles slammed swiftly into the ground of the dueling arena. Boom. In an instant, the light from the explosion was as dazzling as the sun, and half of the dueling arena was shattered by the sword's power, forming a deep crater. The barrier of the dueling arena trembled slightly from the impact. Keep in mind that this is a barrier capable of withstanding fourth-tier attacks. With the dissipation of the Sword of Damocles and the departure of Damon, everyone stared at the enormous crater created by the Sword of Damocles. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the silent dueling arena. Ren! 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 After the battle ended, Rain, who fell from the sky, seemed like a completely different person. Gone was his composure and calmness. He began to sway wildly along with the shouts of the audience. Louder! The bigwigs in the stands shook their heads helplessly as they watched Ren display no aristocratic manners whatsoever. Ren is still the same Ren. However, from today onwards, no one will ever call Ren trash again. Sophia looked at the smug Ren with complicated emotions and slowly left the dueling arena. Ren's sudden rise made this imperial genius feel a sense of crisis. Even the final Sword of Damocles, she wasn't very confident in catching. She needs to go to training immediately. Damon, who had been teleported out, looked dejected in the lounge, squatting on the ground with despair in his eyes. Damon, what's wrong? Are you giving up after just one failure? Damon looked up at the person who had come in. It was his father, Brant. Father, my family prepared so much for me, but I still lost. I am a good-for-nothing. A few tears welled up in Damon's resolute eyes. Brant crouched down and patted Damon on the shoulder. Damon, who hasn't failed? Even your father failed countless times when he was young. Failure is not terrible. What's terrible is being afraid of failure because of it. We all underestimated Ryan. He's been hiding his true abilities. I was also at fault for misjudging Ren's strength. So, my son Damon, don't be discouraged. Failure this time doesn't mean you'll fail again next time. What you need to do is learn from the experience and make Ryan stumble and fall next time. Hearing his father's encouraging words, Damon mustered his courage, wiped away his tears, and spoke firmly to Brant. As your father, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Damon rose and slowly walked into the dueling arena. He looked at the arrogant and smug Ren and slowly walked to Ren's side. Ren, I lost. According to the rules of the duel, you have the right to ask me to do something that will not harm the interests of the family and the empire. Tell me, no matter how you insult me, I will endure it. Ren stopped cheering and looked at Damon, whose eyes were resolute. Immediately, the crowd in the dueling arena fell silent. They certainly wanted to see what Ryan would make Damon do. Ryan didn't actually dislike Damon that much. Damon's mockery of him was just the temper of a young man. After all, who wouldn't be angry when they were young and saw their goddess being courted by a scoundrel? At least Ryan would. However, mistakes must be punished. Suddenly, a mischievous thought arose in Ren's mind, and a belly full of bad ideas surged up. Ryan approached Damon and whispered in his ear, Damon, I will not insult you, but I will still punish you for mocking and insulting me. Within 2 days, I want you to steal the underwear Sophia wore today, and then for the next month, tell me the color of her underwear every day. Upon hearing this, Damon stiffened and took 2 steps back, his eyes widening as he stared at Ren, even more so than during their duel. What did he hear? Stealing Sophia's underwear? His eyes were fixed on Ren, and seeing Ren's smug smile, he felt as if he were seeing the devil's smile. Damon swallowed hard and said to Ryan, trying to convince himself otherwise, Laylan, what did you just say? Did you say something wrong? Ryan chuckled maliciously. You heard me right. It's that thing. Damon, are you sure you want me to repeat it in public? If that person finds out, the difficulty of completing your mission will become hellish. No, please. Damon quickly waved his hand. Ha. Ignoring Damon, Ryan laughed and walked toward Emily and Cecily in the audience. He embraced the 2 of them and left the dueling arena amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd. Damon, his eyes glazed over, slowly returned to his father's side. Brant saw Damon return from the dueling arena looking utterly dejected and offered him words of comfort. Damon, lift your head. It's just a little humiliation. Everyone gets humiliated before. Damon looked at his father, wanting to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. Brant looked at him with some confusion. What's wrong, Damon? What are you still hiding from me? Damon looked around and, seeing no one else, made up his mind to tell his father what Ryan had asked for. Father, Ryan, he wants me to secretly tell Sophia what her underwear is wearing today, and for a whole month I have to tell him the color of Sophia's underwear. Damon's face grew redder and redder as he spoke, until it was almost as if it were roasted. Brant looked incredulous after hearing this. There was no insult, no abuse, no shameful act made for Damon. He just stole underwear. He glanced at Damon again, feeling slightly speechless. It wouldn't be so bad if it were his other children, as they didn't like Sophia either. But for Damon, Sophia was sacred and inviolable. To marry Sophia, Damon didn't even have a personal maid, fearing that Sophia's opinion of him would be affected if she found out. Sigh, Rain is forcing Damon to choose between the god of warriors and the goddess. All right, Damon, the family will take care of this for you, so don't worry about it. Chapter 13 Fred, oh no, get out of here. Ren, along with the 2 adoring men, was about to leave the dueling arena. Ferd, the dean, and a group of magicians came together to stop Ren. Upon seeing the head of the family, Fred, Emily and Cecily immediately knelt down to pay their respects. I have met the head of the household. Fred nodded and told the 2 of them to get up. Looking at the group of bigwigs behind his father, Ryan came to Ford's side and asked, What's going on? Why are there so many magicians here? With a look of surprise and relief, Ford patted Ryan on the shoulder. They came looking for you. You've been hiding your true colors, haven't you? But you've certainly shown the Gray family's power. Not bad. Before he could finish speaking, the mages nearby surrounded Ren. Fred, who was standing to the side, was pushed out. Rain, Would you be willing to become my last disciple? I, Theo Smith, a 4th-tier lightning mage, will impart all my lightning destruction magic to you without reservation, as long as you come. What's so great about lightning magic? Ren, come to me. I am Leon Burton, a 4th-tier archmage, and a mage with talents in fire, water, and wood magic. As long as you come, you can have unlimited magical artifacts. Take as many as you want. Those who spoke first were all individuals within the Mage Tower who had made significant contributions to a particular aspect of magic. They proudly told Ren about their research direction and findings. But Ren had no interest in this. After all, he had the ancient book, and as long as the source energy was sufficient, he could have any magic he wanted. I am somewhat interested in things that ancient books cannot produce, such as magical artifacts and magic scrolls. Ryan, look, this is a picture of my granddaughter. Isn't she beautiful? Come to my place, and I'll bring her to your bed tonight. Looking at the little girl in the photo, Ryan's eyes immediately showed a thoughtful expression. Seeing Ren's expression, the many mages immediately became anxious. Terry, you old scoundrel you. Although the mages called Terry a scoundrel, they all secretly wondered if they had any handsome offspring of similar age to Ren. All right, you all know that Ren has a teacher, yet you still try to take him away. Dean Cliff, accompanied by his secretary Jenny, interrupted their pursuit of Ryan. A group of magicians immediately began to whisper among themselves. They're just mentors, not real teachers. Jonah smiled and addressed his colleagues. I know what you're all thinking. With Rain's magical talent in all attributes, if he only has one teacher, his other magical attributes might go to waste. So why not teach them all together? Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Okay, now that everyone agrees to teach Ryan together, the most important thing is Ryan's thoughts. Where's Ryan? The group of mages, who had been studying for a long time, looked around for Ren, but when they saw him, they smiled helplessly. At that moment, Ryan was chatting enthusiastically with Jenny, and he was practically pressed against her. Jenny was also drawn to the handsome and humorous Ryan, and was frequently amused by him. Ryan, come here right now. You're always so unruly. Ford quickly called Ryan back. A group of magicians are discussing your teachings, and you're still chasing girls? You'll die at a woman's hands sooner or later. Rain pursed his lips and went to Ford's side. Jonah said, Rain, because your magical talent has been rekindled, the teachers at the Mage Tower all want to teach you. After discussion, we hope to teach you magical knowledge together. What do you think? Looking at the eager eyes of the group of mages, Ren realized that the agreed-upon solution was to teach them together. That would be perfect. Okay, of course I agree. Upon hearing this, the group of magicians immediately showed happy faces. But Rain's next words immediately made the mages tense again. Dear teachers, what about the apprenticeship ceremony? Call. It turned out to be just a formality ceremony for becoming an apprentice, and the magicians were immediately relieved. Snap. Ford slapped Ryan on the back of the head, making Ryan stumble. You little brat, you want to take on a master apprentice ceremony? With so many teachers teaching you, you're still pushing your luck. Just as Fred was about to take another shot, he instantly felt himself being stared at by a group of unfriendly eyes. The group of magicians stared at Fodor with a dangerous look in their eyes. Although you are Ren father, we, as Ren teachers and mentors, are also considered half-fathers. How dare you hit my newly accepted precious disciple? You have already chosen a path to death. Sensing the atmosphere around him, Rain's eyes lit up and he rushed to the side of an old female mage. Wah, Grandma, it hurts so much. Kersley Jefferson suddenly felt a sense of kinship with the tearful Ryan in her arms, as if he were her deceased grandson. He quickly started rubbing the back of Ryan's head. Oh dear, my darling grandson, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Grandma will rub it for you. As he rubbed the wound, he looked at Fred, and the more he looked, the fiercer the glint in his eyes became. Fred felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Chili. Kiri Jefferson was a fearsome poison mage who was renowned throughout the Empire for her poison magic in her youth. Known as the Voodoo Witch. He is currently a level 4 mage who has dedicated his life to studying poison. Fred didn't want to become paralyzed. He looked at Rain in Chi Li's arms and gave a forced smile. Oh dear, something seems to be going on at home, so I won't bother you any longer. I'll take my leave now. You little brat, you're impersonating me? Okay, I'll wait for you to come home. After saying that, he immediately jogged out of the academy. Jonas smiled, bowed slightly to everyone, and then followed Fred toward the academy gate. The magician's expressions changed immediately after Fred left. With beaming smiles, they stuffed gifts into Ren's pockets one after another. The magicians were overjoyed that their life's work and research had been passed on to someone else. Rare magic books, exotic magical treasures, and various types of magical artifacts were thrown out like they were free. Rain gradually grew closer to these magicians, who were nearly 50 years old and had devoted their entire lives to magic, calling them grandpa, grandma, uncle, and aunt. After the mages gave Ren the apprenticeship gift, they asked him to come to the mage tower the next day so they could create a special schedule for him. Ren nodded and left the academy with Emily and Cecily. The mages stood there watching Ren's retreating figure until he disappeared from their sight. The driver, Drake, quickly brought Ryan and his two companions back to the villa. Ryan went upstairs to check the gifts his group of teachers had just given him. First, there are dozens of bottles of advanced healing potions. This advanced healing potion was even effective for people of his father's level. Secondly, there is a wide variety of treasures that can enhance magic power. Selena Stone, Iridescent Feather, Storm Sapphire, etc. Although he didn't recognize some of them, he was certain they were rare treasures, since none of these treasures in Ren's eyes had a number below 500. The remaining items are magical artifacts, staves that increase the power of magic, and mage robes. What Ren liked most was a fifth-order spatial magic device given to him by his teacher, Leon. The space inside is several times larger than the one Ren currently carries, and even larger than his father's space magic device. Looking at the pile of treasures in front of him, Ren was conflicted. Should he let the ancient book absorb them, or keep them for himself? After thinking for a while, he said to Emily beside him, "Emily, go and call Boo, who is in charge of the warehouse." Emily nodded and went out, returning shortly with Boo. "Young master, you called me." Uncle Pooh, could you help me figure out what these treasures are used for?" Ryan pointed to a pile of treasures scattered on the carpet in the room. Boo followed Ren's finger, and his eyes widened in surprise. He rushed to the pile of treasures and exclaimed in surprise, Is this amber? And such a big piece? My goodness, just leaving it on the ground like this. What a waste, what a waste. And this is sacred firegrass. It's said to be a treasure that can help ordinary people awaken their fire magic talent. And this is a true expert skill is immediately apparent. As the old manager of the warehouse, Boa was an expert in appraising treasures. He explained to Ren very clearly the purpose and origin of this collection of treasures, and even some of them had legends associated with them. Finally, Pooh reluctantly left Rain's room. Rain kept some treasures with special functions, and let the ancient book absorb all the remaining treasures that only enhanced magic power. As the last treasure dissipated, the ancient book's source energy increased by 9797. Including the source points he already had, Rain's source points finally broke through the 10,000 mark. Chapter 14 10 Directions, 1000 Shadows, Breathing Technique. Ding ding ding. A muffled thud came from the solid wood door, and Cecily, who was being teased by Ren in his arms, quickly got up. After tidying up his clothes, he went to open the door. The visitor was Jonas, the head butler, who remained meticulous and extremely humble. "Cecily, the master is called young Master Ryan." Cecily nodded and was about to turn around and tell Ryan when Ryan had already arrived at the door. He overheard Jonas's words from inside the house. "Let's go, Uncle Joe." Jonas nodded and walked ahead, with Ryan following closely behind. The corridor is filled with various kinds of expensive potted plants and paintings. Ryan followed Jonas among them, and every now and then maids or servants would bow to the two of them. Young Master Ryan has had a truly outstanding performance today. The master hasn't been this happy in a long time. Jonas smiled gentlemanly. Hee, just being modest. Ren casually remarked to Jonas, glancing at the passing maids' figures. Jonas chuckled a few times, and the two quickly arrived at the head of the family's office. As soon as Ryan opened the door, he saw his father, Fred, and mother, Lyra, being all lovey-dovey. The two men only coughed slightly and calmed down a bit when they saw Ryan enter. After pouring Lyra a cup of tea, Ford spoke to Ryan. "Well, you little brat, you've even learned to act like your dad now? If I hadn't run away fast, I would have been poisoned by at least 3 kinds of drugs." Although Fred's tone was complaining, his face was radiant. Ryan pulled a chair over from the side and sat down. "Who told you not to let me accept the apprenticeship gift? It's only natural for a teacher to give a gift to their disciple upon meeting them." Fred curled his lip. "Yes, you did accept the gift, but I have to reciprocate. However, today Ren did indeed display the spirit of the Gray family, so let's just accept it as a reward." "Ahem. Father, what about that agreement?" Ren glanced at his mother and reminded Fred. Ford raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, What? What did we agree on?" Ren's eyes widened immediately. "Old dang, he doesn't keep his word." Fred continued to sip his tea with an air of nonchalance. This tea smells delicious." Ren squinted at Lao Dang and said, "All right, Lao Dang, just you wait. I'll go out and give you a big one tomorrow." Lyra chuckled as she looked at the father and son and said to Rain, "All right, Ford has told me everything. Ryan, you're all grown up now, so there are some things you should know. I've watched Eve grow up, so I'm at ease with her. From now on, Eve will stay with you." Ryan immediately went to his dear mother's side, snatched the teapot from the side of Fred, and diligently poured tea for her. "Mother, you are the best. I love you the most." Layla patted Ren's head, her eyes full of affection. Ahem. Fred gestured to himself that his cup was empty. Ryan obediently poured some for Fred. Since old Dang had done the job, he would forgive him. Ferd and Lyra didn't ask where Ryan got his meditation skills. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Once he saw that the matter was settled, Fred waved his hand to send Ryan out and continued his sweet talk with Lyra. As soon as Ryan returned to his room, he saw Eve chatting with Emily and Cecily. When the three saw Ryan return, they quickly went to him. "Young master." Ray nodded and looked at Eve. Eve felt Ryan's gaze. Her face flushed slightly, and she immediately began to undress. Ren quickly stopped him. "What are you doing? Do you think I'm that thirsty, young master?" Emily and Cecily both looked somewhat uneasy. Ryan immediately realized that Emily must have told Eve what happened that day. Ryan flicked Emily on the forehead as punishment. Then his expression turned slightly serious. "Eve, I do like your body, but I didn't take you from my mother just to be a pretty face. I want you to take care of my affairs, schedule, and the other maids, just like Uncle Jonas did for my father. Eve, would you truly follow me?" After hearing Ryan's words, Eve immediately knelt on the ground to show her loyalty. "Eve is willing, young master. Eve will not disappoint you." Eve changed how she addressed Ryan. Ray nodded. "Very good, get up first." "Eve, are you practicing battle chi?" Eve stood up and said, "Yes, young master. Eve's talent is not very good. She is only a mid-level second-tier assassin." "Eve, how old are you now?" 22 years old. Ren nodded, then closed his eyes. Seeing that Ryan was silent, Eve and the other two did not disturb him and stood quietly to the side waiting. Soon after, Ren returned from the spiritual world and opened his eyes. A piece of jade appeared in his hand, which was the so-called inheritance jade. "Eve, since you have followed me, this 10 Directions 1,000 Shadows breathing technique is yours." The 10 Directions 1,000 Shadows breathing technique is an assassin-level super-grade breathing technique, and its quality is almost comparable to the Fearless Lion breathing technique of the Grey family. Eve accepted it solemnly. "Eve, you can use it here. No one will bother you." Eve nodded, then sat cross-legged on the fur rug on the floor, placed the jade on her forehead, and began to study the breathing techniques inside. After Eve began studying, Ryan made a shushing gesture to Emily and Cecily, and the two women quickly nodded. Cecily quietly opened the door and stood guard outside to prevent anyone from disturbing her. Rain then took out a book of his travelogue about the continent of Soltis to pass the time. It describes many legends about the continent of Soltis and the history of the country. These things weren't recorded in his predecessor's memories at all. He had to find out for himself. Suddenly, the only sound in the room was the turning of pages by Rain Sasha. Before long, the jade on Eve's forehead gradually lost its luster. "It's over." Eve opened her eyes in surprise. The 10 Directions 1,000 Shadows breathing technique was actually of the same rank as the family's most important Fearless Lion breathing technique. "Young master, you have quite the grand gesture. Did you succeed in your studies?" Ryan's voice came from behind Eve. Eve quickly stood up and said, "Yes, young master, but isn't this breathing technique too high level?" Ren rolled his eyes at her and didn't say anything more. After all, he was grooming Eve as a true confidant. "Not bad. Let me see what abilities this breathing technique has." "Yes, young master. Could you please turn off the lights first?" Ryan nodded and reached out to turn off the lights. The moment the lights were turned off, Eve's figure vanished, and no matter how hard Rain tried to sense her, he couldn't detect her. Only by using the heavenly abyss to manipulate the surrounding magic did he sense Eve. Ren nodded. Just for this stealth technique alone, the breathing method he traded was well worth it. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of Ren and knelt on one knee. "Young master, this breathing technique allows me to create and manipulate shadows in the dark. When I cultivate it to the 4th level, I can even control the shadows of my enemies to carry out assassinations. Moreover, this breathing method can be practiced extremely quickly. With this breathing technique, I am confident that I can advance to the 4th-tier assassin level within a year." Ren nodded. Although there were more limitations in places with light, he was really strong in the dark. Eve's actions left Emily, who was standing to the side, dumbfounded. Ryan looked at Emily, who was standing there in a daze. "Emily, it's getting late. You should go and get some rest." Emily snapped out of her shock upon hearing Ryan's voice and nervously clutched the hem of her skirt. Young master, won't Emily accompany you today? Ryan stepped forward and picked up the voluptuous Eve, saying, You can keep the young master company tomorrow. Let Eve keep me company today. Emily pouted and said, Okay, good night, young master. Okay, go back now, good night to you too. Rain couldn't wait to carry Eve, whose face was slightly flushed, to the big bed. The moonlight is especially alluring tonight. Chapter 15 The Limits of Humanity. Sixth Order Mage, Dean Cliff. When Ryan woke up the next morning, his beloved was no longer by his side. He had just lifted the golden silk quilt when Eve entered with several personal maids. The timing was perfect. The maids then began to help Ren put on his school uniform. Cecily waited quietly by pushing her food cart. Eve reported to Ryan from the side. Young master, this morning you should go to the Academy's magic tower to study with the magicians. This afternoon your fiancée, Miss Adele, will come to visit you. Uncle Jonas asked me to tell you to ask for leave if you have class this afternoon, and to come back early if you don't. With Cecily and Alice serving him on either side, Ryan gradually finished his hearty breakfast. Alice used a white silk handkerchief to wipe the food residue from the corner of Rain's mouth, and Rain nodded to Eve. Okay, I understand. Looking at the beautiful women surrounding him, Ryan hugged and kissed Alice, who was closest to him. This made Alice blush instantly, her heart pounding. Seeing Alice looking shy with her head down, Ryan pinched her cheek and then let go of her before going downstairs with Eve. On the stairs, Ryan gave Eve some instructions. Eve, I heard from my coachman Drake that there's some kind of auction this week, something like. And Eve prompted from the side, Anderson auction. Ryan nodded. Yes, Anderson auction. Cancel everything on the day of the auction. I want to have some fun. Eve smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the auction in 5 days. The invitations were sent to the family head a month ago, so the young master can just ask the family head directly. Rain nodded, gave Eve a farewell kiss, and then boarded the carriage to head towards the academy. As I walked down the street, I heard people making a fuss at the newspaper shop. The epic battle that made the Imperial Genius Mage, young Master Ren, famous. Detailed content. First come, first served. Young Master Ryan? Is that the young Master Ryan from the Grey family that I know? His battle that made him famous? Didn't you know? Yesterday, young Master Ryan displayed his prowess in the Academy's dueling arena, defeating the long-established Damon Mick. Yes, I heard from others that young Master Rain's elemental magic was so masterful that he completely overwhelmed Damon. Oh, is that so? Oh dear, I drank too much the day before yesterday and slept all day yesterday. Oh dear, drinking can lead to trouble. Otherwise, I would have gone to the scene to see for myself. Hearing the exclamations and praises of those around him, the coachman Drake couldn't help but straighten his posture. Look, it's the Grey family's carriage. Where? There. The group of people immediately turned their attention to Ren's carriage. Amidst the astonished and awe-inspiring expressions of the crowd, Drake slowly drove the carriage away from them and arrived at the academy gate. Young master, we've arrived at the academy. Drake's driving skills remained steady and fast. Ryan didn't even realize how much time had passed. Upon hearing Drake's voice, Ryan opened the carriage door and slowly stepped down. As soon as he got off the bus, he was looked at with awe, envy, and other gazes from a group of students. After all, today's Ren is no longer the useless Ren he once was. He proved with his actions that he, Rain, was a genius magician in the age of magic decline. With the sword of Damocles he once wielded. Now, Rain's combat strength assessment at the academy is even close to that of Sophia, the most talented warrior in recent years. Rain straightened his collar and, amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, walked into the academy and slowly headed towards the Mage Tower. As the saying goes, with fame comes trouble. Because Ryan was already handsome, and now that his reputation has improved, his luck with women has naturally become even stronger. Walking down the street, every now and then, pretty female or female students would shyly run up to Ren and hand him love letters. Ryan accepted every letter with a smile, making the upperclassmen and underclassmen who sent him love letters blush even more. This made some of the male students around him grit their teeth at Ren, and some even secretly considered forming an anti-Ren alliance. Upon arriving at the Mage Tower, Dean Cliff was already waiting for them. Dean? Rain spoke to Cliff, who was sitting in a rocking chair in front of the Mage's Tower. The only person who could be so lazy in the solemn place of the Mage Tower is Dean Cliff. Ah, Ren, you've arrived. Cliff got up from the rocking chair and handed Ryan a piece of paper with a gold border. Here, this is your course schedule. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, this will be your schedule for this semester. Ryan took it and looked at it. It was similar to his previous college course schedule. However, classes are only held in the mornings. The afternoons are still free time. When Ryan saw that the person teaching him today was Dean Cliff on the course schedule, he raised an eyebrow. After putting away the timetable, he said to Cliff, "So today, the Dean himself is giving me a lesson?" Dean Cliff, the highest-ranking mage in the academy and even the entire empire, a sixth-tier mage, the same rank as his father, Fred. In Ren's mind, the Dean was a mage with talents in 4 elements: space, water, wood, and healing, with space magic being his primary focus. "Yes, what you said during the duel yesterday, let magic return to the pinnacle of the world, truly resonated with me and reminded me of my disciple. This gave me the idea of taking on another disciple." The Dean's eyes held a hint of contemplation. Ren was somewhat puzzled. The Dean's disciple? He hadn't heard of the Dean having any disciples in all these years. "Dean, do you have any disciples?" The Dean nodded. "Yes, I had a disciple when I was young, but he died in a power struggle." "Oh, Dean, my condolences." The Dean smiled and waved his hand. "Many years have passed since then, and I wasn't working for the Empire at the time, so you don't know about it." Knowing what was going on, Ryan nodded. "So what will the Dean teach me today?" Faced with Ren's question, the Dean smiled and waved his hand, instantly forming a magic circle. The two instantly arrived at the top floor of the Magician's Tower, which was the Dean's research room. The research room was very simple, without all sorts of complicated magical tools, only thick books. "Haha, how's my spatial magic? Want to learn it?" The Dean's tone revealed a strong sense of pride. "And you're lucky, kid. You even have the magical secret of instant casting. If you can control teleportation, as long as there's no treasure that seals the space, you'll have a hard time dying." After saying that, the Dean looked at the messy state of the research room and used magic to put the books stacked on the floor back to their original bookshelves one by one. Upon hearing the words spatial magic, Ren's eyes lit up with keen interest. In this degenerate age, all kinds of magic books are rare, and spatial magic, as a rarer type of magic, is naturally even rarer. Even in ancient books, spatial magic is priced several times higher than magic of the same level. And now, being able to learn spatial magic from the Dean is naturally the best outcome. "Great. I've been wanting to learn your spatial magic for a long time, but my dad always complains that I haven't even reached the first level and won't let me come to you." After tidying up the research room, the Dean's gaze seemed somewhat unfocused. "Spatial magic is easy to explain, but how did you obtain that instant casting magic secret technique, Ren?" Seeing the Dean's somewhat shy expression, Ryan told a lie. "Oh, instant casting, huh? I bought some jade pendants when I went to the antique and relic market back then. One of the jade tablets, I don't know what might have triggered, regained its luster, and that's when I realized that the jade tablet was a legacy jade for instant spellcasting." Upon hearing this, the Dean sighed slightly. If it was an heirloom jade, then there was nothing that could be done, since heirloom jade was a one-time use item. The Dean then nodded. "Well, it seems I'm not destined for this. I thought it was Fred who obtained some book recording magical secrets. All right, let me teach you the basic teleportation magic circle first." After speaking, the Dean instantly created a light blue magic circle in the air. He began to explain in detail to Rain the key points of constructing the teleportation magic circle. Chapter 16, Running Away from the Bride? It is blessed with the enlightenment from ancient books. The nearly 100-year-old man was utterly astonished by Rain's terrifying learning ability. This made him, who already liked Rain, even more convinced that Rain was the one who could truly promote magic. The morning passed quickly, neither too long nor too short, thanks to the Dean's explanation. Rain gradually emerged from his state of enlightenment. In just one morning, he not only mastered the art of teleportation, he also learned a magic technique created by the Dean called Spaceblade. Seeing the Dean looking a little tired, Ryan quickly stepped forward and poured him a cup of tea. The Dean took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Although the tea was cold, the Dean didn't seem to mind at all. He picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, his eyes filled with admiration for Ren. "All right, Rain, that's all for today. You need to practice these 2 spatial spells more when you get back, and try to be able to cast them instantly. Oh, by the way, you have an instant casting secret technique. I'm getting old and senile." The Dean paused for a moment, then smiled and continued. "Although you possess the secret technique of instant casting, more practice can also deepen your perception of spatial magic. This perception is a hidden benefit. Although you may not feel it in normal times, it often has unexpected effects in certain specific environments." "Okay, Dean, that kid will go back now, I'm off." Rain put down the teapot in his hand and left the Dean's research room. Watching Ryan's retreating figure, the Dean lowered his head and pondered for a moment. "It seems I need to make a trip to the Mages Guild for Rain." Thinking of the Mage Guild, the Dean's eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence. As soon as Rain stepped out of the dean's study, he saw a group of mages waiting for him to come out of the study. Hey Ryan, where are you going for lunch? How about coming to my place? I heard you love Azure lobster tails, so I got a ton of them for you yesterday, so you can eat your fill. It's just blue lobster, right? Come eat at my place. Kid, I'll have my granddaughter personally feed you blue lobster. Theo, are you looking for a beating? Ren smiled as he watched the mages arguing in front of him. Although the magicians were being so kind to me, their motives weren't bad. After all, the magicians hoped that he would pass on the magic they had studied all their lives. As an orphan on Earth, he felt a warmth he had never experienced before when faced with such enthusiastic care and concern. Thank you all for your kind offer, but my fiancée is coming this afternoon, so I need to go home. I'll visit you all next time. After hearing Ren's explanation, the mages nodded regretfully. They bid farewell to their teachers one by one, and then, amidst the envious gazes of the few magic students in the academy, they slowly descended the magic staircase. The Gray family's villa restaurant. Today's lunch consists of fengshi steak with a hint of lime, steamed crystal shrimp, and grilled leopard leg meat. The silver cutlery gleamed under the crystal chandelier, and Eve stepped forward to wrap a napkin around Ryan's neck. Ryan still struggled to finish his meal using a knife and fork. Ryan, after you finish eating, go upstairs and tidy up. Your mother has specially prepared a formal dress for you to wear when we meet. After finishing his meal and eating fruit, Ryan nodded upon hearing his father's words. He ate the manjasaka fruit in his hand, clapped his hands, and then took Eve upstairs. Back in his room, Ryan washed up in the bathroom with the help of Eve and his personal maids. As he emerged from the bathroom, Ren looked at his wet hair and waved his hand, instantly enveloping it in a gust of air. Soon, Ryan's hair was dried. Then, with the help of the maids, she changed into a gorgeous outfit. Fred and Lyra had prepared a set of Viscount/noble attire. But Ren frowned as soon as he saw the aristocratic attire. He insisted that Eve change him into one of her usual clothes. Soon the Hill family's carriage procession arrived at the Gray family's manor. Charlie Hill, the patriarch of the Hill family, stepped down from the first carriage in a grand manner. He very politely stepped forward and bowed slightly to Fred and the others in a knightly salute. Good afternoon, Marquis Gray and his wife. Hello, Mr. Ryan. The Hill family is a newly emerging Viscount family, whose status is like the star and the moon compared to the old Marquis family, the Gray family. Charlie respected the difference in their social status. Even now, Ren, who has no title, is equivalent to a Viscount. Of course, this is not the official rule, but a rule among the nobility. Ferd nodded and smiled. All right, Charlie, we're not strangers. You were the 5th captain of my Lion Knights back then, so there's no need to be so polite. Where's Adele? I haven't seen her since I saw her once when she was little. Charlie smiled and waved to the second carriage in the caravan. Adele, your Uncle Ford is calling you. Come out quickly, don't keep him waiting. Everyone turned to look at the second carriage. But the carriage did not move or react at all. Ford turned to look at Charlie in confusion, but Charlie was also puzzled. He quickly walked to the carriage and gently knocked on the carriage door. Adele? But there was still no response from inside the carriage. Seeing that there was still no movement inside the carriage, Charlie quickly crushed the lock on the carriage door and opened it. Fred and his group also looked into the already opened carriage. There was no sign of Adele, only a drugged maid was present. Adele's disappearance immediately threw Charlie into a panic. Among the nobility, face and ceremony are of utmost importance. They had previously agreed to a marriage alliance with the Gray family, but now that Adele has disappeared, isn't that tantamount to standing the Gray family up and slapping them in the face? Charlie had no desire to become enemies with his former commander of the Knights. After all, he had witnessed Fred's ruthlessness towards his enemies. He quickly used his battle aura to wake the unconscious maid. The unconscious maid gradually awoke, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Charlie, the head of the household, looking at her. Startled, she quickly got up from her seat in the carriage and knelt down. Head of the household? You're Adele's personal maid, aren't you? Where's Adele? Charlie asked hurriedly. The maid looked around the carriage and, not seeing her mistress at all, panicked. Master, I don't know either. This morning in the car, the young lady asked me to have dessert with her. After finishing my dessert, I couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep, and then you woke me up, master. Hearing the maid's description, Charlie's anxiety finally subsided. Ferd and Lyra watched with serious expressions as Adele's carriage disappeared. Rain, who was standing to the side, raised an eyebrow at the sudden event. Running away from the wedding? My first time. That's a rare thing. Charlie, I need a reasonable explanation from you. Ford stared at Charlie, his tone very serious. Chapter 17, I just won't go in. Charlie, I need a reasonable explanation from you. Fred's tone was heavy. Although he and Charlie had fought side by side, this matter concerned the reputation of the Gray family. As the head of the Gray family, Fred had to take things seriously. Hearing Ford's words, Charlie, whose eyes had been glazed over, gradually came to his senses. Charlie took a few deep breaths, nodded to Fred, and said nothing. We haven't found any information yet, so making wild interpretations will only make things more confusing. He then searched the carriage for details and clues about Adele's disappearance. As soon as I started searching, I found an envelope in a cabinet under the small table next to me. Charlie quickly took out the letter inside. I checked it immediately. Father, I'm leaving. Harlan is leaving with me. Harlan is my true home. He is kind, brave, and upright. Compared to the notorious Ren, Harlan is like an angel. Although Ren won the duel with Damon, it still doesn't change my opinion of him. I know that doing this will burden the family, but please allow your daughter to be willful this once and freely seek her own love. Love you, Adele. After reading his daughter's letter, Charlie seemed to lose all his strength and slumped into the carriage, muttering, Adele, you've been so foolish. Seeing Charlie emerge from the carriage looking utterly dejected, Ford went up to ask him what was wrong. Charlie, what did you find? Charlie handed the letter to Fred. Mr. Fred, please take a look. As Fred began to examine the contents of the letter, Charlie stood aside and began to explain the situation to him. I don't know when Harlan started contacting Adele, but it must have been several months. I also investigated him. Harlan is a mercenary with a decent reputation, but his character is questionable. He's two-faced. I told Adele long ago that Harlan wasn't a good person, but she just wouldn't believe me. Ever since Mr. Jonas came to my place a few days ago to talk about the engagement, I've kept Adele confined to the house and prevented her from contacting that Harlan. But I never expected that the usually well-behaved Adele would. After listening to Charlie's explanation, Ford handed the letter to Lyra, who frowned as she read it. I never expected that Adele, who has always been so obedient and well-behaved, would do something like this. Charlie, I'm very disappointed in you. It seems that the mundane life you've led in the capital these past few years has made you lose the vigilance you once had in the nights. Hearing what Fred said, Charlie lowered his head. Indeed, it was his mistake to let Adele, a Tier 1 warrior, slip away right under his nose. Lyra looked at Fred and Charlie and said, The most urgent task now is to find Adele as soon as possible. If Adele is still a virgin, the engagement can continue. If she is no longer. Upon hearing this, Rain immediately became displeased. Continue? Mother, you know the mercenary's personality. He's never picky about women. Even if Adele is a virgin, if she is seen naked and touched, wouldn't she still be considered a virgin? Wouldn't I be a sucker? There are also people who have said that I won't go into certain places, and those kinds of things do happen. Ryan's words were utterly blunt and showed no mercy to Charlie, leaving even Fred and Lyra thoughtful after hearing them. Charlie quickly waved his hand. No, young Master Ren. Adele has several magical artifacts on her, and Harlan is only a first-tier warrior. He can't touch Adele at all. What if Adele takes off the magical device herself? Ryan's next words left Charlie speechless. The group stood silently in place. In the end, Lyra gave the order to begin a citywide search for Adele, to find her no matter what. The guards and secret agents of the Hill and Gray families immediately took action, sweeping through the capital like a tidal wave. Such a significant move by the Gray family naturally required reporting to His Majesty the Emperor, and Fred and Charlie immediately went to the palace. As a result, the marriage between Ryan and Adele was called off. With Ford and Charlie gone, Ryan, now free from his engagement, was naturally relieved and carefree. He picked up Cecily from beside him and carried her to his room. Eve, do you want to come with me? Ryan turned to Eve behind him and said flirtatiously. Eve blushed slightly. No, young master. I still need to keep an eye on Miss Adele's affairs for you. Cecily alone is enough to serve you. Of course, if you're not satisfied, you can always come to Eve. Evening, in Ryan's room on the second floor. Looking at Cecily, who had fallen asleep with traces of tears on her face, Ryan gently kissed Cecily's cheek, causing the beauty to hum softly twice. After quietly getting out of bed and changing her clothes, she left her room and saw Alice and Ellie, both blushing, waiting at the door. Judging from the slightly drooling looks in their eyes, you could tell they had been listening outside for quite some time. Ryan put his arms around both of them, letting them lean against his arms. Where are Ellie and Eve? Young master, Sister Eve is in the next room. Ellie's sweet voice came from within Rain's arms. Looking at Ellie's soft and delicate appearance, even Rain, who was in a state of enlightenment, felt a little craving. Ellie let out a soft moan as she felt her young master's hand gradually moving upwards from her waist. Pushing open the door to the room next to hers, she saw Eve looking at something on her desk with a notebook in her hand. The opening of the door gradually brought Eve back to her senses. Eve put down the documents in her hand and reported to Ryan. Young master, Miss Adele has still not been found. The family head and the others even suspect that Adele has already left the city. Ren raised an eyebrow. It's been so long, and they still haven't found it? Use tracking magic or a tracking magic device. The patriarch immediately asked a mage to use tracking magic, but it had no effect. Rain led the two women to sit on the bed next to him and listened to Eve's report with narrowed eyes. If even tracking magic didn't work, then there are only two possibilities. First, Adele had already left the city and was quite far away. Secondly, there's that magical device called Harlan that has anti-tracking capabilities. Do you have portraits of Adele and Harlem? Yes. Eve found 2 sheets of paper in a stack of documents next to her desk and unfolded them to show Ryan. Looking at Adele in the portrait, I couldn't help but sigh. TSK, she is indeed a little beauty, but after memorizing their faces, Ryan carried them back and laid down on the soft bed. Eve, I'm hungry. Go tell the kitchen to make me something to eat. Ryan rubbed his slightly deflated stomach. Okay, what would you like to eat, young master? Anything is fine. Okay. Eve got up and went downstairs to the kitchen. Before long, Eve pushed a food cart into the room, and Ryan ate the freshly made, still steaming dinner with the help of Alice and Ellie. Chapter 18: Adele's Elopement. Let's go back to noon. Adele, who had escaped from the Hill family's caravan, walked alone in the royal city. Wangxing South, number 173 Goofing Street, Villa. She silently recited the address that her brother Harlan had once told her. Walking through the working-class district, Adele, dressed in gorgeous clothes, naturally attracted everyone's attention. But people only glanced at him briefly before avoiding him like the plague. Because every now and then some noble ladies or gentlemen would sneak out to play. It's good that I wasn't seriously injured. But what if something goes wrong? It's always the ordinary people living nearby who suffer. Adele searched for a long time before finally finding Harlan's villa. Looking at the slightly dilapidated wooden door, Adele knocked on it. A familiar voice rang out in the courtyard. Who is it? However, she did not respond, because she wanted to give Harlan a surprise. Harlan grew impatient after not hearing a reply for a long time. Who the hell is it? Speak up. He cursed a couple of times, walked to the wooden door, and opened it. When Harlan opened the wooden door and saw Adele standing outside, he froze on the spot. At that moment, Harlan's brain completely shut down. Oh, Adele? Adele was quite pleased with Harlan's surprised expression. Harlan, Adele has come to see you. Harlan, realizing what was happening, quickly led Adele inside. Adele, what are you doing here? Harlan broke out in a cold sweat. Upon hearing Harlan's question, Adele realized what he meant and hurriedly replied anxiously. Brother Harlan, I ran away from home. Let's elope. You take me out of the royal city, and we'll live together forever. Hearing Adele say the word elope, Harlan felt as if the sky was falling. Yes, he initially approached Adele with the intention of becoming a son-in-law of the Hill family, thereby gaining access to the nobility. He is very talented. After all, with just a low-level, unknown breathing technique, one can reach the level of a first-tier advanced warrior at this age. The Hill family might not necessarily refuse. Then, with the resources and status of the Hill family, he might even be able to compete with the Empire's top geniuses in the future. But when the Hill family's secret guards found him and warned him that Adele was already engaged to Rain, he then dissuaded Adele from her idea. Instead, they went to look for the daughters of other nobles. After all, how could a commoner like him compare to the Marquis family, the Grey family? It is the lion of the Empire. Now Adele appears before him, saying she wants to elope with him. He couldn't even imagine how angry Ryan, who was known for his spoiled and violent nature, would be. If he were caught, he would be subjected to cruel treatment, and even death might be a luxury. Even the Grey family and the Hill family won't let him off the hook. Harlan stared blankly at Adele, who was engrossed in her own glamorous world. Grandma, you're not trying to elope with me. Harlan, you're trying to kill me. This completely contradicts the original purpose of approaching Adele. He just wanted to curry favor with the nobility. He didn't intend to provoke them. Even if Harlan sends Adele back now, neither of the two families will let him off the hook. Harlan narrowed his eyes. He was going to die either way. Looking at Adele's graceful figure. Why not savor the taste of nobility before you die? But Harlan soon sighed. During the months he had been in contact with Adele, he had already learned that Adele was protected by several kinds of magical artifacts. Forcing it is simply impossible. Deception won't work either, since he had already tried to force the issue beforehand. Then, to preserve his daughter's chastity, Charlie would take him as his son-in-law. However, Adele was very conservative in that regard and said that it could only be done on their wedding night. This left him completely at a loss. Moreover, He now needs Adele's cooperation, otherwise they will be found soon. He took a cloak from his magical artifact and handed it to Adele. Adele, quickly put on this cloak. This cloak can eliminate your presence, otherwise your father will be able to find you through tracking magic in a short time. Upon hearing the words, tracking magic, Adele quickly nodded and put on her cloak. Then, he used his fighting spirit to make the cloak eliminate his aura. After seeing Adele put on the cloak, Harlan quickly led Adele out of his house through the back door. The two wandered through hidden alleyways. His home was no longer safe, and he had to run away as soon as possible if he didn't want to be found immediately. Fortunately, people wearing cloaks are quite common in the civilian district. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to run away with Adele in such a crowded and chaotic situation. Soon after, Harlan led Adele to a secluded location known only to himself. In the basement of an inconspicuous courtyard in the civilian district near the city walls. This is where he once hid from his enemies. In the cave dug beneath the courtyard, Harlan retrieved a tattered scroll from his magical artifact. It was an extremely precious teleportation scroll that he obtained from the antique and relic market. This teleportation scroll can be used a total of 3 times. When he received it, he only had 2 chances to use it left. Some time ago, he used it again when he accidentally entered the territory of a fire monster. This teleportation scroll has 1 last use remaining. Although he could now use a scroll to teleport out of the royal city and disappear into the vicinity of the royal city. Even if the 2 families are very powerful, they wouldn't expend a lot of manpower and resources to find him. However, Harlan was very unwilling to accept this. Even the whites of his eyes were bloodshot. He had already planned out his future, but it was all ruined like this. Now they must be treated like dogs and never allowed to enter the royal city again. This made him extremely angry and resentful. Does this mean that ordinary people will never have a chance to rise up? With that in mind, Harlan decided to go all out. After all, even if they fail, they still have teleportation scrolls as a backup. Brother Harlan, when are we leaving the royal city? Adele's voice interrupted Harlan's thoughts. Harlan's veins throbbed. Leave the capital? That's fucking dangerous. The capital is probably under strict lockdown right now. Although he wanted to curse, he forced a smile and suppressed his anger. We'll have to wait a while, sweetie. Once this period is over, I'll take you far away. Hearing Harlan's grand promises, Adele nodded happily. Harlan now needs to keep Adele calm, in order not to reveal their location, and also for the crazy plan that had just formed in his mind. After settling Adele in, Harlan refined his plan in his mind. Chapter 19: A Man's Best Helper, Little Green Bottle. The next morning, Rain awoke to the warmth and comfort of a beautiful woman. After waking up early for several days, Ryan had developed a biological clock. He yawned with his eyes half closed, and Ren could even smell the faint milky scent lingering on his face. Several personal maids had been waiting by the bed for a long time. Because Ellie was always being held by Ryan while sleeping, she got out of bed with Ryan. Several maids patted Ellie's smooth little bottom and teased her. Ellie, you have such a great figure. No wonder the young master liked you the most last night. Yeah, I even slept holding you. You woke up late today. If Sister Eve finds out, she'll definitely fine you. Ellie blushed and searched for her underwear on the ground. Although the maids were teasing Ari, the deep envy in their eyes was obvious to everyone. All right, I like every one of you young masters. Come on, help the young master change his clothes. Hearing that the maids had stopped teasing Ellie, they came to Rain's side and helped him get dressed. After getting dressed, the maid Maeve went out of the room and pushed the food cart parked outside into the room. After finishing his meal, Ren kissed the maids goodbye and went downstairs to head to the academy. Young master, we've arrived at the academy. Drake's voice rang out. Rain opened the car door and slowly got out, taking out the course schedule the dean had given him from his magic ring and looking at it. Today, Grandma Chili is giving him a lesson. Thinking of her kind and capable grandmother, Ryan smiled faintly. After putting away the timetable, he slowly walked towards the mage tower. If the older generation knew about Ren's idea, they would definitely be puzzled for a while, and then burst into laughter. The witch who once killed countless people with her poison magic is now called kind? Ha. As soon as I entered the mage tower, I saw Chili sitting at a tea table in the hall with a girl. Ryan stepped forward to greet her. Grandma, what are you doing here? And who is this? Ryan, you're here right on time. Please have a seat. Chili beckoned for Ren to sit down, poured him a cup of hot tea, and then introduced herself to him. Rain, this is my student Carly. She has the same poison talent as me, and you two will be taking classes together from now on. Carly Richard quickly stood up and bowed slightly to Ryan. Young Master Rayleigh, hello. My name is Carly Richard. It will be nice to meet you in the future. Looking at Carly, who resembled a girl from a modest family, Ryan waved his hand. gesturing for her to sit down. Yes, please give me your guidance. But there's no need to be so nervous, I don't eat people. Seeing that the two got along quite well, Chi Li's eyes showed even more joy. Alright, now that you two know each other, let's go upstairs and start class. Chili finished her black tea, got up, and walked ahead. The two of them also got up and followed behind Chili. Chili gradually slowed down her walking speed and walked side by side with the two of them. Ryan, I heard your fiancé. Chili did not continue speaking. Ryan understood what his grandmother meant. It's okay, Grandma. Say whatever you want, I don't mind. Indeed, my fiancé eloped with a mercenary named Harlan. However, I didn't really feel anything, since we got engaged because of Sophia. Now that the wedding is off, I feel much more relaxed. Chili, who was initially angry with Ren, gradually calmed down when she saw that Ren didn't seem to care much. Well, it's good that you don't care. That Adele is blind. Once we find her and Harlem, Grandma will get revenge for you. As they chatted, they arrived at Chili's research lab. As soon as he entered Chili's research room, Ren's eyes widened in surprise. The lab was full of bottles and jars, containing all sorts of poisons. Inside the iron cage, there were several people who were tied up tightly. Seeing Ren's surprised expression, Chili smiled. Ren, you probably haven't used poison magic before. Seeing that Ren nodded, Kiri patted Carly on the shoulder. Carly, explain poison magic to Ren. Okay, teacher. Carly adjusted her round glasses and nodded. Young Master Ren, poison magic requires not only that the magician master the manipulation of toxins, but also that he understands the structure of various toxins. By manipulating magic and using magic circles, one can create toxins that one knows about. After gaining a certain understanding of a large number of toxins, one can subtly alter their properties and toxicity through magical intervention. Before long, Carly finished explaining the basics of simple poison magic to Ren. Having a basic understanding of poison magic, Ren also understood why there were so many poisonous substances in the research room. What about the people inside? Oh, those were for testing poison. They were all death row inmates from the Empire. Chili gestured for Ryan to sit down first, and she sat down opposite him. Ryan, give me your hand. You look a little pale. Let me take a look. Rain wasn't surprised that Grandma Chili knew medicine. After all, which person who dealt with poisons didn't know some medical skills? Not to mention that Chili was a top-ranking imperial physician. Rain handed his right hand to Chili. Chili grasped Ren's hand and used magic to examine his physical condition. Before long, Chili understood Rain's physical condition and showed a faint smile of someone who had been through it all. It's nothing, but Ren, here you go. Chili took a small green bottle from her magic ring and handed it to Ren. Here, this is a kind of pill that Grandma, made. One pill a day can not only replenish lost energy, but also nourish the body and replenish vital energy. Long-term consumption can also strengthen the body's foundation and nourish yang energy, and remove hidden injuries. Listening to Grandma Chili's introduction, Ryan immediately became very interested in the little green bottle in his hand. Really? Grandma, you're the best. Rain hugged Grandma Chili with delight. Chili patted Ryan on the back affectionately. Carly stared blankly at the small green bottle in Ryan's hand. Even when His Majesty the Emperor asked his teacher for some, the teacher would only give him 1 or 2 each time. But when they got to Ren, they just gave them a whole bottle? Rain didn't know, but she did know how difficult it was to make one of these pills and how precious the materials were. The teacher's affection for Ryan even made Carly feel that Ryan was Kiri's grandson. After the brief interlude ended, Chili began to teach the two of them. Because Rain was new to poison magic and didn't know much about it, Kiri kindly explained it slowly, making it easy to understand. This is the poison of the roasted civet grass. The poison of the roasted civet grass will make the poisoned person feel as if their whole body is being burned. He led the two to the iron cage, and almost instantly a unique magic circle appeared in his hand. In an instant, a jet black needle appeared from the magic circle and pierced the leg of the person in the iron cage. The person who was hit by the needle immediately made a whimpering sound from their covered mouth, as if they were enduring some great pain. Chi Li's expression remained unchanged as she continued to explain to the two that while being poisoned by the scorching fox grass would not result in immediate death, it would be a fate worse than death. But there's always a cure for everything. Besides the fact that the fruit of the lycoperdon can counteract the poison of the lycoperdon, the fruit of the lycoperdon can also be used to counteract its effects. The venom of the frostbite snake can also neutralize the poison of the roasted civet grass. Chili formed another magic circle and fired a poison needle at the poisoned person. Soon the man stopped struggling and collapsed in the iron cage, panting heavily. The venom of the scaled scorpion is a psychoactive toxin. While it doesn't cause physical damage, It can lead to dementia or madness. The morning passed gradually as Chile introduced various poisons and their corresponding toxicities and the wails of the people in the iron cage. All right, it's noon now, so let's stop here for today. Rain quickly poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Chile, who took it and sat down on a chair to drink it slowly. Grandma Chile, I'll be going now? Okay, you're so impatient. You need to learn to control yourself. Chile thought that Rain wanted to test the effects of the pills, so she quickly advised against it. Setting down the teapot, Rain scratched his head without offering any explanation. Hee, Grandma Chile, I'll be going now. If you need anything, just send someone to the Gray family to find me. I'll definitely take care of it for you. Okay, go ahead. Carly, I'm leaving. Yes, young Master Ryan. Rain greeted Carly, who was cleaning the research room, and then left the Mage Tower. Chapter 20. The lingerie arrived, but there was a slight mishap. At noon, dark clouds obscured the sun. The weather was gloomy, as if a torrential downpour was about to begin. As Ren walked through the academy after leaving the Mage's Tower, several attractive female and female students would still occasionally come to hand him love letters. After putting the love letter into his magic ring, Rain calculated the time. It's been 2 days now. I wonder if Damon actually managed to steal Sophia's underwear. If he doesn't get his underwear today, Damon won't be able to explain it to the God of Warriors. At best, it will dissipate all fighting spirit. At worst, it will endanger life. As soon as he reached the academy gate, Ren sensed something was wrong. It's too deserted. Although people are still coming and going, it's nothing like the scene of the past. Even the Ward family's carriage wasn't nearby. Even though none of the other members of the Ward family came, Sophia, the cultivation fanatic, also took leave. The scene at the academy gate puzzled Ren greatly. Although he came out a little late today, it shouldn't be this deserted. Drake, who was anxiously peering into the academy from the entrance, finally saw the Ren he had been longing for. He quickly ran to Ryan's side. Young master, you've finally come out. I heard that Harlan, who eloped with Miss Adele, has appeared in the central square of the royal city. After hearing Drake's explanation, Ren immediately understood what those noble children had been up to. It turns out they all went to the central square to watch the excitement. Without saying anything more, Ren quickly got into the carriage. Drake immediately drove the carriage toward the central square of the royal city. Central Square. Harlem is standing under the statue at the very center of the central square. Facing the Gray family and the Hill family, who were the first to arrive at the central square after receiving the news and were eyeing him covetously. Other nobles who came to watch the spectacle also arrived one after another. Harlem felt a strange sense of accomplishment under the gaze of everyone, which made him confident that he could completely control the situation. Harlan was incredibly excited as he thought about what he was going to do. As more and more people gathered in the central square, Harlan felt he could begin. Harlan gave Charlie a standard warrior's salute. Viscount Hill, how have you been? Charlie didn't say a word and immediately rushed towards Harlan, wanting to capture him first. If Harlan is captured, his daughter's location can be forced out of him, and he, having served in the military for many years, is confident of this. Seeing Charlie rushing towards him, Harlan immediately took out a stone from his magic device. Harlan's magical artifact immediately drew gasps from the crowd. Magical artifacts are extremely expensive and rare. I never expected that a mercenary like Harlan would have one. Stop. Viscount Hill, do you want your daughter Adele's nude images to be shown in front of so many people? Upon hearing Harlan's words, Charlie immediately stopped in his tracks and stared grimly at the stone in Harlan's hand. A photo stone? Impossible. Adele has 3 protective treasures on her. With your strength, you scumbag, there's no way you could have recorded the footage. Is that so? Is Viscount Hill betting that my memory stone is empty? Although Harlan appeared calm and confident, he was actually extremely nervous inside. After all, he knew better than anyone what was in the memory stone. Charlie stared intently at the photographic stone in Harlan's hand. He really couldn't gamble on his daughter's innocence. By the way, don't even think about finding a high-level assassin to capture me. This image recording stone is very special. It's already bound to me. Even if I die or am captured, I can still control it and play its contents. Looking at the composed Harlan, Charlie remained silent for a moment before slowly retreating behind Ford. After staring at Harlan in front of him, Ford waved his hand, signaling Jonas, who was about to make a move, to come back, and then slowly spoke. Since you're here with this so-called photo stone, are you here to negotiate? Go ahead and say something. Marquis Gray has a keen eye. I am indeed here to negotiate terms. Fred did not answer him. He gazed thoughtfully at the central square, which was surrounded by a group of nobles and many commoners. Harlan's composure suggests he has already planned his escape route. However, relying solely on the recording stone in his hand, He could not possibly continue to threaten them and escape the pursuit of the two families. There is only one way to get out unscathed. Spatial magic. Ford lowered his head and whispered instructions to Jonas beside him. Jonas, go and get that space-sealing treasure from the family and seal off the space near the central square. Jonas immediately understood and vanished as a shadow. At that moment, Drake also drove his carriage to the central square. Drake, seeing the dense crowd surrounding the central square, quickly called out to shoo them away. Everyone move aside. We are not responsible for any collisions. Upon seeing that it was the Gray family's carriage, everyone quickly made way for it to lead to the innermost part of the road. Drake quickly brought Ren to the side of the family head, Fred. Rain stepped down from the carriage and asked, "Father, what's the situation now? Why are we at a stalemate?" Then Ford told Ryan what had just happened. After learning what had happened, Ryan stood aside and watched the spectacle, as if it had nothing to do with him. After a short while, Ford looked at Harlan and slowly spoke. "What do you want?" An advanced breathing technique and 10 third-tier battle-related treasures. Harlan stated his requirements. Haha, kid, the Gray family is so rich and you only want this little bit? You've never seen anything like it. Brant, the head of the Mick family, who had always been at odds with Fiddle, watched the spectacle with amusement. Harlan did not speak upon hearing this. If he's asking for too much, exceeding Adele's actual value and causing the Hill family to give up entirely, then why is he even bothering with this? He just wanted to grab as much treasure as possible and run away. Ferd glanced at Brant once before looking away. Hearing Harlan's words that there was no carriage prepared and that he was not allowed to follow, he realized that Harlan had made no such condition. Ford increasingly felt that Harlan possessed a rare teleportation scroll, though he didn't know its exact grade. Sure, but you need to tell me Adele's location first. Marquis Gray, please be patient. Once the goods arrive, I will inform you of Adele's location. Brant chuckled when he saw that neither of them was paying attention to him, and felt bored. After staring at Harlan for a while, Ford gradually looked away. Just wait and see. Time passed slowly, and the clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker. It was as if a massive storm was about to break. Jonas returned to Ford's side shortly afterward. Master, the area near the central square has been sealed off. Upon hearing this, Fred nodded immediately, signaling to Charlie that the things could be taken out. Charlie nodded and gave a look to the guard beside him. A short while later, 2 Hill family guards slowly walked into the central square carrying a box. As Ren was engrossed in watching, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Young Master Ryan, the agreement between you and young Master Damon has been fulfilled. Here is what you requested. The man handed Ren a very exquisite box. Ren immediately examined the box, presumably containing Sophia's underwear. Seeing that the time was ripe and everything was here, Ford said, "Now you should tell me where Adele is." Harlan smiled slightly. "Of course, but I would like something else, which will not be of much trouble to you, Marquis Gray." Harlan's sudden price increase immediately made Ford frown and say, "I want the box that young Master Ren is holding right now." Chapter 21. You're talking nonsense. Harlan was extremely confident in his sudden decision. The contents of that box piqued the interest of even a noble young master like Ren. It must be a good product. Even if he can't use magical treasures, he can still sell them for a good price. Harlan had barely finished speaking. In an instant, the central square fell silent, and everyone present looked at Ren. He watched as Ren examined the box with great interest. They all seemed to be wondering what was inside the box. Only Brant kept suppressing his laughter. Others may not know what's in the box, but he certainly does. Brant stepped back into the family group, trying to minimize his presence. Don't find me. After the matter of the box was discovered, Ryan would also reveal the secret to Damon. He didn't want to face Fabian Ward, who was a doting father to his daughter. Meanwhile, Rain, who was examining the box, listened to Harlan's words with a strange expression. It's funny, all these years, I, Ren, have always been the one taking what others have. Who would have thought that today? Are you sure you want my things? I'm afraid you're not destined for it. Ryan rubbed the box with his hand and squinted at Harlan. Haha, young Master Ryan, aren't I risking my life? Harlan retorted to Ryan. No one knew what was in the box, but judging from Ren's expression and tone, the box must contain something very precious. Ford looked at Charlie beside him, seemingly wanting to say something, but then hesitated. He then went to Ryan's side and whispered something. Ryan, what's in the box? Hearing his father's question, Ryan didn't know how to answer. Is it supposed to be Sophia's underwear? Wouldn't Fred just spank him right there and then? Even if Ford didn't take any action after finding out, what about Sophia? Don't forget that Sophia is still watching the show by the head of the Ward family. Father, what's inside can't be handed over anyway. Ryan didn't reveal what was inside, but his attitude was clear. He would never hand it over. If so many people saw his underwear, how could he, Ryan, possibly save face, even though he didn't have much face to lose anyway? Give him the box first, and see what Harlan is up to. I guarantee he won't get away. The surrounding space has been sealed off. Even if he grew wings today, he couldn't escape. Although Ford didn't want to make things difficult for his son, he had no choice but to discuss it with Ryan, given that he had once been a subordinate of his. But Ren's attitude was extremely firm. No, Frederick was helpless. A fourth-tier treasure. Ryan's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression, but he remained unmoved. Fifth order. As soon as Fred finished speaking, Ryan's eyes lit up. Forget about saving face. Nothing beats a treasure. A fifth-tier treasure requires at least 10,000 source points. Really? Ren was a little unsure, afraid that Lao Deng would change his mind. Oh well. Harlan said excitedly as he saw that Fred and Ryan had finished their discussion. How about it, young Master Ren? Ryan was fiddling with the box and didn't even glance at Harlan. It's not impossible to give it to you, but you'll need to exchange it for the memory stone you have. Harlan was taken aback after hearing this, then said, Of course. Then I asked Viscount Hill to find an ordinary person to bring these things to me. Charlie waved his hand, and immediately a guard found an ordinary person in the crowd. The man came to Harlan with 2 boxes, one large and one small. Okay, just leave it here. You can go now. Harlan watched the man delivering the box warily. After putting down the box, the man returned to Charlie to collect his reward. Harlan, always on guard, opened the box containing the treasures and breathing techniques to inspect them. After confirming that everything was correct, he stored the breathing technique and the treasure into his magical artifact. He then picked up the exquisite little box belonging to Ren from the ground. He was curious to see what this treasure could make Ren so excited. Seeing Harlan about to open the box, Ryan spoke up to interrupt him. Give me the photo stone. Don't rush, young Master Ren. I'll take a look at what's inside and then give it to you. Harlan smiled and slowly opened the box, revealing its contents. Wow, a golden legend. Upon opening the box, a beam of white light seemed to emanate from it. Looking at the contents of the box, Harlan almost lost his breath and froze. Underwear? A pure white bra and panties with a small bow. A thunderclap echoed in the sky in perfect unison. It struck a chord in everyone's hearts. The next instant, everyone, including Harlan, looked at Ryan. Faced with the strange looks from the crowd, Ren blushed slightly, coughed twice, and then turned his head to the side. Everyone's eyes first showed shock, then confusion, and then relief after looking at Ren. Okay, that's so Ryan. They might have been puzzled if it were someone else, but they weren't surprised by it. Ford looked at Rain, and his lips twitched. This underwear, which no one knew, had tricked him into giving him a fifth-tier treasure. Wow, Ren, you really know how to rip me off. Incredulous, Harlan continued rummaging through the other items in the box. Finally, he discovered something else. A note. Harlan picked up the note and, as if possessed, read it aloud. Is Sophia wearing pink underwear today? Another thunderclap struck everyone's hearts. Then everyone turned their attention to Sophia and Fabian. Fabian and Sophia were also taken aback. Did the gossip get back to haunt you? But Fabian quickly realized what was happening. You're talking nonsense. Fabian, who was always very gentlemanly, roared in anger. He immediately took out his spear and threw it at Harlan. She wanted to kill the person who had slandered her daughter. Neither Charlie nor Fred had anticipated this scenario. Fred rushed forward to defend him. However, Harlan had long been terrified by Fabian's astonishing killing intent. He quickly used a teleportation scroll and disappeared instantly. Harlan's teleportation scroll was extremely advanced. Even the treasures in the closed space of the Ford family couldn't stop it. After catching Fabian's spear, Fred stared at the spot where Harlan had disappeared, his veins bulging. They got away? Just then, a ray of sunlight shone through the dark clouds in the sky, shining directly onto the white underwear that Harlan hadn't taken away. The white underwear shimmered in the sunlight. It seemed to be the only bright spot in the world. This immediately startled everyone present, who then turned their attention to Ren. Rain, who had just arrived at the spot where Harlan had disappeared and was picking up the underwear from the ground, was slightly taken aback. Pick up the photo stone from the ground and take a detour. This photo stone is empty. The little brat lied to me. Hopefully, this will shift the topic away from underwear. When Ryan tried to change the subject, no one paid any attention. Fabian stared intently at Ren like an eagle. Ryan, you need to explain the underwear thing. Seeing Fabian's dangerous expression, Ren quickly hid behind Ford. Uncle Fabian, you can't listen to that scoundrel, Rain said innocently. Only that person saw the words on that note. We have no idea what was written on it. Fabian narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and immediately began searching for the note, but to no avail. because the note had already been taken away by Harlem's teleportation. Ford, standing to the side, also looked at Ryan with a dangerous expression. You little brat, I told you not to mess with Sophia, didn't you listen? Wait till we get home, you'll get a good spanking. Want a 5th-tier treasure? I'd rather slap you 500 times. Suddenly, Ren sensed something. Father, quickly break the spatial seal, quick. Everyone was taken aback by Ren's sudden seriousness. Ford quickly realized what was happening and gave Jonas a look. Jonas instantly transformed into streaks of black shadow and vanished. Soon after, Ren felt the seal on the space come off. Rain immediately used teleportation to follow the silver thread in his eyes. The silver threads disappeared quickly, and Ren's movement speed was also extremely fast. The heads of the families looked at each other, even though this matter had little to do with Brant, the head of the Mick family. But the group still managed to catch up with Ryan. Looking at the silver threads, Ren immediately thought of what the dean had said. Spatial magic perception. Chapter 22, Capturing Harlan. With Rain teleporting away and the various clan leaders leaving, the farce in the central square finally came to an end. The nobles and commoners who had been watching the spectacle also left the scene one after another. Sophia boarded the carriage with her maid, but she was still unable to calm down. She desperately wanted to deny that the lingerie wasn't hers, but it seemed to be true, because the style of the underwear was indeed the type she wore. Moreover, her clothes were usually custom-made by the family tailor, and she was rarely the same as anyone else. And that note was indeed correct. She was wearing pink underwear today. Sophia opened the car window and stared in the direction Ryan had left, gritting her teeth. Lecher. Shameless. Rogue. The maid, observing her mistress's state, understood that the underwear truly did belong to her. Rain used teleportation to move through the air, with the heads of several major families following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the royal city wall. There is no airspace in the royal city. The guards of the royal city were about to order the group of people who were moving rapidly in the sky to come down. Hello? Before he could say anything, his captain covered his mouth. Are you out of your mind? Take a good look at who those people are. They are the heads of several major families. Even the Imperial Guards don't dare to stop them. Are you looking for death? The man was clearly new here. He quickly covered his mouth and watched the group leave the city with a look of surprise. Teleportation consumes a lot of magic power, and spatial magic power in the air is relatively scarce. If it weren't for the Heavenly Abyss meditation technique constantly and passively replenishing Rain's magic power, Rain's frequent use of teleportation has long since depleted his magic power. Before long, Rain led the heads of several families to a forest outside the royal city, and the spatial magic fluctuations disappeared here. At the source of the disappearing spatial magic fluctuations, Ren discovered a damaged scroll. There was also a note. Upon seeing the note, Ren quickly and secretly hid it in his magical device. He couldn't let Fabian behind him find out, otherwise Ren would have no way to defend himself. Now we can only put all the blame on Harlem. It was his own fault for insisting on having the box. He took it and then opened it in public. Father, Harlan should be nearby. He can't have gone too far. Ryan showed the tattered scroll he had picked up from the ground to the others. Brant, the head of the Mick family, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scroll in Rain's hand. This kid actually managed to track it down? Based solely on the faint magical fluctuations recorded in the book? In an instant, his opinion of Ryan rose even higher. Fabian seemed even more anxious than Fred. In that case, let's split up and search. He seemed determined to kill Harlem. Brant nodded thoughtfully, wishing he could find Harlan first. We could ask Fred for some good things, such as a share of the molten rock veins. Immediately afterwards, the group each chose a direction and began searching for Harlan's whereabouts. As the heads of the major families began to take action, Rain narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the scroll in his hand. Even though the scroll was damaged and unusable, it still contained a considerable amount of source energy in Ren's eyes. This scroll is truly extraordinary. Harlan is incredibly lucky. Ren smiled slightly, but you can't escape today. One of the many magic circles in his eyes suddenly lit up. A faint, dark golden magic appeared in Ren's hand and enveloped the scroll. Breath tracking technique. There must still be traces of Harlan's aura on this scroll. Using the aura tracking technique at this time will surely allow us to find Harlan. Sure enough, after the dark golden magic enveloped the scroll, it slowly floated up and moved in one direction. Ren increased the magic transmission, and the scroll floated faster, with Ren following closely behind. Somewhere in the forest, Harlan sat in a secluded tree hollow, incredibly excited. Ha ha ha, what kind of noble is he, a 6th-tier moon-level expert? He still got played by me, he. Harlan felt a strange sense of accomplishment every time he looked through the treasures inside the magical artifact. After the initial excitement, Harlan gradually calmed down. I can't stay in the Empire any longer, so I'll go to the Polax Federation. I've heard that everyone is equal there, and only talent and strength matter. Once I've mastered my cultivation, I'll trample the Gray family and the Ward family under my feet. Harlan fantasized about returning to the Empire, stepping on the powerful families, and coercing the Emperor to take the princess. It's a pity you probably won't be able to cultivate. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Harlan. This immediately made Harlan's hair stand on end. Who? Harlan turned around and saw Ryan looking at him with amusement at the entrance of the tree hole. The magic on the tattered scroll beside him gradually dissipated. Harlan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one else around Ryan. Although he had heard that Rain had defeated a first-tier high-level warrior, that was a battle between nobles. A nobleman's son like Ren might never have even seen blood. Young Master Ren, you're still relentlessly pursuing me. Harlan's tone suddenly changed from polite to fierce. Since that's the case, then let me see you off. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in Harlan's hand, and he rushed towards Ren. Seeing Harlan rushing towards him, Ren waved his hand and unleashed a scorching flame spell. The scorching flame magic rushed towards Harlan with an extremely terrifying temperature. Seeing Ren's fire magic, Harlan sneered, used his left arm to block, and then attacked Ren. The scorching flame magic collided with Harlan's. However, the fire magic in the scorching flame spell seemed to be in fear, and it dissipated as soon as it touched Harlan's left arm. This sudden turn of events caught Ryan off guard. Fire magic is ineffective. Just as Ren was stunned, Harlan had already approached Ren, his long sword gleaming as he slashed at Ren. As the long sword was about to fall, another magic circle lit up in Ren's eyes. The demonic wind resisted. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind rippled around Ren, instantly blowing Harlan away. Harlan, who was blown away, staggered a few steps. Harlan looked at Ren, who was edged with a faint dark gold magic, and put away his earlier underestimation of him. Then they launched an attack on Ren. After several attempts to probe, Ryan finally noticed Harlan's unusual behavior. They are only immune to fire elemental magic. Harlan might be the natural enemy of those who only have the talent for fire magic. But for Ren, who has all attribute talents, even if he doesn't have fire magic, he still has lightning magic and light magic. Soon, the tree hollow was blasted to pieces by Rain's magic. The battlefield has also shifted to the forest. Because of his teleportation ability, Harlan couldn't even get close to Ren. Harlan began to use the forest terrain to his advantage and deal with Rain. But Ren was clearly not buying it. Every move he made was a wide-range area of effect spell. Before long, Harlan was beaten into incapacitated by Rain. Seeing Harlan unconscious from exhaustion, Rain released the thunder spear from his hand. He wanted to capture, not kill. After all, Adele's whereabouts are still unknown. As the battle came to an end, the Marquises watching from the sky all marveled at Ren's overwhelming strength. A beginner-level first-tier fighter effortlessly defeats an advanced-level first-tier fighter. Such combat power is rare even within the Empire. Chapter 23 Secret Realm. Rain took out a specially made pair of shackles from his magical device and used magic to remotely control and lock Harlan's hands. These specially made shackles can suppress the fighting spirit of the person being locked up. It was specially manufactured by the Empire to imprison prisoners with fighting spirit. Only after Harlan was locked up did it mean that Harlan had completely lost his fighting ability. Ryan stepped forward and unloaded Harlan's equipment and weapons. While searching through other equipment, Ren unexpectedly found a long feather on Harlan's left arm. The cloth was tied to Harlan's left arm. Although the ancient books did not provide an energy index, however, its vibrant red color reveals its exceptional quality. Moreover, the fire magic on this feather was extremely pure. When Rain used his magic eye to examine it, he even felt as if he saw a small sun. After thinking for a moment, Rain immediately conjured a small fireball in his hand and shot it at the feather. Sure enough, the small fireball gradually dissipated to the sides of the feather before it even made contact with it. The fire magic seemed to be afraid of this feather. Ren smiled. It turns out that Harlan's immunity to fire magic is the function of this feather. He then put the feather into his magic ring without hesitation. Confiscated, all confiscated. The 10 Tier 3 treasures from the Harlan ring were also all stored in the magic ring. Aside from these 10 treasures, Harlan's magical artifacts still contain many strange and unusual items. Although he didn't know its purpose, Ryan still pocketed it all. After all, Harlan has quite a few treasures in his possession. Previous high-quality teleportation scrolls and specially made image-remembering stones. Now, the mysterious feathers on his body. If we were to use Earth's terminology, this would definitely be considered a child of great fortune. Thinking of this, Ren immediately pouted. This makes him seem like a villain. But his hands didn't stop moving at all. After searching Harlan's entire body, they finally found a necklace around his neck. After storing it in his magic ring, Harlan slowly woke up. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the shackles that bound him, but then a glimmer of light appeared. Young Master Ren, you've won. I can tell you Adele's location, and I can even give you a chance. Could you spare my life? Rain raised an eyebrow. He was intrigued that the young prodigy could call it an opportunity. A stroke of luck? Tell me about it. Seeing that Ryan was quite interested, Harlan was immediately delighted, but looked troubled. Young Master Ren, this isn't appropriate. I can tell you Adele's location first, but this matter concerns my life. Ryan nodded and first tried to find out Adele's location. Where's Adele? Harlan did not hesitate at all. It's located underground in a small courtyard near the western city wall of the royal city. The courtyard isn't numbered, but there are 2 surth trees in front of it, so it's easy to find. Ryan nodded, then grabbed the chain connecting the shackles and was about to take Harlan back. Harlan panicked immediately, thinking of the noble's punishments, which were truly worse than death, and quickly said, slowly, young Master Ren, is there still a chance for something? Ryan didn't stop moving. Go ahead and talk. Let's talk as we walk. Harlan looked troubled. Young Master Ren, could you please let me go first? I guarantee that the opportunity is extraordinary. After saying that, seeing that Ren was unmoved, he immediately became anxious. Young Master Ren, that opportunity is related to a secret realm. The moment the words secret realm were uttered, the forest seemed to freeze for a moment. Rain's eyes were filled with disbelief as he slowly turned to look at Harlan. Even the people in the sky stopped talking. Fred was the first to react, looking at the 2 people beside him. This is a golden opportunity for the younger generation. You old folks can't possibly steal it. How can this be? As the saying goes, those who see it should share it. Fabian and I have worked so hard to help your Gray family find this Harlan. Shouldn't we have earned our credit for our efforts? Brant was clearly agitated. Fabian nodded repeatedly in agreement. You old fool, you're really getting worse as you get older, actually trying to steal things from the younger generation. Ford pointed at the shameless Brant. I haven't settled the score with you yet for Damon and Ren's duel. Come on, let's settle it all now. After saying that, Ferd was about to attack Brant. Upon seeing this, Fabian quickly stopped Fred and acted as a good Samaritan. Fred, the matter of the secret realm is of utmost importance. Every appearance of a secret realm is accompanied by a large number of treasures, which Rain himself cannot protect. Bullshit. Do you think my Gray family is just for show? Anyone who dares to make a move should ask my Lion Knights first. Enraged, Fred had no intention of reasoning with the 2 men. It was clear he was ready to fight to the death if anyone dared to touch Rain. Fabian and Brant were also helpless, and Fabian continued to block Fred. Fred, let's wait and see. That scumbag mentioned a secret realm, but it's still far from being confirmed. Then Brant said some nice things to Ferd. This finally calmed down the lion, Fred. The 3 then looked down at Ryan and Harlan. Ryan quickly recovered from his shock. A secret realm. It is an extremely rare spectacle on the continent of Soltis. It is an alternate world that exists independently of the continent of Soltis. According to records, the secret realm was once the warehouse, plantation, training ground, selection ground, and other similar places of some powerful forces in ancient times. The secret realms vary in size, but unsurprisingly, each one is filled with countless treasures and opportunities. Secret realms are extremely rare. In fact, the origin of an empire once stemmed from a large secret realm. But after such a long time, the number of secret realms the empire currently holds is no more than 2 hands worth. A secret realm? Do you know what a secret realm is? Ryan clearly didn't believe what Harlan was saying. Of course, although I, Harlan, am a mercenary, I am not uneducated. I certainly know what a secret realm is. Harlan gave a confident reply. This immediately piqued Ryan's interest. That's a secret realm. Even the original owner of this body, who was ignorant and incompetent, knew that it was an incredible opportunity. Oh, since you know about the secret realm, why don't you go there yourself? Rain put down the chains in his hands, used magic to sit in the air, and asked Harlan with great interest. Seeing the chains that Ren had put down, Harlan breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. You can't go because it's not the opening time for the secret realm yet. Oh, you also know about the start time of the secret realm? Harlan paused for a moment before replying. Young Master Ren, I have shown my sincerity. If you truly wish to know more, you must swear to the god of magic to spare me. Otherwise, I would never reveal another word until I die. Hearing Harlan's words, Ryan fell into deep thought. The forest was completely silent for a moment. Only the occasional chirping of birds could be heard in the distance. A short while later, Ren smiled. Swearing? I don't think it's necessary. I'll take you back and have my grandma Chili prepare some poison, and you'll vomit everything up. Rain's answer sent chills down Harlan's spine, and he hurriedly replied in a panic. Then I will surely sever my own heart meridian and die, so you won't be able to get anything out of me. Chapter 24: The Unresponsive God of Magic. Hearing Harlan's resolute words, Ryan scoffed. Oh, suicide. Now that you've chosen to use the secret realm's opportunities to save your life, how can you be so afraid of death that you'd commit suicide? Otherwise, at least if you die, you won't know anything. Harlan sat on the ground, waiting for Ren's choice. He didn't believe anyone could resist the allure of the secret realm. Ryan sat on the air with his legs crossed, looking at Harlan for a long time before speaking. How can I know whether what you're saying is true or false? Harlan immediately swore an oath to the god of warriors. I, Harlan, swear to the god of warriors. If Rain promises to spare me, Harlan, and if I, Harlan, tell Rain even one lie within a day, may my entire fighting spirit reverse and I die. Immediately, the two of them felt as if something was watching them from the shadows. The two knew that this was the sign that the oath had been made. After swearing an oath to the god of warriors, Harlan said, "How about this?" Ren nodded and looked up at the sky. All right. I, Rain, swear to the god of magic. If Harlan tells me everything he knows about the secret realm, I will spare Harlan's life and will not harm him. Otherwise, his magic will dissipate, and he will never be able to advance an inch further in his life. Seeing that Ryan finally swore an oath, Harlan felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. Young Master Ren, Harlan said obsequiously, seeing that his life was finally spared. Ren waved his hand. What's the rush? Let me ask you first, is the location of Adele that you just told me true? Ryan's words immediately made Harlan realize that Ryan was verifying what he had just said. Of course, Adele was indeed there. Because of the oath it carries, Harlan would never dare to lie. Hearing Harlan's affirmative answer, Ryan got off the air chair. He came to Harlan's side and whispered in my ear about the secret realm. Although Harlan was somewhat puzzled, he still leaned close to Ren's ear and began to whisper about the secret realm. The people in the sky were speechless. Ren just glanced at the sky and clearly noticed the three of them. Although Brant and Fabian could use their aura to eavesdrop, they were both stopped by Ferd. What are you two old fogies doing, eavesdropping on the younger generation's affairs? Seeing Fred's smug expression, the two of them were at a loss. Who told Ryan to be so shrewd? He was clearly on guard against them. Harlan was indeed captured by Ren, and the matter of the secret realm was also obtained through Ren's interrogation. Both of them should not have eavesdropped, neither of them should have done so. However, the two of them still felt a little unwilling. At this point, Ford also realized that if the secret realm were an ordinary secret realm, the Gray family could easily handle it. But for other secret realms, the Gray family would really need to find a few allies to develop them together. So he simply said, all right, after Ren finishes asking, if it's a regular secret realm, my Gray family will take it all by ourselves. But if it's another kind of secret realm, our three families will develop it together. Upon hearing this, Brant and Fabian nodded. I'm really looking forward to them getting a piece of the pie too. Before long, Harlan finished telling Ryan everything about the secret realm. Young Master Ren, I've told you everything I know. Now you should release me. Otherwise I can't use my battle aura to hand over control of the secret realm key to you. After listening to Harlan's account of the secret realm, Rain took a key from his magic ring and threw it to Harlan. Harlan quickly caught it and used the key to unlock the shackles on his body. Then he closed his eyes, and a moment later, Harlan spat out a mouthful of blood. All right, young Master Ren, the key to the secret realm is now yours, Harlan said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ryan took out the necklace that he had just put on Harlan's neck. A drop of blood was forced from his fingertip and dripped onto the necklace. Immediately, Ren felt a faint connection between himself and the necklace. Suddenly, thoughts about the secret realm popped into my mind. It's basically the same as what Harlan said. All right, then you can go, Ren said to Harlan as he put the necklace around his neck. Then I thank young Master Rain for sparing my life. Harlan gave Ryan a perfunctory bow. Then they walked into the forest behind them. Watching Harlan's departing figure, Ryan looked up and said, Father and uncles, stop hiding, come out. In an instant, Fred, Brant, and Fabian appeared in front of Ren. With a look of surprise, Ford asked Ryan, Son, did Harlan tell you what kind of secret realm this is? All right. But Father, you should go and deal with Harlan first. I can't take action, but that doesn't mean you can't. The fewer people who know about the secret realm, the better. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Ford immediately nodded and quickly caught up with Harlan, who was fleeing. At this moment, Harlan was immersed in the joy of rebirth. Suddenly, Fred appeared in front of him. Harlan just realized what he was about to say. Row. But Fred's oppressive aura instantly descended. Harlan was instantly crushed to death by Fred's powerful pressure, his bones crushed. If it weren't for the fact that Harlan's body still had some use and could salvage some of the Gray family's reputation. Otherwise, that attack would have crushed Harlan into a bloody mist. After picking up the body lying on the ground, Ford flashed back to Ryan's side. As soon as he returned to Ren's side, Ford saw Brant and Fabian trying to get information out of Ren. When Ren saw that Fiddle had returned, he began to talk to the three of them about the secret realm. This secret realm is a trial-type secret realm, not an ordinary secret realm. The highest level that can be achieved in the trial is the 4th rank. Once inside the secret realm, the person undergoing the trial will go through 5 trials. Each successful trial will grant a corresponding opportunity, while failure will not result in death, but will instead teleport them out of the secret realm. The pupils of the 3 men, including Fred, immediately contracted. It turned out to be a trial-type secret realm. Trial-type dungeons, as the name suggests, are primarily for trials. The fact that the highest level of the trial can reach is the 4th level means that anyone below the 4th level can enter to participate in the trial. The reason why trial-type secret realms are famous is, once, a Tier 1 warrior entered it and came out with not only greatly enhanced talent, but also increased strength to Tier 5. It can be described as a meteoric rise. Where is that secret realm located? How many people can enter? Fabian asked the most crucial question. Ren shook his head. There was no designated spot in the secret realm, but as long as you had the key, you could enter directly when it opened. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them frowned. There's only one key in Ren's possession, so does that mean only Ren can enter the secret realm for the trial? But what Ren said next excited them all. The key in my hand can record the information of 300 people. When the secret realm opens, all 300 people and I can enter the secret realm. The 3 men, including Fred, looked at each other in bewilderment. 300 people. That's not a small amount. Moreover, currently only these 3 families know about the secret realm. 300 spots are enough. Then, just as Rain was about to continue explaining the precautions for the secret realm to Fred and the others. But he was stopped by Fred. Despite his volatile temper, Ford is actually quite shrewd. We haven't finalized the quota arrangements with Brant and Fabian yet, so it's too early to talk about matters related to the secret realm. Then the group started walking back. Chapter 25 Fiona Vick. On the return trip, Fred brought Ryan back. Unlike when they arrived, when the 3 of them followed Ren at a slower pace. Fred drove Ryan back very quickly. The group returned to the Gray family's manor within minutes. Charlie was anxiously waiting for the others to return at the manor. Seeing the group land, although he was very anxious, he still bowed slightly to them. Marquis Gray, Marquis Ward, Marquis Mick, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan. Ford naturally knew the reason for Charlie's anxiety and patted Charlie on the shoulder with a smile. Haha, Charlie, you really have to thank Ryan this time. If it weren't for him, none of us would have been able to catch Harlan. Charlie was overjoyed to hear that the group had caught up with Harlan. Catching up with Harlan means that his daughter has definitely been found. Charlie bowed slightly to Ryan. Young Master Ryan, thank you so much for your help. We are deeply grateful. The Hill family will always be the most loyal supporters of the Gray family. Uncle Charlie, there's no need to be so polite. Go find Adele first. Then Ryan told Charlie what Harry had told him about Adele's location. Charlie nodded upon hearing this and immediately set off with the family guards who had been waiting for a long time. After watching Ryan finish explaining things to Adele, Fred led him, Brant, and Fabian to the Gray family meeting room. Inside the meeting room, Ford specifically instructed Jonas not to allow anyone to approach the conference room. Brant, Fabian, the person was captured by Ren, and the key also belongs to Ren. If your family wants to enter the secret realm, shouldn't you offer some kind of reward? Sitting in the main seat of the conference room, Fred got straight to the point. You want to enter the secret realm? Sure. But you have to offer something in return. Upon hearing Brant and Fabian exchange a glance, Fabian spoke first. My Ward family wants 100 slots, with each slot containing a 4th-tier treasure. Fabian's words immediately made Fred's eyes widen. 100 spots. Are you dreaming? You want 100, and Brant wants 100 more, so the Gray family only gets 100 left? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I could only give each of your 2 families a maximum of 20 spots. Upon hearing this, Fabian immediately became displeased. You old bastard, your son Ryan stole my precious daughter's underwear. I haven't even settled that with you yet, and you're already offering 20 spots? Are you kidding me? Fabian's words immediately dampened Fred's arrogance. Who knows if that underwear actually belongs to your daughter? I've already said it's Harlem slander. Okay, then tell me, Ryan, is it really my daughter's? You cherished it so much back then, you must have known whose it was, right? Fabian frowned as he looked at Ren, who was drinking tea to the side. Ren immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. Will he admit to this? Ryan silently looked at Brant, who was watching the show from the side. Brant knew from the look in Ryan's eyes that he couldn't slack off anymore. They started changing the subject and interrupting. What underwear? We're talking about the number of spots now, but Fabian is right. 20 spots are too few. I wonder if it's because Fabian didn't want to delve into it further. Fabian was successfully led astray by Brant, and Ren gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ryan remained seated to Ford's right, sipping tea and watching the show. Brant's estimate of 100 spots was indeed a lot, while his father's estimate of 20 was indeed a little. Ren estimates that the number of slots allocated to the two companies will be around 50. After a period of arguing, the three finally reached a final agreement. And just as Ren expected, each family has 50 slots. Each spot includes a Tier 4 treasure and 10,000 gold coins. Rain, how do you record information with that key? Brant asked, taking a sip of tea as his throat tightened. Just bring the person to my side. When will the secret realm open? As Fabian asked the question, Ren closed his eyes and sensed the information the necklace was conveying to him. Rain slowly opened his eyes about a month later. Brant, Fabian, and Ford looked at each other in bewilderment. Then all three of them frowned. Is it a coincidence? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Ryan knew what they were wondering about. Because the old emperor's birthday banquet was just a month away. It appeared around the same time as the secret realm, but the three of them didn't think much of it. At least they had plenty of time to select those who would enter the secret realm. With that thought in mind, the two prepared to return and first decide on the first group of people. Then the selection process will take place. With Brant and Fabian gone, only Ryan and Ford remained in the conference room. And Ford clearly showed satisfaction with Brant and Fabian's windfall. Haha, this is truly a windfall. With these treasures, the strength of my lion knights will surely reach new heights. Upon hearing this, Rain raised an eyebrow. Father, shouldn't these treasures be mine? I'm the one who discovered the secret realm. Fred coughed twice, sounding unnatural. What do you mean by yours and mine? What use is a Tier 1 treasure to you? The family will save it for you, and you can use it when you reach Tier 4. Ryan pouted. No way, at least give me half. Fred stared wide-eyed at Ryan. Half? 54th tier treasures? What are you trying to do, rebel? Then he earnestly advised him. Oh, son, didn't you say before that treasures were good? From now on, your allowance will double every month. How about 3,000 gold coins, or 5,000? You can spend it however you want. Seeing that Ryan remained unmoved, Ford seemed to have made up his mind. Fiona, I'll call her back for you. From now on, she'll be with you and serve as your bodyguard. When Ren heard Fiona's name, he immediately thought of a capable figure. Fiona Vick is a current captain of the Lion Knights, with a strength level of 3. She is the most unruly rose in the Lion Knights. Rain's predecessor was deeply attracted to Fiona when he saw her a year ago. She kept begging Fred to have Fiona, but Fred refused each time. However, thinking of Fiona's flat figure, just like Sophia's, Ren was speechless. Did your predecessor like this type of person? No wonder he doesn't like any of the maids in the house. Real? Ford took a deep breath as he listened to Ryan's question. Every time, this kid would ask and doubt if it was true or not. Could it be that he changed his mind? Seriously, I'll write a transfer order tomorrow to bring Fiona over. Okay, deal done. Hearing Ryan's straightforward answer, Ford's lips twitched involuntarily. You, Run, need to be more restrained. Don't let your health deplete at such a young age. Ryan looked indifferent. It's okay, I have this. He immediately took out the little green bottle that Grandma Chili had given him. Grandma Chili said that one pill each time can replenish chi and blood and energy. The moment Fred saw the little green bottle, his eyes widened. Why did you give Chili so many Bihai pills? Azure Sea Greenwood pill? This was the first time Rain had ever heard the name of this elixir. That sounds really high class. Father, do you know about this medicine? Of course, this Azure Sea Greenwood pill is made from dozens of precious medicinal herbs using special techniques. Especially the Azure Sea Essence Pearl, which is extremely precious. One pill can not only make you worship women at night, but if you take it continuously for a month, it can greatly strengthen your body and nourish your vital energy. Fred's eyes lit up as he looked at the little green bottle. Hey son, how many do you have? Can I have one? Chapter 26, 500 spots. Looking at Fred's eyes, which were practically gleaming, Ryan even felt that Fred would snatch him away at any moment. Ryan quickly gripped the small green bottle tightly in his hand, looking at his father with a wary expression. Finally, unable to resist Fred's burning gaze, Ryan reluctantly took one out of the small green bottle and gave it to Fred. After receiving the azure seaweed pill, Fred was in high spirits. He carefully took out a jade bottle from the magic ring and placed the azure seaweed pill inside. Wait here, I'll go write you the transfer order right away. Fiona should be back by tomorrow night at the latest. Fred opened the conference room door, humming something under his breath. Today, I'll restore my manly prowess and show Layla who's the head of the household. Hearing his father, Fred, humming, Ryan smiled helplessly. Looks like Mother's going to suffer today. Back in his room, Rain enjoyed Eve's lap pillow on the bed, with several maids giving him massages while they were partially covered up. Resting his head on Eve's soft lap, Rain took out the key to the secret realm, which was the necklace around his neck. He lied. This secret key can actually record more than 300 people. Instead, it can record 500 people. Rain pouted and looked at Eve while nestled in her arms. Eve gives me a kiss. Eve blushed slightly and lowered her head to kiss him. After a long while, the two finally separated. Eve looked at the mark on the back of her hand that flashed twice and then disappeared with some confusion. Young master, what is this? Hearing Eve's question, Rain then told everyone about the secret realm. Several of the maids who were still massaging Rain looked at Eve's hand with envy. That's a secret realm, full of countless opportunities. Throughout history, countless powerful figures have risen to prominence because of secret realms. Seeing the looks in the eyes of the maids, Ren smiled. All right, everyone come and kiss the young master. There's a share for each of you. Even if you don't get any special opportunities in the secret realm, it's still good to broaden your horizons. Maeve, you're the first one here. Ryan touched Maeve's smooth, beautiful legs. It's the young master. Maeve wasn't shy at all. She lay on top of Ren and gave him a deep kiss. The kiss lasted a long time. If Ren hadn't stopped, he even suspected that Maeve could have continued kissing indefinitely. Then the other 8 personal maids stepped forward one by one to receive their qualifications to enter the secret realm. Seeing the maid's delicate appearance, Rain took out a small green bottle and immediately wanted to eat a blue sea greenwood pill and fight them for 300 rounds. Inside Fred's office, Charlie accepted the teacup Jonas offered and nodded slightly. I am sitting in the main seat, said Fred, who spoke first. Charlie, what brings you here? Didn't you find Adele? Charlie, holding his teacup in his hand, shook his head. No, my daughter has already been found. I've come again to discuss her marriage with Marquis Gray. Charlie's words immediately made Fred frown. Marriage? Charlie, do you think I would let a girl who caused such a commotion in the royal city enter my Gray family? Moreover, I have no idea whether what Ryan said actually happened to Adele. Fred's words, though not authoritative, were filled with anger and rejection. Hearing the refusal in Fred's voice, Charlie quickly explained. No, I swear in the name of the god of warriors, none of what young Master Rain said happened. Adele had 3 defensive magical artifacts, and none of them were damaged when I found her. Moreover, it wasn't Adele's fault that such a big commotion happened. It was entirely Harlan's fault. Fred looked at Charlie and sighed. Even if what you say is true, if you believe it, and I believe it, will others believe it? Do you think I don't care about the rumors and gossip from the outside world? As a father himself, Fred understood Charlie's current situation, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Seeing that Charlie was about to say something, Ford waved his hand to interrupt him. All right, Charlie, you can go back now. The engagement is off. All right. Charlie sighed, said goodbye to Fred, and left Fred's office. Jonas followed behind him. As the two walked down the corridor, Charlie suddenly realized something. If things don't work out with Marquis Gray, what about with Ren? The room of Ren on the 2nd floor. Just as Rain was about to swallow the pill. But then, at that inopportune moment, there was a knock on the door. Ding ding ding. Ren's lips twitched. Someone always seemed to interrupt him at crucial moments. Cecily climbed to the bedside, straightened her clothes, put on her shoes, and went to the door, opening it a crack. After all, everyone in the room was disheveled, and it wouldn't look good if outsiders saw it. Jonas, standing outside the door, knew what Ryan was doing inside the room just by looking at the wary little white-haired boy sticking out of the room. Cecily, is young Master Ryan busy right now? Jonas remained as gentlemanly as ever. Looking at the head butler, Cecily's wariness lessened considerably. Uncle Jonas. Cecily pulled her head back into the room and reported to Ryan. Young Master, it's Uncle Jonas. When Ryan heard it was Jonas, he reluctantly got up from among the women. After putting on his shoes, he stood in front of the door, leaning against the door frame with a rather roguish air. Uncle Chiao, what can I do for you? Jonas nodded slightly. Young Master Ren, Viscount Hill, and Miss Adele are in the drawing room. Viscount Hill wishes to express his gratitude to you in person. How to express gratitude? Ryan waved his hand. No need. Uncle Joe, just take care of them for me. Just say I'm taking a break. After saying that, he couldn't wait to go back to his room and continue his intimate moments with the maids. But Jonas's next words immediately drew Ryan's attention back. Don't you want the gifts Viscount Hill brought, young master? I think the treasures in those gifts are of a pretty high quality. Treasure? The level isn't low either? Rain immediately straightened his clothes and said with a righteous air, Forget about gifts. Since it was Charles's father who came to express his gratitude, I must go and thank him. After saying a few words to the maids, Ryan led Eve and Jonas to the reception room. Inside the reception room, Adele, who was occasionally lost in thought, and Charlie, who seemed to be deep in thought, sat on the sofa nearby, waiting for Ryan to arrive. Adele has been in this state ever since she learned about Harlan and verified its authenticity. Uncle Charlie, Miss Adele, good evening. Ryan walked in through the door to the living room and greeted the two of them. Charlie quickly pulled Adele to her feet and bowed slightly to Ryan. Good evening, Mr. Ryan. Ryan sat down on the sofa opposite the two men, indicating that they didn't need to be so polite. Jonas led Ryan and Eve to the drawing room and then left. Eve stepped forward and poured a cup of black tea for the three of them, then picked up the teacup that belonged to Ryan and handed it to him. Ryan took the teacup and asked, Uncle Charlie, what brings you here so late? Charlie nodded. This time, we really owe a debt to you, young Master Ryan. If it weren't for your ability to find that little thief Harlan, Adele might never have been found. The reason I came to see you so late is because Adele has figured out Harlan's true colors and came specifically to express her apologies and gratitude to you, young Master Ren. Charlie nudged Adele with his foot. Adele immediately snapped out of her daze and nodded quickly. Ah, yes, Mr. Ren. I came here specifically to express my apologies and gratitude. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see that Adele was being perfunctory. But Ren didn't care at all. After all, they were there to give gifts. It's all right. After all, my Gray family and the Hill family have always been on good terms, so there's no need to be polite about such a small matter. Chapter 27, Pull His Tongue Out. Hearing Ryan's polite words, Charlie suddenly realized that Ryan had changed a lot. Adele has specially chosen a gift for you, young Master Ren, to express her gratitude. Charlie pushed the box on the table toward Ryan. Adele possesses 3 magical artifacts, none of which were damaged when I discovered them. The girl is still truly pure. Young Master Ren, you two are about the same age. I hope you will take good care of Adele in the academy in the future. Charlie's words were implying that Adele was still a virgin. Looking at the 6,546 source points displayed on the box, Ryan didn't notice the hidden meaning in Charlie's words. He took the box and nodded immediately. Yes, Uncle, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one in the academy will be able to bully Adele. Charlie nodded immediately. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Charlie took Adele away, citing the late hour. Watching Charlie and Eve's retreating figures, Ryan led Eve back upstairs to his room. Ren sat on the edge of the bed, surrounded by maids who watched him open the box. Inside the box was a lotus flower radiating a powerful magic. It's so late, and Ren hasn't called Boo over to help him figure out what kind of treasure it is and what its function is. He planned to ask the teachers at the Mage Tower tomorrow morning what the lotus flower and the feather he obtained in Harlan were. He put the lotus back into the box, took out the small green bottle, poured out a blue sea greenwood pill, and ate it. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Ren felt a surge of heat emanating from his body. Feeling the effects of the azure seawood pill, Rain smiled slyly. Night. The Mick family estate. A dark figure secretly slipped out of the manor. Then they gradually headed towards several morning newspaper shops in the royal city. The next morning, Ryan woke up in bed, looking refreshed. He did not wake the maids to help him dress, and quietly got out of bed and went into the bathroom. Rain used water magic to condense some water and gave himself a quick wash. After getting dressed, I left the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Ryan locked the door. It's best to avoid letting other family members see the depraved scenes inside the room. Drake's carriage was always fast and steady, and soon Ren arrived at the academy. Good morning, young master. Blair, the scoundrel dog, also arrived at the academy. Seeing Ren get off the carriage, he quickly came over to greet the young master. Good morning, Blair. You've gotten even stronger in just a few days. Blair was several heads taller than Ryan and as strong as a bear. Ryan wanted to pat Blair on the shoulder, but couldn't reach him, so he patted Blair's arm instead. The two walked into the academy together, chatting as they went. Blair, what level of breathing technique are you using right now? It's an advanced breathing technique, a special reward given to me by my family because they saw my talent. Ren nodded. High level, but fairly standard. Once we have enough source points, getting Blair a super-level breathing technique shouldn't be a problem. The two were walking down the street when they were suddenly drawn to a commotion. Driven by a desire to join in the fun, the two approached. The people surrounding him quickly made way for him when they saw it was Ryan. Upon seeing the person causing the commotion, Ryan's eyes widened in surprise. It was Adele. At this moment, Adele was surrounded by several people. Why are you pretending to be innocent? You've run off with some random guy. So what's wrong with letting someone touch you? A spoiled brat started jeering at his underlings. The younger brothers also agreed. Yeah, what's wrong with letting our young master touch it? Why pretend? Surrounded by a group of people, Adele looked around warily with tears in her eyes. Hearing his underlings' jeers, the playboy became even bolder. He actually reached out and grabbed Adele's chest. Upon seeing this, Ryan's expression darkened, and he stepped forward to grab the man's groping hand. Who is it? How dare they interfere with Kent's affairs? Kent turned his head to look at the person who had grabbed his arm. Young Master Rayleigh, what are you doing? I'm teaching this bitch a lesson for you. Upon hearing this, Ren's gaze narrowed slightly. A powerful slap landed on Kent's face. Kent was immediately knocked back by the slap. Before Kent could say anything more, Ryan slapped him again. You. Another slap. Have no idea. Another slap. She Adele. Another slap. Is it someone I'm protecting? Kent was slapped several times and forced to retreat, but his right hand was locked by Ryan. Every time he retreated, Ren would pull him back. With the final slap, Ryan released Kent's right hand. Kent fell to the ground with a single slap. Kent covered his face and wailed to himself. Everyone was shocked by the ruthlessness of Ren. Ren, you're not allowed to use your family's influence in your academy? Do you really think I, Kent, am afraid of you? If I give you face, you're a big shot. If I don't, you're just trash. Kent was burning with rage and pointed at Ryan, cursing him without restraint, clearly having lost his mind. Upon hearing Kent's words, everyone moved far away from him. They came to watch the spectacle and didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Ryan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Kent's words. Sudden, Ren's face darkened. If your mouth is going to leak air, then it should look like it is. Blair, pull his tongue out. Listening to what Ren said, the onlookers nearby, though bathed in the morning light, were still watching. But I still felt a chill down my back. Blair grinned. Yes, young master. The burly Blair walked from behind Ryan toward Kent. Looking at Blair, who resembled a human-shaped bear, Kent calmed down slightly. His eyes were somewhat vacant. What did he just say? No, young Master Ren. I didn't mean you just now, I meant. Kent wanted to explain, but he didn't know how. Young Master Ren, please spare my life. I will never dare to do it again. Despite Kent's pleas for mercy, Ryan remained unmoved. At this moment, Blair crouched down and grabbed Kent's head with a large hand. Don't move, it will stop hurting soon. Blair's smile was like that of a devil crawling out of hell. Kent struggled for a moment. No, you can't. I am the son of Count Fisher. You can't do this to me. After saying that, Kent refused to open his mouth, but Blair used his fingers to break Kent's teeth. The intense pain made Kent cry out. Blair didn't care about Kent's background. No matter how powerful Kent was, could he be more powerful than his young master? Grab Kent's tongue and pull hard. Kent let out a wail. Blair also had a severed tongue. Young master, the tongue has been removed. Blair's face was splattered with blood, and he wore a faint smile. It sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Is this what a vicious, rogue dog looks like? Ryan nodded and went to Kent's side. Point your finger. A healing spell was cast on Kent. He can't let Kent die. The nature of the matter changes when someone dies. Give his tongue back to him. Blair nodded and tossed the severed tongue toward Kent. Ryan crouched down and patted Kent's face, who was covering his mouth in terror. Kent, this is just a lesson for you. Remember it well. By the way, if Adele gets into any more trouble in the future, I'll definitely come looking for you again. Got it. Kent covered his mouth and nodded hurriedly, making muffled noises. Okay, then take your tongue and get lost. Kent quickly picked up the tongue from the ground and left with his underlings. Even if the severed tongue is still there, it can still be reattached by a healing mage. Chapter 28 Fire Elemental Life, Flame Spirit Bird. Okay, Adele, stop crying. I already said I'll protect you at the academy. Ryan wiped Adele's little pearl. Then he looked at the crowd around him. If any fool ever offends you in the future, go to the Warrior Academy and find Blair. If Blair can't beat me, come find me at the Mage Tower. I'd like to see who still wants to play with me, Ryan. Everyone who saw Ren lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Adele felt Ryan wipe away her tears. Her face flushed slightly, and an indescribable emotion began to emerge in her heart. Okay, thank you, Brother Ryan. Ren nodded. Go ahead, go to class. Blair, you go with Adele. It is the young master. Watching the two walk away, Ren also headed towards the mage tower. Seeing that Rain and the others had finally left, the crowd that had been surrounding them gradually dispersed. My goodness, Ren's aura just now scared me so much I didn't dare to breathe. I thought Adele would lose power, but I didn't expect that even so, Ren would still be willing to protect her. I heard that Adele actually just went on a picnic. If she had really lost her virginity, would Ryan have acted like this? That makes sense. Rain took out his class schedule to check what classes he had that day. Today we're having a lesson with Professor Leon Burton about magical artifacts. Rain was quite interested in magical artifacts. Because of the rarity of magical artifacts, each one can fetch an astronomical price. This resulted in every mage becoming a thoroughly wealthy individual. Leon Burton is a mage with talents in fire, water, and wood magic, and is also proficient in crafting magical artifacts. He is a true fourth-order archmage. About 20% of the magical artifacts produced by the Empire each year are made by Leon. As soon as Ren arrived at the foot of the magic tower, Leon was waiting for him there, just like the headmaster and Grandma Chili. Teacher Leon. Ryan waved to Leon in greeting. Ren, you're here. Come on, let's go up the tower. Leon patted Ren on the shoulder, and the two entered the mage tower together. Rain, you're quite something. Your perception of magic is so strong. I heard about what happened yesterday. You were able to track Harlan down through the slightest fluctuations in magic power. Hee, it's all thanks to the teacher's excellent teaching. Rain, you're too modest. Teachers can't teach you magic perception. It's purely a matter of personal talent. With such a high talent for magical perception, you were born to be a mage. Next, Ryan witnessed just how eloquent his teacher, Leon, was. It was a complete machine gun. Leon's mouth never stopped while they were climbing the tower. However, Ryan listened with great interest. Because Rain was already interested in some of the legends and stories he had seen and heard on the mainland. Listening to Leon's words can also fill this gap to some extent. Enter Leon's research lab. Leon had barely taken a few sips of tea when Ren eagerly produced the feather and the lotus flower. As a fourth-order mage, Leon naturally had extensive knowledge of treasures. Teacher Leon, could you help me identify these two treasures and tell me what they are and what their uses are? Leon nodded as he looked at the treasure that Rain had taken out. Okay, let me see. He picked up the lotus flower, looked at it, and then said, Oh, this is petralian, an extremely precious magical treasure. Petralian is a fourth-tier medicine, and its effects are mild enough for people below the fourth tier to use it directly. After use, the potency of the medicine will not be released all at once. Instead, it will continuously increase your magic power within your body until its potency is exhausted. It's a pretty good magical artifact. Ren, you can absorb it now, and I'll keep an eye on it from the side. After Leon and Rain finished explaining, they put petralian back in the box to prevent its potency from fading. Then Leon picked up the feather and examined it carefully. His eyes revealed a hint of contemplation and doubt. What peculiar feathers. Ryan, please have a seat for a while. I'll go check some information. Leon got a chair for Rain and then went up to the bookshelf to look for information. Seeing Leon searching through the documents, Ren also picked up a book next to him called Detailed Explanation of Treasures in Northern Continent and started reading. Time flies. The morning passed slowly. Looking at the few rays of sunlight streaming in through the window, Ren closed his book and stretched. Suddenly, Leon shouted excitedly. It's this. It's this. Rain stood up and raised an eyebrow at the very excited Leon. Teacher Leon, what is this feather? Leon didn't answer Ren's question, but looked at Ren excitedly and asked him, Ren, do you know what the limits of the elements are? Hearing Leon's question, Ren shook his head in confusion. The limits of elements? What are those? It is the birth of life. Leon explained. Leon took out an exquisite wooden box and put the feather inside. There are many different kinds of magic in the world, such as fire magic, water magic, light magic, space magic, and so on. But magic is unconscious and lifeless. Under extremely special circumstances, when the concentration of a certain magical power reaches its limit, it will inevitably reverse and give birth to life. This is what people refer to as elemental life. Leon handed the box to Ren and then explained. This feather is from the previous generation of fire elemental life form, the flame spirit bird. Looking at the box in his hand, Ren nodded knowingly. No wonder fire magic is ineffective. It turns out she's the mother of the fire demon. Suddenly, Rain thought of something. Mr. Leon, you just mentioned the previous generation? Leon nodded. Yes, the previous generation. The fireworks spirit bird has long since perished, which is why I'm referring to the previous generation. Besides being immune to fire magic, what other uses does this feather have? Leon looked at Rain and spoke slowly. It is possible to trace the fire elemental life forms of the current generation. He then added, if it were ever born. This immediately made Ren look at the box with disgust. It's not bad, really. It's not that it's useless, but it really isn't very useful. Is its only function to track data? That's incredibly useless. Leon smiled and said, then think about how much you would gain if you could find this generation of fire elemental life and form a contract with it. To conclude a contract? Teacher Leon, are you saying that fire elemental life forms can form a contract with a knight's mount, just like a knight's mount? Leon nodded. Yes, in some ways. It is to a magician what a mount is to a knight. But then Ryan suddenly had another question. Did the fireworks spirit bird not form a contract with the magician, or did it fall after forming a contract? Leon shook his head at Ren's question. It is unknown, and there is no record of why the fireworks spirit bird perished. All that is known is that it has fallen. Rain put the box containing the feathers into his magic ring and asked, okay, Mr. Leon, it's already noon. Are we still having class today? Is it already noon? Leon looked at the sky outside and patted his head. Oh dear, it's all my fault. I got too engrossed in researching. Ryan, are you free this afternoon? How about we have class again this afternoon? Ren nodded. Okay. Chapter 29, The Secret Realm Exposed. At noon, Ryan and Leon walked out of the college cafeteria. Are you satisfied, Ren? Although it's a bit different from what you usually eat at home, it's still pretty good, isn't it? Hearing Leon's words, Ren nodded. Not bad. I didn't expect the college cafeteria to be of such high quality. Haha, that's right. When it comes to food, the southern part of the empire. Leon then unleashed his linguistic charm once again. Meanwhile, in an activity room at the Warrior Academy, a group of people are having a meeting. Because other people spread the news. News of Ryan standing up for Adele that morning quickly spread. I've seen Adele lately. Stay away from her. Don't cause me any trouble, you know? The leader of a group of people in the activity room gave instructions to his underlings. Especially you, Harold. I know you've been eyeing Adele for a long time, so you better behave yourself lately. Harold, whose name was called, was somewhat indignant. Boss, with so many of us, why are we afraid of Ryan? Furthermore, family power cannot be used within the academy. Even if Rain defeats Damon, there are so many of us that we can overwhelm him. Hearing Harold's words, everyone present looked at him with surprise and doubt. A man next to Harold patted him on the shoulder. Harold, didn't you watch the duel between Ryan and Damon? Harold raised an eyebrow. A duel? I didn't go see it. What's so interesting about that? Nothing beats a woman's body. Immediately, everyone present understood why Harold showed no fear of Ren. Hearing Harold's words, the man called Boss twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. In short, Harold, you are forbidden from approaching Adele recently. You can have your way with other commoner students or the offspring of minor nobles, but not with Adele. The boss's stern prohibition echoed in Harold's ears. Okay, I got it, boss. Similar to what's happening in the activity room, various organizations and groups within the Warrior Academy are also engaged in similar activities. No one dared to mess with Ren. After all, they had long been familiar with Ryan's shameless nature during their years at the academy. Not to mention that Ren combat strength is still so strong. If you provoke someone outside of Rain who is strong in combat within the academy, they will generally value their reputation, offer some benefits or advantages, and the matter will be over. However, if you provoke someone with extremely strong combat power who doesn't reason with you at all, like Rain, he not only wants to take advantage of your interests, but you won't even know how you died. Therefore, both large and small groups generally avoid Ren. Time passed little by little. Evening arrived quickly. Ryan and Leon said goodbye and left the research lab. Looking at the several magical artifacts on his body, Ren felt a great sense of security. These magical artifacts were all made by Leon in his spare time. Although the highest rank is only 3, it is enough for Ren to use for now. I had just arrived at the college gate. Ren was completely bewildered by the situation before him. At the college gate, not only was his coachman Drake waiting for him, there were even 2 teams of family guards standing watch nearby. When Drake saw Ryan come out, he quickly went up to greet him. Young master, you're out. What's going on? Why are the family guards here? When asked by Ryan, Drake immediately explained. Young master, the secret realm has been exposed. Since the secret realm had already been exposed, Drake didn't whisper it to Rain. The secret realm has been exposed. This news immediately made Ren raise an eyebrow. Looking at the guards around him, he realized that they were sent by his father to protect him. After all, the key to the secret realm was on him. Okay, I understand. Let's go back to the family first. Rain jumped into the carriage and instructed Drake. Yes, young master. Drake skillfully drove the carriage, slowly making his way to the family compound with the family guards on either side. Upon returning to the family, Ren immediately sensed a different atmosphere than usual. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw the head butler, Jonas, waiting for me. Young Master Ren, you're back. Ren nodded. Uncle Xiao, where's my father? The patriarch, Marquis Mick, and Marquis Ward went into the palace. How could the secret realm have been exposed? Very few people even know about it. Ren was very puzzled. Jonas shook his head. It was the Mick family that exposed it. Seeing Ryan's thoughtful expression, Jonas continued. Young Master Ren, please go back to your room and rest. I will call you when the head of the family returns. Ren nodded, then went into the villa, upstairs, and back to his room. A short while later, just as Eve and her personal maid were massaging Ren, there was a knock on the door. Ryan also went to see his father with Jonas. As soon as Ryan entered the family meeting room, he saw his father, Fred, and Brant arguing. Brant, how did you manage your people? Now look what's happened. Everyone in the royal city knows about the secret realm. I don't know how much of the cake will be distributed. Brant, aren't you always known for your cunning? You can't even keep an eye on one person. Brant remained silent. The betrayal by the Mick family butler was indeed unexpected. Unexpectedly, the head butler of the Mick family was actually a member of the Church of Wrath. Moreover, the start time of the secret realm was quite coincidental. It just so happens to be the old emperor's birthday. Those scumbags from the church must be trying to make a fuss about the secret realm. Okay, Fred, calm down. Even though you got a lot of the cake, we still gave you the resources. Fabian stood by and acted as a peacemaker. Fred pursed his lips and looked at Brant. Oh, then I'll trade my resources for a spot in your Ward family's secret realm. Will you trade? Fred's words left Fabian speechless. Father. Ryan entered the conference room and greeted Fred. Upon seeing Ryan, Fred's anger subsided. Rain, you're here. Have a seat. I'll tell you about the allocation of spots in the secret realm in a bit. Fred pointed to the chair next to him. Brant and Fabian, seeing that the discussion was nearly over, bid farewell to Fred. After the two left, Fred began to tell Ryan about the results of their discussion at the palace that afternoon. Ren, originally the three families were supposed to share these 300 spots. But now all the nobles in the royal city know, and everyone wants a piece of the pie. Currently, the Grey family, the Mick family, the Ward family, and the Royal Ashton family each occupy 50 spots. The remaining 100 spots were allocated by the royal family to other nobles. Each spot includes a Tier 4 treasure plus 50,000 gold coins. Because of the Mick family's negligence, the secret realm was exposed, so Brant decided to give 10 spots to the Grey family. Therefore, my Grey family now has 60 members. After Chapter 30, it won't be so easy for you to cultivate with me. Hearing what Fred said, Ryan nodded in understanding. Oh, by the way, since you discovered the secret realm, I've decided to give you the right to allocate the 10 spots for the Mick family. Fred took out several special coins from his magical device and placed them on the table in front of Rain. Seeing that Ryan was looking at the coin with some confusion, Ford continued to explain. These are specially made coins, each representing one spot. They are made exclusively for the royal family. A few days before the secret realm is about to begin, someone will come to the Grey family with coins to ask you to register their spots. Ren nodded and put all the coins away. Although he still has nearly 200 slots available, every little bit helps. Seeing Ryan's hasty expression, Ford had no choice but to continue giving instructions. Ryan, don't give out coins randomly. This is the best time for you to build your own team. Okay, I know, don't worry. Ford nodded. Yes, it's good that you know what I mean. Oh right, Fiona has arrived and is practicing in the training ground now. You need to be careful lately, since you have the keys now. Upon hearing Fiona's name, Ray nodded immediately. Then something came to mind. Father, that 5th tier treasure you mentioned in the central square. Ryan's words immediately made Ford's face fall. You want a 5th tier treasure? Do you really think we old folks can't tell? Are you sure that what's in that box isn't Sophia's underwear? If it weren't for the fact that it was in a public place, Fabian, that doting father, would have hung you up and beaten you to a pulp. I've said it so many times, don't even think about marrying Sophia. There's no way our two families can get together through marriage. Faced with the questioning look in Fred's eyes, Ryan coughed a few times awkwardly. I didn't have any designs on her, it was just, you know. Rain's voice trailed off as he spoke. But Fred's voice grew louder and louder. What is that? Seeing that Ford wanted to get to the bottom of things, Ryan stubbornly retorted. Don't interrupt. You already promised a 5th tier treasure, and you're going back on your word. Fred pursed his lips, sat down in the chair behind him, and slowly poured himself a cup of hot tea. What do you need a Tier 5 treasure for? You can forget about using it. Just go to the treasure vault and get it yourself later. So that you won't keep saying I, Fred, am untrustworthy. Seeing that Fred had relented, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. I'm off to see my Fiona baby. Ryan pushed open the conference room door and left. Inside the martial arts training ground, a capable figure is doing his daily training. The tall and slender Fiona, with her hair tied in a neat ponytail, wielded her long sword with great power and skill in the martial arts training ground. When Ren arrived at the training ground, he didn't say anything, but just watched quietly from the side. After a long while, Fiona finally couldn't bear the naked gaze around her any longer and slowly stopped her training for the day. Fiona knew perfectly well that Ren wanted her. However, as a third-tier knight, if she didn't want to, there was no way Ren could force her. Therefore, she was not as afraid of Ren as the other members of her family. Fiona stopped training and came to Ren's side. After sheathing his long sword at his waist, he bowed slightly to Ren in a knightly salute. "Good day, young Master Ren. Not going to practice anymore?" Ren gestured with his chin towards Fiona. Fiona shook her head. "Let's stop practicing here for today." "All right, let's go then. Come with me to get some things." Ren got up from the wooden stool and walked ahead. Fiona watched Ren's retreating figure and slowly followed. On the way, Ren asked Fiona, "Fiona, you know why my father asked you to come back?" "I understand." Fiona nodded. "From now on, I will follow you, young Master Ren, and serve as your personal bodyguard." Upon hearing the word close contact, Ren tilted his head and chuckled. "Hee, do you know what close-fitting means?" A faint blush appeared on Fiona's unadorned face. "I know that I need to serve my master closely when necessary. However, please have some self-respect, young Master Ren, as Fiona still wants to continue improving her strength." Hearing Fiona's answer, Ren thought of another cultivation fanatic, Sophia. She is either cultivating or on her way to cultivation every day. "Okay," but Ren stopped and brought his head close to Fiona's face. "Don't you really need the young master's personal guidance? It's always faster for two people to cultivate together than for one person to cultivate alone." Seeing the smile on Ren's face so close to hers, Fiona took a few steps back. "No need, my current cultivation is progressing very quickly." Upon hearing Fiona's words, Ren suddenly revealed a strange smile. "All right, but if you reject me now, it won't be so easy for you to find me to train with later." Soon, during their conversation, the two passed through several checkpoints and arrived at the gate of the family's treasure vault. "Open the door," Ren said to the two guards at the gate. "Young Master Ren, do you have a token?" a guard asked without changing his expression. "A token?" Ryan immediately thought of the jade tablet that Jonas had shown him when he brought him to the vault. "No. Then I must forbid that you may enter. The master has decreed, those without a token are not permitted to enter." Ryan was immediately speechless. "I am Ryan. Is my face less reliable than a token?" "No, those without a token are not allowed to enter." "Oh dear, you and I." Ren was both amused and exasperated by this, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Then go in and call Boo out for me, okay? Chief Steward Pooh." "Sure, I'll go get him right now." The captain of the guard picked up a communicator from the wall. A short while later, the door slowly opened a crack, and Pooh walked out from inside. "Young Master Ren, what brings you here?" Ren rolled his eyes at him. What else could it be but wanting to enter the treasure vault and take some treasures? Looking at the speechless Ren and the meticulous head guard Putin, he immediately understood what had happened. "Young Master, Lean is just stubborn. Please don't take it to heart. I'll have a good talk with him later." Boo and Ren explained, hoping that Ren wouldn't make things difficult for the captain of the guard. Although Ren has changed a lot recently, Boo's stereotype of Ren is still that of a spoiled brat. "What's there to see? Do you think I'm that petty? All right, I need to talk to you urgently. I can't get in. So could you go in and retrieve a level 5 treasure for me? A 5th-tier treasure?" Ren's words immediately stunned Pooh. "A 5th-tier treasure? Young Master Ren, what are you doing? 5th-tier treasures cannot be used lightly." Chapter 31, The Evil Plan. When Boo's question was asked, Ren waved his hand. "Boo, you can go in and get it. I've already spoken to my father." Hearing what Ryan said, Pooh could only nod. "Yes, young Master Ryan. Does the young master need magical treasures? Or I can give you a list, young master, and you can choose one first?" Ren lowered his head and thought for a moment. "No need for a list. Any magical treasure will do." After understanding Ren's needs, Boo lowered his head and pondered which treasure to give Ren. "Boo, just bring the treasure to my room in a bit. I won't wait for you here." "Yes, young Master Ryan." Then Ren led Fiona away from the underground vault. Back on the second floor of the villa, in Ryan's room. The room's previous state of decay from the morning was gone. Eve and her personal maids had already cleaned the room spotlessly. Because the secret realm has been exposed, everyone in the manor needs to stay in their own rooms. Therefore, Eve and the other personal maids did not greet Ren at the manor gate today. The door was opened. The idle maids excitedly came forward to greet them. Young Master, you're back." Young master, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Or do you still want to eat, Ellie? Instantly, Ren was surrounded by layers of maids, who chattered around him like larks. He didn't notice Fiona behind Ren at all. Fiona was also very puzzled by the maids around Ren. Wasn't it said that Ren was short-tempered and extremely cruel? Why are these maids acting so coquettishly towards Ren? Eve, who was standing nearby, came over to Fiona and asked her a question. Please come in and have a seat, ma'am. Eve then ushered Fiona into the room. It was only then that the maids noticed Fiona's presence. Elaine, sitting on Rain's lap, looked at the spirited Fiona and asked a question. Young master, who is that lady? Fiona, come here. Rain beckoned to Fiona. Fiona, who was sitting in a chair chatting with Eve, got up and came to Ren's side. Young master. Fiona, you'll probably be working together from now on, so please introduce yourself. Rain's words immediately puzzled Fiona. Working together? With the maids? However, Fiona assumed it might mean they were all working under Rain and didn't think much of it. He began introducing himself to the women surrounding Ryan. My name is Fiona Vick, the 7th squad leader of the 3rd Battalion of the Lion Knights. I am currently a 3rd-tier beginner knight and will serve as young Master Ren's personal bodyguard in the future. Please take good care of me. The maids immediately showed envious expressions when they heard that Fiona was from the Lion Knights and was a 3rd-tier knight. Even though their average strength is less than the 1st rank, they still long to have that level of strength. Ellie was the first to come to Fiona's side, taking Fiona's arm and asking her a question. Sister Fiona, how did you train? Your strength is so high. The other maids nearby nodded in agreement, eager to know the answer. Fiona then told them about some of her cultivation methods. Seeing the maids' tireless efforts, Rain smiled and didn't stop them. After all, he loves raising animals the most. Once he has more source points, he will give each maid a world-class cultivation method. Then his battle-maid squad will be complete. Ding ding ding. There was a knock on the door. Eve went to open the door. As soon as Pooh was welcomed in by Eve, he saw the beautiful women in Rain's room. He quickly lowered his head, took a few steps back, and retreated outside the room. After handing the box to Eve, he closed the door behind him. Rain didn't stop Pooh from doing so, and took the box Eve handed him. Inside the box was a very beautiful crystal. Rain didn't even think about what it was. He simply let the ancient book absorb it. The number of source points increased by 14,751. The total number of source points is 23,876. Looking at the source points displayed in the ancient book, for some reason, Ryan felt a sense of camaraderie, like he was some rich guy. Seeing the maids still eagerly asking Fiona questions, Rain feigned sadness and said, The young master is hungry, but none of you care about him. Hearing Ren's complaints, the maids quickly divided up their tasks. Rain's favorite girls, Ellie and Alice, immediately came to Rain's arms and acted like spoiled children. Maeve then took Elaine downstairs to the kitchen to instruct her to prepare a meal. Fiona frowned when she saw her student being taken away. However, due to the difference in their social status, they still didn't say anything. Ren noticed Fiona's displeasure and chuckled inwardly. They finally took the bait. Rain was on the bed, with Ellie on his left and Alice on his right. He spoke to the two of them using a magical telepathic technique. Ellie, Alice, the young master is about to entrust you two with an extremely important task. Ellie and Alice were startled by the voice that suddenly appeared in their minds. However, upon recognizing the young master's voice, they all nodded to Rain. See, Fiona, wouldn't you like your Fiona sister to stay with you every night? Ryan's words immediately brought the two of them back to the scene from last night. The two men's faces immediately turned red. Ren's fighting prowess last night was indeed extremely strong. Seeing the two nod, Ryan began to reveal his evil plan. All you need to do is this. Ellie and Alice nodded repeatedly as they listened to Rain's plan. After explaining his plan, Ryan gave the two of them a big kiss. My darlings, once the mission is complete, I'll give you both a surprise. After Ryan finished explaining the plan to the two, Maeve and Elaine pushed the food cart back to their room. Young master, dinner is ready. Because Ren had told the maids some time ago that they should have dinner with him. Therefore, the food cart that Maeve and Elaine pushed back was extremely large. With a wave of his hand, a huge round dining table appeared in the empty space of the room. The maids brought the dishes to the table one by one. As Ryan took his seat, the maids remained standing in the same spot. This startled Ren, who then waved to the maids. What's wrong? Come and eat with us. The maids looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally Eve explained. Young master, we are not allowed to sit and eat with the master. That's the rule. Eve's words immediately drew nods of agreement from the maids. Forget about rules and regulations. Everyone take a seat. It's no fun eating alone. Come on. In this room, my word is law. Even if my father comes, He still has to listen to me. Come quick, come quick. Seeing Ryan's attitude, Eve was the first to sit down next to him. Seeing that Sister Eve was no longer following the rules, the maids also sat down in their seats with a mix of nervousness and a strange emotion. Seeing that Ryan's expression was normal, he slowly relaxed. Looking at Eve and Cecily's seats, they both felt a little annoyed. If we could sit at the table earlier, we could sit next to the young master. Ren frowned as he looked at Fiona, who was still standing in the same spot. Chapter 32 Mara. We've been discovered again. Fiona, seeing the gazes of Rain and the maids, explained calmly. Young master, I already ate when I arrived at the family. Rain nodded. All right, do as you please. The room to the right of my room is yours from now on. You can go and take a look. There's an inner door in my room, and you can get through it. Ryan pointed to a door on the wall inside the room. Fiona nodded, then walked to the door, pushed it open, and went inside. Ryan looked away, picked up his knife and fork, and began to enjoy his meal. The maids only picked up their knives and forks and ate with Run after he started eating. Before long, the maids' tension gradually dissipated, and they relaxed considerably around Rain. Young master, try this. The meat is so tender. And this young master, this snail-like thing is also delicious. The maids ate the delicious food they had never tasted before, their faces filled with satisfaction. They all grew even more fond of their young master. After dinner, Rosie and Shirley cleaned up the dishes and the table. Ryan had just finished eating and sat down on the bed. Suddenly, Ren felt a membrane inside his body break open. This left Ren stunned on the spot. Feeling the increasingly concentrated magic power within his body, Ren smiled slightly. We've made a breakthrough. First tier intermediate mage. Magic has experienced a small-scale increase. Ren took a deep breath, feeling as if the various magical elements in the air were faintly emitting joyful sounds. It was as if they were cheering and celebrating for him. This breakthrough, which came so naturally, made Ren realize once again how terrifying the Heavenly Abyss meditation method was. It's only been a few days, and we've already broken through a small stage. Moreover, he didn't use any magical artifacts at all. He hadn't even used the Petralian that Charlie had given him yet. The perceptive Eve also sensed Rain's breakthrough. Young master, you've broken through to a higher level? Upon hearing Eve's words, the maids immediately surrounded Rain to congratulate him. Really? Young master, you've broken through to a higher level? Young master, you are wonderful. Ren smiled. It was just a small breakthrough, nothing to be surprised about. Then, changing the subject, he said, all right, although it's a small breakthrough, it's still a good thing. Let Ellie stay and keep the young master company tonight. Rain pinched Ellie's delicate cheek. Upon hearing this, the maids glanced at Ellie with envy, then pushed open the inner door and went to the next room. Rain turned off the magic crystal lamp. Although the chandelier was off, the moon was exceptionally round tonight. The moonlight filled the room, making it not so dark, but instead casting a faint, hazy glow on Ellie's face. The room was very soundproof, and Fiona, who was in the next room, didn't hear anything. An hour later, Fiona in the next room got up from the carpet and stopped her cultivation. They should have finished eating by now. I'll go over and continue talking to them about cultivation. Fiona felt a special sense of accomplishment in teaching others how to cultivate. Moreover, she considered that the talents of Ren's personal maids were not low. With proper training, they will surely achieve something. The sound of the door clicking open. The sounds from inside Rain's room could be heard. At first, she thought she had misheard, but when she opened the door and saw the scene inside the room, her mind went completely blank. Rain and Ellie turned their gaze to Fiona. The two stared at each other for a long time. Fiona then realized what was happening and slammed the door shut. Recalling the scene I had just witnessed, Fiona, feeling feverish and trembling, sat unsteadily in a chair in her room. A storm raged within me. I quickly drank several cups of herbal tea, which relieved the symptoms slightly. He sat down on the carpet and continued his cultivation, trying not to think about what he had just seen, and only then could he barely suppress the evil fire in his heart. The next morning, just like yesterday, only Ren woke up. After everything was tidied up, I locked the door and went downstairs. Walking down the corridor, Ren ran into Jonas, who was also looking for Ren. Jonas looked at Ryan with a puzzled expression. Young Master Ren, where's Fiona? Isn't she your bodyguard? Why isn't she following you today? As Ryan walked, he put on his gloves. Oh, Fiona was still resting. I didn't call her. Jonas paused, assuming that Fiona had stayed with Ryan last night, and that's why she hadn't gotten up today. Jonas then nodded. Oh, but things haven't been peaceful in the royal city lately. Young master, please be careful when you go to the academy. I will arrange for one of the family's secret guards to protect you. Ryan nodded. Good, it would be best if it were a woman, Uncle Joe. Upon hearing Ryan's request, Jonas couldn't help but smile. Yes, young master. Please go to the restaurant for your meal. I will go and arrange for a bodyguard to be brought to you. Jonas bowed slightly to Ryan and then gradually disappeared into the shadows of the wall. In the restaurant, Ryan had just finished breakfast, served by a maid. Suddenly, a tall, black-cloaked bodyguard emerged from his shadow. Young Master Ren, it is Poison Bee, your bodyguard, reporting for duty. Poison Bee knelt on one knee before Ren and said, Yes, get up. Ray nodded. Can you hide in my shadow? Poison Bee nodded. Of course. This is a skill that every assassin must possess. What level are you at now? Tier 4 Intermediate Hunter. Okay, then my safety will be in your hands for the foreseeable future. Rain extended his right hand. Poison Bee hesitated for a moment before grasping Ryan's hand. Young master, rest assured, as long as Poison Bee is here, no one can hurt you. Then Rin got up from his seat, preparing to take the carriage to the academy. The poisonous bee followed behind Rin, slowly disappearing into Rin's shadow. Breesley Royal College. Rin was walking towards the mage's tower. Suddenly, a face that looked somewhat familiar to Rin appeared beside him. Young Master Rin, you walked so fast yesterday that I couldn't keep up with you at all. Here's what you wanted. The man then took out an exquisite box that was exactly the same as the one that had contained Sophia's underwear and handed it to Rin. Looking at the box, Rin realized that the person in front of him was the one who had given him the box in the central square. No, you're just going to give it to me like this? Could you at least find a secluded place to give it to me first? Ryan pursed his lips, opened the box, glanced at the note inside, and then turned his gaze to the person. It was because of the way you gave it to me last time that the contents of the box were discovered. Hee. Next time for sure, next time. The man's smile froze instantly, and he quickly ran into a shadowy spot and disappeared. This made Ren frown and look very puzzled. Suddenly, Ren felt a burning gaze from behind him. Oh no, could it be? He slowly turned around. He saw the person he least wanted to see right now. Sophia Ward. Chapter 33. What are you laughing at? Sophia had planned to go to the college's cafe with her best friend from the college to have coffee and chat. But unexpectedly, they ran into Ren on the way, chatting with a suspicious-looking person. During their conversation, she took out a box that she could never forget. Sophia immediately stared intently at the two of them. One of them saw her and immediately ran away feeling guilty. And Rain seemed to sense her gaze and slowly turned around, meeting her eyes. The moment Ren saw Sophia, he immediately put the box in his hand into his magic ring. He then glanced at the spot where the man's figure had disappeared and cursed under his breath. Get rich. Get rich. Get rich. Not brothers. You really know how to pick your time. I'm starting to suspect you and Sophia are in cahoots. Rain coughed twice, turned around, and continued walking towards the mage tower as if nothing had happened. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by, and Sophia had already blocked Ren's path, staring intently at him. Ren continued to pretend, acting as if nothing had happened, and tried to walk past Sophia. Just as he was about to pass Sophia, Ren's arm was grabbed by Sophia. Ryan Gray, can you explain the box you were holding just now? Sophia's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Their actions immediately caught the attention of Sophia's friend, Anna Mitchell. Anna watched the two of them with great interest. Ryan continued his act, coughing twice. He patted Sophia's hand, finally managing to get her hand down. Huh, what box? I don't have a box in my hand. You just received the magic ring. Sophia replied calmly. Ren couldn't keep up the act any longer, so he looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Then he looked at Sophia with a smile. Sophia narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking that Rain was about to reveal the matter of the box, indicating that she was now very serious. Sophia, your pink and white striped lingerie is very tasteful today. After saying that, he didn't forget to give Sophia a thumbs up. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Sophia felt a surge of anger rising to her head as she looked at Ryan's smug smile and the thumbs up he was giving her. For a moment, he did not make any move. Anna couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Ha ha. Ryan, you're a genius. Ha ha. Hearing Anna's laughter, Sophia finally realized what was happening. Ryan Gray, you lecherous scoundrel. You pervert. He suddenly drew the sword from his waist and slashed at Ren. Rain naturally didn't want to take the furious attack of a second-tier mid-level knight head-on, so he quickly used teleportation to dodge. Anna, meanwhile, continued to bend over, clutching her stomach and laughing. Ha ha. Sophia's attacks were like a relentless tide, never stopping for a moment. Although Sophia was in a rage, she still managed to use various sword techniques thanks to the muscle memory honed through years of training. Fortunately, Rain's teleportation was quite effective, and he was able to handle it with relative ease. Rain suddenly appeared next to Anna, who was laughing loudly. Why are you laughing? He raised his hand and immediately unleashed a whirlwind technique. He immediately lifted Anna's skirt. The bear-shaped underwear was visible underneath. Anna, huh? The scene before her eyes startled Sophia, and she stopped attacking Ren. Huh? You have pretty good taste. Rain, with the bear pattern, raised an eyebrow at Anna. Seeing Ryan's cheeky face, Anna blushed and pulled her skirt down. Ryan Gray, I'll kill you. Anna took out a long whip from her magic ring and lashed out at Ren. Teleportation. Rain dodged it with ease, then quickly bent down to avoid Sophia's sword. Seeing that the two were determined to kill him, Ren hurriedly ran towards the mage tower. Ryan Gray, you stop right there. You scoundrel, I'm going to kill you. Ryan ran ahead, with the two women chasing behind him. The once peaceful morning campus was instantly thrown into chaos. Both women are at the second tier of strength and are quite fast, matching the speed of Rain, who constantly uses teleportation. Wait, aren't those Sophia and Anna? Who are they chasing? Ren, who in the academy dares to mess with Sophia like this? What did Ren do this time? Are my two goddesses going crazy? Students heading to their respective colleges looked at the three of them with curiosity. However, the three of them were very fast, and almost no one could keep up with them. Before long, Rain teleported to the mage tower. Fighting is forbidden inside the mage tower, so Rain's arrival at the mage tower was a temporary escape. The two women's eyes practically blazed with fury as they looked at Ren inside the mage tower. Anna, the little witch in the academy, was quite annoyed by Rain. Ryan, if you're so capable, stay in there. If I catch you, I'll cut your hair. Sophia just stared intently at Ren. Rain couldn't help but feel a little uneasy under their gazes, so he turned around and followed the magic teacher who was going to teach today upstairs. The two women gritted their teeth as they watched Ryan's retreating figure. Sister Sophia, has that guy always been this despicable? He's utterly despicable. Anna put away the long whip in her hand and complained to Sophia. A faint look of reminiscence appeared in Sophia's eyes. He then let out a helpless sigh. No. Rain used to be very brutal, like a magic stone about to explode, ready to burst at the slightest touch. But now, he has lost his former ferocity, but has become extremely lecherous and despicable. Okay, let's go back now, we have class soon. We'll deal with him later. Sophia sheathed her sword and turned to walk back towards the Night Academy. Anna squinted at the inside of the mage tower for a while before turning to follow Sophia. Sister Sophia, shouldn't we stay here and watch him? What if he runs away after class? Time slips away unnoticed, and when the sun rises to the very center of the sky, it means that noon has quietly arrived. Having just finished his class, Ren did not rush to leave the mage tower. He was afraid that Anna, that little devil, would find someone to stalk him outside. I waited for quite a while in my room in the mage tower before gradually coming down from the tower. Looking out from inside the mage's tower, Rain did not find Sophia and Anna. Only students were coming and going, running around. Looks like they weren't waiting for me at the door. Reassured, Ren walked out and headed towards the academy gate. Just after Ren left the mage tower, a person sitting on a chair nearby took out a communication scroll and said something. Anna, who was having dinner with Sophia, immediately sensed something. Take out an identical message scroll from the magic device. Miss, Ren has come out of the mage tower and is walking towards the academy gate. The two girls, who were eating, immediately put down their knives and forks and rushed towards the academy gate. But Ryan was prepared. Ever since leaving the mage tower, Ren has felt increasingly uneasy. Why wasn't that little witch Anna waiting for me? This made Ryan, who was always quite vigilant, feel uneasy. He used teleportation to quickly head towards the academy gate. Soon, Rain arrived at the academy gate and boarded the carriage. As soon as I got into the carriage, I saw Sophia and Anna rushing over. He had a look of resentment on his face. Ryan mouthed something to the two of them and then got into the carriage. The two women rushed over, already furious that they hadn't caught up with Rain. The shape of Ryan's mouth just now made the two of them even more ashamed and indignant. Ryan's mouth shape just now was clearly. The bear and stripes are both very tasteful. He even sported a smug, irritating smile. The two of them felt like their lungs were about to explode with anger. Chapter 30 for the Moulin Rouge. Ren's carriage traveled along the main road of the royal city, with family knights guarding it vigilantly on both sides. Fiona, who hadn't gotten up in the morning, was among them. Drake, don't go home yet. Go to the Moulin Rouge. Rain's voice came from inside the carriage. Drake was visibly taken aback when he heard the words Moulin Rouge. He first glanced at Fiona beside him, and only answered when she didn't react. Yes, young master. The carriage slowly turned and headed towards the Moulin Rouge. The main street of the royal city, the Moulin Rouge. Ren's grand procession displeased some nobles. But upon seeing the lion mark on the carriage, he gradually lost his temper. Although Margaret Young, the owner of the Moulin Rouge, was a woman who had seen a lot. However, even they showed surprise upon seeing such elite knights. Upon seeing Ryan alight from the carriage, Margaret quickly went to greet him. "Oh, isn't this young Master Ren? Come in quickly, Lucy and Leva were talking about you the other day." Ren glanced at the still attractive Margaret and curled his lip. "Thinking about me? More like thinking about my gold coins." Margaret, all dolled up, tapped Ren's shoulder with her hand. "They're all the same." Ren glanced at the knights beside him out of the corner of his eye and paused for a moment, then turned back and clapped his hands. "All right, come in and have something to eat and play. It's on me, young master. Spend as much as you like. Fiona can handle the guard duties." The knights remained unmoved, and the leading knight captain stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ren. "Young Master Ren, you don't need to worry about us. Our primary responsibility is to protect your safety. We cannot let our guard down until we reach the family." Ray nodded. "Okay, then let's not play anymore. It's noon now, and the food at the Moulin Rouge is pretty good. Leave half of the knights and guards behind, and let the other half come in and have a bite. Once they're done, they'll take over for the remaining half." Ren's words startled the knight commander, who looked at Ren and then bowed slightly to him. "Yes, young master. We will do as you command and protect your safety with our lives." Ryan nodded, looked at Margaret, and said, "You heard that, right? Go and arrange the best food, and I'll cover the cost." Margaret nodded in agreement. "Yes, young Master Ren. The Moulin Rouge will certainly make sure your knights are well fed." Ren nodded and walked into the Moulin Rouge with Margaret, followed closely by Fiona. The first floor of the Moulin Rouge is for dining, while the second floor is for entertainment. Therefore, there are few people on the first floor. After all, most people who come to the Moulin Rouge are there to enjoy themselves. Very few come simply to eat. Outside the Moulin Rouge, the knight commander looked at the knights and spoke. "You all heard what young Master Ren said just now. Playing is not allowed, but eating is still possible. Now divide me into two groups. One group goes in to eat, and the other group stays outside to guard. If anything happens inside, rush in immediately." "Knights, yes." The knight commander nodded. "All right, let's divide into groups." The knights quickly split into two groups. The knight commander ordered one group to go in for a meal, while he and the remaining group waited outside the Moulin Rouge. As Rain walked up the stairs, he saw the knights filing in and gave instructions to Margaret. "Margaret, you must eat the best food." Although puzzled by Ren's drastic change, he nodded nonetheless. "Well, young Master Ren, you are very good to your knights." He then instructed his maid to go to the kitchen to inform them. "Margaret, have any new people joined us lately? Preferably someone who knows how to dance. Today I just wanted to find some good dancers." Margaret naturally understood what Ryan was saying and nodded. "Of course there is one, specially reserved for you, young Master Ren, but there are a few conditions for her to serve you. However, when it comes to dancing, older people tend to be better at it." Upon reaching the second floor, he frowned slightly at the extravagant appearance of the building. This made Fiona, who was following behind, even more disgusted with the place. Without lingering on the second floor, Ren went straight to the third floor. There are some private rooms reserved for nobles on the third floor, and Ren is one of those nobles. Once inside Ren's private room, the noise from the outside world disappeared. The only scent in the room was a faint fragrance of roses. Although Ryan is a regular here, he only comes to watch the dancing. The original owner wasn't lecherous. He was just a simple scoundrel, the type who had the desire to steal but lacked the courage. The fact that all the maids in the house were virgins is good proof of this. Margaret, as usual, call on a few good dancers. Since the newcomer can't dance, then she shouldn't come. Bang! A banging sound came from the door. This immediately alerted Rain and Fiona. "Margaret, go open the door." Seeing Ryan's furrowed brows, Margaret nodded and opened the door. "I heard noises outside as soon as I opened the door. What are you pretending for, you teammate? You want the blessing of light? Come here and serve the young master well. Maybe we can buy you back into the family." "No, I only want the blessing of light. As long as you give me the blessing of light, I'll do whatever you want. Otherwise, I'd rather die." Hearing the sounds outside, Ren and Fiona breathed a sigh of relief. Margaret came out of the room and quickly helped the girl who was lying on the floor with her arms crossed to her feet. Then he pressed his body against the drunken man in front of him. "Oh, Mr. Manny, she's new here. Please don't take it to heart. I'll call Annie and the others for you in a bit. Get lost, isn't the new guy perfect?" Manny pushed her away and slapped Margaret across the face. Instantly, Margaret's face flushed red, and even some of the ornaments she was wearing on her head fell off. Despite being treated this way, Margaret still smiled apologetically at Manny. Well done, young Master Manny. Your strength has improved quite a bit recently. Young Master Manny, she's new here and doesn't know anything. I'll call a few more people later. How about you get your meal for free today? Margaret shielded the girl behind her and made a suggestion to Manny. Manny was immediately displeased upon hearing this, and then slapped Margaret again. Margaret staggered again after being slapped. The girl behind the shop owner, Margaret, felt her heart breaking at the sight of Margaret's appearance. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Old man, didn't you hear me? I want her to accompany me today. If you don't move aside, I'll slap you to death. Hearing what was being said outside, Rain slowly got up and went to the door of the room. I don't know if it's because of the original owner's habits. Now, whenever Ren's interest is interrupted, a sense of resentment inexplicably arises in his heart. Manny slapped Margaret again. Ren kicked out and even used wind magic to slightly accelerate. Go to hell. Manny was kicked several meters away by Ryan and only came to a slow stop after hitting a wall. Manny's attendants, Margaret and her companion, and Fiona behind Rain were all shocked by what they saw. Chapter 35 Kill. Margaret, seeing the menacing look on Rain's face, immediately took a slight step back with the girl behind her. Although Ryan never lost his temper at the Moulin Rouge, she had seen it before. Who are you? Manny's henchman was about to get angry, but when he saw Ryan's face, he swallowed his words. He clearly knew Ryan. However, it still caught Ren's attention. Ren delivered a powerful slap directly to his face. A faint purple light emanated from his hand. The slap landed on the attendant's face, instantly knocking him unconscious. Then red rashes and blisters gradually appeared on his face. He foamed at the mouth and convulsed on the ground. Who are you calling? Ryan kicked his follower in the stomach, sending him flying next to Manny. Manny, who had just stood up, was tripped by his attendant again. Someone come here. Manny, who had fallen to the ground, called out to his room. Suddenly, 5 or 6 figures appeared in Manny's room. When the men saw Manny's condition, they quickly went over and helped him up. Manny was still completely drunk and pointed at Ryan, shouting, Kill him! Kill him right now! The 6 men frowned as they looked at the young master pointing at Rain. One of them clearly didn't recognize Ryan and was about to attack, but was pulled back by another. One of the 6 men whispered in Manny's ear, Young master, that man is Ryan. I don't care if he's Rain or Ewan, get him. I'll take care of the killings for you. Go for it. If you don't go, I'll kill you all when I get home. The 6 men immediately tensed up and looked at Rain. The 2 sides are locked in a standoff. The girl behind Margaret looked at the scene before her with shock in her eyes. Master, that person is young Master Ren. The young Master Ren you told me was the most likely to give me the blessing of light. Margaret nodded, then looked worried about the situation. He slowly moved towards the stairs with the girl in his arms. I hope to inform the knights below about the situation described above. But before she could get close, the 6 men started to attack. Fiona, who was behind Ren, immediately drew her sword and stepped forward. Although Fiona is a Tier 3 warrior, the other 6 are all Tier 2 mid to high level warriors. The 2 sides remained deadlocked. Haha, great, fantastic. Seeing Fiona fighting with the 6 people, Ren clapped his hands and laughed. Immediately, Ren shouted, Someone come here. Rain's voice was amplified by magic and instantly resounded throughout the Moulin Rouge. The sound startled everyone present. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shake. The knight commander rushed up the stairs in an instant. Upon spotting Ren, they instantly shielded him behind them. Then the 2 teams of knights filed in. The once spacious third-floor living room suddenly became cramped. Seeing Fiona confronting the group, the knight commander immediately gave an order. Protect the young master. Take them all down. The knights immediately drew their long swords. A series of long swords, gleaming with a chilling light, flashed in everyone's minds. Almost instantly, the knights subdued the 6 men. Looking at the scene before him, the drunken Manny sobered up a bit. He stared in horror at Rain, whose face was contorted with rage. What did I just do? How did I mess with this jinx? The 6 men who had been subdued begged for mercy from Rain when they saw the fully armed knight. Young Master Ren, we didn't mean to hurt you. Otherwise, we would have already broken through the defenses of the person next to you. The group ignored Manny and had no choice but to beg for mercy from Ryan. Hee, do you know why I only call for backup when you guys start fighting? The group immediately shook their heads, but one of them seemed to realize something and collapsed to the side, feeling utterly powerless. Because I am a reasonable person, according to the imperial law, any commoner who attacks a nobleman, regardless of the nobleman's status, shall be executed. Rain's words immediately caused the pupils of the group to dilate. The group wanted to say something more. The knight commander looked at Ren. Young Master Ren, what should we do with these people? Rain touched Fiona's light armor, which had been scratched by the others. Kill. The knights immediately received their orders. The longsword fell like a blade of judgment. 6 heads fell to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The third-floor hall was instantly stained blood red. Rain was spared from bloodshed because the knight commander used an aura barrier in front of him. Manny, however, was covered in blood and stared in horror at the scene before him. All 6 were warriors, full of vital energy, and the blood gushed from their severed necks for a long time before gradually stopping. The floor of the third-floor lobby was covered with a faint pool of blood. Manny watched as Ryan slowly walked towards him, splashing water as he stepped on the blood on the ground, and he shuffled backward in terror. No, you can't kill me. Manny was so terrified when he saw Ryan's hand land on his face that he wet himself. With a sob in her voice, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. No, Manny kept muttering to himself. Ryan patted Manny's bloodied face to comfort him. Don't be afraid, Manny. Manny gradually quieted down as he listened to Ryan's words. Sudden, Ryan grabbed Manny's head and slammed it hard against the floor. Bang! A deep, muffled sound rang out. Manny's jaw was dislocated from the impact. Manny's fear of Ryan intensified. Ryan grabbed Manny's hair and gently helped him up. When you get home, your father, the Marquis Torres, will ask you questions. You can say whatever you want. But if I see you at the Moulin Rouge again, you know what will happen. After saying his last words, Ryan patted Manny, who was almost stunned with fear. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Manny felt as if he were free. He immediately got up and scrambled downstairs, not even caring about his attendants. Watching Manny's retreating figure, Ryan slowly stood up. He conjured a water ball in his hand and used it to clean his bloodstained hands. Honestly, there are so many troubles just to watch dancing. Rain slowly walked back to his room, stepping through the blood on the ground. The knights threw the 6 corpses aside and stood guard at the door. Margaret, seeing that the matter was over, gave instructions to the girl behind her. Go back to your own room. The girl looked at Rain's room with some hope, but when she saw the scars on Margaret's face, she nodded and obediently went downstairs. Watching the girl go downstairs, Margaret took a deep breath and slowly walked into Ren's room. Young Master Ren, shall I go find you some dancers now? Rain, who was sitting in a chair cleaning the bloodstains on his shoes with water magic, looked up at Margaret upon hearing this. He then pointed his finger, and a pink spell was released from Rain's hand. Primary treatment. Margaret's injured face slowly recovered. Okay, go ahead and call them. It would be best to call a few who know different dances. Margaret nodded, feeling her cheeks recover. Yes, Mr. Ryan. Chapter 36 Speculations on the Renovation of the Moulin Rouge. Before long, several graceful women dressed in light gauze followed Margaret into Ren's room. Ryan leaned against the bed and watched as Margaret and her entourage began preparing the musical instruments. The musicians were very skilled and quickly prepared all the instruments. As Margaret nodded, a series of hazy sounds immediately appeared. The dancers gradually began to dance along with the music. Watching the dancers' alluring moves, Ren sighed, realizing that this was the feeling he once had. Soon, the music ended, and the dancers gradually stopped dancing. After watching for a while, Ryan selected the dancer he thought was the best. Immediately, the dancers who were not chosen all looked at the chosen person with envy, and then left Ren's room one after another. The chosen dancer immediately pulled at her waist with both hands. Suddenly, the dancer's graceful body appeared before Ren. Then the dancer walked slowly toward Ren with extremely seductive steps, showing herself off generously with each step. Fiona frowned, considering whether she should stop them. Seeing this, Ren waved his hand. Put on your clothes. You weren't asked to stay here for this. Go stand aside. Having witnessed the maids in his household, Ren's aesthetic sense had clearly reached an extremely high level. The dancer's graceful figure was eye-catching, but how much did it stir in Ren's heart? After all, he had seen better ones. Upon hearing this, the dancer immediately stopped and bowed slightly to Rain, looking somewhat disappointed. Yes, young Master Ryan. Then she turned around, picked up the light gauze she had just taken off from the ground, put it on half covering herself, and stood aside. Then came several different songs and different dance moves. The only thing they had in common was that the dancers' dances were all extremely seductive. Watching the dancers perform, Ryan turned to Margaret and asked about Manny's situation. Margaret, I remember you have the Maurice family, the Marquis family, behind you. There's no need for you to be so obsequious to the Torres family. Rain asked questions while eating fruit. Margaret gave a wry smile after hearing what Ryan said. Young Master Ryan, it is true that the Moulin Rouge is owned by the Maurice family, but the Maurice family is currently facing some trouble and has no authority over our Moulin Rouge. Although the Moulin Rouge is ostensibly a Maurice family business, It actually has no noble backing it at all. After listening, Ryan nodded. No wonder Manny was so arrogant. Indeed, in such a prime location as the central avenue of the royal city. Without the backing of nobles, the Moulin Rouge was easily targeted. Looking at the dancing dancers and the decor of his room, Ryan fell into deep thought. Although we don't know what kind of accident the Maurice family encountered, something that could overwhelm even a Marquis family must be no small matter. As for the Moulin Rouge, okay, the one in the middle stays, the rest of you can go. Time passed slowly. Although Ryan currently has a strong resistance to women, he is starting to feel the strain from the dancers' repeated seductive dances. In the end, only 7 dancers whom he thought danced very well were selected. After drinking a cup of herbal tea to calm his anger, Ren decided to go home and find the maids to deal with it. Margaret, I'll take these girls back with me and teach my maids how to dance. I'll bring them back to you in a while. Margaret nodded upon hearing this, and it was clear she wanted to say something after hearing that Ryan was looking for a dancer to teach a maid. But I still didn't say it. Okay, Margaret, calculate how much I spent today. Ryan yawned nonchalantly. Margaret chuckled lightly. Young Master Ryan, you helped me resolve Manny's matter today. How could I possibly ask you for money? Today, all your expenses are on my tab. Ryan gave Margaret a meaningful look. Okay, then it's on you today. Pushing open the door, the horrific and bloody scene in the third-floor lobby had been restored to its original state. Ren led several dancers and knights downstairs. Suddenly, Ren turned his head to look at a certain spot, looking somewhat puzzled. He just felt someone was watching him. But he didn't think much of it, and walked out of the Moulin Rouge. Margaret led a carriage out from the backyard. Young Master Ren, I noticed you've only ridden in one carriage today. This one is for you. Ren nodded, and then instructed the dancers behind him to get into the carriage. Standing outside looking at the Moulin Rouge's facade, Ren took out a token from his magical device and tossed it to Margaret. Margaret was immediately surprised when she received it. Young Master Ryan. Ren pursed his lips as he looked at Margaret. Stop pretending, isn't this what you want? With my token, it means I'm protecting your Moulin Rouge. I'll go get the deed from the Morris family in a couple of days. From now on, you'll be working for me, Ren, from the Moulin Rouge. I want to see who dares to mess with Ren right now. Margaret didn't seem to care that Ryan had exposed her, and just chuckled lightly. Young Master Ryan, you have a truly discerning eye. From now on, the Moulin Rouge will have to rely on you. Ryan gave a curt, and got into the carriage, instructing Drake to go home. Looking at the backs of the Ren convoy, and the black token in their hands, a huge weight was finally lifted off Margaret's shoulders. Now that Ryan is backing them up, the Moulin Rouge can be a little more assertive. Then she turned and went back into the red mill. I'm so happy today. All the workers' wages have been doubled. Woohoo Fangzhou is very generous. The owner is so generous. It was already evening when they returned to the Gray family. Since the Gray family had already investigated and dealt with spies and other such individuals yesterday, the Gray family has now returned to its former state. As soon as I got out of the car, Eve was waiting by my side. Meanwhile, the women behind Eve looked at their young master with resentment. With so many beautiful women at home, why go to places like the Moulin Rouge? Upon seeing Eve, Ryan stepped forward to embrace her slender waist, but Eve deftly dodged him. This surprised Ren. Seeing Eve's expressionless face and the maid's resentful expressions, Rain understood the reason. He stepped forward, hugged Cecily and Ellie, and then explained to the others. I have business at the Moulin Rouge. Let's go and talk as we walk. On the way, Rain explained to the maids why he was going to the Moulin Rouge. Ah, young master, you want to find dance training for us? That's for sure. None of you can dance. What am I supposed to do when I'm bored at home? After understanding the reason, the maids immediately lost their anger towards the dancers following behind them. Come on, I've missed you all so much. You don't know, after watching your seductive dance for so long, I couldn't hold back anymore. Then he hugged Eve and whispered something to her. If I hadn't been thinking about Eve all this time, I would have gone mad long ago. Eve rolled her eyes at Ren upon hearing this, and stopped hiding in his arms. Chapter 37 is lost. Why don't you lose yourself too? The following day at noon, Ren walked out of the academy cafeteria after finishing his lesson with the magic teacher that day. As soon as Ryan stepped out of the cafeteria, the person who made Ryan grit his teeth appeared from behind a tree and walked towards him. Just as the man was about to take something out of the backpack behind him, he was stopped by Ryan. Wait, don't take it yet. Ren immediately looked around, fearing that Sophia might be nearby. He then instructed the man to follow him. Follow me. I always feel a chill down my spine here. The man chuckled and said, Okay, young Master Ryan, before following in Ryan's footsteps. Before long, Ren led the man through a school building to the vicinity of the Mage Tower. Even if something unexpected happens here, he can easily escape. Okay, take it out. The man looked around and then nodded. He then put down the backpack and reached inside. After searching for a while, the man suddenly paused. He frowned and then, in a panic, emptied everything out of his backpack. The man frantically searched for the box on the ground, but there was no trace of the box. Young Master Leilin, the box is missing. The man looked at Rain with a surprised and puzzled expression. Ren's lips twitched. He grabbed the man by the collar and roared angrily. You lost this. Why don't you just lose yourself? Faced with Ren's questioning, the man lowered his head dejectedly. I'm sorry, young Master Ren, I don't know either, but it's all right. I'll be back at the family in a bit, and the patriarch should have a backup. If it's convenient for you, please tell me where you're going next, and I'll come find you as soon as I get the box. Ren stared at the man for a long time, but in the end did nothing, only letting out a long sigh. The idea of asking for Sophia's lingerie was initially just a perverse hobby of his, but he never expected that it would be discovered by the person in question. What's your name? Ryan released his grip on the man's hand. The man smiled and answered while tidying up the things on the ground. Young Master Ryan, my name is Hugh Connery. Ryan nodded. Okay, Hugh, go back and tell Brant not to send me this message again. Just pretend I never said that. Otherwise, Fabian would really fight me to the death. Hugh was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yes, young Master Rain, I will relay this to the head of the family. At this moment, in a training room. Sister Sophia, look what I got. Anna walked into Sophia's training room with a look of surprise. Sophia, who was training, stopped when she heard this and was stunned when she saw a familiar box in Anna's hand. She immediately put down her sword and rushed to Anna's side. Anna, where did you get this box? Is it the one from Ryan's back then? Seeing Sophia's surprised expression, Anna proudly held up her flat chest. Of course, the people in the academy didn't want to mess with Ren, but finding the person who had secretly spoken with Ren wasn't difficult. I used just a little bit of a sleeping potion and got my hands on this thing without anyone knowing. Sophia was pleasantly surprised to hear Anna's words. You're amazing, Anna. Hearing Sophia's praise, Anna felt as proud as a white swan. Sister Sophia, let's open it and see what's inside. Anna's words immediately made Sophia's pretty face blush slightly. But then, remembering that Anna was his best friend, he nodded. Let's open it and take a look. The two then opened the box. There was nothing in the box except a note. It says on it, Sophia's underwear today is white lace. The contents of the note immediately startled the two of them. Sophia's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. He muttered through gritted teeth, Rain Gray. Anna immediately understood the truth of the note's contents from Sophia's expression. Come on, Sister Sophia, come home with me. I'm going to ask Father for that treasure that can seal off spaces. Let's see how he runs away next time he encounters Ryan. Meanwhile, Ren was traveling by carriage towards the Morris family outside the royal city. Sitting in the carriage, Ren drew back the curtains and looked at the scenery along the way outside the royal city. When it comes to the Morris family, Ryan doesn't have much of an impression. All that is known is that the Maurice family is a newly emerging marquisate. Because the Morris family owns a large number of amethyst mines in the Walternay province in the western part of the empire. Therefore, it is also known as the Amethyst family. As soon as Ryan approached the Morris family manor, he sensed something was wrong. Several squads of knights were patrolling outside the manor. A state of war was suddenly realized. Just as he thought of this, Ren's carriage and guards were stopped by patrolmen. The patrol captain stepped forward to stop the carriage and then gave a knightly salute to the knight commander guarding the carriage. He clearly knew what the lion mark on the Ryan carriage meant. Stopping the carriage was just a routine matter. Upon seeing Ren's face in the carriage, they let him pass without hesitation. Then, Ryan's carriage drove into the Morris family's manor without any hindrance. Meanwhile, the Morris family's old butler had been waiting there for a long time after receiving the news. The old butler saw Ryan get out of the car and bowed slightly to him, saying, Good afternoon, young Master Ryan. My name is Bertrand Austin, and I am the old butler of the Morris family. Young Master Ryan can just call me Bertrand. Ren nodded. Bertrand, I'd like to speak with the Marquis of Maurice. I hope to acquire the land deed for the Moulin Rouge in the royal city, as well as the people associated with it. Ryan cut to the chase and stated the purpose of his visit. Bertrand shook his head. I'm sorry, young Master Ren, the head of the family is not here. He returned to the family territory a few months ago. They've gone back to their territory? Now who's in charge here? Young Master Ali is currently in charge of the overall situation here. Then take me to see him. Bertrand nodded, then instructed the servants behind him to inform Ali in the villa. Bertrand then led Ren to the reception room. Bertrand led Rain, Fiona, and the knight commander to the reception room, and shortly after, Ollie entered the reception room as well. Ren, it's been a long time. Ollie walked to the sofa opposite Ren and poured himself a cup of black tea. Looking at Ollie's haggard face, Ren curled his lip. I saw you watching the commotion from the sidelines in Central Square just a few days ago. Ollie smiled, then became slightly serious. Rain, I know why you've come, but the Moulin Rouge is one of the most profitable businesses my Maurice family owns in the capital. If you really want it, then I won't waste any more time with you. One price, 3 million gold coins. Upon hearing Ollie's offer, Ren immediately spat out a mouthful of black tea. Thankfully, it wasn't facing Ollie directly, otherwise Ollie would have had to wash it all over again. The Red Mill occupies a considerable area, but it's worth at most 1.6 million gold coins. Even Ren was hoping to negotiate the price down to 1.3 or 1.4 million, so he only brought about 1.3 million gold coins with him today. 3 million. Ollie, do you really think I, Ryan, am a sucker? The Moulin Rouge area is indeed expensive, but not to this extent. With 3 million, I could buy 2 Moulin Rouge locations. Chapter 38, The Peerless Dancer, Greta Sec. Seeing Ren's shocked expression, Ollie smiled, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. You're still the same old Ren, still so impatient. Of course, I can negotiate the price. You can also suggest a price, and we can discuss it slowly. Hearing Ollie's words, Ren crossed his arms and said, 100,000 gold coins. Ren stated his price without hesitation. Puff. Upon hearing this, Ollie immediately spat out a mouthful of black tea. Are you trying to fob off a beggar, Ren? You really dare to say that? Ollie stared wide-eyed at Ryan, who was pouting. So what? You didn't say anything. We can discuss it slowly. Like Ollie, Ryan picked up his teacup and took small sips of tea. Ollie shook his head, both amused and exasperated. You. Ollie first told Bertrand behind him to have someone clean up the tea on the ground, and then asked, Ren, you should still be eligible to enter the secret realm, right? Hearing Ollie's question, Ryan paused for a moment and then nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Ollie was visibly taken aback when he heard that Ren actually possessed a qualification for the secret realm. He had only asked casually, but he didn't expect that Ren actually had it. Ollie then suppressed the surprise in his eyes and continued drinking his tea without changing his expression. Oh, how many do you have? Although Ryan saw the surprise in Ollie's eyes, he didn't say anything. Not much, what? You want it? I can't give it to you. Ollie coughed twice. I don't know if it was the tea or Ren that made me choke. Ollie immediately rose from his seat and came to Ren's side to pour him a full cup of tea. Oh dear, Ren, you're not unaware of the famous saying of my Morris family. Everything has its price. Name your price. As long as it's not too outrageous, I won't argue. Seeing Ollie, who was 10 years older than him, looking at him with such eagerness, Ryan immediately moved to sit down next to him. Your family doesn't have any spots? No way. The Maurice family is a marquis family. How could they not have any? Ollie nodded helplessly upon hearing this. Yes, there are some, but only 3. There are far more monks than porridge, a drop in the ocean. 3. When he heard Ollie mention 3 spots, Ryan was stunned. Only 3? Oh, that makes sense. With so many nobles in the capital sharing 100 spots, it's true that not many can be allocated. Ollie nodded. Yeah, Ryan, how much do you have? Seeing that Ren was still considering, Ollie thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and immediately offered another condition. Ryan, everyone knows you like beautiful women. So, no matter how many spots you have, as long as you agree to switch, that's fine. I'll tell you a secret. A story about an unparalleled beauty. Ollie's words immediately piqued Ryan's interest. A beauty? Or an unparalleled beauty? This piqued the interest of Ren, who had a penchant for collecting beautiful women. I don't have many spots available. I only have 5. Ren did not reveal all 10 spots. When Ollie heard that there were 5 spots, he couldn't help but sigh. Ryan alone has more spots than the Morris family has. If Ryan knew what Ollie was thinking, he would show that he still had more than 200 spots available. I wonder if this will shock Ollie. 5. How about this, if you agree, Ryan, for spots for the Moulin Rouge? Hearing Ollie's words, Ryan was secretly pleased, but he still wore a troubled expression on his face. Brother Ollie, as you know, these 5 spots were given to me by my father to cultivate his cronies. If you get 4 now, I'll only have 1 left. If my father finds out, he'll beat me to death. Ollie nodded in understanding. Those 3 spots plus 500,000 gold coins. The Moulin Rouge is yours. A look of interest flashed in Ryan's eyes, and he nodded. Okay, then so be it. Brother Ollie, what about the peerless beauty you just mentioned? Ollie chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, when have I, Ollie, ever broken my word? Ren, you know Greta Sec, right? Upon hearing the name, Ren immediately showed a shocked expression. Greta? That legendary dancer? Wasn't she dead? Ollie shook his head. No, things are a bit complicated, but anyway, she's not dead. Moreover, she hid very well within my Maurice family's territory. If she hadn't asked me for a favor, I would never have even thought she was still alive. Seeing that Ollie was not going to continue, Ryan immediately understood from the look in Ollie's eyes. He immediately took out 3 special coins and a gold card from his magic device and placed them on the table. Upon seeing the coin, Ollie immediately took it in his hand to examine it. Seeing Ollie's serious expression, Ryan curled his lip. Would I give you a fake? You don't trust me at all. Ollie glanced at Ren. Hard to say. After all, you have a criminal record. However, after checking, the coin was indeed real, and Ollie then put it into the magic device. He then put the gold card on the table into his pocket and nodded to Bertrand behind him. A short while later, Bertrand returned with a box. Ollie took the box and then took out a stack of documents from his magic device, handing them to Rain along with the box. The box contains the land deed for the Moulin Rouge and contracts with the relevant personnel. Also, here is all the information I know about Greta. As for how you win her over, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me, Ollie. But if you could give me another coin, I, Ollie, would definitely be your most reliable wingman. Suddenly, a coin flew towards Ollie. Ollie quickly caught the coin, looking at it with shock. No, he really gave it to me. He then looked up at Ren, his gaze resolute. Ryan, I'll let you know as soon as I hear any news about Greta. Furthermore, I, Ollie, am absolutely your most reliable wingman. I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't help you get Greta. Ryan put away the documents in his hand and patted Ollie on the shoulder. Okay, thanks to you, brother Ollie. When I go to the province of Walter, Nevada someday, you'd better plan things out for me. Don't worry, Ryan. With me here, Greta is definitely yours. Seeing how Ollie wanted to become his sworn brother, Ren had no doubt about Ollie's words. After all, the Morris family has always valued commitments. Okay, bro, no need to see me off. I know the way. Okay, take care, buddy. Ollie watched as Rain and the others slowly walked away. Take out the 4 coins. The specially made coins emit a unique halo under the illumination of the crystal chandelier. These 4 coins are not only extremely valuable, but more importantly, they can also help him win over some important members of his family. Not long after Ryan left, a servant knocked on the door and came in, reported to Bertrand, and then left the room. Bertrand then interrupted Ollie as he admired the coin, saying, Young master, the second young master has something else to attend to. Hearing that Ollie had put the coin away, he let out a heavy sigh. Compared to other nobles, I still prefer dealing with Ren. Bertrand was puzzled. Young master Ollie, why is that? At least, it won't be too tiring. Chapter 39 Dream Pavilion. Royal City, 3rd floor of the Moulin Rouge. Margaret stared blankly at the land deed in Ryan's hand and the contracts of the people associated with the Moulin Rouge. She hadn't expected Ryan to be so fast. In just one day, Ryan had already gained actual control of the Moulin Rouge. Margaret then bowed slightly to Ryan, revealing her impressive cleavage to him. Young Master Ryan, you are truly decisive and efficient. From now on, Margaret and the sisters of the Moulin Rouge will rely on you. Ren, somewhat dazed by the enormous white object, coughed twice. Ahem, of course, I, Ren, have always been generous to women, especially beautiful ones. Now that Rain controls the Moulin Rouge, he naturally hopes it can bring him profits. After all, who would complain about not having enough gold coins? Rain asked questions while watching the dancers perform. Margaret, approximately how much does the Moulin Rouge make each month now? Margaret nodded. Young Master Ryan, please wait a moment. After saying this, Margaret left the room and returned shortly with an account book. After handing the ledger to Ryan, Margaret began to explain. Young Master Rain, the Moulin Rouge earned approximately 12,186 gold coins last month. On average, the Moulin Rouge earns around 11,000 gold coins per month per year. The annual income is approximately 132,000 gold coins. Ryan glanced at the ledger a few times and then put it down, bored. Listening to Margaret's report, Ren nodded in approval. Earning over 100,000 gold coins annually is indeed a considerable return. After all, the Gray family's annual tax revenue is only a little over 17 million gold coins. Ryan threw the ledger onto the table. Now that the Moulin Rouge has a new owner, it needs to be changed. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Margaret's heart tightened. However, he didn't say anything. Although the Moulin Rouge is owned by Ren, there is no one from Ren working there now. Naturally, this couldn't put Ren at ease. Margaret, however, had no idea how many fewer people would be this time. Okay, everyone, come downstairs with me. Margaret, summon all the Moulin Rouge staff to the lobby on the 1st floor, no matter what they are doing. If any guest disagrees, Have him come down to the first floor and talk to me. Rain got out of bed, pushed open the door, and walked ahead. Fiona and the Knight Commander followed closely behind. Margaret then beckoned the dancers and musicians in the room to follow, and she went from room to room calling people. Immediately, a chorus of curses erupted from the Moulin Rouge. A grumpy guest yelled at Margaret. "What are you doing? I've already paid the money. I've already taken my pants off, and you're saying there's something wrong today?" Margaret looked calm and composed, showing none of her previous timidity. After all, she now has the behemoth that is the Grey family as her backer. Margaret explained to the guests with a slight apology. "I'm sorry, there are some things to attend to at the Red Mill today. Your money will be refunded in full shortly. If you disagree, the owner of the Moulin Rouge is on the first floor right now, and you can give him feedback." The guest, seeing Margaret's composed demeanor, gave a heavy snort and prepared to go downstairs to argue with the owner of the Moulin Rouge. There were many people in the same situation as him, and they all went downstairs together to demand an explanation from the owner of the Moulin Rouge. A group of people came downstairs shouting, "The Morris family hasn't even sorted out their own problems yet, and they're trying to meddle in my business? Yes, Ollie needs to give me an explanation today. I've already taken my pants off. Yes, let's go." As soon as the group came downstairs, they saw Rin sitting on a chair in the lobby, enjoying tea. The shouting immediately subsided, as if afraid of disturbing Rin. After all, the bloodshed that occurred on the third floor a few days ago is still fresh in everyone's mind. However, after looking around, they still couldn't find Ollie. As a group of people watched Margaret lead a group of women downstairs, they immediately stopped her and questioned her. "Margaret, where's Ollie? Didn't you say the Moulin Rouge owner was on the first floor? I don't see Ollie." Margaret covered her mouth and smiled. "Gentlemen, the Moulin Rouge has a new owner today. The current owner of the Moulin Rouge is..." Margaret kept everyone in suspense for a moment, then walked behind Ryan's chair and slowly began to speak to the crowd. "Young Master Ren. Gentlemen, young Master Ren is here now. Is there anything you wish to discuss with him?" Ryan crossed his legs to accommodate Margaret and let out a soft hum. A chill ran down the spine of the group. No, since it's young Master Ren who has something to do, I naturally have no objection." Yes. Although Ren heard the commotion from everyone coming downstairs clearly, he didn't say anything. After all, being interrupted while doing that kind of thing is really annoying. Moreover, these people are also loyal customers of the Moulin Rouge. Now that he owns the Moulin Rouge, he wouldn't do anything to reduce customer traffic. Rain slowly put down his teacup and began to speak. "Please don't be nervous, everyone. I just took over the Moulin Rouge today, so I need to understand it a bit. The money will be refunded to you shortly." After hearing what Ren said, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Did Ren not get angry? One of the quick-witted ones spoke first. "Not at all, Mr. Ren, you're right. It's only natural to get to know things after taking over. I won't bother you any longer. Money doesn't matter. Consider it my congratulatory gift to you, Mr. Ren." Yes. Everyone agreed. Then everyone immediately left this place of trouble. After all, who knows if Ryan is just being polite? If he really dares to ask for the money, he might just take a dislike to you and give you a beating. As everyone left, Ren did not stop them. They don't want the money. It's not that he refuses to give it to them. Seeing that the guests had all left, Ryan ordered Margaret to close the door. The doors of the Moulin Rouge were suddenly closed. Then Ren looked at the beautiful women standing in the hall. "As you just heard, from now on I, Ryan Gray, am the owner of the Moulin Rouge. Now that the Moulin Rouge has a new owner, I'll have to change the rules." As a nobleman, Ren exuded an extremely powerful aura at this moment. This aura is not something that others can imitate. It is an innate nobility and sense of superiority. At this moment, Ryan's aura completely overwhelmed the entire audience, and even Margaret, who had experienced a great deal, felt a slight pressure. Margaret had only ever seen this kind of pressure from a few extremely powerful noblemen. First, starting today, the Red Mill Pavilion will undergo renovations, which will take at the latest 1 month. After that, the Red Mill Pavilion will be renamed Dream Pavilion. Second, I will send people to check the accounts of the Dream Pavilion from time to time. I do not want anyone in the Dream Pavilion to cheat or shirk their duties. If they are discovered, you know how I, Rain, am. Third, I will arrange for someone to give you special training in a while, and I hope you will all study hard. Chapter 40, The Anderson Auction, is about to begin. Fourth, that's about all I wanted to say. I'll consider new rules if anything changes in the future. Rain smiled secretly as he looked at the women's low spirits. This is exactly what I wanted. Now that the big stick has been used up, it's time to offer some sweet treats. Although there are many rules, there are still some benefits. Rain poured out the cold tea from his cup and poured himself a fresh cup of hot tea. After taking a few sips of tea to moisten his throat, he continued. First, after the Dream Pavilion is established, there are monthly, quarterly, and annual bonuses. The person who earns the most gold coins in the pavilion each month will receive a monthly bonus, which is an extra 30% of the gold coins you earn. The quarterly bonus is awarded every 3 months, and the bonus is 40% of the gold coins earned during those 3 months. The annual bonus is awarded once a year, and it not only rewards 50% of the gold coins earned in a year, but I will also give her an extra bonus. Ryan slightly adjusted the rewards he used to receive at his former company. As the women listened to Rain's novel reward system, their low spirits gradually lifted. After all, Ryan's reward system was something they had never seen before, and it was indeed the best reward system they had ever seen. One by one, they began to whisper among themselves. Margaret was slightly taken aback as she listened to the new regulations from Ren. Although the regulations are stricter than before, but it's precisely because of these benefits, and also for those awards, that we can achieve this. The women will definitely spare no effort to make as much money as possible for Huanming Pavilion. Rain put down his teacup as he watched the women whispering with interest. Okay, I'm giving you all a day off today. That's all I wanted to say. Yes, master. After understanding the situation, the women left the hall and returned to their rooms. Watching the women leave, Rain slowly rose from his chair. Seeing that Ryan was about to leave, Margaret quickly opened the door to the Moulin Rouge. Take care, young Master Ren. I just returned to the Gray family manor. Ryan was then called over by Fred. In his office, Ford frowned as he looked at the information recorded in the ledger. The ledger clearly showed that Rain had spent 1.3 million gold coins this morning. As he watched Ryan walk into the office, Ford squinted and asked, 1.5 million gold coins. You really dare to ask for that? Huh. The Gray family only pays a little over 17 million in taxes a year, and you're asking for a tenth of that? Faced with Ford's questioning, Ryan curled his lip. I used it to buy the Morris family's Moulin Rouge. Hearing what Ryan said, Ford was taken aback. Moulin Rouge? That brat from the Morris family traded with you? Didn't he say he wouldn't trade for less than 3 million? Ford's tone was full of disbelief. Rain immediately produced the deed to the Moulin Rouge. Yes, it's been changed. The land deeds are now in my possession. Fred was startled when he saw the land deed in Ryan's hand. He flashed to Ren's side and took the land deed from Ren's hand to examine it. It took me a while to realize what was happening. It seems to be true. This kid wasn't lying to me. Once he realized what was happening, a smile immediately appeared on Fred's stern face. Ahem. So you went to take care of important business, Ren. Very good. Ren, you're finally starting to think about the family. Seeing his father's face change so quickly, Ryan snatched the land deed from Fred's hand. What are you doing? When did I tell the family? This is my own business. Upon hearing this, Fred didn't say anything. Isn't yours from the family? He assumed that it was just a misunderstanding between Ryan and him that caused the other person to express dissatisfaction. Looking at the land deed in Ryan's hand, it's clear that Ryan was indeed using the money for legitimate purposes rather than wasting it. Fred's anxiety subsided. He then took out an exquisite invitation from his magical artifact. Oh, right. Here, this is the invitation to the Anderson auction in a couple of days. Eve told me you're going, so I'm giving it to you first. I need to go back to my family territory in a couple of days to select some people to enter the secret realm, so I won't be going to the auction. You can go in my place. Ren nodded and accepted the invitation. Then Ford continued. Jonas will be accompanying you to this auction. He's very experienced, and he'll tell you if he comes across anything good. The family has prepared a total of 20 million gold coins. If you can buy them, then buy them. If not, don't force it. Ferd gave Rain a series of instructions, fearing that Rain might cause some trouble while he was away from the capital. Ren pursed his lips and said, Okay, I got it. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Behave yourself while I'm not in the royal city, and don't provoke Sophia again, you hear me? Seeing Ryan's perfunctory attitude, Ford also imitated Ryan's expression and pouted. Okay, you can go back now. Ryan nodded and pushed open the office door to go upstairs. Time quickly came to the day of Anderson's auction. The college is very quiet today. Whether teachers or students, most of the nobles came to the largest auction house in the royal city to participate in the Anderson auction. Anderson auction, an auction held by the Anderson family, a merchant family. The Anderson family has been in business for generations and has long been involved with many powerful forces, including the Empire, the Federation, and the Kingdom. Their power was moderate, and they had no ambition to dominate. Moreover, the Anderson auctions held by the Anderson family always feature some rare treasures. Therefore, many powerful forces allowed them to conduct business in their own territories and hold auctions. In the morning, Ryan quickly got everything ready. Looking at Ellie standing tall and proud beside him, and at the resentful glances directed at her from all around, Ren smiled slightly. Seeing the maids surrounding him all pouting, Ren felt helpless. All right, everyone go pack your things, let's go together. Upon hearing their young master's words, the maids immediately let out joyful screams. Yay, off to the auction. Young master is so good. Yes, young master is the best. Each maid gave her a good morning kiss. Soon the maids were dressed. After changing out of their maid outfits, everyone has a different style. After the maids finished tidying up, Ren led them downstairs. Downstairs, Jonas had been waiting for a long time. Jonas was slightly taken aback when he saw the beautiful women coming down from upstairs, then smiled and said nothing. Fiona, standing next to Jonas, pouted slightly. She's such a womanizer. Then the group boarded the carriage. Because Ren brought too many people, one carriage couldn't accommodate them all. Jonas had no choice but to prepare another carriage. Then, 2 carriages carrying the family knights slowly set off towards the royal city. Chapter 41. You want to be my enemy? Because the maids all wanted to ride in the same carriage as Ren, the carriage where Ren was located became much more crowded. Fortunately, the carriage in Ren was large enough to fit so many people. Fiona and Jonas rode in the second carriage. Soon, Ryan and his group set off. On the way, the maids looked at the scenery outside the carriage with great excitement. For a moment, the carriage was filled with the chattering and laughter of the maids. It was like Ren taking his maids on a spring outing. As the convoy moved forward, it wasn't long before Ren's convoy passed through the wilderness and entered the royal city. After entering the royal city, the caravan's speed began to slow down. Because today is the day of Anderson's auction. Although the main road of the royal city is very wide. However, with so many horse-drawn carriages, it still felt very crowded. The roadside vendors clearly knew that today was the start of Anderson's auction. There are stalls everywhere along the main road. Although the prosecutors in the capital had driven away many, the number of vendors had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Once this is finished, another task begins. Once they finished over there, they started coming out again over here. The prosecutor was so angry he was cursing, but he still rushed off. After all, it was his job. The Grey family is one of the most prestigious noble families in the empire. No one dared to squeeze into the carriage, but it still took some effort to get out of the dense traffic. Soon, Ren and his group arrived at the auction house. Upon arriving at the auction house, Ren and his group discovered that the passageways were completely blocked by carriages. Staff members were clearing the blockage nearby. However, Ryan ignored all of that, and Drake drove the carriage straight to an open space. This is a special passage for VIP guests. Those who can use this passage are at least counts. Therefore, the passage here is very smooth. Before long, Drake drove the carriage toward the entrance of the auction house. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and Ren opened the door and slowly led the maids out. Upon seeing the Grey family's mark on the carriage, the auction house staff rushed forward to greet them. Good morning, Mr. Ryan. Ren nodded and took out the invitation from his magic ring, handing it to the man. The man simply glanced at it casually and then returned it to Ren. Invitations are a symbol of status, and Ryan clearly doesn't need one. Even if Ren didn't have an invitation, the people at the auction wouldn't stop him. They would just cover for him by saying he forgot to bring it. After returning the invitation to Ren, the man beckoned to a maid standing nearby. Judy, you lead the way for young Master Ryan. Yes, steward. A woman with a good figure walked over from the side. Judy bowed slightly to Ryan. Young Master Ryan, please come with me. Ryan and his group then followed Judy into the auction hall. Enter the auction hall and walk on the red carpet. The passageway leading into the auction house was as vast as the gaping maw of an abyss. The interior decoration is even more luxurious. All the women were stunned by the passageway leading to the auction house. Each of them had their mouths slightly agape, expressing their shock. Before long, Ren saw someone. Baron Quinn, a person he utterly loathed. The Quinn and Grey families are sworn enemies. If we say that the relationship between the Grey family and Sophia's Ward family is 70, that's minus 70 for the Quinn family. If it weren't for the mediation of the Imperial Royal family, the two sides would have already gone to war. The feud between the two families dates back hundreds of years. Hundreds of years ago, the Quinn family was not yet an imperial noble family. Rather, he was a noble lord of a medium-sized kingdom. After repeated attacks by the Empire, the kingdom fell, which led the Quinn family to surrender to the Empire. However, the head of the Grey family in that generation died in the Great War. The Quinn family was the one that caused the most damage to the Grey family. Centuries later, the Quinn and Grey families remain at odds. Meanwhile, Baron Quinn was unleashing his bestial instincts, bullying an auctioneer. The waiter clearly resisted, but was held down by Baron's attendants and could only endure Baron's onslaught with blank stares. Faced with this scene, Judy looked distressed, but there was nothing she could do. Hey, isn't this Baron? Wow, it's so small. I've never seen one this small before. Ren scoffed at Baron's actions. Baron turned around immediately upon hearing the sound. Upon seeing Ryan, he slowly stood up and pulled up his pants. Hey, isn't this thunder? Before Baron could finish speaking, Rain shot a fiery magic spear at Baron. Ren's sudden move was naturally based on some considerations. First, the Grey family and the Queen family are sworn enemies. Wouldn't it be utterly despicable to greet an enemy with a smile? The second reason is, of course, Jonas behind him. As a sixth-tier being, Jonas is inherently invincible in his fight against Baron. If they don't fight now, when will they? Even if he kills Baron, Fiddle will not only not blame him, but will praise him instead. Even if the Empire holds Ren accountable afterward, it is impossible for Ren to pay with his life. At most, they'll let Ryan return to the Grey family's territory for a while. Once the hype dies down, Ryan will be able to return. The fiery magic spear arrived in front of Baron almost instantly. The terrifying temperature even caused the space around the demonic spear to distort slightly. One of Baron's guards, witnessing this, immediately intervened, deflecting the fiery demon spear with a single sword strike. Bang! The scorching magic spear, deflected, struck the wall, leaving an extremely deep crater. Instantly, everyone present was shocked by Ren's sudden change of attitude. Do you think you can call me Ren by my name? Seeing the look of disgust on Ren's face, Baron immediately drew his long sword from his waist. The two sides confronted each other. However, the highest-ranking talent on Baron's side is only at the 4th rank. They were quickly rendered immobile by the subtle aura emanating from Jonas. Ren looked at Baron, lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. Just then, a voice interrupted Ren's thoughts. Oh, it's an honor to have young Master Ren here. I've missed you so much. A woman with almond-shaped eyes, long hair reaching her waist, and a seductive appearance appeared out of nowhere and leaned slowly against Ren's shoulder. The appearance of this vixen immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the group of maids behind Ren. But Ren remained unmoved and said calmly, Miss Chiming, what brings you here to meddle in my business? Chiming Jones was taken aback when she saw that Ryan had not done as she had hoped. How come he wasn't charmed? I've pulled my dress so low, and he doesn't even look? Is this still the same sleazy Ryan? But Chiming quickly realized what was happening. Of course, sensing young Master Ren's presence, Kimingrenjia naturally came to meet with you, young Master Ren. Chiming playfully drew circles on Rain's chest with her slender fingers. Upon hearing this, Rain immediately wrapped his arms around Chiming's slender waist and pulled her directly into his embrace. Looking at the pink-clad beauty so close to him, he slowly opened his mouth. Oh, well, I'm truly flattered to be favored by Miss Chiming, the top auctioneer. Feeling the large hand of Ren about to break through the defense, Chiming turned around and hid to the side, laughing. Come on, young Master Ren. Once we're in the room, Chiming will carefully introduce you to today's auction items. Chiming used the word carefully very explicitly. As he watched Chiming leave his embrace, Rain smiled and nodded. Well, I'd be more than happy to have Miss Chiming explain things to me personally, but I'll have to deal with the current situation first. Then, changing the subject, she looked at Baron with a cold tone. Instantly, lightning crackled in Rain's hand, and a thunder spear was pointed directly at Baron. Bang! Lightning flashed, and the lightning spear was blocked. Ren narrowed his eyes as he looked at the lovely woman in front of him. Dream Jones, you want to be my enemy? Chapter 42 The Anderson auction officially begins. You want to be my enemy? Seeing his lightning spear blocked by Chiming, a dangerous glint appeared in Rain's eyes. Seeing that Rain was about to explode, Chiming quickly walked over to Rain's side, wanting to explain something. But before he could get close to Ren, Fiona, who was behind him, stepped forward and blocked him with her sword. She could only explain from the sidelines. Young Master Ren, how could I dare to be your enemy? Upon hearing this, Rain immediately interrupted. Okay, I've always been very patient with beautiful women, so I'll give you another chance. Then, a lightning spear materialized in Ren's hand once more. Ignoring Chiming's expression as if she wanted to say something, he immediately fired the thunder spear at Baron. This time, with Fiona targeting her, Chiming was too busy to protect Baron. No one stopped him. The lightning spear exploded irresistibly in Baron's chest. Bang! Suddenly, a blue light flashed from the necklace around Baron's neck. A pale blue barrier formed around Baron. The lightning spear struck the barrier heavily, but the barrier remained completely unmoved. This made Ren's gaze darken slightly. Third-tier barrier magic device. With our current methods, we simply cannot break through their defenses. Moreover, Jonas cannot make a move now. After all, the fight between Ren and Bernd is a matter for the younger generation. Jonas's current exertion of pressure is somewhat excessive. If Jonas were to kill Bernd, then the rule would be broken. After all, if you can kill the young when you're old, why can't I? Then Rain will have to face assassins from the 4th and 5th tiers. Qi Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief as she looked at the barrier surrounding Bernd. Thankfully, there was a barrier. Otherwise, if Bernd had died at the auction, she wouldn't know if the auction could have continued. After all, Bernd was the most favored son of the Quinn family. She couldn't even imagine how furious the Marquis of Quinn would be if he died here. The Grey family and the Quinn family are bound to have a major battle here. The auction will definitely not take place. The murderous intent in Rain's eyes slowly disappeared. As the Anderson family's chief auctioneer, Qi Ming's ability to read people and situations is naturally exceptional. He immediately gave Ren a way out. Oh dear, young Master Ren, I can't wait any longer. Let's go, young Master Ren. Qi Ming came to Rain's side, and this time Fiona's gaze towards Rain did not stop her. Hearing Qi Ming's words, Rain remained silent. After a long while, Ryan smiled and slowly spoke to Jonas. Since I can't kill Bernd, Uncle Joe, let someone else do it. Those following Bernd were mostly Bernd's guards and attendants. It's not against the rules for Jonas to kill someone like that. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Jonas nodded and smiled slightly. Yes, young master. Jonas vanished, only to reappear a few breaths later. Jonas reappeared and simultaneously released his oppressive control over Bernd's side. Suddenly, everyone on Bernd's side except Bernd himself stopped moving and then collapsed to the ground. These people don't even know how they died. Jonas sent several people to their deaths without even drawing blood. Bernd looked at his men lying on the ground, his expression extremely gloomy. Very well, Ren, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Just you wait and see. After saying this, Bernd ignored the corpses of his attendants and walked straight into the auction house. And Ren didn't stop him, since he couldn't kill him anyway. Then, with his arm around Qi Ming's slender waist, Ren slowly walked into the auction house. Qi Ming, who had just ruined Ren's mood, did not resist and let Ren take advantage of her. With both Ren and Bernd leaving, several people slowly walked out of the auction house and neatly cleaned up the bodies of Bernd's followers, so as not to obstruct the view of the nobles who would arrive next. Rain followed Qi Ming into the luxurious room representing the Grey family in the auction house. At the front of the room is a partition wall made of a single piece of crystal using a special process. Those inside can see clearly outside, but those outside are completely unaware of what's happening inside. The room was also extremely large, so even with so many people in Rain's group, it didn't feel crowded. Moreover, all kinds of daily necessities are available, and various kinds of fine wines and fruits are arranged on the tea table. There are also several buttons on the tea table, each with a different function. For example, with the first button, just think about the price you'll offer before pressing it. Once the button is pressed, the staff at the underground auction house will naturally be notified. There were even 2 pretty women waiting in the room. After escorting Rain to her room, Qi Ming planned to leave. Young Master Ren, then I'll take my leave now. Please cheer her on later. Hearing Qi Ming's words, Rain's eyes were filled with reluctance. Are you leaving so soon? Qi Ming, you haven't told me about today's auction items yet. Seeing the reluctance in Rain's eyes, Qi Ming inwardly pursed her lips. If your hands weren't still roaming over my body, I would most likely believe it. If she didn't leave soon, she was afraid that Ryan would keep her there. Qi Ming took out a notebook and handed it to Ren. Young Master Ren, these are the items to be auctioned. You can take a look. As for Qi Ming, she needs to go up for the auction later, so she has to go back and prepare. Hearing Qi Ming's explanation, Rain reluctantly let go of her. Alright, then I wish Miss Qi Ming all the best in selling her items for a sky-high price this time. Qi Ming covered her mouth and smiled. Then I'll take your kind words, young Master Rain. Then Qi Ming slowly pushed open the door and walked out. The maids watched Qi Ming's disappearing figure with eyes full of hostility. Then one by one they came to Ren's side and acted coquettishly. Jonas stood meticulously in front of the partition in the room, watching the flow of people in the auction hall below. After Ren comforted the maids, they slowly walked behind the partition wall. Together with Jonas, they watched the flow of people underground. Jonas watched for a while and then returned to Ryan's side. Meanwhile, Rain was looking through the notebook that Qi Ming had just given him. There are a large number of items prepared for bidding at this auction. Treasures and opportunities of rank 1 to 5 abound. Ryan watched as Jonas approached and handed him the notebook. Uncle Joe, take a look at what our Grey family wants to buy. Jonas nodded and took the notebook. He then sat down on the sofa next to him and started reading. Ryan got up, picked up an expensive glass of red wine from the cabinet next to him, and poured himself a glass. They slowly walked to the wall and watched the scene below with the maids. Ryan even saw many familiar faces. There were teachers from the Magic Academy, as well as some minor nobles. The maids found the scene below quite fascinating. After all, this was their first time attending such a large auction. They couldn't afford to offend any of the nobles below them. Time passed slowly. The seats below gradually filled up. At this moment, Qiming's figure slowly emerged from behind the auction stage. At this moment, Qiming was dressed in a gorgeous red outfit, with her hair tied up. Qiming's appearance immediately drew cheers from the crowd below. It's Miss Qiming. Miss Qiming is actually hosting this auction? Qiming is so beautiful. If I could spend one night with her, I'd die happy the next day. What kind of daydream are you having? With your Viscount title? As soon as Qiming appeared, the group of beauties around Ren immediately showed their little tiger teeth. Seeing the hostility his maid showed towards Qiming, Rain smiled slightly. Suddenly, the lights in the auction hall dimmed. Only the lights on the auction stage remained on. Qiming seemed to hear a sound, and her clear voice slowly spoke. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now? The Anderson auction has officially begun. Chapter 43, Confusing the Situation. The Anderson auction is now officially underway. Qiming had barely finished speaking. Outside the auction house, fireworks slowly rose into the sky, exploding in the azure sky. Even during the day, people can still see the colorful and dazzling fireworks. Inside the auction hall, rows of lights were turned on. Warmer colored lights re-illuminated the entire auction hall. At this moment, a gap slowly opened in the floor at the center of the auction stage. A display case slowly rises from the inside. The first item up for auction today was prominently displayed in the showcase. The Amber Sword. The Amber Sword is separated from the display case by a crystal partition. The amber crystals on it appear even brighter and more radiant under the light. Then, Qiming looked at the Amber Sword and slowly began to explain to everyone. This sword is called the Amber Sword, and it is of the 3rd rank. It was found in a ruin. The amber crystals on the sword are inlaid into the blade using a very special method, which makes the Amber Sword carry an extremely strange gravitational force with each attack. It can repel other weapons, and its blade is extremely hard, forged entirely from Liden ironstone. Starting bid, 50,000 gold coins, with each bid increment not less than 2,000 gold coins. As soon as Qiming finished speaking, the people below immediately began to compete. 60,000. 65,000. As Rain watched the frenzied bidding below, he swirled the wine in his glass and slowly pressed the button. 100,000. Ren's bid immediately surprised the other bidders. They immediately put down their bidding paddles. No one would want to offend the Gray family over a sword. Ryan's move clearly surprised Jonas. Young master, there are still some such fine swords in the family. We don't need to bid for them. Jonas offered a slight reminder. Ryan nodded. I know. Just watch. Someone will take over. Just as Ren expected. As expected, the Quinn family started bidding against Ren. 150,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the Quinn family raise their bid, Ryan burst out laughing. I knew the Quinn family would definitely target me. Then Ryan pressed the button again. 160,000 gold coins. The Quinn family room. The room's decor was completely different from that of Ren room, with an overall dark gray color scheme. Teddy Quinn, the head of the Quinn family, was sitting prominently in front of the button. Teddy's face was grim, clearly indicating that he already knew what Ryan had just done to his son, Bernd. Bernd looked at his father with excitement when he heard Ren continue bidding. He hoped his father could avenge him. Teddy's renewed bid for Ren was somewhat unexpected. The sword was clearly not worth the price, but Ren still made the offer. Even if Ryan is ignorant and incompetent, Jonas doesn't stop him. But he didn't think too much about it and pressed the button. 200,000 gold coins. This price has long exceeded the value of the Amber Sword. Those below were also aware of the conflict between the Gray and Quinn families. Seeing the two families begin to fight, the people below started watching the spectacle. But to everyone's surprise, Ren did not raise the price further, and the auction room fell silent for a moment. Qiming saw that it was time, so she took out a small hammer and tapped it on the cutting board. A deep, muffled sound echoed through the auction hall. Teddy's family head charges 200,000 per time. Anyone else want to pay more? Qiming glanced at Rain's room upstairs, but saw no response. Teddy's family had paid 200,000 twice. Qiming paused again, seeing that Rain still did not respond. The final hammer blow was delivered. Teddy's owner sold the item for 200,000 in 3 transactions. Congratulations, Teddy's family head has acquired a precious sword. With the hammer blows of Dreamlike Dream, the Amber Sword was won by the Quinn family. The display case containing the Amber Sword slowly descended. The staff then began to bring it to the Quinn family. Teddy immediately understood when he heard that Ryan was no longer raising the price. Ryan was deliberately trying to get him to raise the price. The Quinn family brought a total of 18 million gold coins this time. Now, influenced by his son, he was tricked by Ryan into spending 200,000 to buy a sword that was completely useless. Thinking of this, Teddy glared at Bernd. Shortly afterward, the staff brought the amber sword to him. The moment Teddy saw the sword, it was as if he could see Rain mocking him in the room. He snorted coldly and threw the sword to the ground. And in Ren's room, Ryan looked at the Quinn family's room with a mocking expression. Jonas, who was next to Ryan, also understood why Ryan had done what he did. Because of what happened in the corridor, the Quinn family will inevitably raise the price when they want to bid. Giving them a smokescreen now will make that old bastard Teddy hesitate to act rashly later. This way, it will be a little easier for Ren to get the shots they want. Thinking of this, Jonas looked at Ryan with a hint of relief in his eyes. Watching the bidding continue below, Ryan's gaze was deep as he gestured for Eve to pour him another glass of red wine. Eve got up, picked up the wine bottle, and poured half a glass of red wine for Ryan. Rain sipped his wine and pondered. Although he didn't know what Jonas was thinking, but he did have that kind of awareness. And it can also annoy the Quinn family. However, Bernd's assistance was indispensable in making Teddy from the Quinn family fall for the trick so easily. Although he did not attend many auctions before his departure in his previous life. However, I still go out with others to join in the fun quite a few times. Ren knew a fair bit about some of the tricks used in auctions. Next, in order to truly get rid of the Quinn family's price gouging, once is definitely not enough, at least 3 times are needed. Next, Ryan began his confrontation with Teddy. Meanwhile, the other nobles watched from inside the room as the two sides spent a fortune fighting over a trivial little thing. After several rounds of items, Ren spent 700,000 gold coins and successfully confused Teddy. Meanwhile, Teddy, who was inside the room, was completely bewildered by Ryan's bizarre actions. 300,000. I bought a piece of clothing. That brat Ren didn't raise the price. Teddy watched his gold coins dwindle and remained silent for a moment. I swear I won't bid against that bastard Ren at this auction. Because he didn't know whether Ryan really wanted it or was just trying to seduce him. In the following auctions, no matter how much Ren raised the price, the Quinn family remained unmoved. Seeing this scene, Ren smiled slightly inside the room. This time, the goal was truly achieved. Jonas was quite surprised by the scene before him. Doesn't that mean young Master Ren has never been to an auction before? Why do you sound like a seasoned auctioneer now? Then, one item after another was sold. The morning passed quickly. By noon, only a little over half of the items at this Anderson auction had been sold. After finishing lunch in his room, Ryan wiped his mouth. Looked toward the next treasure. These treasures are what these nobles want now. Chapter 44 Fierce Bidding. Perhaps because the upcoming auction items were indeed rare, even Chiming kept them a little secret. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in this auction was obtained by our Anderson family in a secret realm. It cost countless manpower and resources, and even resulted in casualties among 5th-tier warriors. As Chiming explained, the display case slowly rose from below. Upon hearing that even 5th-tier warriors had suffered casualties, the crowd below immediately became extremely interested in this item. The nobles inside the room also straightened their postures, looking at the auction items displayed in the showcases. Inside the display case was an egg as tall as a person, covered in fiery red patterns. The display case came to a smooth stop, and Chiming looked at the eggs inside and explained. In the secret realm, we encountered a dying red dragon and exhausted all our resources and manpower. It took 2 5th-tier warriors and 4 4th-tier warriors to finally kill him. The number of casualties below the 4th rank is countless. After killing her, they found this item in her cave. An extremely rare red dragon egg. After testing, the energy inside was found to be abundant, making it highly likely that a red dragon could hatch from it. Starting bid. 1 million gold coins, with each bid increment no less than 10,000 gold coins. The crowd below erupted in uproar after hearing Chiming's explanation. It's a dragon egg. That's a dragon, a symbol of innate power. Newly hatched dragons all possess Tier 3 combat power. Not to mention when they are adults, adult dragons can even reach the 7th rank in combat power. Immediately, the people below began bidding. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. Rain stood on the stands, looking at the dragon eggs in the display case. Although the bidding among his men was fierce, he wasn't very interested in the dragon egg. Dragons have an extremely long growth cycle, typically measured in centuries. Instead of spending time and resources cultivating dragons, it's better to invest in yourself. With the ancient book in his possession, he was confident that he could reach the 7th level within 100 years, and might not even need to use it. Therefore, he did not intend to bid for this dragon egg. However, it would be acceptable to raise prices for other nobles. He loves causing trouble. After all, the nobles present were all his rivals. He can deplete some of their funds now, and then he will have the upper hand. Just as Ren thought of this, the Mick family began bidding. 2 million. The bidding below immediately subsided. Neither of them was confident of winning the bid against the Mick family. 2,200,000. Upon hearing this, even Ren raised an eyebrow. Royal family, the Ashton family. Indeed, royalty has the most resources and time to cultivate dragons. As long as the empire does not experience any major wars. 100 years from now, the royal family will have another 7th-tier combatant. However, the other noble families were not to be outdone. They all began bidding against the royal family. 2.5 million. The Mitchell family made the first bid. Seeing that the royal family was making a move, most of the people below gave up bidding. Currently, only royalty and a few high-ranking nobles are bidding. Ren looked at the slightly quiet auction hall and finished his glass of red wine. He then pressed the button. 3 million. Ren immediately raised the price by 500,000. This price is already the highest price Ren has ever set for a dragon egg. 3,200,000. The royal family then made their bids, seemingly determined to acquire the dragon egg. 3.5 million. The Ward families offered directly outbid the royal family, seemingly indicating that they did not want the royal family to obtain the dragon egg. Inside Ren's room, the maids watched as the various nobles bid against each other. Each of them opened their cherry-like mouths wide. They had never seen so much money. They had only ever seen a few thousand gold coins at most. Then Ryan held Cecily and watched the bidding among the major families. 4.5 million. The Mitchell family's voice rang out once again. This prompted Brant, the head of the Mick family, to immediately open the partition wall of his room. The partition wall slowly rose, revealing the Mick family's room. Brant looked at the Mitchell family's room with disbelief. Lyman, are you crazy? For a million? Just for this dragon egg? After Brant opened his partition first, all the other families followed suit and opened their own partitions. Seeing the nobles exchanging sarcastic remarks, Ren slowly opened his partition wall. As Ren finally opened the partition wall, from then on, various major families made their appearances. The auction then officially entered its climax. Ryan, why are you the only one here? Where's Ford? Brant looked at Ryan sitting in the head seat of the Gray family, puzzled. The sight of Rain holding Cecily immediately attracted the attention of the nobles. Ryan, being thick-skinned, didn't think much of it, but Cecily was different. Being watched by all the family heads made her feel a little flustered, so she buried her head in Ren's arms. My father has some things to take care of, so he asked me to come today. Rain rested his chin on Cecily's head and said. The heads of the various families glanced at the beautiful women in Ren's room and immediately curled their lip in disapproval. But they didn't say much, since no one wanted to provoke the unreasonable run at this stage. If you offend him, he'll keep raising your price regardless of the cost, and you'll have no recourse. After learning the reason why Fred didn't come, the heads of the families stopped paying attention to Ryan. They started bidding against each other. For 1,700,000. Cow, you try raising the price again, you son of a bitch. Lyman was determined to get the dragon egg, and he pointed at Ka, the head of the Torres family, with a hostile expression. Cal scoffed. Humph, if you don't have money, get lost. For 1,800,000. They completely disregarded Lyman's threat. As Rain watched the various family heads cursing, he waved his empty wine glass at Eve. Eve stepped forward, picked up the bottle, and slowly poured half a glass for Ryan. Cecily, have a taste. Ryan held the glass to Cecily's lips. The little white-haired boy looked at the crystal-clear red wine and accepted Ren's offer to feed him. As soon as I finished drinking it, I felt as if I were in a vineyard. It has only a slight alcoholic taste. The rest is all sweetness and fragrance. Young master, this wine is so delicious, Cecily exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Rain finished the rest of the wine in his glass. How could it not taste good? This wine cost 10,000 gold coins a bottle. That sip you just drank was worth half a year's salary. Upon hearing this, Cecily's eyes widened immediately. So expensive? Ren nodded. The value of this bottle could buy several little white-haired kids like you. Rain touched the white ahogue, cowlick, on Cecily's head. Cecily snuggled into Ryan's arms, muttering to herself. They don't offer such low prices. Ryan smiled and said, Yes, Cecily is my priceless treasure. I wouldn't trade her for anything. Chapter 45 The Madman. 5 million. As Teddy, the head of the Quinn family, finished speaking, the huge auction hall fell silent instantly. Even the royal family, who had always been determined to obtain the dragon egg, fell silent. It's definitely not worth spending 5 million to buy a dragon egg. Not to mention the resources needed to nurture the dragon eggs later. After all, 5 million could even buy a 6th-tier treasure. As the auction fell silent, Qiming took out a small hammer and tapped it on the chopping board. A dull thud suddenly echoed throughout the auction hall. The head of the Quinn family paid 5 million each time. Qiming chuckled softly, her voice as clear and melodious as a lark's. Does anyone else want to participate in the bidding? Dragons are extremely difficult to breed, and this dragon egg may be one of the few that have been produced in the last decade or so. Qiming saw that no one else was bidding. He swung the hammer again. The head of the Quinn family received 5 million twice. Seeing that no one was bidding, Qiming slowly brought down her hammer. The head of the Quinn family spent 5 million in 3 bids, and the deal was sold. Let's congratulate the head of the Quinn family on winning the dragon egg. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then began to applaud. Meanwhile, the nobles in the stands above sneered at Teddy. 5 million. How many tens of thousands did he bring with him in total? Just for a giant dragon egg with an extremely long growth cycle? Are we not going to film anything else later? There will be that thing later. As the display case containing the dragon egg slowly descended, a heart appeared in the case as it rose again. Even those present could feel that heart was still beating slightly. Each time it jumps, you can see faint flashes of electricity and flames around it. The appearance of this heart immediately made Ren raise an eyebrow. Immediately, the bad ideas in Ryan's stomach began to churn. When Cecily, who was in Ren's arms, saw Ren's expression, she immediately showed sympathy to the various nobles, because she knew that another nobleman was about to suffer. As the display case came to a stop, Qiming gently waved the small fan in her hand and explained. This item is called the Heart of the Thunderfire Lion King, and it is obtained by killing a 5th-tier Thunderfire Lion King. The effects are well known. It provides an extremely powerful boost to lion-type mounts, and it's even possible to awaken lightning and fire attribute talents. In addition, it also provides significant benefits to humans, greatly enhancing their fighting spirit and even increasing their resistance to lightning and fire magic after consumption. Starting bid, 600,000 gold coins, with each bid increment not less than 10,000 gold coins. Upon hearing Qiming's explanation, both those below and the high-ranking nobles above glanced in Ren's direction, whether intentionally or unintentionally. After all, the only person present who rode a lion was Fred of the Grey family. Then, a new round of bidding began in the auction room. As everyone expected. As expected, Ren made an offer. 700,000. Ren made the first bid. Those below, seeing Ren make a bid, immediately gave up any thoughts of bidding. 800,000. The Quinn family immediately raised their bid. Meanwhile, in the Quinn family stands, Baron slowly made a throat-slitting gesture towards Ren. Ryan remained unfazed as the Quinn family raised their offer. 1 million. Ryan stated his offer without any expression. Meanwhile, in the Quinn family stands, Teddy stared intently at Ryan's expression. Looking at Ryan's expressionless face, Teddy was also unsure of what Ryan was thinking. Having just been messed with by Ryan, Teddy was now unsure whether Ryan actually wanted the heart. The auction house fell silent immediately. As if he had figured something out, Teddy was certain that Rain needed the heart of the Thunderfire Lion King, and then made his offer. 1,500,000. 1,600,000. Ren continued to follow. Teddy scoffed at Ryan's offer. Sure enough, if Ryan wanted to buy the heart for Ford, then he would continue to raise the price. 2 million. With Teddy's aggressive price increases, the price of the Thunderfire Lion King suddenly reached a level that was not its own. Suddenly, the auction hall echoed with the sound of Teddy's 2 million. Hee. They finally fell for it. In the stands of Ren sipped his red wine and chuckled. Hearing Ryan's laughter, Teddy's heart skipped a beat. Ryan, keep going. I heard that Ford's lion is advancing in power. What's wrong? Out of money. I heard that, Rain said, swirling his wine glass. No thanks. The Quinn family is really rich. I can't afford it. Who knows how much of the empire's taxes they embezzled? Oh, you were just talking about my father's mount. Yes, my father's mount has indeed reached the point of needing to advance. However, my father had already found the advanced items, so the heart of the Thunderfire Lion King was dispensable. Then, changing the subject, she looked at Teddy with a slightly amused smile. Just now, I was just messing with you, Teddy Quinn. Otherwise, why would you have spent 2 million to buy it? Ha ha ha. Ryan burst into laughter. Ren's mocking laughter immediately echoed throughout the auction hall. For a moment, everyone felt the absurdity of Ryan's behavior. Teddy's heart sank, and his aura immediately turned towards Ren, like a cold, venomous snake. But before they were even halfway there, they were stopped by Jonas's imposing presence. Teddy and Jonas immediately began a battle of wits. As the two clashed, the crowd below felt as if they were in a turbulent sea. It felt as if his life was in danger at any moment. Watching Teddy and Jonas begin their clash of egos, Ren spoke slowly. Teddy, haha. Teddy owner, your name is so nice. It's the same as one of my previous dogs. Seeing that Ren looked like he was making things worse, everyone was speechless. Alright, fighting is prohibited in the auction house. It's been a rule for so many years, have you all forgotten? In the royal stands, Ivan Ashton, the leader of the Ashton family, spoke. Upon hearing this, Teddy and Jonas also slowly withdrew their imposing aura. Immediately, the oppressive atmosphere in the auction hall slowly dissipated. Suddenly, Teddy coughed up a mouthful of blood. Father, Bernd and Teddy's other offspring were immediately alarmed. But Teddy waved his hand and gave Jonas a deep look. Fine. The nobles present were also shocked by Teddy's injury. They then all glanced at Jonas, who was standing next to Ren with a slight smile on his face. Teddy's strength is not the strongest among them, but it is still at an average level. Jonas, however, managed to injure Teddy in a mere clash of wills. He's very strong. The noble's opinion of Jonas rose even higher. Ryan raised an eyebrow at Teddy. He ignored the gazes of the various nobles. He said to Jonas with a look of surprise, Uncle Xiao, can you beat that old dog? Ryan made no attempt to conceal his feelings, speaking directly and bluntly. Jonas was taken aback by Ryan's words and smiled. Fortunately, we have a slight advantage. Suddenly, Ryan slowly looked at Teddy, a faint red light shining in his eyes. He slowly uttered something unexpected. Uncle Xiao, let's kill him. Rain's words immediately silenced the still somewhat noisy auction hall. Teddy's pupils contracted slightly, and his muscles tensed up as he listened to Ryan's words. Madman, this guy is insane. Jonas was also taken aback. Kill Teddy? Then he slowly turned his gaze to Teddy. Chapter 46, The Heart of Dickens. As soon as Ren finished speaking, the auction house fell into a deathly silence. It felt as if a great bell had been struck in everyone's heart. The tense atmosphere was so intense that no one dared to even breathe heavily. Even Chi Ming on the auction stage had a slightly stiff smile, disbelievingly wondering if she had just misheard. Teddy's muscles were tense as he stared intently at Jonas, fearing that Jonas might suddenly make a move. Upon hearing this, Ivan of the royal family immediately stood up from his seat. From the shocked expression on his face, it was easy to see that he was in turmoil. Ivan stared at Ren, slightly lost in thought. This Ren is far too bloodthirsty. He actually planned to kill a marquis in public? He was about to say something, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. Because there's nothing Ivan can do. After all, how can a 4th-tier warrior stop a 6th-tier battle? With words? Even if we want to stop it, it would require at least 2 6th or 7th-rank emperors to come in person. So he could only silently pray that the two of them wouldn't actually fight. Every noble present was terrified by what Ren had just said. He was afraid that if they really got into a fight, Ryan might take a dislike to him and kill him too. Since we've already killed a marquis, killing 1 or 2 viscounts to add to the festivities isn't a bad idea. Suddenly, the door to Ren's room was kicked open. With a bang, the door fell to the ground, sacrificing itself heroically. The voice arrived before the person. What are you doing, you little brat? Fred pushed open the door and came in. The appearance of Fred immediately warmed up the atmosphere in the auction house, breaking the previous deadlock. Fred coughed twice, then walked up to Rain and slowly pressed the button to close the partition. Gentlemen, please continue. This kid, Ren, doesn't know what's important. You can continue, I'll talk about him. As the partition on the Gray family stage closed, the lower-ranking nobles below all exhaled a sigh of relief. Ivan slowly sat back down in his seat. Teddy relaxed his muscles. No one had ever seen Fred, this rough and uncouth man, so approachable. A voice reached Chi Ming's ears, instantly pulling her thoughts back. Everyone, although there were some minor hiccups, they're all in the past now. The Anderson family has just decided that the final auction price will be calculated at 10% of the original price to appease everyone. The next item to be auctioned is the Siren Stone. The Gray family in the stands. Father, why are you back? Ryan asked Cecily, helping her up from his lap and looking at Fred beside him. After putting down his wine glass, Ren slowly stood up. Humph, my heart was pounding the whole way here, and my eyelids kept twitching. I knew you'd cause me trouble at this auction. As if in a hurry, Fred slowly poured himself a glass of red wine to quench his thirst. But drinking a glass of water didn't help, so he had to pour himself another glass. As soon as I arrived at the auction house, I saw that you were going to kill Teddy. Ford sat on the sofa and looked at Ryan. Yes, I fucking want to kill him too, but this is a public place. There's no reason, no justification, so what right do I have to kill him? Do you think his marquise robes are just for show? Ren immediately curled his lip. So what if I killed him? Even if I was in the wrong, so what? Might makes right. Even if the Empire investigates afterward, Teddy is already dead. Would the royal family really cause trouble for our Grey family over a dead man? As he listened to Ryan's twisted logic, Ford's lips twitched. Yes, no one would get entangled with my Grey family over a dead person, and the same goes for royalty. But, Ren, don't you think about it? If we really did that, what would happen to the laws of the Empire? Anyone who dares to provoke us will be killed. Even if the royal family doesn't pursue us, my Grey family will slowly disappear from history. Don't make yourself an enemy of the world. Noble interactions are not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social graces. After a series of admonitions from Fred, Ryan finally listened to some of them. Seeing that Ryan had given up the idea of killing Teddy, Ford stopped. Then he slowly looked at Jonas. Old Joe, why are you joining in this brat Ryan's nonsense? The Ward family bid 1 million 3 times, and the deal was sold. Congratulations to the Ward family for successfully acquiring Fafner's tooth. After several rounds of bidding, Fred, having finished explaining, slowly opened the partition. Everyone turned their attention to the opening of the partition separating the Grey family members. Fred was seen sitting in the main seat where Ryan had just been sitting, with Jonas standing behind him. Meanwhile, Ren sat to the side with his maids. The nobles in each of the stands had their own thoughts. It seems that the matter with Rain has been resolved. Chi Ming saw the partition of the Grey family open and bowed slightly to Fred. Welcome, Marquis Grey. Seeing that Fred nodded to her, Chi Ming began to introduce the next item to be auctioned. The next item up for auction comes from a shipwreck in the South Sea of the Empire. As the display case slowly rose, everyone was immediately able to see what was inside. A stone bearing an unknown mark. The moment he saw the stone, Ford's expression turned serious. Although I just learned from the manual that Dickens really does have a heart. But seeing it in person now excites Fred even more. The crowd below began to whisper among themselves. Yes, you read that right. This is indeed the heart of Dickens. Chi Ming looked at the noble children still on the stage, their eyes filled with some doubt, and explained. Dickens, an extremely rare species on the continent of Soltis. It resembles a deer in shape, and each part of its body has an extremely mysterious function. Dickens' blood has extremely powerful healing properties. A small amount of it can restore a 5th-tier expert to their peak condition. Dickens' flesh, Dickens' eyeball, Dickens' heart, according to records, could prolong life, extending life by at least 5 years. However, due to its extremely unique nature, Dickens is now virtually extinct on the continent. It's been centuries since we've seen a living Dickens. Hearing Chi Ming's explanation, the nobles couldn't help but speak up. After all, they love things that can extend lifespan. They didn't want to die. After all, they were already reluctant to give up their current extravagant lifestyle, and they didn't want to lose it by dying. Chi Ming, no need to explain, everyone knows. Let's start the auction. Yes, let's get started. Chi Ming smiled slightly and said, Okay, Dickens' heart is priced at 5 million gold coins, and each bid must be at least 50,000 gold coins higher. Upon hearing Chi Ming's offer, the nobles were slightly taken aback and then began bidding. 5,100,000. I'm going all in. 5,200,000. The bidding below was fierce, with everyone giving it their all. The excited nobles even forgot about the high-ranking nobles in the stands. Ren smiled slightly as he looked at the fierce bidding below. Increasing lifespan is indeed something that people envy. Gradually, the various families on the stage also began to bid. Ivan of the royal family was the first to make a bid. 8 million gold coins. The price of 8 million immediately drove up the bidding, which was still gradually increasing. Chapter 47 The Elf? The Ruthless Wren. No one was surprised by Ivan's bid. After all, the old emperor's birthday is just a month away. It's possible that Ivan had already received word of this Heart of Dickens and wanted to bid for it for the emperor. The price of 8 million was enough to deter some lower-ranking nobles. But then the nobles below began to whisper among themselves. Gradually, they formed small groups and pooled their funds together. In this way, the lesser nobles below would have the ability to compete with the greater nobles in the stands. Ren watched the fierce bidding from the sidelines, and seeing his father's indifference, he couldn't help but ask, Father, shall we not bid? Ford curled his lip. Bidding? How can we bid with just over 10 million left? That's not enough at all. Judging from Ivan's attitude, this auction is all about this thing. He still has at least 30 million gold coins. How can he bid? No sooner had Frederick finished speaking than the price of the Heart of Dickens had reached 11 million. This price is more than enough to bankrupt 1 or 2 small families. Meanwhile, The nobles in the stands all stopped bidding. Surprisingly, although there were no bidding wars from the high-ranking nobles, the lower-ranking nobles became Ivan's biggest rivals. Ivan frowned slightly as he watched the nobles below relentlessly bidding. He then pressed the button expressionlessly and continued the bidding, like a ruthless bidding machine. Seeing his men continue bidding, Ivan secretly curled his lip. Anyway, this money doesn't belong to him. It belongs to the emperor. He's just here to take a picture on behalf of the emperor, so he doesn't care how much he spends. After a fierce bidding war, the heart of Dickens was finally won by Ivan for 23 million. By this time, the funds brought by Ivan had been almost completely exhausted. Time flies, and the afternoon passed quickly. Items at Anderson auction were being sold off one after another, and Ford used the remaining $10 million to acquire some nice treasures. Seeing that the auction items had been almost completely sold out, Chi Ming waved her small fan and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is nearing its end." Regardless of the order in which they were auctioned, each item was a valuable find that the Anderson family had acquired in recent years. However, due to time constraints, this final auction item was not included in the handbook we just sent to you. But this last item up for auction will definitely catch your eye. After Qiming finished speaking, she even looked at Ren with a peculiar expression. Ren was also taken aback by Qiming's gaze. This time, the display case on the auction stage slowly rose. Suddenly, an item that no one expected appeared before everyone's eyes. Ren immediately stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. People. But upon closer inspection, it seems that's not the case. The person in the display case had long, pointed ears, skin as white as snow, and long, black hair as smooth as silk. Her face was extremely beautiful, even possessing a touch of holiness. With her hands and feet shackled, she knelt in the crystal display case, her face still bearing faint tear stains. Their delicate appearance evokes a stronger protective instinct in people. Elf. The nobles in the stands smiled slightly as they looked at Ren's expression. Ren remained as lecherous as ever. Seeing Ren's surprised expression, Qi Ming giggled a few times. "You read that right. This is not human, but an elf." Of course, the Anderson family would never dare to offend the elf race, but this elf is a night elf. As is widely known, the night elves are referred to as the sinners among the elven race. Therefore, the night elf lineage is not protected by elven authority, and thus the elven race does not pursue the buying and selling of night elves by outsiders. Qiming looked at the group of noble lords below and was slightly displeased with the way the elf's blood was surging. But he still said it with a smile. The starting bid is 2 million gold coins, and each bid must be at least 10,000 gold coins higher. Immediately, the crowd below began to place their bids. "It's an elf? Haha, I've lived for so long, and I've never tasted the flavor of an elf before. 2,200,000. You dare to bid 2.2 million? I'll bid 2.5 million. In the stands, Ryan attentively poured his father, Fred, a cup of tea. "Father, how much money do we have left? Can you lend me 2? Fred took the tea that Ryan handed him and drank 2 sips. He leaned back on the sofa, looking completely at ease. "Ouch, my shoulders are a bit sore after walking all morning." Fred pretended to move his shoulders a couple of times. Ryan immediately got up and went behind Ford to massage his shoulders. "Shoulder hurts? Let your son give you a massage," Rain said with a fawning expression. While rubbing, he said, "Father, lend me some money." After enjoying a massage from Ren, Ford nodded. "Forget about lending. The remaining 700,000 from the auction is all yours. Take it and spend it however you like." Upon hearing this, Ryan immediately felt deceived. "Father, 700,000 isn't enough. Listen to this. The price of that elf has been raised to over 2.9 million. Ford suddenly realized. "Oh, you want to buy that night elf?" Ryan looked at Fred with anticipation. After drinking his tea for a while, Ford slowly said, "I have no money left. Only 700,000. Instantly, Ren's eyes widened. "Old man, are you kidding me?" Jonas covered his mouth and chuckled a few times as he looked at Ryan and Fred. The maids also watched their young master with smiles. Ryan snatched the teacup from Ford's hand and asked old Deng one last time. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Give Lao Deng another chance, if he really refuses to lend it. Now Ryan is giving him a big dumpling. "Are you really not going to lend it to me?" Fred crossed his arms and looked away. Seeing Lao Deng's expression, Ren was so angry he laughed. "Fine, just you wait and see." Then, Ren walked to the edge of the stands. Meanwhile, the price of night elves had already been raised to 3.7 million. For a million. Instead of pressing the button, Rain used magic to amplify his voice. The sound of 3 million immediately echoed in the auction hall. For 1,100,000. Teddy from the Quinn family happened to be bidding at that moment. They immediately ran right into the line of fire of Ren's gun. I'll fuck your mother, you old dog. Say another word and see what happens. Believe me, I'll really get my Uncle Chow to kill you. Rain's birdsong and fragrance skills suddenly became incredibly powerful. For a moment, it subtly suppressed the bewildered Teddy. Teddy's face turned red from the scolding, and he was interrupted just as he was about to say something. Ren, what are you doing? Threatening a Marquis in public? Are you asking for a beating again? How could you say such a thing about the Marquis of Quinn? How could you say it so openly? Then came Fred's reprimand. Old dang, don't say anything. I'm cursing right now. Aren't you annoying? At this point, Ryan became ruthless, showing no respect even to his own father. For a moment, Fred was also stunned and looked at Ryan in surprise, unable to refute Ryan. Chapter 48. No, it's just kids playing around. Seeing the ruthless and bloodthirsty Ren, all the nobles gaped in astonishment. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. This kid is so bloodthirsty, he's even killing his own people. After refuting Lao Deng, Ryan turned around and started attacking Teddy. For a moment, Teddy, who had been insulted about his ancestors for generations, felt a slight headache coming on. How could he be such a scoundrel? Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Who can control his mouth? Hearing Ryan's novel way of cursing made Teddy's breathing quicken and his head spin. Even with Ryan in such a state, Teddy still didn't dare to make a move. After all, as Fred just said, how could you say that so openly? This was clearly said to him. If he were to make a move now, it would play right into Fred's hands, giving Fred grounds for criticism. He couldn't even beat Jonas on his own, let alone the Lion King Fred. He would be completely overwhelmed and beaten in a mixed doubles match. Perhaps unable to bear Ryan's words, Teddy left his room, slamming the door shut behind him. Gradually, Ryan got tired of talking, and he had almost uttered all the curses in his mind. 4,200,000. Let's see who dares to compete with me now. For a moment, neither the high-ranking nobles on the stage nor the lower-ranking nobles below made a sound. After all, nobody wants to be insulted by Ren's ancestors. They can't win an argument, and they don't dare to fight, so offering a price now would just be asking for trouble. However, Ren actions clearly violated the auction house's rules. A voice suddenly came to Qi Ming's ear, urging her to stop Ren. But Qi Ming immediately widened her phoenix eyes, pouted, and muttered, "Let me go? Only a fool would go. I already offended Ren once before, and now they want me to go again? I'm not going. Let whoever wants to go go." As if sensing Qi Ming's resolute attitude, no more sounds came from her ears. Just as the auction hall fell silent, a middle-aged man slowly emerged from behind the auction stage. He first bowed slightly to everyone, then spoke to Ren. "Young Master Ren, it seems you have violated the auction house rules. Please do not threaten the crowd, and allow everyone to bid fairly and freely." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming's phoenix eyes widened, and she then subtly distanced herself from the middle-aged man. "If a fight breaks out later, please don't accidentally hurt me. I'm not on his side." Hearing the man's words, Rain narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Rain didn't use any interjections, since he didn't know this person. It wouldn't be good to offend someone who is too powerful. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Ren. "My name is Tuvan Anderson, and I am the director of this auction." "Oh, where did I break the rules? Did I threaten you?" Looking at the group of minor nobles below, Ren's tone rose several degrees. Immediately, the people below shook their heads, fearing that this troublemaker, Rain, might come after them. No, Manager Tuvan, we weren't threatened, we just really ran out of money." Yes, me too." Seeing the crowd below shaking their heads, the middle-aged man then looked at the group of nobles on the stands above. But none of them responded to him. Suddenly, a clear, crisp sound rang out. "It's Anna, the little witch of the Mitchell family." "Ryan, you're being unreasonable. You clearly." Anna sat on the sofa, retorting, ready to trip up Ren. As soon as she finished speaking, Anna paused slightly, looking at Ryan's lip movements. She then blushed, stomped her foot, and sat back down on the sofa. "You dare?" "Humph." And Ryan's lips were clearly moving. "Do you want me to tell everyone about the bear?" He had a mischievous grin on his face. Everyone stared at the little witch Anna's appearance and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Unexpectedly, even the little witch who caused everyone so much trouble was defeated. Meanwhile, Lyman, the head of the Mitchell family, was also puzzled and frowned deeply. "A while ago, he even asked to borrow my space-sealing magic device to teach Ren a lesson. Why are you acting so demurely now? Could it be?" Immediately, Lyman's gaze turned dangerous as he looked at Rain. This brat wasn't content with messing with Sophia of the Ward family. He's now going after my daughter too? You have already chosen the path to your death. However, Rain did not notice Lyman's gaze. Instead, His eyes were fixed on the person on the stage. Do you have anything else to say? Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man was only slightly taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. It seems I was overthinking things. I'm very sorry to have disturbed young Master Ren's enjoyment. After the auction ends, I will prepare an apology gift for you, young Master Ren. Upon hearing this, Ren let out a heavy snort. Then I won't disturb your enjoyment any longer, young Master Ren. After speaking, the middle-aged man slowly retreated behind the scenes. I protest. Teddy, who had returned to the room, spoke up at that moment. I demand to inspect Ryan's funds. I don't believe he still has over 4 million gold coins. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Ryan on the stage. Qiming was slightly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, she thought, since Rain dared to shout, there must still be some left, right? He then slowly said, young Master Ren, our staff will check your funds. Upon hearing this, Ren's expression became unnatural. Before long, two maids pushed open the door to Ren's room, wanting to check Ren's funds. But Ryan was hesitant and awkward. Meanwhile, Ford sat to the side, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. Keep pretending. You dare to contradict me? You think you can get away with this? Let's see how you handle it. Young Master Ren, could you please show me your bank card? Seeing that Ren did not move, the maid asked slowly. Those present were puzzled by Ren's unnatural appearance. Seeing the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces, Ren snorted coldly. Yes, I, Ren, do not have 4 million, but I have this. Rain immediately took out several coins from his magic ring. Special coin, secret realm qualification. Looking at the coin in Ryan's hand, everyone fell into deep thought. 6 coins, 6 qualifications, is that enough? According to the private prices among nobles, a single coin was worth approximately 300,000 gold coins. Despite saying that, nobody was willing to buy it. After all, the number of spots to enter the secret realm is limited, and who wouldn't want to take a chance? That's not enough. 6 coins only amount to 3 million. You're still 1 million short. Teddy watched with glee. You fucking dead dog. Ryan glanced at Teddy, who was annoying him. He originally had 1 million gold coins that he had embezzled from his family, but he had given them all to Margaret to renovate the Dream Pavilion. He doesn't actually have any gold coins on hand right now. Meanwhile, Fred couldn't sit still any longer. Ryan was actually using coins to make the deal, just as Fred was about to say something. Then he saw Ryan slowly turn around and look at him. Ryan squinted at Fred. Old Dang has pulled a big one for you this time. You'd better catch it. It's just a spot in the secret realm. I still have more. There were just no coins. The noise in the auction hall immediately disappeared. Teddy just scoffed. Without coins, what qualifications do you have for the secret realm? Fred heard it from Ryan himself back then. Suddenly, Teddy seemed to realize something. Not only Teddy, but everyone in the auction hall felt as if a thunderbolt had struck them. Yes, it was Ryan who said there were 300 spots. But nobody knows how many spots are actually available. Who knows how much this kid has been hiding? Even Fred looked at Ryan with surprise. Hey, you little brat. You should have said so earlier. If you had, would I have refused to give you the gold coins? Ivan, sitting on the sofa, also looked at Ren with a strange expression. Then he slowly asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Oh, so, Ren, how many spots do you have left? As soon as Ryan mouthed the words, Ford darted forward and covered Ryan's mouth, whispering something in his ear. Stop talking, just buy it. It's just a night elf. Daddy will buy it for you. Stop talking. Seeing that Ryan was still angry, Ford grinned at everyone. Don't believe it. That guy Ren is a loose tongue and a habitual liar. There are no spots available, just 300. How much is that night elf offering now? Ford glanced at Qiming. Young Master Ren just offered 4,200,000. Qiming replied. Oh, for 1,200,000. I'll pay it. Fred took out a gold card worth 5 million and handed it to the maid next to him. Chapter 49. The auction ends. Oh, for 1,200,000. I'll pay it. The maid glanced at the gold card in Fred's hand, then bowed and returned it. She was only there to check the funds, not to collect money. Now that Fred has taken out the gold coins for Ryan, there's naturally nothing left for her to do. Ren glanced at the hand still covering his mouth and turned his head away, trying to shake off Fred's hand. But I couldn't shake him off, and then I heard Fred's voice in my ear. In a moment, they'll say you were joking, didn't they? Upon hearing this, Ryan turned his head to look at Fred and let out a disgruntled snort. When Fred saw this, his lips twitched, and he immediately knew what this little brat was thinking. A 4th-tier treasure. Upon hearing this, Rain rolled his eyes. Although Ren was secretly overjoyed, he remained unmoved on the surface. 3 4th-tier items, no more than that. There was a hint of gritted teeth in Frederick's tone. Upon hearing this, Rain nodded. Seeing that Ryan nodded, Ford slowly released his hand. When everyone in the auction house saw that Ren could speak, they all looked at him. Hopefully, Ren can give us a definite answer. Ren coughed a few times awkwardly. Ahem, I was just kidding. I made up all those secret realm spots. It's only 300 really. Everyone looked at Ryan's expression with disbelief, but since Ryan wouldn't budge, they couldn't say anything. Looking at Fred behind Ryan, everyone seemed to be deep in thought. They were all thinking of secretly going to the Gray family to discuss things with Fred after the auction. As the auction hall grew quiet, Chiming's clear voice rang in everyone's ears. Young Master Ren has offered 4.2 million. Are there any other bidders? Seeing that no one seemed interested in bidding, Chiming slightly increased the speed of her 3 small hammers. Once Ren, young Master Ren offered 4.2 million in 3 bids, and the deal was made. Deal done. Let's congratulate young Master Ren on the acquisition of his beautiful bride. Immediately, everyone burst into applause. With everyone's participation, the Anderson auction came to a perfect end, and the sale of each item reflected everyone's enthusiasm. Thank you again for your strong support of this Anderson auction. Don't be disappointed if you didn't win any items. The Anderson family will present more exquisite items to you in the future. Thank you again, and good night. As Chiming spoke, the lights in the auction hall brightened, turning it as if it were daytime. Chiming bowed slightly to the crowd, and then slowly retreated backstage. As the auction ended, a group of people below headed backstage towards the auction stage. Some people were there to retrieve their own auctioned items, while others were chasing after their own dreams. I hope to get Chiming to come out with me. Ding ding ding. The Gray family's counter near the door was knocked on. Because the door had just been damaged by Fred, the auction house staff had no choice but to knock on the counter next to it. Enter. The staff member nodded slightly upon hearing Ferd's voice and led the night elf from the auction stage inside. The night elf wore a high-class slave collar around her neck to prevent her from using magic to harm her master. The staff led the night elf slowly to Ren. Young Master Ren, this is the key to the slave collar, and this is an apology prepared for you by the master. The staff member took out a key and a gift box. Ren took the key and gift box and put them directly into his magic ring. Seeing that Ryan had accepted the gift, the staff member bowed slightly to Ryan and Fred and left the room. Looking at the lifeless eyes of the night elf, Ren opened his mouth to ask, "May I have your name?" Upon hearing Ren's voice, the night elf focused his gaze on Ren and spoke slowly in a holy voice. Avery Radiant. Seeing that Ryan seemed to want to ask something, Fred got up from the sofa. Let's go back to the family first. Jonas watched as Fred walked away and followed closely behind. Rain stood up and was stunned when he saw Avery's bare feet. He then stepped forward and picked Avery up in his arms. Rain's actions immediately caused the already tense Avril to struggle. No, don't. However, due to the suppressive function of the slave collar, Averial's struggles were weak and had no effect on Ren at all. Seeing Averial's obvious desire to escape him, Ren frowned slightly. Averial. Rain's serious expression immediately silenced Avery. Seeing that Avery had quieted down, Rain lowered his tone. All right, Avril, don't be afraid. I only picked you up because you were barefoot. Do you really want to walk out with me like this? Averial, you are now my property, Rain, and I don't want your feet to be covered in blood from being stabbed by stones. Seeing that Averial was no longer struggling, Rain, along with Averial and the maids beside her, slowly followed in Ferd's footsteps. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Ryan paused in surprise and gave instructions to Eve. Eve, go and take all the red wine I just drank with you. Although Ren has his own, other people's drinks just taste better than his. Yes, young master. On the return journey, Ren did not ride in the carriage with the maids. Instead, he was called outside by Fred and rode alongside Fred at the head of the caravan. The faint aura emanating from the lion that Fred was riding was almost enough to make Ryan's horse unable to move. So Rain simply pulled out the unicorn from in front of his carriage and rode it. After sensing that there was no one else around him, Fred spoke. Well, you little brat, you even fooled me back then. Tell me, how many spots do you still have? The unicorn was very stable. Ren didn't even feel much of a bump. Seeing the scrutinizing look in Fred's eyes, Ryan glared back. No, didn't you say so? No means no. Ford immediately pursed his lips. I'm not joking with you. Tell me quickly, so I'll have some idea. Just you wait and see. The Gray family will have no shortage of guests tonight. You brought this all upon yourself. Seeing the slightly formal look in Fred's eyes, Ryan glanced to the side. 50. When Fred saw that Ren turned his head to the side, he immediately rode the Lion King to the direction Ren was facing and squinted at Ren. 50? Are you sure? Okay, 70. Fred's tone rose. 100. That's all, just 100. Ryan shouted, glaring at Fred. Seeing Ryan's reaction, Ford decided to believe Ryan's words for the time being. Well, you think you can take all 100 spots for yourself? Humphrey said he didn't want to talk to Fred. Seeing Ryan's expression, Ford smiled but didn't say anything more. The convoy traveled through the night and soon returned to the Gray family home. Chapter 50, Taking a Gamble, From Bicycle to Motorcycle. The Gray family, Ryan's room. Back in his room, Ryan leaped onto his bed. It pressed down on it, causing Rin to bounce back twice. Feeling the soft, large bed, Ryan smiled happily. After a long day, I can finally rest for a while. Looking at Evelyn, who was standing timidly in the corner of the room, Rain gave Evelyn instructions. Eve, take the maids and Averial to the bathroom for a good wash, and then find Averial some clothes to change into. Yes, young master. The maids listened to Rain's voice and divided their tasks clearly. Cecily went to the window and drew all the curtains. Maeve then locked the door to Rain's room. Then the maids began to undress in the room, even though Rin was watching. But the maids weren't shy at all. They even showed themselves off to Rin generously. Averial was at a loss when she saw this, but she was still stripped naked by the maids and taken into the bathroom next door. The bathroom door was open, allowing Rin to even glimpse what was inside. The maids' voices rose from the bathroom along with plumes of white steam. Wow, Averill, you're so fair-skinned. Young master will definitely like you. Yes, yes, and you don't have a single hair on your body, which is exactly what the young master likes. Yes, and you have such a great figure. You truly are an elf. The maid's teasing of Averill made Rin feel a little uncomfortable. With a wave of his hand, magic surged forth and slammed the bathroom door shut, thus averting a major battle. As the maids' voices faded away, Rin took out the petralian that Charlie had given him from his magic ring. The strength of a mid-level first-tier cultivator is indeed somewhat weak. Although Tianyuan had been slowly increasing the magic power within his body, Rin still wanted to use some external force. Then, Rain immediately took petralian. Suddenly, a gentle yet immense magical power slowly appeared within Rin's body. Rain began to tirelessly absorb petralian's magic using the heavenly abyss. Before long, the maids, all clean and naked, came out, ready to get intimate with the young master. However, the maids were slightly taken aback when they saw the young master sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating. Then he tiptoed and picked up his clothes that he had carelessly thrown on the carpet. They quietly opened the inner door of the room, and one by one they left Ren's room and returned to their own rooms. They were afraid of disturbing Rain's cultivation. Thanks to Tianyuan's terrifying absorption speed, Rain quickly reached the level of a first-tier advanced mage and was about to break through to the second tier. When Rain wanted to absorb Petralian's magic power to break through to the second tier in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the ancient book within his body stirred and then slowly emitted a thought. What is being expressed in the mind is, do you wish to accept the advanced challenge? If you don't accept the challenge, you can advance directly. Rewards for accepting and completing the challenge. 1 Heavenly Abyss bonus ability, 1 self-created spell of any attribute, and 1 random magical secret technique. There is no penalty for failing the challenge. The ancient book's consciousness immediately made Ren stop his thoughts of advancing. Challenge. Then Ryan looked at the details of the challenge. Challenge objective. Temporarily seal the Heavenly Abyss meditation technique. Automatically select an opponent, including but not limited to intermediate level 2. You have 10 attempts. If you fail all 10 times, the challenge is lost. The Heavenly Abyss meditation technique is restored, and you automatically advance. Looking at the challenge in the ancient book, Rain lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Catch. Why don't you answer? Although dealing with the second-tier enemies after sealing Tianyuan will be somewhat troublesome, there will be no loss even if we fail. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Let's do it, brothers. Having figured it out, Rain immediately accepted the ancient book's challenge, and a golden light emanated from the book, enveloping Rain. As the golden light slowly faded, Rain sensed something and summoned his magic. As expected, Tianyuan's dark golden magic power disappeared, replaced by ordinary blue magic power. The next morning, young master, dinner is ready. Eve pushed the food cart and led the maids into Ren's room. The moment Rain saw Eve had a faint golden mark on her head. Rain knew that this was an opponent the ancient book had chosen for him. Eve, a tier 2 intermediate assassin. However, Rain did not accept Eve's challenge. After finishing his meal with the maids, he walked downstairs while thinking about the challenge. The maids looked at their young master's thoughtful figure and exchanged bewildered glances. What's wrong with you today, young master? You haven't kissed Ailey. I don't know. Did the young master have a nightmare last night? He doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Averial, a night elf, stood behind the maids. She was very sensitive to magic, and seeing the maid's puzzled looks, she hesitated for a long time before speaking. I think I know. Upon hearing this, the maids immediately looked at Aviriel. Aviriel, do you know her? Over the course of the night, the maid's relationship with Aviriel improved somewhat, and Aviriel was no longer as silent as before. Even Eve and Cecily, who were clearing away the dishes, turned their heads slightly to look at Aviriel. Aviriel nodded. Pretty much. I'm an elf, so I'm naturally more sensitive to magic. When I watched Lei Xiao yesterday, it was like seeing a magical abyss, bottomless. But today, the young master didn't give me that feeling. Today, the young master felt very ordinary to me, just a magician who cultivates magic. After hearing Avril's words, the maids immediately understood that their young master had encountered a problem during his cultivation last night. Ellie, you clear the table. I'll go tell the mistress. Eve put down what she was doing and gave the order. Okay, Eve. As Ryan walked up the stairs, he turned the corner and ran into Jonas. Good day, Mr. Ryan. Jonas bowed slightly to Ryan. Good morning, Uncle Joe. I'm off to the academy. Ryan nodded to Jonas and left the villa. Jonas looked at Ryan's figure with a slight puzzlement. Young Master Ryan seemed a little different today, but he didn't think much of it and went straight to Fred's office. There were quite a few guests last night, and even now, there are still many people outside who want to see the head of the family. This made him extremely busy. Fred's office. Jonas came in carrying several pots of tea, poured 2 cups of tea for Fred and Ivan, and then stood behind Fred. Ford was arguing with Ivan. Ivan, what Ryan said back then really didn't happen. Don't you know Ryan? You believed his lies. Ivan listened to Fred's words and gave him a "I don't believe you" look. Fred, you don't even know if you have any? How about this? I only need 10. I'll give them to you at twice the market price. Really not. Suddenly, there was a knock on Fred's office, and then a maid walked in. She quickly came to Fodor's side and whispered something to him. This immediately startled Fred, who slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. What? Something's happened to Rain. Chapter 51 Struggle. What? Something happened to Ryan. Ford stood up immediately after hearing the first part of the story. Ivan, who was sitting to the side, was also taken aback, and then his expression became tense. We can't let anything happen to Rain. If something happens to him, what will happen to the secret realm? The maid was also startled by Ferd's appearance, and then continued talking to Ferd. Fred frowned as he listened intently to the maid's words. Before long, the maid finished conveying what Lyra had asked her to say. I heard that the problem with Rain was in his cultivation, not his personal safety. This relieved Ford. He had thought that Teddy's old dog had made a move. But upon further reflection, he realized he didn't really have a good solution for the problems that were causing Rain's training difficulties. He's just a knight. He doesn't understand anything about magician training, so he can't offer any guidance. Meanwhile, Ivan, who was standing nearby, looked at Fred's furrowed brows and asked him a question. Ferd, what happened to Ren? Do we need the royals to intervene? Ferd shook his head and looked at Ivan to explain. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that Ren encountered some problems during his training, and I got a little excited just now. Upon hearing this, Ivan nodded and let out a breath. So it was a problem with cultivation. That's good. After all, who hasn't encountered problems while cultivating? As long as it's not a matter of Rain's safety, that's fine. Ivan, has Dean Cliff returned? He's an old mage. He must know where the problem lies in Ren's training. Ivan shook his head. No, Cliff has only been at the Mages Guild for a few days. How could he be back so soon? Upon hearing this, Fred sighed, and then gave instructions to Jonas. Jonas, gather all the magicians in the house in a bit. Don't bother with anything else today. Wait until Ren comes back at noon, and see if we can come up with a solution together. Jonas nodded. Yes, master, and then pushed open the office door and walked out. Seeing that Ferd was in low spirits, Ivan didn't continue the conversation about the secret realm. After telling Fred that he could come to the royal magicians if he had any difficulties, he prepared to come back in 2 days. Fred lit a cigar and glanced at the maid beside him. Go back now. He is the head of the household. As the maid left the room, only Fred remained in the office, surrounded by smoke. The college gate. As soon as Ryan got off the carriage, he saw Blair, this big guy. Moreover, Blair also had a dark gold mark prominently displayed on his head. Good day, young master. Good morning, Blair. What are you waiting for me at the door today? Is there some trouble with Adele? Ryan looked at Blair with some confusion. Blair lowered his head slightly as he spoke. No, Miss Adele, young master. I just heard that Anna, that little witch, has been looking for you at the academy all day, and Sophia has been following her around the whole time. I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage fighting 2 against 1, and if you can't win, I can cover your escape. Ren was taken aback. Anna was looking for me. Just as I was about to say something, I suddenly realized that I couldn't use Tianyuan now, and I couldn't use teleportation frequently either. Suddenly, I felt a little uneasy. Yes, Blair, you did a good job. Although I'm not afraid of them, I haven't been in good shape lately, so let's not fight them for now. Blair chuckled twice and nodded. The two then walked into the academy together. Although there were many students in the academy, I didn't really see many people with marks on their heads. This made Rain realize that the selection of ancient books was very strict, at least not allowing some inferior or substandard books to be included. But this really put him in a tough spot, Ren thought to himself. Gradually, Ren sensed that something was wrong. Why are there fewer and fewer people around him and Blair? Blair seemed to realize this as well. Suddenly, a familiar fluctuation came, which startled Ren. The space is enclosed? Haha. Ren, let's see how you run now. Anna's voice came from behind them. Ryan and Blair slowly turned around and saw Anna holding a long whip with a smug look on her face and Sophia looking meticulous. Upon seeing this, Ren's lips twitched. Just what I feared most happened. Those two really know how to pick their timing. At this moment, the ancient book seemed to sense the two women's fighting power, and then a dark golden mark slowly appeared on the heads of the two women. Seeing the mark left Ren speechless. What the hell was that? One is at the intermediate level of the second tier, and the other is at the beginner level of the second tier. Both are practicing the Empire's top-tier breathing technique. Moreover, the space is currently sealed off by the other side, and Ren has no intention of fighting them. Upon seeing the two women, Blair immediately drew a great sword from his magical artifact, ready to face them. After analyzing the current situation, Ryan coughed twice. Ahem, Blair, what are you doing? Put your sword away. We need to be harmonious in the academy. How can we fight and kill each other? Ryan patted Blair's arm and said. Although it was addressed to Blair, it subtly alluded to the two women. Blair saw this, but said nothing, and stood his greatsword upright, looking at the two women opposite him. Anna and Sophia naturally understood the implication that Rain had just made. Rain, I'm here to beat you up today. Forget about harmony. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Upon hearing this, Ren sighed. Suddenly, Ren threw a ball of magic at the two women, then patted Blair on the shoulder. Run, Blair, quick. Then, using Swift Wind to enhance his power, Ren dashed towards the mage tower. Bang! Rain's magic exploded in the path the two women were taking, creating a cloud of red smoke. Seeing this, Blair immediately sheathed his greatsword and nimbly followed in Rain's footsteps. The two women were about to give chase when they saw this, but they were blocked by the red smoke. As soon as they entered, they felt a burning sensation in their throats and eyes. The two of them looked at Ryan's back and were so angry that their temples throbbed. They had no choice but to bypass the smoke and chase after Ren. Although it took the two some time to navigate around the smoke, they continued to relentlessly pursue Ren. Of the four, two fled and two chased, and Anna and Sophia quickly caught up with Rain and his companion. Seeing the mage tower so close at hand, Ren could not approach it, because Anna and Sophia were blocking their way. Why? Ren looked worried. Seeing the two women's stance, he knew he had no choice but to fight. Blair, make your move. Blair immediately drew his greatsword and charged at Sophia, and in an instant, the two were locked in combat. Anna, armed with a long whip, approached Ren. Although Ren can no longer use Tianyuan, he can still use instant casting and the magical power that Tianyuan once expanded within him. However, it lost Tianyuan's enhancement to magical power and Tianyuan's terrifying magic recovery speed. A glint flashed in Rain's eyes, and a beam of light instantly materialized beside him, shooting towards Anna. Anna lashed out with her whip, which collided with the light gun. Bang! An explosion occurred at the point of impact. Seeing Blair gradually losing ground, Ryan frowned slightly. If Blair loses, it will be even harder for him to fight two opponents at once. We need to think of a solution. While she was thinking, Anna swung her long whip at Ren. Rain immediately unleashed magic, causing a stone wall to spring up from the ground to block the attack. Chapter 52 Anna, let's help too. Anna's whip, with its powerful and heavy tip, shattered the stone wall. But the stone wall also stopped the whip from continuing to lash at Ren. The two then exchanged blows, as the fighting took place very close to the mage tower. This caused the magicians to open their windows and watch the battle below with great interest. The mages also knew something about the situation below. Even though the space is now sealed off, the mages don't think Ren will lose at all. They just think Ren is playing with Anna. Only Ren's mentor Jonah and the Fourth Order mage Leon keenly noticed that Ren's condition was somewhat off today. But I didn't notice anything wrong. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Anna's whip lashed out at him without warning. Snap! However, a magical artifact on Ren's body suddenly emitted a wave, which directly sent the whip flying. Seeing this, Anna immediately took out a small knife-like object and threw it directly at Ren. The dagger flew swiftly towards Ren and collided with the magical artifact on his body, instantly rendering the artifact ineffective. Rain raised an eyebrow as he looked at the knife that had fallen to the ground. Anti-magic throwing knife? The anti-magic throwing knife can disable magical artifacts of the same rank as the throwing knife for a period of time. This is a good thing. Ren bent down, picked up the throwing knife, and put it into his magic ring. Anna was furious at Ryan's actions. We're fighting, can't you be serious? He leaped forward and lashed out with his whip. Upon seeing this, Ryan immediately bent back to avoid it. But Anna kicked Ryan straight in the chest. Barrier spell. A glint flashed in Ren's eyes. Suddenly, a blue barrier appeared in front of Ren. The barrier shattered the moment Anna kicked out, and the ball of energy shot towards Rain's chest. Anna was slightly taken aback when she saw how fragile Rain's barrier spell was. Seeing this, it was too late for Anna to stop. He kicked Ren hard in the chest. Puff! Ren was immediately struck hard and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying by Anna's kick, sliding on the ground for a long time before slowly coming to a stop. The blow caused Ren to fall unconscious and collapse to the ground. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Anna was the most shocked by what she had just done. I thought Ren's barrier would be able to stop her kick, but I didn't expect that barrier spell to be so fragile. Anna. Blair, realizing what was happening, saw Ryan being kicked away by Anna, and his eyes turned bloodshot. It suddenly went berserk. Upon hearing Blair's voice, Sophia, who was still in a daze, immediately raised her sword to block Blair's slash. Bang! Blair's furious sword strike sent Sophia crashing to her knees, the ground within several meters cracking from the force of the blow. The impact was so severe that even Sophia almost lost her grip on the sword, causing her hand to split open. Seeing that Sophia was no longer stopping him, Blair rushed towards Anna. The enraged Blair disregarded everything and swung his sword heavily toward Anna's head, who was still in a daze. If Blair had hit her with that blow, Anna would have been dead for sure. When Ryan, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene, his lips twitched. Okay, that's a true brother. He'll really step up when needed. Just as he was about to get up to save Anna, Sophia rushed over, which relieved Rain, and he slowly fainted again. Sophia immediately leaped forward, holding her sword horizontally in midair to block Blair's attack for Anna. However, because she had no outlet in the air, she was thrown out. Anna, however, was completely oblivious to what was happening around her, staring intently at the unconscious Rain, just as Blair was about to strike Anna again with his sword. At this moment, the mages who had been watching the commotion in the mage tower realized what was happening. Instantly, a blue magical barrier enveloped Anna. Jonah jumped out of the window and pointed at the enraged Blair with his index finger. The art of calming the mind. A chill ran through Blair's body, and he gradually recovered. Young master. Blair, having recovered, put down his great sword and ran straight towards Ren. Then Jonah, seeing Anna lost in thought, used a calming spell on her and then ignored her. Grandma Chili quickly ran out of the magician's tower and came to Ren's side. Seeing the unconscious Rain, Chili didn't say a word and immediately fed him several bottles of high-grade healing medicine. Blair, standing to the side, looked anxiously at Kiri. Teacher, how is my young master? After feeding her the pills, Chili placed her hand on Ren's hand. A stream of magical energy slowly examined Ren's body. But the more she examined Chili, the more her brows furrowed. How could this be? Chili even felt that her injuries would have healed almost completely if she hadn't come. It looked really heavy just now. While suddenly unconscious, Rain subtly scratched Chili's palm with his finger. Chili immediately understood what Ren meant, and then she felt a little amused and exasperated. That kid made me worry for nothing. However, he didn't expose Ren, but instead cooperated with him. At this moment, everyone slowly approached Chili's side. Seeing Chili's tightly furrowed brows, everyone was extremely nervous. Anna and Sophia were the most nervous of them all. The two looked at the unconscious Ren with tense expressions. If something really happens to Ryan now, given Ford's explosive temper, internal strife within the Empire is not impossible. Chili glanced at Anna and Sophia out of the corner of her eye without making a sound. He then stood up with a furrowed brow. I have given Ren the medication, but his injuries are quite severe and he needs to rest for a while. Then Kiri looked at Anna and Sophia. They're all students of the academy. How could you be so cruel? Chili's words immediately resonated with the group of magicians. Yeah, these days everyone stops when sparring. How could you, a girl, go too far? Anna and Sophia lowered their heads in response to Kiri's reprimand. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Anna, this little witch, to suddenly have tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, The other mages didn't make things difficult for the two, since injuries are inevitable in sparring. Using magic, they carried Rain back to the mage tower to recuperate for a while. Looking at the backs of everyone, Anna suddenly spoke up. Why don't we come and help too? In that instant, Jonah, standing next to Ren, seemed to see the corners of Ren's mouth turn up slightly. This made Jonah rub his eyes. But seeing that Ryan was still so weak, Jonah thought he was just seeing things. Anna's words immediately made the magicians turn around. Chili then nodded and said, Okay, you two come over here together. You can help me out. Upon hearing this, Anna immediately pulled Sophia along and followed the magicians. Blair stood anxiously beside the unconscious Ryan when he suddenly heard a sound and paused in surprise. It was Rain's magical telepathy. Blair, you can go back now. I'm fine. I was just putting on an act for them. But don't give yourself away. Just keep an eye on me these next couple of days. Upon hearing the news of Blairton, he gave Anna and Sophia a strange look, but to avoid giving himself away, he still wore a worried expression. Looks like someone's going to suffer. Chapter 53. Rain had a dream, and Anna had a dream too. Inside the mage tower, a group of people led Ren back to his room. Although Ren's room in the mage tower was very large. But Chili waved her hand at her colleagues who had filled the room. Everyone get out of here. What are you all doing crowding around here? I just gave Rain a high-level healing potion, and she's fine for now, but she needs to rest. The carpet and Ren got all dirty. How can Ren rest and recover if you're all crammed in here? Get out. All of you, including the two of you. Kiri's last two sentences were addressed to Anna and Sophia. He then added, You two wait outside the room, and I'll call you in later. In an instant, everyone began to leave Ren's room, not forgetting to use magic to clean the carpet they had just dirted. Finally, Anna closed the door, leaving only Kiri and Ryan in the room. All right, Rain, get up. Kiri said with a smile, sitting on the sofa next to him. Ryan rolled over and got out of bed. He quickly stepped forward, took the teapot from the tea table, and poured a cup of tea for Grandma Chili. Hee, Grandma is the best. She didn't expose the boy. Chili took the teacup that Ren handed her and smiled helplessly. Okay, you have no idea how shocked I was when you vomited blood. He took a few sips of tea from his cup and then asked Ryan, Are you pretending to be sick now? Are you going back to your family, or staying in the mage tower to recuperate for a while? Upon hearing this, Ren lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then decided to keep the baby in the mage tower and not return to the family for the time being. Oh, Grandma, I'll write a letter in a bit. Could you please give it to Blair and have him deliver it to my father? Otherwise, if my father found out that I was so badly injured, the empire would be in turmoil. Chili nodded. Okay. Then Ryan sat down in a chair and began writing a letter, describing his situation. He also gave instructions to the maids, such as to teach them to dance well with the dancers while he was away. After finishing writing the letter, he handed it to Grandma Chili, who casually put it into her magical device. Okay, lie down now. I'll call those two girls in. Ren nodded, and then laid down on the bed. Kiri opened the door and went out, giving Anna and Sophia a few words before preparing to go find Blair. Then Anna and Sophia pushed open the door and came in. Seeing that Ryan had regained consciousness, Anna felt nervous and guilty under Ryan's gaze, while Sophia did not. Ren frowned slightly as he looked at the two men. What are you doing here? You want to fight me? Anna quickly waved her hand. No, I won't fight anymore. I just came to help the magician teacher take care of you, since I'm the one who caused you to be like this. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded and said, Oh. He then said, I'm a little thirsty. Anna immediately went forward to pour a cup of tea and then came to Rain's bedside. Give. No, I want Anna to feed me. Anna was taken aback upon hearing this, but said nothing. She then sat down next to Ren and brought the tea to his lips. Then Anna looked at Sophia's reluctant expression and slowly said, Sister Sophia, why don't you go back? I can manage on my own here in Ren. Oh, and could you please give my father a letter saying that I won't be going back for the next few days? After saying that, Anna went to the spot where Rain had just written her letter and wrote a letter to her father as well. Sophia took Anna's letter, nodded, and then left the room. After Sophia left the room, the two people inside fell silent. Anna spoke first. Rain, what's wrong with you today? I feel like your magic is so weak today. In response to Anna's question, Ryan nodded. Yes, there have indeed been some problems lately. Rain displayed his magic, and Anna looked at the blue magic with slight confusion. Blue magic? Rain, wasn't your magic golden before? So there's been a problem, otherwise you wouldn't have been so brazen today. Who knows who might have gotten into trouble today? Rain said with a smirk. You. Anna pouted at Ren, but considering that Ren was currently ill, Anna did not refute him. The Gray family. Ford frowned as he looked at the letter from Ren in his hand. Didn't I tell him not to mess with Sophia? And he's faking illness? Ford slammed the letter on the table. Looking at Blair beside him, he said, Blair, tomorrow you go and tell Ryan that faking illness is fine, but tell him not to make a move on Sophia. Blair nodded upon hearing this. Yes, master. Then Ford turned to Jonas and said, Old Joe, let the family magicians go about their business. That kid won't be back for the next couple of days. When Ryan returns in a couple of days, we'll call them together again. Oh, and give this letter to Eve too. Ford handed Jonas another letter tucked inside his envelope. Yes, master. The Mitchell family. Lyman stared into thought as he looked at his daughter's letter. A fight? Ren seriously injured? Should he stay in the Mage Tower for a while? Then Lyman thought about it again and realized that Anna had borrowed a space-sealing magic device from him some time ago. It's probably meant to be used against Ren. Suddenly, the doubts about Anna's serious injury to Ren disappeared. Since that kid Ren is seriously injured, he naturally needs to stay in bed, so he shouldn't be able to do anything to his daughter. Lyman gradually calmed down. Looking at the blue moon outside, Lyman still had a bad feeling. He just didn't know where this premonition came from. Late at night, the college was brightly lit. Despite it being late at night, many students were still diligently studying and honing their skills. The room of the Mage Tyrian. Ren, who had just woken up from a nap, slowly woke up. He was slightly taken aback when he saw Anna lying on the side of his bed. Looking at Anna's fresh and tender sleeping face, Ren smiled slightly. A sense of guilt arose in my heart. I won't tease this little girl anymore, Ren thought to himself. Then, in order not to disturb Anna, Ren used magic to make Anna float slowly onto the bed. Because Ryan's bed is big enough, Ren placed Anna on one side of the bed and slept on the other side himself. Then used long, thin pillows to separate them, so nothing else will happen. Then Ren slowly lay down and gradually fell asleep. Tonight, Ryan had a dream. In my sleep, he dreamt that he became the captain of a pirate ship. He is leading his crew in a battle against a giant octopus. Suddenly, Ren was caught off guard and swept away by the octopus and was immediately taken into the sea. Ren also fought fiercely with the octopus, but each time the octopus would tightly coil around her. Anna had a dream tonight too. In my sleep, Anna has become the owner of a castle and is sleeping while cuddling her beloved puppy. But her puppy seems a bit unruly today. He kept trying to escape from her embrace. Chapter 54. Oh, beautiful lady, would you please have breakfast with me? The next morning, Anna got up very early. She slept very well at the last minute because although the puppy kept struggling, it seemed to have given up and stopped moving in the end. As a result, she slept with her puppy the whole night, and therefore slept very comfortably. Suddenly, she saw Rain in her arms and was stunned. After seeing their ambiguous posture, he cried out, "Ah!" Ryan was immediately awakened by Anna's scream and was just squinting as he tried to get up. Suddenly, a powerful force sent the still conscious Ren flying. He sent Ren flying to the side of the room. This completely baffled Ren, who stood up in a daze, looking at the situation before him. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Looking at Anna, who was wrapped in a blanket on the bed, Ryan gradually came to his senses. Ren, you actually did that to me while I was sleeping. You shameless scoundrel. Anna's big eyes were filled with grievance, and her eyes were brimming with tiny pearls. Seeing Anna's appearance, Ryan looked at his clothes in confusion, wondering what he had done last night. But when he saw that his clothes were perfectly intact, Ryan immediately stood up, clutching his lower back. What did you do? Look at your clothes before you speak, ma'am. Upon hearing this, Anna immediately lifted the blanket and looked at her clothes. It doesn't seem like there's any sign that it was taken off. Moreover, I don't feel any discomfort. Anna, having figured it out, suddenly had a glint in her eyes. Oh, I see. I thought you and I had done that. Anna breathed a sigh of relief and slowly got out of bed. Seeing that Ryan was clutching his lower back, he went over to support him and gently helped him to the sofa. Ray, how are you feeling today? Ryan glanced at Anna, about to say, of course not. But then he thought again that, given the current situation, Anna and Sophia would probably not pursue him relentlessly afterward, and he had already achieved his goal. Moreover, he still needed to be tested, and then Ryan changed the subject. I feel pretty good today. You know how skilled Grandma Chili is at medicine. I'm about 70 to 80% better today. That kick you just gave me a bad feeling. Anna nodded as if she hadn't heard the last sentence. I thought I'd have to stay with Ryan for a while, but he recovered pretty much in just one night. Gurgle. Both of their stomachs growled at the same time. Let's go to the restaurant. Ryan got up, walked to the door, and put on his shoes. After putting on his shoes, Ryan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Anna, who was still sitting on the sofa. What? You want to wait for your sister Sophia to eat together? Anna pouted at Ryan and muttered under her breath. He has no manners at all, and still wants to invite people to eat together. Although Anna's voice was very soft, Ryan still heard it. Immediately, Ren smiled helplessly and gave a very elegant slight bow. With my left hand around my waist and my right palm facing up, I say, "Oh, beautiful lady, would you mind having breakfast with me?" Anna, sitting on the sofa, blushed as she watched the usually scoundrel Rain act so gentlemanly. For some reason, after spending the night together, Anna was no longer as averse to Rain as before. He then stood up and gently placed his right hand on Ren's right hand. "All right, since you've put it this way, I'll reluctantly go with you." Anna quickly found her shoes on the shoe rack and put them on, then went downstairs with Ryan. At the entrance of the Mage Tower, Blair had just reached the Mage Tower when he saw Rain leading Anna down the stairs. Seeing this, Blair quickly hid behind a tree. As soon as Rain and Anna left the Mage Tower, they saw a burly figure behind a small tree. The sapling only covered Blair's head, but Blair's massive body was still exposed. Seeing this, Anna burst out laughing, then, as if remembering something, quickly pulled her hand away from Ren's. Feeling Anna's soft little hand withdraw, Ren pursed his lips. "Blair, come out here. You big guy are acting like you're not hiding at all." Blair, upon hearing this, stepped out from behind the tree and scratched his head sheepishly. "Hee hee, good day, young master." Blair then approached Ryan and whispered in his ear what Ford had asked Blair to tell Ryan the night before. After listening to Blair's words, Ryan nodded. "All right, I got it. Old Deng is always looking for trouble. Blair, have you had breakfast?" Blair nodded and ate the young master's food. "Okay, since you've already eaten, I won't take you to the restaurant. I'll go get some breakfast." Seeing this, Blair nodded and quickly left the two, not wanting to disturb Ryan's good time. With Blair gone, only Rain and Anna remained by the Mage Tower. Then Ryan wanted to hold Anna's little hand, because Anna's little hand was really soft. Even though Anna uses a long whip all year round, there are no calluses on her hands. But as soon as Ryan took Anna's hand, Anna pulled it away, as if she was embarrassed. Seeing this, Ren stopped and led the way. There weren't many students at the academy in the early morning, but everyone who saw Ryan and Anna was first slightly taken aback, and then watched in amazement as the two walked away. Ryan, thick-skinned and unconcerned about the students' stares, was a different story from Anna. As Anna walked through the academy with Rain, looking like a couple, under the gaze of the other students, her face turned bright red. "What are you looking at?" Upon hearing Anna's words, everyone quickly left, fearing that they would be targeted by this little witch. However, other students still gave the two strange looks. The two then quickly arrived at the restaurant. Once inside the restaurant, Anna gradually calmed down after the surprised looks from everyone disappeared. But as soon as the two entered the restaurant, they heard a sound from the side. "Anna?" Anna looked up and saw it was her sister Sophia. Sophia came to the two of them and looked at Ren. "Ryan, are you all right?" His tone was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Seeing Sophia's puzzled expression, Ren nodded. "Pretty much. Thanks to Grandma Chili, there shouldn't be any problems with our movements." Sophia nodded, then looked at Anna. "Anna, what are you doing here?" Because Rain and Anna's current situation was so similar to that of couples in the academy, Sophia couldn't help but ask. Hearing Sophia's words, Anna immediately stepped out from behind Ren, pulled Sophia along, and said, "Oh, it's nothing. Ren was hungry and wanted to come to the restaurant, so I came with him to protect him." Seeing that Sophia was about to ask something else, Anna quickly pulled Sophia up to the second-floor restaurant. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Ryan smiled, and then found a seat on the first floor to order food from the waiter. Chapter 55 Bentley Wick. After finishing his breakfast, Ryan took a white silk handkerchief from the table and wiped his mouth. Seeing Anna and Sophia still whispering to each other on the second-floor stands, occasionally glancing at him, Ren smiled but said nothing. He then ignored Anna and walked out of the restaurant alone. After finishing his meal, Ren did not return to the Mage Tower for class. Because the mages saw that Ren was seriously injured yesterday, they gave him a few days off. And Ren also planned to take advantage of this time to complete his assessment. In the morning, students began to arrive at the academy one after another. The youthful atmosphere of the academy filled Ren with emotion, as if he had returned to his time studying on Earth. Walking on campus, you can still hear the playful and joking sounds of younger and older students from time to time. As Ren strolled through the academy, he watched the students come and go, searching for someone with a golden mark on their forehead. Upon seeing Ryan's figure, the students passing by all revealed a faint expression of longing in their eyes. Seeing the students looking at him with longing eyes, Ryan raised an eyebrow. "What's going on? What kind of expression is that? Eager? It's one thing for women to desire it, but what about men?" Just as Ryan was about to pull one of the students aside to ask him to explain, A voice suddenly interrupted him. "Young master." The burly Blair walked over from the side. Seeing Blair, Ryan was puzzled. "Blair, why aren't you in class?" Blair scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Young master, the teachers were only talking about theory this morning, and I didn't like listening to them." Upon hearing this, Ren shook his head helplessly. "Since you're all right, come with me for a walk." He, "Yes, young master." Blair then followed behind Ren and strolled around with him. As the two walked along the academy road, Ryan asked Blair a question. "Blair, do you notice anything different about me today?" Blair glanced at Ryan. "No, young master, you're still as handsome as ever." "Why are they all looking at me with such longing eyes? What's going on?" Faced with Ryan's doubts, Blair then carefully observed the gazes of those around him. This immediately puzzled Blair. "Young master, I'll go grab someone and ask them." After obtaining Ryan's consent, Blair stepped forward and carried a male trainee directly to Ryan's side. The male student looked at Ryan and Blair, who had a fierce look on his face, and said tremblingly, "Young Master Laylene, have I done anything to displease you? Please tell me, and I will definitely change." Blair spoke slowly. "It's nothing. I called you here to ask why you were looking at me, young master, with such longing eyes." Hearing Blair's words, the male trainee slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, yes, my father told me about what happened to young Master Ren at the auction a while ago. They said they wanted to see if I could get closer to young Master Ren in the academy, so that when he was in a good mood, he could reward or sell a few secret realm slots to my family." Upon hearing this, Ryan and Blair exchanged bewildered glances. So that's how it is. No wonder everyone was looking at them like that. After understanding what had happened, Ren helped the man up and said, "Okay, I understand. You can go now." The man stood up, looked at Rain, hesitated, then seemed to have made up his mind and knelt down. "Young Master Raren, I, Casey Bush, am willing to follow you, to protect you with my life and never betray you. Will you accept me? I swear an oath to the God of Knights." Looking at the boy kneeling on the ground, Ren smiled strangely. "Follow me. Don't you know my misdeeds, Ren?" "I know. Although what you did, young Master Ren, was indeed despicable, I would still rather follow you than those who scheme behind the scenes." Hearing Casey's words, Ryan began to take this somewhat timid boy seriously for the first time. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Even the students rushing to class stopped and gathered around to watch. Everyone wanted to know Ryan's decision. Rain looked at the boy in front of him, a first-tier intermediate knight, whose strength is below average in the academy. After a short while, Rain slowly spoke. "I'll give you some time to calm down. 3 days later, if you really still want to follow me, come to the Mage Tower to find me." Then Ryan patted Casey on the shoulder and left with Blair. As Casey watched Ryan and Blair slowly rise from the ground, her gaze resolute, and then head towards the Knight's dojo. Just as Casey made up her mind to follow Rain, the future leader of the Iron Blood Wolf Riders, the Iron Blood Wolf King Casey Bush, was born. Ryan and Blair continued walking. Ryan tilted his head slightly and said, "Blair, go find the family's people at the academy and have them investigate this girl named Casey. I hope all of Casey's materials can be on my desk in my room by tonight." Blair nodded. "Yes, sir, I'll go right now." With Blair gone, Ryan resumed his search for challengers. Suddenly, he finally saw a person with a golden mark on their head. It's a boy. Second-tier, beginner-level strength. Ryan stepped forward and stopped him. The person who was stopped by Ren was clearly taken aback when he saw Ren. "Young Master Ren, what can I do for you?" Looking at the boy's face, Ren felt somewhat unfamiliar with him. Therefore, he should not be a member of a high-ranking noble family, because he knew almost all the sons of the great nobles. "What's your name? Which family are you from?" Faced with Ryan's question, the boy answered despite his confusion. "Young Master Ryan, my name is Bentley Wick. I am not a nobleman. I am the son of a merchant. I was able to attend the academy because of the generosity of the Ward family." Upon hearing this, Ren immediately thought about it. Although he was a second-tier warrior, the son of a merchant family should not possess an extremely advanced breathing technique. Compared to the offspring of nobles who possess advanced breathing techniques, it is somewhat easier. That would make him my first opponent. Rain nodded and then asked, "Judging from your academy uniform, you're a warrior? Would you like to fight me?" Bentley was immediately shocked. "A fight? Young Master Ryan, I can't beat you. Your move in the dueling arena was enough to kill me 7 or 8 times over." Seeing Bentley's refusal, Ryan curled his lip. "Oh, it's all right. I won't be using any large-scale magic this time." Hearing Ryan's words, Bentley was so anxious he almost cried. Why is he like this? The two were of vastly different social statuses. "Fight? How? If we lose, that's fine, but if we win, who knows what might happen? I wouldn't dare to do that, young Master Ren." Ryan also noticed Bentley's concerns and said, It's just a regular friendly sparring match. Don't worry, I won't renege on my promise whether I win or lose. I just saw that you're pretty good, and I was itching to have a match. It's just a simple spar. If you're worried, you can use your life-saving jade pendant or something. Listening to Ryan's explanation and thinking about it, he realized that he didn't seem to have any connection with Ryan and probably wouldn't offend Ryan to the point that Ryan would specifically come to cause him trouble. It was probably Ren's spur-of-the-moment idea to challenge him to a duel. Bentley, having figured it out, nodded with difficulty. All right, Mr. Rain, when would you like to fight? Chapter 56. The challenge begins. When and where would you like to make the call? After listening to Bentley's words, Ryan pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Let's go to the dueling arena. It's a big place, and you'll have plenty of room to maneuver. Are you free around noon today? Bentley nodded. Yes, young Master Rain. I'll come to the dueling arena to find you at noon. Good. Seeing that Bentley had agreed, Ren prepared to return to the magic tower to rest for a while before facing the midday challenge. Bentley sighed softly as he watched Ryan's retreating figure. Oh well, the dueling arena. Looks like I'm going to embarrass myself at noon. Although there aren't usually many people in the dueling arena, it would be a big problem if people found out that Ren was going to spar with someone in the dueling arena later. Even if the crowd isn't as large as it was during the duel with Damon, there will still be plenty of people. Even if it would be embarrassing, he had made up his mind that he must not take the battle at noon seriously. He absolutely had to lose to Ren. Otherwise, even if Ren generously didn't say anything, his father wouldn't. As the son of a merchant family, he had many children, and he didn't want to be abandoned by his father because of a sparring match. Looking at the warrior gym in front of him, Bentley did not step inside, but instead walked towards the academy gate. He planned to go home and talk to his father about the sparring match that Ryan had mentioned earlier. Noon. The news spread through the college, though no one knew where it came from. Many people know that Ryan is going to have a match with Bentley. In no time, almost everyone who had lunch at the restaurant headed towards the dueling arena. Along the academy road, groups of people walked toward the dueling arena, sharing information as they went. I heard that Bentley did something to offend Ryan, which led to what happened at noon today. Oh, you know so much about this? Tell us about it. Shaw, where did you hear that? It's all outdated. Let me tell you. Because Rain was one of the few prominent figures in the academy. Therefore, opinions on the sparring match between Ryan and Bentley were divided for a time. They all shared the rumors they had heard with people who didn't know the situation. In the dueling arena, Ren is waiting for Bentley to arrive in the lounge. Looking out the window at the crowd filling the dueling arena, Ren was somewhat puzzled. Why are there so many people? He hadn't expected there to be too many people, but the sheer number of people surprised even Ren. What Ryan didn't know was that it was lunchtime, and the trainees had finished eating and were doing nothing. Those with girlfriends might spend time with them, but those without girlfriends are mostly just sitting around doing nothing. Now that Ren is causing some trouble in the dueling arena, these bored people naturally flocked to watch the spectacle. As Bentley arrived at the dueling arena, the crowd began to cheer. Bentley, you're finished. You've messed with Ryan. Do you even want to stay at the academy anymore? Haha, Bentley, you've finally met your match. Now look what you've done. Let's see if you can still pretend to be aloof now. Bentley couldn't help but feel irritated as he listened to the voices of the crowd. He couldn't help but wonder, had he really offended Ren somewhere? As Ren watched Bentley enter the dueling arena, he slowly walked out of the lounge. As soon as he stepped out of the lounge, he heard the voices of the people in the dueling arena, and Ren couldn't help but frown. Seeing that Bentley's expression and fighting spirit were clearly not good, he immediately shouted a warning. Quiet. Ren used magic to amplify his voice. As Ren's voice echoed through the dueling arena, the arena gradually quieted down. What are they talking about? Who spread these rumors? Come on, tell me. I just wanted to have a friendly match with someone, and you guys are criticizing me. If you don't want to watch, get the hell out of here. You haven't seen what Bentley looks like yet. You think you can fight me without him showing his true strength? Faced with Ryan's undisguised rebuke, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances and, confronted by Ryan's intimidating presence, ceased their mockery of Bentley. Then Ryan slowly walked over to Bentley's side and saw that he was still in low spirits. Ryan patted Bentley on the shoulder. How about we go somewhere else? Bentley shook his head as he looked at Ryan with concern. It's all right, young Master Ren, just stay here. At this point, Bentley had become more accepting of the situation. Ren has already explained to everyone that he simply wanted to spar and that it wasn't because of any conflict. It would be better if they just kept fighting and then lost to Ren. Although it might be embarrassing, isn't that what everyone wants to see? Young Master Ryan, shall we begin? Bentley asked Ryan. As if guessing Bentley's thoughts, Ryan shook his head. Bentley, I hope you can swear to the God of Warriors that this sparring match will be a display of your true strength. I don't want you to play me. This isn't because Ren is being difficult, it's because it's necessary. If the target lets Ren win, the challenge will not only be declared a failure, but 2 challenge attempts will also be wasted. This was even more unacceptable to Ren than losing the match. Upon hearing this, Bentley's eyes widened slightly in confusion. Young Master Ren, is this really necessary? Ren shook his head. It's necessary. Seeing Ryan's determined look, Bentley hesitated. Go all out. But looking at Ryan's appearance, Bentley felt that Ryan must have been prepared. Then he thought about the sword of judgment that had executed Damon before and realized that he probably couldn't defeat it. He then nodded and swore an oath to the god of warriors. I, Bentley, swear to the god of warriors that I will give it my all in this sparring match with young Master Rain. Otherwise, I will never advance an inch in my fighting spirit. Hearing Bentley's oath, Ryan nodded with a sigh of relief. That way, he shouldn't be judged to have lost because Bentley threw the game. Here, this is a life-saving jade pendant. Rain then handed Bentley a jade pendant. Bentley nodded and took it. There's no referee here, so how about we each step back 100 meters and the competition begins. Bentley retrieved his light armor from the magical device, put it on, and replied, Yes, Master Rain. Suddenly, Rain thought of something and took out 3 third-tier treasures from his storage ring. By the way, since it's a friendly competition, how can there be no prize? These 3 tier 3 treasures are my prize. If you beat me, they're all yours. Bentley couldn't help but feel a little envious as he looked at the 3 treasures. Although his father was a businessman and the family was relatively well off. However, his father had many children, so he could only get about 1 third-tier treasure each month. Now that Ren has directly taken out 3 tier 3 treasures, it does make him a little envious. But he didn't say anything, since he was going to lose anyway, and he didn't need to worry about the treasure. Seeing that Bentley was almost ready, Ryan directly attracted the dark golden mark on Bentley's head into his body. This indicates acceptance of the challenge. Then the 2 of them began to back away. After they both sensed the distance between them, they looked at each other and understood what the other meant. The competition begins. Immediately, Bentley took out a crossbow from his magical device. Clank. 3 bolts were fired from Bentley's crossbow toward Ren. Bentley's crossbow bore faint magical markings. Although not a magical artifact, they greatly increased the speed of the bolts. The crossbow bolts flew rapidly toward Ren. Faced with Bentley's probing, Ren simply used wind magic to speed up his movements and dodge in a few flashes. Chapter 57 Planning and Preparing for Fishing. Dodging Bentley's crossbow bolt, Ryan's blue magic surged, and in an instant, several rock spikes appeared beneath Bentley's feet. Bentley, who was chosen as the challenger, was naturally not injured by Rain's rock spikes. He flipped backward a few times and got out of the rock spikes' attack range. While dodging the rock spikes, he also fired a few crossbow bolts at Ren. Ding ding. However, Bentley's crossbow bolts were all blocked by Ren's barrier and then fell to the ground. Ryan raised an eyebrow as he watched Bentley keep his distance from him. Unexpectedly, Bentley was a ranged warrior. Meanwhile, Bentley, as if sensing that his crossbow posed no threat to Rain, tucked it into his waistband. He then took out a finely crafted bow from the magical artifact. The next moment, Bentley drew the bowstring of his treasured bow, and his inner fighting spirit slowly condensed on the bowstring to form a red arrow. Bentley aimed at Ren and slowly released the bowstring. Bang! The arrows formed from battle aura immediately generated sonic booms and shot towards Ren. Almost in the blink of an eye, the arrow was already in front of Ren. Ren's pupils shrank instantly, a magic circle flashed in his eyes, and he vanished from his spot in an instant. The arrows slammed heavily into the ground where Ren had just stood, blasting a large hole in the arena platform. Bang! Bentley fired another arrow at Ren. Seeing the arrow, Ren waved his hand, and a spatial blade flew towards the arrow. Boom! The 2 collided, creating a huge explosion that immediately produced thick smoke between them. Ren stared nervously at the smoke, with no doubt that an arrow would be shot out at any moment. Feeling the magic power slowly returning to my body. Although Tianyuan's blessing is gone, thanks to Rain's original all-attribute talent, his mana recovery speed is still quite fast. It's just that it's not as monstrous as Tianyuan. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Ryan looked at Bentley and was immediately startled. Bentley had prepared 3 arrows on his bow and was waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Young Master Ren, watch out. As the smoke cleared, Bentley unleashed the 3 arrows he had been holding back. The immense recoil even sent Bentley flying several meters. In order to avoid the arrows, Rain had to use teleportation 3 times in a row. Seeing Ren's state, the crowd in the dueling arena immediately shouted a reminder. Young Master Ren, use your sword of judgment. Yes, used the Sword of Judgment to instantly kill Bentley. The people present did not know about Rain's Sword of Damocles and collectively called it the Sword of Judgment. However, Rain has yet to use the large-scale magic he used against Damon, as well as the Sword of Damocles. This left everyone quite puzzled. Ren, of course, heard everyone's voices and secretly curled his lip in his heart. The Sword of Judgment, how can he use it without Tianyuan restoring his magic power? Back then, we could use large-scale magic once or twice. But what if you haven't used it after you've finished using it? Having dodged all the arrows, Ren ignored the comments of the outsiders and stared intently at Bentley. Then a flash of blue light appeared in his eyes, and several bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking Bentley fiercely. Although Bentley dodged in time, he was still not as fast as thunder. It withstood the power of several bolts of lightning. Fortunately, the armor provided some protection, and Bentley only suffered minor injuries, and his movements became a little slower. Seeing this, Ryan immediately stood up and stepped forward to approach Bentley, slowly condensing a blue sphere in his hand. Seeing that the ball had finished preparing, Ren immediately hit the ball. Psychic energy surges. Old man. The magic bullet, compressed to its maximum, shot unstoppably toward Bentley. To prevent Bentley from escaping, Rain even launched several other spells to stop him. Ice Soul Demon Arrow. Space Blade. Bang. Rain's magic hit the bullseye, creating a towering explosion. Suddenly, a sword light slashed out from the explosion. Bentley's figure then flew out of the explosion. The next moment, Bentley's long sword was already at the neck of the still stunned Ren. Young Master Rayleigh, I won. The sight of Bentley wielding a long sword immediately took everyone present by surprise. Having been at the academy for so long, this was the first time everyone realized how deeply Bentley had been hiding his true abilities. In fact, Bentley did have thoughts of giving up when faced with Ryan's offensive. However, remembering the oath he made before the match, Bentley had no choice but to unleash his hidden strength. Although it might offend Ren, he still didn't want his path as a warrior to end there. Ren was slightly distracted by Bentley's words. We lost. He lost because he underestimated his opponent. He smiled at Bentley, who seemed a little bewildered by what he had just said. Bentley, you win. Ryan didn't cheat. It was only my first time trying it, nothing serious. As soon as Rain finished speaking, the dark golden mark that he had just received from Bentley's head disappeared from his body. Bentley, realizing what Ryan was saying, sheathed his longsword. It's all thanks to you, young Master Ren, going easy on me. Otherwise, I really couldn't beat you. Seeing Bentley's growing anxiety, Ryan waved his hand. A loss is a loss, and I, Ren, can handle that. Then, Ren took out the 3 treasures from the magical artifact that were agreed upon before the competition and handed them to Bentley. Here you go, this is a lucky charm. Bentley didn't dare to take the treasure from Ryan's hand. Young Master Ren, treasures are unnecessary, I don't need them. Bentley quickly waved his hand. Seeing this, Ren curled his lip and threw the treasure directly into Bentley's arms. Watching Bentley hurriedly accept the treasure, Rain slowly took out a magic recovery potion from his magic ring and drank it. Suddenly, Ren spotted a figure in the distance. Baron Quinn. Upon seeing the mark on Baron's head, the black water in Ren's stomach churned violently. An extremely evil plan gradually emerged in Ren's mind. The people in the dueling arena were completely stunned and stood frozen in place. Ren actually lost. Chapter 58 Declaration of War. Ren actually lost. This result was unexpected by everyone. The crowd had come to see how Ren's magical torrent would utterly defeat Bentley. But to everyone's surprise, Ren didn't use the magic torrent at all. Moreover, some observant people noticed during this battle that Rain was no longer enveloped in the golden light of the past and had lost his former arrogance and divinity. They saw Rain and Bentley leave the dueling arena together. The arena was immediately abuzz with discussion, and doubts began to arise about Rain's fighting prowess. Rain lost. Why didn't he use the Sword of Judgment? I came here specifically to see the Sword of Judgment. Rain's fighting strength wasn't like this when he fought Damon. Did Rain take some kind of banned drug when he fought Damon? Yes, that makes sense. As Ryan and Bentley slowly walked out of the dueling arena, Blair rushed up to them. Bentley, you actually took advantage of the young master's poor condition. Hearing Blair shout, Ryan waved his hand. All right, Blair, it was I who asked Bentley to spar with me. Blair muttered a few more words to Bentley before falling silent, but continued to stare at him with an unfriendly gaze. Bentley, seeing Blair's unfriendly gaze, sullenly avoided meeting his eyes. Bentley, now that the competition is over, I'm going back. Oh, by the way, I also learned some things about you before the duel. Then Ren took out a piece of paper and a pen from his magic ring. He used magic to write something on a piece of paper and then handed it to Bentley. Here you go. I know that businessmen have many social obligations and rules. When you get home, give this to your father. He won't hate you just because you won. Bentley looked at Ryan with gratitude in his eyes as he listened to Ryan's words. Many thanks, young Master Ryan. Okay, I'm leaving. After handing the paper to Bentley, Ren led Blair away slowly towards the Mage Tower. Watching the two figures walk away and the letters in their hands, an unknown seed quietly took root in Bentley's heart. Time flies, and half a month passed quickly as Ren searched for and challenged others at the academy. In the dueling arena. With Rain stirring things up in the arena recently, the arena has become quite popular as well. Some famous and some not-so-famous students from the academy came to the dueling arena to have a match from time to time. This forced the academy to send someone to manage the previously deserted dueling arena. Although many people come to the dueling arena to compete now, Rain's duels are undoubtedly still the most popular of all. Every duel in Ren's arena was packed. And today, with the conclusion of a match in Ren, the referee announced the winner of the day. The winner of this contest is Sherry Elio. As the dark, golden magical imprint within Ren's body dissipated, Ren exhaled. He lost the third match, even though he fought to a standstill against Sherry, who was at the beginner level of the second tier, thanks to his strong talent. But in the end, he was still one step behind and narrowly lost. As Rain slowly rose and walked out of the dueling arena, the crowd began to cheer for Sherry Elio. Now, Ren's title at the academy has changed. From a rogue young master to a fallen star. In the dueling arena, Baron Quinn looked at Ren's back and spoke to the person beside him. It seems that Ren's training has really gone wrong. The person next to Baron chuckled. Yes, young master. Even without the anti-magic stone equipment, you can easily defeat Ren now. Hearing the compliments from those around him, Baron smiled and narrowed his eyes as he watched Ren's retreating figure. Something was brewing in my mind. Nighttime, the Gray family. In the past few days, Ren's maids have also learned about Ren's defeat in the competition. The maids all thought that Ren was in a bad mood lately, so they did everything they could to cheer him up. Rain naturally accepted the maid's concern. After all, who could resist a soft and sweet maid? But no one would have guessed that Ryan was fishing for a big fish. Fishing in Barrent. The next morning, Rain had just finished breakfast with the maids and was preparing to take a carriage to the academy. Before even getting into the carriage, Jonas emerged from a shady spot outside the villa. Young Master Ren, the head of the family wants to speak with you. Listening to Jonas's words, Ryan nodded and followed Jonas to find Fred. Soon after, Jonas and Ryan arrived at Ford's office. What's wrong, father? Is there something you need from me? Ren looked at Ford with a serious expression and asked. Ford then handed what looked like an envelope to Ryan. This is the declaration of war from the Quinn family's Baron to you. After hearing what Fred said, Ryan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. The fish has taken the bait. After receiving the declaration of war from Fred, Ryan began to read it. After reading the declaration of war, Ren lowered his head and pondered. It deviated quite a bit from what I expected. Originally, Rain planned to use 30 Secret Realm slots to gamble on the Quinn family's dragon eggs. But what's with the Hall necklace mentioned in this declaration of war? They want to gamble for 50 more spots in the Secret Realm. Has Baron lost his mind? They say you have to exchange a necklace for 50 spots? I've never even heard of that. Upon hearing this, Fred explained it to Ryan. It's understandable that you don't know about the Hall necklace. It was a treasure of the Gray family. It was only after the Marquis Gray died in battle that the Quinn family acquired it. Treasure? Upon hearing this, Ren raised an eyebrow. A treasure? What kind of treasure? Fred smiled in response to Rain's question. It's something that even my Gray family calls a treasure, don't you think? Then, Fred slowly took out a chessboard and placed it on the table. The necklace in the hall contains a treasure resembling a chess set, with a total of 32 pieces. It consists of 2 kings, 2 queens, for chariots, for giant elephants, for English horses, and 16 elite soldiers. Each chess piece possesses its own unique power, which can be obtained by someone absorbing it. Moreover, it was the very treasure that helped my Gray family rise to prominence, and I never imagined that Old Man Quinn would get his hands on it. Chapter 59, Let Things Ferment a Little Longer. The Hall necklace was once a treasure that helped my Gray family rise to prominence. It disappeared after the fall of the previous Gray family head, and I never expected that it would fall into the hands of that old dog Quinn. When the topic of the Hall necklace came up, Ford's eyes burned with desire, but then, considering the current situation, the desire in his eyes gradually dimmed. Rain is currently in poor condition due to his training, so accepting this declaration of war would be nothing short of humiliating. It seems we'll have to find another solution for the Hall necklace. After hearing Fred's explanation of the Hall necklace, Ryan became even more interested in this family heirloom that was once the head of the Gray family. Did the Quinn family get it but not use it themselves? Ren wondered. Use? What could he possibly use? Without a direct descendant of the Gray family, what use was he? Fred curled his lip. Fred's words made Ren nod in understanding, so there were conditions for its use. After a moment's thought, Ren put the declaration of war on the table into his magic ring. Ryan walked to the door, opened it, and said, I'm leaving. I'm going to school. Drake drove the carriage, leading 2 teams of knights, slowly away from the family and towards the academy. As soon as he arrived at the academy gate, Ren heard the discussion among the students. I heard that Bernd is currently challenging Ren to a match, and the stakes are quite high. Really? The Gray and Quinn families are at odds again. Yeah, I heard that Bernd sent a declaration of war to Ren last night. My father told me that he bet 50 spots in the secret realm. What? 50? That many? Ignoring the whispers of the crowd, Ren went straight into the academy. Upon entering the academy, Ren quickly arrived at the top floor of the Mage Tower, in Dean Cliff's research room. As usual, Ryan pushed the door open and entered without knocking. Dean, I've arrived. Cliff adjusted his glasses, glanced at Ryan, and then put down the book in his hand. Oh, Ren, you've come. Last night, I searched through all the books in the academy, but there was no record of your situation whatsoever. Cliff, who had returned from the Mages Guild a few days ago, had already given Ren several physical examinations. But unsurprisingly, all of Ren's physical indicators were normal. Even Cliff, who has lived for so long, has never seen such a strange deviation in Rain's cultivation. Ren smiled at this and said, It's all right, Dean. I think I'll be able to handle this soon. Ryan walked to the table and poured 2 cups of hot tea. He handed one of the cups to the Dean. The Dean took the sip and said, How about I take you to the Elf Forest? They should know your current situation then. I have a good relationship with the Elf Queen, so she should be able to offer a solution. Upon hearing the words, Elf Forest, Ren's eyes lit up with interest, but it quickly faded. No need, Dean. Give me another half-month. If I'm still like this, it won't be too late for you to take me to the Elf Forest. The Dean nodded slowly. All right, then I'll wait another half-month. Then the Dean began to examine Ryan in various ways. At noon, Ren slowly walked out of the Mage Tower. As soon as I came out, I saw Baron surrounded by a group of people, bragging arrogantly. Baron stopped talking when he saw Ren walk out of the Mage Tower. Hey, isn't this our academy's fallen rising star, Ren? You should have received my challenge by now. What's wrong? It's been all morning, and you still haven't responded? Are you scared? A response. Everyone in the academy knows that my training has gone awry, so why should I fight now? I'll play with you when I've recovered. Upon hearing Ren's words, Baron immediately frowned. He challenged Ren to a duel because he saw that Ren's training had gone wrong. If he waited for Ren to recover, one judgment sword would be enough to kill him. If you're afraid, just say you're afraid. Don't you, Ren, claim to be reviving magic? Now you can't even accept this small challenge from me? What are you reviving? Baron spoke with disdain, hoping to provoke Ren into accepting the challenge. But Ren seemed to sense Baron's meaning, glanced at Baron but ignored him, and walked towards the academy gate. He remained unmoved despite Baron's constant mockery behind his back. Back at his family home, Ren sat at his desk and continued looking at the recent data on Baron in his hands. Baron, a Tier 2 beginner assassin. By practicing the Viper breathing technique, Bane's battle aura is imbued with Viper venom. Short-term poisoning paralyzes the nerves, while prolonged poisoning can quickly lead to death. After reviewing Baron's information, Ryan understood why Baron was a target for challenge. Firstly, Baron is an assassin, naturally countered by mages. Secondly, Baron's level 2 beginner strength just falls within the selection range. Because Rain already knew about Bane's fighting style, and this time Bane was also marked with the Ancient Book. That would be perfect. Let Baron help him with the Ancient Book challenge. After all, with his possession of the Ancient Book, Rain was not afraid of assassins like Baron who used poison. Ren pondered for a moment, but he still needed to make some demands. For example, disabling equipment and items that are extremely disadvantageous to mages, such as those containing anti-magic stones. After all, things are not like they used to be, where magic could be poured out without fear. Rain got up and went to the window to look at the afterglow of the setting sun, a slight smile on his lips. He has not yet clearly stated whether or not to fight. It is the Quinn family that should be anxious. If they get impatient, then he, Ren, can naturally make some demands. Let things develop a little longer. Chapter 60. Then I, Ryan Gray, accept your challenge. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Following Baron's public declaration of war against Ren in the college auditorium. This caused quite a stir not only within the academy, but also among the elite nobility. Opinions varied widely, with many believing that Baron's declaration of war against Ren was not only between the two individuals, but also between the Gray and Quinn families. Everyone showed some interest and concern about this matter. As for Rain, the protagonist of this incident, he has been eating and drinking at home these past 2 days, and when something happens, he just leans on his maid. He doesn't seem to be under any tension because of this incident. In the past 2 days, all the newspaper shops and bookstores have seized the opportunity to capitalize on the popularity of this event, and their printed newspapers and posters have been flying all over the city. This also made the common people of the royal city aware of the matter. Immediately, public opinion intensified. As a result, the royal family dispatched half of the royal guard knights to guard and patrol the royal city. Outside the royal city, at the Gray family manor, some reporters went to great lengths to obtain information about young Master Rain's side as quickly as possible, even eating, drinking, relieving themselves, and sleeping near the Gray family manor all day long. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the incident, Ryan, is currently lying in a rocking chair in his room, enjoying a sunbath. Young master, here you go, this is the latest intelligence. Eve came out of the inner door of the room, came to Ryan's side, and handed him a small piece of paper. Upon hearing this, Ryan took off his sunglasses, got up, sat in the rocking chair, and took Eve's file, flipping through it rapidly. Before long, they had a clear understanding of the latest intelligence about Bernd and the public opinion in the royal city. He then placed the intelligence on the small round table next to the rocking chair, and then picked up the red wine on the table and took a small sip. Looking at the bright sunshine, Ren murmured, "Don't rush, it'll be time soon." Suddenly there was a knock on Ren's door, and a maid slowly walked in. He handed the treasure to Eve beside him. Young Master Ryan, the head maid, and Miss Anna of the Mitchell family had brought another treasure. As public opinion continued to escalate, even royalty had to get involved. They sent someone to the Gray family to inquire whether the Gray family should fight or not, hoping to quell the public opinion storm in the royal city as soon as possible. When faced with the royal delegation, Fred shook his head. Shaking his head wasn't a rejection, but rather a wait for Ren's decision. After all, it was Ren, not him, Fred, who was declaring war on him. Moreover, Fred was also looking forward to it, hoping that Ryan could give him a surprise like he did with Damon last time. Then it fermented for a few more days. Finally, Ren rode in a carriage slowly toward the academy. Because of the large influx of people, Fred had to assign more family knights to protect Ren. But after thinking it over, he ultimately decided to have Jonas go to the academy with Ryan to put Ryan in his place. Meanwhile, a group of reporters who had been waiting anxiously outside the Gray family manor saw Ryan finally come out. They rushed forward, even blocking the way for Ren's carriage. Faced with this situation, Ren slowly drew back the curtains of the carriage. A group of reporters finally saw Ryan's face and immediately began asking questions excitedly. "Young Master Ren, what is your opinion on Baron's declaration of war? Do you wish to accept the challenge? Young Master Ren, have you been inside the manor these past few days thinking of a way to defeat Baron?" Suddenly, all sorts of questions came crashing down on Ren. Ren had anticipated this situation and spoke slowly. "I know what you want to ask, but I don't want to say it here. I'm going to the college's auditorium now. The first 3 people to arrive at the auditorium can ask me a question. Of course, whether I answer what you ask depends on my mood." Upon hearing Ryan's words, a group of reporters immediately rushed towards the academy with all their might. Only after the reporters left was Ren's carriage able to continue its journey. Despite some minor hiccups along the way, we arrived at the academy quickly. Upon arriving at the college gate, Ryan slowly got out of the car and walked into the college. At this moment, Ren was like a very bright light bulb, attracting everyone's attention wherever he went in the academy. News spread that Rain had gone to the academy's auditorium. Bernd immediately set off from the Quinn family estate and quickly headed towards the academy. Before long, Bernd arrived at the college's auditorium. Bernd scoffed as he looked at Ren sitting on the platform at the very front of the Great Hall. "Ren, after hiding for so many days, you've finally come out. What? You're no longer a coward?" Faced with Bernd's mockery, the crowd in the auditorium turned their attention to Ryan on the stage. Then, Ren calmly took out the declaration of war that Bernd had written years ago. "Bernd, why should I fight you? You know, I, Ren, never do anything without a wager." Bernd narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. "Wasn't the necklace in the hall a prize? That was the prized possession of your Gray family back then." Ren slowly shook his head. "TCH, what kind of prize is that? You even asked my Gray family to contribute 50 spots. That's just a gamble. In my definition, stakes are for fun. If you want me to accept the challenge, you have to give me stakes first. Otherwise, why should I, Ren, play along with you?" Bernd frowned immediately, then looked at a middle-aged man beside him. Then, as if hearing something, Bernd nodded. Okay, so what kind of prize do you want? Then Ryan shook his head again. No, 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 a prize alone isn't enough. Now everyone in the academy knows that I, Ren, have run into some trouble in my training. If you want to compete with me now, just offering a prize won't do. Hearing Ren's various arguments, Bernd was speechless, but he held back in order to get Ren to accept the challenge and win the 50 spots for his family. If we can win this competition, we can earn 50 spots in the secret realm for our family. His position in the family would then become unshakable, and the future head of the Quinn family would inevitably belong to him. You have so much to do. What else do you want? Seeing Bernd agree, Ren smiled inwardly. Sure enough, the brewing events of the past few days had made the Quinn family a little anxious. If you want me to accept the challenge, I need to state a few rules first. After Ren told Bernd that items like the anti-magic stone could not be used, Bernd nodded readily. Can. Then Bernd changed the subject, saying, I wasn't planning on using it anyway. Ren, you're being too cowardly. What about the prize? Upon hearing Bernd's words, Ryan smiled and stood up from his chair. Since it's a prize, not a bet, it has to be fun enough. So, if I win, you have to kneel down right there in the duel arena, count out to me 10 times, and call me Grandpa 10 times as you do so. How about that? Ryan's words were like a drop of water falling into a pot of hot oil. This immediately caused an uproar among the people in the hall, and everyone looked at Ren with horror. Faced with such a nonsensical prize from Ren, Bernd immediately blushed. You can't. Oh, that's a pity. I've already stated my conditions. Since you don't accept them, I guess I'll have to leave. With a regretful expression, Ryan walked backstage after speaking, silently counting down in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2. Wait a moment. Seeing that Ren was about to leave, Bernd thought to himself, and even if he racked his brains, he didn't think he would lose. Then he stopped Ren. Okay, I agree. If you win, you'll do as you say. Bernd gritted his teeth and agreed. With his back to everyone, Ren's lips curled up slightly before he turned around. Good. Then I, Ryan Gray, accept your challenge. As soon as Ren accepted the challenge, the Great Hall erupted in cheers. Chapter 61 The competition begins. The day of the competition arrived quickly, and people started coming to reserve seats in the dueling arena last night. It was also that they could get a good spot to watch the competition. Moreover, due to public pressure and the instigation of the Gray and Quinn families, the Academy had no choice but to agree to broadcast the message using a resource-intensive mirror lithography crystal magic array. It's similar to the televisions and cameras on Earth. Magic subarrays are scattered throughout the royal city, enabling live streaming of the competitions. The Gray family, Ryan's room. Having finished his preparations, Ren examined the documents in his hands. Although the information contained details about Bernd, it was only from 5 days ago. Bernd will only be stronger than Bernd in today's match. To be honest, right now, Ren is indeed quite excited. After handing the documents to Eve, Ryan slowly stood up from the bed, smiled at the beautiful women around him. After giving each of the maids a good morning kiss, Rain looked at Avril. When Avril saw that each of the maids had given Rain a kiss, she froze on the spot, at a loss for what to do. But after thinking about it, Rain hadn't forced her to do anything these past few days, and she could even choose not to participate in the evening activities if she wanted to. Finally, Avril made up her mind and stepped forward to gently kiss Rain's cheek. Young Master Rain, I wish you a safe and successful trip. After saying that, she hid behind Cecily, feeling a little embarrassed. Ren smiled. There had been some progress, after all. After saying goodbye to Eve, he went downstairs to head to the academy. Jonas's voice suddenly appeared in the corridor. Young Master Ren. Ryan turned to look at Jonas. Uncle Jonas? What's wrong? The Patriarch asked me to pass on a message to you. Tell young Master Rain that you don't need to worry about this competition. Even if you lose, the Gray family Patriarch can afford to lose. But if we win, we'll kill Bernd if we can, without worrying about anyone else. The Quinn family head, Teddy, will naturally be protected by the family head. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded. Okay, I understand. They then boarded a horse-drawn carriage and headed towards the academy. The academy, the arena. With the arrival of Ren, the atmosphere in the dueling arena instantly reached its climax. This time, not only were the heads of the major families present, but even the royal family sent people. Surprisingly, the person sent by the royal family was the Emperor's eldest daughter. Eldest Princess, Caroline Ashton. Caroline's arrival proves that even His Majesty the Emperor is quite interested in this competition. In the dueling arena, as Ren slowly entered wearing his equipment, the people sitting in the arena began to cheer for their favorite. Bernd, Bernd, Ren, Ren. Suddenly, A voice from the front row reached the ears of Ryan and Bernd, who were facing off. Brother Ren, you can't lose. I bet you 500,000 gold coins. If you win, I'll multiply the bet fivefold. Fivefold. Ollie Morris, the former owner of the Moulin Rouge, shouts from the front seat. Ollie's words immediately made Ryan's lips twitch. Gambling addict. But then he smiled and said, you bet on the right person. As the referee entered the arena, he checked whether any remaining magical artifacts remained on the two men, Rain and his companion. Then they checked whether Bernd's weapons and equipment were equipped with anti-magic stones. After completing the inspection, the referee slowly stepped aside to the two, waiting for the next move from the two, when they'll exchange harsh words. Seeing that the two were indeed not in the mood to make any harsh remarks, he then asked, Young Master Ren, Young Master Bernd, are you ready? The two nodded. Do you two need a life-saving jade pendant? No need. Ryan answered first. Bernd slowly closed his open mouth upon hearing this, and then said, no need. All right, since young Master Bernd is an assassin, please keep a distance of 500 meters between you two. The two of them heard this and did as instructed. Seeing that the two were almost ready and the distance was sufficient, the referee took out the signal magic device. In an instant, a black bullet shot out from the magic device and exploded in the dueling arena. The competition begins. The dueling arena fell silent for a moment, as everyone was afraid of missing any detail of the battle between the two. Seeing this, Ren launched the first attack. Thunderous Fury. This is his most proficient lightning magic. Several bolts of lightning suddenly struck Bernd from the sky. Although Bernd, being an assassin, was quite fast, he was still struck by a bolt of lightning. However, as the fighting spirit within Bernd circulated, the paralyzing effect of the lightning disappeared. Then Bernd took out two short knives and quickly moved closer to Ren, closing the distance between them. Earthquake Impact. Rain's instantaneous spell caused the ground beneath Bernd's feet to tremble violently. This immediately forced the still-moving Bernd to stop and stabilize its chassis. Thorns Entangled. Suddenly, several thorny vines appeared on the ground beneath Bernd's feet and began to bind him. But Bernd swung his two short blades with force and cut the thorns in half. Bernd's figure then slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Ren sneered and immediately waved his hand. A peculiar magical wave rippled outwards. Breaking Stealth Techniques. However, unexpectedly, Bernd's invisibility was not broken. Suddenly, Bernd appeared from behind Ren. The knife was thrust straight towards Ren's neck. If this strike had landed, Ren would have died on the spot. This scene immediately made everyone tense. Resist. A powerful shockwave suddenly emanated from Ren, sending Bernd flying. Then Ren teleported away. He then raised an eyebrow at Bernd. The stealth-breaking technique didn't work? Ancient book, exchange it for a more advanced stealth-breaking technique. Ren silently communicated with the ancient book in his mind. The ancient book then selected an extremely advanced concealment technique for Ren, the Eye of Truth. Looking at the price of 6,000 given by the ancient book, Ren curled his lip. Hey, some people are taking advantage of the situation. However, Ren still redeemed it. Then, Bernd went into stealth mode again. The people on the stage immediately wiped a cold sweat from their brows at Ryan. After all, as long as Bernd can remain invisible, Ren will always be on the defensive and will most likely lose the match. Rain, run. Let me see what a sorry state you're in. Bernd's voice came from somewhere. In an instant, magic circles flickered in Rain's eyes. Thorns Entangled. Explosive Flame Technique. Lightning Strike Technique. Space Blade. All sorts of magic were immediately launched towards a certain spot in the dueling arena. Bernd realized something was wrong, but he was still entangled by the thorny vines. What? How could he possibly see me? Although he quickly cut down the thorns, Rain's magic was even faster. All sorts of magic were immediately unleashed upon Bernd. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud suddenly rose into the arena. The severely injured Bernd burst out of the smoke and headed towards Ren. To Ren's surprise, Bernd only suffered minor injuries. However, upon closer inspection of Bernd, it was discovered that Bernd had used a large amount of battle aura as a barrier, which was why he was not severely injured by the magic. Chapter 62 Promotion. Rewards. Magical Divine Skill. Elementalization. Self-created magic. Grasp of the vast void. Seeing this, Ren then stepped back, trying to create distance between himself and Bindra. However, seeing that the distance was sufficient, Bernd suddenly threw several poison needles at Ren, which greatly surprised Ren. Indeed, if Bernd could be regarded as a challenger by the ancient books, he must have his own unique skills. Although Ren dodged in time, a poison needle still struck his arm. Upon seeing that he had hit Ren, Bernd burst into laughter and then distanced himself from Ren. Rain, this is the venom of the king of the feathered serpents that I concocted. Without a specially made antidote, you're as good as dead. Ha ha ha. Bernd and Ren distanced themselves, clearly intending to wear Ren down with poison. From the stands, Fred frowned deeply upon seeing this scene, disgusted by its despicable behavior. The others around Fred looked at Bernd with varying expressions. In the dueling arena, Ren narrowed his eyes and immediately cast a spell on himself. Purification. Seeing Ren's actions, Bernd laughed and said, "It's useless. The purification spell has no effect on my poison unless Ren knows the holy light purification of the Church of Light." As soon as he finished speaking, Ren's holy light purification appeared, clearing the toxins from his body. This immediately caused Bernd, who was still laughing, to freeze in place, utterly bewildered. Huh? No, you can do that too? Are you really from the Gray family? Or not from the Church of Light? Just as Bernd was stunned, a flash of blue light appeared in Ren's eyes. In an instant, sharp spikes appeared beneath Bernd. In an instant, a spike pierced through Bernd's arm. Ah! The intense pain instantly brought Bernd back to his senses. He immediately cut the ground spike in half and retreated. Villains often die from talking too much, and Bernd is a prime example. Therefore, Ren remained silent, taking advantage of Bernd's terminal illness, and continuously used magic in his hands, even faintly touching the threshold of magical fusion. Faced with Ren's magic, Bernd quickly dodged. His invisibility failing didn't actually alarm him much. But what Bernd found most unacceptable was that his poison was also ineffective. Just as Ren was launching a relentless offensive against Bernd, relentlessly pursuing him. The big shots in the stands were also very puzzled by Ren's holy light evolution. "Fred, your kid's got some weird talent. He can even use holy light purification?" "Yes. Do the people of the Church of Light know this?" "This is a closely guarded secret of the Church of Light. Apart from being passed down to the current Holy Maiden, basically no one knows how to use it." At this moment, Ferd scratched his head as he observed Ren's holy light purification. But she still defended her child. "Holy light purification? Oh, you all know how many magic books I collected back then. One of them is about the purification of holy light." Hearing what Fred said, everyone nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. After all, it's a magic book passed down from ancient times, so it's understandable that it occasionally records some special magic. As the bigwigs on stage conversed, the competition below also came to an end. Bernd's fighting spirit had already been largely depleted by Ren, and now it was completely exhausted. Moreover, Bernd clearly saw the murderous intent in Ren's eyes and quickly admitted defeat. "I surrender. Ryan, I surrender. You can't kill me." Ryan remained unmoved by Bernd's words. After all, before coming here, Fred had told him to kill if he could, and that he would cover for him. Just as Ren was about to deliver the killing blow, the dark golden magic within his body suddenly exploded, leaving Ren stunned on the spot. In an instant, the blue magic in Ren's hand suddenly transformed into dark gold, enveloping him like a super scion. Unlike before when only a slight gold trim was added to his clothes, now even half of Ren's jet black hair has turned gold. Don't worry, there won't be any plot involving the cultivation technique possessing the protagonist. It will just make the protagonist cooler and more impressive. Feeling the abyss above and the magic rapidly converging around him, Ren smiled. Challenge successful, promoted to second-tier beginner mage. Bernd, who was standing next to Ren, was taken aback by Ren's sudden change. This shocked the bigwigs on stage. Fred seemed to see something. "Ren, watch out." Suddenly, Bernd, who was behind Ren, picked up a short blade and stabbed it at Ren's neck. Because they were so close, Bernd's dagger pierced Ren's neck almost instantly. Bernd's sudden attack silenced the heated dueling arena for a moment. "Ha ha, die, Ren. I'm the ultimate winner." Bernd's voice echoed through the dueling arena, his face contorted with madness. "Damn it, you're asking for it." Fred's aura erupted instantly, and the enraged Fred was like a lion king, sending chills down everyone's spine. He was about to step forward into the dueling arena, but Teddy stopped him. "Teddy, are you looking for death?" Ford glared at Teddy with hostility, his internal fighting spirit surging. Even Jonas, who had been smiling the whole time, looked at Teddy with a gloomy expression. The stands were instantly locked in a stalemate. Just as the two sides were about to fight, Caroline slowly spoke. "Gentlemen, it seems that Ren is not in any danger." Caroline's words immediately drew the attention of Fred and the others to Ren in the dueling arena. At this moment, Ren was stabbed through the throat by Bernd, but after so long, not a drop of blood flowed from Ren's throat. Then, to everyone's surprise, Ryan turned around and tilted his head slightly to look at Bernd. It was as if the dagger in his throat didn't exist. Roll. Suddenly, Bernd was struck by a spatial shock and was sent flying. Bernd's dagger slit Ren's throat. But Ryan's throat remained intact, as if nothing had happened. Bernd, who had fallen from the sky to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and stared blankly at the dagger in his hand. How could this be? This is impossible. Are you a human or a ghost? On the stands, the dean, who had the most knowledge of magic, suddenly stood up upon seeing this and murmured in disbelief. Elementalization? Is this what elementalization is? As if realizing his lapse in decorum, the dean coughed twice and began to explain, looking at everyone's gaze. Elementalization is an extremely special magical technique. No, it can't even be called a technique. It should be called a divine magical technique. This magic is so overpowered that it grants immunity to any physical attack once activated. Remember what I said, any. Even physical attacks from an 8th-tier demigod are immune. Due to its unique characteristics, it is extremely difficult to cultivate successfully. Moreover, this kind of magic had disappeared thousands of years ago, and it's unexpected that it would appear in Ren's hands today. After hearing the dean's explanation, everyone finally understood why Ren was all right. The dean had barely finished speaking. A powerful suction force emanated from Ren's body, which was floating in the air. All kinds of magic were welcomed and flowed towards Ren. The people in the dueling arena could even see a faint vortex of magic power gathering above Ren's head. The powerful suction force immediately made the mages present focus their attention and guard their own magical power to prevent it from dissipating into Ren. But the students of the Mage Tower were different. Their magical power flowed towards Ren like it was free, and they couldn't stop it. Fortunately, the magic teachers noticed in time and spared their attention to help them stabilize. Otherwise, they would have been drained dry by rain. The magical vortex above Ren's head grew larger and larger, subtly drawing in the nearby clouds. The combined effects of various elements caused the originally sunny weather to suddenly turn into a cloudy one. The gloomy weather only accentuated the golden light emanating from Ren, making him seem like the only one in the entire arena. This situation made the bigwigs in the stands hesitate about whether to stop Ren. But they were all stopped by Fred's dangerous gaze, which seemed to say, "Whoever dares to touch me, I dare to touch you." Time passed slowly, but the magic power gathering towards Ren did not directly enter Ren's body. Instead, a dark gold ring formed behind Ren's head. Tianyuan's additional ability, Tianyuan Demon Ring. The instant the Heavenly Abyss Demon Ring formed, Ren seemed to realize something, grinned, and slowly closed his eyes. Then, the color of the Heavenly Abyss Demon Ring behind his head slowly changed from dark gold to slightly transparent. This made the dean narrow his eyes. He was very proficient in spatial magic and could feel the extremely large spatial magic power contained in the semi-transparent ring. A short while later, Ren slowly opened his eyes. With Tianyuan's help, Ren mastered his first self-created magic. Self-created magic. Grasped the great void horizontally. Accomplished. Ren, who had just created the spell, immediately felt an itch to test its power. Looking at Bernd below the dueling arena, Ren smiled slightly and reached out to give him a sharp clenched fist. Imprisoned. Instantly, a semi-transparent sphere enveloped Bernd, clearly an instantaneous spell. Old man. Once the transparent sphere took shape, it instantly became indestructible. No matter how much Bernd tried to destroy it, the sphere remained as stable as a mountain. Then it slowly floated toward Ren's hand, and as it floated toward Ren, the translucent sphere became smaller and smaller. When it reached Ryan's hands, it became only the size of an apple. From Bernd's perspective, he seemed to be imprisoned in this space, and when he finally came into Ren's hands, Ren's figure was as tall as a giant. Ren gripped his hand tightly. The once indestructible sphere was as fragile as glass and was instantly crushed by Ren. Click! The sphere turned into specks of white light and slowly dissipated, and Bernd eventually shattered along with the space within the sphere. Not a trace has appeared since. This is his self-created magic, Ren, a semi-comprehensive magic that combines control and damage, allowing him to wield the Great Void. Chapter 63. I've never tried elves, dragon girls, succubi, or witches. Ren's killing of Bane did not cause much of a stir in the dueling arena. After all, it was Bernd who first tried to kill Ren, so it's only natural that Ren would retaliate now. As Ren slowly descended from the sky, his appearance gradually returned to normal, and the referee quickly came to Ren's side. Raise Ryan's hand and lift him up. The winner of this contest is Ryan Gray. Let's congratulate him on winning the match. Immediately, cheers erupted in the dueling arena for Ren's name. No one cared about the already dead Bernd. The victor is always the one who gets some. Teddy, standing in the stands, coldly watched Rain being cheered in the dueling arena, let out a cold snort, and prepared to leave. After seeing that Ryan was unharmed, Ford and Jonas had already returned to their seats. As the two watched Teddy's departing figure, Ford slowly spoke. "Teddy Bear, where's the Hall necklace?" Ford's words made Teddy pause, and he remained silent for a long time. He took out a necklace from his magical device, threw it at Ford, and then left. This time, Fred did not stop the Gray family from taking the necklace from the hall. Instead, he began to examine the treasure that had been lost to the Gray family for many years. Although some of the bigwigs on stage had some questions about Ren's sudden change in state, they didn't pay much attention, assuming that Ren had simply resolved a mistake in his training. After all, it's not easy to ask questions about such things. After receiving cheers from the crowd in the arena, Ren went to the stands. "Father, did you want my treasure?" As soon as Ren arrived in the stands, his gaze shifted to Ford. This immediately alerted Fred. "Treasure? What treasure? And from whom?" "The necklace in the hall. It's my prized possession from the game I won." Without leaving a trace, Fred tucked the necklace into his pocket. "What do you mean? Yours? The family has put up 50 spots for a bet. The necklace belongs to the family." Ren was about to retort, but after glancing at the many nobles around him, he opened his mouth but remained silent. "Okay, let's save face for loud dang in public. We'll talk about it when we get home." Just as Ryan was about to say he was going home, he heard a voice that sounded somewhat familiar. "Ryan, you've changed quite a bit in just a few months." Upon hearing this, Ren turned to look at Princess Caroline, and his eyes widened the moment he saw her. Suddenly, an image flashed through Ren's mind of his predecessor peeping at Caroline bathing in the palace, and his nose tingled. Although Caroline is not much older than Ryan, she has a very well-developed figure. It has a distinct shape and is very mature, like a peach that is about to ripen and makes people's mouths water. In addition, her status as the eldest princess gave Caroline an extra layer of glamour, making her the dream girl of many boys in the royal city. Of course, its predecessor, Rain, was no exception. "Kakaloran, what are you doing here?" Caroline smiled. "This competition has caused quite a stir in the capital, and His Majesty is naturally interested in it, so he sent me to take a look so I can tell His Majesty when I get back." Oh. For some reason, Ryan felt a little reserved around Caroline. "Oh right, everyone, here you go." Caroline took out invitations from her magical artifact and handed them to the noble family heads present. "Ladies and gentlemen, as the secret realm is about to begin, His Majesty will be hosting a banquet in the palace in 2 days to offer his blessings. He hopes that you will all be able to attend." Seeing this, the heads of the various families nodded and accepted the invitations to the banquet, indicating that they would definitely attend. The banquet was something His Majesty the Emperor would hold every few months, so no one was too surprised. "All right, then Caroline will return to report to His Majesty. Goodbye for the banquet, everyone." Caroline smiled and nodded to everyone before heading towards the exit. Looking at Caroline's figure behind him, Ryan's throat went dry, and he swallowed hard. It's really infuriating. Ford naturally noticed Ryan's appearance, smiled, patted Ryan on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go back to the family." Rain nodded, then waved to the dean beside him. "Dean, I'm leaving now." "Okay, don't take leave tomorrow. Remember to come to the Mage Tower," the dean instructed. After agreeing to the dean's request, Ren immediately followed in Ford's footsteps. The crowd stared thoughtfully at Ryan's retreating figure. Rain's rise is unstoppable, with the Gray family protecting him, and he will become another top human in a few years. Moreover, she was a mage capable of fighting beyond her level, so many people were considering marrying her to Ren. On the way back, Fred rode the Lion King alongside Rain and asked, "You have feelings for Caroline?" Even the thick-skinned Ryan felt a little awkward at Ford's sudden question. "What? It won't work?" This time, Fred didn't shake his head. "When did I say no? Caroline is fine. If you really like her, I can propose to His Majesty. With your current potential, His Majesty certainly won't refuse." Upon hearing the marriage proposal, Ren shook his head. "No thanks. I want to play around for a few more years." This made Fred's eyes widen immediately. "Still playing? How many personal maids do you already have? How many more do you want?" Faced with Ford's glare, Ryan opened his eyes and glared back. "This is nothing. I haven't even tried elves, dragon girls, succubi, or witches yet," Rain said, counting on his fingers. Ren's words stunned Ford, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Ryan, you really have a vivid imagination." For a moment, Ford even felt a slight longing for what Ryan had said. Just thinking about Lyra sent a chill down Ford's spine. "Well, let Ryan play for a few more years," Ford, who had been through it all, remarked. "Father, Didn't you get that necklace from the old teddy dog in the hall? Seeing that Ryan was still eyeing the hall necklace, Ford curled his lip and said, "Here you go, but don't even think about it. The necklace is useless to you now. I will give it to you when you are able to stand on your own." Seeing the unyielding tone in Fred's voice, Ryan didn't ask any more questions, then suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Father, after this secret realm is over, I'd like to visit the province of Walternye." "The province of Walternye? The territory of the Morris family? What are you going there for?" "The province of Walternye is in complete chaos right now." Fred looked at Ryan with suspicion. Hearing what Fred said, Ryan raised an eyebrow, as if Old Ding knew what had happened in the province of Walternye. "Chaos? Father, are you aware of the current troubles facing the Maurice family?" Fred nodded. A group of stone monsters had appeared in the largest amethyst mine of the Morris family, and the leader of the group was at the 6th level of strength. Even with Archer Morris personally taking action, they can only barely suppress it now. The Quinn family. The room was dark and gloomy because the lights were off and there were no windows. Quinn then slowly handed the letter he had finished writing to the person next to him. "Go and deliver this letter to the Grand Elder of the Church of Light." The man nodded slightly and left the room. Teddy's eyes were filled with malice as he watched the butler's retreating figure. "Heh, Ren, this time I'll see how you explain this to those old fogies of the Church of Light. If those old fogies find out you've secretly learned holy light purification, even Fred won't be able to protect you. I'm waiting for the day you're burned at the stake, hee." Chapter 64. The God of Magic has fallen? "Ryan, did I really cut it?" Faced with the Dean's repeated inquiries, Ryan smiled helplessly. "Yes, Dean, don't worry." Then the Dean took the knife and slashed at Ren's arm. The knife went straight through Ren's arm as if it were not a physical object. The Dean looked at Ryan's arm, which was still unharmed despite being slashed by a knife, and secretly marveled. As expected, it's elementalized. When that knife just slashed your arm, the spot where you were cut instantly transformed into a magical form, and then it changed back to its original form. As a 6th-tier mage, the Dean was extremely sensitive to magical power and immediately noticed the change that had just occurred in Ren's arm. The Dean looked excited, as if he had found a great toy, while Ryan sat down on a chair to the side with a sigh. While elementalization is indeed unsolvable, it is not without its drawbacks. That means you can't use it too much every day, otherwise it's easy for a certain part of your body to become elementalized and unable to revert back. But Ren estimates that it's probably more than 10 times a day. Watching the Dean use magic to manipulate a pen and write rapidly on a book about his elemental magic, I realized that he was very focused on the subject. Rain didn't interrupt the Dean's interest. He simply drank tea and waited for the Dean to finish taking notes. The Dean didn't keep Ren waiting long. Soon he recorded it in detail. Seeing that the Dean had stopped, Ryan stepped forward and handed him a cup of black tea. The Dean took the drink, then looked at Rain and suddenly seemed to remember something. "Oh dear, I'm getting senile. My memory isn't what it used to be. Here, Ren, this is something I specially got for you from the Mages Guild." The Dean handed Ren a token. The front of the token had the words Ren on it, and the back had the words Mage Association engraved on it. "What is this?" Ren asked, puzzled as he looked at the cyan token in his hand. "This is your identity token from the Mage Guild. I applied for it specifically for you. Don't think that just any magician can apply. It's very difficult to get this job. Not only do you need a guarantor, but you also need to consider the talent and ability of the recommender. Although the Mage Association has declined, it has a very deep foundation. Although its overall strength is not comparable to that of the Empire, it has a large number of top-notch combatants. Although this token doesn't have much use in the Empire right now, you'll understand its significance once you reach the territory of the Mage Guild, the City of Magic. Oh, by the way, this also includes a qualification to enter the Mage Guild's secret realm. Don't forget to use it when you arrive at the Mage Guild." Seeing the Dean's mysterious expression, Rain smiled and put the token into his magic ring. Then the young man thanks the Dean. Suddenly, Ren remembered something and asked the Dean, "Dean, back then, Harlan and I." Then Rain recounted how he and Harlan had sworn oaths to their respective gods in the wilderness. After Harlan swore an oath to the god of warriors, I clearly felt something watching us from the shadows, which must have been the god of warriors. But when I swore an oath to the god of magic, there was silence, as if I received no response. "What's going on, Dean?" Hearing what Ren said, the Dean sighed. "Ren, you felt it too." But the Dean slowly shook his head. "I don't know what's going on either. Even the Magic Association didn't know. I had the same question as you, but when I asked the higher-ups of the Magic Association, they only gave me a vague answer. That means something has happened to the god of magic. They may have perished, they may have disappeared, or they may have been imprisoned. However, There is no clear answer. Only in this way can the gaze of the god of magic be kept away from us magicians. After hearing the dean's explanation, Ryan was somewhat shocked. Something has happened to the god of magic? Then Ryan rolled his eyes. Are there many people who know that? Wouldn't that be a good opportunity to stir up trouble? Rain's words immediately startled the dean. Huh, you can play it like that? He looked at Rain strangely. Not many people know this, but what you're saying isn't entirely wrong. After all, no one would joke about the deity corresponding to their cultivation path. But then he advised Ren, you'd better not do that. What if the god of magic just ignores it, but doesn't actually not see it? Ren nodded, gradually suppressing the thought that had just crossed his mind. He then slowly got up, stretched, and prepared to leave. Okay, Dean, I'm off then. Yes, feel free to contact me anytime if you have any questions. The day passed quickly, and soon it was time for the banquet. The Gray family estate. Having finished getting ready, Ford and Lyra changed into their respective clothes. Seeing that there was still no movement from Ryan's side, Ford turned to look at Jonas. Old Joe, go see what Ryan's up to. He's leaving soon. Jonas nodded and went upstairs. He knocked on the door of Rain's room. Then the maid Rosie opened the door and saw Jonas. She then bowed slightly to Jonas, saying, Butler Jonas. After saying that, he led Jonas into the room. As soon as Jonas entered the room, he saw Ryan playing chess with the maids. Rain, who was lying on the bed, quickly got up when he saw Jonas come in. Uncle Chow, what's wrong? Is there something you need? Young Master Ren, the banquet is about to begin. The head of the family sent me to urge you. Ryan immediately pouted. I already said I don't want to go. Why do you insist on making me go? Upon hearing this, Jonas smiled and asked, Really not going? I heard that quite a few noble ladies will be attending. Noble ladies? Shaw. Some of them are even more extravagant than tea maids. They can't compare to my maids. After speaking, Ryan seemed to think of certain people and frowned slightly, feeling a bit nauseous. Seeing that Ryan really didn't want to go, Jonas nodded. All right, I'll go down and tell the head of the family. He turned to leave the room. Looking at Jonas's retreating figure, Ryan thought for a moment and said, Wait a minute, Uncle Chiao, I'll go anyway, just to go through the motions. Oh, and make me some extra good food for dinner later. Okay, I'll go and tell the kitchen in a bit. Then Ryan followed Jonas downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw my father and mother dressed in their finest attire. Seeing that Ren was still in casual clothes, Fred frowned slightly. Ren, go change into a formal suit. It won't look good if His Majesty the Emperor sees you dressed like this. Upon hearing this, dark golden magic appeared in Ren's hand, and he slowly patted his clothes. The dark golden magic was like a drop of water falling on the surface of water, creating ripples. Then, Ren's clothes quickly changed with the ripples, transforming into a slightly more formal outfit. Seeing Ren's quick change of clothes made Fred raise an eyebrow. Magicians really have it easy. Yeah, that's about right now. Ren used magic to conjure a water mirror in front of him and looked at himself. After feeling that nothing was amiss, he spoke to the two of them. Let's go, father and mother. Come back soon. I'm telling you beforehand. I'm just going to make a brief appearance, and I'll be back in a bit. Upon hearing this, Ford gave Ren a strange look. A transition scene? That's not up to you. You just showed off your power a few days ago, and now you're even more popular than Otto Ashton, the Empire's #1 genius. Do you think you can just go through the motions at this dinner? You'll be busy for a while. After all, in just 2 short days, Fred had already received no fewer than 10 letters proposing a marriage alliance with Ren. Chapter 65 The Dinner. The orange-red sunset was about to set, leaving only half of its bald head outside, reddening the sky. Jonas did not attend the dinner party. He stayed home to look after the estate. After saying goodbye to Jonas, the three of them left the manor in a carriage. The carriage traveled along the road bathed in the red glow of the setting sun, rapidly heading towards the royal city. Soon, the Gray family's carriage entered the royal city and arrived at the palace gates. Master, we've arrived at the palace. The coachman slowly brought the carriage to a stop. Upon hearing this, Fred opened the carriage door and got out first, standing in front of the carriage door and letting Layla put her hand on his arm as he got out. After Ren alighted from the carriage, the coachman followed the guards who had been waiting for a long time to the designated carriage parking spot at the palace. Good evening, Marquis Gray, Marquises and Lady Gray, and Ryan. Ivan, who had met Ren once at the auction, greeted the arriving guests at the palace gates. Good evening, Ivan. It's getting late, let's go inside. Ferd didn't say much to Ivan, just nodded to him and followed the maid who was leading the way into the palace. The palace was extremely luxurious inside, and even though he had seen it many times, Ren was still amazed by its appearance. The interior is constructed entirely of pure white marble and golden lapis lazuli, giving it a white and gold appearance. This further highlights the luxury and grandeur of the palace. Suddenly, Ren spotted a palace, which made him look away awkwardly. The palace was naturally the palace of the eldest princess, Caroline. The reason why Ren knew this was because his predecessor had once gone inside and, with the audacity of lust, spied on Caroline while she was bathing. After passing through several palace buildings, the maid soon led Fred and his two companions to a palace. It was clearly the venue for tonight's banquet. After the maid led the three of them to the palace, she bowed slightly and retreated, heading towards the palace gate. The three of them slowly arrived at the palace gate, where the two guards bowed slightly and opened the gate for them. The palace is paved with smooth, flat quartz stone, and many crystal chandeliers hang above it, making the palace very bright. Next, one would see various nobles dressed in their finest attire. They gathered in small groups and chatted amongst themselves. A long table to the side was filled with all sorts of rare delicacies for everyone to enjoy. There were also female musicians playing light music on the far side. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Fred, you're a little late today." The voice immediately drew the attention of everyone who was still talking to the three people, including Fred, who had just entered. Fred smiled and bowed slightly. "Good evening, Your Majesty. I was delayed on the way here." The one who just spoke was none other than Albert Ashton, the supreme ruler of the Asaya Empire, a seventh-tier warrior, and the emperor. Fred smiled and led the two to Albert's side. Albert had noticed the boy next to Ford earlier, and he patted Ryan on the shoulder. "Ryan, it's been a long time. I remember the last time I saw you was when you were caught peeping at Caroline taking a bath and ran to my study to hide." "Ha ha." Albert laughed heartily. Hearing this, Ryan, who was next to Fred, and Caroline, who was next to Albert, both looked somewhat uneasy. As if intentionally trying to matchmake Ryan and Caroline, Albert pushed Caroline toward Ryan. "Okay, you young people have common topics. You talk. I'll talk to Fred and the others." After saying that, he led Fred and Lyra toward the inner part of the palace, where they gathered with the heads of various families. Ren and Caroline were left standing there, staring at each other. Only then did Ren take a closer look at Caroline's outfit. Caroline wore a purple gown today, her golden hair tied up. The gown, which already accentuated her figure, combined with Caroline's already excellent physique, made her even more charming. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit cold, Caroline smiled and spoke up. "Ren, you've changed so much in the last few months, and your demeanor is even more outstanding than before. Some of my friends outside the palace admire you greatly." Hearing Caroline's praise, Ren chuckled and said, "Your Highness is too kind. It is an honor to be admired by your Highness's friend." After saying that, Ryan mentally vomited at what he had just said. Ren vowed in his heart to say this less often in the future. "Young Master Ren?" A deep voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. The two turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking towards them with a boy. Upon seeing the man's face, Ren immediately felt a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen him in some document. Then, after glancing at Casey Bush behind the man, he knew who he was. The head of the Bush family, Lowen Bush. He was also the father of Casey Bush, a knightly follower he had recently taken in at the academy. "Good evening, Earl Bush and Casey." Ryan nodded to the two men. Caroline, seeing that the group knew each other, didn't want to disturb them, so she said a few words to Ryan and left. Looking at Caroline's retreating figure, Lowen felt apologetic. "Young Master Ryan, it seems I've come at the wrong time." Ryan shook his head. "No, I just finished talking with Caroline. You've come at the perfect time. Is there anything you need from Earl Bush?" Upon hearing this, Lowen smiled and said, It's nothing serious. I just wanted to come and thank you, young Master Rain. Since Casey started following you, his spirit has changed. He used to be somewhat timid, but now he's so strong that even I'm surprised." Lowen patted Casey on the shoulder behind him. Looking at Casey, Ryan smiled and nodded. "Yes, Casey's talent is undeniable. She's just a bit introverted." Gurgle. Ren's stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment, causing him to cough twice. Seeing this, Lowen decided not to bother Ryan any further. Casey, please go with me for now. That's all I wanted to say. Have a pleasant dinner." After leaving Casey behind, Lowen left to find someone else to talk to. Casey also learned about Ryan's condition and quickly went to the long table to bring some cake for Ryan. "Here you go, young master." Rain took the cake, ate a few bites, glanced at Casey, and then raised an eyebrow. "Wow, Casey, your fighting spirit has increased so much in just a few days." "Young master, you flatter me. Ever since my father learned that I had followed you, I've had more control over the allocation of resources at home." Casey scratched his head. Ren nodded, then led Casey to a corner of the palace and sat her down on a bench at a long table. Looking at the delicious food on the long table, Ren, who was already a little hungry, decided to have something to eat first. Chapter 66. Your dance partner is Ren? Then may I, Ren, ask you to dance? Enjoying the delicious food and wine, and listening to the light music played by the female musicians, Ren's mood relaxed along with the music. Just then, a noblewoman came to Ren's side, lifted her skirt slightly, and extended an invitation to him. Young Master Ren, good evening. Would you be willing to be my dance partner and dance with me? Hearing the sound, Ren swirled the wine glass in his hand and turned his head to look at the noble girl. Familiar yet unfamiliar, that's how Ryan described her. He must have seen her before, but he couldn't quite remember who she was or what her name was. Therefore, Ryan shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't plan to dance for the time being." After being rejected, the girl paused for a moment, then smiled, nodded, and left Ryan's side. After she left, other girls approached Ryan hoping to dance with him. But Ren shook his head in refusal. On the other side of the palace, Anna encountered the same situation. "Beautiful Miss Anna, would you please dance with me?" A nobleman dressed in Viscount's attire approached Anna, bowed slightly, and extended his hand to invite her. Anna frowned her cute little brows, inwardly grimacing. This is the fifth one already, it's so annoying. Then she seemed to see something, and the little devil in Anna's heart gave Anna an idea, after which Anna slowly spoke. "I'm sorry, I already have a dance partner, but if you can get his permission, then I might be able to dance with you." Upon hearing Anna's words, a light shone in the man's eyes. Finally, Anna didn't directly reject me. Anna's dance partner? I'd like to see who it is. As the son of a marquis, he was confident he could get that person to agree. "Oh, then please tell me, Miss Anna, who it is." The man smiled slightly, as if Anna had already accepted his invitation. "Look, they're eating over there." Anna then pointed. The man followed Anna's finger and saw Ryan tasting wine at the end of the crowd. Huh. The man's smile froze on the spot. Then he asked, somewhat incredulously, "Miss Anna, is your dance partner Ryan?" Anna nodded. "Yes, he originally wanted to invite me to dance, but he was hungry and wanted to get something to eat first. You know Ryan's temper. If you can get Ryan to agree, then I can certainly dance with you." The man froze on the spot and went to ask Ryan to let his dance partner dance with him. "Are you looking for death?" Seeing this, the man replied without changing his expression. "Oh, so Miss Anna, you have a dance partner. I was being presumptuous. I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you a pleasant dinner." He then quickly left Anna's side and returned to his own small group, where he began sharing the information he had just gathered. "Hey, forget about Anna. I just found out her dance partner is Ryan." "What? Rain?" He just glanced at me. Did he see me inviting Anna? Well, brother, you'd better pray for yourself. Since hearing that Anna's dance partner was Ryan, no one has invited Anna to dance anymore, which makes Anna very happy. Looking at Ryan's handsome profile, Anna nodded secretly, revealing a proud expression. "Consider this payment for the night you spent sleeping with your great-aunt." While enjoying his wine, Ren paid no attention to Anna's situation, instead admiring the figures of the various noble ladies. Although he wouldn't touch them, it was still nice to look at their beautiful legs to pass the time. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Ren saw a man looking at him with a worried expression, glancing at him but occasionally looking away. This made Ren raise an eyebrow. "What's going on?" He then instructed Casey behind him. "Casey, go and call that person over here." Ren gestured with his chin toward the man. Casey nodded upon hearing this and then walked towards the man. Approaching the man from behind, Casey patted him on the shoulder to stop him. "Hello, my young master requests your presence." The man slowly turned his head to look at Casey, and when he realized it was Casey who had been standing behind Ryan, cold sweat immediately streamed down his face. "Huh. Oh, okay." Although he didn't want to go, faced with Casey's unyielding attitude, the man had no choice but to agree and reluctantly followed Casey toward Ryan. The man approached Ren and, seeing Ren's expressionless face, immediately confessed everything. "Mr. Ren, I really didn't know Miss Anna was your dance partner, otherwise I really wouldn't have dared to invite her." Upon hearing this, Ren was immediately puzzled and stopped shaking the wine glass in his hand. "Anna's dance partner? When did this happen? How come he, the person involved, didn't know?" Then, Ryan followed up on the man's words and said, "Oh, it's good that you know, but who told you about this?" Judging from Ryan's tone, and seeing that Ryan wasn't angry, the man immediately betrayed his teammate. "It's Jaden. He heard it from Miss Anna himself." Ryan immediately realized that he had been used as a shield. "Okay, I understand. You can go now." Ren smiled and waved to the man. The man was overjoyed and immediately turned to leave. Jaden, you're really not my brother. If I didn't help you, how could I run away if I didn't speak up for you?" Watching the man's departing figure, Ren put down his wine glass. He wiped his mouth and hands with a white silk handkerchief from the long table and walked toward Anna's position. Meanwhile, Anna was chatting with her girlfriends. Anna's friend, who was chatting with her, saw that Ryan was about to speak, but then she saw him make a shushing gesture to her, so she immediately stopped talking. Then Rain slowly walked up behind Anna and extended his right hand. "Dear Miss Anna, may I have this dance?" Anna didn't turn her head, waved her hand, and then said in a very confident tone, "Sure, go ask my dance partner, Ryan. If Ryan agrees, I'll dance with you." She spoke so naturally, as if it were a fact. "Oh, then, as your dance partner, may I, Ren, ask the beautiful Miss Anna to dance with me?" Anna paused at Ren's words, then slowly turned to look at him. Today, Anna wore an outfit with a touch of Lolita style, which further accentuated her already haughty and aloof personality. Upon seeing Ren, he looked shocked. "Ren, what are you doing here? Weren't you drinking over there?" Then, as if remembering what she had just said, a faint blush appeared on her face. "Maru Spicy has been discovered to be spicy. What should I do? Urgent. Waiting online. You haven't answered me yet, my dance partner, Miss Anna." Ryan's right hand remained outstretched. Seeing this, Anna became even more shy, but her proud spirit did not waver. Fine then. Since you've invited me, I'll naturally accept as your dance partner." Anna placed her small hand in Ryan's hand and slowly got up, following Ryan toward the stage area. Chapter 67 is a novice? Rain took Anna's little hand and walked towards the stage area in the palace. Although his predecessor never learned ballroom dancing because he found it troublesome, he now doesn't know any dance steps at all. But he has cheat codes. Watching the young men and women dancing gracefully in the stage area, Ren silently called upon the ancient book. "Books, you claim to record all the skills in the world, and isn't dance a skill too? Please let me redeem it." The ancient book turned its pages rapidly, then transmitted a consciousness to Rain. 500 is possible. Faced with the price quoted in the ancient book, Ren nodded, looking at the 4,000 or so yuan he still had left. Okay, changed it. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the ancient book and flooded into Ren's mind. In just a moment, Ren learned all kinds of dances. Jazz dance, etiquette dance, waltz, striptease, all kinds of dances. Ryan could easily become a certified dance master. Anna looked at her hand being held by Rain. Her face flushed, like a little girl experiencing her first love. Because of the competition a couple of days ago, Ryan's reputation has soared. As soon as the two arrived at the dance area, everyone gathered around them turned to look at them. With so many people watching and Ryan holding her hand, Anna became even more shy, and her body temperature rose slightly. The shameless Ren didn't seem to care much, seeing that he and Anna had already entered the dance area. Rain pulled Anna's hand slightly, drawing her closer to him. Then, with his right arm around Anna's waist, he slowly began to speak. "Anna?" She put her hand on my shoulder. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Anna placed her left hand on Ryan's shoulder, and the two began to dance to the rhythm of the music. During the dance, both partners are required to look into each other's eyes, but Anna would always glance at Ren, then lower her head to calm herself down before looking up at Ren again. Seeing Anna's state, Ren smiled inwardly. He quite enjoyed teasing Anna, this little tsundere. As he listened to the music, Ryan slowly released his hand from Anna's slender waist, took Anna's hand, and gently raised it so that Anna could turn around. The many girls watching from the sidelines looked at Ryan and Anna's dance moves with envy. After the music ended, everyone in the dance area stopped dancing, and Rain led Anna off the stage slowly. The two returned to Anna's seat. As Ryan and his group stepped down, new people began inviting their favorites to dance on stage. Sitting in her seat, Anna was still immersed in the look that had just crossed her eyes with Ren. "Anna?" Rain waved his hand in front of Anna. This brought Anna back to her senses. "Rayline, what's wrong? Could you pass me the golden oranges on the long table next to you?" "Oh, okay." Anna agreed, and was about to reach for it when she suddenly realized that her right hand was still being held by Ren. Anna tried to twitch subtly, but couldn't. Then, seeing Ren pout, I thought, fine, consider this payment for being my shield this time. Then he used his left hand to help Ren take the golden orange. Suddenly, while eating a golden orange, Ren seemed to sense something and turned his head slightly, only to see Otto Ashton walking towards him. Otto has red hair of a different color than Caroline's, and even his eyes have red pupils. As His Majesty's second son, he was born with an amazing knightly talent. Furthermore, with the Emperor, a 7th-level expert, guiding them, their combat strength is terrifyingly high. The last time he showed his skills was a year ago at the Academy competition. At that time, Otto rode an unstoppable Earth Dragon and, with his 2nd-tier beginner strength, ostentatiously defeated a 2nd-tier Advanced Academy student. He also earned the title of the Empire's #1 genius from that time onwards. Now, Rain calculated the time, and the Academy's grand competition was approaching. After a year of training, Otto was now at least a second-tier high-level knight. Seeing Otto staring intently at him as he walked towards him, Ren was somewhat puzzled. Otto's appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention, and everyone started whispering among themselves as they watched him walk straight toward Rain. Otto approached Rain and nodded politely to Rain and Anna beside him. "Good evening, Ryan. Good evening, Miss Anna." Then he leaned down slightly and whispered, "Rain, could you please come over here for a moment? I have something I'd like to ask you." After hearing Otto's words, Ren was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. "Okay, where to?" Seeing that Ren had agreed, Otto smiled slightly and said, "Come with me." Then he walked ahead. Rain held Anna's hand with some reluctance, then touched it again before letting go. "Anna, Otto, and I will go take a look." After withdrawing her hand, Anna raised an eyebrow and gave a soft hum. "Go ahead. Why are you talking to me? I'm nobody to you." Anna's voice grew softer and softer, so much so that Ren couldn't hear what she said next. "What? I didn't hear what came after that." "Hey, hurry up. The second prince is already waiting over there." Anna nudged Ren. Otto, who was standing to the side, looked even more delighted when he saw Rain and Anna interacting. Seeing that Ren had come to his side, Otto then led the way. The two slowly arrived at the most secluded corner of the palace. Even the female musician's music became much softer here. Just as Ren was wondering why Otto had brought him to such a remote place, Otto explained the reason. "Ren, I'm sorry to have brought you to such a remote place. I'm really embarrassed to say this, and I don't really want others to hear it." After listening to Otto's words, Ren nodded. "It's nothing. What did the second prince want with me?" Faced with Ren's question, Otto's sunny face clearly showed some shyness. "Ren, I've heard all about you in the palace and the academy. You're a master at chasing girls. My sister Caroline said it, and my friends at the academy said it too. They all say you're the best. I was thinking, could you please train me in this area? I'm really bad at pursuing girls." After listening, Ren looked at Otto and fell into a deep silence. "You want me to be your strategist? You've been in the palace for so many years, and you've never had sex with a maid?" Ren asked in surprise. Seeing Otto's puzzled look, Ren even mimicked a movement with his hand. Suddenly, Otto's eyes lit up. "Oh, I know. I've seen it in some storybooks. But isn't that something you can only do after you get married?" Looking at Otto's clear expression, Ren's lips twitched involuntarily. That being who was like a god of war in battle. It's a virgin? Chapter 68, Anna's Kiss. Then, somewhat incredulously, Ren probed Otto a few more times, thinking Otto was joking with him. It was finally confirmed that he really didn't understand. He was indeed a novice. That shouldn't be the case. As a prince, and His Majesty's most favored son, why is he left without anyone to serve him at night? Otto's words then cleared up Ren's doubts. "After I was diagnosed with exceptional talent at a young age, my father paid special attention to me. As a result, I have spent most of my time either cultivating and training or listening to theoretical lectures. I have virtually no experience in pursuing girls. In fact, even now, I get nervous and my speech becomes unclear when I talk to girls I don't know well." Ren nodded. "I see. Now that the second prince has come to him to be his strategist, he must have taken a fancy to a girl from some family. The second prince came to me asking who he had taken a fancy to, and if I could give him some advice." Otto nodded immediately upon hearing this. Yes, I went out for training a while ago, and I don't know if it was love at first sight, but I saw a girl, and my heart would race every time I saw her." "Who is she?" "Her name is Jenna Calvin, and she is an adventurer." "Adventurer?" Upon hearing the word adventurer, Ren couldn't help but think of his older brother, Yavin, who was also an adventurer. Yawn yearns for freedom and has an extreme love for adventure. Since coming of age 3 years ago, Yawn has left his family to adventure alone. As for where Yavin is now, he doesn't know, but his father, Ford, should know. Returning to the palace, Ren looked at Otto, who was deep in thought, and then asked, "You don't want to reveal your identity as a prince?" Yes, Ren, you really are a master in this area." For some reason, Jenna had a certain aversion to nobles. Although she didn't say it, I could still see the disgust in her eyes when she spoke to them. Therefore, I do not want to reveal my identity as a prince and have contact with her. Ryan, do you have a solution? Seeing Otto excitedly grasp his hand, Ren smiled helplessly. "Second prince, I currently have very little information about Jenna. How about this? If you truly trust me, after the secret realm ends, you can show me Jenna's information. Then I will offer you advice and suggestions. Without revealing your identity as a prince, I, Ren, will do my best to devise a plan for you." Hearing Ryan's promise, Otto nodded. "Okay, Ryan, As long as you can help me win over Jenna, I, Otto, will be your brother for life. Oh, by the way, I heard some things about you before I came. Here, this is your deposit. I have other ways to thank you after things are done. Otto took a small box from his magical device and handed it to Rin. Rain waved his hand. Give me the reward now? No need, second prince. You can give me the reward after I help you win over Jenna. But Otto still shoved the box into Rin's arms, saying, It's all right. It's all right. A knight like me doesn't need this magical thing. Before Rin could refuse, Otto pulled him toward the center of the palace. Seeing this, Ryan didn't say anything more, accepted the box, and the two continued chatting and laughing as they returned to the dance area. Everyone was taken aback when they saw that Rin and Otto were acting like best buddies. Back with Anna, Otto said, All right, Rin, we'll see you after we get to the secret realm. Well, second prince, take care. Anna and her friends became interested when they saw how close Rain and Otto were. I never expected that Rin would have such a good relationship with that training maniac Otto. Anna saw her friends looking at her excitedly and knew they wanted her to ask Ryan. Before Anna could ask, Ryan took Anna's small hand and stroked it in his own, the movement so natural, as if it were the proper thing to do. Rain, you and the second prince are so close? Hearing Anna's question, Rin nodded. Of course, I know everyone. Seeing Ryan's smug expression, Anna curled her lip and thought, Tisich, so arrogant. However, Anna didn't press the matter. Since Ryan hadn't answered her, it meant he didn't want to talk about it, so there was no need for her to ask further. The dinner continued. Gentlemen, Emperor Albert addressed the emperor from the center of the palace. The conversation immediately ceased, and all eyes turned to Albert. Ladies and gentlemen, the trial realm is about to begin. I'm sure you've all chosen who will be entering. The secret realm is full of unknowns and mysteries. None of us know what's inside. Unsurprisingly, there are many difficulties inside, but don't be afraid. Dying in the secret realm this time will not mean real death. It will only mean losing the qualification to continue the trial. Then I wish all of you, the future pillars of the empire, a bright future and flourishing martial arts. After Emperor Albert finished speaking, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding nobles also drank their wine and thanked His Majesty. Albert nodded. All right, let's continue the dinner. He then returned to the group of people, including Fred. After listening to the emperor's speech, Ren pondered for a moment. Although he gave 100 of his remaining 200 spots to Fred, he still had more than 90 spots left. Casey, go and fetch your father. I need to speak with him. Rain turned and instructed Casey. Casey nodded and went into the crowd to look for her father. Before long, Lowen brought Casey to Ryan's side. Young Master Ren, what brings you here? Lowen, how many slots did your family get? Lowen scratched his head. Young Master Ryan, there's only one. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded helplessly. I still have some left, and now that Casey is with me, we're practically on the same rope. Okay, I'll give you 5 extra spots, but I won't give you the special coins. When those people come to me in a few days to claim their secret realm qualifications, you can bring them here yourself. Rain's words made Lowen's pupils shrink slightly. He nodded and said, Yes, thank you for your generosity, young Master Rain. Ren waved his hand. Okay, that's fine. Seeing Ryan Sheck's expression, Lauven gave a slight bow and left the dance area. Anna and her friends exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. Rain, you really have a spot. Anna's big eyes widened in surprise. Seeing the hopeful looks on Anna's and the girls' faces, Ryan raised an eyebrow. What? You want it? Your father cherishes you so much, and you don't have it? Yes, there are some, but my Mitchell family didn't get much. After all, unlike your Gray family, the Mick family, and the Ward family, we weren't the first to discover the secret realm. My Mitchell family only received 6 spots. Although I have one, some of the family's higher-ups also received some. My sister and my older brother didn't get any. After listening to Anna's words, Ryan understood the situation. Give me a kiss, and I'll give you a few spots. Rain pointed to his face. As soon as she finished speaking, Anna blushed as she looked at Rain. You're such a scoundrel. Seeing Anna's blushing face, Ryan moved closer and said, Then why didn't you see me being a pervert to others? As Anna listened to Ryan's explicit words of love, a dazed look appeared in her eyes. Okay, fine. Anyway, it wasn't a kiss on the lips, just on the face, and she endured it for her sister's sake. After spending so much time together, Anna wasn't actually averse to Rain. In fact, she even liked him a little. Seeing Anna's small mouth coming closer, Ren smiled slightly and tilted his head slightly. Anna aimed straight for the bullseye and kissed Ryan on the lips. The two immediately looked at each other. Taking advantage of Anna's momentary daze, Ren's tongue broke through her defenses, teased her little tongue, and then withdrew. Just as Anna was about to scream, Ren covered her mouth. Anna glared at Ren, and then the two began a new round of playful fighting. As they played and joked, the distance between them continued to shrink. As the moon set and the stars faded, the banquet slowly came to an end. Chapter 69 Recorder's Fifth Order Magic Scroll, Spatial Rift Storm. Eve of entering the secret realm. The royal palace was overcrowded. All the nobles who were qualified to enter the secret realm came to the palace to have Rain record their information. Inside a palace in the royal palace, Ren sat in the main seat and curled his lip as he watched the next person enter. Shaw, he's a man. Good morning, young Master Ren. Here is my coin. The man handed the coin to the maid beside him. The maid handed the coin to Reagan, the custodian responsible for checking its authenticity. Reagan took the coin, looked at it, and then nodded to Ryan. Rain slowly walked up to the man and patted him on the shoulder. Then a mark appeared on the back of the man's hand, and upon seeing this, Ryan waved his hand. Okay, that's all for now. Go call the next person. Seeing this, the man nodded and left the palace. Before long, the Ward family head entered with a group of people. Good morning, Uncle Fabian. Ryan nodded in greeting. Good morning, Ryan. Here, these are 50 coins from my Ward family. Fabian walked up to Reagan and took out a handful of coins from his magic device. Upon seeing that it was Marquis Fabian, Reagan checked the coins even faster and soon finished checking all the coins. Looking at the group of people, Ren asked Fabian, Uncle Fabian, who's coming first? Sophia, you go first. Fabian nodded to Sophia. Sophie Adam immediately came to Ryan's side. Seeing this, Ryan took Sophia's hand. A bit calloused, not as soft as Anna's little hands. 5 minutes passed, and as Ren saw Fabian's increasingly dangerous gaze, he sensed something was wrong. The next moment, a mark appeared on Sophia's hand. Ahem, okay, I'm taking a bit too long to record the girl. Listening to Ren's explanation, Fabian squinted at Ren, then let out a helpless sigh. Sophia then slowly stepped down from the stage, and Fabian then let the second person go up. It was a girl, but I didn't know her. Ryan patted him on the shoulder, and that was the end of it. Okay, next one. The swift movements immediately stunned everyone present. Fabian had already guessed it, so he wasn't too surprised. But Sophia is different. She had assumed that, as Ryan had said, girls were slow at taking notes, but it turned out she was the only one who was slow. He glared at Ren immediately. After the records of some of the Ward family's most talented offspring were completed, Fabian selected a group of fourth-tier experts. Before long, Ryan had finished recording all 50 people. Okay, Uncle Fabian, that's all I've recorded. Fabian nodded, walked over to Ren, and patted Ren on the shoulder. Not bad. When you come to my Ward family sometime, I'll treat you to something delicious. Seeing Fabian's forced smile, Ren secretly curled his lip. Delicious? I hope it's not some kind of meat stew with whip. Okay, I'll definitely do it next time. Next up was the Mitchell family. Led by the family head, Lyman slowly led 11 people in. Lyman led a radiant Anna into the palace. Lyman then handed the 6 coins to the guard. The guard took the list and counted the people, but it didn't match the number of people Lyman brought. He was about to speak when Ren interrupted him. Reagan, no need to look anymore. Just make sure those 6 coins match. Hearing Ryan's words, Reagan nodded. Yes, young Master Ryan. Before Lyman could speak, Anna brought several people to Rain's side. Ryan, didn't you say a few days ago that you'd give me 5 spots? These are the people I want. He is my brother, and she is my older sister. Seeing this, Lyman did not stop them, but watched quietly from the side. Ryan sat in his chair and patiently let Anna introduce the group. Okay, I know. Come here, Anna, let me write this down for you. Afterwards, Ryan held Anna's little hand and stroked it for a while before starting to take notes for the others. Before long, the 6 people that Lyman brought also finished recording. Lyman smiled at Ryan standing next to Anna. Ryan, thank you this time. Uncle Lyman, you're too kind. Okay, we'll be going now. Anna, let's go. Don't keep Rain from recording the others. There are others coming up. Upon hearing this, Anna pouted and said, Oh, okay. Then she slowly followed Lyman's footsteps. Anna walked along talking to her sister about Rain, her eyes brimming with undisguised pride. The group of people behind Anna listened to her words and all felt envious of her. After all, judging from Ryan's appearance, he was clearly interested in Anna. Moreover, Ryan was not married yet, and if Anna really married him, she would definitely become the mistress of the Grey family. With the future 7th-tier mage, Ren, as her backer, given Ren's protective nature, there will likely be very few people in the Empire, or even on the continent, who would dare to speak loudly to Anna. Even Lyman seemed thoughtful as he looked at Anna and Rain. After recording all the people who were going to enter the secret realm, Ren yawned wearily. Young Master Ryan, you've had a long day. Reagan gestured for a maid in the palace to come forward and massage Ryan's shoulders. Is everything recorded? Yes, young Master Ren. Are you hungry? Would you like me to have lunch prepared for you? Upon hearing this, Ren shook his head and said, No need. I have other things to do. Now that everything has been recorded, I'll be leaving. Then, Ren patted the hand of the maid on his shoulder behind him, got up, and walked outside. Take care, Mr. Reagan. Reagan bowed slightly. Rain didn't turn around. He just waved his hand. Soon, Rain passed through the palace and boarded Drake's carriage, which had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Jonas standing beside the carriage, Ryan greeted him. Uncle Xiao, you're here too? Jonas nodded. Yes. Now is the crucial moment for the opening of the secret realm. The Patriarch specifically asked me to protect you, young master. Ryan nodded and got into the carriage with Jonas. Drake, go to the academy. Yes, young master. Before long, Drake arrived at the academy in his carriage. Ren and Jonas slowly got out of the car and walked into the academy, arriving at the magician's tower. Some time ago, the dean asked him to come see him when he entered the secret realm, but he had been so busy these past few days that he had almost forgotten. Ryan slowly pushed open the door to the dean's research room. Jonas, seeing this, did not go in with Ryan but waited for him outside. The dean saw Rain enter and put down Jimmy, the dean's pet white mouse. Ren, you've arrived. Didn't the dean tell me to come here before entering the secret realm? The dean smiled and then took out a bracelet from the drawer. Here, these are things your teachers prepared for you. They will be of some help to you once you enter the secret realm. Rain took the bracelet from the dean and examined it, immediately being shocked by what was inside. They have all kinds of things, even magic crystal cannons used for sieges. Hee, you're too kind. I'll visit all the teachers after the secret realm ends. Oh, right. Ren, here you go. The dean took a scroll from his magical artifact. This is a magic scroll I've condensed for you over the past week. It contains a 5th-tier spell, Spatial Rift Storm. Except in special circumstances, anything below the 5th rank will either kill or cripple you if it hits. You can use it as a trump card. Chapter 70 Family Foundation Trial Type Secret Realm. 5 people compete for the king. Begins. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Ren opened his mouth slightly, staring at the dean in disbelief. So powerful. Upon hearing this, the dean raised an eyebrow. What? You don't believe me? I am, after all, a 6th-tier intermediate archmage. Hey, it's Dean Ren who's here. Ren quickly put away the scroll and then came up behind the dean to massage his shoulders. The dean explained while drinking tea. Use it if you can, don't be stingy. Unlike magic scrolls which have a long storage time, this magic scroll has an expiration date. It will be useless after about 7 days. Yes, don't worry, Dean. The greatest treasure in this secret realm will definitely be mine, Ren. Just you wait and see. Hearing Ryan's confident words, the dean nodded. All right, let's go back. We're entering the secret realm tomorrow. Get some rest this afternoon so you can enter in top condition tomorrow. Okay, don't worry, Dean. I'll head back now. Okay, go ahead. Then Ryan touched Jimmy on the table and left. Looking at Jonas waiting outside the door, Ryan said, Let's go, Uncle Joe, back to the family. Gray Family Estate, training ground. In order to gain more rewards upon entering the secret realm, Fiona is diligently training Rain's maids. Seeing the maids preparing for tomorrow's secret realm, Rain also prepared to begin meditating. Because he absorbed petralian a while ago, some of the drug's effects still remain in Rain's body. Rain prepared to absorb all the remaining medicinal power in his body, estimating that he would reach the level of a mid-level 2nd-tier mage after absorbing it. Just as I sat cross-legged in the pavilion, Jonas's voice came from behind me. Young Master Ren, the head of the family is looking for you. Upon hearing Jonas's voice, Ryan slowly got up and followed Jonas, asking him questions as they walked. My father wants to see me. What's up this time? Jonas smiled and replied. Tomorrow is the day we enter the secret realm. The Patriarch has prepared some special things for you. Rain nodded upon hearing this. The two arrived at Ford's office shortly afterward. Seeing the 2 people push the door open and enter, Ford waved to Ryan. Ryan, you're here, come in. Rain walked up to Ford's table and looked at the 2 different colored jade stones on it. Then Ford pushed the jade on the table toward Ryan. Here, this is the trump card that Jonas and I have prepared for you. Each of these 2 tungsten stones contains the full force of my and your Uncle Qiao's attack, although it is not as powerful as if your Uncle Qiao and I were to attack together personally. But killing a few 4th-tier opponents is still a piece of cake. The red part is mine. It contains a large-scale combat technique. The black one belongs to your Uncle Qiao. It contains a single target fighting technique. Although dying inside the secret realm won't affect you outside, It's always better to stay inside the secret realm a little longer and obtain more treasures. After saying that, Ford picked up his teacup, took a few sips of tea, and then said, "The Gray family has entered the secret realm quite a few times over the years, and their information is relatively complete. The box at your feet is also prepared for you. It contains items needed for the secret realm, learned from those who have entered it before. Take them with you." Looking at the 2 tungsten stones in his hand and the box at his feet, Ren immediately understood how important it was to have a large family backing him. The value of these things is so high that an ordinary person might not earn them in a lifetime. Is this what they call family heritage? Rain, still in shock, slowly came to his senses, put away the tungsten stone and the large box at his feet, and said, "Okay, I understand." Seeing that Ryan had packed everything up, Ford waved his hand and said, "All right, go back and get some rest. I look forward to your performance tomorrow." Fred's words immediately puzzled Ryan. "Look at me. How can you see inside the secret realm from the outside?" Fred smiled. "The royal family has a treasure called the Tasfarm Magic Mirror. Its purpose, of course, is to see things. However, it consumes a great deal of resources, and only in cases like the current secret realm event where all nobles are involved will the royal family make use of them. When you enter the secret realm tomorrow, we will go to the palace to see how you perform inside. I've heard that Rain has developed some interest in this treasure called the Tarsfarm Mirror. All right, then you'll see how I perform then." Ren waved his hand and pushed open the door to leave. Just as Fred was about to say something to Jonas after the door closed, Ryan suddenly pushed the door open and entered. "Father, could you get me some treasures?" Ren poked half his body out of the doorway. Upon hearing this, Fred nodded. "Yes, I'll have Pooh deliver it to your room later." "Okay." Then Ryan closed the door. After seeing Ryan leave, Ford and Jonas discussed the development plans for the territory this year. Back in his room, Ren sat cross-legged on the carpet, waiting for Boo to bring him the treasure. Because he only has a little over 3,000 source points left, and he doesn't know what he'll encounter when he enters the secret realm tomorrow. Having more source points is always good, and now While the maids were all training with Fiona at the training grounds, Rain stayed alone in his room and began to meditate, absorbing the remaining power of the Petralian medicine within his body. Before long, Boo brought the treasure to Ren. Looking at the small boxes in front of him, Ren immediately let the ancient book absorb 90% of them, leaving only 10% in the magic artifact. Since the treasures Boo sent this time were mostly second or third-tier items, although the source points provided were fewer, the quantity was large. Rain's origin point went directly to 15975. Although he was very envious of some of the magic in the ancient book, he didn't know what the secret realm was like, so he planned to make a decision after entering the secret realm. The night passed quickly. The following morning, after having breakfast with Ford and Layla in the villa's dining room, Ryan returned to his room to prepare to enter the secret realm. Meanwhile, all the members of each family who were able to enter the secret realm were adjusting their condition, ready to enter the secret realm and show off your skills. Time passed second by second, and suddenly Ren felt something, and the necklace around his neck suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. The next moment, Ren disappeared from his room. Along with Rain, the maid in the room and the people in the royal city recorded by Rain also disappeared. The 5-player battle for supremacy in the trial-type secret realm begins. Chapter 71: The Witch of the Church of Lust, Ketra Alvis. A flash of white light, and when Ren opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The next moment, Rain immediately used a barrier spell to completely surround himself. Avoid being ambushed by something and getting eliminated immediately upon landing. Seeing that there was no danger around, Rain began to carefully observe his surroundings. An unfamiliar forest, an unfamiliar stream, and in the distance, the clear chirping of birds can be heard. Clearly, he is now in a forest. Suddenly, Ren's expression froze. It was the sound coming from the secret realm key around her neck, a voice that was neither male nor female. "Hello, esteemed trial participants. I will now explain the rules of the secret realm. First of all, those who enter with the real secret realm key and those who enter after recording with the key will not encounter those people here, as the places they enter and the trials they face are different. Since all the secret realm keys have been obtained, this trial will no longer be a level-based trial, but a comprehensive trial. 5 people have entered the secret realm using the secret realm key, and the 5 of you will compete for the greatest treasure in the secret realm. This forest is called the Forest of Demons. Just like its name suggests, there are many demons here, with strength ranging from the 1st to the 4th rank. The rules for this comprehensive trial are simple. From now on, The key used to kill monsters of the corresponding rank will record the corresponding points for the person who killed them. 7 days later, the person with the most points will become the owner of the treasure. Of course, if you think that killing monsters doesn't give you enough points, you can hunt down other competitors. Each time you kill a competitor, you will not only get all of their points, but you will also double your existing points. That concludes the explanation of the rules of the secret realm. Please enjoy. After explaining the rules of the secret realm to Rain, the key, which had been glowing faintly, dimmed again. Looking at the environment obscured by various bushes and trees, Ren pondered for a moment and exchanged his first spell for the ancient book. Ground wave detection technique, 5100 source point. Instantly, an invisible wave emanated from beneath Ren's feet, spreading outwards from Ren's center. Like a radar, it spreads out every few seconds, with a detection range of up to 500 meters. Although it's called earth wave detection, it can even detect animals that live in trees, which made Ren nod in approval. During the first probe, Ren spotted several small figures in the distance. After a moment's thought, Ren immediately moved quickly toward the figure. In the southeast of the forest, a scantily clad woman with purple hair put away the key to the secret realm. Competition? Interesting. She chuckled, looking into the depths of the forest, her voice incredibly alluring. Let me see if there's a cute guy who can make me happy. Suddenly, she pointed her finger, and a purple energy pierced and killed a first-tier demonic snake that was trying to ambush her from the tree. Judging from the aura emanating from her, she was clearly a second-tier high-level assassin. Little snake, you're not good enough to play with your older sister. The witch of the Church of Lust, Jitra Alvis, walked into the forest, searching for other competitors. In the northern part of the forest, a bearded man carrying a huge bundle looked at the forest before him, his desire for adventure growing stronger. His name was Hunter Dean, a Tier 3 beginner warrior and an adventurer. After listening to the explanation of the secret realm key, Hunter's eyes burned even brighter. A treasure trove? Haha, was it prepared especially for me? Northern Forest. Accompanied by the mournful howl of a demonic wolf, an old man slowly lowered the great sword in his hand. Although his hair was completely white, his strength could still be seen from his robust physique and bright eyes. Andre Iverson was not very lucky. As soon as he arrived in the secret realm, he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. However, as a 4th-level high-level warrior, he quickly killed the Wolf King. This saved them from a prolonged battle with the wolves. Could that thing be here? Great God of warriors, please bless me to find it. Ada can't hold on much longer. Southern Forest. A short figure holding a hammer touched his head. Treasure? Could it be rare gems or minerals? As a dwarf, Iozaka's appearance is similar to most dwarves, with brown hair and bronze skin. Moreover, he loves collecting all kinds of ores and rare gems. However, his strength was too weak, only at the advanced level of the 1st rank, and he only entered the secret realm to look for other high-level ores. Rain quickly approached the short figures and observed them from the tree. Upon seeing them, Ren pursed his lips, thinking they were something else, but they turned out to be just a few goblins. Right at Ren's feet, several goblins walked along, chattering amongst themselves. Suddenly, a spike shot out and pierced through both goblins. Seeing this, the remaining goblin picked up a stick, howled a few times, and ran into the forest. Rain immediately followed. It wasn't that he couldn't take care of the 3 goblins together. He just wanted to leave someone to guide him so he could find the goblin's lair. But things didn't go as planned. The goblin kept looking back as it ran, and after a while, it realized that there didn't seem to be any danger. Then I turned back. This left Ren speechless. Of course, Ren knew why it turned around. It wanted to eat the 2 dead goblins. Seeing this, Ren stopped hiding and climbed down from the tree. Using magic from a distance, he slapped the goblin across the face, and the goblin started running again. Before long, Ren followed it to a cave. Looking at the dark cave entrance, Ren did not go in, because with the earth wave detection spell, Ren knew that there were no fewer than several hundred goblins inside. Moreover, the inside was extremely cramped, and going in would be disadvantageous for him. Ren used levitation to slowly reach the top of the hill, and then stomped his foot on it. Ground spikes and prison. Suddenly, spikes began to appear in the goblin cave, densely packed and endless, and for a time, the cave was filled with the wails of goblins. The cave was cramped, and now, with the corpses of other goblins blocking the way, the cave, which was originally advantageous to the goblins, suddenly became a slaughterhouse for them. Meanwhile, Ren points are increasing point by point. To prevent the goblins from coming out, Ren thoughtfully blocked the entrance to the cave with multiple spikes. But just as Ren was having a good time killing, a huge figure suddenly burst out of the cave entrance with a bang, shattering all of Ren's spikes. Several smaller figures followed behind the enormous figure. Ren looked down at the goblin's appearance without paying much attention. It's just 1 Tier 1 high-level goblin and 3 Tier 1 mid-level goblin shamans. Even if it comes 10 times more, Ren is not afraid. The moment the goblin shaman saw Ren, it unleashed a fireball from its broken wooden staff and shot it toward Ren. Ren laughed as he watched the small fireball being shot at him. He even doubted whether the fireball could break through his defenses. With a wave of his hand, the small fireball was dispelled by Ren, and then a golden light flashed in Ren's eyes. Roaring flames. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared above Ren's head, and the next moment, the fireball blasted towards the goblins. The goblins stared wide-eyed at the enormous fireball. Huh? Boom. The fireball exploded with a tremendous roar, taking the lives of several goblins below. Seeing that the goblins had been mostly cleared out, Ren immediately prepared to leave. However, a figure suddenly appeared within the range of Ren's detection spell, and as if it had heard the sounds of the battle, it sped up. Chapter 72 Pink Mist. Just as Ren was about to leave, the figure swiftly accelerated and arrived at Ren's mountaintop. The newcomer was none other than the witch from the Church of Lust, Chitra. Chitra was stunned the moment she saw Ren. Ryan Gray? The offspring of Fred Gray, the fearless Lion King who once inspired great fear in the church. I didn't expect him to be one of the competitors. Then, Chitra naturally regained her composure and seductively opened her collar slightly, as if she could see the beauty inside at any moment. Wow, you're so handsome, young man. What's your name? Come and have some fun with me. She even gave Ren a flirtatious wink after saying that. Chitra was already extremely beautiful, otherwise she wouldn't have become a witch of the Church of Lust, and now she's using the power of the lustful demon's blessing to bewitch Ren. In an instant, a primal urge ignited within Ren, and he quickly used the mind-cleansing technique several times to barely suppress it. Beyond the secret gates, at the royal palace, Emperor Albert had already taken out the Tasfar magic mirror and was showing the nobles the situation in the secret realm. The Tasfar magic mirror instantly projected the scene in the secret realm onto the sky above the palace, like a holographic image. Look, Sophia has already passed the first trial. She truly deserves to be called a genius of the empire. His Highness Otto also approved it. Anna passed as well. Every nobleman began to flaunt their offspring. Then everyone slowly turned their attention to Fred. Since Rain had been so popular in the royal city recently, he was naturally someone they were comparing themselves to. Ford, where's your Ryan? If Ryan had passed, you would have been bragging to us by now. Then everyone came to the projection of Ren, and even Emperor Albert came over to check on the projection of Ren. This sight left everyone present somewhat bewildered. How could this be so different from their own scene? Since no one had seen the scene when Ren first entered the secret realm, everyone began to ask Fred about it. Fred, what's going on with Ryan? Fred immediately explained to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that the greatest treasure could only be contested by the person who possessed the key. They all began to envy Fred. Then, upon hearing this, the others also came to the projection of Ren to see his condition. After seeing the woman that Ren encountered after wiping out the goblins, everyone immediately started discussing it. The Witch of the Church of Lust? Is that her? Yes, that's right, it's Kitla. I didn't expect Kitla and Ren to run into each other first. Then Brant, the head of the Mick family, retorted to Fred, does Ryan know her? Don't fall into a trap without realizing it. Upon hearing this, Fred smiled wryly and said, know him my ass, I never told him anything. That's going to be tough for Rain. He's already a slut, and now he's run into a lustful witch. She's his natural nemesis. Brant watched with glee. Ignoring Brant, Ferd stared intently at the projection. Church of Lust. In the secret realm. After hearing what Catella said, Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. He had naturally noticed the surprise in the woman's eyes when she saw him. This woman knows me. Moreover, they could be enemies of the Gray family. Sure, my sister is so charming, of course I want to have some fun with her, but I have a little quirk. Could you tie yourself up first, sister? Then we can. Ren stared at Kitra with fascination, as if he had already fallen for her. After hearing what Ren said, Kitra paused for a moment. Tie him up. That's a beautiful dream. Then, without leaving a trace, he moved towards Rain. Of course, come on, little brother, you tie him up yourself. Suddenly, Kitra vanished instantly and appeared behind Ren, plunging a knife into his heart. Hey bro, you like me so much, let me see your heart. But Ren smiled slightly, and then a dark cage suddenly appeared from the ground, trapping the two of them. A dark prison. This scene stunned Kitra, who stared in disbelief at the blade in her hand. I clearly inserted the needle into his heart, so why wasn't he eliminated? With his heart pierced, Ren smiled slightly, then transformed into a stream of water and slowly disappeared. Water illusion. Then, Rain's figure slowly appeared outside the dark cage. Looking at Kitra inside the cage, Rain slowly spoke. My sister is so cruel. I almost fell for her trick. Then, a golden light flashed in Ren's eyes, and a fiery red greatsword made of fire magic appeared in Ren's hand. The blazing judgment. Just as Kitella was about to say something, Ren slashed at her with his sword, showing no mercy whatsoever. Boom. The slash from the blazing judgment smoothly sliced the small mountain in two, and Kitra's figure disappeared into the lava-filled gap left by the slash. However, Ren knew that this woman was not so easy to deal with, so he then cast a barrier spell around himself. Sulfuric acid. The barrier had just materialized when Kitra appeared beside Ren and used Shadow Strike to slash at the barrier surrounding Ren. The barrier held for a moment before shattering, but it also allowed Rain to teleport away. Although Rain could see Kitra's figure using his Eye of Truth, she was too fast, making it difficult for his magic to hit her. So Rain floated directly in the air, preparing for a carpet bombing. Sky Thunder. In an instant, bolts of lightning struck towards Kitla, the black lightning ravaging the forest and leaving the earth scarred and devastated. As Kitella dodged, she watched the endless stream of lightning, her pupils shrinking slightly. The church's information is incorrect. Ouch, little brother, you hit me so hard. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm leaving. I'll play with you again next time. Kitra pouted, feigning sadness, and complained to Rain. Then it transformed into a black shadow and slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Rain used his Eye of Truth to look around, and only after not finding Kitra did he realize that she was really gone. He then used holy light to purify himself and extinguish the lust that had been stirred up by Kitella. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the spot where Kitra had just disappeared. That vixen. I hope Ren doesn't catch her, or he'll imprison her first, and then, well, you know. Looking at the messy surroundings, out of caution, Ren quickly left the area. They began using ground wave detection to search for other monsters. On the other side of the forest, the adventurer hunter looked at the slowly moving pink mist in front of him with a slight sense of doubt. What kind of fog is this? And it moves on its own. He then used his long sword to unleash a slashing blade of light towards the pink mist, which pierced straight through the mist without pausing. Seeing that it had no effect, Hunter looked at the pink mist and prepared to retreat, but when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. There was also a pink mist behind him. No, not just behind me, but all around me. Hunter immediately became alert. He didn't want to sit there and wait to die, so he held his breath and ran in one direction, trying to escape the fog. However, after he had been running in the mist for a while, something in the mist seeped into his body through his skin. Soon after, Hunter's eyes became glazed over, as if he had seen some beautiful scenery. Then, his body went out of control and he rushed toward a large tree. He twisted his waist and recklessly rammed into the tree, muttering incantations as he did so. Hee, Perry, you're finally mine, hee. Chapter 73 Raging Gorilla. Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. After some trial and error, Rain discovered a small bug regarding Secret Realm points. The rules of the Secret Realm state that killing monsters only counts if the player kills them personally. However, if someone else severely injures you, and then you manage to take advantage of the situation, that should also be attributed to Ren. This gives Ren much more room to maneuver. So Rain found the nearest high-level monster. Tier 4, Beginner, Raging Gorilla. Although the enraged gorilla is strong, it is relatively slow. Ren can pull it along well, and hopefully he can use it to help Ren get more points. Watching the furious gorilla drink water by the lake, Ren narrowed his eyes and smiled maliciously. Use me, you raging gorilla. Suddenly, a spike shot out from behind the enraged gorilla. The next moment, the sharp spikes burst open the enraged gorilla's rear end. Zzz. With a tearing sound of flesh and blood, the spike hit the bullseye. Looking at this scene, Ryan felt a bit of pain. Even those outside the secret realm, including Fred and his men, gasped in shock, tightened their buttocks, and looked at Rain with eyes full of apprehension. That kid's really cunning. The enraged gorilla, who was drinking water, was stunned by the attack and then let out a sharp howl. It suddenly leaped up from the ground, spraying blood into the air and rolled around on the ground in pain. Looking at the enraged gorilla, Ren nodded to himself. Sure enough, every monster has its own weakness. Because the enraged gorilla hadn't been on guard against Hochio, many of the rock spikes pierced through. The pain was so intense that the enraged gorilla almost saw its grandmother. The ground around the lake was cracked from the furious gorilla's powerful pounding. The enraged gorilla, slowly regaining its senses, looked around angrily and immediately spotted Ren, who was making no attempt to hide. Aya! The enraged gorilla was so angry it was almost evolving to speak human language, and it was about to pounce on Ren. It had just gotten up and taken its first step when it immediately clutched its backside and collapsed, then stared intently at Ren. Rain raised an eyebrow as he looked at the enraged gorilla. This is the first time he has seen the word despicable in the eyes of a monster. The next moment, the enraged gorilla entered a state of rage, greatly reducing its pain sensation, before charging rapidly towards Ren. His eyes were even picking something out from among the trees, as if he were about to catch Ren and use that tree to attack him, so that he would also taste the pain of being killed for 1,000 years. Suddenly, Rain sensed something, shivered violently, and then teleported to begin pulling at the enraged gorilla. They took the enraged gorilla to their first stop. Tier 3 Advanced, Pigman Guardian. Although the enraged gorilla became faster after entering its enraged state, it still couldn't catch up with Ren, which made the enraged gorilla even angrier. Roar! He grabbed a tree from the side and threw it at Ren, but Ren easily dodged it with a teleport. Then he made a face at the enraged gorilla. Upon seeing this, the enraged gorilla stopped abruptly, its eyes then becoming bloodshot. If someone were to provide the voiceover, they would definitely say this. Breakthrough, Raging Gorilla. Aya! The enraged gorilla achieved a breakthrough at this moment. Tier 4 Intermediate, Raging Gorilla. After breaking through, the enraged gorilla became even faster. This forced Ren to increase the frequency of his teleportation even further. Finally, Ryan brought the enraged gorilla to the first stop. The pig guards had also sensed the presence of the enraged gorilla and were already standing guard outside the lair with their minions. The moment the pig guard saw the enraged gorilla, it began to grunt at it. Humph, humph, why are you so angry? This is my territory. The enraged gorilla ignored the pigman guard's grunts and punched it directly in the face. The pigman guard was instantly spun around and flew out, crashing into a grove of trees. Then the pigman guard slowly got up, looked at the enraged gorilla with a fierce glint in his eyes, and charged at the gorilla in the next moment. The two immediately began to fight, and because the pig guard had a large number of minions, he managed to fight the enraged gorilla to a draw. Meanwhile, Ren watched the two sides locked in combat, reaping the pigmen who had been severely injured by the enraged gorilla and lay on the ground, his points being the longest in the world. Although the raging gorilla was fighting the pigman guards, its gaze was not on the pigman guards at all, but was fixed on Rain, who was watching the show from the side. Suddenly, the enraged gorilla was caught off guard by one of Rain's funny faces and was hit in the face by a pigman guard. Only then did the enraged gorilla turn its attention to the pigman guards. Roar? Roar. You want to die, huh? I'll grant your wish, old gorilla. Once the enraged gorilla got serious, it instantly turned the tide of the battle, turning the tide by hammering the pigman guards. Whether it was Ren's imagination or not, the enraged gorilla kept hitting the pigman guards' butts. Before long, the pigman guard was beaten so badly by the enraged gorilla that he lay on the ground, groaning and holding his head. The enraged gorilla, still not satisfied, uprooted a large tree and swung it with its right hand. The next moment, he directly used 1,000 years of kill on the pigman guardian. The pig guards experienced the same thing as the enraged gorilla before. They were stunned at first, followed by excruciating pain. Humph! It hummed and gurgled on the ground. Upon seeing this, the enraged gorilla revealed a human-like smile. Then he looked at Rain, abandoning the still howling pigman guards, and ran towards Rain. The pigman guard was left alone, whining at his underlings. Humph! Humph! What are you all standing there for? Get him out of here, damn it! The enraged gorilla chased after him for a while and caught up with Rain, grabbing him in its hand with a maniacal smile on its face. But the next moment, Ren's figure turned into a ball of water and disappeared. It's another illusion of water. Seeing this, the enraged gorilla roared to the sky and frantically shook its head, searching for Ren's whereabouts. Meanwhile, on the pigman guard's side, Rain suddenly appeared, with a magic crystal cannon that was charging up in front of him. The cannon was pointed directly at the pigman guard's head. Fire! Bang! Instantly, flames erupted, and a magic bullet exploded on the pigman guard's head. The pigman guards died on the spot, and the pigmen charged toward Rain with bloodshot eyes. It gives the feeling of 10,000 pigs stampeding. But Ren remained calm and unhurried, as if he were using magic to single-target kill the pigmen one by one, as if he were holding a book of life and death. With the fall of the last pigman, Rain's score reached 544. Hearing the roars of the enraged gorilla in the distance, Ren quickly followed. After all, he still needed the gorilla's help. Chapter 74 Saintess of the Church of Light, Joan of Arc. On the first night, after passing the one-eyed stone man at the 5th station, Ryan temporarily escaped the enraged gorilla and found a cave to rest for a while. Looking at the points he had earned that day, Ren grinned. A total of 1762. However, what left Ren speechless was that this secret realm, he could only show his own points, without any ranking or other people's points. This left Ren completely unaware of his current position. I don't know if it was intentionally set up by the secret realm or what. However, Ren didn't think too much about it. After putting the necklace back on, he took out some food from the magic ring and started eating. Suddenly, a bright white beam of light shot into the sky, piercing straight through heaven and earth. The light emitted by the pillars illuminated the secret realm at night. Looking at the light shining into the cave entrance, Ren frowned slightly, then walked out of the cave and saw the huge pillar of light. What is that? Just as Rain voiced his doubts, the necklace around his neck made a sound. On the first night, a secret treasure appeared in the realm, and those who won the treasure gained 2,000 points the following day. Secret treasure in a secret realm? Ren scoffed. A secret treasure? This is clearly a hot potato for the 5 of us to fight over. However, Rain had no choice but to accept this blatant scheme. After all, if everyone thinks like that, and someone else gets the points, wouldn't that be like giving away 2,000 points for free? After a moment's thought, Rain headed toward the beam of light. On the way, a figure detected by the ground wave detection technique made him pause slightly. Seeing the actions of the person conducting the probe, Ren raised an eyebrow in shock. Is this pile driving? Unable to contain his curiosity, Ren turned and headed towards the adventurer Hunter's location. Although the pink mist had disappeared from Hunter's area, Hunter remained in a dazed state, showing no sign of recovering. Before long, Ren arrived at a secluded spot behind Hunter. Seeing Hunter shoving at a big tree, Ryan opened his mouth slightly in surprise. No, are you really hungry? You'd actually go after a tree. But after observing carefully, Ryan understood the situation. This person seems to be controlled by something. Even though this person's lower body was covered in blood and gore, he was still relentlessly ramming into things. Seeing this, Rain immediately looked around. Since this person was being controlled, the thing controlling him must be nearby. However, after observing carefully for a while, Ren found nothing, and even the ground wave detection technique could not detect any living creatures nearby. Then, with some questions in his mind, Ryan cautiously approached the man. Hunter seemed completely oblivious to Ryan, continuing to bump into the tree with a gleeful expression. Looking at the pink pupils in Hunter's eyes, Ryan shook his head. He didn't know what was going on either. Looking at Hunter, Ryan slowly spoke. Brother, you're in this state, so forget about the treasure. Let me send you on your way. He then unleashed a spatial blade, slicing Hunter and the tree in two. Right after Hunter's death, Ryan's necklace made a sound. There are 4 remaining competitors. As the sound appeared, Hunter's body gradually turned into specks of light and disappeared. Although Ren's points in the necklace have doubled, Ren still frowns deeply. Hunter's death served as a wake-up call for Ryan. It seems that the secret realm is not only threatened by 4th-tier monsters, but also by other unknown beings. If you get caught in their trap, you might not even have a chance to fight back. Without wasting any more time, they quickly moved towards the direction of the pillar of light. As soon as he approached the pillar of light, Ren stopped in his tracks. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes as he used a spell to conceal himself. 2nd-tier magic, illusionary mist concealment. Then he took out the 5th-tier magic scroll given to him by the dean, and slowly moved closer to the pillar of light. As Ren approached and saw Katella confronting an old man, he heard the old man utter a low voice as he looked in Ren's direction. Stop hiding, come out. Seeing this, Ryan thought the old man was bluffing him, so he subtly moved to the side. Rain's actions left Andre speechless. Come out. Although you've been hiding very well, the constant fluctuations emanating from your body have given you away. Upon hearing the man's explanation, Ren slowly revealed himself. Unexpectedly, it was the ground wave detection technique that exposed them. The old man is quite the expert. He was able to sense even my subtle detection techniques. Andre didn't recognize Ren, and seeing that Ren only had the fluctuations of the 2nd-level initial stage, he ignored him. Because Ren poses no threat to him. Kitra naturally saw the disdain for Ren in Andre's eyes, and immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Andre, don't you know him? Katara was referring to Rain, of course. Andre looked at Rain, then asked Katella, who is he? Upon hearing Andre's question, the smile in Kitra's eyes widened even more. His name was Ryan Gray. Instantly, Andre's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at Ren. Ren Gray? A member of the Gray family? What is your relationship with Fred Gray? It's his father, Kitra said. Upon hearing Kitra's words, Andre solemnly gave Rain a knightly salute. It turns out to be young Master Ryan. I am Andre Iverson, and I have long admired Lord Ford's name. Rain waved his hand, surprised that his father was so famous that he would meet someone he had long admired in the secret realm. He then asked Andre, "Hello, Andre, and who is she?" Ren gestured with his chin toward Kitella. Andre then explained, "Her name is Ketra Alvis, and she is the current witch of the Church of Lust." Listening to Andre's words, Ren looked at Kitra. No wonder she could arouse his desires so directly. She was a member of the Church of Lust. Seeing that Ren was looking at her, Kitra licked her lips at Ren. "What? Now that young Master Ren knows my identity, is your desire to conquer me even stronger? Unlike you noble women, she knows a lot more." Feeling that impulse rising again, a beam of holy light appeared in Ren's hand, which he then slapped onto himself, dispelling the allure of Kitra. The two were taken aback by Ren's holy light purification. Kitra stared wide-eyed at Ren. "Holy light purification? How do you know this? What's your relationship with that woman, Joan of Arc? Why do you know that woman's magic?" Even Andre looked at Ren with a surprised expression. After all, the purification by holy light is a closely guarded secret of the Church of Light, known only to the Pope and the current Holy Maiden. Ren pursed his lips. "Mind your own business. Just don't let me catch you, or I'll really use you as a scabbard." Hearing what Ren said, Kitella raised an eyebrow. "All right, if I can be caught by young Master Ren, I'll serve him for life. But on the condition that young Master Ren can catch me." Chapter 75: The Flower of Persephone. Listening to Ren and Kitra bickering, Andre interrupted. "Gentlemen, how about we take the treasure first, and then decide who owns it? I can sense a large number of monsters rushing towards this pillar of light." Upon hearing this, Ren increased the power of his earth wave detection spell, and then he also sensed the presence of a large number of monsters. He then nodded to Andre. "Okay, let's take the treasure and leave first. I don't want to fight so many monsters." Kitra nodded in agreement, and then Andre stepped forward and took the treasure chest in the center of the magic circle of the light pillar. As the treasure chest was taken away, the towering pillar of light slowly dissipated, and then the three of them flew away together towards a spot in the forest. Shortly after the three left, a large number of monsters surrounded the spot where the pillar of light had been. There are countless second and third order numbers, and fourth order numbers are also very common. If the three of them had actually been surrounded by the monsters, they would likely have been in grave danger. The three who left soon arrived at the bottom of a secluded cliff. Andre placed the treasure chest on the ground and began talking to himself as he looked at Ren. "Young Master Ren, this is our first meeting, and you don't know me. Let me tell you about myself. My granddaughter contracted a strange illness on the day she turned 18. No matter what method was used, the problem could not be resolved, and even the Church of Light, which was famous for its healing, was helpless. My purpose in coming to this secret realm is to find something that I've heard can cure my granddaughter's strange illness." Ren nodded upon hearing this, but was still somewhat puzzled as to why Andre was telling him all this. Andre also saw the confusion in Ren's eyes. "Young Master Ren, I do not wish to be enemies with the Gray family and the Church of Lust, but if that item is found in the treasure chest, I will certainly fight you for it. However, I hope you two will give it to me. Consider it a favor I owe you both. Otherwise, I'll relinquish the treasure in the chest and let you decide who gets it." At this moment, Ren understood what Andre meant and nodded. "Okay, based on what we just said about the secret realm treasures, I estimate there will be treasures not only on the first night, but also on the remaining nights. If you find what you want in these treasure chests, you can take it. I, Ren, won't fight you for it. However, if the final treasure of the secret realm is what you mentioned, then I'll definitely make a move." Andre nodded. "All right, then we'll see who uses the most methods." Kitella was getting a little impatient with the two of them. All right, stop talking and hurry up and open the treasure chest." Seeing this, Ren and Andre stopped talking, and the three of them opened the treasure chest. Inside was a shield-shaped brooch. Upon seeing this, the hopeful light in Andre's eyes gradually faded, clearly indicating that this was not what he was looking for. He sighed softly. "Gentlemen, I give up. You two can fight it out." Then he walked to the side. As soon as Andre finished speaking, Kitra reached out and took the brooch. Seeing this, Ren did not compete with Kitra for the brooch, but instead launched a direct attack on Kitra, using a diversionary tactic to relieve the siege of Wei. When Kitra saw the ice spear coming, she immediately stopped her outstretched hand and took out two swords from her magical artifact to defend herself. Just as Kitra shattered Ren's ice spears one by one, Ren took the brooch into his hand. Clearly, Ren had the upper hand in this struggle. "Thank you very much, Sister Kitella, for your generosity. A smile appeared on Rain's lips. Kitella narrowed her eyes and pouted somewhat resentfully. You have no sense of chivalry. I'm so old, and you still hit me. Seeing that Rain had put the brooch into his pocket, Kitella stopped attacking and put away her twin swords. Then, as if he had just thought of something, Ren asked Andre. By the way, Andre, what is that thing you were talking about? It is a flower called the Persephone flower. Upon hearing the name, Persephone flower, Ren felt it sounded somewhat familiar. Is it that forbidden flower among the fourth-tier treasures? Upon hearing this, Andre nodded. Then, as if remembering something, excitedly approached Rain. Yes, that's him. Have you met young Master Ren? Ren scratched his head, then discreetly began searching for his magic ring. A short while later, Ren, who was searching for the magic ring, was slightly taken aback. Looking at the Persephone flower in the magic ring, Ren remembered when he had obtained it. It was the gift the mages gave to Ren when he became their disciple after his duel with Hadamon. However, Ren did not make a fuss, as it was best to be cautious in the secret realm. After all, Andre has been searching for so long, and now that he knows the flower is on him, it's not impossible that he might do something drastic. Oh, I remember now, my Gray family seems to have something like that. I heard someone mention it a while ago, no wonder it sounded familiar. Upon hearing what Rain said, Andre did not doubt it at all. Yes. Although the Persephone flower is extremely rare, young Master Ren, your Gray family is so large, you must have news of this flower. Why didn't I meet you sooner? Andre automatically filled in the blanks in his mind, his tone extremely excited. Looking into Andre's eyes, Rain offered a word of advice. Andre, although my Gray family has it, what do you have to offer in exchange? Upon hearing Ren's question, Andre immediately frowned and became anxious again. Yes, what will he offer in exchange? The fact that he hasn't been able to find it after all these years shows that the Persephone flower is extremely rare. He does possess some treasures, but their value is nowhere near that of the flower of Persephone. Suddenly he thought of something. Young Master Ren, although I have nothing to exchange with your family, I, Andre, am a fourth-tier high-level warrior. If you could give me the flower of Persephone, I would vow to follow you until death. Upon hearing this, Ren looked at Andre and thought for a moment, then asked, Andre, how long will it take you to get to the imperial capital from outside the secret realm? I should be able to get there within 2 weeks. All right. I, Ren, swear to the god of magic that within 2 weeks I will obtain the Persephone flower for Andre and give it to him unconditionally. If I break this oath, may I, Ren, never advance an inch in my magical realm in this lifetime. After making his vow, Ren assumed that the god of magic would not respond. The reason for saying this was to reassure Andre. But to Ren's surprise, this time the god of magic responded to him, because he felt that a gaze was watching him from the shadows. This greatly surprised Ren. The god of magic answered him. He is all right. While Ren was in a daze, what no one saw was that a complex magical mark slowly appeared on Ren's forearm. Andre was slightly shocked to see Ren swear an oath. He hadn't expected Ren to be so decisive and efficient. Then Andre knelt down and solemnly swore an oath to Ren. I, Andre Iverson, solemnly swear to you and the god of warriors that I will defend your life and honor with my sword, my shield, and my life. No matter who I face, I will charge forward without hesitation to fight for you. If I, Andre, disobey this vow, I am willing to die by the reversal of my fighting spirit. Ren nodded slowly. Get up, Andre. I accept your loyalty. Thank you, young Master Lei. Andre gave Lei a warrior's salute. Chapter 76 The Controlled Kitra. Then Ren looked at Andre and smiled. Andre, I'll give you your first task. Andre nodded immediately. Of course, young master. What do you want me to do? Ren gave Kitella a malicious smile. Andre, grab her. Rain suddenly pointed to Kitra. Kitella's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing this. She was clearly watching the show, so why were they arresting her? Upon hearing this, Andre immediately took action. The speed of a fourth-tier advanced warrior was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Kitra in an instant. The next moment, he reached out to help Ren capture Kitra. However, Kitra vanished from their sight with a shadow cloak, but Andre was clearly not so easy to shake off and quickly chased after Kitra. Seeing this, Ryan followed in the footsteps of the two. As a veteran fourth-tier high-level warrior, Andre possessed extremely high combat skills, and Kitra was unable to cope with him for a while. Andre, do you really intend to be an enemy of my lustful church? Hearing that Andre remained unmoved, he would have been afraid of the Church of Lust's retaliation in the past because he had a granddaughter. But now, behind him is Ryan and the Gray family. All he needs to do is complete the tasks assigned to him by Ryan. Seeing that Andre remained unmoved, Kitella looked troubled. Kitra looked at the ill-intentioned Ren standing to the side with some worry. Are we really going to be captured and used as a scabbard? The next moment, somewhat overwhelmed, Kitra took out a magic scroll from her magic device. Andre, try pursuing him again. Andre hesitated slightly as he looked at the scroll in Kitra's hand, but then his gaze became firm again. Just as he was about to rush towards Kitra, Ren stopped Andre. Wait, Andre, come back. Upon hearing Ren's voice, Andre slowly returned to Ren's side. Ren narrowed his eyes as he looked at the magic scroll in Kitra's hand. Although he also had magic scrolls, he didn't want to engage in a firefight right now. After all, there are 5 competitors in total, but he only knows about 4 of them now, and he doesn't know the details of the 3rd one. Moreover, he didn't know how many more scrolls Kitela possessed. If he were to fight Kitela to the death, he would likely be wiped out by the 5th person. To fight Kitela to the end, at least the 5th person must be eliminated first. Thinking of this, Ren smiled. Oh dear, what are you doing, Sister Kitra? Quickly put it away. I just asked Andre to catch you because I wanted to take you to see a beautiful spot I discovered today. Seeing that Kitra was still staring at him, Ren slowly took out the magic scroll that the dean had given him. It means I have one too, so don't threaten me. Upon seeing the magic scroll in Ren's hand, Kitra put away her own scroll and snorted coldly. I was admiring the beautiful scenery when you caught me. I don't even know how you devoured me. Seeing that Ren and the other 2 had stopped attacking her, Kitra ignored them and disappeared with a shadow step. Seeing that Kitra had left, Ren prepared to take Andre back to the cave he had just been in. Let's go, Andre. There shouldn't be anything else tonight. At this moment, the competitor in the secret realm is the 5th person that Ren mentioned. The dwarf Iozaka is mining minerals in an underground cave. They were completely unaware of the towering pillar of light outside. He remained unmoved by what the key to the secret realm said, since the key hadn't explained what the secret treasure of the secret realm actually was. He might be interested in rare ores, but if it's something else, he'd rather mine black magic stones here. So many black magic stones. I'm rich. This incredible fortune is finally mine. Aeo's turn. Ren led Andre slowly back to the cave where Ren had been before. Although there was a level 2 bear in the cave, Andre easily dealt with it with just a slight move. The 2 then reclaimed the cave. After entering the cave, Ren took out the 13-piece wilderness survival kit that his magic teachers had prepared for him. It includes a large bed, bedding, and a range of other items. Although Ren could go a week without sleep thanks to his magical powers, why not sleep to recharge his energy? Andre, you take the first half of the night. I'll take the second half, Ren said to Andre as he jumped onto the bed. Andre shook his head. Young master, it's all right. You don't need to keep watch. Leave everything to me. But Ren shook his head. It's all right, it's all right. You need to rest too. After all, we're going to hunt monsters tomorrow. You also need to maintain a good state of mind. All right then, I'll do whatever you say. While Ren and his companion were resting, Chitra was also looking for a place to spend the night. Kitla wandered aimlessly through the forest. Suddenly, she noticed a pink mist slowly approaching her from in front of her. This made Kitra frown slightly, because there was a very familiar feeling in the mist that made her feel uneasy. Kitra immediately wanted to get away from the pink mist. However, her situation was the same as that of the adventurer hunter back then. The pink mist had completely surrounded her. This made Kitriton sense something was wrong, and he immediately transformed into a shadow and rushed out of the pink mist. Although Kitra had completely submerged her body in the shadows, she still could not escape the encroachment of the pink mist. Fortunately, Ketra was lucky. She chose the weakest point in the pink fog. Therefore, Ketra quickly escaped from the pink mist. However, Kitra inevitably became tainted with a lot of pink mist. Because Kitra is a lustful witch and is blessed by the lustful demon, she has less influence on the pink mist. But a feeling of restlessness still arose in my heart. Upon seeing this, Kitra immediately headed towards a lake. Time flew by, and the second day was quickly spent hunting monsters with Rain and Andre. This also brought Ren points total to an astonishing 5141. Seeing the enormous pillar of light reappear the following night, Rain gave instructions to Andre in the cave. Andre, go check out that pillar of light. Oh, and here you go. Rain handed the magic scroll that the dean had given her to Andre. If you encounter Kitra threatening you with her scrolls, fight her. Andre took the scroll from Ren and nodded. Okay, I'll go then. But what about your safety, young master? Sitting on the bed, Ren waved his hand. It's all right, it's all right. Go ahead. Ren, am quite confident when it comes to escaping. Andre nodded. Okay, I'll be right back. After saying that, Andre flew rapidly toward the distant pillar of light. Meanwhile, Ryan lay on the big bed, bored out of his mind. Suddenly, his ground wave detection technique detected a human figure. Seeing the enormous size in front of the newcomer, Ren was certain it was Kitela, and immediately got off the bed and went to the cave entrance. At this point, Kitra was no longer in control of herself. Although she still had a clear mind, her body simply wouldn't obey her commands. Because she had marked Ren before, her body was directly facing Ren. Before you, Rain, could even say anything, you realized something was wrong. The pink pupils in Kitra's eyes were exactly the same as those of the person he had met before. Could it be that Kitra has also been controlled? Chapter 77, 3 consecutive days. Kitra has been taken control of? Looking at Kitra's current state, Ren frowned, considering whether to kill her directly. It can also eliminate one of your competitors. As Rain watched Kitela move rapidly toward him without warning, a glint of gold flashed in his eyes. Second-tier magic, demon vine imprisonment. The next moment, Kitra was tightly bound by purple vines that suddenly grew from the ground. Upon seeing Kitra in such a bound state, even Ren, who had seen countless beautiful women, couldn't help but bleed from his nose. This reminded him of a certain famous doujinshi. Sure enough, cuteness pales in comparison to sexiness. Kitra was already dressed provocatively, and now the lustful power within her was relentlessly assaulting Ren, so for a moment Ren didn't make a move on Kitra. Looking at Kitra's appearance, Rain wiped away the blood from his nose and pondered for a long time before sighing. As expected, I, Ren, still find it hard to take advantage of a beautiful woman when she is in distress. After all, your Church of Lust is not the enemy of my gray family. Rage is. But now what's troubling Ren is, what else can he do but kill them? Have we been imprisoned here all along? At that moment, Kitra regained control of her body through her own will. Rain, purify with holy light. Listening to Kitra's intermittent words, Ren curled his lip. Why should I? You should be grateful I didn't lay a hand on you. It wasn't that Ren didn't want to have sex with Kitra, it was just that Ren was afraid that Kitra's condition was contagious. He didn't want to be controlled and kept crashing into trees, especially since his father, Fred, had said he would be watching him from outside. If others saw him, Ren, constantly crashing into the same tree, how would he ever be able to get along in the royal city again? Consider it a favor I owe you. Remember that. You said it yourself. Then Ren pointed a finger at Kitra's forehead, and a light immediately shone out. Inherited magic, holy light purification. The next moment, an extremely powerful purifying force cleansed the pink mist within Kitra's body. At first, everything went smoothly, and the pink fog was gradually cleared away. Suddenly, the pink mist seemed to awaken, and the pink mist that had been almost completely cleared from Kitra's body suddenly began to increase in number. Just as Rain realized something was wrong and tried to teleport away, an extremely dense pink mist erupted from Kitra's body, instantly enveloping the two of them. Moreover, the pink mist wasn't the same pink as before, it was pink mixed with some red. As if awakened, Ren was caught off guard and inhaled a considerable amount. Instantly, Ren's vision began to blur. Just as the pink mist was about to invade Rain's brain, the ancient book emitted a golden light. The pink mist then fled in fear, not daring to go any further. Because of the ancient book, Rain was able to control his body freely, but his movements were still very stiff. It felt as if my body no longer belonged to me. Without Rain's magical supply, the magical vines binding Kitra were broken free by Kitra. The next moment, Kitra pounced on Ren. At this moment, Kitra's eyes were completely covered in pink, and she instinctively reached out to touch Ren. Seeing this, Ryan didn't care about anything anymore. If he kept enduring it, he would become a saint. Just as he was about to do something to Kitra, Ren realized something. It seems like people outside can see it. Then, Rain led Kitra with difficulty into the cave. After entering the cave, Ren took out a shielding magical device and placed it around the area. He even set up 2 hidden magic circles near the cave. Mind shielding magic circle plus mirror image disguise magic circle. Even if Andre were to return now, the cave wouldn't be visible unless you looked closely. After doing all this, Ren led Kitela into the cave. Just now, a group of nobles who were watching the commotion outside coughed twice. They all crowded around, and Fred was standing to the side shooing him away, saying, "Go away, what are you looking at? He's not your son." Then, as Fred watched Rain lead Kitra back to the cave and set up a magic circle, he nodded. At least Ren won't be broadcasting it live for them anymore. Back in the cave, after doing all that, Ren's gaze was somewhat unfocused, and he could even faintly see some pink. Looking at Kitra, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, and the red mark on his neck, Rain immediately took out a blue sea greenwood pill and ate it. Let Kitela see what real combat power is. Not long after, Andre, having taken the secret treasure from the hidden realm, returned to the cave. Looking at the small hill in front of him, which had no caves whatsoever, Andre scratched his head. Huh, I remember this is the place. Did I go to the wrong place? After careful observation, Andre finally discovered the difference in the hill. That is, the magic circle set up by Rain. Seeing that it was a hidden magic circle, Andre did not destroy it and went straight into the cave. But as soon as he reached the cave entrance, he heard a strange sound. Having been through it all, Andre immediately recognized what that sound was. And judging from the voice, it seems to be Kitela. Andre's eyes widened. Young master is really something. It's only been a few days, and he's already subdued the witches of the Church of Lust. Then, without disturbing him, he stepped out of the magic circle's range and patrolled and kept watch for Ren outside, to avoid any foolish monsters disturbing Ren's enjoyment. On the third day, Rain still did not come out, and Andre remained unmoved. On the fourth day, Rain still hadn't come out, and Andre marveled at Rain's strength. On the fifth day, Rain still hadn't come out, and Andre regarded Rain as a celestial being. Finally, on the sixth day, Andre felt he had no choice but to go in and check, lest someone die. That was for 3 days, and continuously. Andre then walked to the cave entrance and asked questions inside. Young master, are you alright? Inside the cave, Rain and Kitra had regained consciousness a day earlier, but they seemed to be pretending. After what happened in the past 2 days, the two had already gotten used to each other's bodies. Upon hearing Andre's voice outside the cave, both of them immediately looked somewhat uneasy. Alright, stop pretending and get out of here. It's been days. Kitela nudged Ren. And you're one of them too? Before Ren could finish speaking, he saw the dangerous look in Kitela's eyes and immediately shut up. Although reluctant, Rain listened to Kitra and left, then greeted Andre outside. It's okay, I'll be out in a bit. Upon hearing Rain's reply, Andre nodded. It seemed that the young master had not been drained dry by that which, Kitra. Rain used water magic to wash the two of them, and then they began to put on their clothes. Chapter 78, Who Says There Can Only Be One Number 1? As soon as Kitela finished dressing, she saw Ren looking at her with displeasure. She looked at Rain with some confusion. What's wrong? Why are you still wearing that revealing outfit? Ren's displeasure was written all over his face. Upon hearing this, Kitra covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She approached Ren, her voice alluring as she gently caressed his ear. What's wrong? Is my little man jealous? Jealous? How could that be? It's just that you should wear more layers when you're out. It can get cold sometimes. Haha, okay, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing Ren's words, Kitela chuckled a few times, and then began changing her clothes in front of Ren. This time, seeing that Kitela had changed into a slightly more formal outfit, Ren took Kitela out. However, she was stopped by Kitela. As Kitela walked toward the large bed inside the cave, Rain asked her a question. What's wrong? You want to take this bed with you? It's not the bed, it's the bed sheet. This is my first time. If you don't want me anymore, I'll take this to your father and see what he says. Rain quickly hugged Kitra. How could that be? Even if the sun never rises again and the stars never twinkle again, I will never abandon you. Hearing Ryan's sweet words, Kitela chuckled softly. Alright, save your corny pickup lines for your aristocratic ladies. I'm immune to them. Despite saying that, Kitra was still happy with what Rain had said. The two then walked out of the cave together. As Andre watched the two emerge from the cave, he quickly stepped forward and took out a treasure chest. Young master, these are the secret treasures from the past few days. I've brought them all back. Rain and Kitela stepped forward to look at the 4 items in the treasure chest. A sword, a purple stone, a wrist guard, and a book. In Rain's eyes, all 4 treasures were full of energy, with the least valuable being the stone, worth 1477 source points. Kitra, is there anything you want? If so, take it. Ren was very generous. After all, Kitra was now his. So why would he be stingy with his own people? Upon hearing this, Chite picked up the wristband, examined it, and said, Then this wristband is mine. I don't need the others. Ren nodded, then suddenly remembered something and looked at Andre. Andre, have you seen any other competitors these past few days? Andre shook his head. No, these past few days, apart from retrieving the treasure every night, I've spent most of my time guarding the cave for you, young master. I didn't run into anyone else. Just then, a dwarf who was mining in an underground cave sneezed. Achoo! Io touched his nose and muttered, Who's talking about me? Seeing that Andre hadn't encountered anyone else, Ren frowned slightly, then asked the two of them. Andre, Kitra, how many points do you have now? Kitela took out her key and looked at it. 2,659 points. Andre, on the other hand, has more points. Young master, The points earned from seizing the secret treasure these past few days have all been credited to me. I now have a total of 10,310 points. Hearing what the two were saying, Ren nodded and squinted at the sun high in the sky. Although the remaining person has been hiding behind the scenes, I don't believe he can surpass the three of us. Suddenly, Rain had a flash of inspiration and asked Katella, Kitra, do you want the ultimate treasure of the secret realm? Katella nodded. Of course. Back then, someone obtained a secret treasure and instantly became a fifth-tier expert. How could no one want something that could lead to instant success? Let's do it together then. Kitra raised an eyebrow. Together? Isn't the secret realm treasure only obtainable by one person? Ren shook his head. No, the original rules of the secret realm only stated that the one with the highest score would receive the secret realm treasure. But what if my score is the same as yours? Wouldn't that mean we're both at the highest level, both number one? It didn't say that the treasure could only be obtained by one person. Kitra and Andre were stunned when they heard what Rain said. Yes, it certainly didn't say that only one person could get the treasure. Then Ren looked at Andre. However, Andre, your score is too high. Kitra and I cannot use you as a standard. My current score is 5,414, which is similar to that of Katella. One day is enough time for us to have the same score. Therefore, Andre, you need to be eliminated before then. Upon hearing this, Andre did not hesitate at all. No problem, young master. I came here specifically for the Persephone flower, and now that you've promised to get it for me, my trip to the secret realm is already complete. Ren nodded, but there was still a problem, the fifth person. If that person's score is higher than mine and Katella's, then our plan will have been in vain, and will have only benefited someone else. Therefore, we should eliminate that person first so that we have no worries about the future. Kitra and Andre nodded. If we find him and eliminate him within a day, then we'll do as we just said. But if we don't find it, then I might not be able to take you with me to see what the final treasure looks like. Katella nodded. Okay, time is of the essence. Here, this is a communication talisman. Let's split up. Ren handed several magical communication talismans to the two of them. The two accepted it, and then the three of them began searching for the dwarf Io. Time passed little by little. Persistence pays off. After an afternoon of searching with the widest range of ground wave detection techniques, Rain finally discovered the underground Io at dusk. Using the ground wave detection technique, Rain squinted as he watched the intermittently transmitted images. It looks like a child, and it's holding something and digging at something. Looking at the crack beneath his feet, out of caution, Rain did not go down alone, but instead sent a message to Kitra and Andre. Before long, Kitra and Andre emerged from the forest and came to Ren's side. Ren looked at Andre and said, Andre, go down and take a look. If you can't beat him, come back up. I'll send him to heaven with a scroll in a bit. Andre nodded and began to explore the natural fissure. After Andre left, only Ren and Kitra remained on the ground. Rain pulled Chitra into his arms. Chitra, I've been looking for him for so long so that we can be number one together. Listening to Ren's complaints, Katella smiled helplessly. She still didn't know what Ren wanted. He whispered in Ren's ear, Okay. Tonight, I'll do whatever you want. Just as Ren and Kitra were enjoying their sweet time together, Andre came up carrying a dwarf. The young master is a dwarf. Andre put Ao on the ground and stood guard by his side. Rain raised an eyebrow at Ao's appearance, not expecting him to be a dwarf. Although Ao was somewhat flustered when he was brought up, he still stood up and bowed slightly to Ren. My lord, my name is Iozaka, and as you can see, I am a dwarf. As if sensing something, Ao began to explain. My lord, I have no interest in the treasures of this secret realm. I only entered the realm to mine some rare ores. I have absolutely no intention of opposing you gentlemen. If you don't believe me, here you are. This is my secret realm key, which still shows 0 points. Io handed his key to Ren. Ren looked at Aeo's key and saw that it indeed had no points. He then looked at Aeo's advanced first-tier strength and smiled. Ear, our human race and the dwarf race have lived in peace for generations, and you have no intention of stealing the secret realm's treasure. Then you can continue mining or we won't bother you anymore. But if I find out you're accumulating points, even if you're hiding in the dwarf city, I'll still find you and kill you. Aeo nodded quickly. Then Ren left with Kitra and Andre to carry out the plan he had mentioned earlier. Chapter 79, the 7th day. It was already midnight when the three left the canyon of the dwarf Eo. Because visibility was low at night and some monsters were no longer active, the three decided to hunt monsters again the next morning. Soon, the three returned to the familiar cave. To avoid suspicion, Andre did not enter the cave and chose to remain outside as a guard. With Rain and Kitera alone together in the cave, it was inevitable that their desires would ignite. Afterwards, the neatly dressed Kitra sat on Ren's lap and took out a bracelet from her magical device, handing it to Ren. Rain, this is my communication bracelet. If you miss me, use it to talk to me. Then, Kitra personally placed the bracelet on Ren's left hand. Looking at Kitra's delicate body, Ren became even more restless, hugging Kitra and gently biting her ear. Oh, could it be a token of our love for me? Kitella gave Ren a charmingly coquettish look. Yes, Kitella likes you the most, young Master Ren. Then Ren took out one of his own tokens, the same one he had taken back from Margaret. Here, this is my token, Ren's token. Seeing this token means seeing me. If you encounter any trouble outside, go to any city in the Empire and find the Grey family. They will help you. Kitra put Ren's token into her magical artifact and hummed softly. Then I'll accept it. The next morning, Ren and Kitella, dressed neatly, got up early to prepare to hunt monsters. Good morning, young master and madam. Andre bowed slightly. Kitra blushed slightly upon hearing Andre's words, but did not refute them. Ren put his arm around Kitra and nodded. Good morning, Andre. Let's go and start hunting monsters. Upon hearing this, Andre nodded slightly. Yes, young master. Then let me lead the charge for you. Then the three of them stirred up a commotion in the forest. Tier 3 Black Giant, dead, points plus 380. 4th Tier Berserk, Bored Demon, dead, points plus 600. Watching Kitra kill the venomous spider, and seeing the blood scattered all over the ground, Ren fanned himself with his hand and asked a question. How many points are left, Kitra? After putting away her twin swords, Kitella took out her key and looked at it. 12 points short. Looking at the sun overhead, Ren stretched. Okay, I've almost made it. I'll go find the 12 goblins later. After half a day of hunting, Kitra's points are finally about to match those of Ren. Ren's plan is about to come to fruition. Then Ren looked at Andre and instructed him. Andre, go find that dwarf and eliminate him. I've already been more than generous by giving him another day to mine. After that, Andre, you should also leave the secret realm. I'll take Kitra to find some goblins later. The sooner you leave, the sooner you can get to the Empire. Andre nodded. Yes, young master. Then we'll meet again in the royal city. Don't worry, once you arrive in the royal city, you'll see the Persephone flower you're looking for right away. Thank you, young master. I'll be going now. Andre then headed toward the natural fissure where the dwarves had first been discovered. Watching Andre's retreating figure, the two began searching for the goblins. Goblins are common in the forest, and soon Ren and Kitra completed the remaining 12 points. At this point, both players had a score of 5,141. As soon as they returned to the cave, the two heard the sound of their respective keys. There are 3 remaining competitors. There are 2 remaining competitors. Ren and Kitra exchanged a glance. It seemed that Andre had already completed his mission. Now it's time for just the 2 of them. Ren immediately set up a magic circle outside the cave, then carried Kitra towards the bed. Kitra, who was being held in Ren's arms, raised an eyebrow. You're still not satisfied? Back then, it was 3 days straight. I don't even know how I got through it. Ren curled his lip. Katara, you're so tempting. Now that we're parting ways, I'll naturally continue to enjoy myself. Chila rolled her eyes at Ren. Man. Although Kitra's words didn't seem to match her actions, her body language betrayed her. Perhaps it was because the two were about to part ways, and Kitella was also somewhat reluctant to leave. This gave Ren a feeling he had never experienced before. Night fell, and it was finally time to settle the points. Just as Ren and Ketra were snuggling together watching the full moon, their necklaces made a sound. 7 days have passed. Points verification has begun. Secret Realm, Key 3, 5,141 points. Secret Realm Key 4, 5,141 points. Both are tied for first place and will be teleported soon. 3, 2, 1, teleportation begins. The two breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that they had indeed tied for first place. Then, each of their keys flashed with white light, and their figures vanished from the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the image of Ren inside the palace went black due to Ren's disappearance. Everyone bowed and congratulated Fred. Fred, congratulations. This time, not only did you gain a loyal 4th-tier warrior in the secret realm, but you even got the final treasure. Yeah, Fred, you've got to treat us. Hearing the surrounding nobles' welcoming greetings, Fred couldn't help but smile. Hee, it's all thanks to my good teaching. You have no idea how strict I am with him at home. You should all learn from me. Inviting guests? Great. I'll host a banquet at the manor in a couple of days. Everyone, please come. Emperor Albert stared at the now blacked-out image of Ren, lost in thought. The idea of marrying Ren in her heart grew even stronger. Suddenly, a voice startled everyone present. Ford, My daughter told me that your husband Ryan seems to have feelings for her. Why don't you get married sometime? Upon hearing this, Anna's father, Lyman, immediately glared at the man with hostility. Even the emperor glanced at him slightly. A count's son wants to marry into the Wren family? Are you dreaming? Because of that person, some nobles with daughters of similar age to Wren began to inquire about Wren's situation from Fred. Upon seeing this, Fred frowned slightly. A marriage alliance? He had no such idea yet. After all, he knew about Ryan's dream. Succubus, witch, Catwoman. If he were to arrange a marriage for Wren on his own initiative now, he feared that Wren would run away from home like his older brother, Yavin. If Ryan runs away again, who will inherit the Grey family business? Are we to choose from collateral bloodlines within the territory? Ridiculous. Therefore, when faced with everyone's idea of a marriage alliance, Fred shook his head. Emperor Albert and Anna's father, Lyman, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, as they were truly afraid that Fred's casual remark would actually lead to a marriage alliance with Wren. What should Caroline and Anna do? Chapter 80: The Strange Movements of the Treasure Book. A flash of white light, and Rain and Kitra's vision slowly returned. What comes into view is a huge circular plaza. The square is nestled in the heart of a majestic mountain, and looking up, the two can see a magnificent palace atop the mountain. Looking down, all you could see was a cloud of mist. 12 extremely majestic stone statues are evenly distributed around the circular plaza. The stone statues are all different shapes, including human, dwarf, and elf. Some of the stone statues have lost their luster, while others still shine brightly. Suddenly, the two people's secret realm key made a sound. This is a forbidden area. The only activity area is the Heritage Square. You can find out what the stone statue contains by touching it with your hand. You can then infuse the statue with magic or fighting spirit to obtain its inheritance. After hearing the sound of the key, Renette and the other woman looked at each other in bewilderment. Rain, I'll go check out that statue. She seems to be some kind of assassin. After greeting Rain, Kitra walked toward a female statue wearing a cloak. Watching Kitra's retreating figure, Ren also decided to find a suitable statue for himself. Suddenly, Ren felt a pang of anxiety and touched his chest. Was that an ancient book? Then, Ren focused his mind on examining the ancient book. Upon entering his own mental world, Ren noticed the unusual activity of the ancient book. At this moment, the ancient book was constantly conveying a sense of need to Ren. This made Ren frown slightly. Need? What do you need? Before Ren could finish speaking, the ancient book pointed him in the right direction. Then Rain exited the mental world to examine the faint golden threads guiding the ancient book. It was actually the palace atop the mountain. Ren narrowed his eyes, then approached the stone statue directly opposite the palace. As soon as they reached the edge of the square, Ren saw that the square was covered by a thin film, as if it were restricting them from leaving. Touching the thin membrane, Ren spoke in his mind to the ancient book. I can't seem to get past this thin film on the book. Upon hearing Ren's words, the ancient book immediately emitted a golden light that enveloped Ren. At this moment, Rain, who was enveloped in the golden light of the ancient book, was able to pass directly through this membrane. Seeing this, Ren stood there in deep thought for a long time. Seeing that Kitra had begun to receive the inheritance, Ren used a communication talisman to leave a message for Kitra before stepping directly out of the square. Then Ren quickly headed towards the magnificent palace at the top of the mountain. Time passed by minute, because this mountain was extremely majestic, even though the palace on the mountaintop was closer when viewed from the square. But when Ren made his way up the mountain, he discovered that it was enormous. It took Rain almost an hour to reach the palace at the top of the mountain. The palace was extremely magnificent and luxurious, even more so than the emperor's palace. The palace gates were wide open, as if welcoming Ren's arrival. Then, Ren slowly walked into the palace and looked at the spotless golden floor, marveling to himself. Following the golden threads of the ancient book, Ren arrived at the very center of the palace. At the very center of the palace stands a diamond-shaped crystal, floating within the palace. Beside the crystal was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. Afterwards, Rain cautiously made his way towards the center of the palace. Arriving before the skeleton, Rain bowed in reverence for the dead. This bow had a significant effect. Immediately, Rain discovered a blue jade stone in the skeleton's hand. Heirloom jade. Then, Ren carefully took the jade stone from the skeleton's hand and put it into his magic ring. Then he looked at the rhombus-shaped crystal that had been exciting the ancient book. Rain used magic to conjure two hands and reached for the crystal, easily grabbing it in his hands. When the crystal touched Ren's hand, Ren was immediately stunned. It was as if they could control everything in the secret realm. This made Ren's eyes widen. This is actually the core of the secret realm. Ren stared blankly at the crystal in his hand. Mastering the core of the secret realm was equivalent to mastering the secret realm itself. Then, with a thought, Ren instantly teleported from inside the palace to the plaza. Even after Ren focused his mind on the crystal, the forest of demons where he had been was still within his sight. Feeling the ancient book within his body constantly emitting a sense of need, Ren hesitated for the first time. If it were anything else, Ren would have given the ancient book without hesitation. But this is the core of a secret realm. Even royalty has very few in it. After thinking for a moment, Ryan smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll give it to you soon. Don't worry, just wait a bit. Although the core of the secret realm was very precious, the ancient book had always been with him. Compared to the secret realm, Rain felt more sorry for the ancient book. Moreover, if it weren't for the ancient book, he wouldn't even be able to get out of this square. Then what is there to hesitate about? Give it to me. I absolutely must give it to you. Even if an ancient book requires stars from the sky, I, Rain, will find a way to get them for you. However, even though we should give, we must first squeeze every last drop of value out of this square. Then, with a thought, Ren extracted the inheritance from the remaining glowing stone statues in the square. Then, Rain took out a blank inheritance jade from his magical artifact, which was specifically used to record some inheritances. These are the contents of the box his father, Fred, gave him. Then, Rain guided these inheritances into the jade in his hands. As the last inheritance entered the jade, Ren smiled slightly. With 7 inheritances, this time they've really struck it rich. Although 3 of them are from other races and therefore unusable for Ren, the remaining 4 are from the human race. At this moment, Katella finally finished receiving the inheritance and slowly woke up. Ryan, you've also completed the inheritance? Kitra asked with a smile as she looked at Ren beside her. Pretty much. How's your heritage? Ren asked, pulling Kitra into his arms. Feeling Ren's large hand playfully touching her, Chi-La rolled her eyes at Ren. It's great, it suits me perfectly, and I've gained so much from this adventure. Then how do you want to repay me? Rain buried his head in Kitra's arms. Kitra raised an eyebrow and smiled. All right. I'll reward you properly next time we meet outside the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Rain slowly raised his head. All right, since we've both obtained the treasure, then this secret realm can be considered a success. Should we leave? Rain asked Katella. Katella nodded. Okay, let's go. See you outside the secret realm. Then, Kitra gave Ren a deep kiss. Ren, if you miss me, just use the communication bracelet I gave you to contact me. Yes, I will. Then, Kitra's figure disappeared into the square. As he watched Kitra's figure disappear into the secret realm, Ren couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But Ren quickly recovered and then took out the secret realm core. Immediately afterwards, Rain fed the secret realm core to the ancient book. The next moment, the ancient book absorbed the core of the secret realm and closed its seal. Immediately afterwards, Rain suddenly felt an extremely powerful spiritual force surging into his mind. He suddenly felt a bit dizzy, but Ren endured the dizziness and teleported himself out of the secret realm. Looking at the white light enveloping him, Ren finally felt dizzy and fainted. In Rain's mind, the ancient book underwent a strange change after absorbing the core of the secret realm. It seemed to have recovered somewhat. Even the originally dull book cover had become much brighter. Moreover, it seems that something in the ancient book is slowly awakening. Chapter 81 Ultimate Rank. With a flash of white light, Ren's body landed on the large bed in his room. Meanwhile, the maids who had already emerged from the secret realm surrounded Rain. Young master, Ellie also has magical talent and can learn magic with you now. And me, Cecily, am now a Tier 1 intermediate warrior. The maids chattered excitedly to Ren about the treasures and spoils they had obtained in the secret realm. But how could Ren, who was still unconscious, respond to them? He simply lay quietly on the bed. The maids looked at each other in bewilderment, while Eve frowned slightly and stepped forward to check on Rain's condition. He gently patted Ryan on the shoulder and called to him, Young master? Young master? But Ren still did not respond. This made Eve realize something was wrong, and she quickly gave instructions to the others around her. Do not speak or touch the young master. I will go and call the family physician to come and take a look. The women all nodded obediently. Before long, Eve arrived at Ryan's room with the family's physician, Dylan Barry. The physician, Dylan, was also a magician. Seeing that Rain was still unconscious, he immediately began to condense a magic circle. As the magic circle slowly took shape, a green light swept across Ren's entire body. Third tier magic, magic pulse perception. After learning about Ren's situation, Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. It's actually a good thing that young Master Ren is all right. I can feel an extremely powerful spiritual force strengthening young Master Ren's spirit. Dylan looked at the women with puzzled expressions and was stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized what was going on. Oh, you are not magicians. The spiritual power I am referring to is a power that is extremely important to us magicians. The higher a mage's mental strength, the greater their control over their magic. Young Master Ren's current coma is simply his body's own protective mechanism. Don't worry, young Master Ren will wake up on his own soon. The maids breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, so that's how it was. Seeing that Ren was unharmed, Dylan left Ren's room. The maids quietly stayed by Rain's side. When Rain woke up, a day and a night had passed. During this time, not only did the teachers from the Mage Tower visit Ren, but the royal physicians also came no less than 10 times. Looking at the familiar ceiling, Ryan squinted his eyes as he woke up. He had slept really well. Moreover, he could clearly see that his rank seemed to have increased by a small rank. Second tier advanced mage. Then, Ryan slowly got up. Cecily, who was watching over him, was slightly taken aback when she saw Ryan get up and then happily opened the inner door of the next room. Come quick, young master is awake. Upon hearing Cecily's words, the maids in the next room immediately ran to Rain's room. Young master, are you hungry? I'll ask the kitchen to make you something to eat. Okay, tell the kitchen to make more. Young master, have some water. Okay, pour another cup. Is the young master still confused? It's all right. Ellie, come here and let the young master hold you for a while. The maids had clear divisions of labor. Some went to inform the master of the household, some went to instruct the kitchen to prepare food, and some served as cushions for Ren. Although Ren was unconscious for a day and a night, apart from feeling a little hungry, he didn't feel anything else wrong. Holding Ellie Rain, he looked at the maids and spoke slowly. Tell the young master what good things you've obtained in the secret realm. Then the maids told Ren about their finds. The maids had barely finished speaking when there was a knock on Ren's door. As the door opened, Ford and Jonas walked in. The maids immediately dropped their relaxed demeanor and knelt down before Fred, master of the house. Ford waved his hand at the beautiful women around Ryan. Everyone get out. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, the maids slightly rose and left the room. Ford looked at the closed door, then picked up a chair from the corner of the room and sat down in front of Ryan's bed. You're something else, kid. You even managed to conquer the lustful witch. By the way, what is the ultimate treasure of the secret realm? Is it an enhancement of talent? A superior breathing technique? Or a superior meditation technique? Improve my talent? My talent needs improvement? Any further improvement, and it'll be overkill. Here you go. Upon hearing this, Rain took out a piece of inheritance jade from his magic ring and threw it to Ford. Ford took the jade and raised an eyebrow. Inheriting jade? This kid didn't use it himself? Are you useless, or are you useless to you? Fred asked Ryan. Rain shook his head. I've already used mine. This is different. It's a breathing technique called the Light Leap Holy Dragon Breathing Technique, which is geared towards knights. Fred didn't take it seriously, tossing the inherited jade in his hand around and playing with it. Breathing technique. Is this all the treasure of the secret realm? My Gray family's lion breathing technique is a super-level technique. Rain glanced at Ferd and slowly spoke. It's an extreme breathing technique. Immediately, Fred grabbed the inheritance jade in midair. His eyes widened as he stared at the jade in his hand. Extremely high grade. A grade higher than super grade. Seeing Ryan nod, Ford's eyes lit up at the sight of the jade in his hand. It can absolutely serve as a symbol of family heritage. Oh right, and these are also top tier, but they're not human. See if you can sell them. This one is from an elf, and this one is from a dwarf. Then, Rain also threw the two other races' inheritance jade stones that he had obtained in the secret realm to Ferd. Frederick took it, his eyes filled with shock. They're all of the highest order. 2 more. So you've bought up all the treasures in the secret realm, haven't you? Looking at the 2 heirloom jade stones in his hands, Fred's mouth never stopped moving. It took Fred a long time to come to his senses. He nodded and said, Okay, these are all top-tier items. The elves and dwarves wouldn't dislike it. It's even possible to exchange it for some water of life, but that will take some time. After all, I don't want to rush to sell something so good and get a lower price. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded and said, Okay, I'm fine with anything. Just give me more treasures in return. Don't worry, you'll make some money. After seeing that there was nothing else wrong with Ryan, Fred took Jonas and left the room. After the two left, the maids returned to Ren's side through the inner door of the room. I'm finally awake. I was really lucky this time. I stumbled upon the core of the secret realm. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in Ren's mind, startling him. That was an ancient book? Chapter 82 The Lost, and found secret realm. The voice from the ancient book startled Ren. Looking at the maids around him, Ren instructed Eve. Eve, take them out. I need to cultivate for a while. Eve nodded upon hearing this and led the maids back to the room next door. Then, Rain focused his mind on the spiritual world to see what had happened to the ancient book. Upon entering his mental world, Ren saw a very sophisticated and mature woman dressed in a black dress. Her white hair was so long that it touched the ground when she sat in a chair. The glasses on her porcelain-like face accentuated her deep blue eyes. As if sensing Ren's gaze, she slowly looked over. You've arrived, Ren. Then the book in her hand gradually turned into starlight and disappeared. Rain raised an eyebrow at the question. Are you an ancient book? The girl in the dress rose from her chair, lifted her skirt, and gave a slight bow to Ren. That's one way to put it, but I still prefer you to call me the spirit of the ancient book or the spirit of the book. A book spirit? Something like a weapon spirit? Yeah, pretty much. So you didn't come out before because the ancient book didn't have enough energy? The book spirit nodded. Yes, now that I have the energy support of a secret realm core, it's enough for me to awaken. The book spirit smiled slightly, as if she had thought of something. Oh, by the way, regarding the reward you gave me for waking me up, I can give you any skill from the ancient books, even world-class ones. The book spirit's words immediately made Rain's eyes widen. Just like when I first got you? Shuling blinked her big eyes, looking somewhat puzzled. Why did those words sound so awkward to her? But I nodded anyway. Yes, just like the first time you got me. The book spirit's affirmative answer gave Rain a jolt of energy. Tian Yuan was already incredibly powerful with just one world-class meditation technique. Now that he can acquire another skill of the same level, wouldn't he be like a cow taking a plane? Incredibly powerful? Suddenly, Rain's eyes widened in surprise, and then he asked the book spirit, if I get you other secret realm cores, will you still give them to me? The book spirit shook her head. That depends on the energy of the secret realm's core. If there's a lot, you can get it. If there's a little, you can't exchange it for a world-class skill. However, you can still get lower-level skills. Upon hearing this, Rain nodded and then looked at the book spirit. Book spirit, can you tell me what skills I need right now and help me choose one? After looking at Rain for a while, the book spirit spoke. Your current meditation method is at the heavenly abyss level. You don't need to change it. Even if you switch to world-class magic, you still won't be able to use it. Oh right, you don't have a book of pure magic yet. In that case, I think the world-class secret manual, Divine Resonance Purification Manual, would be very suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Ren scratched his head. Pure magic power? Isn't that something you only need to do after reaching the 3rd rank? Rain naturally knew what pure magic was. It's like a concentration. Originally, one's own magic might only account for 20% of a cubic meter of space, but by using certain techniques or treasures that can purify magic, one can achieve a higher concentration. This will increase the proportion of magic power. With a higher proportion of magic power, the power of magic cast using 1 cubic meter of magic power will naturally increase. This is also the main reason why some mages can fight against opponents of higher levels. 3rd tier? No. The purification of magic should naturally occur simultaneously with the increase of magic power. It's just that magic is so depleted in your current era that you don't even know these old common sense facts. Shuling shook her head immediately after hearing what Rain said. Then, seeing that Ryan was still thinking, he gave Ryan several more options. You don't want this? Then how about mastering world-class potions? Or inheriting grand magic? No, let's go with that divine resonance purification scripture. Rain shook his head. The book's spirit nodded, then pointed with its jade finger, and the ancient book beside it began to turn the pages. After flipping to the record about the divine resonance purification codex, he stopped, and then a golden light surged out and rushed straight towards Ren. Divine Resonance Purification Codex, a technique for cultivating pure magic power created by the god of magic over thousands of years. It cannot be learned by those who are not gifted in all magical attributes. When used, it resonates with the god of magic, using the god of magic's power to purify one's own magic. It can break the conventional magic purity limit for magicians, remove all impurities from magic, and greatly enhance the purity of magic. Golden light surged into Ren's body. This time, he didn't have a headache, but rather an extremely comfortable feeling. Just then, a complex magical mark on Ren's arm flashed slightly, and then Ren learned the Divine Resonance Cleansing Codex. Just as the magical mark flickered, the book's spirit raised an eyebrow at Ren. Was that the aura of the god of magic just now? Wasn't that woman sealed away? When was the mark left on Ren? However, the book spirit didn't think too much about it, since she had no grudge against the god of magic. Moreover, now that Ren is a mage, they will inevitably come into contact in the future, and this is just a small guiding mark, so she doesn't need to take action. He then sat down in a chair and started reading. Time passed slowly, and Rain, who had learned the cleansing codex, slowly opened his eyes. The purity of magic is divided into 7 levels: initial awakening, proficiency, mastery, grandmaster, dominator, peak, and god. After he mastered the purification scripture, it directly elevated his magic power from the initial awakening level to the master level. Their strength will increase by at least half. The book spirit glanced at Rain after he had finished comprehending the concept. Back then, it seemed like you weren't too keen on giving me that secret realm core. Rain immediately retorted, "How could that be? I was just thinking that it's right to collect all the treasures in the secret realm first, and then give them to you." Shuling closed the book and pouted. "I know exactly what you're thinking. It's just that they can't bear to leave the secret realm." Then, with a wave of his right hand, the book spirit brought Rain back to the palace in the secret realm from before. After the ancient book absorbs the core of the secret realm will not collapse. It simply transfers all control of the secret realm to the ancient book. If you want to enter the secret realm in the future, just call it the ancient book. It is now equivalent to the core of this secret realm. Looking at the luxurious palace before him, Ren's mouth opened slightly. The secret realm has been recovered. "Oh, right. Here are 5 more keys. Here you go." The book spirit handed the original secret realm key to Ren. This key also allows entry into the secret realm, but you'll need to give your permission beforehand. Ren took the key, nodded, and looked at the luxurious palace before him. A fierce fire ignited in his eyes. A sense of building and cultivating arises spontaneously. He wants to transform this secret place into his own personal paradise. Go capture some more succubi and witches to keep as mistresses. Wouldn't that make life wonderful? And that was right after Ryan had this idea. All the succubi and witches shuddered, as if something was watching them. Chapter 83: The Book of Human Principles. Suddenly, Rain realized something and stared at the book spirit with wide eyes. "Book spirit, can you come out?" Shuling nodded naturally. "Yes, of course I can come out, but I can't be too far away from you." Then Rain approached the book spirit and tapped its cheek with his finger. "Huh, there's a physical version too?" Seeing Rain's shocked expression, the book spirit was speechless. "What's wrong? Are you happy that I have a physical body?" After saying that, Shuling seemed to remember something and squinted at Rain. "With so many women around you, you wouldn't still have feelings for me, would you?" Looking into the book spirit's eyes, Rain was a true gentleman. "How could that be? You are my wise and capable wife, and my greatest helper in cultivation." Looking at Rain's gentlemanly demeanor, Shuling curled her lip. "After being with you for so long, don't I know what you're thinking? However, I can give it to you, but you have to do something for me." Rain immediately approached the book spirit, his face solemn. "What's wrong? I'd do anything to get you the stars in the sky." But the book spirit didn't answer. Instead, she asked Rain a question. "Rain, what do you think of the ancient book's abilities?" Hearing the book spirit's words, Rain was somewhat puzzled. How good is his knowledge of ancient books? Of course he's amazing. Is there any doubt about that? Upon hearing Rain's affirmative reply, the book spirit smiled mischievously. "Would you like to get another copy? And as far as I know, the spirit of that book, like me, is also a great beauty. If you can find that book, I can give it to you once, and I'll even help you persuade another book spirit." The book spirit's words immediately caused Rain's pupils to shrink. Another book? It turns out that the ancient book isn't the only one. Another one? Book spirit, you're not wrong. Rain's eyes were full of surprise. Shuling looked at the palace, slowly strolled through the luxurious palace, and spoke. "Of course, I am the spirit of the Book of Arts and Crafts, and I can vaguely sense the positions of the other books. However, this time I only sense the location of one book, the Book of Human Principles." Rain squinted and muttered to himself, "The Book of Human Reason." Then he asked the book spirit, "How many books like you are there in this world?" Upon hearing Rain's question, the book spirit turned to look at Rain and then shook his head. "I can't remember. I just woke up, and I can't recall much about this. Give me some time, and I should be able to remember." Rain nodded upon hearing this. "Where's the Book of Human Principles that you sensed?" "Far East." When Rain heard the word Far East, he blinked. "Far East? You mean the Far East where religions are everywhere?" The book spirit nodded. Seeing this, Ren sighed. "The Far East is not a good place to go." Well, it seems that finding the Book of Human Reason will not be an easy journey. Although the Far East has established diplomatic relations with the Empire, the two sides are too far apart, and even a large family like the Grey family doesn't have much influence there. If he wants to go to the Far East, a place where religions are prevalent, Ren needs to plan carefully. Alright, let's go back first. As for the Far East, I'll think of a way. In Ren's room, Ren was teleported out again, just like when he left the secret realm. Sitting on the bed, Rain took out the inheritance jade from the human bone in the center of the palace in the secret realm. Then Ren gently placed it on his forehead. The next moment, Ren's consciousness arrived at an extremely clear place. Beneath my feet lies a patch of clear, still water, as clear as a mirror, reflecting the azure sky. You've come, and those who come after you. A voice suddenly came from behind Ren. As time passed, the heirloom jade on Ren's forehead gradually lost its luster. Then, Ren slowly opened his eyes filled with surprise. This is actually a magical secret technique. Its name is Demon Fighting Codex. As the name suggests, it is a secret technique that allows magicians to engage in close combat like warriors. But that wasn't what surprised Ren the most. What surprised him the most was its grade. It's actually a pseudo-world class. Logically speaking, a mage's body is different from a warrior's. In battle, a warrior can enhance his body using the fighting spirit within his body. This reduces the damage from external attacks and one's own pain. However, mages cannot use magic to enhance their bodies, which is the main reason why mages rarely engage in melee combat. But now this Demon Battle Forbidden Scripture has directly broken this restriction. By using the Demon Battle Codex, one can enhance their body with magic power through a very special method of magic circulation within their body, much like Battle Aura. While they still don't have the same thick skin and toughness as warriors using Battle Aura, these enhancements are enough for mages to go head-to-head with warriors of the same rank. Immediately afterwards, Ryan put on his shoes and got out of bed. Then a golden light flashed in Ren's eyes. Pseudo-world-class magical secret technique, Forbidden Codex of Magic. Instantly, the magic within Ren's body began to circulate in a very peculiar way. At the very moment he released the Forbidden Magic Codex, Ren felt his body being strengthened by magic. Its body surface is also covered by a thin, transparent film. The membrane is naturally a protective mechanism inherent in the magical scripture, entangled by magic. Moreover, even if this membrane is damaged, it will continuously repair itself as long as there is a constant supply of magic power. It can be considered a very unusual type of armor. Just as Rain was about to head out to the training ground to test his current close combat skills, he caught a glimpse of red on the table out of the corner of his eye. This immediately made Ren stop in his tracks. He then walked to the table and looked at the invitation on it. The invitation card features a large longevity character. This left Ren somewhat bewildered. A birthday banquet? Whose? The old emperor's? But wasn't the old emperor's birthday banquet held when he entered the secret realm? Then Ryan opened the invitation and began to read it. After reading the invitation, he nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. The old emperor's birthday banquet was indeed a few days ago. However, due to the secluded realm, the nobles were all quite busy, so the old emperor generously ordered the birthday banquet to be postponed. That is, it begins the day after the secret realm ends. Because Ren was unconscious for a day and a night, the old emperor's birthday banquet will begin tomorrow. Sigh, they just can't stop for a moment. After storing the invitation in his magical artifact, Rain opened the inner door leading to the maid's room. The maids, seeing the inner door open, all came into Rain's room. Eve, I'm a little hungry. Go to the kitchen and ask them to prepare some dinner for me. Chapter 84. Although I can't beat you, I have a cheat code. The following morning, at the Gray family's training ground. The training ground was bustling with activity in the morning, as the family knights prepared for the day's work. There are also teenagers training here, hoping to one day become guardian knights of the Gray family. They were the most favored offspring of the Gray family's collateral branches, sent by their fathers to be trained by the Gray family's main branch. I hope that one day I can become the guardian knight of the Gray family. Good morning, Mr. Ryan. Each person who passed by Ren bowed slightly in greeting. Ren nodded slightly and continued toward the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, they saw the family knight instructor, Casimir Gray, addressing a group of young men and women. I am very dissatisfied with your training results yesterday. You will be adults in a few months. If you are not apprentice knights by the time you turn 18, you can go back to your wretched land. I hope. Before Casimir could finish speaking, he saw Ren's figure and quickly bowed slightly to him. Good morning, Mr. Ryan. Even the young men and women who had been standing straight a moment ago knelt down and greeted Ren. Seeing this, Rain waved his hand. Oh, by the way, Casimirs, have you seen Fiona? Casimir put down his long sword and spoke. Fiona should be to the east of the training grounds. Young Master Rain, you can go there and look for her. Okay, then you can continue training. Rain then prepared to look around the east side of the training ground. Suddenly, the book spirit's voice rang in Rain's mind. Wait a minute, Ren, There's an interesting one among those kids. The book spirit's words immediately made Rain stop in his tracks. Interesting? What? You can even tell everyone's talent level. If you look very closely, you won't be able to tell. That's the power of the book of human principles. But having existed for so many years, I've seen and know a lot of things, so naturally I know more. Which one are you referring to? The third one from the left in the last row. Following the words of the book spirit, Rain looked at the person. A boy with short brown hair. Then Ren came to Casimir's side and looked at the boy and girl in front of him who were about the same age as him. They all stared intently at Ryan. Casimir, seeing that Rain was observing them, did not make a sound to disturb them. After all, it's not uncommon for young masters of families to take a few liking members as servant knights. As Ren slowly walked to their side, the boys and girls stood tall and looked ahead, showing Ren their best side. Then Rain went to the person that the book's spirit had told him about. Looking at the resolute face of the young man, still bearing some freckles, Ren spoke slowly. May I have your name? The boy's pupils shrank immediately, and he quickly answered. Young Master Ryan, my name is Karen Gray, and I am the son of Viscount Evan Gray. Ren then patted Karen on the shoulder. Karen, good. Would you like to become my servant knight? The boys and girls were all shocked to hear this, and they all felt envious of Karen. Unexpectedly, Karen, who had previously been unknown among them, was chosen by Ren. Upon hearing this, Karen immediately knelt on one knee and said, I do, young Master Ren. I, Karen Gray, swear by the God of Knights. Then Karen swore an oath to the God of Knights, vowing to be forever loyal to Ren. After hearing Karen's oath, Ren nodded and then spoke to Casimir's. From now on, this kid's training resources will be tripled. Casimir's eyes widened upon hearing this. Young Master Ren, 3 times? Yes, 3 times the amount, so naturally my people will get more. Then, looking at Karen, he slowly spoke. Karen, although I have increased your resource allocation, I hope you can be promoted to trainee knight within a month. Although Ren spoke softly, Karen still understood that this was a test for him. If he passes, he will become Ren's servant knight. If he fails, Ren may never use him again. Young master, I will certainly not disappoint you. Seeing that the matter with Karen was settled, Rain bid farewell to Casimir and headed east towards the training grounds. Arriving at the east side of the training ground, Ren indeed saw Fiona training. Fiona also saw Ren and stopped training to give him a slight bow. Good morning, Mr. Ryan. Good morning, Fiona. Why are you training by yourself? Why don't you train with me? After saying that, Rain used magic to pat his clothes, which instantly transformed into training clothes similar to Fiona's. Seeing that Rain looked eager to try, Fiona had no choice but to agree. Good. Rain shook his head when he saw Fiona still holding the steel longsword. Fiona switched to the wooden sword. Rain took 2 wooden swords from the weapon rack beside him, holding one in his hand and tossing the other to Fiona. Fiona took the wooden sword and frowned, looking at the wooden sword in Ren's hand, unable to understand Ren's thoughts for a moment. A magician using a wooden sword? Young master, you don't mean to fight me in close combat, do you? Rain nodded upon hearing this. Yes, even though I'm a mage, I've always longed for the visceral thrill of a warrior's punches. I practiced a while ago and wanted to ask you to check out my progress. This left Fiona somewhat helpless, but she still nodded. The two then faced off, with Rain using the magic battle codex to empower himself as he charged toward Fiona. Watch out. Snap. Fiona knocked Ren's wooden sword away with a single strike and then held it across Ren's neck. Ren blinked as he looked at the wooden sword that had fallen to the ground. Just one move, and Ren, was defeated. Fiona was also speechless. Rain's moves were full of flaws, and she even wondered who Rain had learned them from recently. Then Rain picked up the wooden sword from the ground and spoke to Fiona. This doesn't count, let's do it again. Then Ren retreated to the spot where he had been, and the two began their second round of combat. This time, Rain was noticeably more serious, slowly shuffling towards Fiona. Fiona narrowed her eyes, quickly stepped forward, and held her sword up in front of Ren. Although Ren could see Fiona's attack movements, his body just couldn't react in time. This also made Rain realize the downsides of the magic fighting codex. The mind and body are out of sync. In other words, there is no such thing as muscle memory. Fiona saw that Ren was in a daze and slowly spoke. Young master, as a mage, you don't need to learn melee combat skills. Besides, your melee skills are really weak, so there's no need to put effort into it. Fiona's words were very direct, and Rain immediately looked at her. Oh, very weak? Yes, that's right. What if I beat you today? Fiona was stunned upon hearing this. Defeat me? Still today? How is that possible? Impossible, young master, unless I go easy on you. Let's make a bet. If I win, you grant me one request. If you win, I'll grant you one request too, okay? Seeing Ren's somewhat resentful expression, Fiona immediately understood what Ren wanted her to do. But after thinking about it, Ren's movements were indeed stiff, and he was completely a novice, so there was no reason for her to lose. Sure, if you can really defeat me today, young master, I can grant you one request. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Ren's lips. Although I can't beat you, I have a cheat code. Book Spirit, find me a book on sword techniques for warrior combat. Chapter 85, The Borix Federation. Upon hearing Ren's voice, the book's spirit pouted. A vulgar, obscene comment. But they still found a sword technique for Ren. Second tier sword skill, Light Cloud sword skill. Having mastered the Light Cloud sword technique, Ren immediately understood how to pace and use feints. Then Ren picked up the wooden sword and assumed the starting stance of the Light Cloud sword technique. Although Fiona sensed something was different about Ren, she still began to treat him with caution. Then, with a powerful push of his right foot, Ren charged toward Fiona. Ji Jian and Fiona exchanged a few blows. However, Fiona still managed to find an opening and defeat him. Although Ren has now fully mastered the Light Cloud sword technique, his body remains stiff due to a lack of long-term practice. Fiona, however, was in turmoil. How is that possible? You didn't know how to do it just now, but now you're losing your strength? Is young Master Ryan really a genius? Then the two began a new round of competition. A day passed quickly in the blink of an eye, and the moon quietly peeked out. Because of his continuous training and reflection on his lessons learned, Ren's Light Cloud sword technique has become increasingly proficient. After a day of training, I'm now able to hold my own against Fiora. Although Ren has made rapid progress, he is still no match for Fiona, who has trained for many years. Every time he found a weakness in Fiona, she was always able to easily break through it. As the final match came to an end, Ren curled his lip. We still lost. Seeing that Fiona was still meticulous, Ren tossed her the wooden sword. Sigh, I still can't beat her. Fiona, you win. Fiona caught the flying wooden sword and smiled slightly. I take back what I said this morning. Young master, your close combat talent is very high. You are not weak at all. Upon hearing this, Ren waved his hand. All right, what do you want me to do? I want to train your personal maids, Master Ren. After some training recently, I found that they all have great talent. With proper guidance, he will surely become your right-hand man, young master. Fiona's words startled Ren, who then nodded. Sure, I was originally going to hand it over to you for training, but since you've said so, I'll hand it over to you ahead of schedule. But don't train too hard. If something can be solved with a treasure, it's not a problem. Do you understand? Fiona nodded. Okay, I understand. All right, since that's the case, I should go now. The birthday banquet is about to begin, and I should leave, otherwise my father will nag me again. Fiona bowed slightly and said, Goodbye, young master. After boarding Drake's carriage, Ren headed towards the royal city. Upon arriving in the royal city, Ren was not at all surprised by the bustling scene. This birthday banquet was attended not only by nobles of all ranks in the capital, but also by nobles from the border regions of the empire. Even people from other factions will come. As the Grey family's carriage slowly drove into the palace, Ren stepped down from it. As soon as I came down, I heard a familiar voice. Ren, you've arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Ren looked over and saw the person who had come in, and smiled slightly. Otto, what are you doing here? Did His Majesty send you to greet guests today? Otto nodded. Yes, the Empire has been preparing for today's birthday banquet for a long time, and it seems that people from the Duchy of Hermist and the Polax Federation will be attending. The Polax Federation? They'll send people? Rain frowned, expressing his doubt. The Empire and the Polax Federation have been in a state of war, meaning neither side is willing to submit to the other. Therefore, the relationship between the two sides has never been very good. Otto nodded in response to Ren's question. Yes, I heard it from my father. Although the relationship between the two countries is not very good, it's not good to embarrass them by offering their congratulations in such a humble manner. That's why I'm waiting here to welcome you. Upon hearing this, Rain nodded. All right, I'll go in first then. I won't keep you company. Yes, I had a good time at the dinner. Oh, by the way, Ryan, about that thing I told you? Looking at the mysterious Otto, Ren shook his head helplessly. I remember it. Give me the girl's information tomorrow, and I'll give you some advice. Upon hearing this, Otto smiled and patted Ren on the shoulder. All right, then I'll be counting on you then. Then, Ren followed the maid and soon arrived at a huge palace. Unlike the previous banquet, this banquet had more attendees, and their social statuses were more diverse. Because everyone in the palace was talking and there was a lot of people, Ren's arrival did not cause much of a stir. Upon entering the palace, one finds it divided into many different areas, each representing a family or a power. Then, Ren arrived at the place in the palace where the Gray family belonged. As soon as Ren arrived, the various collateral relatives of the Gray family who were seated came up to greet him, hoping to get on his good side. "Good evening, Mr. Ryan." Young Master Ren is still as dashing as ever. Ryan exchanged a few perfunctory pleasantries with them before taking his seat and waiting. Seeing this, the various collateral nobles stopped bothering Ren and gathered together to discuss their recent affairs. Looking at the red wine on the table, Ryan poured himself a glass and began to savor it. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dark figure slowly walking towards him. Ren turned his head slightly to look at the person who had come. It was none other than Princess Caroline. Dressed in a purple-black gown, Caroline resembled a blooming rose, exuding a captivating fragrance. "Why are you drinking alone? Your classmates are all over there. Ryan, aren't you going to check on them?" Caroline sat down next to Ryan and asked him a question. When Caroline asked him, Ryan shook his head. "Forget it. If I go to the academy, it'll just be awkward. Let them have their own fun." "Caroline, what about you? Aren't you going? You've come all the way here instead." Caroline smiled and said, "I'm the same as you. If I go, no one will feel comfortable talking to me, so I'd rather not go." Upon hearing this, Ryan poured Caroline a glass of red wine as well. "Then we should have a drink." Caroline chuckled twice, picked up her wine glass, and clinked it against Ryan's. The two then drank it all in one gulp. Although Caroline had a great figure and was very close to Ryan, the lecherous Ryan still didn't dare to make a move. After all, she's a princess, not a noblewoman. If things go wrong, she might end up being tied up in a royal carriage by Ren. The two, who shared a slight consensus, chatted happily. Suddenly, a group of about a dozen people walked in from outside the palace, carrying a box behind them. Caroline squinted slightly and spoke to Ryan. "The Poleaxe Federation has arrived." Chapter 86: Imperial Geniuses and Federation Geniuses. The Poleaxe Federation has arrived. Upon hearing Caroline's words, Ryan swirled the wine in his glass and looked closely at the group. Seeing this, Caroline put down her glass and explained to Ryan. "The Poleaxe Federation governs through a parliament, and the man leading the group is the parliamentary chairman's nephew, Colin Hayes. During the war a few years ago, my grandfather had a contest with the old chairman of the Federation's council. After the contest, the old chairman of the Federation returned to the Federation and died. I think they came here to check on my grandfather's health. They don't believe he was completely unharmed after that competition." Caroline's explanation made Ryan nod. The nobles in the palace all cast unfriendly glances at the Poleaxe Federation's troops. If it weren't for the presence of other powerful figures, the imperial nobles might have even engaged them in a fight first. The Federation's leader, Clin, was a man of many experiences and showed little fear in the face of the crowd's hostile gazes. He led his entourage to the very center of the palace, where he bowed slightly to Emperor Albert and the assembled nobles. "Your Majesty, good evening. This is a birthday gift specially prepared by our Federation for the birthday banquet. Please accept it." Clin waved to the two men carrying boxes at the back of the group. The two men quickly carried the box forward and then opened it. Inside was a huge Ganoderma lucidum, Chaudali Ganoderma. Upon seeing the Thali Ganoderma, Albert and the nobles behind him abandoned their plan to cause trouble for Clin. After all, the Thali Ganoderma is indeed rare and has abundant life energy, which can increase lifespan after use. Clin's preparations were flawless, leaving no room for the nobles to find fault. Albert waved his hand and put the box away, then smiled. "Clin, your presence at the birthday banquet delights both my father and me. Please take your seats. My father will arrive shortly." Clin nodded and led the group toward the seats in the palace that were reserved for the Federation. Immediately afterwards, representatives from several other factions arrived, and Emperor Albert greeted them one by one. Mitchell family seats. Anna saw Ryan and Caroline drinking together from afar while she was in her seat, and immediately pouted. He then got up and walked towards Ren's position. "Rain, why don't you go to the academy? The dean was just talking about you." Anna made up a random excuse and sat down on the other side of Ren's seat. Seeing Anna sitting next to him so familiarly, Ren smiled helplessly. "Forget it. The dean has his own friends to talk to. I'll just drink by myself." "Want a drink? I'll drink with you." Anna picked up the wine bottle on the table and was about to pour some wine. But there were no other empty cups on Ryan's table. Seeing this, Ren took an empty cup from his magic ring and handed it to Anna. Anna then poured herself a glass. Seeing Anna raise her glass slightly towards him, Ryan gently clinked glasses with her. Caroline, sitting on the other side, covered her mouth and chuckled as she watched Anna's undisguised hostility. However, a sly glint still flashed in Caroline's eyes. She knew that her father wanted her to marry Rin, and she didn't dislike Rin. It wouldn't be a bad thing to marry into the Rin family. So Anna, your older sister can't let you have your way this time. Anna then saw the consciousness in Caroline's eyes, and the kitten immediately bristled. Bad woman. But when he saw Caroline's enormous size, his gaze paused, and then he looked at his own, his hostility intensifying. What a wicked woman. Seeing Anna's tuft of hair sticking up, Ryan smoothed it down. What's wrong, Anna? Anna looked a little awkward when asked this question. No, it's nothing. I'll have another drink. After pouring Anna another glass of red wine, Ren looked toward the foreign forces. Only two factions are paying attention to him, Ren. First, the Polax Federation. Second, the Church of Light. The high priest of the Church of Light kept staring at him, as if this birthday banquet was for him alone. Looking into the high priest's eyes, Ren narrowed his eyes. This guy's got bad intentions, and he's glaring at me like that? Then Rain gave the high priest the middle finger. Although the high priest did not understand the meaning of Rain's finger gesture, he still vaguely felt that it was not a good gesture, so he turned his head and stopped paying attention to Rain. And the seats in the palace gradually filled up. Looking at the two women beside him, Rain raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going back? Caroline and Anna both shook their heads. It's all right. Otto is with father. I'm just a girl, and there's nothing I can do to help anyway. I won't go back, lest I be invited by those nobles again. Seeing this, Ren could only nod and agree to let the two women stay. Once everyone had arrived at the palace, Emperor Albert bid farewell to them and slowly withdrew from the palace. Before long, Albert led a resolute-looking old man slowly into the palace. Everyone present stopped talking when they saw the old man next to Albert. The old man was none other than the old emperor, a legend of the past. Art Ashton. Albert led Art slowly down the red carpet, and soon they sat down in the main seat. Not long after they sat down, the Federation's leader, Clin, got up from his seat and came to stand in front of At. Your Majesty, I, Clin, witnessed the bustling activity of your country on my journey from the Federation to your nation, and I have heard that your country is producing many geniuses. Coincidentally, many geniuses have emerged in our Federation in recent years. I wonder if our two countries could have a friendly competition? Clin's words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Some factions even watched this scene with amusement and excitement, as if they were watching a good show. Upon hearing this, At waved his hand and said, I stopped caring about the Empire a long time ago. Go ask Albert. Clin then turned his attention to Albert. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Albert looked at Clin, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Today is a birthday banquet, so let's skip the competition. It wouldn't be good if anyone in the Federation got hurt. Upon hearing this, Clin paused, sensing the sarcasm in Albert's refusal. But he still smiled without changing his expression. How can your Majesty's birthday banquet be without the younger generation to offer their congratulations and celebrations? Before Albert could say anything, one of his sons behind him answered first. Yes, Father Emperor. Grandfather has fought all his life. A few dances are not enough. I am willing to compete with them for Father Emperor and Grandfather, and also to enhance the atmosphere of the banquet. The speaker was Albert's fourth son, Tyr Ashton. Tyr's words surprised everyone in the Empire present. Even Albert turned to look at Tyr and frowned slightly. Upon hearing this, Clin was delighted and quickly replied, All right, Your Highness Tyr is indeed a genius of the Empire. How about we play best 2 out of 3? Seeing this, Albert didn't know how to refute it, so he forced a smile and said, Of course, a contest is fine, but there has to be some stakes. Clin nodded. Oh, what does Your Majesty want to bet on? If the Empire's genius wins, then the Azure Forest we are fighting over on the border between the Empire and the Federation will belong to the Empire, and vice versa. Azure Forest? After thinking for a moment, Clin agreed. Okay, it's settled then. I wonder if Prince Tyr will be the first player? Chapter 87, The Decisive Battle. I wonder if Prince Tyr will be the first player? Upon hearing this, Tyr excitedly tried to step forward, but was stopped by a look from Albert. If Tyr weren't his son, and if this weren't happening in public, he would have slapped him long ago. Albert looked at the smile on Clin's face and had a bad feeling. Although the two sides are fighting over the Azure Forest, more than half of it has already been occupied by the Federation. Albert had intended to use the Azure Forest as a wager to dissuade Clin, but he didn't expect Clin to dare to continue the bet. This made Albert realize that Clin was certain of winning the match. Now that Clin has accepted the bet, this match is now a matter of the Empire's interests, so Albert will not let the weak Tyr participate. Tyr? No, he's too young. As a guest, you should go first. Upon hearing this, Clin narrowed his eyes. Choosing first would definitely be disadvantageous to the Federation, but since Albert was a guest, He couldn't argue with Clin choosing first. He turned and spoke to the federal troops. Chaos, you're up for the first match. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man stood up from his seat and slowly walked over to Clin's side. Greetings, Your Majesty. Albert narrowed his eyes as he looked at the green-haired, bronze-skinned man in front of him. A second-tier intermediate warrior, his body still faintly exuded an undeniable fighting spirit. He's a tough nut to crack. He then looked at the various nobles behind him. Hey everyone, is anyone interested in joining? Please make a suggestion. Meanwhile, the nobles also realized Chaos's rank and began to wonder if their sons or daughters could defeat him. Shortly after, Fabian, the head of the Ward family, made a proposal to Albert. Your Majesty, my daughter Sophia made some progress in the secret realm some time ago and has now advanced to a second-tier intermediate warrior. Sophia can give it a try. Upon hearing Fabian's voice, some nobles suppressed their own thoughts. Sophia, as a renowned genius of the Empire, is indeed more suited for this battle. Albert nodded slowly. He knew a certain amount about Sophia. After all, the whole affair between Ryan and Sophia from the Ford family had escalated to his level. All right, then the first round is up to you, Sophia. Albert smiled and nodded at the girl beside Fabian. Sophia bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty, Sophia will live up to your expectations and win victory for the Empire. Sophia then walked into a room in the palace and soon changed out of her white dress into a set of light armor. Because the palace was large enough, Sophia and Chaos fought inside it. Furthermore, for safety reasons, Dean Cliff thoughtfully reinforced the palace floor with magic. The referee then sought out a third-party organization. With the referee's whistle, the battle between Sophia and Chaos has begun. The battle between the Empire and the Federation has begun. Both were intermediate-level second-tier warriors, and their battle was entirely a contest of combat skills and proficiency in using battle aura. Sophia's fighting style is agile and nimble, while Chaos's style is powerful and heavy. The two had completely opposite fighting styles. After a period of entanglement, suddenly, Sophia spotted Chaos's weakness, darted forward, and slashed at Chaos's arm. Sizzle. Blood splattered. Chaos's arm was severed cleanly. But Chaos's lips curled into a smile. The next moment, Chaos's iron sword was already held against Sophia's neck. It wasn't that Chaos couldn't go any further, but rather that Dean Cliff was watching from the sidelines. Although his iron sword was very close to Sophia, he could not get any closer. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. They all looked at Chaos with a hint of apprehension. Chaos actually sacrificed his own arm to find Sophia's weakness, and he actually found it. Chaos wins. The referee looked at the iron sword lying in front of Sophia and spoke slowly. Sophia narrowed her eyes at Chaos in front of her, then turned and walked towards Fabian. Sophia knelt down on one knee after approaching Fabian and Albert. Father, Your Majesty, I have failed to achieve victory and have disappointed you. Albert gently helped Sophia up. It's all right, Sophia. Nobody would have thought he would risk his future to win the competition. You've done a great job. After comforting Sophia, Clin went to Albert and bowed slightly. His smile was completely undisguised. Your Majesty, our Federation was fortunate to win the first round. In the second round, it is Your Majesty's turn to send out your troops first. Albert narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Otto, you're playing in the second game. Otto, standing to the side, nodded. It's father. When Clin heard that it was Otto who was going to play, he smiled slightly. As the Empire's #1 genius, Otto naturally didn't have much confidence in the people he brought. The natural decision would be to replace the inferior horse with the superior one. They randomly selected someone to play. The man was quickly defeated by Otto, who easily defeated him without even summoning his mount. Both sides now have 1 win and 1 loss, making this third game the decisive game. At this moment, Clin had clearly achieved his goal, his eyes filled with undisguised excitement. He came to Albert again. Prince Otto truly lives up to his reputation as the Empire's #1 genius. His strength is indeed awe-inspiring. Your Majesty, these 2 competitions have also allowed us to witness the prodigies of our respective forces, both warriors and knights. I've also heard that the Empire's recently famous Ryan Gray is a magician. Why don't we let the magic geniuses from both sides decide the winner of this third and decisive round? Clin's words immediately drew everyone's attention to Ryan. This made Ren narrow his eyes. Are you looking for trouble? But Rain remained unmoved upon hearing this, as if it had nothing to do with him. He had been drinking with the 2 women. However, Anna and Caroline blushed slightly under everyone's gaze. The 2 had intended to talk to Ryan, but seeing Ryan's expression, neither of them chose to speak. He had no choice but to continue drinking with Ryan. Rain's indifference left Clin stunned on the spot. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Seeing this, Ford quickly came to Ryan's side and asked, "Ryan, I'm asking you, do you want to fight?" Although Ford said it, he secretly used his fighting spirit to communicate. "Ren, if you're not confident, don't play. Don't worry. With me here, no one will dare say anything to you." Upon hearing this, Rain pursed his lips and replied telepathically, "Oh, don't worry, let me think about it." Ferd nodded and sat down in the main seat of the Gray family, as if to support Ryan. Ryan put down his wine glass, stood up from his seat, and slowly walked over to Clint. Clint, with a broad smile, was about to say something. "Heh." Ryan spat on the ground, interrupting Clint's words. Although Clint had learned a lot about Ren before he arrived, and was aware of Ren's wicked nature, but he didn't expect Ryan's personality to be so awful. Ren was about to curse at Clint for his fake smile, but then he thought it wouldn't be good to just curse directly, since this was a matter between two countries. "Clint, right? Since you know about my affairs in Ren, you should also know my habits. If you want me to make a move, of course I can, but what about the prize?" Chapter 88, Playing Both Sides. What about the prize? Without a prize, Clint, you're putting me in a difficult position. Ryan patted Clint on the shoulder. Despite feeling the force of Ryan's hand, Clint maintained his fake smile. "Rain, haven't we already bet on Azure Forest? Isn't this the prize?" Ren immediately shook his head. No. I meant it was a reward for me. If you want me to do something, you have to give me an appearance fee. Otherwise, if any Tom, Dick, or Harry could fight me, wouldn't I, Ren, lose all face? Ren's words left Clint somewhat bewildered. He hadn't anticipated such a scene. The Imperials, seeing Clint standing there dumbfounded, did not stop Rain, who was still talking nonstop. Clint's current situation is like a scholar encountering a rogue. He can't reason with him. Then he heard what Ryan said next. "You're not going to refuse to play, are you? Then don't even think about me, Ren, getting a chance to play. All right, I'll just ask my good buddy Otto to play again. Anyway, you didn't say that one person can only play one game." As soon as he finished speaking, a blonde, blue-eyed man stepped out from the Federation's ranks. He was dressed in fine clothes and looked like a noble young master. He glared angrily at Ryan. "Ren, you are not worthy to be a mage. What about the dignity and honor of a mage? A mage who doesn't even dare to accept a duel. I am ashamed to be associated with a mage like you." The speaker was none other than Conrad Rogers, the Federation's magical genius. He was also someone who wanted to compete with Ren. Clint's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing Conrad's words. Something was wrong. This is not a federation, this is an empire. In the empire, if a noble insults someone, the noble can make their own decision. He had barely realized what was happening when he saw Ryan sneer. "Poison bee, kill him." The poisonous bee, which had been hiding in Ren's shadow, suddenly appeared behind Conrad. As the Gray family's top assassin, she was incredibly fast. Conrad didn't even realize someone was behind him. The venomous bee's blade was aimed straight at Conrad's heart. Bite! Then came another piercing, sharp sound. The fourth-order magical artifact on Conrad's body was destroyed by Poison Bee with a single blow. At this moment, the Guardians in the Federation forces reacted and shielded Conrad behind them. Seeing that Conrad was all right, Clint quickly went to stand in front of Ryan and Poison Bee and waved his hand to stop them. It's a misunderstanding, a real misunderstanding. Conrad has always lived in the Federation and has no knowledge of the laws of the Empire. "Please, young Master Ring, let him off the hook." As he spoke, Clint gestured to Emperor Albert and the others beside him, hoping they could stop Ren. However, Albert and the others seemed not to notice Clint's gaze, and continued chatting about what Rain had just said, without mentioning that one person could only play one match. Moreover, they were quite happy to see this scene, since it was their federation that provoked the Imperial law first. It was perfectly reasonable for Ryan to take action, and it also served to put an end to their arrogance. Seeing that Ren still wanted to make a move, Clint gritted his teeth and took out a box from his storage ring. "Young Master Ren, consider this fourth-tier treasure as an apology to you. What do you think?" Looking at the 6,000 source points on the box, Ren narrowed his eyes and then nodded. "All right, since Krillin is so sincere, let's drop this matter." After taking the box from Clint, he sent Poison Bee back. Then Ren walked to his seat. "Young Master Ryan, we'll give you the prize you mentioned. What would you like?" Seeing that Ryan didn't want to compete, Clint quickly stopped him. He was afraid that Albert and the others would really send Otto to fight again. Then what would be the point of him playing? He should just go back to the Federation as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Ren slowly turned around. "Oh, you agree?" Clint nodded. "Yes, young Master Ryan." Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on Ren's lips as he slowly approached Clint. He pointed to a woman in the Federal team. "What's her name?" Clint frowned slightly. somewhat puzzled by Rain's intentions. Her name is Julian, what's wrong? Oh, so she's Conrad's fiancée? Clint nodded. Then Ryan smiled as he looked at Clint and Conrad, who was still glaring at him. I want her to stay with me for 3 days. Before the words were even finished, the once noisy palace fell silent. Even Emperor Albert and others looked at Ren in shock. You can do that? That kid is really bad. Conrad was the first to react, roaring, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Conrad's roar brought everyone back to their senses, and they all looked at Ren with surprise. Even the people from the Mage Guild who had been talking to Dean Cliff looked at Ren as if they were seeing some rare and exotic species. Upon hearing this, Ryan sighed dramatically. Sigh, Clint, since that idiot doesn't agree, let's just forget about it. My good brother Otto played the same game. Upon hearing this, Clint quickly came to Conrad's side and whispered something to him. Conrad, don't be so hasty. Do you want to fight Otto? You have to agree to Ren's request first. Doesn't he want Julian? Fine, but I'll have to beat you first. Didn't you study Rain's moves carefully? Didn't you say that defeating Rain was a piece of cake for a Tier 3 player against a Tier 2 player? If you defeat him, our Federation will not only gain the Azure Forest, but his prize will also be nullified. You will then be a great hero of our Federation. Hearing what Clint said, Conrad nodded with difficulty. Neither of them paid attention to Julian's thoughts. After agreeing to the plan, Clint slowly returned to Rain's side. Of course, young Master Ryan, Conrad has figured it out. However, it will require you, young Master Ren, to win the match. Seeing that Ren was somewhat displeased, she immediately changed her tune, saying that as long as young Master Ren won the match, not only for 3 days, but Julian would belong to you from now on. Upon hearing this, Rain reluctantly nodded. Okay, for your uncle's sake, I'll reluctantly agree. Clint's face stiffened. His uncle was the Speaker of the Federal Parliament. However, Clint didn't say anything. Getting Ren to agree to the match was the most important thing right now. Then Ren slowly walked up to Albert and the others. Ren bowed slightly to Albert and said, Your Majesty, Ren requests to play in the 3rd round. Albert looked at Ryan and asked slowly, Ryan, are you confident? Upon hearing this, Ren smiled and said, Your Majesty, I, Ren, never fight a battle unprepared. Upon hearing Ryan's affirmative answer, Albert nodded and was about to say something when Ryan interrupted him by rubbing his hands together. Your Majesty, if I win, will you give me a reward? Upon hearing this, Albert and the others chuckled in disbelief. This kid wants to have his cake and eat it too. Albert smiled and nodded. Of course, if you win, I'll give you a huge reward. Chapter 89 is there. I have more. Because of the way magicians fight each other, the duel between Ren and Conrad was held in a more spacious area outside the palace. As everyone slowly emerged from the palace, Dean Cliff used magic to illuminate the area outside, and then used reinforcement magic to strengthen the surrounding ground and buildings, to prevent the two from damaging the palace environment during their fight. After the Dean finished doing all this, Ryan and Conrad slowly walked to the area that Cliff had prepared for them. Conrad took out his magic wand and looked at Ren, speaking to him. I never imagined that someone as shameless as you could appear in such a noble profession as magic. Today, before the Empire, the Federation, and most importantly, the Mage Guild, I will use magic to utterly defeat you, you scoundrel. Let me show you what a noble being a magician should be. Hearing Conrad's words, which contained not a single swear word, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. I love seeing that look on your face when you're annoyed with me, but can't do anything about it. Conrad snorted coldly upon hearing this, then nodded to the referee. You smooth talker, you'll soon find out what a real magician is. Referee, I'm ready. The referee nodded to Conrad to indicate that he understood, and then looked at Ryan. Seeing this, Ren smiled. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and then Ren entered the buff of the Heavenly Abyss stance. Her originally jet-black hair turned golden and shiny. A lightsaber slowly materialized in Ren's hand, and magic power flowed within his body as the Magic Battle Codex was activated. Ren then nodded to the referee. The referee immediately left the field and then gave the order. The 3rd round begins. A magic circle quickly formed in Conrad's hand, and the next moment an extremely hot fan-shaped flame attacked Ren. 3rd tier magic, Flame Dragon's Fire. Faced with Conrad's wide-range magic, a golden light flashed in Ren's eyes, and a stone wall instantly rose in front of him. While resisting the flames of the dragon, Conrad also lost sight of Ren. Suddenly, Ren's figure teleported to Conrad's vicinity, and then Ren quickly approached Conrad and slashed at Conrad with his sword. Clang! Ren's lightsaber struck the barrier that Conrad had just created, but the barrier only lasted a short while before breaking down. Ren continued to swing her sword at Conrad. Seeing Ren's lightsaber, Conrad quickly conjured a magic circle, and a large net of fire immediately ensnared Ren. Third-tier magic, fire-weaving net. Seeing the massive net of flames, Ren increased the magical supply to the lightsaber. The lightsaber instantly became more solid and sharper. Seeing the fire net, Ren stood up and stepped forward, slashing at it with his lightsaber. In an instant, it slashed a hole in the fire net and then attacked Conrad again. Conrad stared in shock at Ren's fighting style. Is this a magician? Whose magician would fight you in melee combat? The lightsaber was practically shoving into my mouth. Are the federal intelligence gatherers all just sitting around doing nothing? Those watching from the sidelines raised their eyebrows at Ren's warrior-like fighting style. Even Dean Cliff and the people from the Magicians Guild around him were surprised. One of the members of the Mage Guild narrowed his eyes as he watched Ren's battle. Ren's body had been enhanced with magic, just like a warrior uses aura to strengthen his body, which is why he was able to achieve such speed and strength. This is an unknown magical secret technique that has not been included in the Magicians Association. Immediately, the old men and women of the Mage Guild looked at Ren with a longing to explore the unknown magic. Even Fred looked at Ryan flying around the field with a surprised expression. This kid is pretty strong in close combat too. It's a pity he doesn't have any fighting spirit talent. Inside the stadium, Conrad found it very difficult to keep Ryan close to him. Because now Rain not only possesses the speed and strength of a warrior, but can also use magic. Now, Conrad's only option when facing Ren is to constantly prevent Ren from getting close, and then quickly think about how to deal with Ren. Suddenly, Rain teleported, instantly closing the distance between the two. Conrad immediately stepped back, and the magic wand in his hand lit up instantly. A unique spell from within the magic wand was released. Third-tier magic, spatial freeze. After casting the spell, the transparent crystal on Conrad's magic wand dimmed, clearly indicating that it had consumed energy. After the space froze, although Ren could still use teleportation, his casting speed slowed down. Even if Rain possessed the magical secret of instant casting, he couldn't teleport away immediately. This concerns the space within the venue, not Ren himself. This was clearly a preparation Conrad made specifically for Rain's spatial magic. Although he couldn't teleport right now, Ren suddenly pushed off with his feet. Then he ran towards Conrad. Third-tier magic, burning flame. Conrad unleashed a massive fireball toward Ren. Boom. Conrad manipulated the fireball to explode before it even touched Ren, preventing Ren from reacting immediately. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared, and Ren flew out of the smoke of the explosion unharmed. Then they headed toward Conrad. Seeing this, Conrad then conjured a magic circle. Too slow. Rain quickly arrived in front of Conrad and shattered the magic circle in front of Conrad with a single sword strike. He then thrust his sword at Conrad, but the tip stopped steadily just 1 centimeter from Conrad's neck. It was clear that the Guardians of the Federation had intervened to protect Conrad. Upon seeing this, the referee shouted loudly. In the third game, Ren won. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Anna and Caroline, who were watching from the sidelines, looked at Ryan with pride. It was as if they were having a competition. Albert and the other nobles of his empire nodded repeatedly, praising Ren to Fred. Clint, on the other hand, was a different story. He looked at Conrad with a gloomy expression and muttered to himself, useless. Inside the arena, seeing that his sword could not advance any further, Ren simply dispelled his lightsaber and slowly walked towards Albert. At that moment, Conrad shouted, "No, I refuse to accept this." Conrad's shout immediately silenced the joyful atmosphere. Even some of the older members of the Wizarding Association who had previously admired Conrad shook their heads at him. A loss is a loss. If someone can't even accept their own failures, then that person is destined not to go far. Upon hearing this, Ryan turned to look at Conrad. Not convinced. Keep it to yourself, it's all the same. I refuse to accept this. You call this a contest between mages? This is clearly a battle between warriors. Ren scoffed. Everyone knows I, Ren, have no talent for battle aura. A warrior? Let the people of the Mage Association judge whether I, Ren, am a mage or not, and whether I used magic just now. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Mages Guild nodded in support of Ren. If you're so capable, then don't use that melee attack. If you're so capable, then let's have a magic duel and see who wins. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Ignoring Conrad's unreasonable demands, Ryan turned and left. What a load of rubbish. Your fiancé is mine now. What else do you have to gamble with? Yes, I have more. Conrad shouted. Chapter 90, Interdimensional Summoning. Conrad, like a gambler who has lost everything, shouted at Ryan. All you want are women and treasures, right? Here, how about this? Conrad took out a jade box from his magical artifact and then opened it in full view of everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the contents of the jade box in Conrad's hand. It was clearly a piece of crystal. But this single crystal immediately captivated everyone present, especially the magicians. Tier 6 treasure, Cervera's crystal. Fearing that Ren, who was used to high-level treasures, would not accept it, Conrad specially took out his most precious treasure. He obtained the crystal of Cervela by chance from a forbidden stone. If he weren't at a lower level, he would have used it long ago. Upon seeing this, Clin's pupils dilated in shock. He hadn't expected Conrad to possess such a treasure, and he quickly ran to Conrad's side. Conrad, a loss is a loss, don't. Get out of here. Before Clin could finish speaking, Ren delivered a knight's flying kick that sent him flying. Ryan smiled at Conrad. Oh, you should have said so earlier. You wanted to use this as a prize for a match with me? That would be perfect. Looking at the crystal of Cervela, Rain and the book spirit's eyes were filled with nothing but the symbol of money. Conrad is richer than him. After letting Ren see the crystal of Cervera, Conrad closed the jade box. Okay, shall we compete again? Of course, it's just a magical clash, I'm good at that. Seeing that both of them had agreed and that no one else objected, the referee then came to their side. Are you two ready? Good. After receiving affirmative answers from both of them, the referee nodded and then asked them to step back. Seeing that the two were far enough apart, the referee gave the order and the competition resumed. This time, instead of conjuring a lightsaber again, Ren began to use magic to clash with Conrad. Second tier spell, Frostfang. Tier 3 magic, Flame Vortex. Although Conrad, as a third tier mage, uses third tier magic, his magic purity is not as high as that of Ren. Therefore, Ren's second tier magic can fight Conrad's third tier magic to a draw. Witnessing the power of Ren's second tier magic, the veteran mages of the Mage Association present were secretly alarmed. This kid hasn't even reached the third rank, yet his magic purity has reached the mastery level? The old mages did not notice the fluctuations in Ren's divine resonance purification codex, simply regarding it as Ren's extraordinary talent. They all flattered Dean Cliff, saying that Cliff's insight was as sharp as ever. Cliff chuckled and stroked his white beard, accepting the praise from his old friends with ease. Inside the venue, the magical clash between Ren and Conrad continues. Seeing Conrad's endless stream of magic, Ren couldn't help but nod in approval. Conrad is indeed exceptionally gifted in the cultivation of magic, and his meditation technique must also be of a high level. Otherwise, if magic were released so freely, most magicians wouldn't be able to withstand such a drain on their magic power. Conrad frowned slightly when he saw that Rain was casting spells just like him. He discovered that he couldn't compete with Rain for the discrete magic in the air, which caused his magic recovery rate to become extremely slow. Conrad's expression tightened as he felt his magic power being depleted. It seems we have no choice but to resort to that tactic. Ryan, if you can handle this move, Conrad, will be impressed. Immediately, a large amount of magic power was released from Conrad's body, and the next moment, a huge magic circle formed in the field. Third tier magic, interdimensional summoning. Instantly, a large amount of dark magic flowed continuously from Conrad's body into the magic circle. Ren didn't interrupt Conrad's spellcasting. After all, Conrad had already brought out a 6th tier treasure, so he might as well give way. Anyway, he's not afraid. As Conrad's magic circle took shape, all the magicians present watched as the creature that was about to appear from it was revealed. Interdimensional summoning, as a form of dark magic, requires consuming the host's magical power to send a summon to the dark realm. If any creature is fond of your magic, it will respond to the host's call and come to your aid. But there is always a price to pay. If you fail to meet the conditions of the interdimensional contract, then the otherworldly creatures will no longer be your loyal companions, but rather sharp blades aimed at you. Dean Cliff's little white mouse, Jimmy, is the so-called otherworldly creature. As Conrad's magic surged in, a majestic and imposing suit of armor slowly rose from the magic circle. The jet-black armor held a great sword in its right hand and a shield in its left, the numerous scars on its surface bearing witness to its battles. Dark realm creature, Death Knight. Upon seeing the armor, the Dean frowned slightly. This thing was not easy to deal with. Although Death Knights attack in a manner similar to warriors, they also possess some death magic. And most importantly, Death Knights have a certain characteristic. That is, immortality. No matter what kind of attack destroys it, it will slowly absorb energy and recover. Not to mention that this Death Knight is already close to reaching Tier 4. The moment the Death Knight appeared, he launched a fierce attack on Ren. Its speed is comparable to Ren's teleportation. Moreover, The death magic entwined on the greatsword rendered all healing magic ineffective. In an instant, Ren, who had been in the lead, was at a disadvantage. The Death Knight is fearless and has terrifyingly high defense, so for a while, Ren had no way to deal with it. Ren narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint in them. Book Spirit, also exchange an otherworldly summoning spell for me. I want to summon too. The Book Spirit in Rain's mind nodded, 3,000 source points. Alright, I still have quite a few treasures in my magic ring. Take your time to absorb them. After the Book Spirit absorbed Rain's treasures, she waved her jade hand, and a golden light surged from the ancient book. In just a few breaths, Ren learned this otherworldly summoning magic. Although it's a third-tier spell, it's not impossible for Ren to use it. It just means consuming more magic power and energy. Seeing the combined attack from the Death Knight and Conrad, Ren raised his hands. Self-created magic grasped the great void. In an instant, the two spatial spheres surrounded Death Knight and Conrad. Feeling the layers of resistance as the space sphere retracted, Ren smiled. He just wanted to buy some time. Then, a magic circle just like the one Conrad had just formed appeared beneath his feet. With the continuous infusion of Rain's magic power, the magic circle quickly took shape. And the moment it takes shape, just as the creature is about to be summoned, everyone felt a sense of pressure. It was a kind of palpitation that originated from within oneself. Before anyone could see the summoned creature, they heard a sound coming from the magic circle. Ah, what a delicious and familiar magic. It's been so long. Chapter 91 The Primal Demon, The Black Crown, Lucifer Tucker Castromans. Upon hearing this voice, not only the Dean and the people from the Magicians Association had their pupils shrink, but even Emperor Albert and the people from other forces seemed to realize something. Dean Cliff immediately called out to Ryan. Rain, stop the summoning. Stop it now. Cliff's tone was very anxious, as if he was extremely wary of what Rain's magic circle was about to summon. Then, Ford realized something and called out to Ryan as well. Rain, listen to the Dean. Stop the summoning immediately. Seeing this, Rain stopped channeling magic power into the magic circle. Although he didn't know what the Dean and his father were anxious about, judging from their expressions, the thing that was about to be summoned was not to be underestimated. Even the Death Knight, who had just emerged from the spatial sphere, retreated slightly after sensing the aura of the Rain magic circle. However, although Ren stopped the summoning, the magic circle continued to operate, and then a drop of black liquid slowly floated out of the magic circle. Then, Ren's magic circle shattered, which startled him. Logically, since he stopped inputting magic, the summoning of the magic circle should have stopped. However, the thing on the other side of the magic circle used some inexplicable force to forcibly continue activating the magic circle. This allowed the magic circle to remain intact. Summoning successful. Looking at the drop of black liquid floating in the air, everyone looked on with fear. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the drop of black liquid slowly dripped onto the ground. After it dripped onto the ground, the drop of liquid slowly rippled and gradually formed a human-shaped creature. The creature, like Jonas, was dressed in a black tailcoat, with jet black hair and white gloves. Its pale face and sharp features made it look like a frail, sickly young master. His black pupils seemed to contain extremely dense dark energy. As soon as he appeared, he turned his gaze to Ren. He stared at Ren, and after a short while, as if he had confirmed something, his face showed an extremely fanatical expression. He then bowed slightly to Ren. My great master, your most loyal servant, Lucifer Tucker Castellamans, extends his warmest greetings to you. Listening to the man's very polite introduction, Ryan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Lucifer Tucker Castromans? This name sounds familiar. Suddenly, Ren remembered that this was the culprit who caused the disaster of darkness hundreds of years ago. Immediately afterward, the Dean appeared in front of Ren to protect him, looking at Lucifer with great apprehension. Lucifer, go back. Ren will not sign a contract with you. Upon hearing this, Lucifer slowly straightened up, ignoring Cliff's words, and continued to smile at Ren. My great master, do you think so too? Seeing that Ryan did not directly reject Lucifer, Cliff turned slightly to Ryan and explained. Ryan, don't agree to his request. You should be familiar with his name. He was the demon who unleashed the Dark Knight calamity on the continent, one of the original demons in the Dark Realm, codenamed Black Crown. Although his power was extremely great, his contracts were extremely harsh. Since records began, everyone who made a contract with Lucifer has been killed by him. It even included a 7th-tier holy mage. Upon hearing this, Ren was stunned by the look in Lucifer's eyes. He only knew that Lucifer was the culprit behind the disaster of night, and knew nothing else about Lucifer. I never expected Lucifer to have killed a 7th-tier opponent. Lucifer did not refute the Dean's words. He continued to look at Ren and then made a gesture. Upon seeing Lucifer's mouth movements, Ren narrowed his eyes. Lucifer's mouth just now clearly formed the words Tian Yuan, Tian. Could Tian Yuan be related to Lucifer? After a moment of silence, Ren looked at the dean in front of him. I understand, Dean. Let me make the decision myself. Don't forget, I'm still in a competition right now. Seeing that Ryan had already made up his mind, the dean said nothing more. After all, the younger generation has its own opportunities and experiences. He shouldn't interfere too much. Offering a gentle reminder is clearly the best option. With Dean Cliff gone, the contest between Ryan and Conrad continued. As a magician, Conrad naturally knew Lucifer, and he never expected that Ren could summon such a being as Lucifer. But then Conrad smiled slightly. So what if Lucifer is summoned? Is Ren really going to sign a contract with Lucifer? According to past patterns, that would be a dead end. Death Knight, come on next. Upon hearing this, the Death Knight hesitated for a moment, which was uncharacteristic of him, but then charged towards Ren. As the Death Knight charged toward him, Ren smiled. He crossed his arms and looked at Lucifer, thinking, if you want to sign a contract with me, you should at least show some strength. Lucifer was slightly taken aback, then smiled and bowed slightly to Ren. Of course, as you wish, my great master. However, since the contract has not yet been established, I cannot absorb your magic power, so my strength will be reduced. Please do not be offended. Immediately afterwards, Lucifer turned around and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Death Knight who was attacking Ren. Death Knights? They're nothing but trash. I've killed countless of them in the Dark Realm. As a primordial demon, Lucifer's strength was certainly not at the level of a third-tier beginner. This is simply because Ren's level is too low, thus suppressing Lucifer's strength. The person standing in the arena now is not Lucifer's true form, but one of his clones. Feeling the remaining power within him, Lucifer smiled. This is because it is the first time he has come out in nearly a century, and he has just used his special abilities. This resulted in his current clone still retaining a very small amount of the original body's power. With this power, there's no need for any strategy to deal with this Death Knight. We can just go all out. As the Death Knight swung his sword at Ren, Lucifer instantly appeared in front of Ren and caught him with one hand. The Death Knight's greatsword struck Lucifer's hand as if it hadn't exerted any force. Lucifer didn't even flinch. When the Death Knight saw Lucifer make his move, he was stunned for a moment, and then tried to pull the greatsword out of Lucifer's hand. But no matter how hard the Death Knight tried, the greatsword remained unmoved, as if it were welded to Lucifer's hand. Suddenly, Lucifer chuckled and tightened his grip slightly. Click! The Death Knight's sturdy greatsword was instantly crushed in two. Upon seeing his greatsword destroyed, the Death Knight immediately retreated. However, Lucifer was faster and appeared behind the Death Knight almost instantly. He plunged the broken sword in his hand directly into the gap between the helmet and shoulder armor of the Death Knight. Chapter 92: The Church of Light's Attack. The Death Knight, struck by the broken sword, paused for a moment, but quickly recovered and swung his shield at Lucifer with his left hand. But the shield came to a slow, feeble stop before it could even get close to Lucifer. Because Lucifer's arm had clearly pierced through the Death Knight's chest armor, protruding straight out from the Death Knight's breastplate. He was also holding a stone that was constantly emitting black smoke, which was clearly the core of the Death Knight. The Death Knight's immortality is due to this core, which constantly travels throughout the Death Knight's body. The probability of an ordinary person being able to penetrate a Death Knight's armor and hit its core in one hit is obviously extremely low. This is the origin of the Death Knight's immortality. The Death Knight, having lost its core, saw the eerie blue flames within its helmet gradually dissipate, followed by pieces of armor scattering across the ground and turning into black mist that eventually vanished. Conrad, who had already made a pact with the Death Knight, coughed up a mouthful of blood upon the Death Knight's death. He looked at Lucifer and Ren in disbelief, never expecting that Ren would actually sign a contract with Lucifer. But then he laughed again, Conrad looking at Ryan with blood on his lips. Haha, even though he lost, Ryan still has to die. Even if Ren doesn't die now, he will eventually be devoured by Lucifer. After Lucifer finished off the Death Knight, he came to Ren's side, bowed, and presented Ren with the Death Knight's core. My great master, I have dealt with that scoundrel who dared to offend you. Please forgive me for the slow process. Seeing the core right in front of him, Ren took it and put it away. After all, it was worth 4,000 source points, so he might as well take it. Just now, while Lucifer was fighting the Death Knight, Ren had already learned from the book Spirit why Lucifer knew about the Heavenly Abyss. It is because Lucifer once followed a mage who possessed the Heavenly Abyss, just like Ren, that Lucifer is so sensitive to the Heavenly Abyss. Everyone looked at Ren, as if they all wanted to see whether Ren would sign the contract with Lucifer. But Fred's sudden appearance interrupted Ryan, who was about to speak. Ren, have you thought this through? This Lucifer is no pushover. Seeing the solemn expression on his father's face, Ren smiled. Certainly. After saying that, he looked at Lucifer and slowly opened his mouth. Lucifer, what are the terms of your contract? Upon hearing this, a contract made of blood immediately appeared in Lucifer's hand. The symbols on the contract were awkward and unclear. But Rain understood the contents of the contract at a glance, and then looked at Lucifer with a strange expression. That's all. Are you sure? The contract has only one condition: to provide Lucifer with all the magical power he needs in the mortal world. However, this condition is practically non-existent for Rain, who possesses the heavenly abyss, a cheat device for restoring mana. Hearing Rain's question, Lucifer smiled slightly. Of course, my master only has this one. My magic power is greatly consumed, and those who have made contracts with me in the past basically cannot maintain it for long. This led to their breach of the contract, forcing me to kill them all. Of course, since you possess that, my magic consumption is just a tiny bit for you. The conversation between Rain and Lucifer left everyone bewildered, and they all frowned, wondering what the two meant. Hearing Lucifer's words, Rain no longer hesitated and looked at Lucifer with a slightly serious expression. Lucifer Tucker Castellaments. I am here, my great master. Would you be willing to sign a contract with me, Ren, and become my servant? Upon hearing this, Lucifer's face lit up with fervor. Of course, it is my honor, my master. Then, Ren forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and directly merged it into the blood-based contract in front of him. As the contract gradually disappeared, the next moment, both Ren and Lucifer felt a strange connection between them. Seeing Rain sign the contract with Lucifer, the crowd immediately started discussing it. When Fred and Dean Cliff saw Ryan sign the contract, they sighed slightly, but then smiled. They believed in Rain, and that he could control the demon Lucifer. As long as Ren can suppress Lucifer, then Lucifer is the sharpest knife in Ren's hand, but if he can't suppress him, then there are still others. Although a primordial demon is terrifying, they are not immortal, and the Blades of the Empire and the Mages Guild are not without their drawbacks. After signing the contract with Rain, Lucifer looked at Conrad with a slightly unfriendly gaze. The Master's enemy is naturally his enemy. Looking at Conrad, Lucifer turned to Ren. Master, what about this person? Seeing this, Ryan shook his head and then called out to Conrad. So, are you admitting defeat? Otherwise, Lucifer might lose his temper. Conrad narrowed his eyes at Lucifer, then looked at Ren. Rain, you actually made a pact with this demon. Heh, you win this time, but you won't live much longer. Then he threw the box containing the crystal of Servala from his magical device and quickly left the area. Lucifer quickly stepped forward, took the box, and handed it to Ren. The referee, seeing Conrad's actions, understood who the winner of this contest was. The winner of this competition is Ren. Upon hearing this, Rain also headed towards the palace, but suddenly the high priest of the Church of Light came out. He asked Ryan with a fake smile on his face. Young Master Ren, may I ask you a few questions? After hearing the high priest's words, Rain paused for a moment before speaking. Of course, what are you going to ask? I'd like to ask where you learned your holy light purification technique. Oh, I found the heirloom jade at the Ruins Mall, and I only learned how to use it by chance. What's wrong with that? Does your Church of Light want to arrest me? Hearing what Rain said, the high priest's face darkened. Young Master Ren, there's no way that holy light purification would involve a legacy jade. This magic is directly passed down from the previous holy maiden to the current holy maiden. There's no such thing as a legacy jade. If you truly cannot provide a reasonable explanation to my Church of Light, my Church of Light will issue a judgment order against you. Upon hearing the words, trial decree, Fred's expression immediately changed, and even Emperor Albert frowned as he looked at the high priest. Albert spoke slowly. Didn't Rain say it was an heirloom jade? Are you so sure that your Church of Light has had no heretics all these years? It's not impossible that you used some means to steal the holy light evolution. Upon hearing Albert's words, the high priest remained silent for a moment, but then his eyes hardened again. No, I want Rain and me to go back to the Church of Light and tell the truth under the watchful eye of the God of Light. Chapter 93, The Rational Julian. Hearing the high priest's words, Albert and the imperial nobles all frowned. They were all dissatisfied with the high priest's attitude. Just then, the host of the banquet, the old Emperor Art, slowly spoke. No need. As the Empire's genius and future pillar, why would Rain go to the Church of Light? Don't think I'm unaware of your Church of Light's teachings. Under the watchful eye of the God of Light, how could Rain not become a believer in the light? Does your Church of Light want to start a war with my empire? At's words were very solemn, causing the high priest to fall silent. The relationship between the Church of Light and the Empire is relatively friendly. Given the past, it wasn't a big deal that Rain, a direct descendant of the Grey family and one of the most prominent families in the Empire, only knew one holy light purification. As long as Rain promises not to use it on outsiders or to teach the holy light purification to outsiders, that's fine. But things are different now, because the previous generation of saints of the Church of Light has disappeared. This led to the loss of some holy light magic that should have been passed down. Now that Rain has inexplicably received the purification of holy light, it has indeed aroused their suspicion, because they were unsure whether Rain's holy light purification came from the previous saintess. That's how the scene that just happened came about. Then, the high priest slowly turned his gaze toward At. The two stared at each other for a long time, as if communicating with each other using telepathy. Before long, the two finished their discussion, and the high priest slowly looked away from At. Then, the high priest, who had been silent for a long time, slowly spoke. I apologize for my abruptness, young Master Ren. Oh, by the way, this is holy water from my Church of Light. Consider it an apology to you. The high priest took out a bottle of clear liquid and handed it to Ren. He nodded slightly to Ren and then walked into the palace. Looking at the holy water in his hand, Ren scratched his head in confusion. Although the high priest had been somewhat hostile towards him earlier, that hostility had now disappeared, and he had even returned so much holy water to him. Although Ren didn't know what the high priest and the old emperor had said, it seemed that the empire had the upper hand in this struggle. After putting away the holy water, Ren followed Ferd back into the palace. As the competition came to an end, the banquet continued, and everyone returned to the palace to chat with those they knew. Upon returning to the palace, Ren saw a blue-haired girl sitting next to him in his seat. Anna and Caroline, on the other hand, glared at the girl with hostility, forming a united front. The young woman was none other than Julian, Conrad's fiancé. Seeing Julian's calm and composed demeanor, Ren raised an eyebrow. Julian noticed Ren's gaze, then stood up from her seat, lifted her skirt, and gave Ren a slight nod. Seeing this, Fred, who was walking ahead of Ryan, said nothing and sat down in front of his seat. Ren slowly walked to his seat and looked at the girl in front of him. He gently lifted Julian's chin with his hand, making her look into his eyes, and then slowly began to speak. Aren't you afraid of me? Julian looked at Ren without fear. Why should I be afraid? Young Master Ren, you have always been fond of beautiful women. As long as I do not violate your principles, I do not believe I need to be afraid of you. Listening to Julian's rational words, Ren smiled and unconsciously turned to look at Conrad in the opposite seat. Conrad was so foolish, yet he never expected to have such a rational fiancé. But now it belongs to him, Ryan. So what should you call me? My trophy? A sly glint flashed in Julian's eyes. What do you want me to call you? Master? Darling? Or father? Upon hearing this, Ren coughed twice and then lowered his hand. Just call me young master. Then Ryan went around to the back of his seat and was stunned to see that all 3 chairs in front of him were occupied. Meanwhile, Lucifer, who was standing behind Ren, keenly noticed Ren's situation and naturally moved an empty chair from the seat next to him and placed it behind Ren. Master, please have a seat. Ren nodded slightly and sat down. When the old Emperor Art saw the crowded seating in Ren, he immediately laughed. Haha, this kid has the same style as me back in the day, flirting with girls everywhere, and his skills in picking up girls are even better than mine. And today, he helped the Empire take the Azure Forest without bloodshed. Go, get this kid a bigger table. Emperor Albert smiled and nodded upon hearing this, gesturing to the people behind him to help Ren get a larger table. When Ren heard Art's voice, he was slightly taken aback, then stood up and bowed slightly to Art to express his gratitude. It would be better to get a bigger table. Otherwise, it's really not very elegant for 4 people to squeeze onto one table. Before long, Ryan's table was replaced with a large table just like the one next to him, that of Fred. This made Fred curl his lip. This kid's style is almost as imposing as his father's. Seeing Fiddler expression, Lyra covered her mouth, laughed, and patted him. What? You're envious of your own son? I'm envious. What a joke. Ford pulled Lyra into his arms and then poured her a glass of wine while humming and hawing. Everyone looked thoughtful as they gazed at the large table that Ren had replaced and at Princess Caroline beside him. Ren nodded as he looked at the new large table in front of him. Finally, it's not crowded anymore. Just as he picked up his wine glass, an unfamiliar nobleman slowly approached Ren's table. Good evening, Mr. Ren. Your performance just now was truly a feast for the eyes and awe-inspiring. Looking at the stranger in front of him, Ren raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't recognize him, He still smiled and nodded in inquiry. Who are you? My name is Tet Herrera, and I am an earl whose territory is Persina's in the western part of the empire. I've heard that young Master Ren enjoys fine wine and beautiful women. Although I don't have any beautiful women, I do have some fine wine. After saying that, Tate took out a bottle of red wine and placed it on Ryan's table. This is a St. Augustus's manuscript that has been treasured for 100 years. I would like to invite young Master Ren to appreciate it. Persina's territory? Persina's territory, known as the Imperial Vineyard and the birthplace of red wine? Without giving the fine wine in front of him much attention, Ryan turned to look at Tate. Augustus Sanjaya? And from 100 years ago? What? You need something from me? Tate shook his head. No, it's just to establish a good relationship with you, young Master Ren. Please enjoy your time, young Master Ren. I'll take my leave now. As he watched Tate's departing figure, Ryan raised an eyebrow. Is it really just about forming a good connection? But Caroline's voice rang in Ren's ears. It wasn't just about making a good connection. He wanted to expand his business routes. Caroline's words made Ryan turn to look at her. Seeing this, Caroline and Ryan began to explain. The Herrera family was merely an earldom, yet they controlled the wealthy Persina's territory, naturally backed by powerful nobles. Coincidentally, it was my uncle, Royal Uncle Barry, who was supporting the Herrera family, which is why I know about it. Chapter 94 Emperor Albert's Reward. Although my Uncle Barry wasn't very powerful, he had unique insights into business. Because the Morris family, which is known as the Purple Gem family, has recently run into some trouble, and it's unclear when they will be able to resolve it. As a result, Barry's uncle lost a lot of profit from selling wine. Therefore, he has recently resumed his search for other customers. The nobles of the royal city are generally aware of your fondness for fine wine, which is why Uncle Barry approached you to see if you could cooperate with the Gray family. After listening to Caroline's explanation, Ryan nodded in understanding. I see. In that case, I'll gladly accept this bottle of Augustus Saint-Exupéry. Upon hearing this, Lucifer immediately stepped forward, picked up the bottle of Augustus's wine from the table, and skillfully opened it. After carefully examining the wine in the bottle, he slowly poured a glass for Ren. St. Augustus is made from a special grape called the white spirit, which gives St. Augustus its color a clear, water-like hue. Taking the glass of wine from Lucifer, Ren first smelled the wine. Refreshing and elegant, with a subtle hint of sweetness mixed with the aroma of alcohol. As he took a sip and held the wine in his mouth, Ren suddenly felt as if he were in a vineyard. Yes, it truly deserves to be called the king of wines. Lucifer, pour Anna and the others a drink too. Sharing is caring. Looking at the three women who were engrossed in their drinks, Ren smiled slightly, then asked Julian. Julian, how did you get engaged to Conrad? Julian put down her wine glass and slowly began to speak. Haha, it's nothing more than him liking my body and me wanting his family's resources. For a commoner like me, without anyone to support me, even cultivation is a difficult task. After all, becoming a magician is mostly an option for children from the upper class. Without money and treasures, it's very difficult for a magician to cultivate magic power. After listening to Julian's words, Rain pondered for a moment and then asked, Do you need me to bring your parents from the federal government over? Julian was taken aback when she heard this. She hadn't expected it to be Rain who brought it up first. She had originally planned to serve Ryan with her body first, and then talk to him about this matter. Is that all right? Then I must thank you very much, young master. Julian's eyes held a hint of surprise. Ren nodded. Of course, Julian, you're all mine now, so I'll naturally consider your needs. Although I, Ryan, am selfish and not a good person, I have always been good to my women. At least I wouldn't gamble with my own woman. Hearing what Ren said, Julian blushed slightly and raised her wine glass to Ren in a subtle gesture. From now on, I hope you will take good care of me, young Master Ren. Rain clinked his glass with Julian's, took a small sip, and then slowly spoke. Poison Bee, go back to your family and tell Uncle Joe to send the family's secret guards to secretly bring Julian's parents back. You don't need to worry about my safety for now. After all, my father is still here. Upon hearing Ren's words, the poisonous bee emerged from the shadows on the ground, nodded to Ren, and then disappeared. The federal side. Clint sat in his seat, his face now grim, unlike the smile he had when he first entered the palace. He looked at Conrad with extreme hostility. If it weren't for the fact that Conrad had a congressman backing him, he would have turned on him long ago. Before coming, he confidently claimed that he could beat Ren, saying that beating Ren would be a piece of cake for anyone. That's why Clint made this plan, but it was all ruined by Conrad's arrogance. Moreover, they have now handed over the Azure Forest, which they were about to acquire. You must know that the Azure Forest was won at the cost of the lives of many Federation soldiers. If he were to return to the Federation now, he would be condemned to death by the Federation people. He could even imagine his uncle dragging him out to quell public anger after he returned to the Federation. Thinking of this, Clin shuddered, then turned his gaze to Conrad, his mind racing with unreadable thoughts. Conrad was clearly unaware of Clin's gaze. He kept staring intently at the interaction between Ren and Julian, muttering something under his breath. Bastard. Meanwhile, Ryan, sitting in his seat, keenly noticed Conrad's gaze. He picked Julian up directly from her seat, causing Julian to gasp in surprise. He then had Julian sit on his lap. Julian looked at Rain and was about to say something when she saw the hint in Rain's eyes. Julian then glanced discreetly in Conrad's direction, and upon seeing Conrad's appearance, she understood the man's perverse sense of humor. Seeing Julian snuggling into his arms so cooperatively, Ren gave Conrad a provocative look. He then lowered his head and buried it in Julian's hair, taking a deep breath before looking completely blissful. He's a complete scoundrel who does all sorts of evil. Conrad's anger intensified upon seeing this, and he even crushed the wine glass in his hand before turning his head away and refusing to look at Ryan again. When Ryan saw that Conrad was no longer looking at him, he put away his mischievousness and turned to see Anna and Caroline with unfriendly expressions. Inside the palace, the banquet continued. After all the parties had given out their gifts, the banquet entered its second phase. A large group of beautiful maids carried food and treasures to the seats and tables of various factions. At this moment, the old emperor, slowly spoke. Thank you all for coming to my Atlanta banquet. I have prepared many good things for you all. Spirit dream fruit, dragon meat. Then Art explained to everyone the various treasures that had appeared at the banquet. Some treasures are even useful to 6th-tier players like Fred. Listening to 8's words, Ren nodded secretly. It seemed that the Empire had indeed prepared a lot of good things for this banquet. These treasures were clearly distributed according to each person's strength. A 3rd-order item cannot be used on something that is useful to a 6th-order item. Even at the 6th rank, you won't receive treasures used by the 3rd rank. But Ren's lips twitched as he looked at the dazzling array of treasures on his table. Why are there so many? He even had 3 of the sacred tree's golden fruits, which were useful even to his father, Fred. One more than his father. Then Ren slowly shifted his gaze to Emperor Albert. Albert smiled and glanced at Ren, then spoke into his voice. Don't you want a reward, kid? Is it enough? Upon hearing this, Ryan suddenly realized what was going on, smiled, touched his head, and then nodded at Albert. That's enough. That's absolutely enough. These 3 golden fruits from the sacred tree are enough. Although Ren's rewards were already plentiful, the maids continued to come and go, placing treasures on Ren's seat. This left Ren stumped again, but after glancing at the empty seats of Anna, Caroline, and Julian, he understood. These are the 3 women's treasures. Meanwhile, inside Noda's palace, only Ren's maids continued to come and go, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Chapter 95 unlocks the City of Light map. Ford looked at the 3 golden fruits of the sacred tree on Ren's table with a surprised expression. Although the sacred tree golden fruit is a 5th-tier treasure, its pure battle chi and ability to repair hidden injuries can still have an effect on a 6th-tier person like Fred. As the maid slowly left, Ren's table was filled with all sorts of treasures. Seeing his father's undisguised hints and cough, Ryan curled his lip. Ever since the sacred tree golden fruit was placed on his table, the old man's eyes have never left it. This is a classic case of wanting what you don't have while eyeing what you don't. Then Ren looked at Ferd. After a brief discussion between the two, Ren decided to give the 3 golden fruits of the sacred tree to old Deng. After all, this thing is indeed useful to Lao Deng, and Rain doesn't need to rush about the source point. Because Ryan and Ford had just made an agreement. Fred promised him that once he got home, Ren could take any 4 5th-tier treasures from the family treasury. It can be considered that Ferd traded other treasures and Rain for these 3 golden fruits of the sacred tree. After making up his mind, Rain picked up the plate of golden fruit from the sacred tree and handed it to Lucifer, who then passed it on to Ferd. Lucifer took the plate and walked over to Fred, handing it to him. Ferd narrowed his eyes at Lucifer. You'd better behave yourself, Lucifer. There are some people you shouldn't mess with. Upon hearing this, Lucifer smiled. He knew, of course, that this was Ferdinand's warning, but Lucifer continued to smile while holding the plate. Of course, I will always be my master's most loyal servant. Hearing Lucifer's words, Fred took the plate from his hand and ignored him. Lucifer smiled slightly and then returned to Ren's side, quietly awaiting Ren's next command. And Fred grinned as he looked at the 5 golden fruits of the sacred tree on his plate. He looked at Brant and Fabian with a smug expression. It's as if to say, you don't have as many fruits as I do. Brant and Fabian both pursed their lips, their faces expressionless, but they were secretly a little envious. These 5 golden fruits from the sacred tree are enough to increase Fred's combat power by 20%. Don't think that 20% of their combat strength is a small amount. For people at their level, even a slight improvement can make a world of difference in actual combat. As the maid left, the old emperor slowly spoke. Please enjoy the food, don't be shy. Oh, by the way, Clint, regarding the Azure Forest matter, I'll send someone back to the Federation with you after the banquet. Your Federation shouldn't renege on its debt, right? When asked by the old emperor, Clint quickly shook his head. Of course not. Our Federation has always been known for its integrity, and we would never renege on our bet. Seeing so many powerful forces within the palace, Clint absolutely could not renege on his debt. Even if they lose Azure Forest, Clint can still find a way to shift the main responsibility onto Conrad, so that he won't be dragged out to quell public anger. However, if he dares to renege on his debt in front of so many powerful forces, his uncle could arrive at this palace at lightning speed, sever ties with him, kill him, and then hand over the Azure Forest. After all, the Azure Forest incident was a minor matter compared to the Federation's credibility. The old emperor, nodded slightly upon seeing Clint's appearance. Then everyone began to enjoy the treasures on their tables. Anna, Caroline, and Julian were no exception, all enjoying the rare treasures prepared by the Empire. But Ryan didn't touch it. He simply continued to sip his wine. The 3 women looked puzzled upon seeing this. Julian sat on Rain's lap and asked, Young master, why aren't you eating? If you eat, the source point will disappear. Then Ryan made up an excuse. I recently took other precious medicines, so the effects of these medicines will be reduced if I take them now. I will take them again after my body has absorbed the precious medicines. The 3 women nodded in agreement, and the banquet gradually came to an end after everyone had enjoyed the treasures. As the banquet ended, all parties left. Seeing this, Anna and Caroline also said goodbye to Ryan and returned to their father's side. Ren, pack up, we're going back to the family. Upon hearing Ferd's voice, Rain gathered up all the remaining treasures on the table and slowly rose with Julian. After greeting the group of Grey family collateral relatives behind him, Fred took Rain and prepared to leave. However, the old Emperor Art stopped him. Fred, wait a minute. Upon hearing this, Ford stopped and turned to look at, his face showing some confusion. Does your majesty wish to speak with me? Art nodded slowly. Yes, to be precise, I need to see Rain. It's about those people from the Church of Light. Ford, you should come too. Upon hearing that it was the Church of Light, Fred and Lyra frowned slightly. But judging from Matt's appearance, he didn't seem to be compromising with them and handing over Ren. So, Ferd led the group and followed it slowly upstairs in the palace. They arrived at a room upstairs in the palace. Emperor Albert and the Church of Light had been waiting for a long time. When Art entered with Fred and Ryan, they all stood up to greet them. The high priest, seeing that Fodor was still looking at him with a solemn expression, began to explain. Your Excellency Frederick, the Church of Light has no ill intentions. Logically speaking, we shouldn't really care that young Master Ren obtained the holy light purification magic due to some fortuitous circumstances. However, some things have recently happened within our church, namely, the disappearance of our previous generation of Saints. Even the mark originally left on the Saints could not be traced by our sect, which is why we were sensitive to young Master Ren's holy light purification. Upon hearing this, Ford raised an eyebrow. The previous holy maiden has disappeared? No wonder Ren's holy light purification made them so sensitive. However, he didn't know where Ren had learned holy light purification from, which gave him a real headache. Could it be that this kid really learned from the previous generation's holy maiden? Then Ford turned to ask Ryan. Ren, did you learn your holy light purification from the Saintess of the previous generation of the Church of Light? Upon hearing this, Ren shook his head. The previous generation's Saintess? No, I've never even seen her. After hearing what Ren said, everyone looked at the high priest standing to the side. The high priest frowned. Young Master Ren, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the holy maiden is far too important to our church. Could you please make an oath to the god of magic? Seeing that Ren was getting impatient, the high priest quickly took out a token. Of course, if you can truly swear that you have never seen the Saintess, then this token will be my apology to you. Ren pursed his lips. I, Ren Grey, swear to the god of magic that I have never seen the previous holy maiden of the Church of Light, nor did I receive my holy light purification from her. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seems I misunderstood you, young Master Ren. This token is yours. The high priest sighed and handed the token in his hand to Ren. Seeing that Ren was looking at the token with a puzzled expression, the high priest explained. This token signifies that you are a distinguished guest of the Church of Light, enjoying many privileges in the City of Light, including the privilege of receiving a bath of light at the church once a year. Chapter 96, Cecily's Incident. If you have time to visit the City of Light, you will naturally learn about its purpose. The high priest, having found no clues about the saintess in Ren, prepared to take his leave of At and the others. Your Majesty, now that the matter has come to an end, we will take our leave without further ado. Okay, please give my regards to the Pope. The high priest nodded and waved slightly to the followers behind him, who then walked out of the room one by one. The high priest walked at the back, and just as he was about to leave the room, he suddenly turned back to look at Rain. Young Master Rain, although you can use holy light for purification, please do not teach it to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded. Seeing that Rain had agreed, the high priest smiled and left the room. Seeing the high priest leave, Fred also planned to take Rain and Lyra back to the family. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. Okay, be careful on the road. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Julian's parents had already been taken back by the Grey family's secret guards. After absorbing most of the treasures at the banquet, Rain's origin point reached an incredible level, 159,812. Of course, the majority of these source points are from 5th and 6th tier treasures. In the early morning, as usual, Ren woke up in his bed. Getting out of bed, Ryan stretched and yawned in the morning light. Then, a golden light flashed in Rain's eyes, and his silk pajamas transformed into a school uniform. Then, Ren condensed a large water droplet in front of him and washed himself up a bit. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, there was a knock on Ryan's door. Rain waved his hand to dissipate the water droplets, then nimbly opened the door and went out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Lucifer waiting for him. Master, your father asked me to tell you that the 4th tier high-level warrior you recruited in the secret realm has come to the family. He is now waiting for you in the family living room. Upon hearing this, Ren raised an eyebrow. Andre is here? He then nodded and led Lucifer toward the reception room. Upon opening the door to the reception room, Ren saw a nervous-looking Andre. Good morning, young master. Then Ren took the Persephone flower out of his magic ring. Looking at the Persephone flower in Ren's hand, Andre was extremely excited. Seeing Andre's excited expression, Ren didn't keep him in suspense and handed the flowers to Andre directly. Andre quickly accepted it, saying, Thank you so much, young master. Ada is finally saved. Don't be so polite. Go ahead and give it to your granddaughter. Oh, and Lucifer, go and call a few more family physicians to accompany Andre. Lucifer bowed slightly and then vanished instantly, clearly to fetch the family physician. Before long, Lucifer led several family physicians into the reception room. Then Ren patted Andre on the shoulder and spoke. Andre, go. Haven't you been waiting for this moment all these years? Thank you, young master. Andre will always be your sharpest sword and shield. Andre nodded heavily, then led the family physician out of the reception room. Watching Andre's retreating figure, Rain also slowly left the family's reception room and headed towards the academy. At noon, after finishing his class, Ren slowly walked out of the mage tower. He boarded Drake's carriage and returned to his family. Upon arriving at the family residence, Ren noticed Eve standing to the side with a solemn expression. As he stepped down from the carriage, Rain looked at Eve, who had a serious expression on her face, and teased her. What's wrong? Who upset my Eve? Tell me, and I'll get revenge for you. But Eve was clearly not in the mood to joke around with Ryan. She frowned and spoke slowly, her tone very serious. Young master, Cecily is in trouble. Upon hearing this, the smile on Ryan's face froze on the spot. What did you say? Young master, please come with me. Eve led Ryan upstairs to the maid's room next to Ryan's room. As soon as he entered, he saw Cecily lying on the bed covered in bruises, more than he had when he first transmigrated. The maids were taking care of Cecily. The maids looked at Ren with teary eyes. Looking at Cecily lying unconscious on the bed, Ryan's head buzzed. He turned his head stiffly to look at Eve, his eyes bloodshot. Who did it? Today, when Cecily returned from visiting her parents, she encountered a noble young man who took a liking to her and tried to force himself on her. However, Cecily refused to submit, which enraged the noble young man. After Cecily spoiled the nobleman's fun, she was beaten by him. Had the guards of the royal city not intervened in time, Cecily might have already. Eve remained silent, but her meaning was clear. Rain slowly approached Cecily's bedside, casting healing magic on her while continuing to question Eve. What's his name? Theo Srick was the youngest son of the Marquis of Srick. After treating Cecily's injuries, Ryan touched Cecily's cheek. Be good, wait for your young master to avenge you. Then, Ren slowly stood up and looked at Lucifer, who was standing to the side with a similarly solemn expression. Lucifer, go and call Andre. I'm going to kill someone today. Yes, master. Eve, go and summon some royal physicians from the palace to continue treating Cecily. Yes, young master. Then, Ryan left the room. Walking down the dark corridor, Ren's eyes were filled with coldness. Poisonous bees? In an instant, the figure of the poisonous bee appeared beside Ren. What are your orders, young master? Within 10 minutes, I need Theo Slick's exact location. It's the young master. As he walked down the corridor, the maids who passed by greeted him, but he only glanced at them briefly before ignoring them. The maids all lowered their heads and quickly passed by Ren. Soon, Ren saw Lucifer and Andre waiting downstairs. The two were fully armed. Andre even wore his full suit of armor. The two men saw Ryan lower his head. Young master. Owner. Ren nodded slightly and stood between the two, waiting for news from Poison Bee. Before long, Poison Bee returned to Rain with the intelligence. Young master, Theo Slick is currently on Windchaser Street in the northern part of the royal city. Having received information from the poisonous bees, the cold glint in Rain's eyes intensified. Let's go. Let's take revenge. Let's kill. Chapter 97. Kill him, and I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Let's go back to the morning. As the royal guards took Cecily away, Theo spat out a sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. What about Ren's people? I've set my sights on my people. I don't believe Ren would make an enemy of my Strick family for a maid. The Strick family is a noble family in the Shadow Eagle territory in the northeast of the empire. They do not live in the capital city year-round, and Pythio's visit to the capital this time was to celebrate the old emperor's birthday. Because the Strick family had learned about some things about the royal city before Passio arrived. Therefore, Theo's father also sternly warned Theo to be careful in the royal city. He also mentioned a few people that Theo should absolutely not mess with. And the name Ryan was mentioned by Theo's father. But clearly, Theo didn't remember and completely forgot his father's words. Then Theo, accompanied by his guards, began to stroll along the streets of Windchaser. Meanwhile, the royal guard captain looked nervously at Cecily being carried by his men behind him. It's over. Young Master Ren's favorite maid was beaten like this. He couldn't even imagine what Ren, who dared to do anything, would do this time. After all, he had seen Ryan go crazy before. He was truly ruthless and didn't recognize anyone, not even his own family. Take her back to the Gray family and report the details of this matter to young Master Ryan. Remember to be detailed. The head guard looked at his team members with a serious expression and spoke. Yes. The guards agreed and quickly headed towards the Gray family. The head guard turned and quickly headed towards the palace. Although he did not have the authority to see the emperor directly, he could still inform his superior. Even a mere squad leader like him knew how serious this matter was, let alone his superior. Theo might actually die at the hands of the enraged Ren today. Royal City, the room of the chief of the Royal City Guard. What? You're saying that Theo beat up Rain's favorite maid? The chief of guards grabbed the guard squad leader who was reporting the news to him. The guard squad leader nodded. Seeing the squad leader nod, the chief of guards frowned. He then slammed his fist on the table and roared. Why did that bastard have to mess with Ren of all people? Is his father just a useless bum? Anyone with eyes can see that His Majesty and His Majesty have high hopes for Ren, yet this idiot still went and walked right into the line of fire. Doesn't he know who the most dangerous person in the royal city is? Didn't his father tell him? Damn it. Then the chief of guards lifted the squad leader up and headed towards the palace. Royal Palace. As the commander of the royal guard, Ivan's lips twitched as he listened to the reports from the chief guard and the squad leaders. Even the usually extremely gentlemanly Ivan slammed his fist on the table and began to curse. Damn it. Theo, is he an idiot? Didn't he see how much His Majesty admired Rain at the banquet? Reese even asked me to help him out more with his son Theo. I agreed, but he couldn't even teach his own son properly, and he's causing me more trouble. Reese can go to hell. After a bout of angry cursing, Ivan gradually calmed down and slowly began to speak. Someone come here. Before Ivan could finish speaking, the door opened and a guard entered. To command, to lead. Take my token and order some royal guards to hide around Theo. They are not to make a move without my permission. After handing a token to the guard, Ivan walked toward a palace within the royal palace. It was obvious that they had gone to consult with the emperor, the Gray family estate. The three of them boarded Drake's carriage, and Ryan slowly began to speak. Drake, can you get to Windchaser Street in the royal city within 10 minutes? As he boarded the carriage, Drake keenly sensed the young master's seriousness that day. Hearing Ryan's extremely cold tone, Drake narrowed his eyes. Something's happened. Eve happened to see Cecily when the royal guard delivered her to the Gray family. Therefore, only some doctors and Rain's maids in the family know about this. Even Fred didn't know. Although Drake had some doubts, his eyes then became serious. Of course, young master, it will just be a bit bumpy. Okay, let's set off now. Drake nodded, then immediately demonstrated his superb driving skills. Freed from the unicorn's restraints, and with its blessing, the carriage moves at an unprecedented speed, as if flying. They moved to a different position almost in the blink of an eye. If Ren carriage hadn't been sturdy enough, it wouldn't have been able to withstand such speed and bumps. Pedestrians on the road saw the speeding carriage and quickly swerved to avoid it from a distance. In just a few minutes, Drake drove his carriage to the capital. The ordinary guards at the city gate were unsure whether to stop the speeding carriage or not. Stop them. Those are the Gray family's carriages. If we don't stop them, isn't this speed a bit too fast? The captain of the guards at the city gate clearly knew something. Make way, all of you. Don't block the way, just pretend you didn't see anything. Seeing the lion emblem on the speeding carriage, the captain of the guards frowned and quickly told the guards at the door to move aside. He didn't want to be the first to suffer Ren's wrath. Even if his superiors reprimanded him, he wouldn't stop them. Let the city's imperial guards deal with the headache. Subsequently, the guards all pretended not to see it, allowing the speeding carriage to fly directly into the royal city. If I hadn't stopped them, I probably would have just gotten a few words from my boss. But if they tried to stop him, it would only be the enraged Ren who would stop them, and he was already wondering if he would ever see the sun rise again. Even after entering the royal city, Drake did not slow down the speed of the carriage. This is when Drake's skills will truly be put to the test. Dodging pedestrians with agility, it wasn't long before Drake led Rain and his two companions to Windchaser Street. As the carriage slowly came to a stop, Drake opened the carriage door. Young master, we've arrived at Chasing Wind Street. Looking at the changing scene outside the carriage, Ryan got out and patted Drake on the shoulder. Yes, that's well done. Wait for me here. Then Rain led Lucifer and Andre into Windchaser Street. Because of the news from the guard squad leader that morning, the Royal Guard had been entrenched and hidden near Theo. Pedestrians walking on Windchaser Street made way for Ren, who had a cold and aloof demeanor. The three walked along the wind-chasing street, and soon encountered a noble young master with a large entourage. At the same time he saw that person, Poison Bee's voice rang in Ren's ears. Young master, that man is Theo Slick. Upon hearing this, Ren looked at the young nobleman, his eyes filled with murderous intent that almost materialized. He's the one who seriously injured Cecily. Lucifer and Andre also noticed Rain's gaze at this moment. They also realized that the man was the young master's target. Their muscles tensed up, like two ferocious beasts poised to pounce. Ren looked at Theo and slowly spoke. Kill him, and I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Upon hearing this, Andre immediately drew the greatsword from his back, and with a loud crash, the street trembled and cracked. In just a few breaths, he was beside Theo. Lucifer smiled slightly and moved almost as fast as Andre, arriving at Theo's side in an instant. Andre and Lucifer simultaneously attacked Theo from the left and right. This scene caused Ivan, who was hiding, to shrink his pupils. He didn't expect Ren to attack without saying anything. He had been hoping to mediate while Ren and Theo were negotiating. Who knew that Rain's murderous intent would be so strong today? Chapter 98. Theo dies. Just as Ivan was about to step forward, one of Theo's followers immediately drew his bow and arrow and shot an arrow to block Andre's greatsword attack. Lucifer's attack was blocked by a magical artifact on Theo's body. Upon seeing this, Rain immediately used magic to control a forbidden flying knife to fly out, and Theo's magical artifact instantly dimmed. The brief exchange between the two sides caused severe damage to Jufeng Street. Even the aftershocks of Andre's fight with the archer affected pedestrians on the street. Ivan looked at Ren with a headache on his face. He really didn't expect Ren to dare to kill someone in the middle of a street with so many people. Upon seeing this, he immediately ordered the Imperial Guards nearby to disperse the crowd. Ren frowned as he looked at the suddenly appearing Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guards arrived so quickly? He immediately attacked Theo, unleashing a third-tier dark magic spell, Dark Touch. Just as the two sides clashed, the Imperial Guards quickly evacuated the crowd and held off the aftershocks of Andre's fight with the archer. However, since Theo came from Shadow Eagle territory in the northeast of the Empire, he had quite a few guards on his journey. Not only did the archer stop Andre, but two third-tier warriors from the guards also stopped Lucifer. After Theo's guards blocked Rain's Dark Touch, Theo finally saw Rain. Theo's pupils contracted the instant he saw Ren. Ren, you're willing to make an enemy of the Strick family for a commoner maid? Have you lost your mind? Faced with Theo's questioning, Rain immediately began to slowly speak using the Magic Battle Codex. The Strict family? Enemies? So be it. We'll fight as enemies. At worst, it'll be a family war. If you dare touch my people, I'll kill you. Before he finished speaking, Rain teleported to the side of one of Theo's guards and immediately stabbed the guard in the throat with a palm strike, splattering blood several meters high. Seeing Ryan's ferocious appearance, Theo remembered his father's instructions to him. In the blink of an eye, Ren swiftly dispatched one of Theo's guards. The remaining guards beside Theo immediately called out to him. "Young master, you must retreat quickly. We can't hold out much longer." Before one of the guards could finish speaking, he was blasted into a bloody mist by Lucifer. Looking at the still dispersing blood mist in front of him, Theo felt increasingly terrified as he looked at Rain. He really wanted to kill me. This madman has no regard for the Strick family behind him. At that moment, the archer who was fighting Andre was beheaded by Andre with a single sword stroke. The head rolled directly to Theo's feet. Seeing the still staring head, Theo immediately disregarded everything else and ran straight towards the Imperial Guard. "Royal Guard, help me, help me. I am Theo, a member of House Strick." Seeing this, Ren killed Theo's guards even faster. He did not want the Imperial Guard to get involved. But just as Rain and Lucifer joined forces to kill the last guard, Ivan arrived at Theo's side. Ivan frowned and looked at Rain nervously. "Ryan, don't be impulsive." He was interrupted by Ryan before he could finish speaking. "Ivan, you're going to help him? You're going to go against me?" "No, just. If you don't have one, then get out of my way and don't block my way." Although Ren really wanted to say that if Ivan kept blocking his way, he would kill him too, he thought about Ivan's identity and decided against it. After all, he was the Emperor's confidant. But Ivan remained standing in front of Theo and then slowly offered some words of advice. "Rain, Theo, you really can't kill him. You know the laws of the Empire." "Huh, don't talk to me about Imperial laws now. I, Rain, always side with my own people, not with what's right. All I know is that Theo hit my men, and as his master, I have to avenge him." Rain's gaze toward Ivan grew increasingly hostile before he spoke. "Ivan, are you going to move aside or not?" Upon hearing this, Ivan shook his head. "I'm sorry, young Master Ren. I can accommodate you in other matters, but not in this one." At this moment, Ivan had already mentally cursed Theo and his father Reese's ancestors for 8 generations. If it weren't for the stability of the Empire, he would have quit long ago. He wouldn't care whether this idiot Bezio lived or died. Seeing Ivan's resolute expression, Ren narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke to Lucifer. "Lucifer, make your move." Lucifer smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "Yes, my great master." Lucifer then instantly arrived above the royal city, grinning as he felt the immense magical power gathering around him from Ren. The Devil's Law, the Dark Knight. The next moment, everyone on Windchaser Street except for Rain and Andre suddenly went black and could not see anything. Moreover, each person's shadow gradually transformed into a sharp blade on their neck, as if it were about to reap their lives. "I can't see anymore. Who? What's that on my neck?" Ivan was taken aback by this scene, but he quickly recovered and anxiously spoke to Ren. "Ryan, don't do anything yet. We can talk things over." Lucifer understood what Ren meant, so he did not strike the group of guards with his blade. He simply grabbed Theo from behind Ivan and slowly brought him to Ren's side. Snap! Suddenly, Lucifer's Dark Knight was shattered by an external force. This allowed the blind guards to regain their sight. The sighted guards looked like they had just escaped a disaster, and they all touched their necks in unison. The ones who broke through the darkness were clearly Fred and Emperor Albert, who had just received the news. The first thing Theo saw after regaining his sight was Lucifer, who had captured him, and Ren in front of him, and he was immediately terrified. "Rayline, don't kill me," I said. "Yes, I can apologize. I can apologize, Ren. If all else fails, I'll go collect healing treasures and promise to heal your maid." Seeing Theo's expression, Ivan immediately tried to persuade him. "Rain, he's already said that. If you're still not at ease, I'll be your witness. As long as your maid isn't well, Theo can't go back. Then this matter will be over." Ren chuckled. "Go over there? Of course. Okay, let his mother come to the capital and stay with me for 3 days. Then let me beat her up, and I'll consider this matter settled, okay? Ivan, can you make that decision?" Ivan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and could only look at Fred and Emperor Albert in the sky. Just as Fred was about to say something, Ryan patted Theo's head and spoke up. "If everyone could bully my people like you, then what would I have accomplished in the royal city? Who would want to work with me? Ren, after that. Who would dare to work with me? Ren, after that. Today I'm going to show everyone how powerful the backing is for the people of Ren when they get things done. Starting today, I'll see who dares to bully my people outside." After saying that, Ryan immediately exerted force with his right hand, his 5 fingers digging directly into Theo's skull. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, Ren pulled Theo out, head and spine together. In an instant, the streets of Zhufeng fell silent. Chapter 99: The Prison. Everyone swallowed hard in shock as they looked at the still dripping lamb spine in Ryan's hand. That Ren is way too ruthless. Ivan was the first among them to react. Looking at Theo's severed limb in Ren's hand, he looked solemn and slowly walked up to Ren and spoke. Ren, come with our Imperial Guard. Upon hearing this, Lucifer and Andre, who were standing next to Ren, immediately stepped in front of him, both looking at Ivan with unfriendly expressions. Andre held his great sword poised to strike, as if awaiting the order for Ren to break through. Seeing this, Fred in the heavens narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't think Ryan had done anything wrong. On the contrary, he was very pleased with what Ryan had done. If his men were seriously injured, Fred believed he wouldn't have done much better than Ryan. Then, Fred looked at Emperor Albert beside him and said, Your Majesty. But Albert slightly raised his hand to interrupt Fred. Seeing that Fred seemed about to say something, Albert shook his head and then transmitted his voice to Fred. Fred, don't worry, Rain will be fine. Theo is just a spoiled brat. I wouldn't bother the imperial genius for the sake of an ignorant good-for-nothing. But now, in front of everyone, Theo has been killed by Rain. According to imperial law, I must give an explanation to the others. Let's send Ryan and Ivan back to the prison as a show first. Upon hearing this, Fred nodded knowingly. Down on wind-chasing street, Rain tossed the lamb's spine in his hand aside, patted the shoulders of the 2 people in front of him, and said, All right, you can go back now. I'll be fine. Andre, you go back and take care of your granddaughter. I finished what I needed to do. Upon hearing this, Andre was about to retort, but was stopped by a look from Rain. Andre then slowly sheathed his greatsword and stepped aside. Lucifer smiled at Ren and said, Master, I'll go with you. After a moment of contemplation, Ren nodded and then walked up to Ivan, extending his hands. Ivan, handcuff me. Upon hearing this, Ivan glanced at the 2 people in the sky out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that they did not react, he then took out a pair of shackles and handcuffed Ren. But Ivan clearly knew that nothing could happen to Rain. They simply put the shackles on Ren's hands without locking them. He ordered a few guards to collect Theo's severed limbs, and then led Rain and the other guards towards the royal prison. Meanwhile, Fred, still worried, followed them from the sky. Watching the departing figures of the crowd, Emperor Albert sighed softly. That kid is a real headache. The next morning, in a luxurious room in the royal prison, Ren was fast asleep, showing no sign of tension whatsoever. Although the room wasn't as luxurious as Ren's, it had everything one could need. Even Ryan has quite a few bottles of the red wine he loves to drink. Lucifer sat quietly on the sofa to the side, waiting. As a ray of morning sunlight shone through the small window above the room onto Ryan's face, Ryan slowly woke up. Lucifer immediately got up and went to Ren's side to await Ren's orders. Rain used water magic to conjure a water sphere in front of him and washed himself. Ding ding ding. There was a gentle knock on the door. Lucifer came to the door and opened it. Immediately, Ren's maids filed in one after another. If it weren't for the curfew imposed on the capital last night because of the incident with Rain, they would have arrived last night. When they arrived at Ren's side, the maids all looked at him with concern. Looking at the beautiful women surrounding him, Ren hugged Cecily, who had recovered. Let the young master see how Cecily is recovering. Feeling Ryan's hand slip inside her clothes, Cecily blushed immediately. Young master, Cecily is all right now, thank you. Ren smiled and patted Cecily's head. Why are you being so polite? I wouldn't even let you fall, so why should Theo? Come here, let me give you a kiss. Upon hearing this, Cecily immediately looked up at Ryan, who then gently touched Cecily's lips. Then Ryan looked at Eve and asked, Eve, what brings you here? What's the latest news from outside? Upon hearing this, Eve took out a stack of documents from her magical device, handed them to Rain, and began to explain. Although there are still some things about you, young master, in the royal city, most of the voices are supportive of you. Moreover, the royal family is now deliberately using the fact that the Azure Forest has been subdued to divert attention from your matter. But then Eve frowned slightly. However, there are still many voices saying that the young master should pay with his life, saying that he should abide by the laws of the empire. Upon hearing this, Ryan smiled and didn't pay much attention. Although the Grey family was powerful, it wasn't without its enemies. These sounds must have come from those people. However, Ryan wasn't worried at all. After all, his father, Fred, was still alive. Those people were just talking. We didn't see them actually take any action. Just as Ren was enjoying his time with the maids, there was another knock on the door. Lucifer stepped forward to open the door, and then Otto and Princess Caroline walked in from outside. As soon as Otto entered, he saw a group of maids surrounding Ren, and he immediately became a little nervous when talking to Ren. Ryan, this. Caroline smiled wryly upon seeing this, clearly aware of some of Otto's minor flaws. When Rain saw Otto and Caroline arrive, he nodded and then looked at Eve. Eve, you take them back. Don't worry about me. I'll probably be back in a couple of days. Listening to Ryan's instructions, Eve nodded and then spoke. Young master, would you like to leave someone here? They can serve you tonight. Upon hearing this, the maids all looked at Rain with excitement, their faces practically screaming, choose me, choose me. But Ren shook his head. No need. You all go back first. It's better not to leave anyone behind. Listen to me. All of you go back. Hearing this, the maids had no choice but to obediently follow Eve out of the room. Only after Ren's women left did Otto finally relax. Then Ren looked at Caroline and Otto and spoke. What brings you two here? Caroline took a chair and sat down in front of the window and Ryan. Otto was looking for you. I just happened to have some time to come and check on things. Upon hearing this, Ren looked at Otto. Otto smiled and came to Ren's side, handing him a stack of documents just like Eve had. Ryan, this is Jenna's information. Ren raised an eyebrow as he looked at the documents in Otto's hand. Jenna? The adventurer Otto liked? After receiving Jenna's information, Ryan smiled and looked at Otto. Well, it might take a while, Otto, since I can't go out right now. Otto nodded. Yes, I know. No rush. Then Rain chatted with the two about some recent events in the royal city. Chapter 100. The province of Walterne, the Far East. Here comes Rain. The incident of Rain killing Theo continued to escalate, and for a time, both nobles and commoners alike developed an inexplicable feeling towards Rain. Ren's move this time was quite like spending a fortune to buy a horse's bones, and his reputation in the royal city rose rapidly in an instant. The Bush family estate, owned by the Earl family. Since Ryan brought Casey under his wing, the Bush family's resources have subtly shifted towards Casey. This has caused discontent among some other members of the Bush family. After all, the family's resources are limited each month. If Casey gets more, others will naturally get less. This resulted in Casey having more resources for cultivation, but he encountered obstacles everywhere in the family. However, some members of the Bush family heard that Ryan had killed Theo for a maid. Suddenly, the way they looked at Casey changed. From the coldness and disdain they had shown before, they became ingratiating and attentive. Even the usually sharp-tongued matriarch became much nicer to Kathy's mother, calling her sister all day long. Casey also keenly noticed the difference among the crowd, and then thought about what had happened to Ryan recently. Casey's respect and admiration for Ryan grew stronger, but he was unable to repay Ryan. Young Master Ryan gave him so much, but he had nothing to repay him with, which made Casey feel even more guilty. Therefore, Casey kept training himself, hoping that one day he could stand in front of Ren, just like Lucifer and Andre, and pave the way for Ren. The incident involving Ryan affected more than just the Bush family. Some civilians with some strength, some students in the academy, and most of the mercenaries in the Mercenary Association all hoped to work for Ren. After all, what could be more important than an extremely strong backing? Not to mention, this backer really takes action if you get into trouble, unlike some nobles who just talk the talk, but secretly look down on you. And now this has happened, when the women of Ren went out to stroll around the royal city. The Imperial Guards followed them every few dozen meters, fearing that another Theo might appear. Even some noble lords presented photos of Ren's maids and servants to their offspring. They were also sternly warned to stay far away from these people and not to cause them any trouble. If they really mess with Ryan, he won't protect them, he'll just sever ties with them. In the prison, the two, having finished their conversation with Ryan, prepared to leave. Rain, that's about it for the recent events in the capital. Nothing major has happened. If anything significant occurs, I'll send someone to inform you. Caroline slowly rose from her chair and spoke to Ryan. Okay, thank you very much. Caroline smiled slightly upon hearing this, and then left the room with a beaming Otto. Judging from Otto's beaming smile, it was clear that he had gained a lot from his time in Ren today. After the two left, Ren took out the box that Otto had given him, which was the so-called reward. He frowned as soon as he opened the door. A single horn. It resembles the horn of the unicorn on the carriage in Rain, but there are some subtle differences. Then, Rain used his magic eye to investigate and became even more puzzled. He frowned slightly as he looked at the extremely pure wind magic contained within the unicorn. This fluctuation felt very familiar to him. Suddenly, Rain thought of something and took out a feather from his magic ring. Elemental life, feathers of the firework spirit bird. Immediately after comparing the two, Ren had a bold conjecture. He immediately used his magic to unleash a wind blade at the unicorn. Sure enough, the wind blade dissipated before it even touched the unicorn. It was exactly the same as when Rain used fire magic to attack the feathers of the flame spirit bird. He smiled as he looked at the unicorn-like creature in his hand. Could this be a relic of the previous generation of wind elemental beings? Looking at the unicorn in his left hand and the feather in his right, Ren suddenly had a bold idea. If he were to collect all the elemental life forms and form contracts with them, just how powerful would he, Rain, be? Just as Rain was lost in thought, there was another knock on the door. Lucifer opened the door and welcomed Fred in. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Ren, who was sitting on the bed, was slightly taken aback. Father? What brings you here? What? I can't come. Ford raised an eyebrow, then sat down in the chair Caroline had been sitting in that morning. Of course you can, but shouldn't you be negotiating with the Strick family right now? Hearing Ryan's words, Ford scoffed. Negotiations. The Strick family is completely silent right now, clearly having given up on Theo. Besides, turning against a future 7th-tier mage for the sake of a spoiled brat and the Gray family is clearly not a wise choice. Rain's eyes widened upon hearing this. When can I get out? Upon hearing Ryan's question, Ford coughed awkwardly twice. Although the Strick family is not pursuing Theo's matter now, as you know, there are some diehards in the Empire. They are extremely pedantic and always adhere to the Imperial laws. This group is what gives His Majesty and me a headache. If it weren't for these people, you would have been able to get out long ago. Rain nodded upon hearing this. He was aware of these people's existence. They were mostly old Koreans. To call them parasites of the Empire? That's inappropriate. It should be called rotten wood on the Imperial house. Even the scoundrel Ren didn't want to have much contact with them. What should I do then? Should I stay here? Or should I sneak out? Nobody will know anyway. I'll come back if someone finds me. Ren's suggestion made Ford curl his lip. I came here to talk to you about this. Didn't you tell me you were going to the Maurice family's Watney province for training? Now go ahead. It's good to lay low for a while. By the time you come back, the situation in Tianqing Forest will have been mostly resolved, which will shut those people up. You'll be fine then. Rain was taken aback by what he heard. Province of Watney. In that instant, Ren thought of many things. Then, after a long period of contemplation, Ren nodded. Father, I want to go to the Far East. It just so happens that the province of Walter Nya, the Far East, and the Royal City are all on the same line, so I'd like to take a trip to the Far East along the way. Fred frowned immediately. The Far East? What are you going there for? You're unfamiliar with the place. How are you going to get there? Faced with Ford's question, Ryan looked at Ford very formally and spoke. Father, I have a reason I must go. Seeing Ren's resolute expression, Ford scratched his head in embarrassment, then sighed softly. You're really good at giving me tough questions, huh? Then Fred slowly got up and said, Wait for my message. I'll go and prepare some supplies for you. In the following days, Ren did not see Ford. Finally, on the 5th day, Fred came to Ryan's room again. This time, Ferdinand brought Jonas along as well. Sitting on the sofa, Fred slowly began to speak. Although I don't know why you want to go to the Far East so much, you have your own life, and as your father, I don't want to interfere too much. Here you go. This is the courtesy and document I requested from His Majesty. Take it with you when you go to the Far East, and you will represent the Empire. Ordinary people will not dare to touch you. Even the most powerful people in the Far East will have to consider the weight of my empire first. Chapter 101 Ultimate Breathing Technique. Blazing Heart Breathing Technique. Seeing the token and small booklet in Fred's hand, Ryan took them in surprise. He hadn't expected his father to be able to get his hands on something like this, since it required the Emperor's approval. With this item, when Ren goes to the Far East, he represents the Empire, and even the Lord of the Far East will not neglect him. Looking at the etiquette and documents in his hand, Ren was very puzzled. Did His Majesty have something he wanted him to do in the Far East? Seeing that Ryan had accepted the formalities and documents, Ford then spoke. His Majesty heard that you wished to go to the Far East, which is why he gave you these gifts and documents. Moreover, His Majesty also has a task for you. Upon hearing this, Rain nodded. He knew he would be asked to do something. Otherwise, if the Emperor were to give him formalities and official documents as leverage simply because he was going out to gain experience, it would be a bit too much of an overestimation of his importance. Back when His Majesty Atlantis was still a prince, he visited the Far East once. When His Majesty Atrus returned to the Empire, he brought back a woman, who is now His Majesty's mother, Bailey Morton. But one time, after Bailey returned to the Far East, she never came back. Even when His Majesty Atlantis used the power of the Empire to pressure the Far East, it was to no avail. Belle seemed to have vanished into thin air. His Majesty's task for you is to find clues about His Majesty's birth mother, Belle. Fred's words made Ryan frown. It's been so many years, where am I supposed to find any clues? Upon hearing what Ryan said, Fred waved his hand. It's all right. Take the formalities and documents first. If you can find them, great. If not, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't find them and bring them back, His Majesty will probably just scold you a few times. Conversely, if you go to the Far East with formalities and documents, your status will be different. People in the Far East will not only dare not lay a hand on you, but will also send people to protect you, which will greatly increase your safety. Rain nodded upon hearing this. I understand. I'll do my best. He then put the etiquette and documents in his hand into his magic ring. When you go to the Far East with proper etiquette and documents, don't cause trouble like you would in the capital. With these two things in hand, your every word and action represents the Empire. After giving the instructions, Fred grabbed Ryan's arm and slowly injected a stream of energy into Ryan's body. Before long, a faint lion mark appeared on the back of Ren's hand. This is a blood feud technique. If anything happens to you, I can use this to avenge you. Upon hearing this, Ren pursed his lips. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. All right, let's go. Go back to your family and stay for a day or two before you set off. Spend more time with your mother these next few days. Fred slowly got up and greeted Ryan. Ryan nodded, put on his shoes, and followed Fred out of the cell. The Gray family estate. The maids were all very surprised by Ren's sudden return, and they all rushed to him and acted coquettishly. Young master, you're back. Young master, Ellie misses you so much. Holding Ellie's soft body, Rain felt a surge of heat. He then looked at Lucifer behind him, his eyes conveying a clear message. Lucifer smiled. Master, I'm right outside the room. Just call me if you need anything. He then bowed slightly, opened the door, and went out. Seeing Lucifer leave, the maids no longer hesitated, drew the curtains, and began to bathe in the bathroom. Young master, you've been in prison for so long. Why don't you come and take a shower with us? The maids pulled Ren into the bathroom. But Ellie tiptoed and quietly told Ryan. Young master, didn't you like girls like Avril the most? Now all the maids are like that. Upon hearing this, Rain coughed twice, then hoisted Ellie onto his shoulder and headed towards the large bath. You little brat, how dare you seduce the young master? He'll be the first to eat you today. The next morning, Ren slowly woke up from his bed. She washed up and changed her clothes, then pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Outside the room, Lucifer stood quietly waiting at the door. Master, would you like me to prepare breakfast for you? Ryan shook his head. No need, I'll eat at the restaurant. He's leaving for the Far East in a couple of days, so he should spend more time with his parents now. Then Ryan went to the restaurant and had breakfast with Fred and Lyra. After finishing breakfast, Ren walked down the corridor and spoke to Lucifer, who was following behind him. Lucifer, go and call Andre to the back garden. I'll be waiting for you there. Upon hearing this, Lucifer nodded and walked out of the villa. Before long, Ren met Andre and Lucifer in the back garden. Andre was accompanied by a timid little girl. The three approached Rain, and Andre patted the little girl's head and spoke. Ada, this is young Master Ren. Quickly bow. If it weren't for young Master Ren, you would be dead long ago. Hearing Andre's words, Ada slowly stepped out from behind and bowed slightly to Ren. Hello, Mr. Ryan, my name is Ada Iverson. The little girl only said his name before retreating behind Andre, appearing quite frightened. Andre smiled helplessly. Young master, Ada has been in a coma for many years and has very little contact with others, so she is a little afraid of people. Please forgive her, young master. Upon hearing this, Ren waved his hand and then handed Andre a token. It's all right. I'll take my token to the treasure vault and retrieve some nourishing items later. The little girl has become so thin. Andre scratched his head, took the token from Ren, and thanked him. Thank you, young master. Then, Ryan led the three of them slowly to the pavilion in the back garden. Sitting on a stone stool in the pavilion, Ren poured himself a cup of tea and asked Andre a question. Andre, I saw you fight that archer of the same level a while ago, and you were clearly at ease. Are you about to break through? Andre nodded upon hearing this. Yes, young master, my talent is actually not weak. I was able to break through in my early years. However, because my breathing technique is only an advanced one, I have been unable to break through to a higher level. After a moment of silence, Rain looked at his reflection in the teacup in his hand and slowly spoke. If you had the ultimate breathing technique, how long would it take you to break through? Upon hearing Ren's words, Andre's muscles tensed. Extreme level? Andre then lowered his head and thought for a moment before giving Ren his answer. Young master, if we had the ultimate breathing technique, excluding the time I would need to learn and adapt to it, I would definitely be able to break through to the 5th level within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Rain slowly took out a piece of inheritance jade from his magical artifact. It was a piece he obtained from the secret realm. Extreme breathing technique. Blazing heart breathing technique. All right, Andre, then this ultimate breathing technique, the blazing heart breathing technique, is yours. I hope you can break through to the 5th rank soon. Looking at the heirloom jade in Rain's hand, Andre swallowed hard. Although Andre desperately desired it, reason prevailed over desire. Young master, I, Andre, am unworthy of this gift. It is far too precious. Chapter 102 Departure. Young master, I, Andre, am unworthy of this gift. It is far too precious. Seeing Andre's expression, Rain smiled and placed the inheritance jade into Andre's hand. It's just an advanced breathing technique. The most important thing for you, Andre, is to break through to the 5th level. Once you break through to the 5th rank, my safety will be even more guaranteed. Looking at the heirloom jade in his hand, Andre no longer refused. After accepting the gift, he immediately knelt on one knee to pledge his loyalty to Rin. Young master, as long as I, Andre, am alive, you cannot be harmed in the slightest. Andre, you know I'm going to the Far East, right? Upon hearing this, Andre nodded. Yes, young master, please be sure to take me with you. Although Andre concealed it well, Ren still keenly sensed a hint of worry in Andre's eyes. Rain smiled immediately. Since you need to protect me as I go to the Far East, Andre, I won't let you have any worries. Ada, come here. Ryan beckoned to Ada. Upon hearing this, Ada glanced at Andre, and seeing the affirmation in her grandfather's eyes, Ada slowly walked to Rain's side. Seeing that Ada was still timid, Ryan took Ada's hand and spoke. Ada, would you like to be my sister, Ryan? Upon hearing Ren's words, Andre's pupils contracted, and the surprise in his eyes was palpable. Who is Rain? Everyone in the royal city knows now. That's the heir to the Grey family. A future 7th-tier archmage. He has at least 4 peak 6th-level experts as his backers. With Ida being Rain's sister, her status is naturally different. Later, even some viscounts and earls would greet Ida with the affectionate title of Miss Ida. Andre never expected that Rain would go to such lengths for him without any worries. His respect for Ren grew even stronger. Now, even if Ren asked Andre to die, Andre wouldn't hesitate. But Ada, listening to Rain's words, still timidly turned to look at Andre, as if asking her grandfather's opinion. After Andre nodded heavily to Ada, Ada then nodded to Rain. Seeing this, Rain touched Ida's face and said, "Call me brother. Elder brother. Okay, bro, here are a few magical artifacts for your self-defense." Then Rain took out 4 or 5 second-tier magical artifacts from his magic ring and put them on Ada. Looking at the sparkling little trinkets on her body, Ada seemed to feel closer to Ryan. "Thank you, brother." After patting Ada's head, he let Ada return to Andre's side. "All right, Andre, you can go back now. The departure time is tentatively set for the day after tomorrow. Go back and pack your things. If you're still worried about Ada, you can go to Jonas or my headmaid Eve. They'll take care of her for you. As long as Ida is in the royal city, she will not be bullied." Andre chuckled upon hearing this. "Yes, young master, I will." Andre then led Ada away slowly from the back garden. Time flew by, and soon it was time for Ren to depart. Over the past few days, Ren has visited all of his magic teachers one by one. Although Ryan tried his best to refuse the teachers' gifts, he couldn't resist their enthusiasm. There are countless kinds of magic scrolls, magical artifacts, and magical equipment. Of course, Rain didn't just take. For each teacher, Rain exchanged a magical item or something similar from the ancient books, according to their research direction. Therefore, the nearly 16,000 source points that Rain originally obtained through the birthday banquet were basically used up. Oh, my origin point, it really hurts. Listening to Rain's complaints, the book spirit curled her lip and secretly felt sorry for Ferd as she looked at the 30,000 source points on the ancient book. Noon. After having lunch with his parents, Ryan prepared to embark on his journey. Inside the manor, Lyra held Rain's hand with a reluctant expression and looked at Fred beside her. "Why can't we keep Ren from leaving?" Upon hearing this, Fred shook his head firmly. One reason for his departure was to avoid the storm caused by the verbal attacks from those diehards. On the other hand, it was Ford's arrangement. Lion cubs will never grow up under the protection of their parents. Only through experience will they grow into male lions. Although he could always protect Ryan. But this is not what he wanted, nor is it what Ren wanted. Seeing his mother's worried expression, Ryan hugged her. "It's all right, Mom. I'll be back in less than a year. Maybe by then you'll be able to hold your grandson." Lyra patted Ren on the shoulder, then took out a stack of gold cards from her magic ring. Each gold card contains 1,000,000 gold coins. "Son, don't deprive yourself when you're out there. Always pick the most expensive things. This is your secret stash of money that Mom has hidden away. Take it and spend it." Ford's eyes lit up when he saw the stack of gold cards in Lyra's hand. That must be close to 10 million. He then went to Layla's side. Lyra, Ren is going out to gain experience. Why are you giving him so much money? Give it to me first, and I'll save it for him to help him raise a knightly order. Seeing Ford's groping hand, Layla immediately slapped it away. She turned her head and glared at Fred with hostility, like a tigress. Upon being glared at, the lion immediately deflated, using a smile to cover his embarrassment. Ren smiled slightly as he looked at the stack of gold cards in his hand. Mother, we don't need that much. Father's right. It would be good if Father could help me raise a knightly order. Hearing this, Layla nodded. Okay, just don't make yourself suffer outside. Don't worry. After saying that, Ren handed half of the gold card in his hand to Ferd. Then, Ren slowly walked over to his maids. Looking at Fiona Rain in front of him, he slowly spoke. Fiona, while I'm away, I'll leave them in your care. Fiona immediately gave Ren a knightly salute. Yes, sir, I will not forget your words. After kissing the maids goodbye, Ren slowly boarded the carriage. Father, Mother, I'm leaving. Then, the carriage, driven by Andre, slowly left Gray Manor and headed east. As Ren's carriage slowly disappeared into the distance, warehouse manager Pooh hurriedly ran over. Master, when young Master Rain left, he took many treasures with him. Upon hearing this, Fred waved his hand and said, So be it, it's just some treasures. Pooh handed Fred a long list with a wry smile. There aren't just a few heads of households, there are many. At this moment, Fred looked at the long list in his hand that was almost touching the ground, and his mouth twitched. He shouted in the direction where Rain had disappeared. You little brat. Chapter 103 Bozeman Village. Because Ryan's first stop was the Maurice family's Walternay province. So a few days ago, he made a special trip to the Morris family to see Ollie. After all, Ollie had promised to be his wingman. However, because the Maurice family in the royal city needed someone to guard it, Ollie could not leave the royal city. Therefore, he gave Ryan a token of his own and a letter. Once Ryan arrives in the province of Walternay, he is to find a man named Miguel Morris. He was Ollie's confidant. After finding him and showing him Ollie's token and letter, Ollie's people in the province of Walternay will do everything in their power to help Ren pursue the peerless dancer, Greta Sek. However, this is only to help Ren pursue the person. Ollie's people will not get involved in anything else. Looking at the token in his hand, Ren seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, Andre, who was driving the carriage, spoke slowly outside. Young master, there's a village ahead. We've been traveling for 5 days. Shall we go and rest for a bit? Upon hearing this, Ren opened the carriage window and looked at a village not far ahead. As far as the eye can see, there are golden wheat fields, and beyond the wheat fields is a small village. There were also many guards patrolling in the wheat fields and villages, wearing tattered armor. Ren nodded as he looked at the extent of the village. Okay, let's rest in this village for today and set off again tomorrow. Yes, young master. As Ren's carriage slowly emerged from the forest and arrived at the village entrance, 2 patrolling guards stopped it. Although the emperor and his father knew that Ren had gone out this time, the diehards of the empire did not. So, as is customary, Ren is still in the empire's prison. Therefore, Ryan cannot use the Grey family name when he goes out this time. Therefore, the carriage that Ryan was riding in was not a specially made carriage of the Grey family. The carriage did not bear the Grey family's lion emblem. Even the chariot was no longer pulled by unicorns, but by 3 black-scaled horses. Although the guards stopped the carriage, their tones softened slightly when they saw the appearance of the carriage. Although Ren cannot use the Grey family's specially made carriage, Ren's carriage is still luxurious. This made it clear to the 2 guards that they were from noble families. Hello, this is Bozeman Village. Please show me something to prove your identity. Upon hearing this, Ren opened the car window and handed the guard a metal identification tag. It says Caesar Russell on it. The Russell family, a Marquis family, is the family of Ryan's mother, so the identity he had on this trip was fabricated by his mother. The guard took a look and his eyes widened in surprise. The Russell family? He quickly handed the ID card back to Ryan through the car window. So it's young Master Caesar. Please come in. I'll go and call the village chief. After receiving his identification card, Ren nodded and gestured for Andre to drive the car into the village. Ren opened the car window, looked at the surrounding wheat fields, and smiled slightly. The golden wheat fields and the farmers working in them gave Ren a sense of ease. The horse-drawn carriage slowly drove into the village. Although the village is not large, it is small but complete. Taverns, inns, blacksmith shops, and tailor shops are basically all located in villages. This reminded Ren of the starting areas in some games he used to play on Earth. Following the guard's lead, Ren's carriage soon arrived at an inn. Pierce Hotel. An elderly man had been waiting at the hotel entrance for quite some time. He watched as Ryan stepped down from the carriage and quickly went forward to bow. "Good afternoon, young Master Caesar. May I ask what brings you to Bozeman Village?" Upon hearing this, Ren shook his head. "No, I'm just passing through, resting for the night, and leaving tomorrow." The village chief nodded upon hearing this. "Young Master Caesar, this is the best hotel in our Bozeman village. Please don't find it too inconvenient. This is Pierce, the hotel owner. Just tell him if you need anything." The village chief patted a short man beside him and said. Ryan looked at Pierce and spoke slowly. "Hi Pierce, please prepare 2 nice rooms for me. No need for food or anything else." Ren paused for a moment after saying this. Although he had stored a lot of food in his magical artifact, Rain thought about it again. Since we've already come out to gain experience, we should also experience the local customs and culture of different places. That delicious food is indispensable. Prepare some food as well, preferably some of your local specialties, so I can try them. Pierce smiled slightly. "Yes, young Master Caesar, I will prepare the most popular dishes of Bozeman Village for you." Then, Ren took out 3 gold coins from the magic device and handed them to Pierce. Pierce looked at the gold coins in Ryan's hand and felt a little embarrassed. "Young Master Caesar, that's not necessary. 10 silver coins are more than enough." Seeing this, Ryan put away the 2 gold coins and flicked the remaining gold coin to Pierce. "Consider the extra amount a tip. Oh, and take good care of my horse too." Pierce's tongue beamed with joy as he accepted the gold coins. "Don't worry, I'll go get the highest quality feed for your horses in a bit, so they'll be full of energy tomorrow." Pierce then led Ryan and the other 2 into the hotel. The wooden floorboards creaked under his feet as he surveyed the inn's surroundings. The first floor, like any other hotel, had several tables set up, clearly for dining. After glancing at Ryan a few times, he followed Pierce upstairs to their room. "Young Master Caesar, these are the 2 best rooms in our house. Please feel free to ask if you need anything. I'm on the first floor." After Pierce finished speaking, he took 2 keys out of his pocket and handed them to Ryan. Ryan nodded after taking the keys. "Okay, go and prepare some food for us." "Yes, Master Caesar." Pierce bowed slightly and slowly walked downstairs from the inn, clearly going to prepare food for Rain and the other 2. Then Ren handed a key to Andre. "Andre, you shall sleep in this room. Lucifer will stay with me, and he shall keep watch tonight." "It is the young master." Andre nodded, took the key, opened the door, and went inside. Then Ryan used his key to open the door and went into his room. As they led Lucifer into the room, they discovered that although the room was small, but it was very clean and tidy. Obviously it was cleaned regularly. Shortly after, Pierce knocked on Ryan's door. "Young Master Caesar, I have prepared the food for everyone." Upon hearing this, Ryan, who was lying on the bed in the room, got up, and Lucifer went forward to open the door. Pierce spoke after seeing Ryan. "Young Master Caesar, would you like to eat now?" Ryan nodded. "Come on, let me see the most popular food in Bozeman Village that you mentioned." "Okay, Pierce guarantees you'll love it." Chapter 10 for the Enlightened Minotaur. Follow Pierce to the first floor of the hotel, where the largest table is already laden with delicious food. As soon as he arrived on the first floor, Ren smelled the aroma of roasted meat. Smelling the aroma of the roasted meat, Ren raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, this barbecue smells pretty good. Seeing the surprise in Ryan's eyes, Pierce smiled slightly. "Young Master Caesar, although our village of Bozeman is small, we do have quite a lot of delicious food here." After Pierce finished speaking, the group went to the dining table. Pierce then introduced the food on the table to Ryan and the other 2. "Young Master Caesar, the roasted meat in the very center is a kind of meat called stag meat. The meat of this cunning deer will have a fishy and gamey taste when directly grilled over charcoal, but it is grilled together with some special techniques and medicinal herbs. The fishy smell will be completely gone, replaced by an extremely fragrant aroma." As Ryan sat down, Pierce poured another glass of ale from a large barrel behind the counter. "Young Master Caesar, this is a wheat beer brewed in my village of Bozeman. Although it is not as good as the fine wines you have tasted, it has a unique flavor when paired with this stag meat." Seeing the large wooden glass of wine in Pierce's hand, Lucifer stepped forward and took it from him. Lucifer had just checked the dishes on the table and found nothing unusual. After taking the glass from Pierce, Lucifer glanced at it and placed it in front of Ren. "Young Master, no problem." Upon hearing this, Ren nodded and gestured to the 2 people still standing to the side. "Sit down and eat." "What? Are you 2 going to watch me eat?" "Sit down." Then Andre and Lucifer sat down next to Ren. Pierce watched the 3 finish their meal, bowed slightly, and returned to his counter, awaiting Rain's instructions. Then, Lucifer stood up, took a small knife from the side, cut a piece of meat from the stag, and placed it on Ren's plate. Seeing this, Ren smiled. "Lucifer, don't be a gentleman in public. I can handle things myself. Then Ryan picked up a knife, cut off a large piece of meat, put it on his plate, and began to eat heartily. He didn't care at all about his noble status. Seeing how Ren ate, Andre no longer hesitated and picked up a knife to start cutting meat. Lucifer smiled upon hearing this, continuing to eat small pieces as if he were the noble young master among the three. As he ate the deer meat, Ren immediately praised it highly. Although you can still taste a faint gamey smell, it's not a big deal as it's easily masked by the broth covering the meat. Paired with wheat wine, the bittersweet aftertaste completely washes away the greasiness of the meat. This made Ryan's appetite suddenly whetted. Indeed, the food in every place is so captivating. Royal cities have their own delicacies, and small villages have their own specialties. As the three were enjoying their meal, suddenly, a spear shot into the interior of the inn. He pointed directly at Andre, who had his back to the door. This sudden scene immediately caught the attention of the three people. But the spear had very little force. Ren only glanced at it briefly before it froze in midair. Looking at the stopped spear, Ren narrowed his eyes. Because this spear was very simple, a straight wooden stick with a sharp stone tied to the end with vines. This is not something a human could have made. It's more like something a goblin could create. Pierce, realizing what was happening, quickly came to Ryan's side. Young Master Caesar, you're a minotaur. Quick, let me take you to the cellar to hide. Seeing Pierce's flustered appearance, Ryan slowly swallowed the meat in his mouth and grabbed Pierce's arm. Don't rush. Pierce, tell me more about this minotaur. Andre, go out and check on the village. Help clear out the monsters. Andre nodded, picked up a cloth from the table to wipe his mouth, and then left the inn with his greatsword. Seeing Ryan's calm demeanor, Pierce also calmed down slightly and began to tell Ryan about the minotaurs. Young Master Caesar, there were no monsters around our Bozeman village before, but a few months ago, a lot of minotaurs suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At first, the minotaurs fought in a chaotic manner, and the village guards were able to easily deal with them. But for some reason, the minotaurs' fighting strength grew stronger and stronger, and gradually the guards of Bozeman village were unable to cope with them. After listening to Pierce's explanation, Ryan led Lucifer and Pierce slowly out of the inn and onto the dirt road in the village. Ren narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle between the minotaurs and the village guards. This minotaur actually knows tactics. They're fighting in groups of 3. Upon seeing that some villagers were injured, Rain and Lucifer immediately took action. Lucifer, make your move. Oh, and leave a few alive. Good master. With the addition of Rain and 2 others to the battle, the minotaurs quickly collapsed. Suddenly, an inconspicuous minotaur on the minotaur's side shouted something. Immediately, the surviving minotaurs on the minotaur's side began to flee into the forest. Ren immediately locked onto his target. Lucifer, seize it. I want it alive. Upon hearing this, Lucifer immediately put down the minotaur corpse he had just killed and swiftly attacked the minotaur. Upon seeing this, the minotaur's pupils showed a look of terror, and he barked a few more times at the minotaur beside him. Then the minotaurs beside him launched a suicidal attack on Lucifer without fear of death. But Lucifer took their lives one by one. Soon after, the minotaur was captured by Lucifer and struggled, shouting something. With the minotaur captured by Lucifer, the minotaur invasion of the village came to an end. The streets were littered with the corpses of the minotaurs killed by Rain and her 2 companions. Before long, the village chief slowly approached Ren and bowed deeply to him. Many thanks to young Master Caesar for his help. Otherwise, our Bozeman village might have been in grave danger this time. Seeing the old man perform such a grand salute to him, Ren slightly raised his hand. A magical force lifted the old man up. Village chief, you don't need to be so polite. You are a citizen of the empire, and it is only right that I, as a nobleman of the empire, help you. Seeing Lucifer return with the minotaur, Ren stepped forward. The clear look in the minotaur's eyes immediately piqued Ren's interest. Logically speaking, monsters like minotaurs, goblins, and kobolds act primarily according to their instincts. But this minotaur in front of us is clearly intelligent. Is it a coincidence? Or is there some other reason? Listening to the minotaur's garbled words, Rain exchanged a spell called Mind Perception with the book Spirit. The moment the magic was used, Ren understood what the minotaur was saying. You inferior humans, release me now, or my tribal chief Duke will not let you off the hook. Chapter 105 Ruins. Rain raised an eyebrow at the minotaur's words. Leader? Duke? Then Rain asked the village chief who was standing nearby. Village chief, didn't you go to the nearby city-states for help? Judging by the size of that group of minotaurs, the village might be gone if I hadn't been here. Hearing what Ren said, the village chief slowly spoke. I went to Stone Drum City for help as soon as I sensed that these minotaurs were getting stronger with each wave. Shirgu City has sent several groups of people to clear out the Minotaurs, but each time, they only manage to see a few Minotaurs. After this back and forth, Shigeaching stopped believing what I said, and now they basically don't send anyone over anymore. If those Minotaurs come again, my village of Bozeman might have to relocate. Upon hearing this, Rain became even more interested in the group of Minotaurs. Not only do they employ tactics and create more sophisticated weapons, but they can also evade the search of Shirgu City. Seeing the dean's worried expression, Ren stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, village chief. Now that I've encountered this group, I won't stand idly by. I'll handle these Minotaurs. Upon hearing Ren's words, the village chief looked at Ren with excitement and immediately knelt down. Many thanks, young Master Caesar. Our Bozeman village will remember your kindness for generations to come. After helping the village chief up, Rain looked at Lucifer. Lucifer immediately understood and used his demonic power to leave a mark on the Minotaur without leaving a trace, before letting the Minotaur go. The Minotaur was slightly taken aback as he watched the humans untie themselves. Realizing what was happening, it immediately ran into the forest, and soon its figure disappeared into the forest. A short while later, Lucifer smiled. Master, this thing is quite wary. It keeps circling around in the forest. No rush. Let it circle around until it lowers its guard and returns to its lair, then we'll wipe it out in one fell swoop. Ren then returned to the hotel from the street. He shook his head as he looked at the food on the table, which had already gone cold. The village chief, who was following behind Rain, immediately understood and stepped forward to speak slowly. Young Master Caesar, would you like me to prepare some more food for you? Ren waved his hand. No need. You don't need to follow me. You can go about your business. There are so many Minotaur corpses in the village, you should go and deal with them. It's not good for them to just pile up in the village. The village chief nodded slowly, then gave Pierce a look that said he would take good care of the distinguished guest before leaving the inn. Then Rain led the two back to the room, waiting for the Minotaur to return to its lair. Time passed slowly. Finally, after the sun set, after Lucifer marked the Minotaur and circled around a few times, it headed deeper into the forest before slowly coming to a stop in one place. At that moment, Lucifer opened his eyes and looked at Ren, who was reading a book. Master, that Minotaur has stopped moving. It has most likely returned to its lair. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, Rain immediately closed the book of his observations. Let's set off. I want to see how these Minotaurs become intelligent. After calling Andre, the three of them prepared to go downstairs. As soon as they went downstairs, they saw Pierce preparing dinner for the three of them. Young Master Caesar, are you going out? Pierce looked at the three men, who were fully armed, and asked them a question. Go and wipe out those Minotaurs. Dinner smells delicious. Ryan smiled as he smelled the dinner Pierce had prepared on the table. He picked up his fork, speared a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. Feeling the soup bursting in his mouth, Ryan patted Pierce on the shoulder. Pierce, take your time getting ready. I'll be back to eat something hot. It's all right, Mr. Caesar. Even if it gets cold, I'll prepare another one for you. Ren nodded without replying, then flew into the depths of the forest with Lucifer and Andre. Looking at the spot where Rain and his two companions disappeared, Pierce realized for the first time that there were many good people among the nobles. Not all of them were as greedy as the nobles of Shirgu City. Rain and Andre followed Lucifer and soon arrived at a waterfall in the forest. Amidst the roar of the waterfall, Lucifer pointed at it and spoke. Master, my mark is in this waterfall. Upon hearing this, a golden light flashed in Rain's eyes, and instantly, the center of the waterfall opened like a door, propelled by a force. As the waterfall opened, a huge opening in the center of the waterfall slowly appeared in front of the three people. Andre, you lead the charge. It is the young master. After this period of training, Andre has successfully advanced to the 5th rank through the fiery heart-breathing technique. Moreover, because Andre had a strong foundation, he directly reached the intermediate level of the 5th rank as soon as he advanced to the 5th rank. Andre is now a true 5th-tier, star-level berserker. Therefore, Ren was very confident in letting Andre take the lead. After all, if you could encounter monsters in the forest near this city that could defeat Andre, a 5th-tier star-level monster, it would be a great honor. If there's absolutely no security, how can the Empire survive? The three then slowly ascended into the cave. 2nd-tier magic, night vision. With a wave of his hand, the previously dark cave in the eyes of Ren and Andre was instantly revealed to them. Lucifer is a primordial demon, so he was born with the ability to see at night. Therefore, Rain did not go to any trouble to do so. As the three of them slowly ventured deeper into the cave, the number of animal skeletons gradually increased. Feeling the slope of the cave, Ren squinted. This cave actually leads underground? Before long, the cave, which was originally quite small, gradually grew larger. Immediately afterwards, Ren arrived at a huge underground cavern. Looking at the scene before him, Ryan's eyes widened, and he uttered a sigh. The enormous underground cavern did not surprise Ren. To Ren's surprise, there was a relic inside this huge cave. Moreover, judging from the appearance of these ruins, they are very well preserved. Ren narrowed his eyes as he watched the minotaurs wandering through the ruins. There are quite a few minotaurs here. In Ren's estimate, there must be at least several thousand. But Ren didn't care too much, since they were mostly first or second tier strength. There are some at the third tier, but only one or two. Taking advantage of the darkness inside the cave, the three of them slowly approached the ruins. Seeing these minotaurs gathered so densely together, Ren wanted to use a large-scale spell to wipe them all out at once. But seeing the well-preserved ruins, Ren managed to hold back. He had no idea how much of the ruins would be left after such a large-scale spell. Therefore, in order not to damage the ruins, Ren planned to have Andre use his fifth-order pressure to its fullest extent. This can greatly reduce the risk of combat, and thus prevent damage to the ruins. Chapter 106: The Sacrifice of the Moon Goddess. After understanding Ren's requirements, Andre's oppressive aura instantly emanated from his body in the next moment. Andre fought countless battles throughout his life and killed a great many enemies. Therefore, Andre's imposing presence was filled with an extremely powerful killing intent, making people's hearts tremble. As Andre released his oppressive aura, the nearby minotaurs were instantly rendered immobile by it. I can't even move my fingers at all. Lucifer, resolve this quickly. Ren looked at the subdued minotaur and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lucifer immediately took action. He was extremely fast, killing these level 1 minotaurs as easily as crushing ants. Not to mention that these ants couldn't even struggle. Lucifer was naturally aware that Ren wanted to preserve the ruins intact. Therefore, he was very particular when killing the minotaur. He would inject a surge of energy into the minotaur's brain and stir it up to kill it. Not a drop of blood was seen. Of course, the minotaurs noticed the moment Andre's imposing presence was unleashed. However, because Andre's aura was so intense, they were all very wary and did not step forward. Just as Lucifer began rapidly killing the minotaurs, a neatly dressed minotaur slowly emerged from the largest building in the ruins. He knelt down the moment he saw Andre. The kneeling minotaur pressed his head to the ground, palms facing upwards, and spoke to Andre. Seeing this, Andre slowly looked at Ren. Young master, this. With his telepathic abilities, Ren naturally knew what it had just said. Yes, mighty lord of humanity, my race is willing to submit to you. Please spare my people, and I will offer up my race's most precious treasure. But Ren ignored the minotaur and looked at the human women who had been abducted and entered a building. These women were clearly being used as breeding tools by these minotaurs. Their eyes were lifeless. If it weren't for the fact that he could still sense their life energy, Ren would have suspected that they were already dead. Ugh, you guys are really something else. Then Ren looked at Andre. Keep the one kneeling for now, and let Lucifer wipe out the rest. Don't do anything. Don't let their blood pollute my ruins. Upon hearing this, Andre scratched his head and smiled. Young master, I can actually resolve this without drawing blood. Oh, then you should join in too, so you can be quicker. I want to go back and have some hot food. Andre, who hadn't been fighting much lately, suddenly grinned. His smile was full of bloodlust. He casually patted the minotaur with his hand, and the minotaur's heart was shattered by Andre's fighting spirit, causing him to fall to the ground. Seeing that the group still hadn't stopped, the kneeling minotaur angrily charged at Andre. But before he could even make contact with Andre, he was trapped in the spatial sphere in Ren's hand using the horizontal grip hollow. As the minotaur charged, all the minotaurs launched an attack on the three. Although they were suppressed in place by Andre's pressure before they even made contact with the three, they still charged forward frantically. As time passed, the thousands of minotaurs were quickly wiped out by Lucifer and Andre with little resistance. Looking at the minotaur lying on the ground, Ren showed no pity. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. He turned to look at the woman inside the building, whose eyes had lost their color, shook his head, and with a gentle wave of his hand, sent these women away from the world without pain. Then Lucifer and Andre began to collect the minotaur corpses from the ruins. Then, Ren slowly walked to the huge building from which the minotaur leader had just emerged. Standing at the building's entrance, Ren can see the environment inside. Although the building had been cleaned up by the minotaurs, traces of time were still visible. The thing at the very center of the building made Ren squint slightly. It is a small tower that looks like a pyramid. A light blue bottle was placed on top of the small tower. Suddenly, the book spirit's voice rang in Ren's mind. Rain, go take a look. That thing has such a strong energy concentration. Upon hearing this, Ren came to the small platform. As soon as he got close to the bottle, Ren felt a chill. I picked up the bottle and shook it a few times, and a splashing sound came from inside. Hearing the spirit urging him to open the bottle, Ren no longer hesitated and immediately opened the bottle. In an instant, an even more biting chill swept over us. Even Ren's eyebrows were covered in frost. Seeing this, Ren immediately mobilized the surrounding fire demon energy, which reduced the surrounding cold energy somewhat. Upon seeing the liquid, the book spirit in Ren's mind materialized directly from Ren's body. She looked at the jade bottle in Ren's hand with a surprised expression. This is actually the spirit cleansing moon elixir? Hearing what the book spirit said, Rain raised an eyebrow. Lingjinjiu liquid? You know about this? Rain looked at the book spirit with a puzzled expression. The spirit nodded. Yes, the spirit cleansing moon liquid is an extremely precious treasure. It has many uses, such as enhancing magical talent, increasing soul strength, healing wounds, replenishing magic power, and so on. Oh, and intelligence enhancement is also one of its abilities. Those minotaurs must have gained their intelligence thanks to this spiritual purification liquid. Shuling snatched the spirit cleansing moon liquid from Rain's hand with a look of surprise and looked at the liquid in the bottle with excitement. This pure moon elixir is extremely rare. Only devotees of the moon goddess can obtain it. It is said that even a single drop requires a fanatical believer to pray continuously for a month. Thinking of this, Shuling revealed her little tiger teeth. Those minotaurs used whoever they wanted. Damn it. Then he looked at the jade bottle with a pained expression, as if he had lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Seeing the distressed look on Shuling's face, Rain smiled. What? This thing is useful to you? The book spirit nodded immediately. Of course. Didn't I just say it has the effect of enlightening the mind? This stuff, when dripped onto a weapon, is very likely to generate a weapon spirit. Do you think this thing will be useful to me, the spirit of this artifact? But haven't you already developed intelligence? Can this thing really increase your IQ? The book spirit shook its head. No, it's used to replenish my energy. The effect is similar to that of the secret realm core. This energy is used to maintain my physical form. Upon hearing that it was energy that had manifested, Rain nodded. That is indeed very important. But you have to leave some for me too, half for each of us. Okay, don't worry, they won't eat it all. They'll leave some for you. After saying that, the book spirit transformed into a stream of light and returned to Rain's mind. Rain couldn't help but chuckle as he imagined the book spirit's blissful expression in his mind. They then continued their search within the building. After removing the minotaur decorations, the murals on the wall were revealed. The mural depicts a large group of people offering sacrifices to a deity. There were many other writings nearby, but Ren didn't recognize them. But the book spirit spoke slowly. This mural records the items needed for a sacrifice to the moon goddess, as well as the necessary magic circle. Shuling paused briefly after saying this. Then he raised an eyebrow and slowly began to speak. Rain, perhaps we can offer sacrifices to the goddess of the moon. Chapter 107 Moonlight Goddess, Qinghua. Rain, perhaps we could try offering sacrifices to the goddess of the moon. Rain was somewhat surprised to hear the voice of the book's spirit in his mind. A sacrifice? A sacrifice to the moon goddess? I'm not her believer. How could I possibly make a sacrifice? Upon hearing this, Shuling smiled. You cannot perform sacrifices to her if you are not a believer, but that was the old rule. Now that the moon goddess's Qinghua cult is gone, she must be desperately in need of faith. I don't believe she won't respond if you offer sacrifices to her. Then, the spirit pointed a finger in the air, and a golden light surged into Rain's mind. This is the magic circle required for the ritual, as recorded on the wall. Whether you want to perform the ritual is up to you. Feeling the magic circle transmitted to him by the book spirit, Ren pondered for a moment and then spoke. Sacrifice is acceptable, but what should I use as a sacrifice? The corpses of those minotaurs? Upon hearing Rain's words, the book spirit immediately retorted. Of course not. The moon goddess isn't an evil god, so why would she need flesh and blood sacrifices? What she needs are treasures. Ren clicked his tongue, thinking that the corpses of these minotaurs would still have some residual heat. Afterwards, Ren searched the building again, and finding no other treasures, he slowly walked out of the building. Arriving at an open space, Ren began to mobilize his magic to construct the magic circle needed for the ritual. The ritual's magic circle, though intricate, was not complex. Therefore, although Ren was only a second-tier high-level mage, he still managed to build it after some effort. Looking at the completed magic circle, Ren then asked the book spirit. The magic circle is set up. What's next? Activate the magic circle? Or place the treasure first? Place the treasure you wish to offer as a sacrifice in the center of the magic circle to activate it. Then repeat after me. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded and took out 3 fourth-tier treasures borrowed from the family treasury from his storage ring and placed them in the center of the magic circle. After leaving the area of the magic circle, Ren activated the magic circle. Then Shuling's words rang in my ears. Repeat after me. O pure moon goddess, you are the beacon in the night sky, the symbol of tranquility and purity. At this sacred moment, with a devout heart, I offer you my sincerest respect and faith. Hearing the book spirit's cheesy words, Rain pouted, full of reluctance. However, he managed to repeat what the book spirit had said. Just after Rain finished speaking, a light shone from the magic circle, and then the ethereal figure of a cool, aloof woman appeared in the center of the magic circle. Meanwhile, the treasure that Rain had placed in the center of the magic circle also disappeared. The woman's face was obscured, as if she were shielded by some force. Only a blurry, wave-like outline could be seen. However, judging from her figure, Ren could tell that this moon goddess must be a mature and sophisticated type of goddess. After the moon goddess appeared, she glanced at Rain and exclaimed in surprise. Huh. The sound was crisp and refreshing. The moon goddess was slightly shocked by Rain's talent. This is an all-attribute magic talent. Such talent was considered genius among geniuses in her time. It's unexpected to encounter it in this era as well. Moreover, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from Rain. The aura of the god of magic. It seems this young man is highly regarded by the god of magic. Then the moon goddess smiled. Having encountered such a genius, it was inevitable that she would develop a fondness for talent. If she could get this young man to help her rebuild the Qinghua divine cult on the mainland, that would be an option. So what if she's under the weight of a magical artifact? She's trapped. How can you possibly snatch it from her? Then the silent moon goddess slowly spoke. Young man, would you be willing to be my messenger, the goddess of moonlight, and spread the faith of Qinghua across the continent? Upon hearing this, Rain was taken aback and then shook his head. The book spirit in Rain's mind also sneered when it heard this. Your Majesty, I have no desire to become a follower of any god. My offerings to you are merely a means to exchange some treasures with you. Upon hearing Ren's answer, the moon goddess paused slightly and put down the miracle she was about to bestow upon Ren. Unexpectedly, she was rejected. Are you sure? Become my divine messenger, and I guarantee you'll reach the 7th rank within 6 months and ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. No, thank you for your kindness, goddess. Meanwhile, somewhere within Rain's body, the god of magic clicked his tongue as he looked at the goddess of moonlight. Qinghua, if you could show your true colors, this little slut might even agree to your request, but now, that's unlikely. The moon goddess remained silent for a moment in response to Rain's repeated rejections. Since that's the case, I can't force you. Then the moon goddess gently touched Ren with her finger, and a beam of moonlight shone towards him. Before long, the moonlight gradually disappeared, and a faint crescent mark appeared on Rain's forehead. This is the reward for this ritual. For 1 month, under the moonlight at night, any magic you use will be imbued with the chill of the moon and divine power. After giving out the rewards, the moon goddess pointed at Rain again. Immediately afterwards, a mark identical to that of the god of magic appeared on Rain's arm, right next to the mark of the god of magic. I have left a mark on you. If you change your mind, you can call me anytime. After she finished speaking, the illusory image of the moon goddess gradually dissipated, as if she had lost her energy. As the illusory image of the moon goddess dissipated, the magic circle used by the priest on the ground also lost its light, turning into specks of demonic energy and dissipating into the air. Rain rolled up his sleeves and was taken aback when he saw the 2 marks. This crescent-shaped one belongs to the moon goddess, but whose is this one that looks like a magic circle? Seeing the puzzled look on Rain's face, the book spirit smiled slightly and began to explain to Rain. What? Are you confused by the 2 marks? Otherwise, whose is the other one? She is the goddess of magic, but I don't know when she left behind. Anyway, this mark won't do you any harm. After listening to the book spirit's explanation, Rain nodded, lowered his sleeves, crushed the spatial sphere in his hand, and continued searching for something in the ruins. At this moment, somewhere on Ren's body, the god of magic and the goddess of moonlight are gazing at each other. The god of magic broke the silence first, as the 2 remained silent. She squinted at Qinghua with hostility. Qinghua, what are you doing in here? He's mine. Upon hearing this, Qinghua smiled slightly. Yours? What? He agreed to become your divine messenger? It was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, I am the god of magic. If this kid, a magician, doesn't believe in me, who will he believe in? The god of magic spoke with absolute confidence. But Qinghua was clearly unmoved. Now that you are trapped and my Qinghua divine cult has disappeared, we all need a divine messenger to take charge of the situation on the mainland. Since we both have our eyes on this young man, let's each rely on our own abilities. Chapter 108, the third book, the Book of Natural History. After Lucifer and Andre cut off the horns from the Minotaur's head, they piled the Minotaur's corpse on the other side of the cave. Once the corpses were piled up, Lucifer burned them all to ashes with a burst of demonic fire. To prevent the stench from the burning fire from affecting Ren, who was in the ruins, Lucifer used magic to blow the thick fog to the other side. Within the ruins, because of his ability to sense the energy of the ancient book, Ren quickly collected all sorts of treasures from the ruins. Meanwhile, Lucifer and Andre finished cleaning up the Minotaur's corpse. Lucifer approached Ren and handed him a magical artifact. Master, these are all the horns of the Minotaurs. Although they are not precious, there are many of them. Through some refining devices, a considerable number of magic stones can also be condensed. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded and took the magical artifact from Lucifer's hand. Well, I've almost finished collecting everything from the ruins. Let's go back to the village. I'm getting a little hungry after all this time. The three then walked back the way they came, and soon returned to the riverbank below the waterfall. Just as he was about to leave, Ren suddenly turned back. He gently clenched his right hand towards the center of the waterfall. The next moment, the cave hidden by the waterfall gradually closed off until it disappeared from sight. After doing all this, Ryan led the two back home. It was already the early hours of the next day when we returned to Bozeman Village. Seeing the village chief lingering at the village entrance, Ren smiled slightly and then led the two out of the forest. Upon seeing Rain, the village chief immediately perked up and led a group of villagers to the three of them. Young Master Caesar, you're finally back. I was worried sick all night. Seeing the worry in the village chief's eyes and the hope in the eyes of the villagers, Rain poured out all the Minotaur's horns from the magic device. The Minotaur's horns instantly piled up into a small mountain to the side. Then Ren slowly began to speak. No need to worry about the Minotaurs anymore. That Minotaur tribe has been completely wiped out by us. Hearing Ryan's words, the villagers had no doubts and began to cheer. Then, led by the village chief, they knelt down and bowed to Rain. Thank you, young Master Caesar. Rain did not refuse and accepted the kneeling without hesitation. Then he helped the village chief up and slowly began to speak. Village chief, where's the food you prepared for me? I'm getting a little hungry. Upon hearing this, the village chief nodded hurriedly. Yes, let's go back to the village first. Everything has been prepared for you. At night, a bonfire party was held in Bozeman Village, led by the village chief. A huge flame rose in the center of the village, where villagers sang, danced, and drank merrily. As the protagonist of this bonfire party, Ryan naturally sat in the main seat and watched everyone dance. But Ren's mind wasn't on the party. He was sorting through the treasures he'd acquired from the ruins in his magical artifact. Just as he was hesitating about whether to let the ancient book absorb all of it, the book spirit's voice interrupted Ren's thoughts. Wow, this spirit-cleansing moon elixir is truly a wonderful thing, Ren. I brought you some incredibly good news this time. Hearing the book spirit's cheerful voice, Ren slowly opened his mouth. Good news? Tell me about it. With the help of this spirit-cleansing moon elixir, I located the position of another book. Upon hearing this, Ren immediately straightened up. Where is it? What book is it this time? It's not far from your current location, about 700 kilometers southeast of your current location. This book will definitely be very helpful to you right now. It's called the Book of Natural History. As far as I know, its ability is to know the function of all treasures and items in the world, and it can also help you locate the treasures you need. Listening to the book spirit's explanation, Rain's eyes revealed a strong interest. It seems my trip to the Watney province will have to be postponed. Rain squinted as he looked southeast. He then called Lucifer over, took out a written letter and his own token from his magic ring, and handed them to Lucifer. Lucifer, take this letter and my token to Stone Drum City and find either the Gray Family Merchant Guild or the Russell Family Merchant Guild. After finding the person in charge, I showed him my token and asked him to deliver the letter to my father, Fred. Upon hearing this, Lucifer nodded, took the letter and token from Rain's hand, and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. The letter was about the ruins, which were very well preserved. For those who are passionate about history, this is a valuable treasure. While it was of little use to Ryan, it was a different story in the hands of his father, Fred. The next morning, Rain and his two companions left Bozeman Village amidst the cheers of the entire village. The village chief and the villagers escorted Ran for several hundred meters before slowly stopping. Ryan stuck his hand out of the car window, shook it, and began the next leg of his journey, searching for books on natural history. Although Andre, who was driving the carriage, was puzzled as to why Ren was heading southeast, he did not ask. 700 kilometers sounds far, but it's not actually that close. A week passed quickly while we were on the road. In the course of this week, Rain naturally broke through to the level of a third-tier beginner mage. Following the guidance of the book Spirit, Rain soon arrived at the province of Aft in the Empire. That is, the Ward family's territory. Looking at the city before him, Ren spoke with the book Spirit in his mind. Book Spirit is the book of natural history located in this Twilight City. Listening to Rain's words, the book Spirit closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a while. He then nodded to Ren. Yes, that's right, the book of natural history is right here. Faced with the book Spirit's affirmative answer, Rain slowly spoke to Andre. Andre, let's go into town. But after a brief silence, Lucifer spoke up to Rain, offering a reminder. Master, you cannot show your true face now. It didn't matter in a small place like Bozeman Village, but it's different in a big city like Twilight City. Lucifer's words made Ren nod, and then he took out a human skin mask from his magic device and put it on his face. How about this? Master, you are still as handsome and dashing as ever. Ren smiled and said, Andre, let's go into the city this time. Yes, young master. Andre then slowly drove the carriage toward Twilight City. Upon arriving at the gates of Twilight City, the guard stopped Rain's carriage. Hello, please show your ID card. Upon hearing this, Rain handed over the forged identity card. The guard took the ID card and was stunned for a moment, then respectfully returned it to Ren. Hello, Lord Caesar, welcome to Twilight City. The guard bowed slightly to Ren and ordered them to pass, not even daring to ask for an entrance fee. As the carriage entered Twilight City, Andre asked Rain a question. Young master, where do we go next? Let's find an inn to store the carriage first, so we can take a bath. Upon hearing this, Andre nodded, got out of the carriage, stopped a pedestrian to ask where the best hotel in Twilight City was, and then set off in his carriage. Chapter 109: The Stone Festival of Twilight City. In Twilight City, Andre drove his carriage slowly. Rain opened the carriage window and looked out at the bustling Twilight City, letting the lively atmosphere of the city streets enter the carriage. Because there are many demi-human tribes around the province of Aft, Twilight City, as the most prosperous city in the province, has many demi-humans inhabitants. As soon as I opened the car window, I saw that many of the pedestrians on the road were demi-humans wearing cat ears or rabbit ears. These delicate and soft ears made Ren want to reach out and stroke them. Following the directions of passers-by, Andre quickly parked the carriage in front of an inn. Young master, we've arrived at the inn. Upon hearing Andre's voice, Ren got off the carriage and looked at the inn signboard. Twilight Hotel. Observing the size of the inn, Ren couldn't help but nod in approval. It truly deserved to be the best inn in Twilight City. This place is comparable in size to an inn in the royal city. Just as Ren stepped down from the carriage, a neatly dressed boy quickly ran out of the inn. Hello, esteemed guest. Are you looking for accommodation? Upon hearing the boy's very polite question, Ryan nodded. Okay, book me 2 of your best rooms. Upon hearing that Ryan wanted to book the best room, the boy scratched his head and spoke. Distinguished guest, our best rooms at Twilight Hotel are reserved for the elite. May I ask to see your identification card? The boy's answer did not puzzle Ryan. He had heard of such a rule in the royal city as well. She then handed her ID card to the boy. The boy took it and looked at it, and a look of shock immediately appeared in his eyes. It turned out to be the young master of the Russell family, a Marquis. The boy's expression then became even more respectful. He bowed slightly to Ren and returned the identity token to him. It's you, esteemed young Master Caesar. Please come in. Following the boy into the hotel, Ryan smiled slightly as he looked at the interior decor. The pristine white quartz tile flooring, combined with the golden velvet wood cabinets, made the hotel room exceptionally bright. There was also a huge crystal chandelier overhead, emitting a soft, warm light. The boy led the 3 of them behind the counter and slowly began to speak. Miss Rose, this is Mr. Caesar from the Russell family. He would like to reserve 2 of the best rooms. A pretty woman at the hotel reception glanced at Rain after hearing the boy's voice, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. They turned out to be descendants of a Marquis family. He then immediately took 2 keys from the counter. Hello, Mr. Caesar, these are the 2 rooms you requested, both on the 3rd floor. The fee is 3 gold coins per day, including 3 meals a day. The total cost will be settled when you check out. Upon hearing this, Ryan took the key and, led by the boy, went down to the 3rd floor. There are only 4 rooms on the 3rd floor, and the rooms are very large, taking up the entire 3rd floor of the Twilight Hotel. The 2 rooms that Ryan booked were the 2 innermost rooms. The boy spoke after leading Rain to the door of the room. Young Master Caesar, these are your 2 rooms. If you need anything, there is a button in the room to call our staff. Just press it, and someone will come within a few minutes. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. Bevan will take his leave now. Ryan then used the key to open the door. As soon as I entered, I saw 2 demi-humans kneeling to one side. Welcome home, owner. The 2 rabbit-eared girls knelt down before Rain, their ears bulging. Seeing this, Ren smiled, surprised that there was such a service. Get up and go prepare some hot water for your bath. Good master. Lucifer lowered his guard slightly after seeing the slave collars around the necks of the 2 rabbit-eared girls. Then Ryan pounced onto the soft bed. He had been sleeping in the carriage for a while, and now that he could sleep in the big bed, he was very happy. Just after the 3 of them rested for a while, 2 bunny-eared girls came out of the bathroom and came to Rain's side. Master, the hot water is ready. Upon hearing this, Rain got out of bed and slowly walked towards the bathroom. 2 bunny-eared girls followed behind Ren. Seeing this, Andre and Lucifer did not stop them. After all, neither of them detected any fluctuations in fighting spirit or magic from the 2 rabbit-eared girls. Moreover, he is currently restrained by a slave collar and cannot pose any threat to the 3rd-tier mage, Ren. In the bathroom, Rain was soaking in the large bathtub, holding 2 bunny-eared girls. Ren stroked the bunny ears with a look of pure enjoyment. Ah, how soft they are. Sure enough, he has a natural affinity for soft things. However, Rain did not do anything to the 2 bunny-eared girls. He let them massage him a few times and then dismissed them. Faced with Ren's wave, the 2 bunny-eared girls were slightly taken aback, but still obeyed the order and retreated. After soaking for a while, Ryan got dressed and went out. Lucifer, Andre, aren't you going to wash up? Upon hearing this, Andre nodded. Young master, I'll go wash up too. Lucifer will stay outside to protect your safety. Then Andre and Lucifer took turns cleaning. While the 2 were washing, Rain asked the book spirit a question. Book spirit, can you sense the exact location of the book of natural history now? After a moment of silence, the book spirit spoke. My perception is vague, as if I'm being isolated by something, but I'm certain that the book of natural history is in the city and not too far from you. These next few days, walk around the city more. The closer you get, the more accurate my location will be. Okay, then I'll wander around the city for the next couple of days. Looking at the 2 men, who appeared refreshed, Ren slowly began to speak. Since we're already in Twilight City, let's rest here for a while. I might as well spend some time in Twilight City. Andre and Lucifer nodded in agreement. Then Ryan pressed the call button in the room. Not long after, Bevan, the boy who had greeted Ren at the door, knocked on Ren's door. Lucifer stepped forward, opened the door, and let Bevan in. Bevan bowed slightly to Rain after entering. Young Master Caesar, what are your orders? Bevan, I just arrived in Twilight City today, and I don't know much about it. Can you tell me what fun places there are to visit in Twilight City lately? Upon hearing this, Bevan nodded, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. You could check out the slave market in Twilight City, young Master Caesar. I heard that Twilight City recently bought another batch of demi-humans from the kingdom. If you, young Master Caesar, are interested in demi-humans, visiting the slave market would be a good option. Oh, by the way, Twilight City's Triennial Stone Festival is coming up soon. Judging by the time, it's the day after tomorrow. If you, young Master Caesar, want to have a good time in Twilight City, then you absolutely cannot miss the Stone Festival. Hearing Bevan's words, Rain narrowed his eyes. Forbidden Stone is a type of gambling stone similar to those found on Earth. The surface of the Forbidden Stone is covered by a special substance, so no one can see what is inside. This is why some people ascend to heaven with a single blow while others are plunged into hell. The book spirit just said that the Book of Natural History seems to be isolated. Could the Book of Natural History he seeks be hidden within this Forbidden Stone? With this in mind, Rain became cautious and then instructed Bevan. Okay, then Bevan, could you find me a guide in Twilight City? I'll be spending a few days exploring Twilight City. Yes, young Master Caesar, I will find you an experienced guide right away. After saying that, Bevan left Ryan's room. Chapter 110 Catwoman Shirley, Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Ryan led the two downstairs, and Rose behind the counter quickly bowed slightly to Ryan. Young Master Caesar. After giving Rose a slight nod, Rain walked out of the Twilight Hotel. Bevan was extremely efficient. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Bevan waiting at the door with a demi-human. When Bevan saw Ren come out, he led the demi-human to Ren. Young Master Caesar, this is Shirley, the best guide I know in Twilight. If you don't mind her demi-human identity, she is the best choice. Upon hearing this, Rain turned his gaze to the cat girl behind Bevan. Two small black cat ears stood upright on her long, smooth, jet black hair. She only reached Ryan's chest in height. perfectly deserving the description of petite and delicate. Shirley showed no fear in the face of Ren's gaze, her dark eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. He then nodded slightly to Ren. Seeing that Rain nodded, he walked up to Shirley. Come on, take me around Twilight City. Hearing this, Shirley smiled and nodded. Yes, young Master Caesar, please follow me. Because Bevan and Shirley had just told each other about Ryan's identity, Shirley was very polite to Ryan. This time, Rain did not take a carriage, but instead explored Twilight City on foot. Shirley walked ahead of the three, pointing out things along the street to them. This is a specialty of our Twilight City, spirit water, which is very refreshing and thirst-quenching. Young Master Caesar, you may try it. This is an Ajin-style cafe that serves coffee, and all the staff are Ajin. It's one of the few places managed and operated by Ajin. That's the Wild Rose Tavern, a gathering place for mercenaries. The proprietress is very nice, and the liquor is strong. Mercenaries and demi-humans alike love to come here to drink. Shirley would introduce whatever she saw to Ryan in a voice as loud as a little bell. Before long, Shirley brought Rain to the east side of Twilight City. Looking at the massive complex of buildings, Shirley continued to explain to Rain. This is the largest slave market in Twilight City, where all kinds of slaves are available. You can find almost anything here, demi-humans, dwarves, humans, and monsters. Furthermore, I've heard that Twilight City recently purchased a batch of decent quality demi-humans from the kingdom. If you're interested, Mr. Caesar, we can go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded. Yes, let's go in and take a look. After receiving Rain's approval, Shirley led her group toward the complex of buildings. As soon as they entered, a short human appeared from some corner and came to the side of Ren and his group. Oh dear, distinguished guest. I have failed to greet you properly. Upon seeing this person, Xiaoli immediately frowned. Peel, you're swindling me again. My customers won't buy your sick and dying slaves. Pierre didn't refute Shirley's words, but just chuckled twice. Hee, Miss Shirley, although my slaves are all a bit weak, they're cheap. I am not without health issues, sir. Judging from your extraordinary demeanor, you must be a young master from a prominent family. Pierre came over to Ryan and rubbed his hands together. When Shirley saw that Pierre was shamelessly getting close to Ryan, she was about to step forward to stop him, but Ryan waved her hand to stop her. Seeing Pierre's mercenary demeanor, Ren couldn't help but ask, What? Judging from your expression, you have something good there? Hey, you have a keen eye? I've really gotten my hands on something good this time, for this price. Pierre gestured 5 to Ryan. Seeing Pierre's gesture, Ryan narrowed his eyes. 5,000 gold coins. Pierre shook his head. No, sir, it's 50,000 gold coins. Before the words were even finished, Shirley's voice rang out loudly. 50,000. Pierre, are you out of your mind for money? Seeing the kitten with its fur standing on end, Ryan went over and patted Shirley's head to comfort her. The soft texture of the cat ears made Ryan want to pet them for a moment. Don't worry, Shirley. Shirley stiffened at the touch on her head and didn't call out to Pierre for a moment. At this moment, Rain looked at Pierre and spoke. 50,000 gold coins. Are you sure? Of course, guest. It cost me over 30,000 gold coins to acquire this item, and I spent a lot of money bribing people before and after. 50,000 gold coins is really not expensive. Hearing what Pierre said, Ryan nodded. Let's go then. I want to see what kind of slave is worth 50,000 gold coins. If I find out you, Pierre, are playing me for fools, haha. After finishing his sentence, Ryan gave Pierre a meaningful smile. Oh dear, how could I dare? Don't worry, I guarantee you'll get more than your money's worth. This way please, sir. After saying that, Pierre walked ahead to lead the way for Ryan and the other two. At this moment, Shirley also realized what was happening and pulled her ear out of Ryan's hand. Young Master Caesar, let's go with Pierre and take a look first. If he dares to lie, I'll teach him a lesson. Then Ryan led the others to follow in Peel's footsteps. Following Peel into a building, a large number of cages immediately came into view. Different kinds of slaves were imprisoned inside. Guest, these are all my items. If you see anything you like, just tell me, and I'll give you a 20% discount. But Rain clearly had little interest in these weak slaves. We'll talk about it later. First, take me to see the treasure you mentioned. Hee. Okay, this way please. Before long, Peel led his group through several more buildings to a secluded spot. As Pierre unlocked the heavy lock with his key, the lock slammed to the ground with a thud. Then Pierre pushed open the door and led Ryan and the others inside. The building was pitch black. As soon as the group entered, Ren saw a pair of red eyes staring at him. At that moment, Pierre pressed a button next to him. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in everyone's eyes, shining into the iron cage at the very center of the building. Inside the iron cage was a silver-haired demi-human, who, judging from her appearance, was likely a wolf girl. Although her clothes were tattered, Ryan could still tell that she had a beautiful figure. Then Pierre slowly explained to Ren. Guest, this is the precious girl I was talking about, the daughter of the chieftain of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan. Chapter 111 Subjugation. Pierre then went on to explain to Ryan. The number of demi-humans on the other side of the kingdom is several times greater than ours, so they often have conflicts over territory. The Yellow Lion clan and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan have always been at odds. A few months ago, the Yellow Lion clan joined forces with the Blood Eagle clan to exterminate the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan. The Howling Silver Wolf escaped only because her father risked his life to protect her. It was captured and changed hands several times before finally ending up in my hands. After explaining, Pierre seemed to remember something and continued. Oh, don't worry, she's still a virgin. Please feel free to buy. Seeing the fierce look in the girl's eyes in the cage, Ren raised an eyebrow at Pierre. How did such a high-status and exceptionally good-looking demi-human end up in your hands? Even if she's a bit ruthless, the lords of the kingdom aren't incapable of handling her. How did such a top-quality item end up in your hands? Faced with Ren's question, Pierre's face immediately showed a hint of pride. Hee, you've hit the nail on the head. I, Peel, have been a slave trader for almost half my life, and I know hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Then Pierre slowly approached and whispered. Moreover, my nephew is currently the captain of the kingdom's hunting team, so I have first-hand information about slaves. Upon hearing this, Rain smiled slightly at the very proud Pierre and nodded at the girl in the cage. 50,000 gold coins, fine. Then Rain took out a copper card representing 50,000 gold coins from his magic ring and handed it to Pierre. Looking at the bronze card, Pierre wiped his hands before taking it from Ren's hand. He respectfully accepted the keys with both hands, then took out 2 keys from his magical artifact and handed them to Ren. Here you are, distinguished guest. This is the key to the slave necklace around the neck of this Howling Moon Silver Wolf, and this is the key to the cage. After taking the keys, Ryan was about to step forward when Pierre's words interrupted him. Distinguished guest, this Howling Moon Silver Wolf is rather fierce. You'd better be careful. I can't bear the responsibility if it hurts you. Rain waved his hand in response to Pierre's concern. I see. He then looked at the people behind him and gestured for them to follow him. Rain slowly approached the cage, and the girl inside became increasingly nervous, the fur on her tail standing on end. The girl's muscles were tense, her limbs gripping the ground, giving the impression that she was about to launch an attack. Once inside the cage, Ren did not get too close. He spoke to the girl in the cage from a distance. May I have your name? When asked by Ryan, the girl paused for a moment but did not speak. Seeing this, Ryan turned to look at Pierre. Can't she speak? She will, but she might be a little hostile towards guests. I've overheard her talking. Rain nodded and then looked at the girl. You bear the burden of a blood feud that wiped out your clan, yet you lack the power to avenge it. You are both pitiful and foolish. If I were you, I wouldn't treat an imperial nobleman in such a manner. With your physical strength or other advantages, you can always get some help, and maybe even get revenge. Hearing Ryan's words, the girl's tail, which had been standing upright, drooped slightly. It was as if he was thinking about what his own people had just experienced. Then Ryan spoke next. Now, answer me, what's your name? The girl remained silent for a moment before opening her mouth. Perhaps because she hadn't spoken for a long time, her voice was somewhat hoarse. Mia Gak. Who are you? Can you help me get revenge? Hearing Mia's hoarse voice, Rain took out a set of teacups from his magical artifact, poured out a cup of water, and used magic to hand the cup to Mia. Seeing that Mia was still somewhat cautious, Ryan continued to speak. Drink up. I wouldn't stoop so low as to poison my 50,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Mia took the cup and drank the water in it in one gulp. You'll find out who I am later. Perhaps seeing that Rain meant no harm, Mia gradually relaxed her tense muscles. The same question remains. Can you help me get revenge? If you can help me get revenge, I, Mia, am willing to do anything. Are your enemies the Yellow Lion clan and the Blood Eagle clan? Their highest combat strength is tier 6. Mia shook her head as she listened to Rain's words. How could that be? If there really were 6th-order beings among the demi-humans, they would have united long ago. Their strongest fighters are the clan leaders of each race, one a mid-level 4th-tier warrior and the other a high-level 4th-tier warrior. Ren smiled and spoke slowly. Andre. Andre immediately stepped forward and released his mid-level 5th-tier aura. In an instant, the cages on the side of the room were overturned, and even the cages that were close by were twisted and deformed. If Andre hadn't controlled his aura, Mia, Shirley, and Pierre would have been seriously injured by that attack. The next moment, Shirley and Pierre stared at Andre with wide eyes. They never expected that the old man next to Rain was actually a 5th-level expert. The two men stared in utter shock at Ren, standing between the three. This young Master Caesar must be highly regarded in his family to be personally protected by a fifth-level expert. Andre released his aura briefly before withdrawing it and retreating behind Ren. Upon seeing this, Mia, who was in the cage, immediately knelt down before Rain. Master, please help Mia get revenge. You can do whatever you want to Mia as long as she gets revenge. Rain slowly stepped forward, opened the cage, and bent down to touch Mia's wolf ears. Of course I could. Destroying 2 demi-human races would probably be a piece of cake for me. But don't you want to take revenge yourself? Mia, who had her head on the ground, suddenly raised it, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Rain. Can you really make me take revenge myself? Ren smiled slightly. Of course, you are currently at the beginner level of the 2nd tier. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee you will advance to the 5th tier within a year. Wouldn't it be better if you took revenge yourself then? Of course, if you don't want to wait that long, you can tell me, and I will help you get revenge. Mia's pupils contracted slightly. Advancing to the 5th rank in just 1 year? Is this really possible? However, looking at Andre behind Ren, she realized that Ren didn't seem to have any reason to lie to her. Mia then nodded. Okay, Mia believes you. Rain pulled Mia out of the cage and brought her to Lucifer. Lucifer, I'm leaving her in your care. Take her back to the hotel and give her a good wash and buy her some clothes. When I get back, I want to see a clean and tidy little wolf. Upon hearing this, Lucifer bowed slightly. Yes, master. Please stay and enjoy yourself a little longer. I will make sure you are satisfied with what you have done here, Miss Mia. Then Lucifer slowly spoke to Mia. Miss Mia, please come with me. After saying that, Lucifer walked towards the door. Mia looked at Rain, and only after Rain nodded did she leave with Lucifer. Chapter 112 Conflict. As Lucifer and Mia left, Pierre quickly came to Rain's side. Distinguished guest, is there anything else you would like? I have everything you could possibly need. Please take whatever you like. Consider it a gift from me, Pierre. Perhaps having come to realize the extraordinary nature of Ryan's identity, Pierre's attitude became even more obsequious this time. Rain raised an eyebrow at Pierre. Does it have everything? Does it have succubi? Pierre's smile froze instantly, and his face showed some awkwardness. He cursed himself inwardly, realizing he had exaggerated a bit in an attempt to show off. He rubbed his hands together and said with a wry smile, Honored guest, we really don't have any succubi. What about the dragon girl? A few drops of sweat trickled down Pierre's face. What are this guy's hobbies? Even succubi want it. Aren't they afraid of being drained dry? Want a dragon girl? There are already few dragons, and even fewer that can transform into human form. Where are we going to find a dragon girl for him? Seeing Pierre stammering, Ryan waved his hand. All right, I can tell from your expression that you don't have any. I'm leaving. It's enough to have captured 1 wolf cub today. Then Rain walked out the door, intending to explore other parts of Twilight City. Seeing this, Pierre smiled and escorted Rain and the others to the front door. As Rain and the others were about to leave, Pierre spoke slowly. Could you please leave your contact information, esteemed guest? I, Peel, have some connections in the slave trade. If I do encounter the succubus or dragon girl you mentioned, I'll be able to contact you. Upon hearing this, Ryan raised an eyebrow at Pierre. I didn't really believe you when you said you had a wide network of connections before, but now I believe quite a bit of it. My name is Caesar Russell. If you have any information, go to the Russell family. They will pass it on to me. Pierre nodded after remembering Ryan's name. Yes, young Master Caesar, rest assured, I will definitely pay more attention to this matter. Ren nodded, then suddenly thought of something. Now that little wolf is mine, I have to do something about her enemies. Didn't you say your nephew is now the captain of the kingdom's hunting team? Go and have him cause trouble for the Yellow Lion clan and the Blood Eagle clan. He then took a card worth 100,000 gold coins from his magic device and put it into Pierre's pocket. If you do well, I will reward you further. Ryan gave Pierre a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, Pierre grinned and said, Don't worry. I, Pierre, have a knack for dealing with demi-humans. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Finally, Ren led the group away from the slave market. Pierre stared blankly at the backs of the group, slightly lost in thought. He never expected that this gentleman was actually a member of the Russell family. He knew something about the Russell family, especially recently because of the sudden appearance of a boy named Ryan Gray. The Russell family, which has had a long-standing relationship with the Gray family, is now also gaining prominence. With the backing of 2 major families, that guy named Rain is sure to become a 7th-tier mage in the future. At that time, the Gray family might even become the first non-family duke in the empire. The power and influence of the 2 families are self-evident. If he could latch onto this young master who looks like the heir to the Russell family, why would he still be a slave trader? He could even live as a nobleman someday. However, this gentleman's tastes are indeed quite discerning. So it seems I, Pierre, will have to draw upon my extensive network of connections accumulated over the years. Noon. Although the sun was shining brightly, there were still quite a few people on the streets, probably because the Stone Festival was approaching. Sipping the cool, luminous water in his hand, Rain couldn't help but feel as if he were drinking lemonade on earth. Shirley, let's find a place to eat lunch, and this afternoon you'll take me to the place in Twilight City where you can gamble on forbidden stones. Shirley's cat ears twitched twice, and she nodded. All right, Mr. Caesar, if you're not worried about the cost, then go to the Starry Night Banquet Hall. Although I've never been there, I've heard that the food there is delicious and that many nobles dine there. Upon hearing this, Rain nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll take you in and give it a try today. Hearing Ryan's generous words, Shirley's cat ears immediately stood up, and she looked very happy, but she still said words of refusal. No need, young Master Caesar, I don't need you to spend money. Just enjoy your meal. Rain didn't expose Shirley's words, and with a slight smile, let Shirley lead the way. The group soon arrived at the Starry Night Banquet Hall, located in the most bustling area of Twilight City's central Main Street. The main entrance to the Starry Night Banquet Hall is crafted from precious ebony and inlaid with various gemstones, exuding an air of nobility. As soon as we arrived at the entrance of the Starry Night Banquet Hall, several waiters standing at the door came to greet us. Hello, would you like to try the food at our Starry Night Banquet Hall? Okay, book me the best private room. Ren produced his identification card. The waiter took a look, then returned it to Ryan, saying with a troubled expression, Excuse me, Mr. Caesar, but with the Twilight City Stone Festival approaching, our Starry Banquet Hall is already packed with people. There are no private rooms available now. Would you like me to find you a quiet spot on the second floor? Seeing this, Ren nodded. It was indeed lunchtime, so it was normal for there to be many people. Okay, let's do it that way then. Okay, thank you for your understanding. Please follow me. The group was then led to the second floor by the staff. In the center of the second floor, a pure silver fountain flows gently, emitting a captivating fragrance that brings joy to the mind and body. Several display cases were placed against the wall, displaying a variety of artworks. After leading the group to a quiet spot by the window, the waiter handed the menu to Ren. Looking at the menu in his hand, Ryan ordered all the best and most expensive items on the menu. Upon hearing this, the waitress didn't seem surprised. She had probably seen this kind of thing more than once before. Before long, the table of Ryan and his companions was filled with all kinds of delicious food, the aroma of which was very appetizing. Seeing that Shirley was sitting somewhat reserved to the side, Ryan handed her an empty wine glass, indicating that Shirley should pour him a drink. Don't be nervous, Shirley. It's just a meal, you don't have to pay for it. Shirley quickly picked up the bottle and poured a glass for Ryan. Yes, thank you, young Master Caesar. As Rain started up, Andre and Shirley also began to move. Just then, a woman sitting at a nearby table suddenly screamed, Waiter! Where's the waiter? Upon hearing the man shout, a nearby waiter quickly came to his side. Guest, what's wrong? Is there a dish you don't like? The man shook his head, clearly having drunk quite a bit, and shook his head again when asked by the waiter. Suddenly, she pointed to Ryan's table. Why would such a high-class place have lowly demi-humans? Chapter 113. You were the ones who started this by refusing to reason with me. Why would such a high-class place have lowly demi-humans? The waiter upstairs looked in the direction the woman pointed, and indeed saw Shirley sitting next to Ryan. But the staff member still awkwardly tried to explain to the woman. Guest, our Starry Night Banquet Hall does not have a rule against demi-humans entering. It is perfectly normal for demi-humans to be present. The woman clearly didn't listen to the waiter and continued to argue. What? You don't have such a rule. You actually allow lowly demi-humans to enter such a large place as your Starry Night Banquet Hall. Hearing the woman's words, Xiali was clearly in low spirits, and her previously erect ears drooped down. Ren looked at the woman and was speechless. Suddenly, a restaurant manager came down from upstairs and approached the woman. The manager clearly knew the woman's identity, and he greeted her with a respectful smile. Miss Wency, I'm so sorry that some demi-humans have gotten in your way. I'll make them disappear right now. The woman smiled upon hearing the manager's words. You understand me best. Go ahead. I'll ask my brother-in-law to promote you in a couple of days. The manager's smile widened even more. Thank you very much for your kind words, Miss Wency. Then the manager slowly approached Ren and spoke with a serious expression. Gentlemen, you are not welcome in the Starry Night Banquet Hall. Please leave. Faced with the manager's sudden change of attitude, Shirley glanced at Ryan beside her. Young Master Caesar, why don't we leave? I know other restaurants that have good food. Shirley's concession was clearly because she didn't want to make enemies for Rain because of her. Upon hearing this, Rain put down his knife and fork and looked at the somewhat aggrieved little cat girl. He reached out and touched Xia Li's head, speaking slowly. I already told you that I'd take you to try the Starry Night Banquet Hall today, so you can eat without worry. Leave the rest to me, young master. After comforting the kitten girl, Rain looked at the manager, standing to the side. I just heard the waiter say that there's no rule against demi-humans coming in. What? You, as a manager, can change the rules that have always been there? The manager narrowed his eyes as he listened to Rain's words, about to say something. A voice came from behind him. If he, as a manager, can't change the rules, then what about me, the store manager? A man who identified himself as the store manager came downstairs and smiled at Wency, clearly knowing who Wency's brother-in-law was. Seeing the store manager come down to support him, Wency became even more confident and looked at Ren and his group with disdain. Some nobody from who knows where wants to eat here, and he's thinking about all the rules. Well, here in Twilight City, I am the rule. Faced with the difficult treatment from the manager and the dean, the little cat girl was clearly a little scared and subtly moved closer to Rain. Looking at the food on the table that hadn't been eaten much, Ren sighed and lost his appetite. Sigh, I was thinking of trying to reason with you, but you won't listen. Then don't blame me for being unreasonable. Then, Rain stood up from his chair, and the magic battle codex within him instantly empowered him. He kicked the manager directly in the stomach, and the manager flew out like a cannonball, heading straight towards Vancouver West. The impact sent Wency's dining table flying, splashing sauces and wine directly onto her skirt. Upon seeing this, the already drunk Wency froze for a moment before bursting into a rage, turning to shout at the guard beside him. Go ahead and kill him. Do you think I'm just feeding you all for free? The guards immediately rushed towards Rain, and the kitten girl was about to cry out. But a steady voice interrupted her. Miss Shirley, please be patient and do not disturb the young master's enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Xiali looked at Andre beside her and immediately calmed down. That's right, this guy is a fifth-tier being. How could he possibly let young Master Caesar get hurt while he's here? Then I felt relieved. Meanwhile, the shop manager, who was being suppressed in place by Andre's slightly released aura, looked on with deep shock. This person is at level 5? Thinking of this, the store manager felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and his heart instantly turned cold. However, thinking of Wency's brother-in-law, the store manager felt more confident. After all, that man is a direct descendant of the Ward family, and also Miss Sophia's younger brother. Meanwhile, on Ren's side, faced with an attack by dozens of people, Ren was not panicked, but rather somewhat excited. Since breaking through to the 3rd tier, he hasn't really made a move, so having so many free punching bags naturally makes him itchy to fight. Seeing the first sword coming at him, Ren immediately snatched it away. He then slit the throat of one of the guards with a single sword stroke. The spurting blood immediately splattered onto the ceiling. Although the guards were quite strong, they were like mice meeting a cat when facing Rain, who possessed teleportation and elemental abilities. Before long, all of Wency's guards were killed by Rain. On the 2nd floor, blood had pooled into small streams on the floor. Seeing Rain slowly walking towards her with a sword in hand, Wency sobered up considerably, but she still wasn't too panicked. You're finished. You actually dared to kill someone in Twilight City. You're finished. My brother-in-law won't let you get away with this. Upon hearing Wency's words, Ryan immediately picked up a wine bottle from the ground and smashed it directly at Wency's head. Snap! A sound of shattering glass echoed from the 2nd floor. The bottle exploded right on Wency's head. Everyone watching was instantly stunned. Brother-in-law? Go and call him. I want to see who you're relying on. If you don't come in a minute, I'll crack your skull open again. Ryan picked up another wine bottle from the ground and slowly began to speak. Upon hearing this, Wency, who was lying on the ground clutching his head and groaning, immediately looked at the servant beside him. Go tell my sister to call me brother-in-law and say someone is trying to kill me in Twilight City. Go now. The servant immediately ran downstairs, clearly to fetch reinforcements for Wency. A minute had passed, and Ryan had kept his word. He immediately used the bottle in his hand to crack Wency's skull open again. Blood immediately streamed down Wency's head. Some young guests on the 2nd floor were about to step forward to persuade them when they saw this, but they were stopped by their elders. This person is so confident in directly confronting Wency that he is clearly not afraid of the people behind Wency. Time passed slowly, and after Wency had been slapped no less than 7 times, a group of people finally came up from downstairs. Upon seeing these people, Wency quickly went to the young man at the head of the group. Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for me. He not only killed my guards, but also beat me up like this. Wah? The woman beside the boy felt sorry for her sister when she saw her sister in such a state. Farron, look at the state your sister is in. Why aren't you doing anything about it? Farron frowned as he looked at Wensi, who was kneeling on the ground beside him. Chapter 114, Do you remember me now? Farron frowned as he looked at Wensi's miserable appearance. He then turned his gaze to Ryan, who was sitting to the side holding a bottle of wine, and spoke in a deep voice. You look unfamiliar. Who are you from? What you did today is far too disrespectful to the Ward family. Ren sneered at the newcomer, then looked at Wensi. Farron Ward, this is your brother-in-law, the one you were talking about as a savior? Farron's expression darkened further when he saw that Rain was ignoring him. I'm giving you face, so don't take it for granted. Seeing Farron's gloomy expression, Ren sneered. Farron, the last time we met was in the royal city. I didn't expect you to forget me so quickly. Seeing Farron pondering his identity with confusion, Ren slowly spoke. Lucifer. Instantly, Lucifer, who had already dressed Mia up beautifully at the Twilight Hotel, heard Rain's call. He looked at Mia, who was looking around the room, and spoke. Miss Mia, my master is calling me. Please excuse me for a moment and stay in the room. Seeing Mia nod, Lucifer bowed slightly and then vanished instantly. The next moment, Lucifer stepped directly out of Ren's shadow. As soon as I came out, I quickly surveyed the surroundings. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground and the group of people confronting Ren, Lucifer asked Ren a question. Master, should I remove them all? Ren shook his head and gestured for Lucifer to step back behind him. Then Rain slowly looked at Farron. Farron, do you remember me now? I am Caesar. As Lucifer appeared, Andre brought Shirley behind Rain. Farron was deeply shocked when he saw Lucifer and Andre behind Rain. Ryan Gray? Wasn't that madman locked up? How did I end up here? Caesar? He snuck out. Farron was in turmoil. Thinking back to how Theo died, Farron's legs went weak. After all, if you anger this person, they really can kill you. He didn't want to be turned into a scorpion like Theo. Farron's attitude immediately changed completely. Oh, I remember now. It's Ray. It's young Master Caesar. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I didn't even come to greet you. Seeing this, Wensi, who was kneeling on the ground, anxiously tugged at her sister's skirt. Wensi's sister immediately snuggled up to Farron. Farron, are you too close? My sister has been beaten up like this. Why don't you make him apologize? This woman was clearly intelligent, judging from Fallon's appearance. Fallon and that person probably knew each other. Then it's not appropriate to take action. A simple apology should be enough, considering that Wensi has been beaten up like this. Upon hearing this, Ren scoffed and flipped the wine bottle in his hand up and down. Farron was somewhat intimidated by the wine bottle flying up and down in Rain's hand, and the next moment, he pushed Wensi's sister Tara away. Who do you think you are, to dare make young Master Caesar apologize? You're asking for death. He then picked up a wine bottle from the ground and smashed it open on Tara's head. Farron acted decisively, fearing that if he didn't speak up, Ren would crack his skull open. Meanwhile, the crowd watching the show from the second floor all turned to look at Ryan, who was sitting in a chair and carefully memorized his appearance. He was afraid that he might offend someone even more powerful than Farron, the local bully. Tara was also jolted awake by Farron's bottle, realizing that her sister seemed to have really messed with someone she couldn't afford to offend. He stood aside without saying a word. Farron threw down the broken bottle and went to Ren's side. Young Master Ray Caesar, what brings you to Twilight City? Weren't you in the royal city? What? You don't welcome me? No, how could that be? Should we inform my sister Sophia? She's back for the Stone Festival too. Ryan put down the bottle and shook his head. No need. I'm just passing through this time. I'll leave after the Stone Festival. Wait, kid, don't interrupt. I came here to eat in a good mood, but your people ruined my fun. Don't you have to give me an explanation? As he stood up from his chair, Ryan put his hand on Farron's shoulder and asked with narrowed eyes. Upon hearing this, Farlon broke out in a cold sweat. He then called over a waiter and explained in detail what had just happened. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Farron's face immediately contorted with rage. Damn it, he's always causing me trouble. Farron's ability to reach his current position is undoubtedly due to his excellent grasp of interpersonal relationships and social dynamics. After a little thought, I realized what the problem was. Then he turned his gaze to Shirley, the cat girl behind Ring. Hello, although I don't know your name, a friend of young Master Caesar is a friend of mine, Farron. The Starry Night Banquet Hall welcomes anyone to dine there. Regarding the arbitrary actions of that manager and store manager, I will dismiss them today, and from now on, the Ward family will never accept them again. I'm so sorry to have disturbed your dining experience today. Here is my Starry Night Banquet Hall VIP card. From now on, all your meals will be free whenever you come. Consider it my apology from Fallon. Farron took out a gold card of unknown material and handed it to Shirley. Looking at the gold card in Farron's hand, Shirley was at a loss for what to do. At this moment, Ren slowly spoke. Take it, it's what you deserve. Otherwise, if you don't take it, Farron is afraid I'll tear down the Starry Night banquet hall. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Shirley finally accepted the gold card. Thank you, Lord Farron. Oh dear, no, you can just call me Farron. Farron waved his hand dismissively. Who knew if Ren would take this catgirl in? If he did, Farron's status would be far superior. Ren nodded in approval of Farron's response, then stood up and headed for the stairs. Let's go. It's so frustrating to encounter this kind of thing even when we're just eating out. Shirley, you lead the way, and let's find another restaurant. Upon hearing this, Farron looked at Ren's retreating figure and spoke. Young Master Caesar, please wait a moment. Ren stopped and looked at Farron. I don't think young Master Caesar is quite satisfied. Shall we go upstairs to a private room? Farron, will cover all the expenses. Ren, standing at the top of the stairs, raised an eyebrow. Oh, didn't you just say there were no private rooms available? Now you have them? Seeing that Ren was still interested, Farron was secretly pleased. Of course, some of the private rooms upstairs are reserved specifically for people like you, Mr. Caesar. Hearing Farron's words, Ren looked at Shirley behind him and recalled telling Shirley that he had told her to try the food in the Starry Banquet Hall. He then nodded to Farron and said, Okay, lead the way. Chapter 115 Finding the Target. In the gilded private room by the window on the third floor, a crystal chandelier casts a warm yellow glow through the velvet curtains. Farron stroked the rim of the bone china cup, watching the group who had finished their meal. Amidst the crisp sound of silver cutlery clattering against a celadone plate, he addressed the leader, Ren. Young Master Caesar, have you come to Twilight City for the Forbidden Stone Festival? Ren put down his burgundy wine glass, the dark red liquid leaving streaks on the glass. I guess so. Do you have time this afternoon? Since I, Farron, am in charge of matters related to the Forbidden Stone Field this time, I can take you to see the Forbidden Stone Field. If there are any forbidden stones that you like, I can let you take 1 or 2 away in advance. Consider this my apology to you, Farron. After speaking, Farron picked up his glass and gave a slight nod to Ren. Seeing this, Ryan thought for a moment and then agreed, clinking his glass with Farron's. The crystal glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Okay, then I'll do as you say. While Ryan and Farron were drinking, Ryan caught a glimpse of Shirley launching a full-scale attack on the snow crab out of the corner of his eye. Shirley's ears stood straight up, clearly enjoying the delicious food. Seeing Shirley constantly opening her mouth to eat the seafood dishes on the table, Ren smiled slightly. Farron, go and prepare some more seafood. Hearing what Ren said, Farron glanced at Shirley and nodded with a smile. Okay. He then called over a staff member and gave them further instructions. Xiali, seeing the two slowed down their movements, blushed slightly, clearly a little embarrassed. Excuse me, Mr. Caesar, I lost my composure. After finishing speaking, the little cat girl quickly wiped her mouth with a napkin on the table. Upon hearing this, Ren waved his hand dismissively. What's the big deal? When it comes to food, the most important thing is to enjoy it and feel comfortable. Why bother with etiquette? I'm even more unrestrained than you when I eat at home. Xiali, you don't need to mind. After hearing what Ryan said, Shirley felt a little relieved. Before long, waiters filed in carrying gilded silver platters. The freshly grilled blue lobster was still sizzling with the aroma of butter. Xia Li's amber pupils widened instantly, and she straightened her rose-patterned napkin with a forced air of composure. Looking at the delicious food on the table, they continued eating. Meanwhile, Rain and Farron continued their conversation about the Stonecrown Festival. Young Master Caesar, as you know, the relationship between my empire and the Rose Kingdom has always been good, and my Twilight City often purchases demi-humans from some lords in the Rose Kingdom. Therefore, this stone festival was attended not only by nobles of the empire, but also by some lords of the Rose Kingdom. As he listened to Farron's words, Ren recalled things about the Rose Kingdom. The Rose Kingdom borders the empire, and the two sides have a very good relationship, with no conflict occurring for nearly a century. The leader of the Rose Kingdom is a queen, and almost all the noble lords, big and small, in the kingdom are women. Therefore, it is essentially a country where women's rights prevail. Farron then spoke to Ren. Young Master Caesar, the reason so many lords have come this time is because we discovered a forbidden stone in Twilight City. That forbidden stone was not only enormous, but even the characteristics of a forbidden stone couldn't conceal the precious light within it. All the gem appraisers in my Twilight City gave that forbidden stone king extremely high praise. Farron's words made Ren raise an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by Farron's words. Forbidden Stone King. As Shirley stopped what she was doing, Ryan got up and took a napkin to wipe the little cat girl's mouth. Are you full? Rain's actions made the kitten girl blush, and she nodded and spoke. The cat is full. Let's go. Let's go to the Forbidden Stone field with Farron. Suddenly, Rain thought of something and looked at Lucifer beside him. Lucifer, pack some food to take back to the inn later. Don't let my little wolf get hungry. Good master. The group then followed Farron out of the starry banquet hall and headed towards the Forbidden Stone fields to the north of Twilight City. The Forbidden Stone field outside Twilight City. The environment of the Forbidden Stone field is not luxurious. On the contrary, it is quite simple. It's like a coal mine on Earth, and there are a lot of knights guarding the Forbidden Stone field in case something unexpected happens. After Farron showed his credentials, he led the group through layers of knights to the Forbidden Stone field. Just as Rain entered the Forbidden Stone field, the book Spirit's excited voice rang in Rain's mind. Ren, I feel it. The book of natural history is right here. Keep looking around. You're very close. Upon hearing this, Rain looked at the forbidden stones around him with a serious expression. As he expected, the book of natural history was inside one of the forbidden stones. As the group entered the Forbidden Stone area, Farron pointed to the forbidden stone to the side and explained it to them. Young Master Caesar, these are forbidden stones that will be auctioned off the day after tomorrow. When those lords arrive and set their sights on a particular forbidden stone, they all have to make an appointment. However, because of your noble status, you always get some special privileges. If you find a forbidden stone you like right now, you can take it away with your lowest offer. This is my apology to you, and also a way to make friends with you. Following Farron's words, Rain began selecting from the nearby forbidden stones. Seeing the various sizes of energy numbers on the forbidden stone, Rain was not surprised, and quickly walked through the forbidden stone. Let the book Spirit carefully consider the forbidden stones near him. Just as Rain passed by a forbidden stone the size of a fist, the book Spirit's voice rang out. Wait, Ren, I found it. This is it. Suddenly, a golden light, invisible to others, appeared in Ren's view. At the end of the golden light was the fist-sized forbidden stone that Ren had just passed by. Upon hearing this, Rain immediately stopped and, following the golden light, picked up the small piece of forbidden stone from the ground. Ren frowned slightly as he looked at the word Della pasted on the forbidden stone. Seeing that Ren had already chosen his preferred forbidden stone, Farron slowly approached Ren's side. He raised an eyebrow at the forbidden stone in Ren's hand and then began to explain. Young Master Caesar, this forbidden stone has been reserved by Della, the youngest daughter of Lord Elsa Lawrence. Would you like to choose another one? After listening to Farron's explanation, Ren shook his head. No, I'll take it. Since it's already been booked, let me talk to her about it. Can you contact the person who reserved this forbidden stone? Farron nodded in response to Ren's question. Sure, should I call her over now? Yes, as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Farron nodded and walked towards the door. He spoke to the guards at the door and then returned to Ren's side. Young Master Caesar, I've already sent someone to fetch him. He should be here soon. Chapter 116 Della, Ryan's little fan. As time slowly passed, two blood-striped horses led a carriage to the outside of the Forbidden Stone field. After arriving at the knight's quarters outside the Forbidden Stone field, the people in the carriage dismounted. The people who came down were none other than Elsa Lawrence and her three daughters. Elsa wore light silver armor with rose patterns, and her long, fiery red hair cascaded down her back. The aura of a fourth-tier intermediate-level woman was faintly visible, giving people the feeling of a very confident and strong woman. Elsa's three daughters also inherited Elsa's perfect looks and beautiful hair. The three of them, all dressed in formal attire, followed closely behind Elsa. Upon seeing this, the guards who were waiting for Elsa quickly came to Elsa's side and bowed. Good afternoon, Lord Elsa. Please follow me. Lord Farron is waiting for you in the Forbidden Stone field. Upon hearing this, Elsa nodded and gestured for the guards to lead them inside. As they walked, Elsa asked the guard leading the way for directions. What does Viscount Farron want with me? The guard leading the way slowed his pace, and then spoke. It's a friend of Lord Farron who has taken a liking to the forbidden stone that Miss Della had reserved and hopes to communicate with you to exchange it. Elsa nodded in response to the guard's words. Before long, the guards led Elsa and the other two through the knight's guard and into the Forbidden Stone field. Meanwhile, inside the Forbidden Stone field, Farron, who was talking to Ren, met several people and introduced them to Ren. Young Master Caesar, the leader among them is Elsa Lawrence, a second-class lord of the Rose Kingdom. Behind her were her three daughters, the one on the far right being Miss Della. As the guards led Elsa and the others to Farron's side, Farron nodded to Elsa. Good afternoon, Lord Elsa. I'm sorry to take up your precious time, but this matter really requires your attention. Good afternoon, Viscount Farron. Then Farron stepped aside and introduced Rain to Elsa. Lady Elsa, and this is Caesar Russell, a descendant of House Russell. Listening to Farron's explanation, Elsa reached out her hand to Rain. Hello, Caesar. I've long admired the Russell family. Rain stepped forward, took Elsa's hand, and spoke. Hello, Lord Elsa. I've troubled you to come here today because I've taken a liking to the forbidden stone chosen by your daughter, Miss Della. I hope to discuss with you whether we can exchange it for something else. Elsa wasn't surprised by what Ren was saying because she had just heard about it from the guards on the way. But Elsa shook her head with a somewhat troubled expression. I'm sorry, Caesar. That forbidden stone was a gift I had Della choose for her 16th birthday. It's Della's now. If you can get Della to agree, I'll be fine with it. Immediately, Ren turned his gaze to Della, the little girl behind Elsa. It turns out this is Miss Della's birthday gift. I wonder if Miss Della would be willing to part with it? I can exchange it for a 4th-tier treasure. Elsa raised an eyebrow upon hearing Ryan's words. Who is this Caesar? What a grand gesture. He's willing to pay the price of a 4th-tier treasure for a mere forbidden stone. Della, standing behind Elsa, did not answer Ren, but instead asked him a question he had not expected. Brother Caesar, do you know Ryan Gray? Della's words startled Ryan slightly, but he replied with a smile. Ryan? Of course. Ryan and I are very good friends. Della's face lit up with joy upon hearing Ryan's reply. Brother Caesar, could you please let Brother Ren see me? I'm a magician too, and I want Brother Ren to teach me magic. Hearing Della's words, even Farron, who was usually very well-mannered, couldn't help but turn his head away to hide his smile. Ren looked at the little girl in front of him and patted her head. When did he, Ryan, become so famous? Even Della, who was far away in the kingdom, knew about it. Want Ren to teach you magic? Ren is only at level 2. Why don't you find a high-level mage to teach you? I don't want to. Brother Rain is the most talented magician on the continent. He must be better than everyone else. Even though Della refuted him, why did he feel happy inside? In response to Della's request, Ryan slowly nodded. Okay, Della, when is your birthday? It was on the day of the Stone Band Festival. Okay, Caesar, I promise you. On your birthday, I will definitely invite Rain to come and celebrate with you, okay? Della looked at Ryan with delight upon hearing this, but then seemed to remember something. That's good, but I still want Brother Ren to teach me magic. Okay, I'll have him teach you magic. But you're still young and not an adult yet. You can go find Ren when you're an adult and can learn magic, and I'll have him teach you magic. Hearing what Ren said, the little girl Della was clearly surprised and asked in disbelief. Really, Brother Caesar, you and Brother Ren are such good friends. Ren nodded with a wry smile to himself. Of course, you can rest assured. All right then, you can have the forbidden stone. You have to make sure that Brother Rain celebrates my birthday with me the day after tomorrow. After patting Della's head, Ryan looked at Elsa standing to the side. Lord Elsa, then I'll keep this forbidden stone for myself. Elsa nodded. Well, since Della has no problem with it, then this forbidden stone is yours. Elsa then telepathically asked Rain a question. As far as I know, Rain was imprisoned by the Emperor for killing a nobleman in the streets of the royal city, and even if Rain hadn't been imprisoned, it takes a week to get from the royal city to Twilight City. How are you going to get Rain to celebrate my daughter's birthday together the day after tomorrow? Lady Elsa, please calm down. Rest assured, I, Caesar, always keep my word. Ren will appear before your daughter Della the day after tomorrow. Rain gave Elsa a reassuring smile and transmitted his voice. Seeing this, Elsa didn't say anything more, nodded, and left with the 3 of them. As she left, Della waved excitedly to Ryan. Watching the departing figures of the group and the forbidden stone in his hand, Rain felt a surge of emotion. Finally, I got my hands on the book of natural history. Farron, who was standing nearby, asked what was going on. Now that young Master Caesar has obtained this forbidden stone, should we open it here? Hearing Farron's words, Ren shook his head. Never mind, I'll drive it myself when I get back. I'm a bit tired, so I'll head back to the hotel first. Ren was getting anxious and wanted to see the book of natural history's capabilities as soon as possible. Seeing that Ren had no interest in opening the stone, Farron took out an invitation from his magical artifact and handed it to Ren. Young Master Caesar, this is an internal invitation to the Stone Festival auction the day after tomorrow. Ryan raised an eyebrow after accepting the invitation. What does inside mean? High-rated, high-quality forbidden stones will appear in the Forbidden Stone Museum in the north of Twilight City. This is the so-called Forbidden Stone Festival internal auction. Chapter 117, the second book, the Book of Natural History. A light drizzle enveloped Twilight City in the afternoon, cooling down the recently bustling city. Rain and his companions traveled back to the Twilight Inn in a carriage provided by Farron. As they traveled along the wet stone bricks, both Ryan and Shirley in the carriage could smell the unique scent of the rain. Looking at Shirley sitting in the carriage, Gazing out at the drizzling rain through the window, Rain patted Shirley's head. Shirley, that concludes today's guiding duties. How much do you charge? Shirley blushed slightly as she felt the movements in Rain's hands. She didn't know why, but young Master Caesar really liked her ears. No need, young Master Caesar. You treated me to a lavish meal at the Starry Night Banquet Hall today. How could I possibly accept your money? Where are you going later? It's still raining. I'll have Andre take you home. No, there's no need to trouble Lord Andre. It's just a light drizzle. I'll be home in no time. Xiali quickly waved her hand. She didn't have the ability to get a fifth-level expert to drive her. While the two were talking, Andre stopped the carriage at the entrance of the Twilight Inn. Young master, we've arrived at the inn. Upon hearing Andre's voice, Rain led Shirley down from the carriage. At the hotel entrance, Lucifer and the hotel staff waited quietly. As soon as Ren and his companion got out of the car, Lucifer waved his hand and used demonic energy to shield them from the drizzle. Looking at the sky and the increasingly heavy rain, Ren gave instructions to Andre. Andre, please drive the carriage and take Shirley home. Before Shirley could say anything, Ryan pressed her head down beside her. Listen to me, Shirley, the rain is getting heavier. Even if you use an umbrella, you'll get soaked on the way back. Let Andre drive you in the carriage. Seeing that Shirley still seemed hesitant to speak, Rain leaned close to Shirley's cat ears and whispered something. What? The kitten doesn't want to leave? Then it can stay and keep the young master company today? Hearing the warm breeze blowing through her ears, Xiali's pretty face turned as red as an apple, and she quickly got into the carriage. Seeing this, Andre also got into the carriage and set off. Suddenly, Shirley's face popped out of the car window, and she reached out a hand to wave at Ryan. Goodbye, young Master Caesar. As the carriage slowly drove away, Xiali, who had pulled her head back into the carriage, felt somewhat annoyed. I regret leaving so quickly. Will young Master Caesar misunderstand and think that he doesn't really like him? Actually, the cat does have a certain fondness for him. If that person were young Master Caesar, it wouldn't be a problem. As a young girl, Shirley has a very vivid imagination. After thinking for a while, the kitten girl nodded. Okay, then let's go see young Master Caesar tomorrow. After all, there are still many places in Twilight City that we haven't taken young Master Caesar to. Seeing the cat girl waving, Ren smiled and led Lucifer back into the inn. As soon as he entered, the manager of the Twilight Inn bowed slightly to Rain. Hello, Mr. Caesar. Would you like me to prepare dinner for you? This was the same person who had watched Ryan teach the Winsey sisters a lesson on the second floor earlier that day, and therefore he treated Ryan with great respect. Ryan shook his head. No need. I have some things to do tonight. Don't bother me unless it's important. The store manager smiled and readily agreed. Okay, I'll talk to the hotel staff. Have a wonderful evening. The manager then gathered the hotel staff and reminded everyone of what Ren had just said. Before long, Ryan went up to the third floor and returned to his room. As soon as he returned to his room, he saw the little wolf Mia sitting on Ren's bed, dressed neatly. When Mia saw that Ren had returned, she quickly got out of bed and went to Ren's side. She clutched her skirt and bowed to Ren. Master, you're back. Lucifer, who was following behind Ren, was about to leave when Ren stopped him. Lucifer, what are you doing? Lucifer smiled slightly. Master, didn't you want to try Mia? It's not appropriate for me to be here. Upon hearing this, Rain pursed his lips, took off his shoes, and went into the room. I have some important business tonight. You come to my room to protect me. Mia will also go with Lucifer. Rain just got the book of natural history, so he'll definitely get his hands on it first. Let's put Mia's matter aside for now. Improving our strength is the most important thing. After touching Mia's wolf ears, he went into his room and closed the door. Seeing this, Lucifer sat down on a chair to the side and began to protect Ren. Inside the room, just as Rain took out the forbidden stone he had obtained that afternoon, the book's spirit appeared in the room. The two stared at each other, and in the end, the shameless Rain won, while the book's spirit avoided Rain's gaze. Hurry up and open it. What are you looking at me for? Then Rain gathered his magic power and began to cut the forbidden stone with it. Rain cut very carefully and slowly, afraid of affecting the book of natural history. Just an hour after Rain started cutting, he finally managed to cut the forbidden stone open completely, revealing what was inside. A small book. It is very similar to the book of skills that Ryan wore around his neck, but there are subtle differences. Looking at the small book in his hand, Rain looked at the book spirit. Or should we infuse it with magic? Upon hearing this, the book spirit pointed at the book of natural history in Rain's hand from a distance, and a golden light shot out from the book spirit's fingertip, heading towards the book of natural history. When the golden light shone on the book of natural history, it was as if it had entered a bottomless pit and was instantly swallowed up by the book of natural history. After absorbing the golden light, The originally dim book of natural history gradually floated up, and its pages unfurled with a rustling sound. The next moment, it rushed directly into Ren's mind. Ren fainted again, just like before. Seeing this, the book's spirit straightened the unconscious Rain on the bed and then slowly disappeared. In Ren's mind, looking at the other classic book next to the Book of Arts and Crafts, Ren smiled slightly, as if there was a hint of uncertainty in his expression. Because the process of obtaining this book of natural history did not seem to be particularly difficult. Touching the book of natural history, a weight was lifted from Ren's heart. A book on natural history. It records the abilities, hidden abilities, and usage methods of all items on the continent of Soltis from ancient times to the present. It can be considered an encyclopedia of the continent of Soltis. And most importantly, the Book of Natural History has an incredible ability. Transform. By giving treasures to the Book of Natural History, you can obtain source points, which can then be used to exchange for treasures within the Book of Natural History. However, this conversion ability can only be used once a month. This gives Rain a lot of room to maneuver, since low-level treasures are easy to find, while high-level treasures are rare. He could easily collect low-level treasures to exchange for high-level treasures. Moreover, the Book of Natural History has another ability. It means that you can exchange source points for information about a treasure, and then you can find that treasure by using the information. Unlike the Book of Arts, although the Book of Natural History was activated, it did not reward him with a world-class skill like the Book of Arts had given him. But Ren wasn't discouraged. After all, the Book of Natural History's power was already incredibly strong. Chapter 118 Mia, do you want to become stronger? As Rain flipped through the Book of Natural History, the book spirit that had returned to Rain's mind took out a bottle of liquid. It was the half bottle of Lingjinjiu liquid that was left over from back then. Rain, here's your half bottle of Lingjinjiu liquid. Upon hearing this, Rain stopped flipping through the Book of Natural History and raised an eyebrow as he looked at the spirit cleansing moon elixir handed to him by the book spirit. Lingjinjiu liquid? Suddenly, the Book of Natural History in front of Ren sent him a longing thought. Clearly, she wanted Ren to give her the spirit cleansing moon elixir. Rain immediately raised an eyebrow at the book spirit. Did you expect this all along? Upon hearing this, Shuling immediately adopted the posture of a wronged little woman. It also used bursts of energy to simulate falling snowflakes. Oh dear, how could I dare? Young master, please don't slander them. Young master, don't you want to see what the spirit of the Book of Natural History looks like? Moreover, once the Book of Natural History has a spirit, you won't need to go through the trouble of asking the Book of Natural History anymore. You can just ask the spirit directly. I'm doing all this for you, young master. Hearing Shuling's teasing words, Rain curled his lip and rolled his eyes at her. He then opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured the spirit cleansing moon liquid onto the Book of Natural History. The moment the spirit cleansing moon liquid appeared from the bottle, Rain instantly felt the temperature around him drop significantly. The white, pure moon liquid was sprinkled onto the Book of Natural History and was instantly absorbed. As the spiritual moon elixir was absorbed, the blue light on the Book of Natural History grew brighter and brighter. The words recorded in the Book of Natural History are like fireflies awakening, constantly shining on the pages. Before long, the spirit purifying moon liquid in the jade bottle in Rain's hand was completely used up. The Book of Natural History also sealed its own book. As the Book of Natural History closed, Rain turned his gaze to the book spirit. Now that we've found the second book, shouldn't we keep our promise, little book spirit? Upon hearing this, Shuling was stunned and began to stammer. Where? The original agreement was that we would find the Book of Human Principles, but this doesn't count. The next moment, the book spirit transformed into a tiny puppet, hiding behind the Book of Arts. Seeing this, Ren rolled his eyes at her and left the mental world. After getting out of bed, Ren smiled slightly as he looked at his lying position. He then got up from the velvet bed, pushed open the door, and went out. It was now night. The heavy rain continued, drizzling down over Twilight City, occasionally accompanied by claps of thunder. In the quiet living room, the crackling of burning pine wood in the fireplace mingled with the sound of raindrops hitting the glass outside the window. As the door to Ren's room opened, the three people who were protecting Ren in the living room looked over. Lucifer rose from his chair, his pale face warmed by the flames in the fireplace, and asked Ren a question. Master, I just heard that the inn's kitchen has received some silverfish from the frozen lake in the north. Would you like me to prepare dinner for you? Ren nodded. Silverfish? Then tell the kitchen to prepare more. We'll eat in the room later. Before long, Lucifer, accompanied by several hotel waiters, pushed several food carts into the living room. Mia has an extremely sensitive sense of smell. As soon as the food cart was pushed into the room, Mia, who was in Rain's arms, immediately and subtly sniffed it a few times. Seeing this, Rain patted Mia's head and then helped her get out of bed. Then, under Lucifer's direction, the waiters placed the dishes covered with silver lids from the food cart onto the table in the living room. As the waiters lifted the silver lids, the aroma of the food immediately wafted out and filled the entire room. The food from the food cart was gradually placed on the table, and then the waiter pushed the empty food cart out of the room. The aroma of butter and seafood on the table whetted Ryan's appetite. Then he invited the group to start eating. As the last piece of fish fillet entered Mia's stomach, the dinner came to an end. After finishing dinner, Ryan sat in a chair by the fireplace. The fire inside was just the right temperature, making Ryan feel warm all over. Then he looked at the torrential rain outside and Lucifer, who was telling someone to clear the table. A warm feeling welled up in Ren's heart. After a while, when Rain felt he wasn't so strong anymore, he picked up Mia, who was still grooming her tail, and slowly walked towards his room. Upon seeing this, Lucifer and Andre immediately stood up and walked towards their respective rooms. Mia's face flushed slightly, clearly indicating that she knew what was about to happen, and she remained motionless in Ren's arms. As the door to Ren's room closed, Ren looked at Mia in his arms and suddenly thought of a very popular anime. Then Ren slowly began to speak. Mia, do you want to become stronger? Of course. Mia definitely wants to become stronger. Let's seize the future. The future? What is that? Let me tell you. The next morning, Ryan got up early and went to the first floor of the hotel, wanting to go out and find a local breakfast restaurant to try. As soon as they stepped outside with Andre, they saw Shirley standing outside the hotel. Xiaoli had clearly dressed up specially today, making the already lively Xiaoli appear even more youthful and adorable. Wearing a detective outfit and shorts that fully showcased Shirley's beautiful legs, a black cat tail swayed back and forth behind the shorts. Good morning, young Master Caesar. When he saw Shirley waiting outside the hotel, Ryan was clearly taken aback. Shirley, what are you doing here? Young Master Caesar, Shirley's guiding service isn't just for one day. Looking at the lively kitten girl in front of him, Rain smiled faintly and stepped forward to pat Shirley's head. Let's go. Take me to try the breakfast in Twilight City. Shirley then led the two on their way. Walking down the street, Ryan asked Shirley, Shirley, where do you live? My home. It's at number 43, on Ilu Street. When talking about her home, Xia Li's face was full of pride. Young Master Caesar, you don't know, although my family is not big, it was all built up by Shirley herself, bit by bit. When I first came to Twilight City. As they listened to Shirley recount her past experiences, the group soon arrived at the breakfast shop Shirley had mentioned. The shop is small but exquisite, and it's always packed with people. Mr. Caesar, this is the breakfast shop I told you about that you absolutely must try. Although their shop is small, the taste is top-notch. Shirley found an empty seat and took it, then gestured for Ryan and the other man to sit down. As Ryan took his seat, Shirley spoke to the waiter beside her. Hello, 3 cups of fresh milk with sugar, barley bread with moonshine cheese, and 3 apple puddings. Hearing Xia Li's words, the waiter nodded and walked towards the kitchen. Then Shirley leaned closer to Ryan and spoke. Young Master Caesar, you treated me to dinner yesterday. Today Shirley will treat you. Ryan nodded, but his attention was suddenly drawn to Shirley's cat tail, which was swaying back and forth. He couldn't resist grabbing Shirley's cat tail and petting it. Suddenly, Shirley felt something, her body stiffened, and she turned her head to see Ryan grabbing her tail. Her face turned red. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Chapter 119, The Mysterious Fifth Tier in the Mercenary Guild. Shirley's cat tail was very soft, and her fur was very fine, so that Ryan couldn't stop touching it once he started. But as the waiter brought out all the items that Shirley had ordered, Ryan finally let go of the cat tail that he had been holding so dearly. Feeling that Rain had released her cat tail, Shirley pulled it back. But after pulling it back, Shirley felt that something was missing from her cat tail, as she felt a certain sensation was gone. Looking at the bread and milk on the table, Ryan took a small bite. After taking a bite of the spiritual wheat bread mixed with moonlight cheese, Rain immediately raised an eyebrow. Although it wasn't as flavorful as my usual breakfast, it still had its own unique taste. The sweet and sour cheese, soft bread, and a glass of rich milk made Ryan exclaim with admiration. After finishing the main course, eat the apple pudding in a few bites. A simple yet delicious breakfast. Xiaoli finished her milk in one gulp, leaving a half circle of milk stains on her lips. Seeing the satisfied look on Ryan's face after he finished eating, she couldn't hide her joy. Young Master Caesar, wasn't I right? Their food is delicious. Seeing the milk stain on Shirley's lips, Ryan picked up a napkin from the table and wiped it off for her. It's delicious. Meanwhile, Shirley the cat enjoyed Ryan wiping her mouth and even moved closer to him. But Andre, who was standing to the side, touched his head, feeling that he was only a little full, but he didn't say anything to disturb Rain and Shirley's actions. Although Andre didn't say anything, Ren still keenly sensed Andre's condition. After putting down the napkin, Ryan patted Shirley's head. It's delicious, but the portion is a bit small. Let's wait a bit before we leave, and I'll order a few more for Andre. Young Master Caesar, it was all agreed that Shirley would pay the bill this time, so let Shirley order. All right, if I let you pay, Andre will go bankrupt. I'll pay. Then Ryan called the waiter over to his side. Waiter, please bring us 10 more servings of what we just ordered. The waiter was clearly taken aback and repeated himself. Guest, did you just say 10 portions? Ren nodded. Okay, go do it. After receiving a positive answer from Ryan, the waiter nodded and quickly went to inform the kitchen. Before long, 2 waiters brought the food that Ryan had just ordered to Ryan's table. Andre grinned when he saw this. Thank you, young master. After saying that, they started eating. Andre quickly finished all 10 portions of food and then wiped his mouth. Young master, I'm full. Ryan nodded and waved to the waiter. Waiter, the bill, please. The waiter seemed to have planned it all out in advance, and he spoke as soon as he arrived at Ren's table. Guest, your table has spent a total of 7 gold and 42 silver coins. Upon hearing this, Ren took out 8 gold coins, placed them on the table, and left with his men. Keep the change, the extra is your tip. Thank you, sir. Please take care, and welcome back next time. Walking down the street, there was a constant stream of humans and demi-humans, especially since tomorrow was the Stone Band Festival. Every now and then, a carriage loaded with forbidden stones would head north of Twilight City, surrounded by a squad of guards. As he walked, Rain asked Shirley questions. Shirley, where is the Mercenary Guild? Upon hearing the words, Mercenary Guild, the cat girl was clearly taken aback, even her tail paused for a moment. Mercenary Guild? Young Master Caesar, where are you going? That place is full of roughnecks. It wouldn't be good if they offended you. Upon hearing this, Ren smiled. It's all right. I know the mercenaries' personalities. I won't hold it against them. We're just going to take a look. All right then, young Master Caesar, come with me. The Mercenary Guild is in the west of the city. After walking through several bustling streets with Shirley, the 3 of them soon arrived near the Mercenary Guild. In this area, you can already see many mercenaries of all shapes and sizes wearing mercenary rank badges on their chests. Approaching the Mercenary Guild, Ren raised an eyebrow as he looked at the guild, which occupied almost a fifth of the street. This Mercenary Guild is quite large. Shirley, who had changed her clothes and was wearing a cloak, spoke to Rain. Young Master Caesar, this is the Mercenary Guild. Seeing the cat girl fully armed, Ren had no doubts. He then led the 2 towards the Mercenary Guild. The mercenaries standing nearby all made way for Ren when they saw his attire. They clearly assumed that Rain was a nobleman who had come to the Mercenary Guild to issue a mission. Once you join the Mercenary Guild, you'll find all sorts of people there, making it a chaotic mess. Gambling, drinking, talking about women, playing cards, smoking. They have all sorts of jobs. Ren didn't seem surprised by the chaotic scene inside. Some mercenaries sitting at the table drinking wheat wine didn't pay any attention to Rain. They just glanced at him and then ignored him. After all, most of the missions in the Mercenary Guild are issued by nobles like Ren, so it's not unusual for 1 or 2 nobles to come occasionally. As soon as Rain arrived at the Mercenary Guild's counter, a woman with wheat-colored skin greeted him from inside. Oh my, what a handsome young nobleman. What kind of task would you like to issue, sir? After speaking, the woman placed a piece of paper in front of Ren, which was clearly a list of task requirements. If you have a mission, write it down on this piece of paper along with your reward and leave your contact information. The Mercenary Guild will inform you once the mercenaries have completed their mission. But Ryan was clearly not there to issue a mission, and he pushed the paper on the counter back. Have a glass of wheat beer. The woman was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this noble young master here to issue a mission? But his hands didn't stop moving. He deftly poured Ren a glass of wheat beer. Sir, 3 copper coins. Upon hearing this, Ren took out a gold coin and flicked it at the woman. The woman did not catch it, but let the gold coin fall straight into the crevice of her full breasts. Wow, you're really generous. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? The woman's hand slowly reached out to grab Ryan's hand. Upon seeing this, the cloaked cat next to Ren immediately bristled and slapped the woman's hand away. The woman whose hand was slapped away didn't seem to mind, and looked at Xia Li standing to the side. The adult's kitten is so cute, but it has a bit of a fierce temper. After taking a sip of wheat beer, Ren narrowed his eyes as he looked at the woman, thinking to himself, a woman who can get along well in the Mercenary Guild is indeed not simple. Because the book's spirit had just told him in his mind that this woman was actually at the 5th level. Moreover, she hit it very well, Even Andre, who was standing next to Ren, did not notice it. What's your name, sister? It seems a bit of a waste of your talents to be working in this mercenary guild. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the woman's hand movements visibly paused. She looked at Rain and chuckled a few times. Sir, please don't joke. It's already quite good for a woman like me to be able to make a living. Just trying to make a living? With your 5th-tier strength, you could eat well anywhere, right? Upon hearing Ren's words, Andre immediately shielded Ren behind him, watching the woman in front of him warily. Chapter 120. Ryan, who hopes his father will become a dragon. The woman wasn't nervous when she saw that Ryan had exposed her strength. She continued to smile and talk to Ryan. My lord has excellent eyesight. You were able to spot me even though I was hiding it so well. Then she looked at Andre, who was standing in front of Ren, and spoke. And sir, please don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. Ren basically believed what the woman said, because if it weren't for Shuling's reminder, Ren might have really treated her as an ordinary woman. Seeing the kitten, Rain, looking somewhat lost in thought, went over and patted Shirley's head to comfort her. He then walked out from behind Andre and sat down on the stool in front of the counter. Andre followed closely behind, standing behind Ren and staring at the woman. If a woman dares to make a move, he can stop her immediately. Rain picked up the ale from the counter and said as he took a sip, What should I call you? The woman thought for a moment and then slowly spoke, Tali Payne. Upon hearing this, Ren downed his wheat beer in one gulp, the slightly bitter, icy liquid sliding down his throat. Ah, that feels great. Tali, you're a bit underutilized as a bartender in the mercenary guild. Would you like to work for me? Hearing Ryan's straightforward words, Tali was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, her chest swaying so much that Ryan was a little dizzy. Haha, you're so direct, but I'm sorry, I might disappoint you. Hearing Tali's words, Ryan pushed his glass towards Tali, indicating that she should have another glass, and then continued. But we can't be so absolute. To borrow a friend's words, everything has its price, so there must be a price for wanting you. Tali, to assist me. Tali took the glass of wine that Ryan handed her, filled it with water, and placed it on the counter. Are you referring to the Morris family, sir? It seems your identity is quite extraordinary. Perhaps sensing the high status of Rain, Tali remained silent for a while before speaking. If you really want to recruit me, how about we meet at the Rose Tavern at 7 o'clock tonight? When he heard that Tali had agreed not to refuse anymore, Ryan was overjoyed. He raised his ale and downed it in one gulp, then turned the empty oak glass upside down to indicate that he had finished it. Okay, then see you at 7 p.m. tonight. After the matter was settled, Rain took Shirley and Andre for a stroll around the mercenary guild for a while before leaving. As soon as they left the mercenary guild, the book's spirit notified Rain. Rain, the spirit of the Book of Natural History is about to awaken. After nodding to indicate that he understood, Rain smiled at Shirley, who was still somewhat frightened beside him. Shirley, what's wrong? Are you still scared? Upon hearing this, Xiaoli nodded to Rain. I didn't expect her to be a 5th-level expert. Xiaoli had patted her hand earlier. Yeah, why did you pat Tali's hand back then? Were you jealous? Could it be that the little kitten has fallen for me? Rain patted Shirley's head and teased her. Rain said. This time, although Shirley blushed, she did not refute. Shirley looked up slightly at Rain, her eyes showing a hint of avoidance. Does young Master Caesar like Shirley? Seeing Shirley's appearance, Ryan immediately lowered his head and kissed her. The kitten girl, who had been kissed, froze on the spot, her hands stiffening. She didn't know whether she should push Ren away, but in the end, Shirley did not push Ren away. After a long while, the two slowly separated. Seeing Shirley's dazed eyes, Rain spoke. Now you know the answer, little kitten? Shirley's cat tail wagged rapidly, clearly indicating that she was very happy. Let's go back to the hotel first. I'll rest for a while this afternoon, as I have important business to attend to tonight. Afterwards, Ryan and his group strolled around and played for a while before returning to the Twilight Hotel. As soon as they entered the house, the little wolf Mia rushed into Ren's arms. Master, you're back. Okay, good girl, go play with Shirley for a while. Master has some things to do. Rain patted Mia's head and then took her off him and placed her next to Shirley. As a fellow demi-human, Mia did not dislike Shirley. Before long, the two were walking along the side chatting and laughing. Shirley, let me tell you last night. Afterwards, Ren instructed Andre and Lucifer to protect him before entering the room. After settling into a comfortable position on the bed, Ren's mind drifted into his own mental world. In the spiritual world, Rain and the book's spirit wait together in front of the Book of Natural History for the book's spirit to appear. The spirit of the Book of Natural History didn't keep the two waiting long. Half an hour later, the Book of Natural History reopened its pages. At the same time, A petite figure appeared in front of the two. The spirit of the Book of Natural History is like a doll, small and exquisite, with white hair and red pupils, just like a vampire noble. She was dressed in a black Lolita dress and bowed to Ren upon seeing him. "Hello, my master. I am the spirit of the Book of Natural History." "Hello." Before finishing his book talk, Ren paused for a moment. "We can't both be called book spirit, otherwise how will we tell them apart?" Then Rain looked at the two book spirits beside him. "I can't exactly call you both book spirits, can I? Why don't you come up with your own names?" Upon hearing this, the two book spirits immediately nodded in agreement, and both of them lowered their heads to think about their own names. Because it concerned their future names, the two of them thought about it for a long time. After a while, the Book of Natural History seemed to understand, and she pulled up her skirt and gave a slight bow to Rain. "If you, master, feel free to call me Isaac." Ryan nodded. "Okay, Isaac." Then the two of them turned their gazes to the spirit of the Book of Arts. Seeing her conflicted expression, Ryan slowly spoke. "Or I can call you Shuling again. I'm used to it." As soon as Rain finished speaking, the book spirit nodded to Rain and said, "Yes, I think it's a good idea." When Isa saw that Rain and the book spirit had finished their discussion, she spoke to Rain. "Master, the Lingjinjiu liquid has plenty of energy. It not only awakened me, but also left a lot. Would you like to exchange the remaining energy for something else?" Ren raised an eyebrow. "What level can I exchange it for?" "The highest level is the 6th rank. Any 6th tier treasure?" Rain raised an eyebrow. Seeing Isa nod, Ren grinned. The next moment, he picked up Isa and spun her around a few times. "That's wonderful. Isaac, you're such a wonderful little darling." Isa, who was flying in the sky, was slightly taken aback and then asked Ren, "It seems that you, master, desperately need a 6th tier treasure." After putting Isha down, Ren shook his head. "No, it wasn't Isa, but my father, Fred. I once heard my father say that if he had the 6th tier treasure, the blazing blood refining fruit, he would have a very high probability of breaking the limitations of his breathing technique and advancing to the 7th tier. If my father advances to the 7th rank, I'll see who dares to mess with me on the continent of Soltis." After speaking, Ryan's eyes were filled with fantasies about the future. Meanwhile, Shuling smiled helplessly at Rain, who was eager for his father to succeed. Chapter 121 Flame, Jade Marrow Jade Box. "Isa, please exchange this for a blazing blood refining fruit for me." Upon hearing Rain's words, Isa waved her small hand gently, and the Book of Natural History unfolded its pages with a rustling sound. The book finally stopped on the page that described a very strangely shaped fruit. The blazing blood refining fruit wasn't very big, about the size of Ren's fist, and it had many curved spirals on it. In addition, its fiery red exterior makes it look just like a ball of flame from a distance. Looking at the image of the blazing blood refining fruit on the page, Isa began to explain. The blazing blood refining fruit has an extremely low probability of being generated only in the place where a seraph has fallen, making it exceptionally rare. It is also the most effective treasure for refining battle aura for knights and warriors. Your father wasn't wrong to say that the blazing blood refining fruit could help him break through. And just as Isa was explaining to Ryan, on the Book of Natural History, a fruit exactly the same as the one in the book slowly appeared on the pattern of the blazing blood refining fruit. Then, with a wave of her hand, the blazing blood refining fruit flew to Rain's front. When the blazing blood refining fruit came to Ren, he immediately felt the heat emanating from it, and even his lips became dry and chapped. "Master, the best way to preserve this blazing blood refining fruit is to use a box made of flame jade marrow, which can greatly slow down the loss of its medicinal power. If you use an ordinary jade box, it will be melted by the blazing blood refining fruit within an hour and will not be of any use at all." Upon hearing this, Rain frowned slightly. "What should I do now that I don't have the flame jade box?" Flame jade is also a treasure. You can exchange flame jade with source points, but I don't recommend it. Because the flame chalcedony redeemed from the Book of Natural History is in mineral form, it requires multiple processes to process it into a flame chalcedony box with preservation functions, which I do not know how to do. You can leave it to me to keep safe. It will be kept in the Book of Natural History, and its medicinal effects will not be lost at all. This gives you ample time to search for chalcedony boxes or people who can process chalcedony. Ren nodded, handed the blazing blood refining fruit to Isa, said a few words to the two of them, and then left the spiritual world. Inside the room, Ryan, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes, quickly got up, and pushed open the door. In the living room, Shirley and Mia were chatting quietly on the sofa. Lucifer closed his eyes to rest, while Andre was wiping his great sword. "Andre and Shirley, come with me. Lucifer, you and Mia stay at home." Seemingly sensing Ren's urgency, the group quickly packed up. A few minutes later, Ryan led the two down from the hotel. Walking up the hotel stairs, Ryan held onto the gilded handrail and asked Shirley a question. Shirley, do you know where I can buy the flame jade box in Twilight City? Jade box made of chalcedony? Then the kitten girl lowered her head and fell into deep thought. A moment later, Xiaoli thought of something. I heard that a few months ago at the Forbidden Stone Casino, someone unearthed a large piece of flame jade. If you're looking for a flame jade box, you should be able to find it at the Forbidden Stone Casino. Ren nodded and turned to give instructions to Andre. Andre, go find our carriage. We're in a hurry this time. Upon hearing this, Andre nodded and quickly walked down the stairs towards the back of the inn. Shortly after Ren and Shirley arrived at the inn, Andre slowly drove his carriage out from behind the inn. After Ryan helped Shirley into the car, Shirley began to give Andre directions. Lord Andre, head east along this street first. Before long, Andre parked the carriage at a luxurious shop, as directed by Xiaoli. After getting off the bus, Ryan tossed a gold coin to a waiter standing nearby. Take good care of my horse. The staff immediately understood and led the carriage aside. Ren then led the two into the Forbidden Stone Casino. The Forbidden Stone Casino is called a casino, but it's not for gambling with money. It's for gambling on stones. As soon as they entered, they saw many noble young men selecting their favorite forbidden stones. There was also a machine working nearby that was cutting the forbidden stone. The casino's service manager, upon seeing Ryan's appearance, narrowed his eyes and then went behind the counter to rummage through something. Before long, he found Ryan's portrait among a stack of portraits. Caesar Russell. The supervisor's eyes sharpened immediately. Caesar, whom even Farron respected. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet Ren. Good afternoon, Mr. Caesar. Are you here at the casino to try your luck with the forbidden stones? Our boss said that as long as you come, you'll get a 50% discount. Play as much as you want. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's the casino's responsibility. Ryan shook his head and did not accept the gold card offered by his supervisor. We'll talk about that later. I heard that you guys recently unearthed a large piece of fiery jade marrow. Is that true? Upon hearing this, the supervisor nodded. Yes, 3 months ago, someone unearthed a large piece of chalcedony and sold it to our casino. The supervisor then wore a wry smile. Young Master Caesar, you want that piece of flame jade? But our casino has already processed it. Upon hearing the word processing, a hint of surprise appeared in Ren's eyes. It's all right. I just wanted to get a few jade boxes containing chalcedony, not the whole piece of chalcedony. The supervisor immediately breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Jadeite boxes? Yes, we have them. You can have as many as you want. The supervisor then led Ryan and the others upstairs. The first floor of the Forbidden Stone Casino is the jade gambling area, the second floor is the trading area, and the third floor is the casino's treasure trove. Upon arriving on the third floor of the casino, the manager led Ryan and the others to sit on a sofa. He poured Ren a cup of tea and then spoke. Young Master Caesar, please wait a moment. I will go and fetch the jade box of flame jade for you. After saying that, he walked towards the depths of the third floor, which was guarded by the guards. A short while later, the supervisor emerged from inside. He was also carrying several boxes in his hand. After approaching Ren, he placed the box in his hand in front of Ren. Young Master Caesar, this is the chalcedony jade box you requested. It was newly made a month ago, so I guarantee it's brand new. Ryan twisted the metal clasp on the box and opened it. Inside was a square, deep red jade box, just the right size to hold his previous blazing blood refining fruit. Moreover, upon closer inspection, a considerable amount of fiery red energy flowed across the jadeite box. After speaking with ISA in his mind, ISA also indicated that the flame jade box was a newly produced product, and the supervisor was not lying. Then, Ryan closed the box and looked at the supervisor beside him. Not bad. How many gold coins does this jade box cost? A jade box costs 2,400 gold coins, but if you want it, just give me 2,000. Rain took out a copper card worth 50,000 gold coins, placed it on the table, and opened it. How much stock do you have left? Give me 25. Chapter 122 Holy Light Purification? The supervisor was delighted to see the copper card on the table. This is a big deal. 25. No problem. Young Master Caesar, please wait a moment. He then beckoned the guards beside him to follow him, and turned to walk deeper into the third floor. A short while later, the supervisor came out with several guards carrying several boxes in their hands. After placing the boxes from the guards one by one on the table in front of Ren, the supervisor slowly began to speak. Young Master Caesar, shall I open it for you? After Ren nodded, the supervisor opened the boxes one by one, and the jadeite box containing the flame jade came into Ren's view. For a moment, The light on the third floor was illuminated by the jade box of flame jadeite. Seeing that Isha had no questions, Ryan waved his hand, and the open box on the table closed instantly and was then locked. He picked up the copper card from the table and handed it to the supervisor. Yes, I'm very satisfied with the items. Here you go. The manager smiled slightly as he took the card from Ryan's hand. I'm glad you're satisfied. My boss has been telling me for a long time that you're generous, Mr. Caesar, and now I see that he truly lives up to his reputation. After putting the jade box on the table into his magic ring, Rin got up from the sofa. The supervisor followed behind Ryan and handed him the gold card he had just entered. Young Master Caesar, how about we go play on the first floor? Here's a VIP card for you. From now on, whenever you come, everything on the Forbidden Stone will be half price. After taking the gold card from the supervisor, Ryan shook his head. No, I have some things to do today. I'll have more fun next time I come. Seeing that Ryan was determined to leave, the manager did not try to stop him. He escorted Ryan to the casino entrance and watched him board the carriage and leave. Twilight Hotel. In Ren's living room, Ren took the blazing blood refining fruit from Isha. The temperature in the room rose considerably the moment the blazing blood refining fruit appeared. Even the flames in the fireplace rose considerably. Andre, who was standing to the side, wiped his eyes as he looked at the fruit in Rain's hand. Young master, could this be the blazing blood refining fruit? The blazing blood refining fruit that's known as the night's sacred medicine? Andre was clearly familiar with the blazing blood refining fruit, and he immediately recognized its name when Rain took it out. Ren nodded, then placed the blazing blood refining fruit into the prepared flame jade marrow jade box. Only after the blazing blood refining fruit was placed into the jade box did the room temperature begin to drop slightly. Seeing Andre's shocked expression, Ren put down the jade box in his hand. What? Andre, you've also heard of the blazing blood refining fruit? Andre nodded upon hearing this. Yes, young master, you also know about my granddaughter's past, so I have some knowledge of some rare treasures. But I never expected that you, young master, would possess such a miraculous medicine. You are truly all-powerful, young master. Seeing the intense longing in Andre's eyes, Ren joked. Andre, when did you learn to flatter me? What? You want some? Andre smiled slightly. Hee hee, young master, I wouldn't believe you if you said you didn't want it. That's a knight's holy medicine, extremely precious. These days, having 3 of them on the continent is considered a lot. Not only can it break through limits, but it can also extend one's lifespan by 10 years out of thin air, making rejuvenation no longer a pipe dream. After all, this thing can completely create a 7th-tier being. Seeing Andre's excited expression, Rain waved his hand. Alright, 7th rank. You haven't even reached the advanced 6th rank yet. When you reach the advanced 6th rank, I'll get you one too, young master. Upon hearing this, Andre became as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Is that really the case, young master? Then I will go and cultivate. Seeing Andre excitedly go to cultivate, Rain did not stop him, but turned to look at Lucifer with a solemn expression. Lucifer, if you go at full speed, how many days will it take you to reach the capital? Lucifer lowered his head and pondered for a moment before speaking. If your magic power is supplied at its maximum level, it will take at least 3 days, and at most 4 days. You need not worry about the safety of this treasure if you entrust it to me. I can preserve it in the Dark Realm using special methods. No one can get it without the permission of my Dark Realm self. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded and handed the flame jade box to Lucifer. Alright, then you should set off now and make sure to deliver it to my father or Uncle Chow in person. After Lucifer received the jade box, demonic energy surged in his hand, and the next moment the jade box was integrated into Lucifer's body. Lucifer then bowed slightly to Ren and disappeared. Then Ren glanced at the schedule hanging on the wall. 5:22 p.m. It was still early before the 7 o'clock agreed time with Tali. Then Ryan pressed the button in the room to call the hotel staff. After pressing the button, there was a knock on Ren's door a few minutes later. With a gentle wave of his hand, Ren magically opened the door. The waiter came in, bowed slightly to Ren, and then asked a question. What are your orders, young Master Caesar? Please prepare a dinner for 5 people and bring it to my room. All right, young Master Caesar, are you in a hurry? If not, Aaron has just received a new batch of blue-eyed fish. You may wish to try them. No, I'm in a rush today. I'll get it done as soon as possible. Okay, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the waiter nodded and pulled Ryan out of the room. After finishing dinner, Ren slowly led Andre, a wolf, and a cat downstairs. Led by Shirley, we arrived at the Rose Tavern at just 6:55. Pushing aside the partition of the Rose Tavern, Ren led the group slowly into the tavern. Because of its remote location and small size, there weren't many people in the Rose Tavern. As soon as Ryan entered, he saw Tali sitting alone in a corner of the tavern. At this moment, the bartender spoke to Ryan and his companions. There are several of us tonight. What would you like to drink? I glanced at the new product promotions on the display stand next to the counter, Ryan said. 1 cup of Starfall Tears, 2 cups of Dragon's Throat Flames, and 2 cups of milk. After speaking with the bartender, he led the group toward Tali. Rain sat down opposite Tali, while Andre sat down behind Rain with Sherry and Mia. Have you been waiting a long time? No, I just arrived a little while ago. Just as Ryan and Tali were chatting, the bartender brought a few drinks to Ryan's table. Guest, here's your wine and milk. A golden light flashed in Rain's eyes, and 2 glasses of milk and 1 glass of Dragon's Throat Flame floated from the bartender's tray to Shirley, Mia, and Andre. The remaining cup of Dragon's Throat Flame and Starfall Tear was accepted by Rain with his hands. He placed 1 glass in front of himself and another in front of Tali. Here you go, it's on me. Then thank you very much, sir. Tali thanked him and picked up the Starfall Tear, taking a few sips. Are you wondering why a 5th-tier player like me would be working as a bartender in the Mercenary Guild? Ren nodded. Then Tali slowly began to explain. My lord, when I was out in the world years ago, I was invited by the Church of Wrath to join them. But I didn't agree, so they planted a demonic curse on me. Because of the curse, although I am now at the 5th level, it is difficult for me to use my strength. The leader of the Mercenary Guild also tried to recruit me a few months ago, and I agreed, but only on the condition that the curse on me be lifted. So recently I've been looking for things to do in the Mercenary Guild. Tali took a sip of her drink and then spoke. This curse is extremely complex. There are only 2 ways to lift it. Either kill the person who cast the curse on me, or join the Church of Light. But after so many years, the first method is no longer feasible, and now we can only rely on the path of the Church of Light, which is led by the president of the Mercenary Guild. But there's still no result. Upon hearing this, Ren raised an eyebrow. The Church of Light? What do you need the Church of Light for? It's a purification by holy light, but I don't know why those church people keep saying the saint is in seclusion. Chapter 123, Removing the Curse. In response to Rain's question, Tali slowly spoke. The holy light purified her, but for some reason, the church members kept saying that the saintess was cultivating and didn't have time. Tali's tone was full of dissatisfaction as she took a big gulp of her drink. It's been so long, I can't keep practicing like this forever, sigh? Upon hearing Tali's words, Ryan immediately spat out the liquor he was drinking. Cough, cough. The strong liquor was sprayed all over the floor, attracting the attention of everyone drinking in the store. Seeing this, Ryan waved his hand and called to the waiter. Excuse me, waiter, could you please come and tidy this up? Then Ryan looked at Tali, his smile more intense than an AK could suppress. The Church of Holy Light is truly a good people. That's a good thing they lost the saintess. He got a level 5 item for free. Seeing the smile on Ryan's face, Tali raised an eyebrow. Does the adult have connections with the Church of Light and can help me break the curse within me? I guess so. Upon hearing this, Tali's expression became more serious, and she put down the wine glass in her hand. If you can truly help me break the curse within me, I, Tali, am willing to follow you. Moreover, I'm doing this for your own good, sir. After all, you wouldn't want someone who has the airs of a 5th-tier expert, but no real 5th-tier strength. Ren downed the rest of the liquor in his glass in one gulp. The spicy liquid cut down his throat like a knife, painful yet strangely satisfying. Setting down his empty wine glass, Ren slowly stood up. Let's go back to the hotel. When Andre and the other 2 saw Ren get up, they put down their cups and followed behind him. Seeing this, Tali finished her drink and then followed Ryan. Back at the Twilight Hotel, Ryan sat on the sofa and looked at Tali before speaking. Tali, there were too many people around outside, so I couldn't explain it to you properly. As a 5th-tier warrior, the Church of Light should have paid you no heed, but they still ignored you. Do you know why? Tali shook her head. Rain suppressed a laugh and spoke slowly. I only recently received news that the Holy Maiden of the Church of Light had disappeared. It was the High Priest of the Church of Light who told me personally. Upon hearing that the Saintess had disappeared, Tali's pupils contracted. If the Saintess has disappeared, who will remove the curse from her? Anxious, he was about to say something to Ryan, but seeing Ryan's calm expression, he immediately felt relieved. Why are you telling me all this, sir? Did you kidnap the Holy Maiden? Otherwise, how could the adults lift the curse on me? Ryan added some firewood to the fireplace and smiled. If you're talking about other holy light magic, that would be a bit troublesome, but if you're just talking about holy light purification, then coincidentally, I happen to know that spell. As soon as he finished speaking, a milky white magical light appeared in Ren's hand. Tali was clearly taken aback when she saw the milky white magic in Ren's hand. Isn't holy light purification a closely guarded secret of the church? This person actually. But Tali was clearly a worldly person. She covered her mouth and laughed to hide the surprise and delight in her eyes. My lord, you are truly all-powerful. Now I'm starting to suspect that you've kidnapped the holy maiden. Then, Tali abandoned her previous languid demeanor and looked at Rain with a very serious expression. May I ask your name, sir? Upon hearing this, Rain stared at Tali in silence for a long time before tearing off the human skin mask from his face. In an instant, not only Tali was shocked, but even the kitten and the white wolf stared in shock at the human skin mask in Rain's hand. Ryan Gray. Ryan's voice broke the group's shock. Ryan Gray? That magical genius who recently appeared out of nowhere in the Empire? Tali closed her slightly open mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with excitement. It wouldn't hurt if the Gray family believed it. He then knelt on the ground and began to speak. I, Tali Payne, have long been afflicted by a curse within me. If Ryan Gray can help me break free from this curse, I, Tali Payne, will follow him to the death. May my sword cut through thorns for you. May my shield protect you from disaster, and I will dedicate my life to upholding the honor and loyalty of a warrior. Rain raised his right hand, and a burst of magic pulled Tali, who was kneeling on the ground, to her feet. Tali Payne, I accept your loyalty. The oath was made, and a sacred and solemn atmosphere immediately filled the room, but it disappeared in just a moment. Tali, let me see your curse. Tali immediately took off her top, wearing a corset, and turned her back to Ren. Looking at the menacing, pulsating mark on Tali's back, which seemed to be alive, Rain narrowed his eyes. Andre, protect me. It is the young master. Then a milky white magic spell appeared in Rain's hand, and the next moment he slapped it onto the mark on Tali's back. In an instant, the holy light purification and the curse collided, and Rain faintly heard a wailing sound from the curse. Meanwhile, Tali gritted her teeth and endured immense pain. Seeing this, Andre quickly took out a piece of iron rod from his magical device and handed it to Tali to bite on, in case she accidentally bit her tongue. The curse on Tali has existed for an extremely long time and is deeply rooted in her body. Therefore, Rain had to increase the supply of magic power for holy light magic. Just as Rain increased the supply of magic, the mark on Tali's back suddenly came to life. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and Ren's consciousness was directly transported to a mental image space. Opposite him was a hunchbacked old man wearing a cloak and leaning on a cane. However, because Ren used magic to conceal his face, the person opposite him could not see his appearance. Holy light purification. The holy light purification technique of the Church of Light has actually been learned by a man. Kid, whoever you are, stop your holy light purification now, or my wrathful church will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Hearing the old man's threat, Ren suddenly felt a little scared. What? Sir, you're actually a high-ranking figure in the Church of Wrath. To be honest, I have long admired your religion. I wonder if you could invite me to join? Hearing what Ryan said, the hunchbacked old man was at a loss for what to do. To convert you to the religion? You and I are not related. You've longed for my religion for so long, and you're going to remove my religion's curse from this person? Are you kidding me? Oh, sir, how would a nobody like me know that this curse belongs to your esteemed sect? I'll stop it immediately. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the hunchbacked old man nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. They didn't recognize the curse I taught them. Well, since you have this intention, and you even know the magic of holy light purification, it's not impossible to recruit you into the religion. Seeing the hunchbacked old man deep in thought, Ren immediately approached him slowly. As he approached, he asked, Sir, are there any other conditions you require? Certainly. The old man, who had relaxed his guard, nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he was suddenly and violently blasted into the air by the approaching Ren. This almost cured the old man's decades-long hunchback. Old man, you really think you can take my kindness for granted? You bunch of rabid dogs from the wrathful church just hide in the gutter all day long. Who the hell would join you? The old man was then completely stunned by a series of punches from Ryan, going up and down, left and right. Even this fourth-order phantom formed in the mental image space was greatly weakened by Rain's attack. His strength dropped directly to the third tier. Chapter 124, The Wrathful Church. That's enough. The old man shouted, and Rain was immediately repelled by the energy emanating from his body. The old man flew into a rage upon seeing the injuries on his face. Who are you? How could such a scoundrel as you exist among magicians? What about your honor as a magician? You brat, do you really want to be an enemy of my wrathful church? Ryan remained unfazed by the old man's scolding. If you were to ask who the Empire's greatest enemy is, it would have to be the Church of Wrath, so Rin wasn't afraid at all. Load. A wad of phlegm, imbued with magic by Rain, hurtled straight toward the old man like a bullet. Upon seeing this, the veins on the old man's forehead became even more prominent. How could this person be so shameless? Why do I feel like he's the one who's involved in a cult? After dodging Ren's attack, the old man gripped his cane even tighter. Kid, very well, you've successfully angered me. The old man didn't know that Rain could cast a spell instantly, and he also didn't see Rain condense a magic circle. So, with the sound of flesh being torn apart, a spike suddenly shot out from under the old man. A sharp pain shot straight to the top of his head. Although this was an avatar and his real body was immune to physical injuries, the pain could still be transmitted back to him. The old man endured the excruciating pain and shattered the spikes behind him, but his lips still trembled uncontrollably, as if he were suffering some immense agony. Then, demonic energy surged around the old man, and several demonic hands condensed around him, reaching out to grab Ren. Undeterred, Ren unleashed a third-tier spell, Dark Night Lightning, which shattered the old man's demonic hand. Then, all of Ren's magical attacks were aimed at the old man's lower body, even though the old man was experienced in combat. But this was just an avatar, and some of its abilities were unusable, and Ren's magic continued to attack relentlessly. Every few minutes, a spell would hit the old man's forbidden spot. Suddenly, the old man roared in anger. Kid, no matter who you are, you're finished. The wrathful church will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. After uttering those harsh words, perhaps unable to withstand Ren's attacks, the old man's phantom self-destructed. The main altar of the wrathful church. An elderly hunchbacked man was curled up on the bed, shivering, clutching his chin and lower body. He kept muttering something. You're finished, you're finished. Perhaps the pain transmitted from the phantom had subsided somewhat, and the old man slowly got out of bed. As soon as he sat up, a sharp pain shot through his groin, causing the old man to shudder violently. Click. The old man fell down again, twisting his back. As the old man self-destructed, Rain's consciousness returned to his body. Seeing the worried looks in Andre, Shirley, and Mia's eyes, Ren waved his hand. Then, increased the supply of magic power for the holy light purification by targeting the curse behind Tali. Perhaps the old man had abandoned the curse on Tali's back, because this time the curse began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, Tali's previously grotesque back became smooth. Tali also began to exude a faint fifth-tier aura. As the last trace of the mark on Tali's back disappeared, Rain stopped the holy light purification. But then he narrowed his eyes, and then sent a holy light to purify Tali, cleansing her entire body before letting out a long breath and sitting back in his chair. Okay, Tali, the curse is off. Because of the pain of removing the curse, Tali was somewhat weakened, but feeling her restored strength, Tali smiled slightly. After removing the iron rod from his mouth, he took the shirt that Shirley handed him and put it on, then knelt down in front of Ren. Thank you, master. Just call me young master. Tali nodded. Thank you, young master. After using magic to help Tali up, Rain yawned and led Shirley and Mia toward his room. I'm tired. I'll rest early tonight. I have to attend the Forbidden Stone auction tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tali nodded. Then, as if remembering something, spoke to Rain. Young master, may I go out for a while? Now that I am following you, I would like to inform the mercenary guild master. Okay, go ahead. After Ryan nodded, Tali went to the door, put on her shoes, and went out. Seeing this, Andre also went to his room. Shirley, who was being held by Ryan, blushed like a ripe red apple, clearly knowing what was about to happen. After all, she and Mia had talked so much today, so she knew about that kind of thing. Although Shirley was very nervous, she was also very excited. As Ryan's door slowly closed, he placed Shirley on the bed and went to the window to draw the curtains. Then Rain returned to Shirley's side and slowly peeled her skin apart. Looking at Shirley's small A cup, Ryan raised an eyebrow. Shirley, it seems I'll have to find you some papaya to eat. The next morning, Shirley, who was used to waking up early, looked at Ryan, who was still fast asleep beside her, and gave him a funny smile. He picked up his own tail and started scratching Ryan's nose. Rain shook his head in his sleep. Stop it, Shirley. But Shirley kept scratching Ryan's nose. When Ryan was about to wake up, Shirley quickly laid down to the side and pretended to be asleep. Rain wiped his nose, got up, and squinted at the sleeping Shirley. The next moment, it grabbed Shirley's cattail, and Shirley immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to run away. But when Ren grabbed her tail, she was pulled back by him. Seeing the malicious look in Ryan's eyes, Shirley spoke pitifully. Young Master Ren, I was wrong. Ren narrowed his eyes. Now that he knows he's wrong, how should he admit it? Shirley blushed and then lowered her head. A short while later, Ryan led Shirley out of his room. In the living room, Tali and Andre were sitting on the sofa, chatting about their insights into the fifth tier. Upon seeing Ryan emerge from the room, the two rose and bowed slightly. "Good morning, young master." "Morning." After washing up with Shirley's help, Ryan pressed the button to call a waiter. After telling the waiter to prepare breakfast, the waiter quickly prepared it. After the group finished breakfast, Ryan slowly got up from his chair. "Let's go to the Forbidden Stone Auction." Chapter 125 Forbidden Stone Auction. The Twilight City's Stone Festival is divided into two parts, an inner and an outer one. The outer layer consists of some lower quality, lower-rated stones that are not highly regarded by gem appraisers. They are usually sold or auctioned to minor nobles and wealthy merchants in Twilight City. The interior, on the other hand, is completely different. The forbidden stones here are mostly of high quality. It was divided between the powerful nobles of Twilight City and the guests of the kingdom. That's true, but it's not entirely absolute. After all, everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and a gem appraiser's rating is not always entirely accurate. Therefore, every year, some lucky people outside the company will win rare treasures and rise to the top, while others inside the company will lose so much money they'll curse their mothers. People also have a deep-seated fascination with gambling, and for various reasons, the Stone Banning Festival has gradually become a major holiday. As Rain's carriage slowly came to a stop at the Forbidden Stone Museum in the north of Twilight City, the guards of the Forbidden Stone Museum stepped forward and stopped the carriage. "Hello, please show me your invitation or invitation letter." Upon hearing this, Rain, inside the carriage, withdrew his hand from the cat girl's clothes, which he had damaged, and took out the invitation that Farron had given him from his magic ring. It was then passed out through the carriage window. The guard took the invitation with both hands, examined it briefly, and then returned it. "Good morning, Caesar. May you be blessed with good fortune and have a wonderful time." Then the guard gave a signal to the others beside him, and they immediately opened the door. With the guard's signal to let them pass, Andre drove his carriage slowly into the area where carriages were parked in the Forbidden Stone Museum, guided by the leader. Upon hearing Andre's suggestion, Ren led the kitten and the wolf cub out of the carriage. As soon as I stepped off the carriage, I saw many nobles chatting and laughing as they walked toward the place where the forbidden stones were being auctioned. Suddenly, a voice rang out from beside Ren and his group. Immediately, the eyes of Rain and the others turned to the person who had spoken. Where did this lowly Asian come from? The girl's mouth was immediately covered by the middle-aged man next to her. When the middle-aged man saw Ren looking over, he looked apologetic. "Excuse me, Mr. Caesar, my daughter was a bit outspoken. Please forgive her. As you know, our kingdom has always had a bad relationship with the demi-human race, which is why my daughter feels some aversion to demi-humans, not because of your two friends. In that case, how about I treat you all to dinner after the auction to express my apologies?" Upon hearing this, Ren narrowed his eyes at the two of them, but ultimately did nothing. After all, what that person said was true, and he had given both face and substance, so it was impossible for Ren to get angry. "No need, just have your daughter keep an eye on what she says." After saying this, he led a few people away, heading towards the place where the forbidden stones were being auctioned, leaving only the father and daughter of the kingdom behind. As Ryan and his group left, the middle-aged man sighed. "Didn't I tell you not to mess with that person and the people around him?" The girl remained defiant despite her father's words. "Demi-humans deserve to die. If it weren't for those behemoths, how could my mother have died?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Ryan, who had already walked some distance, stopped abruptly, glanced at the girl slightly, and then continued to lead the others away. The middle-aged man, who was standing still, sighed again as he listened to the girl's words. "K&A, this is not a kingdom. We are just guests. You need to see things clearly. Your mother passed away early, and you're all I have left. What am I supposed to do if something happens to you? And you shouldn't generalize about demi-humans." Rain's pause caught Tali's attention, and she smiled slightly at her young master. "Young master, have you taken a fancy to that girl? Shall I abduct her for you tonight?" Hearing Tali's teasing, Ryan rolled his eyes at her. "No, I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect this girl to have a spatial magic talent. If I could recruit her, wouldn't I have a future leader of the Magic Guild?" Then he looked at Tali and asked her a question. "Tali, do you know about the behemoths?" Tali nodded. Of course, the behemoths were among the elite of the demi-human races and their leader's strength. As soon as Ren and his group approached the area near the auction site for the Forbidden Stones, the people that Farron had arranged at the entrance spotted Ren from afar. The next moment, he hurriedly ran into the venue. Just as Ren arrived at the entrance of the venue, Farron had already been waiting there for a long time. "Good morning, Mr. Ray Caesar. You're here so early today. I thought you'd be the grand finale." Seeing Farron's eager expression, Ren smiled. He certainly knew why Farron was so enthusiastic towards him. He simply wanted to befriend Ryan, since that would give him more influence within the Ward family. I heard you've been preparing for the Stone Festival for a long time, so I'm here to support you. Upon hearing this, Farron's eyes lit up with joy, realizing that this meant Rain had accepted the goodwill he had shown in releasing him. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ryan's arm, and led him into the venue. Hey, you don't know. This time I specially reserved a few forbidden stones of extremely high quality for you. I guarantee you'll find something good inside. Farron's enthusiasm made Ren feel a little uncomfortable, as if his anus was tightening. Take me to see the Forbidden Stone King you mentioned before. Perhaps seeing Ren's displeasure, Farron immediately toned it down a bit, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. Okay, then I'll take you to see the Forbidden Stone King first. Please follow me. The Stone Forbidden Pavilion is extremely large and spacious, and was specially built for the Stone Forbidden Festival. The purpose was to be able to display all the forbidden stones in the venue. If a nobleman takes a liking to a stone, he will note its number and bid on it at the afternoon auction. Before long, Farron brought Rain to the Forbidden Stone King. Looking at the massive forbidden stone, 2 stories high, and the faint glow emanating from it, Ren showed surprise at a forbidden stone for the first time. But then he frowned slightly. Although the energy level on this forbidden stone is high, it's not as high as one might imagine. It's even lower than the energy level of the second seed forbidden stone next to it. But Rain didn't say anything. After all, his size and the radiant light he emitted were indeed intimidating, and no one would believe him even if he did. It only makes people think that he wants to take on the Forbidden Stone King alone. Then Rain slowly spoke to Farron. Farron, the city lord didn't come to such a grand festival today. Farron shook his head. No, Uncle Juin gave me full authority. If there's anything that doesn't know its place, Uncle Juin can be there anytime. Just as the two were talking, suddenly, the sound of breaking glass came from the hall. Immediately, the 2 people who were talking slowly looked over. One of them, Ren recognized, was K&A, who had spoken disrespectfully to his little cat and wolf cub at the carriage stop. Seeing this, a glint appeared in Rain's eyes, and he seemed to be thinking about something before slowly walking toward the 2 sides involved in the conflict. Farron seemed to recognize the other side of K&A and followed closely behind Rain. As soon as the group got closer, they heard K&A arguing with a winged person. You bumped into me, which is why your glass cup broke, and you still want me to pay for it? Are you even being reasonable? This is a treasure I'm going to present to the Lord of Twilight City. If you hadn't bumped into me, how could I have lost my grip? The 2 held firm to their own opinions and refused to yield. Rain looked at Farron, who was frowning, and then raised an eyebrow at K&A's side. What? Farron, you know that jerk? Farron nodded. Yes, these winged people are the Empire's native demi-human race, and they are very united. Chapter 126, Calling a Deer a Horse. Farron then explained. Young Master Caesar, you should know about the specialty of my Twilight City, the radiant water, which grows on the radiant tree in the cliffs. So this group of flying winged people took on the task of collecting spirit water from my Twilight City. Therefore, it can be said that Twilight City and the winged people have a cooperative relationship. Upon hearing this, Ren understood Farron's attitude. K&A's father quickly came to her side and shielded her behind him. Upon hearing that the glass cup was a treasure to be presented to the city lord, the middle-aged man was not particularly nervous, but frowned as he looked at the winged people. Gentlemen, my daughter never lies. She said you were the ones who bumped into her, so the cup is your responsibility and has nothing to do with her. Upon hearing this, the winged leader gave a wink to the others around him, and then they all stepped forward slightly. It was as if they were being oppressed. She doesn't lie? You're saying that just because she doesn't lie, it's true? I could say I never lie. Because the winged people had a decent relationship with some of the nobles in the city, his words were met with agreement from some of the surrounding nobles. Yes. Kelly is right. The middle-aged man saw a group of imperial nobles pressuring him and glanced at the lords of nearby kingdoms. However, all the kingdom's lords avoided the middle-aged man's gaze, since no lord wanted to provoke a noble on the empire's territory, just as nobles don't want to provoke the lords in the kingdom. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sighed and prepared to compromise and offer compensation. But Ryan clapped his hands and slowly walked out from the crowd. All right. We're all here to bid on the forbidden stones at the auction. Let's all be friendly and make money together. Then Rain looked at the winged man in the lead and spoke. So, you can each pick a couple of forbidden stones and put it on my tab. Give me some face, and this matter will be over. How about that? The middle-aged man and his daughter, K&A, looked at each other with some confusion as they stared at Ryan, who was blocking their way. They were just having some disagreements at the carriage. and now he's actually standing up for them? The leading winged man frowned slightly. Young Master Caesar, this is a treasure that my winged race has been searching for a long time. How am I supposed to get over here? Upon hearing this, Ren waved his hand and continued speaking. I'll add 2 more forbidden stones and put them all on my head. How about that? Just as the leading winged man fell silent, a winged youth behind him looked at Ren with eyes full of hostility. Who do you think you are? That's the most precious 7-colored glass cup of my winged race. You think you can flatten it with 4 forbidden stones? What face do you have? As soon as the winged man finished speaking, the previously noisy meeting room fell silent. They all stared in shock at the winged man who had just spoken. Even Farron, standing to the side, stared at him with his mouth slightly agape, then looked at Kelly, the leader, as if to say, "Is this your subordinate? So brave?" Upon hearing this, Ren looked at the winged man, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. He had hoped to peacefully resolve this trouble for KNA so that Rain could take further action, but he never expected anyone to dare to speak to him like that. Ren clapped his hands as if to encourage the winged man. Just as Kelly, the leader of the winged people, was about to say something, Ren spoke slowly with a cold face. Tali, let me see what you've got. Upon hearing Rain's instructions, Tali chuckled, and her fighting spirit instantly condensed into a long iron whip. Yes, young master. The next moment, Tali lashed out with her whip toward the winged man. Almost instantly, the winged man and his wings were caught by a long whip that resembled a venomous snake. Then, Tali exerted a little force in her hand, and the winged man who was caught was instantly crushed into a bloody mist by the immense force. Everyone present looked at Tali with a hint of fear in their eyes, and the look in their eyes as they looked at Rain was filled with even more fear. Even Farron stared at Tali with his mouth agape in astonishment. Another Tier 5? When did Tier 5 become so common? Then he looked at Rain with excitement in his eyes, hoping to win his favor. His status in the Ward family would rise dramatically, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to even develop his career in the main clan of the royal city. After the clamoring winged man died, Rain waved to the shards of the glass on the ground. The fragments on the ground immediately floated into Ren's hands. Looking at the fragments in his hand, Ren slowly spoke to the winged man Kelly. This is clearly just an ordinary glass cup. Why are you calling it a crystal cup? Upon hearing Ryan's words, Kelly quickly offered an explanation. Young Master Caesar, that's impossible. This is a treasure meant to be presented to the city lord. My clan would never prepare a glass cup. Ren immediately scoffed. Oh, so you mean I misread it? Then, Ren presented the fragments in his hand to the surrounding crowd. Look, folks, was I, Caesar, wrong? Please tell the truth, or the goddess of justice will be angry. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment as they stared at the real shards of glass in Ren's hand. Isn't this the truth? Then a wealthy businessman standing next to Kelly spoke to Kelly. Young Master Caesar, it's true. The next moment, the man's head was crushed into pieces by Andre's majesty, turning him into a headless corpse. Seeing this, Ren pursed his lips and looked at everyone before speaking. See, I already told you to tell the truth or the goddess of justice will be angry. See, you're dead now. As the headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud, everyone slowly swallowed. Seeing Ren's decisiveness and domineering manner, K&A behind him felt a different kind of emotion. At that moment, Farron made a quick decision, came to Ren's side, and stared at the winged people in front of him with hostile eyes. Young Master Caesar has seen countless treasures. His eyes are certainly discerning. If he says it's fake, then it's fake. Seeing Farron unhesitatingly side with Ren, everyone said that the winged people's glass cup was fake. Yes, I think it's fake. Yes, me too. Faced with accusations from the crowd, Kelly was speechless. Suddenly, Kelly bowed slightly to Ryan. Ah, it was fake after all. Thanks to you, young Master Caesar, for pointing it out. Otherwise I, Kelly, would still be kept in the dark. If this fake had been sent to the city lord, I would have been truly guilty. Thank goodness for reminding me, young Master Caesar. To express my gratitude and apology, would you do me the honor of having dinner with Mr. Caesar after the auction? I would then be able to prepare a gift to apologize to you. Kelly gave in. He feared that if he continued to be stubborn, the winged people would not be able to survive in Twilight City. This man is too powerful, his backing is too strong, I really can't afford to mess with him. Upon hearing this, Ren put down the shards in his hand and smiled slightly. He came up to Kelly and straightened Kelly's tie. That's right, everyone should get along well to make money. That's the purpose of an auction. Chapter 127, The Future Archmage. K&A Hodgson joins your team. Ryan walked up to Kelly and straightened his tie. The purpose of an auction is for everyone to get along well and make money. Moreover, they are guests of our empire, so we nobles should be more considerate. You agree, right, Kelly? Hearing Ryan's words, Kelly quickly echoed with a smile. Yes, Lord Caesar, I was reckless this time. Upon hearing this, Ryan patted Kelly on the shoulder. That's right. If you give me face, I'll naturally give you face in return. Everyone gets to save face. All right, let's leave it at that. I keep my word. Go ahead and choose any 4 forbidden stones. As long as it's not the Forbidden Stone King, it's fine. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Kelly smiled and waved his hand. No, young Master Caesar, there's no need. That glass cup was fake to begin with, so there's no need for you to compensate me. I'm more than grateful to you. After saying that, he gave the winged man beside him a wink and then spoke again. Young Master Caesar, I'm so sorry to have disturbed your mood this morning. I suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some other matters to attend to at the clan. I'll take my leave now. Seeing that Rain nodded, Kelly then led the winged man, who had already cleaned up the bloodstains in the arena, away. Watching the winged people leave, Farron smiled at everyone. It was just a minor incident, please don't mind it. Please continue choosing your favorite forbidden stones. Hearing Farron's words, the crowd dispersed and continued searching for the forbidden stones they found appealing. As everyone's attention shifted away, Rain turned back to look at K&A and her father. She stepped forward and extended her right hand to the middle-aged man. Hello, my name is Caesar Russell. We should be familiar with each other, since we've met a few times already. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly grasped Ryan's hands with both of his. Of course, young Master Caesar, thank you for your help. My name is Hope Hodgson, and I am a newly promoted third-rank lord in the kingdom. Ryan nodded, then turned his gaze to K&A, the girl behind Hope, and spoke. Hi Hope, may I speak with your daughter K&A alone? Upon hearing this, Hope stiffened, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Is this young master interested in my daughter? What do I do? Hope thought about many things in that instant. Seeing Hope's troubled expression, Ryan continued. Don't worry about Hope. I won't do anything to your daughter. If you're worried, you can stay by her side, but you can't speak. Hearing Ryan's words, Hope finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this young master did indeed have something to discuss with K&A. Moreover, he just stood up for the two of them, so it probably wasn't something bad for them. He then turned to look at K&A and asked for her opinion. K&A, you heard it too. Young Master Caesar wants to talk to you. Do you agree? Hearing this, K&A nodded. I'm fine, father. Farron, who was standing to the side, saw that the group had finished talking and spoke to Rain. Young Master Caesar, gentlemen, please follow me. I have a quiet room here. Then Farron led the group through the venue and deeper into the hall. A few minutes later, we arrived at a door in the corner. Young Master Caesar, this is the quiet room. It's completely soundproof, so you can talk freely without being disturbed. Farron naturally knew that Ren wanted to speak with the two of them alone, and then prepared to leave. Then I'll take my leave. If you're finished talking and want to find me, just ask any of the staff. Then Farron left the group. As Farron left, Ren led the group into the room, and Andre, who was at the back, closed and locked the door. Although the room wasn't large, it didn't feel crowded when a group of people came in. Ryan sat down on one of the sofas first, pointed to the sofa opposite him, and said, Please have a seat, gentlemen. Hope and K&A obediently sat down on the sofa opposite Ren. But the two of them clearly didn't dare to sit too far, and sat upright on the edge of the sofa. Then Rain looked at K&A and spoke. K&A, this morning I happened to overhear your conversation with your father and learned about your mother's situation. Upon hearing her mother's voice, K&A's expression clearly showed her displeasure. But upon hearing Ren's next words, K&A suddenly raised her head and looked at Ren. K&A, do you want revenge? Upon hearing this, K&A looked like she was gritting her teeth. Of course I want to. I dream of wiping out the behemoths. K&A's reaction made Ryan smile. That's right. That's exactly what he wanted from K&A. K&A looked at Rain and asked, Can young Master Caesar help me? What price do I need to pay? Looking at the two tier 5s behind Rain, K&A had no doubt about the strength of the man in front of her. Rain smiled slightly upon hearing K&A's words. It's so comfortable talking to smart people. K&A, you have great magical talent. I want to recruit you. I will form many warrior, knight, and mage orders in the future. My mage corps is still missing a leader. K&A, I hope you can take on this role. Therefore, I need your loyalty. Upon hearing this, both K&A and her father's pupils contracted slightly. A magician's guild? Mages are already rare, and this guy actually wants to form a mage order? That would be a huge expense. Then K&A looked at her father, hoping he could give her some advice. Seeing her daughter's somewhat confused look, Hope opened her mouth, but said nothing. He looked at Ryan across from him, and their eyes met. Hope instantly understood what Ryan meant. This is to let K&A choose for herself. Hope then turned her head away, ignoring K&A's gaze. Seeing this, K&A was about to say something to her father when she was interrupted by Ryan. K&A, you're an adult now. Don't listen to your father in everything. You need to have your own opinions. You need to walk your own path from now on, instead of having your father pave the way for you. Upon hearing Rain's words, K&A slowly looked away from her father and lowered her head to think about something. As if pondering the pros and cons, as if considering the future, it took a long time before K&A finally looked up at Rain. Young Master Caesar, how will you help me? Why don't you just send me a few Tier 5 units? Enough to wipe out the behemoth race. Rain shook his head as he listened to K&A's words. No, K&A, as a noble of the Empire, I cannot openly interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. You must avenge yourself. But he hummed in the shadows. After saying that, Rain took out a jade pendant and placed it on the table. You probably know about this thing. It contains a top-level meditation method that can help you advance to the 4th rank within 2 years, and the 5th rank is not impossible. As for other items like armor and weapons, you can write to me if you need them. As long as the quantity isn't too outrageous, they'll be in your hands within a month. In this way, 2 years later, you will have avenged your great grudge, and I will also gain a mage captain. Then, Rain stared at K&A with a serious expression and said, So K&A, what is your choice? K&A, still in awe of the advanced meditation technique on the table, snapped back to reality when she saw Rain's fiery gaze. After thinking for a moment, she made up her mind to speak. Lord Caesar, I, K&A Hodgson, pledge my allegiance to you. With K&A kneeling, the future Archmage, K&A Hodgson, now serves under Rain. Chapter 128 The Forbidden Stone Auction ends. Hearing her daughter K&A pledge allegiance to Ryan, Hope sat on the sofa and did not stop her. Even Hope was a little excited by the promises that Ryan made to K&A. Not to mention the extremely advanced meditation technique that Ren is currently holding, which is directly visible. Although he was the lord of the kingdom, his daughter was not, and she had the right to choose. If his status as a lord really affected K&A, he would quit immediately. After all, he was only a 3rd-class lord, and he didn't care about the future of his daughter. Rain smiled slightly as he listened to K&A's words, and then tore off the human skin mask from his face. The father and daughter were stunned when they saw Ryan's true appearance. He stared wide-eyed at the familiar face of Rain. Suddenly, Hope seemed to remember something and abruptly stood up from the sofa. Ryan Gray? As if realizing his lapse in composure, or perhaps knowing something about Ryan, Hope quickly offered an explanation. I apologize, Mr. Kelly, I got a little excited for a moment. Seeing this, Ren waved his hand, not minding at all. K&A was so shocked by what she saw of Rain that she couldn't speak. That's Rain, the legendary genius mage who's been all the rage on the continent lately. I never expected it to appear right in front of me. Seeing the two surprised people, Rain picked up the heirloom jade on the table and stroked it. Gentlemen, for certain reasons, I have to conceal my face. Then Rain stood up and stood in front of K&A. K&A, my name is Ryan Gray. If you still wish to pledge allegiance to me, then swear an oath. Looking at Rain in front of her, K&A came back to her senses. The next moment, he knelt on the ground and swore an oath to Ren. Ichna Hodgson, if I break this covenant, may the spirits of the elements strip me from my body, may my magic dissipate like dust, and may my soul forever fall into the abyss of nothingness. Rain gently helped K&A, who was kneeling, to her feet and placed the inheritance jade in her hand. K&A Hodgson, I accept your loyalty. Thank you, young master. Ryan then spoke. K&A, you can go out first. I have something I want to talk to your father about alone. Upon hearing this, K&A looked at her father. Seeing Hope nod, K&A put away the inherited jade in her hand, unlocked the door, and went out. Seeing K&A leave, Ryan sat back down on the sofa. Perhaps feeling thirsty, Ren took out a tea set from his magic ring and placed it on the table. Would you like some, Hope? Hope shook her head. Is there anything you'd like to say to me privately, Mr. Ren? After pouring himself a cup of tea, Ren took a sip before speaking. Hope, your daughter has a really high talent for magic. She's a promising talent. But I could also clearly sense the deep-seated hatred that K&A harbored for the demi-humans. Hope, I don't want my future mage captain, K&A, to be blinded by hatred and turn herself into a cultivation fanatic. I hope you can subtly guide her. Listening to Ryan's concern for K&A, Hope once again felt respect for the young man before her. This person not only has top-tier abilities and connections in mainland China, but is also much more mature than his peers. Hope even envisioned what it would be like for Rain to stand atop the continent in the future. It was a wise choice for my daughter to stay with him. Thank you for your concern, young Master Ren. I will pay close attention. Then Hope picked up the teapot on the table, filled Ryan's teacup, and sighed. Actually, I noticed this a while ago, but I didn't know how to guide K&A. Because of the many things to do in the territory, I've been quite busy and have had little time to guide Kana. Suddenly, Hope seemed to remember something and looked at Ryan. Young Master Ren, are you out on a training expedition? If it's convenient for you, could you take Kana with you so she can see the beautiful scenery and strange tales of the various parts of the continent? In that case, Kana wouldn't become the way you described, and as a renowned magical genius on the continent, wouldn't she grow even faster if you taught her? That way, Kana can fulfill your expectations of her more quickly. Hearing Hope's request, Ryan picked up his teacup and stared at his reflection in it, lost in thought. Because Rain was unsure whether his trip to the Far East was dangerous. Therefore, he did not immediately consider bringing Kana with him. But now that I think about it again, having Kana by my side seems to be the best solution to the problem. Then Ren slowly nodded. Well, in that case, I can bring Kana along, but you should talk to Kana about it. Hope nodded immediately upon hearing this. Then Rain and the others pushed open the door and went out. Looking at Kana waiting outside the door, Rain said, Kana, your father is waiting for you inside. I'll be leaving now. Yes, young master. After saying that, Kana pushed open the door and went inside. Ryan led the group toward the venue. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. At this moment, all the nobles in the hall had disappeared, heading towards a small auction house on the side of the hall. As everyone took their seats, Farron, standing on the auction platform, smiled at Ryan, who was sitting at the front. He was the person in charge of the auction and also the auctioneer. The auction of forbidden stones is now beginning. The first item to be auctioned is the forbidden stone numbered 7731, with a starting price of 30,000 gold coins and a minimum increment of 1,000 gold coins per bid. The auction went very smoothly, and Rin also won several high-energy forbidden stones at low prices. As the last forbidden stone appeared, everyone held their breath. Farron looked at everyone's expressions without any surprise and spoke up. As you can see, this forbidden stone on the stage is indeed the most anticipated and highly anticipated forbidden stone of this auction. The starting bid is 2 million gold coins, and each bid must be at least 50,000 gold coins higher. Upon hearing this, everyone first glanced at Ren out of habit, and seeing that Ren had no intention of bidding, they began to raise their paddles and participate in the bidding. Rain was indeed somewhat interested in this so-called Forbidden Stone King, but only a little, just a little interested in what was inside. Because he had already acquired the number 2 seed Forbidden Stone, which had the highest source energy among those who appeared at the venue that morning at the lowest price. Therefore, he did not participate in the bidding for this Forbidden Stone, so as not to let others be afraid to participate in the bidding because of his face, which would cause Farron to lose money in this auction. 3 million. 3.3 million. As the bidding intensified, the emotions of the imperial nobles and the kingdom's lords began to spiral out of control. Both sides looked like they were deeply antagonistic, as if they were about to fight at any moment. Seeing this, Ren coughed twice. Upon hearing Ryan's voice, the excited crowd felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and they all calmed down. Then, some excited people sat down and continued bidding. In the end, the Forbidden Stone was won by a noble count named Wade from Twilight City. All right, let's congratulate Earl Wade on successfully acquiring the greatest treasure of this stone festival and also gaining tax exemption for doing business in Twilight City for the next 3 years. Chapter 129: The Dinner and Della's Birthday. With the sale of the Forbidden Stone King, the triennial Forbidden Stone auction has come to an end. In the auction hall, the nobles rose to prepare to leave for the Starry Night Banquet Hall to attend the final festive dinner. Farron saw Ren get up from his seat and jump off the auction stage, quickly coming to Ren's side. Is there anything in particular that you would like to eat, Mr. Caesar? I can inform the banquet hall to prepare it for you now. After a moment of contemplation, Ren spoke. Please prepare a birthday cake for me. Rain's words startled Farron, but then he remembered the promise Rain and Della had made, and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll have the best pastry chef in Twilight City make it himself. What would you like to eat, and what kind of alcohol would you like to drink? Ryan shook his head and refused, saying there was no need to prepare anything special. Just what I ate in the banquet hall back then would be fine. After saying that, Ren patted Farron on the shoulder. All right, you don't need to worry about my business anymore. I have to go out for a bit, and I'll go to the banquet hall by myself in a little while. After understanding Ren's needs, Farron nodded. Okay, then I won't bother you any longer. I wish you all the best. After finishing his sentence, Farron headed backstage at the auction house. Rain then led the group out of the Forbidden Stone Museum and toured various parts of Twilight City. After leaving a small magic circle in a few corners of the city, he led a few people to the Starry Night Banquet Hall to attend the banquet. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Ren smiled slightly as he looked at Farron waiting for him at the entrance. Am I late? Farron shook his head. No, you've come at just the right time. The banquet is about to begin. With Ren's arrival, the atmosphere in the luxurious and dazzling banquet hall immediately reached its climax. The nobles in the banquet hall couldn't help but gravitate towards Ren, hoping to establish a connection with him. Adhering to the three no's principle of no agreement, no knowledge, no responsibility, Ren got along very well with the various nobles. Before long, as Ren refused, the nobles realized that Ren did not want to drink anymore. They smiled at Ren and left his side. Just as Ren breathed a sigh of relief, Elsa and Della slowly approached him. Young Master Caesar, have you perhaps forgotten something? Behind Elsa, Della was also looking at Ren with her big, watery eyes. Faced with Elsa's somewhat questioning tone, Ryan smiled and didn't pay much attention. Lady Elsa, don't worry, Ren will arrive. Please trust my reputation, Caesar. Seeing the slight smile on Ren's face, Elsa nodded and returned to the Kingdom Lord's party with her daughter. Seeing this, Ren put down his wine glass and walked towards Farron. Farron, are the private rooms on the third floor ready? Farron nodded, then gave Ren a mysterious smile. Young Master Caesar, you can use the private room on the third floor at any time, but I have an even better place here. Farron's words made Ren raise an eyebrow. Oh, where? The domed rooftop terrace in the banquet hall is spacious and offers stunning views of the night sky. It's something I specially prepared for you. Upon hearing the name Dome Terrace, a hint of surprise flashed in Ren's eyes. Take me to see it. Farron then led Ren to the domed rooftop of the banquet hall. Looking at the huge glass dome on the rooftop and the dense vegetation and flowers inside, it immediately made Ren feel as if he had entered a greenhouse. Young Master Ren, are you satisfied? Upon hearing Farron's address, Ren tore off his mask and looked at Farron. Excellent, very good. Farron, you're a very efficient person. With a talent like yours, how come Uncle Fabian didn't transfer you to the capital? Hearing what Ren said, Farron gave a helpless, bitter smile. Young Master Ren, I have poor talent and fighting spirit and am a collateral branch of the Ward family. No matter how well I do, no one will care about someone with no future. Hearing Farron's words, Ren nodded knowingly. Indeed, the Ward family values talent highly. Farron, do you want to develop your career in the royal city? Under the cover of night, Ren's eyes gleamed as he looked at Farron. Farron nodded immediately. Of course, young Master Ren. As the core of the empire, I dream of going to the royal city. I am confident that with my abilities, I will be able to make a name for myself in the royal city. Hearing Farron's affirmative answer, Ren nodded. Okay, I'll write a letter to Uncle Fabian later, and you can take the letter to the capital. I don't know if Uncle Fabian will see you. Upon hearing this, Farron immediately bowed to Ren with delight. Thank you, young Master Caesar. Ren waved his hand and said, Go and call Elsa and Della up here for me. Okay. As Farron went downstairs, he soon called Elsa and Della up. Looking at the garden-like dome, Della's eyes suddenly sparkled. Wow, Mother, look, this place is so beautiful. But Elsa ignored them and just stared at Ryan in the middle of the garden. Looking at Ren's face and clothes, Elsa's eyes were full of surprise. Is Caesar the same as Ren? After a moment's thought, Elsa understood. Containing her shock, she led the lively Della toward Ren and her group. Della looked at Ren with eyes full of admiration as she approached him. Brother Ren, did Brother Caesar send you? Brother Caesar is so amazing. Brother Ren, did Brother Caesar say you were going to teach me magic? Della wants to learn magic too. Looking at the lively Della, Ryan smiled knowingly. Yes, I already said so. Even your brother Caesar said so. Then he smiled and looked at Elsa beside him. Lord Elsa, I haven't broken my promise, have I? Elsa nodded with a wry smile. Of course, young Master Ren, I was just being impatient. Brother Ren, please teach me magic. I want to learn your judgment sword move. It's so cool. Della, tugging at Ryan's pants with excitement, kept mimicking Ryan's movements from back then. Seeing the happy Della, Ryan picked her up and put her on a chair next to him. You're still young, Della. When you're an adult, your brother Ryan will teach you. Today, your brother Ryan will celebrate your birthday with you first. He then gestured for the people next to him to sit down. After everyone was seated, Ryan patted Della's head. Della, don't blink now. Hearing what Ren said, Della nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Ren lightly tapped his left fingers together, producing a crisp sound. The next moment, the small magic circle that Ren had set up in the city suddenly lit up. It sent streaks of light into the sky. The streak of light shot straight into the night sky, exploded with a bang, and formed streaks of fireworks. Fireworks slowly illuminated the dark night sky. A grand fireworks show. As Della watched the dazzling fireworks in the night sky, Her eyes widened as if she wanted to memorize the entire scene. Not only Della and Elsa were moved as they watched the fireworks in the night sky. Even the commoners of Twilight City and the nobles in the banquet hall stared intently at the magnificent spectacle in the night sky. The beauty of this moment feels like it will last forever. As the fireworks gradually faded, revealing a few stars in the sky, the crowd lingered, still gazing at the night sky with lingering enjoyment. On the dome, watching Della's wistful expression, Ren patted Della's head and then pointed behind her. "Della, look what that is." Della turned around upon hearing this. A 9-tiered cake appeared before Della's eyes. "Wow, what a big cake. Brother Ryan, you're so kind." Chapter 130. Next stop, Walternay Province. Nighttime, near the imperial capital. Lucifer smiled slightly as he looked at the Grey family manor, which was so close at hand. After traveling day and night for the past few days, he finally arrived. "Finally, I'm about to fulfill my master's request." They then sped up a bit. As Lucifer passed through the forest, he was stopped by guards at the gate of the Grey family manor. Although the guard recognized Lucifer's face somewhat, he still tried to stop him. "Hello, please show your identification card and state the purpose of your visit to the Grey family." Upon hearing this, Lucifer immediately took out the token that Ren had given him and handed it to the guard inside the door. The guard took the token and glanced at it. His pupils immediately contracted. "It's young Master Ren's token?" Looking at Lucifer's face again, he suddenly realized why it looked so familiar. Isn't this the man who used to follow young Master Ren around? He immediately returned the token to Lucifer. "Hello, so you're one of young Master Ren's men. Should I inform Lord Jonas on your behalf?" Lucifer nodded immediately. "Yes, thank you." Immediately afterwards, the guard took out a communication scroll and spoke something into it. "Lord Jonas, there is a man from young Master Ren outside who wants to see you." The communication scroll made no sound. The next moment, Jonas emerged from a shadow in the corner. He frowned slightly as he looked at Lucifer outside the door. "Lucifer? Aren't you supposed to be with young Master Ren? Young Master Ren told you to come back." Jonas thought for a moment and then asked. Lucifer nodded without saying anything. Seeing Lucifer's silent demeanor, Jonas immediately ordered the guards to let Lucifer in. As Jonas walked along the road in the manor with Lucifer, he asked a question. "Where has young Master Ryan been lately? Has he encountered any danger on his journey?" Lucifer shook his head. "When I left, my master was attending the Stone Festival in Twilight City, and he didn't encounter any dangers." Jonas breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Ryan was in Twilight City. If he were in Twilight City, young Master Ren would basically not encounter any danger. Then he questioned Lucifer. "Why did young Master Ren send you back? Is he short of money? Or is he facing difficulties?" Upon hearing this, Lucifer looked around at Jonas. "Can we find a secluded place?" Jonas frowned slightly as he listened to Lucifer's words, but still nodded. "Come with me to my room." Then Jonas led Lucifer to his room. After locking the door, Jonas used his abilities to sense the situation slightly, and then spoke to Lucifer. "All right, no one will bother us here. Go ahead and speak." Upon seeing this, Lucifer immediately reached into his stomach and pulled out a box containing fiery jade marrow. Then he placed the jade box on Jonas's table. "This is something my master asked me to personally give to you and Fred." Jonas raised an eyebrow as he looked at the jade box, a hint of shock in his eyes. Jade box made of chalcedony? A jade box typically used to store 5th-tier battle chi treasures? What does young Master Ryan want to give us? Then he opened the jadeite box. Jonas was immediately stunned when he saw what was in the jade box. The next moment, he closed the jade box. Jonas blinked and slowly swallowed, utterly shocked. It's actually the blazing blood refining fruit. Isn't this thing already extinct? It's truly a blessing that young Master Ren was able to be found. He slowly suppressed his shock, picked up the jade box, stood up from his seat, and looked at Lucifer to speak. "Follow me." He then went to Fred's room on the 3rd floor. Jonas knocked on the door when he arrived at Fred's room. After a while, Fred, wearing a coat, opened the door and came out. He was stunned when he came out and saw Lucifer next to Jonas. "Lucifer, what are you doing here? Is Ren back?" Jonas immediately handed the jadeite box of flame to Fred. "Master, this is what young Master Ren had Lucifer send back." Fred took the jade box and muttered a few words. "Ryan, what did that kid deliver in the middle of the night?" Upon seeing the blazing blood refining fruit in the jade box, Fred was immediately stunned. Then, just like Jonas, he snapped the jade box shut, as if afraid of losing even a drop of the medicinal power. Then Fred looked at Lucifer. "Was this someone Ren found? He didn't sign any contract with you demons, did he? This thing has long been extinct in mainland China, hasn't it?" Lucifer shook his head. "A contract? No, I've already signed a contract with my master, and the other primordial demons won't come looking for him. As for this thing, I don't know where the owner got it from, but I saw the owner put it into the jade box with my own eyes." After listening to Lucifer's words, Ferdinand and Jonas exchanged glances and then stopped dwelling on the matter. Everyone has secrets. Who doesn't have some? Then Fred looked at Lucifer and spoke. "Is Ren all right?" Lucifer immediately told Fred about Ren's current situation again. Upon hearing this, Ford nodded and then looked at Jonas. "Jonas, from this moment on, the Gray family is on level 2 alert. During this period of my breakthrough, the Gray family is counting on you." Jonas nodded. "Yes, I know. Don't worry, Patriarch. Nothing will happen to the Gray family with me here." Then Ferdinand looked at Lucifer. "That kid Ren has always loved treasures. Jonas, take Lucifer to the vault and get some more for Ren." "Yes, master." The day after the dinner. The gates of Twilight City. Hope looked at Kane, standing next to Ren with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, then looked at Ren. "Young Master Caesar, I entrust my daughter, Kane, to you. Please feel free to write to me if you need anything." Ren nodded. "Yes, Hope, you too. If anything happens in the territory, you can write to the Gray family for help. With my token, they won't ignore you." Hearing what Ryan said, Hope nodded and stepped aside. Then Ren looked at Farron, who had come to see him off. Farron immediately handed Ren a ring. "Young Master Ren, this is a small token of my appreciation. If I'm lucky, thanks to you, I might be able to develop my career in the royal city in the future." After accepting the ring, Ren patted Farron on the shoulder. "Well, I hope we'll meet again in the royal city someday." After saying goodbye to the group, he boarded the carriage. Seeing this, Andre drove the carriage toward the province of Watney. On the way, Andre, who was driving, thought of something and reminded Ren. "Young Master, shouldn't we wait for Lucifer?" Ren, who was playing with the kitten and the wolf cub in the carriage, spoke. "No need. I have a pact with Lucifer, and he can sense my location. He should already be heading back from the capital." Chapter 131. Goodbye to Kitra. Time flew by, and a month and a half passed quickly as Ren and his group traveled. After a month and a half, Ryan and his group finally entered the province of Walternay. They then headed towards the city of Amethyst, the territory of the Morris family. On the way, Ryan, who was enjoying a massage from the kitten and the wolf, suddenly stopped. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing the bracelet that the witch Ketra of the Church of Lust had given him. At this moment, the bracelet vibrated slightly on Ren's wrist and emitted bursts of light. With a thought, Rain connected to the communication on the bracelet. Immediately, Catella's voice rang out from the bracelet. "Young Master Ren, you're also in the province of Walternay? What a coincidence. Have you been missing your sister?" Listening to Ketra's alluring words, Ren was suddenly reminded of the 3 crazy days he had spent in the secret realm. If it weren't for the fact that Rain had just indulged himself with Shirley and Mia last night and was now in a brief state of sagehood, he would have actually been aroused by this witch's lust. Then Ryan smiled helplessly. "I think about it. Of course I think about it. I think about it every single moment I'm away from my sister." "Chitra, are you also in the province of Walternay? How about we meet in Amethyst City?" In a cave somewhere in the forest, Kitera was very happy to hear what Rain said. "All right, let's meet at a place called Brilliant Tavern in Amethyst City. Sister is waiting for you." Then, Catella deactivated the bracelet and headed towards Amethyst City. Inside the carriage, Ren watched as the bracelet went dark and lowered his hand, then spoke to Andre, who was driving outside. "Andre, how far are we from Amethyst City?" "Young Master, at our current pace, it will take about 4 more days, but if we speed up or take some shortcuts, we should be able to finish ahead of schedule." Hearing Andre's words, Ren sat up from the carriage, pondered for a moment, and then agreed. "Let's speed up then. The side path is difficult to walk on, so let's not take it." Upon hearing this, Andre nodded. "Yes, young master." Then Andre lightly flicked his whip, and the black-scaled horse immediately increased its speed, heading towards the Purple Gem City. Because Andre occasionally exuded a 5th-tier aura while on the carriage, no bandits or monsters dared to block the way. So Rain and her group arrived in Amethyst City in just 2 days. "Young master, we're just ahead at Amethyst City." Andre's words prompted Ren to open the car window and check. Looking at the purplish-blue city of Amethyst, Ren clicked his tongue. The Morris family really loves purple. Even their city walls are purple. They truly deserve to be called the Purple Gem family. Then Rain looked at Kane, who was sitting on the other side of the carriage. At this moment, Kane was no longer as dead still as before, and looked at the Amethyst City with great interest in her eyes. After a month of sightseeing, Kane, who was originally somewhat quiet, has gradually become more cheerful. "Although I still practice from time to time, it's much better than before." Andre slowly brought the carriage to a stop at the city gate of Amethyst City. This time, without waiting for the guards to ask, Rain handed over his identity card. The guard checked for a while, comparing the identity card to Ren's face before returning it to Ren. "Hello, Lord Caesar. Welcome to Amethyst City. Please forgive the strictness of the checks in our Purple Gem City, which is currently in a state of war." With a soft hum from Rain, Andre slowly drove the carriage into Amethyst City. "Lucifer, go find that place in the city called the Brilliant Tavern." Upon hearing Rain's words, a raven beside Kane in the carriage nodded. "Good master." He then flew out of the car window and searched for something in the city. Because several more people had joined Ren's carriage, it was a bit crowded inside. Lucifer then transformed into a raven to make room for one person. Watching Lucifer's departing silhouette, Ren pondered for a moment in the car. "It seems I'll need to order a larger and sturdier carriage for my trip to the Far East in the province of Walter, Nevada." Before long, just as Andre was driving his carriage around the city, Lucifer returned to Andre and Tari, who were also driving the carriage. Then Lucifer began to command Andre. "Lord Andre, turn around first, then turn right." Lucifer the Raven stood on the back of a black-scaled horse and pointed with his wings at Andre. As the carriage stopped in front of the Brilliant Tavern, Ren activated Kitra's communication bracelet. "Kitra, I've arrived at the Brilliant Tavern." "Young Master Ren, you've arrived? I just got here a little while ago. I'm in the tavern. Want to come in and have a couple of drinks?" Upon hearing Kitella's reply, Ren led the group off the carriage and into the tavern. Upon entering the tavern, Ren located the location of Kitra. It was clear that Kitra listened to Rain, and this time she did not wear anything revealing. However, the alluring charm of Kitra could not be concealed. But before Ren could get there, one of the men in the tavern couldn't resist his desire and took a drink to Kitella. "Beautiful lady, want a drink?" The man spoke in a very flippant tone, as if he regarded Kitella as a woman who had come to the tavern for pleasure, and even his hand was about to touch her. Kitra chuckled, about to say something, when the man's hand was grabbed by Rain. Rain looked at the man and gave him a squinting, fake smile. "Sorry, she's already taken." Kitra was slightly taken aback when she saw Ren wearing a human skin mask in front of her. Then she looked at Andre behind Ren and realized that this person was Ren. The man whose arm was being held by Ren looked at the group of people behind Ren, broke free from Ren's grasp, snorted coldly, and walked out of the tavern. Without being disturbed by anyone, Ren immediately sat down next to Kitella. Suddenly, the man who had walked to the tavern entrance took out a small iron pipe from his pocket and blew a black, poison needle at Ren. Seeing this, Ren sneered. Although he sensed it, Rain didn't care at all. He was just a second-tier clown. After all, Andre and Tali were still standing beside him. Seeing the poison needles being shot at Rain, Andre and Tali exchanged a glance and then clearly divided their tasks. Andre snorted coldly, and the poison needle was shattered into powder by the slightly released fighting spirit of Andre. Tali subdued the man in an instant. After being bound by Tali's fighting spirit, the man whimpered on the ground. Sensing the fifth-tier aura that Andre and Tali had just exuded, the people drinking there all fell silent. His eyes were filled with awe as he looked at Ren. Whose young master is this? He's out with 2 fifth-level experts. What a huge family it must be to have 2 free fifth-tier guards. Looking at the unfamiliar Tali beside Ren, Kitra, nestled in Ren's arms, raised an eyebrow. Thunder. She was about to say something when Ryan covered her mouth with a finger, and then she heard Ryan transmit his voice to her. "My name is now Caesar Russell. Don't say my real name." Before Kitra could say anything, Tali brought the man to Rain and questioned him. "Young master, what should we do with this person?" Chapter 132 Information about Kitra, Rock Elemental Life Form. Rain, who was holding Kitra, waved to Tali. "Kill him. Take him out and find another place to kill him, so as not to dirty the owner's floor." Before he finished speaking, the bound man struggled even more fiercely, glancing at the people on the bar next to him every now and then. But nobody paid any attention to him. Tali lifted the man with one hand and walked out of the tavern. The people in the tavern looked at the tied-up man with glee. "Haha, Roman's been chasing after women all day, and now he's finally met his match. Humph, serves him right. He got cocky just because he knows a little bit about blowguns. He's ruined so many girls. He really deserves it now." Ignoring the whispers in the tavern, Rain turned to look at Kitella. "How did you get into the city? Didn't the guard stop you?" Kitella rolled her eyes at Ren. "Young master, you can fake it, but others can't. I just took it off specifically to see you." Facing the woman, Kitella, who was sitting on his lap and rubbing against him, Ren, who was a little thirsty, picked up Kitella's wine glass and took 2 sips. Then he threw down a gold coin and helped Keela get up. "Let's go. Let's find a quiet place to talk alone." Kitella covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "All right, then it's all for you, young Master Ryska." The group left the tavern and boarded Ren's carriage. Although Kitra joined the carriage, it wasn't too crowded, because Kitela sat directly on Ren. Smelling the fragrance emanating from Kitra, Ren suppressed his desire and spoke to Andre, who was driving outside. Andre, find a good hotel. We may need to stay in the Watni province for a while. Yes, young master. Andre replied and began searching the city. Inside the carriage, Ren pinched Kitra's cheeks as he looked at Shirley, Mia, and Kay, whose eyes had turned slightly pink. Tone down your seductive charm. I don't want to fight you in the street. Kitra smiled upon hearing this, and then withdrew the slightly released alluring power she had been emitting. After the allure was dispelled, the three people in the carriage felt better. Seeing this, Ren asked Kitela, Chitra, what brings you to the province of Watni? Hearing Ren's question, Kitela's face showed displeasure and she began to complain. It's not just the church members. The unrest in Watni province has lasted so long that it's caught their attention. The church members somehow got wind of the unrest in the province of Walterne, saying it was related to rock elemental life. So they asked me to investigate the truth of the matter, and if it is true, to see if I can get involved. But as she talked, Kitra's face brightened up again. But I was lucky to meet you, young master. Otherwise I would have been bored to death on this trip. Rain was somewhat surprised by what Kitra said. Geo-elemental life? Really? I don't know. I've only heard about those old witches. Ren lowered his head in thought. Rock element life? It seems that his trip to the province of Walterne is not only to deal with the legendary dancer Greta Sek, but also to investigate the matter of rock elemental life. Just as Ren was deep in thought, Kitela asked him a question. And you? Young Master Ren, what brings you to the province of Walterne? When facing Kitela, Ren did not hide anything. Do you know Greta Sek? Kitra frowned slightly, recalling the name. This looks so familiar. Oh, I remember now, that peerless dancer? Ryan nodded. Yes, I came to Walterne province for her. However, what you just mentioned about life forms of the Geo element has piqued my interest. Upon hearing this, Kila leaned back into Ren's arms. Young master, would you please take the matter of investigating life forms of rock elements seriously? Feeling the soft body in his arms, Ryan rolled his eyes at her. If I went to investigate, what were you doing? It can be your sword sheath, helping you relax after a long day. Just as Ren and Kitra were playing around, Andre found a nice hotel. Amethyst Hotel. Young master, how about this inn? Upon hearing Andre's words, Ren rolled down the car window. He nodded as he looked at the Amethyst Inn, which was about the same size as the Twilight Inn in Twilight City back then. Okay, this is the one. He then led the group off the vehicle. As soon as Rain and her group got out of the car, the staff at the entrance of the Amethyst Hotel rushed forward. Hello, are you looking for accommodation? Ryan nodded and handed the ID card to the girl. I want the best and biggest room. After looking at Ryan's ID card once, the girl returned it to Ryan. The girl smiled as she listened to Ryan's request. Okay, distinguished guest, please follow me. After getting the key to the third floor from the front desk on the first floor, he led Ryan and his group up to the third floor. As the girl walked up the stairs, she spoke to Ryan, who was leading the group. Distinguished guest, because Amethyst City is currently in a state of war, it is not permitted to go out after 7 p.m. If you have any matters to attend to, it is best to resolve them before 7 p.m. Ryan was somewhat confused by what the girl was saying. A curfew at night? Could it be that monsters have attacked the city? The girl shook her head and then nodded. Yes and no. The fiercest battle took place at the Amethyst Mine in the southeast. However, occasionally a small group of stone monsters would wander into Amethyst City, which led to the lockdown. The girl then led Ryan and his group to a room on the third floor. After opening the door with the key, the girl handed the key to Ryan. Distinguished guest, this is the room you requested. It costs 3 gold coins per day, and the fee will be calculated when you check out. As Ryan took the keys, the girl bowed slightly to everyone. Then I won't disturb you any longer. There's a button in the room to call for staff. You can call anytime if needed. After saying that, the girl walked towards the stairs. Ryan pushed open the door and led the group into the room, then sat down on the sofa in the living room. Suddenly remembering something, she took out a key to a secret realm from her magic ring and handed it to Kitela. To Kitra. Kitra raised an eyebrow as she looked at the familiar key to the secret realm that Ren handed her. Is this the key to the secret realm from back then? Ren nodded and mumbled a few words to Kitela. Anyway, this secret realm is now in my hands, and this is the key to entering it. Take this. If you encounter any danger in the future or miss me, go into the secret realm. I will know once you enter. If you encounter danger, I will come to your rescue. But please remember, after you enter the secret realm and then leave, you will not come directly to my side, but will appear at the place where you used the key to enter the secret realm. Therefore, this thing can be used to avoid danger. but it cannot solve the problem. It is easy to be ambushed. Listening to what Rain and Kitra said, Andre and Tali, who were standing to the side, looked at Rain and slightly opened their mouths. Now they have even greater awe for the young master's methods. Not only do they possess sacred artifacts like the blazing blood refining fruit, but they also control a secret realm. Chapter 133, There is a traitor in the Morris family. After taking the key to the secret realm from Rain and looking at it, Kitra put it around her neck. She then stood in front of Ren and showed him her snow-white neck. Is it pretty? Faced with Kitra's occasional arrogance, Ren smiled and nodded. You look good in anything. Hearing Ren's praise, Keela chuckled, stepped forward, hugged Ren, and whispered something. Then I'll reward you by unlocking other poses. After saying that, he didn't forget to lick Ren's earlobe. Then he took Rain's little wolf cat to choose their own room. Feeling the dampness on his earlobe, Ryan pouted. You're a real demon. I'll slay you tonight and rout your army. Then, Ren retrieved from his magic ring the information that Ollie, the eldest son of the Morris family, had given him back in the royal city. Information about Greta Sek, the legendary dancer. Although he had already read it once, he was still puzzled by Greta's regular need for large quantities of amethyst. Then he took out a piece of purple gemstone and held it in his hand. He then inquired about Isa from the Book of Natural History. Isa, what are the uses of this amethyst? Isa, who heard Ren's question in his mind, glanced at the amethyst and spoke. Master, this amethyst contains a variety of energies. Function 1. Amethyst can be used as an additive material in weapon forging, making the weapon harder. Second function, some high-quality amethysts can be used directly as inlay crystals for magicians' wands to increase the power of magic. Thirdly, amethyst contains a rich source of rock elemental energy, making it a good choice as food for some rock-type pets. Isa told Ren about all the uses of the amethyst from ancient times to the present, which made Ren look at the amethyst in his hand with new respect. I never imagined that this amethyst would have so many uses. Just as Ren was deep in thought, looking at the purple gem in his hand, the sound of horses' hooves came from outside the open window in the living room. Hearing the sound, Ren got up and went to the window to watch the knights rushing towards the east gate. The knight riding at the front of the pack shouted as he drove the crowd along. Make way! Everyone make way! Looking at the galloping knights, Ren frowned slightly and turned to look at Lucifer, who had already transformed back into human form. Lucifer, go out and find out what's going on outside. I think the armor of these knights is that of the city's guards. What are they doing out of the city? Good master. After speaking, he bowed slightly, pushed open the door, and walked out. Lucifer acted very quickly, and within minutes he found out the whole story. Back in his room, Lucifer stood behind Ren and reported to him. Master, I found out that a section of the defense line at the Amethyst mine has been breached, and the front lines are in dire need of help. That's why the guards were sent to hold the line for a while. Upon hearing this, Ren frowned in disbelief. The front lines are in dire need of attention, so they're sending the city's garrison to hold them off. Are you kidding me? Who came up with this idea? What will happen to Amethyst City once the guards leave? Are we abandoning our rear? Lucifer shook his head at Ren's question. I don't know, but I heard it was a message personally sent back by Archer Morris, the head of the Morris family. Listening to Lucifer's words, Ren got up and walked to the window, looking at the sunset outside and sighing softly. Archer? Him? I remember my father talking to me about Archer. He should be a smart man. How could he make such a decision? Lucifer looked at Rain's furrowed brow and comforted him. Master, you need not worry. Even in the worst-case scenario, our group will be able to leave the city unscathed. Hearing Lucifer's words, Ren curled his lip. Have you forgotten why I came here? I came to see Greta. I don't even know where she is right now. If a monster attack really happens, I can leave, but what about her? If the city is destroyed, then I've come all this way for nothing. Upon hearing this, Lucifer smiled slightly. Then, Rain looked at the chaotic pedestrians on the street and whispered softly. Sigh, I can only hope things don't get to that point. Seeing the worry on Ren's face, Lucifer bowed slightly and left Ren's side. He then found Kitra, who was playing with Shirley and Mia. After telling the three about Ren's troubles, Kitra looked at Lucifer and smiled knowingly. Okay, you little devil, you're so thoughtful. You just wanted me to comfort you, right? Just say so next time. Lucifer smiled slightly. Yes, Miss Kitera. Then, Kitera led Shirley and Mia to Rain in the living room. Kitra wrapped her arms around Ren's neck from behind. Young master, why are you worried about these things? Anyway, Amethyst City isn't your Gray family's territory. Come on, young master, didn't you want to have a private chat with Kitella? She has plenty of time now. Feeling the softness behind him and the sensual power emanating from Kitra, Ren's worries were greatly alleviated. The next moment, Rain, whose desires had been aroused by Kitella, picked her up and carried her toward the room. Kitella, who was being picked up, smiled slightly. That's right, why worry about those things? Young master, you're not some savior. With a snap, the room door slammed shut. Shirley's cat ears and Mia's wolf ears were pressed against the door of the room, and her face turned slightly red as she listened to the voices coming from inside. Southeast of Purple Gem City lies the Purple Gem Mine. The battle here has been going on for months, but the stone monsters emerging from the mine continue to pour out as if there is no end in sight. Tonight, Archer, the head of the Maurice family, who had just led his knights to deal with a group of stone monsters, is leading his knights to collect the stone monster corpses on the ground. Wow, there are so many stone monsters. We've had them before, but never this many. Archer sighed as he looked at the stone monster corpses scattered on the ground. Archer, a sixth-tier warrior, suddenly heard the sound of horses' hooves. This left Archer stunned. The sound of horses' hooves? Judging from the sound of horses' hooves, there were quite a few people. Just as Archer was wondering what was going on, the garrison troops that were rushing towards them came into view of the frontline camp. Looking at the guards, Archer's head buzzed. The guards of Amethyst City? What are they doing here? Has Amethyst City fallen? There's still no news. At that moment, Archer's mind was racing with countless thoughts. Archer immediately sped off towards the guards. Baron Morris, the leader of the guard, waved to the patriarch who was flying toward them. Master, we have come to your aid. The next moment, Baron was lifted off his horse by Archer. This also caused the guarding legion to stop. Support? Baron, who are you going to support? Who made you leave Amethyst City? Baron, who was mentioned by Archer, scratched his head. Yes, it's you, Master. You said the front lines are in dire need of help, and you've ordered our city's garrison to go and provide support. You can see for yourself. After saying that, he took out a secret letter from his bosom. Archer quickly took it and examined it. Archer felt a chill run down his spine as he read the contents of the letter. Although he could recognize that the handwriting wasn't his, it wasn't the same for other people. With his personal seal underneath, it wouldn't arouse any suspicion from others. Archer paused as he looked at the secret letter in his hand, the one that only he could question. There's a traitor in the Morris family. Handwriting can be imitated, but his seal is not something anyone can get their hands on. Chapter 134 The Stone Monster Joins the Siege. Archer gripped the secret letter in his hand, then looked at Baron. Because Baron was completely loyal to him and had no other intentions, he promoted Baron to the position of commander of the guard, even though Baron was somewhat simple-minded. Now that the letter is so realistic, it's understandable that the honest Baron is fooled. Archer, suppressing his anger, finally let out a long sigh and spoke with a tone of disappointment and frustration. Baron, didn't you ever think of using a long-distance communication scroll to ask me? Oh well, never mind. Archer then turned to look at the guards beside him. Guards. The guards immediately shouted, Present. Abandon unnecessary supplies, turn around, and head full speed toward Amethyst City. Yes. Then Archer kicked Baron and shouted, Get on your horse and get back here right now. If something happens to Amethyst City, you won't have enough heads to lose. Upon seeing this, Baron immediately mounted his horse, preparing to lead his guards back. But just as Baron mounted his horse, preparing to lead the guards back, a large group of stone monsters suddenly appeared in the forest beside the road on the way here. Among the stone monsters were also people wearing black cloaks. Archer gritted his teeth and squinted as he looked at the thorns and flame marks on his cloak. The wrathful church. He knew someone was up to no good. The person standing at the front, wearing a black cloak, stepped forward. The black cloak covered the upper half of his face, and a smile appeared on his lips. Head of the Archer Morris family, how have you been? Archer immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the leader of the men in black. You furious church, those vermin from the gutter, dare to show your faces in my empire? Do you really think my empire's prestige is just for show? The man in black chuckled a few times in response to Archer's words. Archer, now that my Church of Wrath is standing within the empire, isn't that right? However, instead of worrying about the empire right now, you should think about your Amethyst City. Upon hearing this, Archer's heart sank, but he sneered on the surface. They're just a few fourth-tier players. I can kill them all, and then go back later. The man in black smiled slightly, and then clapped his hands. Immediately, the earth trembled, and birds and beasts scattered in the distant forest, as if some enormous creature was approaching. Before long, a huge figure that Archer recognized emerged from the woods behind the man in black. King of the Stone Monsters. Archer narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Stone King. The Stone Monster King, with his sixth-tier strength, was evenly matched with him, and it seemed impossible for him to return in a short time. Then he shouted to the frontline camp behind him. Someone come here. Archer's voice echoed through the nearby forest, and immediately, the Maurice family's knights rushed out of their camp. Seeing this, the group of stone monsters also began to charge. Archer also approached the Stone Monster King. A major battle is imminent. Archer glanced anxiously toward Amethyst City from time to time. Hopefully, the people of Amethyst City can hold on a little longer. Night. The city of purple gems shone brightly under the moonlight, like a giant purple gemstone. In the city, at the Amethyst Hotel. Sudden, red warning lights began to flash in Amethyst City. It was clearly the highest level of alert signal in Amethyst City. Although Baron was honest and simple, he still understood the importance of Amethyst City, and he left about 1/5 of his troops there. There were approximately 500 warriors and knights. As soon as the red light began to flash, Lucifer, sensing something was wrong, quickly jumped out of the window to gather intelligence about the city for Ren. Meanwhile, Andre and Tali, who were on guard in the living room, tensed up slightly as they watched the red light. Inside the room, Ren and Kitra looked at the red light and exchanged bewildered glances before quickly starting to tidy up. Then he and Kitella pushed open the door and went out. Looking at the group of people who were standing guard in the living room, Ren spoke to Lucifer. What's the situation now? Master, the worst-case scenario you described has occurred. A group of stone monsters have surrounded Amethyst City, and it looks like they're about to attack. There are only about 500 guards in the city now, and they can't hold out for long. Master, let's leave Amethyst City now. Listening to Lucifer's words, Ren frowned, thought for a while, and then sighed. Sigh, it seems I'm not destined to be with Greta. Then Rain took Kane, as well as Shirley and Mia who were sleeping on the sofa, into the secret realm. It's safer to leave them in the secret realm than in the perilous Amethyst City they're in now. Having done all this, Rain, having made up his mind, immediately led his group to prepare to leave the city. Just after Rain and his companions flew out of the window into the sky, the stone monsters began their siege. The tremors from the stone monster crashing into the city wall could be faintly felt even by those in the sky. Without further hesitation, the group flew out of the city. Because they could fly and also had Ren's stealth magic, Ren and his group quickly flew out of Amethyst City. Looking at the dense array of stone monsters outside, even the seasoned warrior Andre gasped in shock. Young master, even though these stone monsters aren't very high level, they can still wear down a 5th-tier monster. Tali, who was standing next to him, nodded slightly in agreement with Andre's statement. Seeing the monsters attacking the city, Ren narrowed his eyes. Perhaps seeing the reluctance in Ren's eyes, Kitella stepped forward and hugged Ren's arm. Ryan, there's nothing we can do. Listening to Kitra's words, Ren looked at the crumbling Amethyst City. Just then, a group of knights caught his attention. A squad of 10 knights suddenly rushed out of the city and began to break through the encirclement of the stone monsters. Facing the seemingly endless stone monsters, they showed no fear, only relentlessly fighting back. During the breakout, the 10-man squad was dragged off their horses and killed one by the stone monster. Finally, after 8 people died, the 2 members of the team managed to break through the encirclement. Seeing the 2 break through, Ren breathed a slight sigh of relief. But the next moment, Ren saw 2 black-robed figures emerge from the forest and attack the 2 who had broken through the encirclement, and immediately shouted, Andre! The next moment, Andre was like a cannonball, crashing down from the sky and blocking the way for the 2 men in black robes. As the smoke cleared, the 2 men in black stared wide-eyed at Andre, who possessed a 5th-tier aura, and immediately fled. But Rain wouldn't let them have their way. She had already brought Tali to block their way. Looking at the 2 enraged church members, Ren's expression turned cold. Kill them. Andre and Tali attacked instantly, and the 2 had almost no chance to resist, being killed by Andre and Tali. The 2 knights who broke through the encirclement frowned as they looked at Ren and his companions, unsure whether they were friends or foes. Seeing the fear and the composure to face death in the eyes of the 2 knights, Ren roared angrily. What are you waiting for? Go and ask for help. Upon hearing this, the 2 knights were slightly taken aback. They immediately gave Ren a knightly salute and then headed towards the amethyst mine in the southeast. Watching the 2 figures leave and seeing the pests beneath his feet, Ren looked towards Amethyst City. Now that someone has gone to ask for help, someone should arrive soon. Since that's the case, let's stall for a while. Chapter 135 Forbidden, 4th Order Death Magic, Death Plague. As Rain watched the swaying purple gem city, he tore off the human skin mask from his face. Once he and Lucifer engage in combat, his identity will be impossible to conceal, so he simply decides not to hide it anymore. Anyway, this place is far from the capital, so it will take some time for the news to get back. He might already be in the Far East by the time the news reaches the capital, and he won't be afraid of those diehards nagging him. Now that someone has gone to ask for help, someone should arrive soon. Since that's the case, let's stall for a while. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the group nodded in agreement, pledging to obey his orders unconditionally. Then Rain took out a key to a secret realm and handed it to Andre. Andre, go to the West Gate. Prioritize your own safety above all else. If you feel you can't hold on any longer, use the secret realm key to enter the secret realm. Andre took the key and smiled. Don't worry, young master, my granddaughter is still waiting for me in the royal city. I value my life. Rain then looked at Tali and took out a key to a secret realm as well. Tali, go help the North Gate. The same applies. One's own safety should be the top priority. Tali chuckled and took the keys. Don't worry, young master. Tali has just been freed from the curse and wants to explore the continent more. Then Rin looked at Lucifer and took out the secret realm key as well. But Lucifer shook his head. Master, I don't need this. As long as you are here, I can resurrect indefinitely. Rin immediately curled his lip. Take this to the South Gate. I know you can revive, but your revival will consume my energy. Try not to die if you can avoid it. Listening to Rain's complaints, Lucifer smiled and took the necklace. Good master. Finally, Ren looked at Kitela. Kitra, the energy within you is special, and taking action would easily expose your identity. You'd better not participate in this battle. Kitela was immediately displeased upon hearing this, her little brows furrowing tightly. No, the Empire and the Church of Lust don't have any deep-seated hatred for each other, and my relationship with Lust and Wrath isn't good either. I can take action. Seeing the unyielding look in Rain's eyes, Kitela pouted. I don't care. You guys are playing heroes and you're not including her. She won't be friends with you anymore. Anyway, I have my own hands, so even if you don't allow it, I'll still take action. Hearing what Kitra said, Ren sighed. Okay, then come with me to the East Gate. Anyway, you have the key, so at least there's no problem with security. Hearing that Ren had relented, Kitela hugged Ren's arm and hummed a few times, clearly very happy to be able to fight alongside Ren. After making the arrangements, Ren looked at the Amethyst City and slowly spoke. Let's begin. As soon as Rain finished speaking, the group transformed into streaks of light and rushed towards Amethyst City. Andre was the strongest and fastest. He was the first to reach the West Gate. He crashed into the city gate like a meteorite, instantly clearing out all the stone monsters within a radius of dozens of meters. As the stone monsters surged toward him, Andre smiled. He hasn't participated in a war in a long time. Now that he has no worries about the future and his safety is guaranteed, he can finally go all out. Andre then laughed heartily. Haha, in the name of my Lord Ryan Gray, Andre Iverson has come to join the battle. Andre's words echoed across the battlefield and the city walls. Then Andre wielded his specially made greatsword, each move generating a gust of sword wind, killing many stone monsters. North Gate. Unlike Andre, Tali did not stand directly outside the city gate, but landed steadily on the city wall. The guards and soldiers on the city wall looked at the unfamiliar Tali and exchanged bewildered glances. Tali smiled and then spoke solemnly. In the name of my Lord Ryan Gray, Tali Payne comes to your aid. Tali then took out a long whip from her magic device and began clearing away the stone monsters climbing the city wall. Due to the unique nature of Tali's weapon, the long whip, Tali has an extremely wide attack range, and she can basically defend half of the city wall by herself. South Gate. Lucifer floated above the South Gate city wall, feeling the endless stream of magic poured into him by his master, Ren. A smile appeared on Lucifer's lips. Looking at the guards on the city walls and the people in the city, Lucifer bowed slightly and spoke. In the name of my great master, Ryan Gray, Black-Crowned Lucifer Tucker Castellamans will help you through this difficult time. Kneel down and thank my master. Then Lucifer looked at the stone monster outside the city wall, and his eyes turned completely black. The law of the devil, the deadly pact, and the shadow of death. The next moment, the shadows of the stone golems that Lucifer had seen betrayed him and killed their master. The shadow then took control of the stone monster's body and launched an attack on the stone monster behind it. East Gate. Hearing the words that echoed through Amethyst City, Rin raised an eyebrow. Cough cough, it seems a bit flashy, but he likes it. The guards in the city, seeing Rin and his companion land on the city wall and hearing the sounds echoing across the other city walls and throughout the city, all assumed that Rin and his companion were Rin's subordinates. A leading knight approached Rin and bowed deeply. Thank you for your help. The city of Amethyst will forever remember your kindness, and will also forever remember the kindness of your master, Ryan Gray. Upon hearing this, Kitela couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, Look closely, he's not one of Ryan Gray's men. He is Ryan Gray himself. Upon hearing this, the Knight Commander looked up and stared at Ren's young face, slightly stunned. So you are Lord Ren. Thank you for your help, Lord Ren. The Knight Commander bowed again. Rain used magic to lift him up and spoke. We can talk about that later. Let's defend the city first. I am also a nobleman of the Empire, so it is only right that I lend a hand. The Knight Commander nodded and then called out to the other guards around the city. His Highness Rain Gray has personally come to the East Gate to defend the city. Brothers, don't give up. Reinforcements will be here soon. Yes, Rain said to Chitra. Chitra, you stay on the city wall and kill the stone monsters that climb up it. Leave the rest to me. Then Rain flew to the top of the group of stone monsters outside the city. A golden magic circle flickered in his eyes. A black liquid suddenly appeared in his hand. Then Rain threw the liquid at the group of stone monsters below. Forbidden, 4th tier death magic, death plague. The mass of black liquid encountered the first stone monster in an instant. Before long, the stone monster was corroded into a pool of black water by the black liquid. The next moment, the black water seemed to have a life of its own, jumping up and directly infecting another stone monster, beginning to corrode it. Forbidden magic, as the name suggests, is generally extremely terrifying magic. Because it is so heinous, no one would usually use it. The Plague of Death is the most prominent example of this. Once the spell comes into contact with a plague carrier or the person carrying the plague dies, it will automatically spread the plague to up to 3 nearby targets indefinitely until there are no more targets nearby or the spellcaster stops automatically. Seeing the death plague used by Rain, Kitra on the city wall stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Death magic? Was he not afraid of being arrested by the Church of Light? But what Kitra didn't know was that Rain's father was about to advance to the 7th rank. With a 7th tier father as his backer, as long as Ren doesn't do anything immoral, basically no one will dare to say anything if he uses death magic or even necromancy. Even the Church of Light, which has always regarded death magic as heresy, turns a blind eye to it. After all, no one wants to be enemies with a 7th tier individual and a future 7th tier individual. Chapter 136 Long Time No See, Ren. Outside the city walls, the plague of death spread like a drop of black ink into clear water, instantly engulfing the group of stone monsters. Looking at the deathly aura emanating from outside the city of Ren, the Knight Commander standing on the city wall gaped open. This person doesn't look like a good person. Suddenly, after several groups of stone monsters died, the stone monsters seemed to understand the spread of the plague and all moved away from the pools of black water on the ground. This immediately slowed down the spread of the deadly plague. Seeing this, Rain then conjured a death plague in his hand and threw it at the group of stone monsters below. However, these attempts were not as effective as the first one, and after spreading the word about a few stone monsters, they remained in place. Ren wasn't surprised to see this. After all, the death plague was originally developed as a gaseous magic to deal with creatures like humans or elves that need to breathe air. Now that the stone golems don't need to breathe, Rain has turned the death plague into a liquid form. Although the first attempt had a great effect on the stone monster, it lacked follow-up effectiveness. After all, the plague of death is indeed less effective against monsters that do not need to breathe. Then Rain stopped using the death plague and opened his right hand towards the sky. Instantly, a series of complex magic array phantoms of varying sizes appeared above the east gate of Amethyst City. Judging from the posture, it was clearly a kind of war magic. As the last few layers of magic arrays were about to be completed, suddenly, a dark shadow flashed through the forest and rushed straight towards Ren. Sensing the rank of the man in black, Rain's pupils contracted. 5th order? The speed at which the magic circles were constructed also increased slightly, and the last few magic circles were completed in just a few breaths. Seeing the black-clad men of the enraged church charging towards him, Ren reversed the direction of his warm magic and smiled slightly. Warm magic, judgment of light, the holy spear that pierces through everything. The next moment, layers of magic circles simultaneously emitted a dazzling white light, launching an extremely sacred holy spear at the man in black. The power was so great that it even sent Ren, who was controlling the magic circle, flying. The holy lance arrived in front of the man in black almost in the blink of an eye, its speed so fast that even the 5th-level man in black was taken aback. He quickly mobilized his internal fighting spirit to protect himself and used his twin swords to defend himself. The next moment, the black-clad man's twin swords and holy spear clashed, producing a series of metallic clangs, accompanied by sparks. The holy lance was incredibly powerful. After all, it was war magic that Rain had expended a great deal of his magic power to unleash. In an instant, It sent the man in black flying, smashing through countless stone monsters. Suddenly, one of the black-clad man's twin swords was melted and broken by the holy spear. Instantly, the black-clad man's balance was disrupted, and the holy spear pierced through his left shoulder, leaving a melting, bloody hole. Immediately afterwards, it struck the open ground behind the man in black, producing a violent explosion and a flash of white light. Bang! The violent explosion reduced all the stone monsters within a few hundred meters of the man in black to ashes. As the white light gradually dissipated, the man in black, dressed in tattered clothes, emerged. His cloak was now completely ripped, revealing his face and body covered in thorn marks. The thorns on the man's face and body were like venomous snakes, and Ren could even vaguely sense that the thorns were moving. Because the doctrine of the wrathful church is that wrath is truth and destruction is salvation. Therefore, the members of the wrathful church have a great fondness for pain, because pain ignites their anger, and they revere death and the burning out of their fury. As if sensing his own pain, the man's eyes turned bloodshot, and with a grin, he launched another attack on Ren. Seeing the man charging towards him like a madman, Ryan took out the tungsten stone containing the full force of his father, Fred's, attack. Although the item was valuable, Ryan made up his mind despite seeing the man's apparent madness. After all, if he had left using the teleportation scroll, and this madman had stormed into the city, there would have been another bloodbath. If all else fails, we can always ask Archer for more after we run out. If one isn't enough, then we'll take two. Just as Rain was about to throw the tungsten stone, a masked man in a yellow cloak suddenly rushed out of the city. The masked man clasped his hands together, and instantly stone walls rose up from the ground, trapping the man inside. The masked man who came to Ren's side looked at Ren and spoke. "I'll stop this man. You go help the guards on the city wall." The masked person's voice was gentle, clearly belonging to a woman. Upon hearing this, Ray nodded at the stone wall that trapped the man, and then flew towards the city wall. The fact that this woman could trap that member of the Church of Wrath shows that she is quite capable. Even if she can't defeat him, she should be able to stall for time, saving him a tungsten stone. Back on the city wall, Ren smiled slightly as he watched Katella running around on it. Then, a flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, and a huge tornado instantly formed near the city wall. Tier 3 Magic, Wind Vortex Tornado. Then, Rain condensed flames in his hands and launched them towards the tornado. Instantly, the tornado that had absorbed the flames became a fire tornado. The stone monsters caught in the tornado were either crushed by its pressure or melted by its flames. This greatly reduced the pressure on the dozens of guards remaining on the city wall. Time ticked by, and just as the masked man and the members of the Wrathful Church were locked in combat, a long spear suddenly flew in. The man was unable to dodge in time and was pinned to the ground by the spear. Rain, standing on the city wall, breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the spear. They're finally here. If they hadn't come, I really would have left. The spear was indeed thrown by Archer. At this moment, Archer, who had returned to defend, led his knights out from behind the stone golems, creating a gap in the countless stone golems. Under Archer's elite knights' charge, the stone golems fell one by one like wheat being harvested. Not only at the east gate of Rain, but also at the other three gates, Archer's men launched an attack on the stone golems who were still attacking Amethyst City. After half an hour of fighting, Archer led his knights to clear out all the stone monsters around Amethyst City. It's easy to imagine how many stone monsters there were in total. Archer was shocked to see the dilapidated walls of Amethyst City and the mostly intact buildings inside. He had already prepared for severe damage to Amethyst City. They were prepared, but unexpectedly, Amethyst City was defended. Archer raised an eyebrow at Ren, who was sitting on the city wall. Before long, Baron brought the Knight Commander, who had experienced the defense of the city, to Archer. Upon seeing Archer, the Knight Commander immediately knelt down with tears in his eyes. "My lord, the 537 guards who defended the city did not disappoint you, but only 96 knights survived. If it weren't for His Excellency Ren's strong support, we probably wouldn't have been able to hold out for even 10 minutes. Then the Knight Commander recounted to Archer his experience of defending the city for half an hour, a period that could have been fatal. After hearing the Knight Commander's description, Archer stood up and helped the Knight Commander to his feet. "You have done very well. I will not forget the dead, and I, Archer, will personally take care of their children and families." After comforting the Knight Commander, Archer flew to Rain, who was sitting on the city wall. His eyes were filled with deep gratitude. "Long time no see, Ren. It's been so many years." The kid who was barely knee-high back, then has grown into a big shot. Chapter 137, The Masked Man. "Long time no see, Ren. It's been so many years. The kid who was barely knee-high back, then has grown into a big shot. Archer looked at the 3 fifth-tier figures behind Rain and sighed. According to the description given to him by the Knight Commander, these men were only helping to defend the city on the orders of Rain. Looking at their current positions, it means that they are all Ren's confidants, not people sent by the Grey family to protect Ren. At such a young age, he already has 3 loyal 5th-level followers. What will his future hold? Archer's opinion of Ren rose once again. Hearing Archer's words, Ryan smiled. Uncle Archer, Zaman, I am also a nobleman of the Empire, so it is only right that I intervene in such a situation. Then Ren frowned slightly, his tone questioning. I arrived in Amethyst City this evening, and then saw the guards leaving the city. I inquired about it beforehand, and found out that it was you who gave the order for the guards to leave the city. Upon hearing this, Archer's face turned ashen, but he still managed to suppress his anger and shook his head. No, how could I possibly issue such a stupid order? Don't laugh at me, Ren, but there's a traitor in my Maurice family. The secret letter that was sent back had the same handwriting as mine and also bore my personal mark, making it very difficult to detect. It was understandable that Baron was deceived. However, I have now identified a few suspects. Ren nodded. So that's how it is, there was a traitor. Archer then sat with Ren on the dilapidated city wall, looking at the twinkling stars in the night sky. I heard that you and Ollie have a good relationship in the royal city. It seems that entrusting the royal city to Ollie was indeed a wise decision. Archer took a cigar from his magical device, lit it, and smoked it. He then took out another cigar and gave it to Ren. Seeing that Ryan refused, Archer didn't press the matter, took a puff of his cigar, and spoke. By the way, I heard that you killed a nobleman named Theo in the royal city and were imprisoned by His Majesty the Emperor. How come you suddenly appeared in my Amethyst City? When Archer asked a question, Ryan turned to look at Archer. I had some things to take care of, so I sneaked out. Don't worry, Uncle Archer, my father and His Majesty both know. Archer paused for a moment, thought for a second, then understood what had happened and laughed. Haha, it's because of those old stubborn people in the Empire. Haha, I had a terrible headache with them back then too. Oh, by the way, do you want me to help you block your activities in Amethyst City? Ren shook his head. No need for that. Just as Rain shook his head, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the masked man in the yellow cloak who had been guarding the city earlier was standing behind him, with Andre and Tali and the others. Andre and Tali occasionally looked at the masked man with puzzled expressions. Both of them were puzzled. When did their young master take in another 5th-tier disciple? How come they didn't know? Looking at the masked man, Ryan felt a sense of doubt. He had thought that this man was Archer's backup plan left in the city. But it doesn't seem like that now, so why are we still standing with him? Although he was puzzled, since the masked man had helped him once, Rain didn't say anything. He then looked at Archer and smiled as he spoke. Uncle Archer, I really have something I'd like to ask you for help with during my trip to Amethyst City. Archer was immediately displeased upon hearing this. What do you mean by trouble? Ren, you've helped me so much and I haven't even had a chance to thank you yet. Just say what you want. As long as we're in Amethyst City, you can do whatever you want. From this day forward, Ryan, you are the best friend of the Morris family, and also of the Gray family. Feel free to speak to me if you need anything. Upon hearing this, Ren scratched his head and smiled, but instead of talking about Greta, he recounted the story of rock elemental life. Uncle Archer, have you ever heard of rock element life? Geo-elemental life form? Rain, where did you get this information from? Archer raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Kira behind Ren and nodded knowingly. I've heard some rumors, but they all came from those scoundrels in the Church of Wrath. I don't know the specifics, I only know. As Rain and Archer discussed rock elemental life, the masked man behind Rain visibly paused, and his handsome face beneath the mask became unnatural. Before long, Archer finished talking to Rain about the life form of the rock element. Archer watched as the knights who were cleaning up the stone monster's corpse below the city wall slowly rose from the wall. All right, Rain, it's getting late. I need to go check on the damage to Amethyst City. Here you go. After Archer finished speaking, he handed Ren a token. This is my token. If you need anything, go to the city and find the guards. Seeing this token is like seeing me. If you need to find me, they will lead you to me. Seeing that Ren had accepted the token, Archer immediately jumped off the city wall and flew towards the knights. Watching Archer's departing figure, Ryan turned his gaze to the masked man behind him. Sister, although I don't know who you are or why you're pretending to be one of my people, I think you probably don't want to be questioned by Uncle Archer. Uncle Archer has left now, and if there's nothing else, you can leave as well. Upon hearing this, the masked man gave Ren a deep look before flying into the city, disappearing from Ren and his companion's sight in a few flashes. Seeing this, Ryan yawned. Let's go, we've been busy for so long. It's time for us to rest. As soon as he led a few people down the city wall, several knights from the city came to Ren's side and bowed deeply. The leading knight, seeing Ren's squinting eyes, immediately spoke. Lord Ren, would you like me to find you a carriage? Ren waved his hand. No need. No need. You guys go about your business. I'm going back to the hotel. It's not far anyway. The knight nodded, then continued to follow behind Ren, wondering what help he and his knights could offer. Back at the hotel, Ryan led everyone upstairs amidst the questioning gazes of the hotel staff on the first floor. Because they didn't recognize Ren's face, but looking at the people behind Ren, they could vaguely guess that it was Caesar. Therefore, they did not speak up to stop them. Just after Ren went upstairs, several knights came in. The hotel staff immediately came to the knights. The leading knight looked at the service staff and slowly spoke. Did you see the adult who just came in? The waiters looked at each other and then nodded. Remember, that lord is Lord Ryan Gray, who will protect you from death tonight. Keep your eyes peeled and serve the city lord well. Also, Lord Rain prefers to keep a low profile, so don't bother him unless there's something wrong. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the waiters immediately widened their eyes and looked at the staircase that Ryan had just walked down. He then nodded to the knights. The lead knight immediately looked at the knights behind him. Go and keep watch over the area around the inn to protect Lord Rain's safety. Yes. In a courtyard in Amethyst City, the masked figure entered a house. After entering the room and locking the door, she took off her large cloak. Although she was wearing ordinary clothes underneath, it couldn't hide her extremely perfect figure. Then she removed the mask, revealing the woman's stunning beauty, red lips, white teeth, and radiant skin. Her skin was as smooth and radiant as white jade, and her blue pupils made her eyes appear even brighter. If Ryan were here, he would surely call out her name, Greta Sek. Chapter 138, Greta and Ace. Just as Greta removed her cloak and mask, a yellow, lumpy object slowly separated from her body. Immediately after the two separated, Greta's fifth-order aura gradually disappeared. The yellow ball fell to the ground and instantly transformed into a little girl dressed in yellow. The little girl looked very tired as she looked at Greta. Greta, I'm hungry. Upon hearing the girl's words, Greta quickly took out many purple gems from her magic ring and placed them in front of the girl. The little girl sitting on the ground immediately took a purple gemstone, put it in her mouth, and began to chew it. In no time, the little girl finished eating the small pile of purple gems on the ground. Then the little girl stood up, looked at Greta, and spoke. Sister Greta, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight anymore. I can feel my primordial energy being drained from my body. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll dissipate in less than a month. Greta's heartache and worry deepened as she listened to the girl's words, but she still encouraged her. Ace, don't worry. Your sister will find a way and will definitely save you. Nighttime at the Amethyst Hotel. Back in the living room, Rain immediately released K&A from the secret realm. After coming out, K&A looked at the scene in the room without changing her expression. It seems the troubles in Amethyst City have been resolved. After giving a slight bow to Rain, K&A returned to her room. After taking Kitra back to his room, Ren looked at the empty space where the bed used to be and gave a wry smile. He then waved his hand at the room, and the large bed that had been put away before leaving the inn returned to the room from the secret realm. Shirley and Mia were still sleeping soundly in bed, as if nothing had happened. As if sensing the gazes of Ren and Kitella, Shirley squinted and stood up to look at Ren. Young Master Ren, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, Rain smiled and stepped forward to touch Shirley's cat ears. It's okay, go to sleep. Shirley groaned comfortably twice and lay down again, snatching the blanket from Mia and covering herself with it. Mia woke up immediately when her blanket was snatched away, and she quickly crawled into Shirley's blanket. The two of them spun around a few times and ended up wrapped in the blanket like caterpillars. Seeing that the two were about to roll off the bed, Ren raised his left hand and used magic to block them. Then Ryan yawned, patted his clothes, and instantly they transformed into silk loungewear. Then she collapsed onto the large bed. Seeing this, Kitella immediately took off her coat and laid down in Ren's arms, half covering herself. The next day at noon, a ray of sunlight shone on a smooth stone wall, and the sunlight reflected off the wall onto Ren's face. The warm sunlight made Ren open his eyes. After lying in bed for a while, he slowly got up from the bed. Looking at the alluring and sleeping Kitra beside him, Rain kissed Kitra's forehead. Feeling Rain's kiss, Kitella slowly woke up. She squinted at the bright weather outside the window and slowly spoke. Is it dawn? Seeing that Kitra had woken up, Rain began to untangle the caterpillar beside him. 2 hours later, Ryan came out of the room. As soon as I opened the door to the living room, I saw Andre and Talia with K&A enjoying a roasted lamb at the dining table. The group stopped what they were doing when they saw Ryan come out. Andre wiped his greasy hands with a napkin and looked at Ren. Young master, the innkeeper brought us a whole roasted lamb at noon, but we ate it before it got cold. Ren waved his hand. Sit down and eat. Don't worry about me. I'll have them bring more later if I need more. Andre smiled and sat down to continue eating with Tali. Seeing the two of them enjoying their meal, Ryan also felt a bit hungry, so he pressed the button to call a hotel waiter. As soon as Ryan pressed the button, there was a knock on his door. The speed was so fast that even Ren was taken aback. Then Ryan opened the door. Upon seeing Ryan, the waiter immediately bowed slightly and spoke. Good afternoon, Mr. Ren. What can I do for you? Please prepare some lunches for me. Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately nodded and then handed Ryan a cardboard book that he had been holding in his arm. Okay, what would you like to eat? Starry sky crystal risotto, lava coral grilled fish, amethyst crystal fruit tart. If you don't find what you'd like to eat here, just let me know and the Amethyst Hotel will prepare something special for you. Looking at the wide variety of dishes on the menu, Ryan casually ordered a few and then handed the menu back to the waiter. Give me 4 servings of each of the following: crystal salt grilled oysters, elemental symphony platter, and starry sky ink crystal risotto. Also, if you have any other specialties from your Amethyst City, please bring me some as well. After listening to Ren's request, the waiter nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll prepare it for you right away. Then the waiter kindly closed the door behind him. After gently closing the door, the waiter hurriedly ran towards the stairs. Hurry, young Master Ren is hungry and needs lunch. The restaurant and kitchen of the Amethyst Hotel immediately became busy, and in order to save time, the Amethyst Hotel even hired several chefs from outside. With many master chefs in charge, the kitchen began its work in an orderly manner. The chefs prepared each dish by hand, and even listened to Ren's suggestion and prepared many of the Amethyst City's specialty dishes for him. In less than 5 minutes, all the dishes that Ryan had mentioned were prepared. Inside the room, shortly after Ryan sat down on the sofa, there was a knock on the door. This made Ren raise an eyebrow in confusion. Then, a flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, and the door was opened. As the silver food carts gradually entered, Ren's eyes showed some shock. Then, somewhat disbelievingly, he looked at the timetable hanging on the wall several times. 5 minutes. Such high efficiency. The waiter scratched his head as he saw that the table next to him had been occupied by Andre and his companion. Young Master Ren, where should I put all this delicious food? Upon hearing this, Ren took out a large table from his magic ring and spoke. Put it on this table. The waiters nodded and pushed the food cart forward, bringing all the food from the cart to the table. As the food was gradually served, the waiters took the food carts and left. Looking at the delicious-looking food on the table, Ryan smiled and then led the 4 women to begin enjoying it. Chapter 139, finally meeting Greta. In the afternoon, after lunch, Ren led a few people for a stroll in Amethyst City. Because the stone monsters did not penetrate into Amethyst City, the buildings in the city were largely undamaged. The once bustling streets were now only filled with knights, transporting supplies back and forth. Because Archer was so focused on defending the city yesterday, he didn't leave any troops at the front line of the Amethyst mine, so the front line of the mine has now fallen. Archer also led his entire knightly and warrior order to retreat to Amethyst City. The plan is to repair the walls of Amethyst City first, and then make plans to fight back. As Ren and his companions walked down the street, they spotted a group of city guards. Ren immediately stepped forward to stop them. The guards immediately gave a knightly salute upon seeing Rain. Lord Rain, what can I do for you? Hello, do you know where Miguel Morris is? Rain asked the head of the guard squad leader. Miguel Morris was the confidant of Ollie that Ollie spoke of when they were in the royal city. The squad leader nodded upon hearing this. You're looking for Deputy Regiment Commander Miguel? I understand. The squad leader then turned around to look at the team members behind him. Lord Rain wants to see Vice Commander Miguel. I'll go and lead the way. You all continue patrolling the city as planned. I'll be back in a bit. He's the captain. The team members stood at attention and nodded, then resumed their patrol. The squad leader of the guard smiled and nodded at Rain. Lord Rain, please come with me. Vice Commander Miguel should be in his office right now. The squad leader led Rain and her group through several streets to the guards' daily training ground. Although the daily training grounds for the guards here are not as luxurious as those of the Grey family in the royal city, the facilities inside are in no way inferior. The sounds of the guards' training can still be heard from the training ground. He led Rain and the others through the training ground, and soon brought them into a building, arriving at Miguel's office. Lord Rain, this is Vice Commander Miguel's office. I shall take my leave now. Pointing to the door in front of them, The squad leader bowed slightly and took his leave. Then Ryan knocked on Miguel's office door. A moment later, Miguel opened the door. Upon seeing Ryan, Miguel, who had been drowsy, was instantly wide awake. He quickly opened the door and bowed to Rain. "Good afternoon, Lord Ren. Please come in." Miguel then ushered Ryan and his group into his office. The blanket where Miguel had just taken a nap was still on the office sofa. Seeing this, Miguel gave an awkward smile. "I'm sorry, Lord Ren. I've been too busy these past few days and haven't had much sleep. I'm just taking a short nap during this free time." Then he quickly put the small blanket on the sofa into his magic device. Seeing that Rain didn't mind, Miguel breathed a slight sigh of relief. Ryan sat down on the sofa opposite him, and Miguel quickly poured him a cup of tea. "Lord Ren came to see me because he has something to ask me to do." Ren nodded, then took out the letter that Ollie had given him and handed it to Miguel. "This is a letter Ollie asked me to give you. You'll understand once you read it." Miguel took it, glanced at it, and immediately understood what Rain meant. "I understand, Lord Ren. Young Master Ollie, if you want me to fully cooperate with you in winning over Miss Greta, I have no problem with that." Then Ryan looked at Miguel and asked a question. "In this Amethyst City, you and Greta are in one-way communication. Do you know her address?" Miguel, standing to the side, nodded. "As you know, Lord Ren, Miss Greta recently placed another order with me for a batch of purple gemstones at number 21 Cat's Eye Street. Do you need me to take you there now?" Hearing Miguel's question, Ren pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, then take me to see it." Miguel nodded and then led Rain and the others out of the building. A dozen minutes later, he brought Rain to Greta's villa. "Lord Ren, this courtyard is Miss Greta's residence." Rain looked in the direction Miguel was pointing and nodded. Then Miguel led Rain forward and knocked on the gate of the villa. Before long, a girl dressed in plain clothes with a sallow complexion opened the door. The girl's pupils constricted slightly when she saw Ryan behind Miguel. But he still looked at Miguel without changing his expression. "Deputy Commander Miguel, is there something you need from me?" Miguel smiled slightly, stepped aside, and began to introduce Ren behind him. "Miss Greta, this is young Master Ren, the same Lord Ren who saved Amethyst City from danger last night." Greta gave Ren a slight bow. "So it was Lord Ren. We are very grateful for your righteous help. The people of Amethyst City owe you a great debt of gratitude." Renee recognized Greta's voice, but he didn't think too much about it and just smiled. "Miss Greta, won't you invite us in?" After listening to Ren's words, Greta stood there for a while, as if she had figured something out, and then opened the door. "Of course, Lord Ren, please come in." As soon as Rain entered the courtyard, a little girl in a yellow dress came out of Greta's room. It was none other than Ace. "Sister Greta, I'm hungry again." Before she could finish speaking, she saw the figures of Ren and his group and immediately hid behind Greta. Greta smiled at Rain upon seeing this. "This is my sister Ace. She's a little shy, please excuse her. Everyone, please come inside. I'll prepare some food for her first." After saying that, Greta led Ace into another room. Ren and Lucifer looked at Ace and the other person, their eyes filled with confusion, because neither Rain nor Lucifer detected any unique human aura in Ace. However, neither of them said much, keeping their questions to themselves. Then Ren led the group into the room Greta had just shown him and sat down in the chairs to wait for Greta to return. Greta returned to her room a few minutes later. Seeing that he had brought Ryan to the destination, Miguel wanted to create a private environment for Ryan, so he got up from his seat. "I suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some matters to attend to in the guard. Miss Greta, I'll take my leave now. You two continue your conversation." Greta didn't stop her, since she needed to talk to Rain about what she wanted to say later, and it was good that Miguel was leaving now. Greta picked up the teapot on the table and poured a few cups of tea for Rain and the others before chatting and laughing. The heroic deeds of Lord Rain and his companions yesterday have already spread throughout Amethyst City. Ren took the teacup and took a small sip. "When I first heard the news of your passing, Miss Greta, I was deeply disappointed. I thought to myself, it would be a great regret in my life not to have seen you dance. I never imagined you would live in seclusion in Amethyst City." Greta's eyes held a hint of reminiscence upon hearing this. That was years ago. Chapter 140 Ace's Origins. "I was once pursued by a nobleman from the Empire, but I didn't like him. He then used his power to maliciously slander me in the city where I wanted to perform. Ultimately, I could no longer endure such humiliation, so I had someone lie and say that I had died. Then they returned to Amethyst City." Rain listened to Greta's words while sipping his tea and nodding. He had heard about what happened back then. Miss Greta, there's no need to be sad. There are too many nobles in the Empire, and it's inevitable that there will be many parasites among them. If you trust me, Ryan, you can continue performing. With me, Ryan, behind you, no one will say anything." Greta shook her head. Thank you for your kind offer, Lord Rain, but I think I'm doing quite well now. After speaking, he sat down and lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, as if he had finally made up his mind, he slowly spoke to Ren. Lord Rain, please wait a moment. Greta then went out of the room and brought Isla from the next room in. Greta stroked Ace's head and pointed at Ren. Ace, this is Rain's older brother. Ace looked at Rain and timidly spoke. Brother Leylene. Upon seeing this scene, Andre, standing behind Rain, was overcome with pity. He saw his granddaughter's shadow in Ace. Greta, holding Ace, sat back down in her chair and spoke to Rain. Does Lord Rain know why the stone monsters keep appearing at the front? Upon hearing this, Rain paused, holding his teacup. Why? Greta stroked Ace's head and looked at Rain. Because of Ace. I've heard that you're searching for a rock elemental being, Lord Rain. To be frank, Ace is a rock elemental being. When I was in the forest, I was attacked by monsters. I was only able to return to Amethyst City alive because I met Ace. As I spent time with Ace, I gradually learned that Ace was the rock elemental being that people talked about. Greta picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then explained. When Ace was born, the group of enraged church members found her and placed an ancient forbidden magic circle on her body. Ace managed to escape with all her might, but because of the magic circle, the primordial energy within her body was being drained away. The members of the angry church created the endless stream of stone monsters by draining Ace's energy. I'm telling you this now, Lord Rain, so that you can try to save Ace. Ace won't last much longer. Upon hearing Greta's words, Andre, standing behind Rain, was filled with murderous intent. Young master, let's go and wipe out those scum from the Church of Wrath. Tali, standing next to Andre, curled her lip, rolled her eyes at Andre, and then covered Andre's mouth with her whip before sending him a telepathic message. The young master is deep in thought. Why are you interrupting, you roughneck? Upon hearing this, Andre realized what was happening and nodded to Tali, who then released the whip from her hand. For a moment, the room fell silent. After a long while, Rain looked at Ace and slowly spoke. Ace, I can help you deal with those enraged church members and destroy that magic circle, but in return, I want you to sign a contract with me. Greta was not surprised at all by what Ren said. After all, she knew about the relationship between mages and elemental beings. In her heart, she didn't dislike Ren. After all, the fact that he helped defend the city in such a critical time at least showed that Ren was a good nobleman. With Ace following Rain and having the Grey family as her backing, no one will dare to mess with Ace anymore. Upon hearing Rain's words, Ace immediately looked at Greta. Greta patted Ace's head and nodded to her. Seeing Greta nod, Ace then turned to Rain and spoke. I can sign a contract, but you must also protect Greta in the future, otherwise I will not sign a contract with you. Upon hearing this, Ren smiled slightly. He was still thinking about how to get closer to Greta. Ace was definitely a god-level support. Listening to Ace and Rain's conversation, Greta wanted to say something, but she just smiled silently as she looked at Ace in front of her. Ace, come here, brother Ren, let me see the mark on your hand. Ace immediately jumped off Greta's lap and came to Ren. Rain picked up Ace's chubby little hand and looked at the faint black mark on it, communicating with the book spirit in his mind. Book spirit, do you recognize this kind of magic circle? The book spirit in Rain's mind glanced at it and spoke. Yes, this is a magic array called the Cursed Source Stealing Forbidden Array, an extremely evil magic array. It was banned from use by the mainland a long time ago, but I never expected to see such a magic circle today. Is there any way to slow down this restrictive formation? The book spirit thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, there is a holy light magic array, which can greatly slow down the rate at which her life essence is extracted. Then, Rain exchanged a light protection magic array for Ace. Looking at the dark magic circle in Ace's hand, Rain said, Come here, Ace. Brother Ren will cast a magic circle on you to slow down the energy drain. Tomorrow, Brother Ren will take you to find those bad guys and take revenge. Then, Rain gently touched Ace's forehead with his index finger, as Rain's magic was injected. A complex and sacred light magic circle was then imprinted on Ace's forehead. The moment the mark was made, the weariness in Ace's eyes lessened considerably. It really is. The energy extraction speed has really slowed down a lot. Thank you, Brother Ren. Greta, standing to the side, nodded secretly as she looked at the magic circle on Ace's forehead. As expected of the Grey family, they even have a way to suppress such forbidden magic arrays. After Ace was imprinted with the magic circle, she obviously no longer needed to mobilize her own power to resist the extraction force, and she became noticeably more lively. Seeing Ace's appearance, Ren slowly stood up and looked at Greta, speaking to her. Miss Greta, come with me. Tomorrow I will take people to search for that magic circle. I'm afraid Ace won't feel comfortable leaving you in Amethyst City alone. Hearing this, Ace nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, let Greta go with Ace. After the magic circle is destroyed, Ace can protect her forever. Greta, sitting in the chair, couldn't resist Ace's coaxing and had no choice but to agree. Before long, Ryan led the group back to the hotel. Sitting on the sofa, Ryan pointed to several empty rooms and spoke to Greta. Miss Greta may choose any of these empty rooms. Oh, by the way, Miss Greta, there's no need to hide your face anymore. Chapter 141, Anxious Archer. Greta glanced at Rain, then nodded, randomly chose an empty room, went inside, and locked the door. Looking at the closed door, Ryan picked up the teacup on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Their gazes were unconsciously drawn to the sounds of K&A and the others playing with Ace. Inside the room, Andre, who was playing with Ace, was completely unlike his usual serious and aloof self. Andre is now a completely kind and amiable old man. He laughed as Ace plucked and pulled at his white beard. Just then, Greta, having shed her disguise, opened the door and came out. Although she was still wearing ordinary linen clothes, it couldn't hide her perfect figure. If Ketra represents the ultimate in allure, then Greta represents the ultimate in elegance. Her straight, dark brown hair and black eyes gave Greta an extremely attractive and mysterious beauty. Although she wasn't as tall as Chi La, her body proportions were excellent, a perfect golden ratio, which made Ren sigh that she was indeed a dancer. Coupled with Greta's already stunningly beautiful face, Ren was momentarily stunned. This was just as impactful as when Ren first encountered Chitra. Seeing this, Chitra, who was standing next to Ren, rolled her eyes at him. This little pervert. After regaining his composure, Ryan pointed to the sofa on the side. Greta, sit. Greta smiled slightly and sat down opposite Ren. Then, Ren introduced himself and his group to Greta one by one. Greta nodded slightly to the person Rain introduced her to. After introducing himself, Rain waved to Ace. Ace, come here, your brother Rain wants to ask you something. Hearing what Rain said, the group of friends who were playing with Ace brought Ace to Rain. Rain patted Ace's head and then handed her over to Greta on the sofa opposite him. Lucifer then stepped forward and refilled everyone's teacups with tea. Looking at Ace Lane, he asked, Ace, do you remember where you were born? Ace nodded. Yes, in a huge amethyst mine. Ace opened her eyes and saw that the group of bad guys had left this black mark on her. Among that group of bad guys, do you feel there's anyone more formidable than your grandfather Andre? Ace glanced at Andre behind Rain, then lowered her head and pondered something. A moment later, Ace raised her head and nodded to Ren. Yes, there is one who I feel is even more powerful than Grandpa Andre, and there are 2 or 3 others who are slightly weaker than Grandpa Andre. There are many who are much weaker than Grandpa Andre. Hearing Ace's words, Rain, who was holding a teacup, nodded. That means there's 1 mid-level or higher 5th tier, 2 or 3 low-level 5th tier, and the number of 4th tier is yet to be determined. 3 are at the 5th tier, and there's another one that might be a high-level 5th tier, which is a bit tricky. However, Rain still had a few tungsten stones and a magic scroll given to him by the Dean, which were powerful enough to instantly kill 1 or 2 5th tier opponents. But Ryan doesn't want to use it all up here, so it seems he still needs to ask Uncle Archer for help. Just as Rain was thinking, Ace's stomach rumbled. Seeing this, Lucifer, who was standing behind Rain, immediately went to find a waiter to prepare some food. But Greta stopped him. Lord Lucifer, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Ace is a rock elemental life form, and she eats different things than others. After saying that, Greta took out several purple gems from her magical artifact and handed them to Ace one by one. Ace took the amethyst and started munching it into her mouth. As if she was enjoying her meal, Ace's 2 short legs swayed back and forth on the sofa. Seeing Ace eating the purple gems, Ren understood why Greta bought a batch of purple gems every now and then. Then, Ryan threw the token that Archer had given him to Lucifer and began to speak. Lucifer, go ask Uncle Archer for more purple gems, so our Ace doesn't go hungry. Good master. Lucifer took the token and was about to push the door open to leave when Ren stood up and interrupted him. Wait a minute, Lucifer, let me go with you. I also have something to discuss with Uncle Archer. Then Ryan looked at Tali behind him. Tali will stay with me, Andre. You stay at the hotel and protect them. Andre and Tali both nodded. Pushing open the door and walking down the stairs, I saw many guards standing around the entrance of the Amethyst Hotel as soon as I arrived. The guards at the gate immediately saluted when they saw Ren come out. Good evening, Lord Ren. Are you going out? Do you need the guards to escort you? Rain waved his hand and said, No need. Find someone to take me to Uncle Archer. I have some things to talk to him about. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the guard immediately nodded, exchanged a few words with the person next to him, and then led the way, taking Ryan to find Archer. The guards quickly led Ren out of the city to a military camp. Upon entering the military camp tent, Ryan saw Archer sitting in a seat with a furrowed brow. Archer was looking down at the ground, lost in thought, and even Ren's arrival couldn't interrupt his contemplation. Seeing this, Ren did not disturb them, but sat down on a chair with Lucifer and waited. After a long while, Archer finally raised his head and saw Ryan sitting to the side. Ren? Archer's tone was somewhat surprised, but after a moment's thought, he understood what had happened. You've been here a long time, haven't you? Sorry, Ren, I was just thinking about something else. Seeing that Archer's brows were still slightly furrowed, Ren asked. Uncle Archer seems to have something on his mind. Hearing what Ryan said, Archer didn't hide anything. He slowly rose from his seat and walked to the sand table in the middle of the tent, nodding. Yes, the spies I placed at the amethyst mine have sent back a message. Those damned stone monsters have started emerging from the amethyst mine again, and they're gathering, seemingly preparing to launch another attack on Amethyst City. According to our intelligence, the number of stone monsters this time is extremely large, and there are also members of the Church of Wrath among them. With that endless stream of stone monsters, if we were to fight a protracted war, my Amethyst City would probably be in grave danger. Moreover, this happened so suddenly that even if Ice River City, which is closest to my Amethyst City, sends reinforcements, it will take almost a week for them to arrive. Sigh. Hearing Archer's words, Ryan raised an eyebrow. His original plan was to have Archer lead troops to lure away the stone monsters and a portion of the Church of Wrath around the Amethyst Mine, so that he could lead his men to find the magic circle within the Amethyst Mine. It seems that Archer's help is no longer needed. Looking at Ryan, Archer asked, "What brings you here, Ryan?" Upon hearing Archer's question, Ryan scratched his head and replied, "Nothing much, I just wanted to ask you for some amethyst." Archer nodded in response to what Ryan said. "It's just amethyst. Amethyst City has no shortage of amethyst. You can just go to the warehouse and get it in a bit. I'll give you 2,000 caddies directly." Chapter 142 Blood Oath Alliance. Having received Archer's affirmative reply, Ryan prepared to get up and leave. At this moment, Archer's words made Ryan stop getting up. "Ryan, there's something I'd like to ask you." Archer's tone was very heavy. Upon hearing this, Ryan turned to Archer's serious expression and spoke. "Uncle Archer, please speak. This time, the stone golem siege is larger than ever before. I'm pretty sure that the wrathful church wants to destroy my Amethyst City in one fell swoop. They will surely mobilize in full force, and at that time, the stone monsters guarding the Amethyst Mine will be scarce. I would like to ask you to go to the Amethyst Mine to investigate the reason for the continuous influx of stone monsters." Then Archer interrupted, seeing that Ryan looked like he wanted to say something. "I know this is dangerous, but it's also our best chance to explore the Amethyst Vein. If we can find the reason why the stone monsters keep coming, then my Amethyst City will be able to find a way to counter them. That will be the time for my Amethyst City to launch a counterattack." Upon hearing Archer's request, Ryan's lips twitched slightly. What a coincidence. What should I say? Should I just agree? Archer touched his head as he looked at Ren's silent expression. He spoke with a slightly embarrassed tone. "I know it's dangerous, but you're the only one I can ask for help right now, Ren. If you can truly complete my mission and help my Amethyst City overcome this crisis, my Morris family is willing to sign a Blood Oath Alliance with your Gray family." Upon hearing the words Blood Oath Alliance, Ren's eyes widened immediately. The Blood Oath Alliance is the oldest type of contract on the continent. Both parties who sign the contract cannot violate the alliance agreement during the Blood Oath period. Once violated, the party that violates it will suffer a mysterious curse, such as a merchant family going bankrupt and never having wealth again, or a warrior family having no more geniuses among their newborns, and so on. Moreover, this curse is invisible and intangible, and no force on the mainland can lift it. Therefore, the Blood Oath Alliance is also known as the most solid contract on the continent. Rain never expected that his journey to Walterney Province to find Greta would also lead to finding an ally for the Gray family. Without hesitation, Ryan nodded to Archer. "I understand, Uncle Archer. I accept your commission." Hearing Ryan's agreement, Archer felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. Although the Maurice family is a newly established marquisate, its strength is not weak. After all, the annual output of the Amethyst mines was enough for Archer to support several knightly orders. But this time he has basically used all the forces that can be mobilized in Amethyst City. Only then could they barely match the fighting strength of the stone monsters and the Church of Wrath. The appearance of Ren with 3 fifth-tier warriors at this moment undoubtedly injected new energy into the current stalemate. The power that could turn the tide for Amethyst City. Archer murmured as he watched Ryan's departing figure. This time it's up to you, Ren. After loading 2,000 pounds of amethyst into the warehouse, Ren and Lucifer walked back to the hotel. Although nighttime curfews are now in effect in Amethyst City, the patrolling guards on the road didn't say anything when they saw Rain and his companion. He bowed slightly to Rain and then continued patrolling the streets. Looking at the full moon in the sky, Ren couldn't help but feel that things had gone a little too smoothly tonight. He hadn't expected the Church of Wrath to strike first, and by a twist of fate, the Morris and Gray families had formed an alliance. Ryan was surprised by tonight's haul. As he walked, Ryan thought about his next plans. The most crucial point is that the date cannot be set for tomorrow. After all, Rain can only set off after the Church of Wrath makes its move and starts fighting the Amethyst City. Now we'll see when those pests from the Church of Wrath arrive. 3 days later. Amethyst Vein. Because Rain stopped the extraction of Ace's energy, the rate at which the Church of Wrath produced stone monsters also dropped significantly. The leader of the men in black cursed under his breath as he watched the stone monster slowly being produced within the magic circle. How did that little bitch's resistance become so strong? Looking at the ominous curse source seizing forbidden array beside him, the man in black sighed. This magic array diagram was obtained from the cult leader, and he couldn't control it either, which is why it could extract Ace's energy so quickly. He can't possibly get angry at a magic circle. Then the man in black slowly walked out of the mine, narrowed his eyes at the densely packed stone monsters around the mine, and then sneered. Hee. Although the production is slow, this is enough. After we destroy Amethyst City this time, I can't even imagine how intense the anger within the city will be, The man in black then looked at the others behind him. You, and you. The 3 of you, each with your own squad, are guarding this mine. I'll give you 3 another 2,000 stone monsters. If you 3 can't even hold on to that, then you can die. Yes. The 3 men in black who were pointed at bowed slightly, then took out their weapons and led the men in black behind them into the mine. Judging from the aura of the 3, they were all mid-level 5th rank, and the team members were mostly 3rd or 4th rank. As the 3 left, the leader of the men in black looked at the remaining people and spoke. The rest of you, come with me to the Purple Gem City. Once we conquer the Purple Gem City, everyone will get their share of treasures, beauties, and the power of rage. The fanatical men in black raised their arms and shouted, I swear to serve you to the death. Seeing the overwhelming response to his call, the leader of the men in black grinned, then turned and shouted, Set off. At his command, the Stone King among the stone monsters began to move its massive body, leading the stone monsters beneath it toward the Amethyst City. In the forest between the mine and Amethyst City, as the stone monster army approached, the hidden guards of the Morris family scattered and ran back to Amethyst City to report the news. Purple Gem City. Archer, sitting inside the tent, frowned as he read the message sent back by his bodyguards. Has it finally arrived? He then began to shout towards the door. Baron. Baron's figure suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Head of the family? You called me. Archer nodded and spoke to Baron. Baron, go to the Amethyst Inn and find Ryan. Tell him he can leave now. Hearing Archer's words, Baron nodded and then ran out of the tent, riding his horse towards Amethyst City. Amethyst Hotel, 3rd floor. Baron knocked on Ryan's door 3 times, but Ryan didn't respond, so Baron had no choice but to break down the door. Looking at the empty room, Baron scratched his head and froze. Finding the room empty, a puzzled Baron could only return to Archer's tent. Master, Lord Rain is not in his room. Hearing Baron's words, Archer smiled and shook his head. This kid is better informed than I am. Chapter 143 Disguised Infiltration into the Mine. Half an hour ago, just as the Church of Wrath led the stone golems toward Amethyst City, the night ravens, formed from the power of Lucifer's demons, noticed the movements of the stone monsters in the forest. Inside the Amethyst Hotel, Lucifer came to Ren's side and gave him a reminder as he watched Ren calculate Greta's palm and zodiac sign. Master, the stone monsters have begun their attack. Upon hearing this, Ren released Greta's delicate hand and put away his usual smiling face. It's finally here. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, the fighting spirit in the eyes of Andre and Tali, who were standing nearby, also began to ignite. Rain looked at Shirley, Mia, and the others who were still playing with Ace in the room and said, Shirley, Mia, come here, stop playing, we need to leave. After a group of people gathered in the living room, Ren looked at Greta, Mia, and the others. Greta, Mia, Shirley, and Kana, you guys don't have much fighting ability, and I'm not comfortable leaving you alone at the hotel. I'll take you to a safe place in a bit. As for Kitra, you can stay outside and follow her for now. If you don't want to break ties with the Church of Wrath, you can use the key to enter the secret realm later. Hearing Ryan's arrangement, everyone nodded in agreement. The next moment, Ren waved his hand at Greta and the others, and in a swirling motion of space, they disappeared from the room. Then Rain looked at Tali and Andre and the others. Let's go, let's kill some bugs for the Empire. In the forest, Rain, floating in the air, frowned as he looked at the dense horde of stone monsters below. Without further thought, he led the group towards the amethyst mine. Before they even got close to the amethyst mine, Rain and his group spotted several men in black on patrol. The man in black was followed by many stone monsters. Seeing the aura of the 4th level beginner rank emanating from the men in black, Ren, who was hiding in the shadows, made a throat-slitting gesture to Andre and Tali beside him. The two immediately understood each other and launched a swift attack, flanking the men from both sides and killing them in an instant. The man in black was decapitated before he could even react. Meanwhile, the stone golems on the side were killed one by Lucifer's shadow magic. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. A patrol squad of stone golems led by a 4th-tier leader was wiped out by Rain and his group. Looking at the stone monster that Lucifer had killed with shadow magic, Ren smiled slightly. He then patted his clothes, and instantly his original clothes transformed into the black robes of the Church of Wrath. Andre and Tali were the same. Rain patted their clothes, and they were immediately covered with black robes. Upon seeing this, Lucifer's demonic energy surged, and in the next moment, he too transformed into a man in black, just like Rain and the others. Let's go. Let's resolve this as soon as possible. I feel uncomfortable wearing this robe. Without further hesitation, the group had the stone monster controlled by Lucifer follow them toward the amethyst mine. Because of the stone golem's cover, the other members of the wrathful church encountered along the way did not stop them. After all, the stone monster was ordered by the adults to follow them. If something were to happen to them, the stone monster wouldn't be able to stay with them. As the group moved, the entrance to the amethyst mine soon came into view. Just as Rain and his group were about to enter, they were stopped by several men in black at the mine entrance. What are you doing? Why aren't you on patrol and instead going back to the mine? Seeing this, Ren took out a box from his magic ring. I just found a nice treasure in the forest and wanted to present it to you, but you're stopping me? Hearing what Rain said, the guards in black looked at each other in bewilderment. Looking at the jadeite box in Rain's hand, he couldn't make up his mind. After all, such incidents of sexual assault are common in churches, and some attractive female members of the church even throw themselves into his arms to enhance their status within the church. Several men in black stared at the box in Ryan's hand, their eyes darting around nervously. Suddenly, a man in black attacked Ren, trying to snatch the box from his hand. As he watched the man in black rushing towards him, Ren cursed his ancestors in his mind. They couldn't make a move, since their fighting spirit didn't contain any violent rage. The moment they made their move, they were exposed. But seeing the man in black attacking him, Ren sighed inwardly and had no choice but to take action. Just as he was about to make a move, a furious shout came from inside the mine. What are you doing? You're actually attacking your own people. Do you think the rules don't exist? Before the words were finished, a black-robed man, completely different from them, emerged from the mine. The thorns and flames on the black robe of this man in black are clearly more realistic. He must have a very high status. Upon hearing this, the man in black who had attacked Rain immediately stopped. Although religious rules prohibit believers from killing each other, that's also to give newcomers a sense of security, who hasn't secretly killed a few of their own people. The man in black immediately bowed to the adult who emerged from the mine. My lord, I only wanted to deliver the treasure in his place. After all, these are special times. The man in black casually made up a plausible excuse for himself. Upon hearing this, the man in black, addressed as Sir, snorted coldly, then looked at the flame jade box in Rain's hand. His eyes were filled with utter greed. You guys come with me. Hearing this, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the man in black in front of him, he nodded secretly. Okay, you're pretty good. I'll let you be the first to die in a bit. The group followed the man in black into the mine. There were no men in black guarding the mine. After all, there were 3 5th-tier beings there. If even 3 tier 5s can't hold the line, then having others is useless. Reaching a secluded area in the middle of the mine, the man in black slowly stopped and looked at Rain and his companions behind him. All right, let me see what treasure you've found. If it's something good, I might as well upgrade you guys to fanatics. Looking at his surroundings, Ren felt a surge of secret joy. This pest actually managed to leave itself alone. It really found itself a good grave. Then Ren handed the box in his hand to Andre. Since you found this treasure, you should hand it over to the master. Looking at the box in his hand, Andre quickly realized what Rain meant. He stepped forward with the box in his hand and approached the man in black. Sir, give. Andre slowly opened the box. The moment the box was opened, Andre made his move. He pulled a giant sword from the magical artifact, smashed it open from the bottom of the box, and charged straight at the man in black's head. But the man in black who has risen to his current position must not be an ordinary person. He tilted his head and dodged the fatal blow aimed at his head. Although he dodged the fatal blow, Andre's greatsword still grazed his shoulder. In an instant, a chunk of flesh was sliced off the man in black's shoulder, revealing the white bone underneath. You guys. Sensing Andre's fighting spirit, the man in black immediately realized that he was not a member of the church. He immediately wanted to rush into the mine to meet up with the other two. But Tali, standing nearby, wouldn't let him have his way. Chapter 144, Let's Turn the Tide. The next moment, Tali took a step and blocked the man in black's escape route. The long whip in his hand lashed out at the man in black like a nimble snake. Seeing this, the man in black had no choice but to stop. He first used his fighting spirit to stop the bleeding on his right shoulder, then took out his long sword from his magical artifact to defend himself. However, due to being struck in the right shoulder by Andre, the man in black's strength was reduced. With a single whip strike, Tali sent the man in black staggering back several steps, his long sword wobbling slightly. Looking at Andre behind him and Tali in front of him, the man in black knew he was no match for them, so he shouted into the cave. Guards, there's an intruder. The sound was amplified by the fighting spirit, making it particularly loud. Hearing the shouts of the men in black, Andre and his companion scoffed and paid no attention. Because Rain had already set up sound-absorbing and shock-absorbing magic circles nearby when the group made their move. Unless the man in black can break the magic circle, not a sound will escape from here. Then Andre and Tali launched a fierce attack on the men in black. The man in black gritted his teeth because his voice no longer echoed in the mine as it had before. Instead, it travels a certain distance before being swallowed up by something. This made the man in black realize that he was now isolated and helpless. 10 minutes later, the man in black had one arm chopped off by Andre and his companion, leaving him covered in blood. At this moment, the man in black's black robe was completely destroyed, revealing his aged face. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Rain and his group, and at his own severed arm. Ha ha, awesome. Looks like I'm not going to survive, but you all will die too. Fury is truth, destruction is salvation and rebirth. Ha, die with me. For the sake of the church. The thorn marks on the man in black turned blood red and began to flash, causing Andre and Tali's pupils to dilate in shock. This is self-destruction. They quickly returned to Rain's side, and the two used their respective battle auras to condense a shield in front of them, protecting Rain behind them. The next moment, the man in black suddenly unleashed a powerful force, exploding like a small sun. Bang! The impact sent Rain and his group flying, and the mine was also destroyed by the explosion. However, thanks to the protective aura barrier created by Andre and the other two, the group only suffered minor injuries. Andre and Tali, on the other hand, expended a great deal of their fighting spirit. Seeing the collapsed mine shaft, Ryan and his group immediately ran into the mine. As he ran, Rain used rock magic to control and move the boulders above the heads of the group. It took them quite a while to get out of the collapsed area of the mine. It's impossible for there to be only one man in black guarding the mine. Therefore, Ren immediately took out a high-grade battle aura potion from his magic ring and handed it to Andre and the other two, so that they could quickly recover their battle aura and maintain their best condition. Without hesitation, the two took the medicine and drank it all in one gulp. The internal fighting spirit was rapidly restored under the effect of the medicine. Outside the amethyst vein, a sudden tremor caused both the man in black and the stone monster present to stumble. The men in black shook their heads, searching for the source of the earthquake, thinking that it was an attack from Amethyst City. After searching for a while, they still couldn't find the epicenter, which puzzled the men in black. Just then, a violent impact came from the amethyst vein. The black-clad men who were close to the mine were all sent flying, and then the amethyst vein, which was as big as a small mountain, collapsed from the middle behind them. Only then did the men in black outside realize that there was a problem inside the mine. They immediately began leading the stone monsters to dig up the buried mine shaft. Inside the mine, the violent tremors also caught the attention of the other two men in black guarding the forbidden array. Immediately following was a fierce impact, and the two quickly raised their fighting spirit to defend themselves. After the shock, the two looked at each other in bewilderment, and then headed towards the epicenter of the earthquake. Before long, Ryan and his group met the two men in black. Looking at Rain and her group, one of the men in black asked a question. Are you Matt's people? I've never seen you before. What was that tremor just now? Matt was the man in black who had just been killed by Rain and his group. After a moment's thought, Ryan realized who Matt was, the man in black. Then, Rain pretended to be anxious and spoke to the two men in black. My lord, people from Amethyst City have just infiltrated the Amethyst mine. We just encountered Lord Matt when those people from Amethyst City blew up the mine. Lord Matt was closer to the mine entrance, so he left the mine first to avoid falling rocks. We, on the other hand, were closer to the inside of the mine, so we went inside to avoid falling rocks as well. Hearing Ryan's words, the two men in black exchanged glances, seemingly deep in thought. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Suddenly, a man in black pulled out a bow and arrow from a magical artifact and launched an attack on Rain and his companions. Haha, do you really think we're fools? Even we, who were deep in the mine, were shaken by that aftershock. How come you guys, who were so close, were unharmed? Stop pretending to be a disgusting imperialist. Meanwhile, another man in black drew his longsword and charged toward Rain and his companions, forming a close-range and long-range offensive with another archer in black. Seeing this, Rain and the others stopped hiding and took off their disguises. As soon as Andre removed his black robe, he rushed toward the man in black with the long sword, while Tali used her whip to deflect the incoming arrows. Battle is imminent. After a while, Rain, who had been watching from the sidelines, realized that no more men in black had emerged from the depths of the mine. There are only these two men in black in the mine now. He immediately led Lucifer deeper into the mine. Seeing Rain's actions, the two men in black tried to step forward to stop him, but they were held back by Andre and Tali. Even the man in black wielding the longsword was so distracted that he was struck on the mouth by the back of the sword by Andre, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. As Rain ventured deeper into the mine, he finally discovered the curse source seizing forbidden array in a secluded amethyst mine. As Lucifer looked at the forbidden array emanating a black aura, he immediately sensed the familiar energy within the curse source seizing forbidden array. The next moment, he stood directly in front of Ren. Master, be careful, I sense a raging aura. Rain nodded in response to Lucifer's words. They then approached the forbidden formation even more cautiously. Looking at the ominous aura emanating from the forbidden array, Rain narrowed his eyes and whispered something to the book spirit in his mind. Before long, an extremely strange magic circle gradually appeared in his hand. Rain's magic slowly constructed a magic circle, and soon a complex and strange magic circle appeared in his hand. Looking at the magic in his hand, Ren smiled. What's so good about destroying it? Wouldn't it be better to make them give it back? Yes, the magic circle in Rain's hand is called the reversal magic circle, which can directly reverse the effects of a magic circle. The next moment, Rain immediately pressed the reversal magic array in his hand onto the curse source stealing forbidden array. With the integration of the reversal magic array, the curse source seizing forbidden array immediately became ineffective, and a large amount of energy surged out from it, heading towards Ace in the Rain's secret realm. Chapter 145 The Demon Who Rules the Dark Realm, Night and Shadow, Black Crown, Lucifer. Outside Amethyst City, the black-clad men of the Church of Wrath commanded the stone golems to wreak havoc on the city walls. The sound and vibrations from the collision between the stone monster's body and the city wall continued unabated, causing a panic among the people of Amethyst City. Outside the East Gate, Archer and the Stone Monster King were locked in a fierce battle. The aftershocks of their battle killed many of the nearby stone monsters. Archer frowned as he watched the stone monsters emerge from the forest like a tidal wave. The thing he least wanted to see happened. The Church of Wrath clearly wanted to play a war of attrition with him. Use a continuous stream of stone monsters to wear down the city walls. The leader of the men in black grinned as he looked at Archer, who was fighting the Stone King with a worried expression. Ha ha ha. Archer, today is the day your Amethyst City is destroyed. Ha ha ha. Ah, what a wonderful aura of rage. How intoxicating. I can't even imagine how intense the aura of rage will be in Amethyst City after the city falls, and I kill you all. Archer's eyes narrowed as he watched the city walls being relentlessly attacked by the stone monsters. Although the guards and knights on the city wall kept throwing stones down to stop the stone monster. However, given the characteristics of knights and warriors, such attacks were clearly not very effective. Only the attacks from the giant magic crossbows on the side provided some resistance to the horde of stone monsters. After all, stone monsters are different from humans, and their ability to withstand rockfall attacks from the knights is not very high. If these stone monsters continue their attack, the city wall will inevitably collapse within 3 hours. Archer then called out to the city of Amethyst. Leave the city. As soon as Archer finished speaking, the knights and warriors who were already prepared in the city rushed out from all the city gates. They began hand-to-hand combat with the group of stone monsters. Archer's eyes were filled with heartache as he watched the knights and warriors who had died fighting the stone monsters. These are all the elites of the Morris family. We don't know how much we'll lose this time. Archer then glanced discreetly at the amethyst mine in the distance. You need to hurry, Ren. As the knights and warriors charged out of the city after Archer gave the order, the leader of the men in black had a look of bloodlust and cruelty in his eyes. Archer, you're out of ideas? You actually let the knights charge out? TSK, TSK, TSK. Immediately, the man in black gave an order. Go and cause trouble for those knights. I want to see what he can do to resist after these knights are dead. The next moment, the men in black charged toward the knights who were fighting the stone monsters. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, an extremely strong extractive force emanated from the amethyst vein. In an instant, the stone monsters transformed one by one into streaks of earthy yellow energy and flew towards the amethyst mine. Almost instantly, all the stone monsters that had surrounded the amethyst city vanished. Even the stone monster king's energy was violently drained, causing it to drop from the 6th rank to the 4th rank in an instant. This sudden change silenced the once chaotic battlefield. No one knew what had happened. Even the giant magical crossbows on the city walls stopped attacking, unable to find a target for a moment. In an instant, Archer and the leader of the men in black looked at each other in bewilderment. The knights and the men in black also locked eyes. Seeing the Stone King shrink after its energy was drained, Archer shot it into a pile of rubble. Archer then looked at the leader of the men in black, a broad smile spreading across his face. On the other hand, the man in black was sweating profusely, his eyes glancing at the amethyst mine every now and then. He had assumed that even if the barrier was destroyed, the extracted energy would not return. Therefore, he left 3 men he didn't like to guard the place, who knew that the energy would return after the barrier was broken. The cult leader never mentioned this to him. Archer squinted at the silent man in black, who had his head down. Scream, huh? Weren't you screaming quite enthusiastically just now? Why did you stop? Don't you like screaming? Sensing Archer's 6th-tier aura, the 5th-tier advanced man in black took a few steps back. Archer then looked toward the location of the amethyst vein, his eyes filled with intense gratitude and appreciation. Then, looking at the man in black who was trying to escape, he surged with fighting spirit and launched an attack on the man in black. The pests have made offense and defense easy. As Archer launched his attack, the knights prepared to charge, and then suddenly charged towards the men in black. The Dark Realm, the territory of the raging demon. A gigantic, muscular, skeletal goat-headed demon sat enthroned on its throne. And just as Rain pressed the reverse magic circle down, the enraged demon also began to release wisps of rock elemental magic from its body. Seeing a small wisp of rock elemental magic flowing out from his arm, the enraged demon roared in fury. He then unleashed a burst of demonic energy toward Ren, who was outside the Dark Realm. It wants this human who dared to steal its power dead. Just as Ren was earnestly pouring magic into the reversal magic circle, suddenly, an extremely evil demonic energy burst forth from the curse source seizing forbidden array, moving at incredible speed and rushing straight toward Ren. Just as the energy was about to strike Ren's body, Lucifer stepped in front of Ren and absorbed the energy. Only then did Ren realize the power of the demonic energy he had just experienced. Ren frowned slightly as he looked at Lucifer. Lucifer? Lucifer's figure was clearly somewhat unsteady at this moment, but he still smiled and bowed to Ren. Master, there are some matters in the Dark Realm that require my attention. Please wait a moment, I will be back soon. After saying that, Lucifer's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of Ren. This scene made Ren feel uneasy. But after sensing the contract between himself and Lucifer within his body, he breathed a sigh of relief. The contract is still in effect, so Lucifer will be fine. Then Rain turned his attention back to the forbidden array, but this time he paid more attention to his surroundings. The Dark Realm. Inside an ancient castle completely shrouded in shadow, a demon sitting on the throne slowly opened his eyes. The demon was dressed in magnificent attire, his entire body radiating a powerful aura of shadow. The demon was none other than the primordial demon who ruled over the night and shadows of the Dark Realm. Black Crown, Lucifer. Lucifer, seated on his throne, looked in one direction and spoke. I'm furious. I finally found a master who possesses the heavenly abyss. Why are you courting death? As Lucifer rose from his throne, the once orange sky of the dark realm gradually turned black. Lucifer slowly descended from the throne on the high platform. The next moment, countless eyes suddenly opened in the deep shadow behind Lucifer. As a shadow flashed by, Lucifer's figure disappeared into the castle. Chapter 146. The safety of Amethyst City is averted. The territory of the raging demon. After feeling his energy vanish as if it had sunk into the sea, a hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of the skeletal ram. It seemed to have sensed a familiar presence just now, just as he was filled with rage and confusion. The next moment, Lucifer's figure emerged from a shadow in the palace of the enraged demon. Upon seeing Lucifer suddenly appear, the man in a fit of rage immediately realized whose familiar feeling he had just experienced belonged to. Black Crown, what are you doing here? A furious roar emanated from the skull-like ram's head. Lucifer remained indifferent as he watched the furious king seated on the throne. I'm furious. I can't control what kind of trouble you cause on the mainland, but you've messed with the wrong person this time. How dare you extend your claws to my respected master? Are you tired of living? Upon hearing Lucifer's words, Furious was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. A contract? You've made another contract with humans? Why not be the king of night in the dark realm? Why go out and be a dog for weak humans? I really don't know what you primordial demons were thinking, insisting on going out to be slaves to others. Upon hearing this, Lucifer's eyes revealed a hint of contempt and anger. You idiot, you don't understand anything. Lucifer instantly appeared at the furious forehead and kicked out. Although Lucifer's body was not as large as his raging eyes, his strength was not proportional to his size. Lucifer casually kicked the enraged man away. Its enraged, massive body smashed its own palace to pieces, but its speed as it flew away did not decrease. It slowed down on the ground with its claws before finally coming to a stop. Click! Just as the enraged body stopped, the furious skeleton goat's head emitted a crisp sound. A crack was clearly visible on the skull-like ram's head. Lucifer looked at the furious man who was slowly rising from the ground with disdain. Who do you think you are to comment on my master? Faced with Lucifer's sudden attack, the enraged man immediately rose from the ground and threw a punch at Lucifer. His bulging, muscular muscles tensed, and the whooshing sound of air being torn apart rang in Lucifer's ears instantly. But Lucifer simply dodged it with a slight movement. Clearly, their fighting abilities are not on the same level at all. As Lucifer watched the Fury launch its relentless attack, his shadow instantly grew enormous. Then many different creatures emerged from Lucifer's shadow. Lucifer waved his hand at the rage, and the shadows launched a reckless attack on it. Time passed little by little. Bloodshed and the tearing of flesh were constantly unfolding on the furious body. Under the shadow's attack, the enraged and enormous body was gradually dismantled, leaving only a skull-like ram's head in the end. Because the wrathful demon is a demon of original sin, as long as anger exists in the world, wrath will never die. Watching the ram's skull slowly recover, Lucifer put away the shadow creation. He slowly opened his mouth as he approached the skull and ram's head. This is just a lesson to teach you a lesson. If you dare to offend my master again, I'll show you what despair is. Oh, by the way, let me give you one more piece of advice before I leave. The Dark Realm is about to be reduced to zero. Although you original sin demons are immortal, your consciousness will still be erased at that time. If you don't want your consciousness erased, find a way out for yourself as soon as possible. After saying this, Lucifer turned into a shadow and disappeared into the air. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, the skull goat head on the spot flashed a few times before dimming. As Lucifer returned to his ancient castle throne and sat down, the sky of the Dark Realm returned to its original state from night. Then Lucifer, who was sitting on the throne, slowly closed his eyes. Amethyst Mine. As the last wisp of rock elemental energy returned to Ace's body, the forbidden array in front of Rain also lost its due brilliance. After erasing the forbidden array and the magical mark that created the stone monster, Rain slowly walked out of the depths of the mine. At this point, the battle between Andre and Tali was nearing its end. The two men in black looked at each other in bewilderment as they saw Rain emerge from the depths of the mine. He then charged toward Ren. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body's energy was rapidly compressed. Imperials, since you've destroyed the forbidden array, we can't survive either. Take us with you to our deaths. Ren's pupils widened in shock as he watched the two men about to self-destruct. In a few instantaneous teleportations, they arrived beside Andre and Tali. The two men in black who were about to self-destruct clearly did not expect that Rain would teleport instantly. They changed direction and attacked Rain and his group again. The next moment, Andre and Tali used the same trick to create a battle aura barrier in front of them. But Rain frowned slightly as he looked at the relatively small amount of fighting spirit in Andre and Tali's bodies. He then took out a silver-white magic scroll from his magic ring, the scroll of spatial teleportation. This is his most prized possession, kept hidden away by the Dean. It has now been put into use. After infusing magic into the scroll, Rain gripped Andre and Tali's shoulders. A flash of white light, and the three of them disappeared into the mine in an instant. The two men in black, who were about to self-destruct, froze on the spot. With a shout of resentment, they perished in the explosion. Bang! With a loud bang, the latter half of the amethyst vein was also destroyed by the explosion. In a forest not far from the amethyst mine, a flash of white light appeared, and the figures of Rain and his two companions suddenly materialized. Then came a violent earthquake. Fortunately, the tremor was not severe and did not affect the three people. After putting away the slightly dimmed magic scroll in his hand, Ren took out 2 bottles of high-grade battle aura potions and handed them to the two of them. Suddenly, Andre, who was drinking the potion, seemed to see something and immediately reported it to Rain. "Young master, I think I've spotted the Knights of Amethyst City." Ren raised an eyebrow. "Let's go take a look." Andre nodded and led the way. Before long, they encountered a group of knights on guard in the forest. The knights froze on the spot when they saw Ren and his companions, then suddenly rushed up to them. "Lord Ren, you're not in the mine? That's great. Shall I take you to the head of the household?" Ray nodded in response to the knight's words. Several knights immediately led the way, heading towards the entrance of the amethyst mine. Upon arriving at the entrance of the amethyst mine, they saw Archer personally directing several squads of knights to dig through the buried entrance. They were almost through the tunnel when, unexpectedly, a second explosion occurred. This completely overturned the original process, and Archer paced anxiously to the side. He was muttering to himself, "Oh dear, Ryan, please don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to everyone in Amethyst City? How am I supposed to explain it to that lion, Fred? Master, we've found Lord Rain." Hearing the sound from afar, Archer immediately looked toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing Ren, he immediately came to Ren's side. He gripped Ryan's hands tightly, his expression one of intense emotion. "Rain, you've done my Amethyst City a huge favor this time. You're really amazing, kid. I envy that lion, Fred. How could he have a son like you?" Chapter 147 Archer's Honey Trap. Sitting in the carriage returning to Amethyst City, Archer looked at Ryan sitting across from him with unwavering admiration in his eyes. "What a talent. That lion, Fred, is so lucky. I wish he were my son." Thinking about this, Archer's eyes lit up. It didn't seem impossible. After all, several of his children are around the same age as Ren, and it would be good if they could marry into Ren's family. Isn't Rain practically his son too? Archer nodded secretly, planning to arrange for the group to meet a few times by chance once they returned to Amethyst City. Archer then took a magic ring from his pocket and handed it to Ren. "Ryan, this is an extra reward for you. If you hadn't destroyed that forbidden formation in time, my Morris family would have been severely weakened. You deserve all of this." Upon hearing this, Rain withdrew his gaze from the scenery outside the carriage and focused his attention on the magic ring in Archer's hand. Seeing Archer's affirmative gaze, Ren took the magic ring and examined it. When Ren's consciousness entered the magic ring, it didn't contain any rare treasures or rare breathing techniques. Instead, they were heads. The heads of the enraged church. The sight of these heads made Ren's eyes narrow. The hatred between the Empire and the Church of Wrath runs deep, so every head of a member of the Church of Wrath represents a significant achievement. Not to mention the heads of 4 fifth-tier individuals among them. These achievements are enough to make Ren a high Viscount recognized by the Empire. This is different from the unspoken rule of obtaining a Viscount status through one's family. These Viscounts, recognized by the Empire, were fully entitled to possess their own territories and the right to conscript soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 fifth-tier beings in the mine self-destructed without leaving much of a trace. Otherwise, Ren would have been promoted to Count at least. If Fred were to exert his influence further, it wouldn't be impossible for the Gray family to have 2 marquises. Rain then returned the magic ring to Archer. "Uncle Archer, I can't return to the capital for the time being. Could you please help me report these achievements?" Archer was puzzled by what Ryan said. "Aren't you going back to the capital? Are you still worried about those old fogies?" "It's all right. I heard that the Empire recently incorporated Azure Forest into its territory, and the whole country is celebrating. Moreover, His Majesty has gone to great lengths to publicize the roles you and Prince Otto played in this. The matter of you killing the nobles has long been suppressed. Even if you go back, those old fogies won't say much. Ren shook his head. Uncle Archer, I came out on this trip to the Far East for training, but I'm not even halfway there yet, and I don't want to give up halfway. After listening to Ren's words, Archer remained silent for a moment before taking the magic ring back from Ren's hand. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. But as an elder, there are a few things I still need to tell you. The Far East is too far from the Empire and information is not readily available, so you must prioritize your own safety while you are abroad. If you encounter someone too powerful and you can't beat them, you can seek help from your backers. If that doesn't work, you can just swallow your pride and save your life. Listening to Archer's instructions, Ryan nodded repeatedly. Just as the two were chatting, the carriage finally arrived at Amethyst City. Seeing the lively scene outside the carriage, Archer opened the carriage door. Get out of the car, Ren. Today you're the star of Amethyst City. Rain followed Archer off the train and immediately saw 2 rows of knights guarding both sides of the street. The streets were filled with cheering people from Amethyst City, because Archer was loudly proclaiming Rain's contribution to the battle in Amethyst City. This made all the people of Amethyst City feel grateful to Rain. Not only knights, but also commoners in the city, or nobles who came to Amethyst City to do business. They were both saved by Ryan. As they walked down the straight street, people threw flower petals at Ren and his group, welcoming them. Amidst flowers and praise, Ren and his companions followed Archer into the city lord's palace. After taking their seats, which were reserved for a few people, the celebration banquet began. The celebration banquet lasted all afternoon. Archer and Ryan's departure marked the end of the banquet. Archer led Rain on a walk in the gardens of the city lord's palace. Suddenly, Ryan thought of something and spoke to Archer. Uncle Archer, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Archer laughed heartily and said, Sure, I could have 10, let alone 1. Uncle Archer, could you find some good craftsmen to rebuild my carriage? My original carriage is a bit too small. Although Rain has a secret realm that allows all the women to enter in order to ensure the space inside the carriage and their safety. But it's not good to keep them in the secret realm all the time, so it would be better to build a bigger carriage. Archer nodded. A carriage? No problem. I'll arrange for the best craftsman in Amethyst City to make one for you in a moment. The two walked around a corner and then saw 3 girls playing in a clear pond. Upon seeing this, Archer smiled secretly. I'll seduce you, Ren, how about it? Isn't my daughter beautiful? But seeing the 3 girls' lively, youthful, and beautiful appearance, Rain lowered his head slightly. Who else could be a girl playing in the water in the city lord's palace? She must be Archer's offspring. Ryan felt it wasn't right to stare at someone's daughter playing in the water in their home while she was wearing a slightly revealing swimsuit. Although he was a scoundrel, he was also a scoundrel with principles. Not to mention that he and Archer are currently in the honeymoon phase of their relationship, so it's best not to offend them. But Archer paused when he saw Ryan bow his head. Wait a minute, why is this little pervert bowing his head? Shouldn't you ask who they are, and then propose to me? The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. To avoid an awkward silence, Archer coughed twice and waved to the 3 women. Fura, Sherry, Tori, stop playing around and come say hello to Rain. Upon hearing Archer's words, the 3 women immediately stopped what they were doing and came to the 2 men to bow to Rain. Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan. Looking at the 3 girls who were about his age, Ryan nodded. Hello. Upon seeing this, Archer immediately put his arm around Ryan's shoulder, revealing his true intentions. Ryan, these are my daughters. What do you think? Any of them you like? Hearing Archer's words, Ren shook his head helplessly. Uncle Archer, I don't have any plans to get married yet. I'm still young. Archer looked surprised. What do you mean small? You're almost 20. When I was your age, I had countless wives. Even if you don't want to get married now, we can get engaged first. It's the same thing. Ryan rolled his eyes at Archer, then slapped Archer's arm away from his. Looking at the 3 women's snow-white arms and legs and the water droplets on their bodies. With a gentle wave of his hand, Rain conjured 3 robes from magic upon the 3 of them. Okay, Uncle Archer, I really don't have any plans to get married or engaged right now. Chapter 148, Shirley's Sacrifice. Hearing Ryan's words, Archer sighed inwardly. He then gave a meaningful look to the 3 women in front of Rain. Seeing their father's signal, the 3 women bowed slightly to Rain and then left the garden. Looking at the sky, Ryan also prepared to say goodbye to Archer. Uncle Archer, it's getting late, and I'm tired today, so I'll head back now. After listening to Ryan's words, Archer thought for a moment and then spoke. Don't go back to the Amethyst Inn. I still have quite a few empty rooms in my city lord's palace. You can stay here for the time being. Upon hearing this, Ren did not refuse. Judging from the state of the common people in the city today, he fears he will be the subject of stares wherever he goes. It's impossible to wander around the city now. It would be better to stay in Archer's palace for 2 days, wait for Archer to finish building the carriage, and then head to the Far East. Then Ryan followed Archer into the palace. Before long, Archer led Ryan to a room on the 3rd floor. Archer led Ryan into the room and began to ask questions. So, Ren, is this room to your liking? Looking at the room's dazzling crystal decor, Ryan nodded in agreement. Of course. Archer nodded. If you're satisfied, I'll have someone fetch your 2 soldiers in a moment. All right, heroes of Amethyst City, get some rest. I need to go check on the repairs to the city walls. Ryan nodded slightly. Uncle Archer, take care. Archer closed the door behind him after leaving the room. Ryan sat down on the sofa, poured himself a cup of black tea, and slowly enjoyed it. Just then, the contract between Lucifer and Rain flashed slightly within Rain. Immediately, a thought was transmitted to Rain's mind. Upon seeing this, Rain immediately began to infuse magic into the contract. This was accompanied by a large influx of Rain's magic. Lucifer reappeared beside Ren, and after looking around at his surroundings, he bowed slightly to Ren. Master, I'm back. Seeing that Lucifer was unharmed, Ren poured him a cup of black tea and handed it to him. Yes, it's good that you're back. Lucifer took the black tea with a slight smile and asked Ren while sipping the tea. Master, where is this? Upon hearing this, Ren recounted to Lucifer what had happened after Lucifer left. At the same time, there was a gentle knock on Ren's door. Lucifer put down his teacup and went to open the door. Lucifer opened the door and was slightly taken aback when he saw the unfamiliar girl outside. But seeing the girl's beautiful face, Lucifer still let her in. The girl had clearly dressed up carefully. Her bright silver dress and snow-white long hair made her look like a snow fairy. Ryan, sitting on the sofa, raised an eyebrow at the girl. Are you Shirley? What do you need me for? Sherry stood in front of Rain, her face slightly flushed. She stammered, seemingly because of nervousness. Young Master Rayleigh, Sherry wants to be your woman. Lucifer, standing to the side, covered his mouth and chuckled upon hearing this. His master's charm remained as great as ever. It then turned into a shadow and disappeared from the room. Hearing Shirley's words, Rain frowned slightly. Did your father send you? Upon hearing this, Shirley quickly shook her head. No, it's not young Master Rain. It's Shirley's own idea. Rain looked into Shirley's eyes, but found nothing amiss, which confirmed Shirley's words. Sit down, Shirley. Ryan gestured to the sofa beside him. Then he picked up the teapot, poured a cup of black tea, and handed it to Shirley. Shirley, you must have heard what I just said. I don't have any plans to get married right now. Shirley accepted Ryan's teacup, thanked him, and then spoke. Shirley knows young Master Ryan. Shirley didn't dare to dream of getting engaged to you, Mr. Wren, but even so, she still hoped to become your woman. Rain didn't speak after hearing Shirley's words, and then listened to Shirley continue. Shirley's mother was a commoner who was very lucky to be chosen by her father. Her mother and father were very loving, but her mother was in poor health and passed away a few years after giving birth to her younger brother. Without our mother's care at home, my brother and I couldn't compete with others for resources. After speaking, Shirley put down her teacup and slowly stood up, looking at Rain with a solemn expression. Therefore, I want to become your woman, Mr. Wren, so that you can protect me and my brother. After saying that, Shirley tugged at her shoulder, and her dress slipped to the ground, revealing her jade-like body. Seeing Shirley's almost glowing white skin, Rain quickly waved his hand and put the dress back on her. Seeing the resolute yet disappointed look in Shirley's eyes, Rain fell silent on the sofa for a moment. Suddenly, Shirley seemed to realize something and quickly explained. Young Master Wren, Sherry has only done this to you. No one else has ever seen Sherry's body. Looking at the flustered Shirley, Rain sighed softly. Sherry, you can stay. Hearing Ryan's words, Shirley's eyes lit up, and she sat down next to Ryan. Seeing this, Ryan, who had already made up his mind, no longer hesitated and pulled Sherry into his arms. Just then, there was another knock on Ryan's door. The knocking made Ren stop touching Shirley's hand, and then Ren beckoned and used magic to open the door. The door opened, and as soon as the smiling Tali poked half her body in, she saw Ryan embracing Sherry, and Tali froze. Oh no, I've interrupted the young master's good time. Tali gave Ryan an awkward smile, then turned to leave. Seeing this, Ryan rolled his eyes at her and spoke. Come in. Upon hearing what Rain said, Tali and Andre walked in. Ryan pointed to several empty rooms and told them to choose one. Andre and his companion quickly chose their rooms and then closed the doors. Because Shirley is currently in a vacuum, Rain said, helping Shirley to her feet. Shirley, go back and get dressed, and come to my place again tonight. Upon hearing this, Shirley nodded obediently, kissed Rain on the cheek, and then pushed open the door and went out. As Sherry left, Rain waved his hand, and Greta, Ace, and the others returned to the room. Seeing Ace radiating the aura of a 4th-tier advanced level, Rain waved to her. Ace, come here and let Brother Rain take a look. Ace immediately ran to Rain's side. Brother Rain, I've recovered. Let's sign the contract. Chapter 149, The Powerful Contract. Rain stroked Ace's smooth hair, feeling the faint 4th-tier aura emanating from her, and smiled. Elemental life forms are indeed the darlings of magic. Their level increases incredibly fast. Now, without the torment of the forbidden array draining her energy, Ace was clearly in a very good mood. He was humming something from time to time. Ace looked at Rain with her big eyes and said, Brother Rin, we made a promise. Let's sign the contract now. Give me your hands, Brother Rin. Ace cupped her hands towards Rin. Upon hearing this, Rain stopped patting Ace's head and grabbed her small hand. Ace gripped Rain with both hands and closed her eyes. The next moment, the hands that Rain and Ace held together emitted a yellowish-brown light. Instantly, all the rock elemental magic floating in the air throughout the entire Amethyst City rushed towards the City Lord's palace, flowing straight into Rain's body. As more and more rock elemental magic flowed into Rain's body, a faint yellow mark gradually appeared in Rain's left eye. Ace, with her eyes closed, slowly opened her mouth, her tone very solemn. In the name of nature and the elements, I, the rock elemental being Ace, resonate with the human being Rain Gray. May you never be harmed by the earth, and may you always be protected by Mother Earth. May the earth be your cradle, and the mountains and rivers your bulwark. If anyone dares to offend the earth, let him be judged by a shooting star. Therefore, the contract is established. Just as Ace finished speaking, the mark in Ren's left eye suddenly took shape and then disappeared. At that moment, Ace also let go of Ren's hand. Ace was clearly exhausted after signing the contract with Rain. Her once lively, bright eyes now looked listless. Brother Rain, Ace is hungry. Exhausted, Ace sat down next to Ren, shook his hand, and spoke. Seeing this, Rain quickly took out a purple gem the size of a small mountain from his magical artifact. The amethyst jewels take up half of the living room. Looking at the purple gemstone hill that appeared out of nowhere, not only was Ace stunned, but Greta and the others beside her were also stunned. So many. Looking at the amethyst mountain that was as tall as the rooftop, Greta realized what true wealth was. She used to buy Ace amethysts by the case. Now that Ace is with Rain, the unit of measurement for amethyst has changed to seats. Looking at the purple gemstones that were as big as a small mountain, Ace's tired eyes brightened. Wow, Brother Ryan, are all these for me? Ace shook Rain's arm and asked uncertainly. Ren nodded and patted Ace's head. Yes, they're all yours. If that's not enough, Brother Ren has more. If you get tired of purple gems, Brother Ren will give you rubies instead. If you get tired of rubies, Brother Ren will give you emeralds instead. Upon hearing this, an excited Ace kissed Ren on the cheek, looking delighted. Brother Urian, you're the best. Ace then plunged into the amethyst hill and began to savor the delicious amethyst. Seeing Ace's hearty appetite, Greta now strongly suspects that Ace never got enough to eat when she was with her. Seeing Ace lying in the purple gemstone hill showing off her meal, Ren's gaze then turned to the girls. Ryan pointed to the empty rooms, saying, there are still empty rooms available. Choose one yourself. Just as Greta was about to step forward, Catella preemptively sat down next to Ren and began to speak. What am I supposed to choose? Your room is mine. Seeing Ketra beside Ren, Greta didn't go forward again and followed Shirley and Mia to choose their own rooms. Holding Ketra's voluptuous body, Ren asked a question. Now that we've found life forms of the Geo element, are you in such a hurry to go back to the Church of Lust? Hearing what Rain said, Catella nodded. Yes, now that you've foiled the Church of Wrath's plot in Amethyst City, my church must have received the news. Who knows, they might send me a message one day asking me to convert back to Christianity. Then Ketra looked at Ace. There shouldn't be any major problems with you having a life form with rock elementals. After all, your father still has a certain reputation on the mainland. No one would normally want to touch a lion's tail. However, you still need to be careful of the Church of Wrath's retaliation. Those lunatics are capable of anything. Ketra's concerns were not unsurprising. After all, who would willingly self-destruct at the drop of a hat? After telling Rain her concerns, Catella slowly stood up. He hooked his hand under Ren's chin and licked his lips. Come on, let's treat you, the great hero of the purple gem, tonight. Upon hearing this, Ren coughed twice. I have plans for tonight. Ketra immediately raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with intense curiosity. Have an appointment? Who is it? Rain and Kitera were not speaking quietly, so Greta and the others, who were still choosing rooms, slowed down. Shirley? Or Mia? Or both of them? As soon as Kitra opened her mouth, Shirley's cat ears and Mia's wolf ears perked up, listening very carefully to Rain's answer. No. Who is that? Greta? Upon hearing this, Greta blushed, but she also wanted to hear Ryan's answer. No. Nakna. No, none of that. You don't know them, but you will after tonight. Rain looked at the curious Katella and shook his head helplessly. Upon hearing this, Katella pouted. They're about to leave, and you're not even spending more time with them. Ryan immediately rolled his eyes at her. Don't you have the key to the secret realm? Can't we meet anytime? After thinking about it carefully, Katera agreed, hummed twice, and then pulled Greta and the others to start choosing rooms. Greta, let's sleep together tonight and ignore that jerk. As the others went to choose their rooms, Rain finally had time to carefully examine Ace and his contract. After processing the information in the contract, Ren swallowed hard. That's impressive. Not only can it double the power of its own geo-magic, it can also make it immune to 40% of other people's geo-attacks. Furthermore, he was given 4 special skills. Petrified Demon Eye, Thousand Ravines Labyrinth, Earth Explosion Star, Amber Assimilation. Moreover, as Ace continues to grow, these abilities will increase, and she will be able to acquire more skills. Looking at Ace on the Amethyst Hill, Rain took out the relics of the Fire Elemental Life Form and the Wind Elemental Life Form. A feather and a single horn. Rain smacked his lips as he looked at the keepsake in his hand. The idea of gathering all elemental life forms is even more extreme. Just then, Ace, who was showing off her food, seemed to sense something, put down the purple gem in her hand, and came to Rain. She looked at the feather in Rain's hand and touched her head. Brother Ryan, what is this? It seems to want me to go somewhere with it. Upon hearing Ace's words, Rain's eyes sharpened. Ace can sense other elemental life forms. Then Rain handed the feather in his hand to Ace and spoke. Ice Jai, do you see where it wants to take you? After taking the feather, Ace stood there stunned for a moment, then looked at Rain and shook her head. Brother Ryan, it doesn't feel that way anymore. Upon hearing this, Rain nodded without insisting, and then handed the unicorn in his hand to Ace. Ace, how do you feel about this? Ace took the horn, then shook her head after a short while. No, I don't feel anything at all. Ren pinched Ace's cheek and put the unicorn back. It's all right. You can keep this feather for now. If it gives you that feeling again, you can take Brother Ren to find it, okay? Uh-huh. Rain patted Ace's head. Okay, sweetie, let's go eat. Ace put away the feather in her hand and plunged back into the Amethyst Hill. Just then, there was a knock on Ryan's door. Seeing this, Ren slowly got up from the sofa and came to Ace. He patted Ace's head and said, Ace, your brother Rain has something to do later. Why don't you go back to your room to eat? Upon hearing this, Ace nodded in agreement. Then, Ren took out a brand new magic ring and put all the amethysts piled up in the living room into it. After handing the ring to Ace, Ace skipped and hopped towards Greta's room. As Ace closed the door, Rain opened it, and there stood Sherry, who had arrived as promised. Chapter 150 Standing Up for You. Seeing Shirley wearing a thin nightgown, Ryan took her hand and welcomed her inside. The living room was empty. Ryan put his arm around Shirley's slender waist and sat down on a chair by the French windows. Seeing Shirley's somewhat reserved demeanor, Rain took out a bottle of slightly stronger red wine from his magic ring and poured a glass for himself and Sherry. The two drank, chatted, and admired the moon. With the help of alcohol, Shirley was no longer nervous. Ryan smiled, put down his wine glass, stood up from his chair, walked over to Shirley, and picked her up in a princess carry. Then Ryan carried Sherry back to his room. Inside the room, Shirley's dress slipped down, and under the moonlight, she appeared exceptionally white. Seeing that Shirley was still naked, Ren raised an eyebrow. Shirley, why are you still like this? Shirley blushed. What do they write in those storybooks? They all like this kind of thing. Upon hearing this, Rain chuckled awkwardly, then picked up Shirley and carried her to the bed. The next morning, Rain was awakened by the light reflecting off Shirley's fair and radiant body. Looking at the crimson stain on the bed, Rain took the blanket and covered the reflective Shirley with it. Then I prepared to get up. Shirley felt the blanket covering her, slowly waking up. Because Shirley came without a bra yesterday, there was only a thin nightgown on the floor. So, according to Shirley's size, Ren took out a piece of his personal maid Cecily's undergarment and a dress from his magical artifact. The two got dressed, pushed open the door, and went out. In the living room, the women were all waiting to see who Ryan had met up with last night. Seeing this, Ryan put his arm around Shirley and introduced her to everyone. This is Shirley, Uncle Archer's daughter. Shirley bowed to the people in the living room. Hello, I'm Shirley. I hope we can get along well in the future. Shirley's voice was extremely soft and sweet. Katella stepped forward and directly took Shirley's hand, bringing her to the side of the girls. The girls secretly marveled at Shirley's fair skin and silvery eyelashes. "Shirley, you're so fair-skinned, it's almost reflective," Catella said, touching Shirley inappropriately. Perhaps having learned of some of the power struggles within the Maurice family, Shirley appeared particularly nervous during her first meeting with the women. Seeing Shirley's nervous and reserved appearance, Catella smiled. "Shirley, don't be nervous. We're not the kind of venomous women described in stories. The venomous women in those stories only fight over men, so you don't need to worry about that. Ryan was incredibly energetic, and there was never any competition among us. On the contrary, we were often quite considerate of each other. It's because he's too amazing. I wonder what he ate to grow up like that." Then, Chi-Tila pulled Shirley and the other girls to the side of the living room to start talking about girls. Seeing this, Ryan did not stop him and spoke up. "Lucifer." The next moment, Lucifer appeared beside Ren. "What are your orders, master?" "Tell the Maurice family maids to prepare some breakfast." "Yes, master." Lucifer vanished in a shadow. Not long after, Lucifer led a group of maids pushing food carts into Ren's room. After putting the breakfast down from the food cart, the head maid and her maids prepared to leave. As she left, the head maid glanced in Shirley's direction out of the corner of her eye, her pupils shrinking. He then left the room with his maids. After the group finished breakfast, Ren turned his gaze to Shirley. "Shirley, let's go, show me around the Morris family." Upon hearing this, Shirley was taken aback, but then she realized what Ren was planning to do and quickly stepped forward to take Ren's arm. The Maurice family, the city lord's palace. Walking down the corridor, Ren asked a question. "Shirley, you said you have a younger brother? Take me to see him?" "Yes, young Master Ryan." Then, Shirley led Ryan down the stairs toward the Morris family's training ground. The training ground in the morning is the liveliest time of day for the Morris family. At this time, most of the descendants of the Morris family were doing their morning training in the martial arts arena. Hearing the shouts of the boys, Shirley led Rain to the training ground. Instructor Garcia, who was training everyone in the training ground, saw Rain's figure and hurriedly wanted to go forward. But he was stopped by Ryan's gesture. Instructor Garcia's pupils widened in shock as he looked at Sherry, who was standing intimately with Rain beside him. Although surprised, Garcia did not say anything. He simply continued training the young men of the Morris family as usual. Time flies by, and today's morning exercise has come to an end. The boys stopped what they were doing and tossed their soaked towels to an inconspicuous boy standing in the corner. The boy didn't say anything in the face of the crowd's sweat-soaked towels, because this had been going on for a long time. Seeing this, Garcia wanted to say something, but looking at Ren's eyes, he still didn't open his mouth. Shirley's eyes were glistening as she watched the boy pick up the handkerchief that had fallen to the ground. Although she already knew about it, she was powerless to stop it. After all, she was just a young woman from the Morris family who had just come of age. What say could she possibly have in the family? Seeing Shirley's appearance, Rain raised his hand and wiped away the tears welling up in Shirley's eyes. "Why are you crying? From now on, I, Ryan, will back you up. No one will dare to look down on you again." Then Ren shouted towards the training ground. "Are the next generation of the Maurice family really so ill-mannered? Don't they understand the basic principle of tidying up their own things?" Rain's words sounded especially loud thanks to the magical aura. It instantly attracted the attention of all the teenagers in the training ground. Shirley's younger brother, Cole, was one of them. Chapter 151 Death Roll Call. The boys stopped and looked at Rain and Sherry sitting on the side of the training ground, all of them frowning slightly. They recognized Shirley, but Ryan's face was completely unfamiliar to them. Because these young men and women of the Morris family did not participate in the defense of the Amethyst City or the victory celebration banquet yesterday afternoon. Therefore, although these descendants of the Morris family had heard of Ryan's name, they had basically never seen Ryan. This has resulted in most people not knowing who Ryan is. Only a small number of well-informed teenagers knew about Rain. Those who knew Ryan looked at Sherry with surprise in their eyes. They never expected that Sherry would be chosen by Ryan. Some of the more quick-witted individuals rushed forward to retrieve the handkerchief they had just tossed to Cole, then stood aside, eager to watch the show. Judging from Ryan's appearance, he's here to support Shirley and her brother. How could we miss such a spectacular show? As descendants of marquises, not all of them were brutes. Some of them remained silent after seeing those who knew Ryan go to Cole to retrieve his handkerchief. They didn't know Ryan, but they could tell from the actions of those who had just retrieved their towels. The person next to Shirley is no ordinary person. Of course, there are rational people as well as spoiled brats. Some of the teenagers, who relied on the influence of their mothers' families, looked at Ryan and Sherry with disdain. A woman whose commoner mother died, along with a man who appeared out of nowhere, wanted to challenge their authority in the family. Is this a joke? Just as the group of spoiled young men were about to speak arrogantly to Ren, Archer arrived. Archer knew immediately because the head maid had seen Sherry in Rain's room that morning. He had thought that Ryan and Shirley would spend some more time together in the morning, but to his surprise, the two of them headed straight for the training ground. Thinking about what Shirley and her brother had experienced in the family over the years, Archer immediately understood what Ryan wanted to do. Therefore, Archer rushed to the training ground in a great hurry. He certainly doesn't want any bloodshed to happen. He finally arrived at the training ground just before his sons were about to spout nonsense. The boys and girls in the training ground saw Archer immediately bow to his father. Father. Archer ignored them and walked straight toward Rain and his companion. Archer approached Ren and spoke with a smile. Ryan, didn't you say you weren't interested in my daughter? How come you're with Shirley? Ryan got up from his chair and chuckled. Uncle Archer, please stop teasing me. Okay, I admit it, I really like Shirley. Archer raised an eyebrow at the way Ryan addressed him. Do you still call him uncle? Ryan chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Archer. Archer was overjoyed to hear Ryan address him as such. Well, this kid is finally considered half a member of the Morris family. Archer then stepped forward and patted Ryan on the shoulder. Come on, Ryan, let's go talk. But this time, Ren shook his head. Uncle Archer, you should know why I'm here at the training ground today. Hearing Ryan's words, Archer looked at his group of offspring. He then nodded to Rain and transmitted his voice. Yes, I know. I know about what happened to Shirley and her brother over the years. Back then, Shirley's mother, Penia, and I were very much in love. This led to others being neglected, which caused resentment towards Penia and her children. Over the years, although I haven't taken any special care of Shirley and her brother, I don't know how many underhanded tricks I've secretly prevented. So now I don't dare to take too much care of Shirley and her brother. After all, I can't stay in the family forever, and some things have to be solved by the two of them themselves. Now that you're backing up Shirley and her brother, I feel at ease. However, it's okay to teach them a lesson, but don't leave them crippled, just leave them alive. Hearing Archer's instructions, Ryan nodded to indicate that he understood. Archer then stepped aside. Then Rain looked at the young men and women in the training ground. At this moment, everyone in the training ground realized that the person next to Shirley was none other than Rain, who had recently become famous in Amethyst City and had saved the city. The spoiled young man who had just been about to reprimand Rain stood there with his head down, a look of lingering fear on his face. Looking at everyone's expressions, Ren glanced at Cole, who was still standing to the side. Cole, come here. Ryan beckoned to Cole. Upon hearing this, Cole wanted to put down the handkerchief in his hand and walk over to Ryan. But he was stopped by Rain, and Cole came over with the towels. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the boy and girl next to Cole hurriedly tried to retrieve their handkerchiefs. Seeing their actions, Ren suddenly shouted a rebuke. What are you doing? You threw it away so casually. Why are you taking it back now? Let's see who dares to take it. As Ren rebuked him, the earth seemed to echo his sentiments. Suddenly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the floor tiles of the training ground. Upon seeing this, the boys and girls all stopped in their tracks. Cole then slowly walked towards Ren. Before he even got close to Ren, Ren could already smell the sour, pungent odor of the handkerchief. Seeing the resolute look on Cole's face, Ren nodded inwardly. He is a promising talent. With a slight wave of his hand, Cole conjured a cleansing breeze around Sherry and arrived beside Ren. Cole, who was holding a bunch of towels, bowed slightly to Ren as he approached him. Hello, Mr. Rayleigh. Ren nodded slightly and waved his hand, causing the towel Cole was holding to fall to the side. Then Ryan stepped forward and touched Cole's slightly sweaty white hair. What did you call me? Sensing Ryan's movements, Cole looked at his sister and then spoke. My sister's husband. Upon hearing this, Ren smiled. Okay, just wait here. Your brother-in-law won't let you call him that for nothing. Ryan immediately stopped smiling. Picking up a handkerchief from the ground, Ryan read aloud the name written on it. Who is Ballon Morris? As Ryan called out names, the boys and girls all fell silent and lowered their heads. Upon hearing this, Ryan looked at Archer beside him and spoke. Uncle Archer, you didn't call Bahrain's son? Upon seeing this, Archer frowned slightly and looked coldly at a young man in the training ground. Baring, didn't you hear Ren calling you? As a member of the Morris family, don't you even have this much responsibility? After Archer's stern words, Bahrain immediately raised his hand and stepped forward. No, father, I was just daydreaming. I'm out of it. After explaining, Bahrain looked at Ren and continued. Young Master Ren, I am Ballon. What the children of a family fear most is not their father's beatings or scoldings, but losing their father's expectations of them. Chapter 152 Apology Plans and Departure. Looking at Bahrain who had come before him, Ren spoke slowly. Bailing, you seem to look down on Cole. You have servants of your own. So why did you give the handkerchief to Cole? Can you explain that to me? Rain's words left Bahrain stunned. How should I put this? Did you look down on Cole before you even spoke? Just tell the truth directly? Balin looked at his father, who was staring at him from the side, and answered with babbling. This is what I am. Then, as if he had figured something out, Bahrain stopped stuttering. Young Master Ren, I was just following the trend. Hearing what Bahrain said, Ren nodded. Okay, I can tell you're not lying, but I still can't return the handkerchief to you. Which family does your mother belong to? Balin replied to Ren's question. It is the Newman family, a Viscount family. Then Ryan put the towel in his hand aside and spoke. Go back and tell your mother to have the Newman family prepare an apology gift for Cole and return the handkerchief. Of course, I want to see it, and if it doesn't satisfy me, I will personally visit them. But if I were to go in person, I wouldn't be so friendly. Hearing what Ren said, Balin nodded quickly and then retreated back into the crowd. Then Ryan picked up a towel that was piled on the ground and spoke. Who is Roy Morris? Rain's words were like death's roll call. Every time someone was called, that person would tremble. After checking all the towels on the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But then Ryan looked at the group of young men and women at the back of the crowd and spoke up. You guys come here. Ryan was referring to the person who had taken his handkerchief back from the very beginning. Pointed at by Ryan, the group looked at each other in bewilderment. I thought that taking the towel back beforehand would solve everything, but I didn't expect to be investigated anyway. Seeing the serious expression on his father's face beside Ren, he immediately walked through the crowd to stand in front of Ren. Looking at the 5 young men and women, Ren narrowed his eyes. You guys are smart and well-informed. You took your handkerchiefs back the moment you saw me. But you and Cole don't necessarily have a good relationship. Then Rain waved to Cole behind him. Come over here, Cole. Ryan put his arm around Cole's shoulder and pointed at the group of people in front of them, asking them a question. Cole, are you close to these people? Faced with Ryan's question, Cole looked at the hopeful eyes of the people in front of him and didn't know what to say. Seeing Cole's dilemma, Ryan patted Cole's head to comfort him. Cole, good is good, bad is bad, just say it. Don't be afraid of offending people. I'll be there for you from now on, so you can be bolder. Hearing what Ryan said, Cole nodded and said, I don't get along with them. Gusha once gave me some things, but that was a long time ago. Ray nodded. Okay, I understand. Go back to your sister. Then Ren looked at the group and smiled. Everyone, did you hear that? The group fell silent for a moment. Just then, one of them stepped forward and placed the handkerchief he was holding on the ground in front of Ren. Young Master Ren, my maternal family is the Downs family, an earldom. I will prepare an apology for Cole and return the handkerchief. Seeing this, Ren looked at the boy and smiled slightly. Good, you're very good. You must be Gusha? Gusha nodded. Yes, Master Ren, I am Gusha Morris. Looking at Jesai's face, Ren stared at him for a while. He then turned his head to look at Cole behind him and spoke. Cole, you can play with him more often in the future. Upon hearing this, Cole nodded quickly. Then the others put down their towels and retreated back into the crowd. It was noon. Looking at the sun high in the sky, Ren didn't say anything more. Then Ryan looked at Archer, who was sitting to the side waiting. Uncle Archer, what are we planning to eat for lunch? Moore's family restaurant. Archer sat at the head of the table at the long, solid wood dining table. 2 teams of maids waited on the side. Ryan sat down with Sherry and Cole. Looking at the table laden with seafood, Ren smiled slightly. Archer clearly did his research on what he liked to eat beforehand. Seeing the satisfied look in Ryan's eyes, Archer raised his glass and spoke. When are you planning to get married to Shirley, Ryan? Seeing Archer holding up his glass, Ryan picked up his own glass and gently clinked it against Archer's. Uncle Archer, it will be later, when I return from the Far East. Archer nodded upon hearing this. Well, since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. I'm very relieved to have Shirley in your care. Oh, by the way, things have come to an end in the province of Walternay, and I'm getting ready to return to the capital. Do you have anything, or something you want me to give to Fred? I'm also going to find Fred to sign a blood oath with him, and then we can talk about your marriage to Shirley. Ren shook his head after downing the glass of red wine in one gulp. No, but I'd like to ask you for some more minerals like amethyst. Archer waved his hand. It's nothing. I'll have the butler take you to the warehouse in a bit, and you can take whatever you like. Perhaps he had spoken too definitively. Archer coughed twice. Don't take them all with you. Ryan nodded, then looked at Cole next to Shirley and spoke to Archer. When I go to the Far East, I want to take Shirley with me. I'm not too comfortable leaving Cole with the Morris family alone. How about Uncle Archer takes him to the capital? Archer nodded in response to Ryan's concern for Cole. Okay, don't worry. I'm just going back to the capital to take care of some things. I'll be back after I'm done. After all, Amethyst City has only just stabilized, and I still need to stay and oversee things for a while. As for Cole, fine, I'll take him with me this time, and hopefully he'll change his timid nature along the way. After receiving Archer's affirmative reply, Ryan picked up his glass and clinked it with Archer's. 1 week later, on a clear morning, Ren slowly woke up from his bed. After spending a few days together, Shirley and Kitella and the others became quite familiar with each other. In the past few days, Shirley has also witnessed firsthand the fighting prowess of Rain that Kitra had previously described. I don't mind hanging out with a few people at night anymore. Therefore, Ren chose to sleep with his wife. Just after Ryan and his group finished breakfast, Archer sent someone to tell Ryan. The carriage is finished. Upon hearing this news, Ren quickly led a few people and followed the maid to the training ground. Because the training ground was spacious, Archer ordered his men to bring the carriage there. As soon as Rain and his companions arrived at the training ground, they saw a luxurious carriage that was twice the size of Rain's previous carriage. Looking at the carriage, Ren's eyes were full of satisfaction, and he began to plan his trip to the Far East. Chapter 153: The Religious Far East. As soon as Rain arrived at the training ground, Archer, who was standing next to the carriage, noticed Rain's figure. Seeing Ryan approach the carriage with eyes full of surprise, Archer stepped forward and patted Ryan on the shoulder. "How is it, Ren? Are you satisfied with the carriage?" "Of course, Uncle Archer, you're really generous." Archer smiled smugly. "I specifically sought out a master dwarf craftsman to create it. Let him explain the details to you." Archer then looked at an old dwarf standing to the side. The old dwarf hung the hammer on his waist, touched the carriage wheel that was taller than him, and began to explain. "Hello, young Master Ren. This carriage was entirely crafted from black magic ironwood. It took me 3 days just to carve its outline. Its defensive capabilities can even withstand a full force attack from a 4th-tier warrior. Furthermore, regarding its wheels, considering the weight of the carriage, I specially added light spirit crystal powder at the behest of Lord Archer. This can greatly reduce the weight of the black ironwood belt on the carriage. Moreover, I used 6 wheels with shock absorbers for the stability and comfort inside the carriage." As the old dwarf spoke eloquently, Ryan listened patiently to his explanation. "I couldn't help but marvel at how this carriage was practically a miniature motorhome." Then Ren gave Archer a noble bow. "Many thanks to Uncle Archer for going to such great lengths to build me the carriage." Archer waved his hand. "Since you call me uncle, we're practically family. There's no need to thank me for such a small thing. Now that the carriage is ready, when do you plan to set off?" Ren smiled slightly as he looked at the rising sun. "Let's do it tomorrow then." The next morning, the east gate of Amethyst City. Ryan bid Archer a final farewell. "Uncle Archer, please don't see me off. With Andre and Tali protecting me, my safety is not a problem." Archer nodded. "Yes, always remember my instructions, Ren. It's okay if you encounter someone you can't beat. When you come back, your father and I will accompany you to the Far East to vent your anger. We could wipe out several countries at that time." Ren nodded in agreement and then got into the carriage. Andre lightly flicked his whip, and the carriage slowly drove into the forest. Archer watched the carriage disappear from sight before mounting his horse. "I should go back to the capital. The Far East is not the name of a country. It is a general term for a region. It is governed by hundreds of small and medium-sized countries, some as large as half a province of an empire. It was so small it might not even be as big as a large village in the empire. These countries formed a national alliance, or it could be called a national community. Of course, this alliance will also have a leader, namely the largest and most powerful country among these nations, the Soraka. The king of Soraka was also known as the Lord of the Far East. He basically made all the important decisions in the Far East. What is most remarkable about the Far East is its faith. The beliefs of each country are basically different. Belief in the sun and moon. Belief in nature and natural disasters. All kinds of beliefs exist. The fact that people of different faiths can live together peacefully is something that surprised many outsiders. A month into her journey, Kitra received a message from the Church of Lust and left Ren and her group. After 3 months of arduous travel by Ryan and his companions, they finally arrived at the small Far Eastern country closest to the Empire, the Kingdom of Kudos. Over the past 3 months, Greta has finally been unable to withstand the combined attacks of Rain and Ace. She too succumbed to Ryan's sweet words. Greta's body was incredibly flexible, and she could perform any movement, which made Ren realize what it meant to be born with a natural talent. In front of the carriage, Andre closed the map in his hand and turned his head slightly to speak into the carriage. "Young master, we have arrived in the Far East. This is the country in the Far East that is closest to the Empire, the Kingdom of Kudos." Upon hearing Andre's voice, Ren opened the carriage window. Looking out the car window at the environment so different from that of the Empire, Ren was secretly amazed. Then, Rain focused his mind on communicating with the book spirit. Book spirit, I've arrived in the Far East. Can you sense the location of the Book of Human Principles? The spirit closed the book in its hands and nodded. We can sense that it's very close to us, roughly northeast of our current location. After learning the details, Rain withdrew from the mental world. Andre, let's go into the city. Let's go into the country. We've heard that alchemy is most popular in the Far East, so let's go into town and have some fun. Yes, young master. Andre agreed and drove the carriage toward the kingdom of Kudos, which was only the size of a single city. They had just arrived at the city gate of the kingdom of Kudos. The guards at the city gate were stunned by Ren's luxurious carriage. The guards looked at each other, wondering which country in the Far East had sent a prince or princess. As the carriage slowly came to a stop behind the city gate, the guards respectfully approached the carriage and looked at Andre, saying, "Hello, this is the country of Kudos. May I ask which country you are from?" Upon hearing this, Andre spoke up. "The Ahisian Empire." The guards froze on the spot. "Empire? It seems there are no countries in the Far East that dare to call themselves empires." Suddenly, the guard remembered something and quickly spoke up. "Is it the Ahisian Empire, which once established diplomatic relations with the Far East?" Andre nodded. Upon seeing this, the guards quickly bowed to the carriage. "Please follow me." After speaking, the guard called to the others beside him to announce the news to the city. He then led Andre toward the king's palace in the center of the city. In the city, Ren opened the car window and looked at the pedestrians on the street outside. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at the names of the alchemical potions on the various shops. The Far East is indeed a place that reveres alchemy. Before long, the guards brought Andre to the king's palace. At this time, the king of Kudos had been waiting outside the palace gates for a long time. Andre and Tali, who were driving the carriage outside, looked at the king of Kudos and exchanged bewildered glances. They both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. So weak. The king of Kudos was only at the early stage of the fourth rank. Upon arriving at their destination, Rain led the women off the carriage. The king of Kudos hurriedly came forward to greet him. "Hello, friend of the empire. My name is Tak Lewis, and I am the king of Kudos. The kingdom of Kudos welcomes you." King Tak bowed to Ren with great respect. Although he was the king of the kingdom of Kudos, it was just a small country in the Far East. It's nothing compared to a behemoth like an empire. Seeing this, Ren reached out and shook hands with King Tak. "Hello, King Tak. My name is Ryan Gray, and I am from the Gray family, an imperial marquisate. My visit to the Far East is on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor of my empire, who wishes to re-establish diplomatic relations with the Far East." Upon hearing what Ren said, King Tak nodded quickly. "It turns out to be young Master Ren. Young Master Ren, your reputation as a genius magician has long been known throughout the continent. I never expected to meet you today. It is truly an honor. Please come in. I have prepared some delicious food from the Far East for you. I hope you won't find it offensive." Chapter 154, Ferd's Breakthrough, 7th Tier Radiant, Sun Level Earth Knight. Just as Ren arrived in the Far East, Archer has already returned to the capital. Royal City, Royal Palace. Emperor Albert looked at Archer, who had just arrived in the capital today, and smiled. "Have you dealt with those stone monsters?" Archer, sitting on the leather sofa to the side, nodded while holding a teacup. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Church of Wrath was also involved in this incident." Upon hearing this, Albert's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. "The Church of Wrath? Those rats have reappeared. Is Amethyst City badly damaged? Does it need the Empire's help?" Archer shook his head. "The matter is over now. Thanks to that kid Ren, otherwise my Amethyst City would have been in real trouble this time." "Oh, Your Majesty, here you go." Archer handed Albert the magic ring containing the head of the wrathful church. "Your Majesty, this is the member of the Church of Fury that Rain killed this time. You should reward him handsomely." Albert took the magic ring, felt the heads of the Church of Wrath within it, smiled slightly, and then placed the ring on the table. "This kid is really capable. I understand. I'll keep these with me for now, since Ren isn't in the Empire right now. The ceremony for bestowing the title cannot be held. We'll have to wait for Rain to return, and I will personally bestow the Imperial title upon him." Archer nodded, then chatted with Albert for a while before leaving the palace. Outside the royal city, at the Gray family manor, Archer rode his horse to the Gray family's residence and met Jonas, who was now handling all the Gray family's affairs. Jonas led Archer through the Gray family manor and began to ask questions. "Marquis Archer has just come to my Gray family from the palace. Is there something you need?" Archer smiled and then told Jonas about what Ryan had done in the province of Walternay. "I'm back this time to sign a blood oath alliance with the Gray family. I really like that kid, Ren. Let's discuss Ryan and Shirley's marriage again." Jonas nodded frequently as he listened to what Ryan was doing in the province of Walternay. Then I heard that Archer wanted to sign a blood oath alliance with the Maurice family and the Gray family on behalf of the Maurice family. Even Jonas, who had been completely calm, froze. Jonas then shook his head at Archer. I'm sorry, Marquis Archer, but the head of the family is currently cultivating, and I don't know when he will be able to stop. Upon hearing this, Archer was about to say something. Suddenly, a powerful beam of battle aura shot straight into the sky. The straight beam of light stood tall between heaven and earth like a pillar supporting the sky. It instantly attracted the attention of all sixth-tier beings on the continent. Sensing the seventh-tier aura emanating from the pillar of light within the manor, Archer swallowed hard. Fred has advanced to the 7th rank. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, Emperor Albert, who was dealing with state affairs, sensed something and quickly went to the window. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the beam of light coming from the direction of the Gray family. Fred has reached level 7. With Fred, a 7th-tier member, the Gray family is now truly comparable to royalty. Just as he thought of this, his father, Art, walked into his palace with a solemn expression. The two looked at each other, both seeing the shock and worry in each other's eyes. What was shocking was that Fred advanced to the 7th rank without relying on the nation's faith. The concern is whether the royal family's position in the empire will be impacted. The old emperor, Art, looked at his son and spoke slowly. I heard Caroline is interested in Ryan. I'll ask Ryan for his opinion when he gets back, and if it's a good match, we should get married. Furthermore, the Gray family has always been a pillar of our empire, and now Fred has even advanced to the 7th rank. Go and sign a blood oath alliance with the Gray family, then we won't have to worry about the Gray family's stance anymore. Thus, Fred's advancement to the 7th rank would be a tremendous boon for our empire. Listening to his father Art's words, Albert looked at the towering pillar of light and nodded. Not only those in the empire saw the beam of light from Fiddle's breakthrough. Leaders of various factions, including the Church of Light, the Polax Federation, the Rose Kingdom, and the Far East, all sensed Fred's breakthrough. The leaders of each faction have different ideas. Let's return our attention to the Gray family manor. Having successfully broken through, Fred was shirtless, with the Lion King quietly standing beside him. 7th tier is really powerful, Fred murmured, clasping his hands together. Ryan really did me a huge favor this time. He then emerged from the ruins of the house that had been destroyed during the breakthrough. Jonas and Archer, who was standing nearby, quickly came forward to greet them. While changing his clothes, Ford raised an eyebrow as he watched Archer's figure. Archer, what are you doing here? Is the trouble over the Morris family territory resolved? Upon hearing this, Jonas stepped forward and explained to Fred the purpose of Archer's visit. After learning what had happened, Ford walked ahead and nodded. Ren, Blood Oath Alliance? This kid's been on a lot of good things lately. Let's go, Archer, to the meeting room. No sooner had Frederick finished speaking than a guard ran up from the manor gate. Master, Lord Jonas, His Majesty has arrived. Far East. Ren savored the delicacies of the Far East while watching the dancers perform in the palace. King Talk raised a glass to Ren from his throne and asked him a question. Young Master Ren, would you like me to inform the Lord of the Far East? After hearing this, Ren pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, then I'll trouble King Talk to convey to the Lord of the Far East the purpose of my visit. However, I don't need him to send someone to pick me up. I want to travel around the Far East on my own, and when the time comes, I will go to the kingdom of Soraka to pay homage to the Lord of the Far East. King Talk nodded in agreement, noticing that Ren seemed somewhat interested in the dancing girls. He made the suggestion. Do you like it, young Master Ren? If you do, they will dance for you alone tonight. Ren shook his head. No need for that. I've heard that alchemy is popular in the Far East. I wonder if King Talk could find someone to demonstrate it for me. Talk readily agreed to Ren's request. Alchemy? Of course. Talk then said a few words to the maid beside him, who nodded and walked out of the palace. Before long, the maid brought in several alchemists dressed in identical attire. Talk looked at the group and said, Brutus, young Master Ren is interested in alchemy. Why don't you demonstrate it for him? Upon hearing Talk's words, the leading alchemist nodded. He then bowed slightly to Ren, who was standing to the side. Hello, Mr. Ren, my name is Brutus. Then Brutus began to draw a transmutation circle on the floor of the palace. He drew Brutus while explaining it. Alchemy is a unique ability of my Far East, very similar to your magic, and its essence can be summed up in 4 words. Equivalent exchange. Chapter 155 which, with Brutus's skillful movements, a circular transmutation circle, resembling a magic circle, was quickly drawn on the white stone bricks beneath its feet. After drawing the transmutation circle, Brutus slapped the ground with both hands, and instantly, the transmutation circle emitted light. The next moment, a lifelike little stone bird flew out from the floor tiles. The bird circled the palace once, and then turned into fine sand and disappeared. Brutus then explained to Ryan, "The most fundamental principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Unlike your magic, we alchemists do not possess any magical power within our bodies. Some only have one type of energy called art source, which we use to communicate with various magical factors in the air to unleash different alchemical spells. The amount of magical energy required to unleash a powerful alchemical spell is determined by the amount of magical energy consumed. This is what we call equivalent exchange." As he listened to Brutus's story, Rain sipped his wine, looked at the transmutation circle on the ground, and pondered deeply. Before Brutus unleashed his alchemy, Ren discovered that Brutus had no magical talent. The difference between alchemy and magic lies in the ability to use magic even without magical talent. Moreover, judging from the stone bird just now, Rain could sense that it was indeed made of rock elemental magic. However, the method of control is different from that of Rain's magic. After figuring it out, Ren put down his glass and applauded Brutus. "Very good, Brutus. Thanks for the demonstration. Alchemy is amazing." Brutus bowed respectfully to Ren and smiled. "I'm glad you're satisfied." After speaking, Brutus, seeing that the king had no further instructions, left the palace with the men behind him. King Talk, seeing that Rain was quite interested in alchemy, put down his wine glass and asked softly, "I see that young Master Ren is very interested in alchemy. I'll find you an alchemy teacher. As a magical genius, you must also be an alchemical genius." After a moment's thought, Rain nodded in agreement. "All right, then I'll trouble King Talk." Talk waved his hand dismissively at Ren's polite words. "It's nothing at all. As a distinguished guest of my country, kudos, this is no trouble at all." Just then, a maid walked in from outside the palace and whispered something to Talk. Upon hearing the maid's words, Talk's smile vanished, and he slowly became serious. Then Talk slowly rose from the throne and spoke to Ren with a slight apology. "Young Master Ren, I'm sorry, there's been a problem at the prison. I'll have to excuse myself for a moment." Upon hearing this, Ryan also stood up from his seat. "Let me go with you, King Talk, to take a look. I've almost finished eating, so I'll take a walk." Faced with Ren's request, Talk, who was walking on the steps, froze in place, thought it over and over, and then nodded. "Of course, please follow me." Rain went to see what was going on a whim, but because he had sharp ears and overheard the conversation between the maid and Talk. The two mentioned witches during their conversation. That's what made Ren want to go and see. Upon arriving at the prison of the Kingdom of Kudos with Talk, one can see the devastation all around. Meanwhile, the city guards were cleaning up the houses damaged in the battle. When the prison guards saw Talk arrive, they quickly opened the heavy iron door. As soon as he entered the prison, a prison guard came up to Talk and reported to him, "Your Majesty, as you predicted, the witches did indeed come to the rescue. After we surrounded them, all the witches have been captured." Talk nodded seriously. "Take us to see it." Upon hearing this, the prison guard led the way, taking everyone to the innermost cell. Rain raised an eyebrow as he looked at the girls in the cell who were called witches. Seeing the look of disgust in Talk's eyes towards the girls, Ren was somewhat confused. "King Talk, are these girls the witches you speak of? They don't seem like a threat to me at all." Hearing Ryan's words, Talk suppressed the disgust in his eyes and explained to Ryan, "Young Master Ren, you have just learned the basic principle of my Far Eastern alchemy, equivalent exchange. To unleash a particular type of alchemy, one must pay a price, which can range from the source of the technique to gold coins, treasures, or even a part of one's body. The reason they are called witches is that they can disregard this principle." Upon hearing this, Ren became even more puzzled. Wouldn't that be even better? Shouldn't they be alchemical geniuses in some sense? Talk shook his head. "No, that's not true. We initially thought so too, and regarded the witch as an alchemical genius. At that time, the witch held a very high status in the Far East. But everything changed when the first witch lost control. That disaster also taught us the lesson that there are no free lunches. Although witches can disregard the principle of equivalent exchange, the alchemy they use has already secretly set a price. Therefore, in the Far East, witches are now taboo. Once discovered, they should be executed to prevent them from getting out of control and causing further disaster." After saying that, Talk looked at the witch in the cell and laughed again. "However, this time I anticipated the enemy's moves, and I believe I have wiped out all the witches of the Kingdom of Kudos in one fell swoop. In a couple of days, I will send these witches to the gallows, so that no other witches will dare to come to my country of Kudos." Looking at the witch in the cell, Ren remained silent. For a moment, He didn't know what kind of being a witch was. Just as Ren fell silent, the book spirit's voice rang in his mind. Ryan, you could save them and make them work for you. Upon hearing this, Ren raised an eyebrow. You know about the witch going out of control? Do you have a solution? The book spirit nodded. The Book of Arts contains several texts on controlling the energy within a witch's body. Therefore, I speculate that witches are able to bypass the principle of equivalent exchange because of the energy within them that is different from that of ordinary alchemists. If you help them control this energy so that they don't lose control, wouldn't you directly gain an advantage in terms of witches? Hearing what the book spirit said, Rain nodded. Then Rain looked at Talk and spoke. King Talk, since these witches are all going to die anyway, why not hand them over to me? I actually quite like women like that. Torque frowned slightly at Ren's request. Seeing this, Ren took out a gold card and handed it to Talk. I really like the principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy. I wonder if this 1,000,000 gold coins can be exchanged for these witches? Talk's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the gold card that Ren handed him. What a generous gesture. 1,000,000 gold coins right off the bat. That's almost as much as the first quarter's tax revenue for the Kingdom of Kudos. Then Talk thought for a moment. Since these witches were going to be beheaded anyway, why not hand them over to Ren in exchange for benefits? Having figured things out, Talk's brow relaxed, and he accepted the gold card from Ren with a slight smile, without leaving a trace. Young Master Ren, what are you saying? If you like it, then it's yours. I will agree to all your conditions unconditionally. Hearing Talk's flattering words, Ryan didn't believe them entirely, and then lightly waved his right hand. The locks on all the cells where the witch was imprisoned opened instantly. Then, Rain went into each of the witch's cells and took each witch back to her own secret realm. Chapter 156 Strange Alchemical Potions. Talk was visibly shocked as he watched the witches vanish from the cell. Young Master Ren, you truly are a magical genius. You even know magic that can capture people. After bringing all the witches from the prison to the secret realm, Ren smiled slightly. King Talk is too kind. Oh, by the way, if King Talk captures any more witches, please spare their lives. I will give you a satisfactory price. Upon hearing this, Talk's eyes lit up with surprise. Of course, since you like it, young Master Ren, I'll keep it for you. For a time, the guests were all delighted, and both of them got what they wanted. As Talk led Ryan out of the cell, Ryan spoke. If King Talk has something to do, he doesn't need to accompany me. I can wander around the Kingdom of Kudos by myself. Hearing what Ren said, Talk understood that Ren didn't want him to come along, and quickly said so. All right, I still have some things to take care of. How about this? Let Neil follow you, young Master Rain, and I'll cover all your expenses in Kudos. Talk pointed to the head guard, Neil behind him. Ren nodded. All right, thank you very much, King Torque. Then, Rain led the group on a tour of the Kingdom of Kudos. Shirley and Mia loved to explore different cuisines and treasures from all over the world. The two women turned around and looked at Rain with expectant eyes as soon as they saw a shop called Lid's Alchemy Potions. Seeing this, Ryan led the two women into the shop to satisfy their curiosity. As soon as the group entered the shop owner came up from behind the counter to greet them. Hello, sir. What kind of medicine do you need? Looking at the various colored potions displayed on the shelf, Rain picked up a blue potion and examined it. The shop owner looked at the blue potion in Rain's hand and explained. This is a cooling medicine, mainly used to resist high-temperature environments. Taking a sip is like soaking in ice water. Furthermore, this can be taken with some beverages. After listening to the boss's explanation, Rain put down the potion in his hand. Then I saw a pink potion in an elegant box on the shelf. What kind of medicine is this? Rain pointed to the pink potion and asked. The shopkeeper chuckled and quickly took the box down and handed it to Rain. This is my shop's prized possession, an aphrodisiac. When men drink it, women are afraid. When women drink it, men are afraid. As for the results, well, you know what I mean. I, Lid, guarantee that this potion is 100% pure and its effects will last for a day. For just 2 gold coins, this box of potions is yours. After listening to the boss's explanation, Ryan coughed twice. He raised an eyebrow and asked, looking at the pink potion. This stuff has no side effects? Upon hearing this, the boss scratched his head. Yes, it does have side effects, but they are very minor. The only side effect is that you will feel weak for 2 days after the effects wear off. Upon hearing this, the faint interest that had been in Rain's eyes vanished. Forget it. Tell me about other combat-related potions instead. After the shopkeeper put the box away and back on the shelf, he began to introduce the other potions to Rain. Look at this, it's a berserk potion. Drinking it will put you in a frenzied state, making you immune to pain and increasing your combat power by 50%. This is an iron wall potion. Within an hour of drinking it, a thin layer of iron will form on the skin of the person who drank it. Although movement will be somewhat affected, the defense will be greatly enhanced. And this too. Through the boss's introduction, Ryan discovered that some of these potions were indeed quite good. If they could be equipped in large quantities by the Gray family's knights, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? But the boss's explanation poured cold water on his enthusiasm. This also made Ren realize why this alchemical potion hadn't spread throughout the empire. Because this medicine has an expiration date. The longest it lasted was no more than a month. It would have been ruined long before it reached the empire. Furthermore, the Far East was also very opposed to alchemists leaving the Far East. After all, alchemical potions concocted by alchemists can be considered strategic items to some extent. It is very helpful in war. Therefore, the Far East did not want alchemists to leave the Far East to concoct alchemical potions for others. This is why there are very few alchemical potions in the empire. Looking at the potion in his hand, Rain suddenly thought of something. If the alchemist is unwilling to leave the Far East, surely the witch will. If he took all the witches from the Far East with him, wouldn't he have an endless supply of alchemical potions? The boss looked at Rain smiling at a bottle of potion and scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Kingdom of Kudos, Tak had just finished writing a letter to the Lord of the Far East, informing him of Rain's arrival. Sitting in his chair, Tak looked at the gold card that Ren had just given him and remained silent for a moment. He seems to have discovered a quick way to make money. With that in mind, he took out several alchemical crystal balls for communication from his magic ring. These alchemical crystal balls are from countries in the Far East that have good relations with the Kingdom of Kudos. As the crystal ball was activated, several figures began to appear on its surface. Pooh, do you still have any witches? I'd like to buy some, at 10,000 gold coins per witch. What? You want me to do with a witch? Don't ask so many questions, just send her to me. It's not like I'm not going to pay you. After a day of sightseeing, Ren and his companions returned to the palace in the evening. After having dinner with Tak arranged a palace for Rain and the others as temporary accommodations. Because the girls had been shopping nonstop all day, by evening, only Xia Li and Mia were still energetic. The other girls were all a bit tired. After the banquet, the women arrived at the palace and prepared to rest. Seeing this, Rain didn't stop him. He sat on the sofa, petted the soft and cuddly cat girl for a while, and then wanted to enter the secret realm. I'm going to talk to the witches I took into the secret realm at noon. As Rain's figure disappeared into the palace, he appeared before several witches the next moment. As soon as Rain entered, he saw several girls struggling to break free of the restraining shackles binding them. Chapter 157, Offering Your Loyalty. Inside the secret palace, the appearance of Rain immediately stopped the several disheveled girls who were struggling to break free of their shackles. Upon seeing Ren, the girls quickly retreated in a direction away from him. After all, they had overheard what Ren and that evil king were saying in the previous cell. They were brought here to be toyed with. Rain was not surprised to see the witches quickly moving away with their bare little feet. With a wave of his hand, an invisible wall appeared behind the 7 witches, preventing them from retreating any further. With another wave of his hand, a transparent wall of air pushed several girls closer to Rain. No matter how much the girls struggled, they were constantly being pushed closer to Rain by the invisible wall. Several of the girls were so anxious that tears were about to fall. Just then, a witch suddenly stood up and ran towards Ren. Its little tiger teeth were sticking out of its mouth, and it bit at Ren in one bite. However, the witches, suppressed by shackles, are not even at the first level of strength. It poses absolutely no threat to Ren. Before the biting little witch could even get close to Rain, she was entangled by vines that appeared out of nowhere and couldn't move. The girl who was being entangled was clearly defiant. You beast. I'd rather die than submit to you. If you've got the guts, let me go and we'll fight one-on-one. Meanwhile, the other girls had already arrived in front of Rain. Looking at their companions who were being entangled next to Ren, the group looked ashen-faced. Then another person knelt down and came to Ren's feet on both knees. This witch clearly knows something about men and women. Young master, if you want to play with me. I can do anything. As he watched Ren being treated as the villain, the book Spirit and Isa in Ren's mind kept laughing, clutching their stomachs. After giving the two a disapproving look in his mind, Ren looked at the witches and slowly spoke. Okay, you're making me sound like some heinous villain. Then Rain knelt down so that he could look the witch kneeling in front of him at eye level and asked her a question. May I have your name? Seeing Ren's actions, the girl was taken aback for a moment, but still answered Ren's question. Villy. Ren nodded and took out a bottle of sharpness potion from his magic ring for Very to examine. Villy, do you know how to make this? Upon hearing this, Very narrowed her eyes as she looked at the potion in Rain's hand. Sharpening potion? You need this. As if sensing what Ren wanted them to do, a glint flashed in Very's eyes. We can refine it, but we need the materials. Upon hearing Very pronounce the name of the potion accurately, Rain smiled. But listening to the witch's incessant chatter as she was entangled by vines, Ren curled his lip. He immediately got up and went to the girl who was being entangled. He took a pink aphrodisiac from his magic ring and fed it to the girl. Then, to prevent her from vomiting, Rain thoughtfully had Tingman cover her mouth. You've been scolding me for so long, but do you really think I, young master, have no temper? I'll teach you a lesson, but next time it won't be so simple. Then Ryan approached Villy and asked her questions. What materials do you need to make this potion? Vera answered very quickly. Bat wings, mouse eyelashes, bluestone powder, moldy potatoes, and any kind of insect carcass. Upon hearing Villy's words, Ryan's brows furrowed slightly. This is really something unusual. Then, Rain looked at the faint, eerie mark on Very's body and spoke. Is this the unique mark on you witches? Once it spreads throughout your entire body, it will become uncontrollable? Seeing Ryan talking about the hideous marks on his body, Very covered them with her tattered clothes. Yes, I'm so sorry to have startled you. Ren shook his head indifferently. I am not from the Far East, and I have little aversion to you witches, so you don't need to mind. Seeing the marks on Very's body that had spread from her feet to her waist, Ryan squatted down and touched Very's slender calves. Vera did not stop them, but nothing between a man and a woman did happen as she had imagined. A blue light emanated from Rain's hand, and magic flowed into Very's body. As Rain's magic invaded Very's body, the hideous marks on Very's body melted away rapidly, as if a mouse had encountered a cat. This sudden turn of events stunned the witches present, and even the girl who had been given an aphrodisiac and was entangled by vines stopped writhing. Within minutes, the marks on Very's body had completely disappeared. Her smooth, white legs looked as if nothing had happened. Vera only realized what was happening when Ryan's hand left her calf. The sir before them possessed a way to resolve the witch's loss of control. Even the Witch Queen couldn't resolve this loss of control, yet it's been resolved by someone from outside the Far East. Vivi, how are you feeling right now? Upon hearing Ryan's question, Vera finally realized what was going on. My lord, Villy is feeling very comfortable right now. My lord, what kind of magic was that just now? Could you teach me? I'll do anything for you. Ryan did not answer Vera's request. Now that he has shown how important he, Rain, is to the witches, there is no need to keep them locked up anymore. Then Rain took out a set of keys from his magic ring and handed them to Very. Here, unlock the shackles, then come with me. Looking at the key in front of her, Very picked it up and untied the shackles on her hands, then unlocked the locks on the other witches one by one. But Nikki was in a dilemma as she looked at the vines that had trapped her. Seeing this, Ren stepped forward and spoke. Follow me. As soon as Rain spoke, the vines that had been binding Nikki came to life. 2 vine branches tumbled on the ground, following behind Ren as if they had grown legs. Seeing this, Very led the witches and followed Ren away from the palace on the mountaintop. They arrived at the forest where Ren had previously undergone his trial. Then Ryan asked Vera, Villy, what do you think of this place? When asked by Rain, Very looked around and nodded. My lord, this place is very nice. What if you were allowed to live here indefinitely? Rain's words left the witches exchanging bewildered glances. Always. However, looking at the surrounding forest environment and thinking about their own experiences of being hated by everyone outside, the witches all nodded to Rain. At least here they don't have to live in fear. Seeing the girls nod, Rain continued. You have all seen the magic I just used to restore Very's health. Although the magic is complex, you know how effective it is. Here, I can provide you with everything you need. Safety, food, shelter, clothing. Most importantly, I can remove the uncontrolled marks on your bodies caused by alchemy. And I need your loyalty. Chapter 158, The Dedicated King Talk. Touching the witches' tiny feet, Rain helped them regulate the out-of-control energy within their bodies. When adjusting the situation, Rain looked at Villy and asked her a question. Vivi, your words and actions seem strange to me. I feel like something's not quite right. Faced with Ren's question, Very covered her mouth and chuckled. You can tell, Lord Ren? Yes, I'm actually 27 years old. It was because of my frequent use of alchemy that I became so petite. It's a side effect of being a witch. Upon hearing this, Rain looked at the girls standing to the side. Are you too? The witches all nodded. Yes, Lord Ren, I am 22 years old this year. I am 23 years old. Listening to the witch's words, Rain nodded in understanding. After calming the uncontrolled energy within the remaining witches, Ren closed his eyes and silently controlled the situation in the forest. He slowly opened his eyes after drawing a huge protective circle around himself for the witches. I have created a protective circle for you within a radius of 1 kilometer. As long as you do not leave this circle, the monsters in the forest will not attack you. You can live here from now on. You can modify the forest environment as you see fit. The witches nodded repeatedly as they listened to Rain's words. After drawing a magic circle on the ground, Rain spoke to Very. Very, if you have other matters to attend to, simply erase the magic circle on the ground, and I will know. Then Rain handed Villy a magical artifact. Inside the magical artifact were the delicacies that Rain had bought at Kudo's middle school while shopping earlier that day. Since Rin doesn't need to spend money, he specifically chooses to buy expensive items, and his magical artifact contains at least 100,000 gold coins worth of delicacies. There is some food and water here. If you need more, please let me know. I will bring you the materials for making alchemical potions tomorrow, and you can help me make the potions. Vera accepted the ring and nodded. Seeing that Very nodded, Rain then left the secret realm. The witches looked at each other, bewildered, at the spot where Rain had disappeared. Then Very prepared to have dinner with the witches first. After all, they hadn't eaten anything for almost 2 days. When Very probed her consciousness into the magic ring, she was stunned for a moment upon seeing the colorful delicacies inside. Immediately, consciousness withdrew. He looked at the magical artifact in his hand with surprise. Did Lord Ren pick up the wrong magical artifact? Is this high-end food prepared for them? The witches tilted their heads, somewhat puzzled, as they looked at Sister Very's shocked expression. Seeing the witches looking at her, Very told them about the delicacies in the ring. Suddenly, the witches were unsure whether Rain had taken the wrong one. Just to be on the safe side, Very erased the magic circle that Rain had just left behind. The next moment, Rain, who was playing with the cat on the sofa, sensed it and was then teleported into the secret realm. Seeing that Ren had reappeared in front of her, Very handed the magical artifact in her hand to Ren. Lord Ren, you must have picked up the wrong thing. Everything here is so high class. Upon hearing this, Ryan's lips twitched, and he helplessly pushed Very's hand back. That's right, this is for you. From now on, you're all considered part of my Ren family. So I, Ren, will certainly not skimp on your food or supplies. The living environment of all the people in Ren is maintained to the highest standards. You don't need to save money. Ren can afford these expenses. Hearing Rain's words, Very finally believed that the food in the magical artifact in her hand was indeed prepared for them. The gratitude of the many witches, who had been battered and bruised by the prejudices of the Far Easterners, towards Rain reached its peak. Seeing the gratitude in the witches' eyes, Ren smiled slightly, left a new magic circle on the ground, and then left the secret realm. Meanwhile, Very led the witches to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Enjoying the delicious food provided by Rain, each witch had a happy smile on her face, even though she was sitting on the ground. They hadn't had a decent meal in a long time, and now that they were eating such delicious food, it felt like they were living in a dream. They all thought to themselves that they would definitely make more medicine for Lord Ren in the future, and they would make whatever medicine Lord Ren wanted. The next morning, Ren was taking a walk in the palace after finishing breakfast. At that moment, King Tok happened to encounter Ren. Seeing Ren's relaxed demeanor, Tok bowed slightly. Good morning, Lord Ren. Did you sleep well last night? The palace prepared by King Tok is excellent. I slept very well last night. The two chatted as they walked through the palace gardens. Are you satisfied with those witches, young Master Ren? Upon hearing this, Rain feigned enjoyment and spoke. Of course, as expected of a witch, she's different from ordinary women. What? King Tok, do you have more? Hearing Ryan's question, Tok was secretly delighted. That's a very insightful question. Tok coughed twice and then opened his mouth. Ahem, I noticed yesterday that you like witches, so I told the kings of several other countries that they would be sending witches to my country, Kudos, soon. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, you'll have another batch of witches, and you can have a different one every night. When Ren saw the longing in Tok's eyes, he immediately understood what Tok wanted. It's nothing more than gold coins, but Ren doesn't have a particularly large number of gold coins. Seeing this, Rain thought for a moment and then spoke. I've heard that gemstones are scarce in the Far East. Hearing what Ren said, Tok nodded. Yes, young Master Ren, gems are not only something we kings like, but they are also materials for making some high-level alchemical potions. Therefore, gemstones have always been in short supply in the Far East. Ren nodded, and then an idea came to him. How many witches did King Nadhok find for me this time? Tok puffed out his chest, his tone tinged with pride. There were a lot more this time, a total of 34. It's fortunate that the witches from those countries weren't executed after being captured, otherwise there really wouldn't have been so many. Seeing Tok's appearance, Ren waved his right hand. Suddenly, a pile of purple gems appeared in front of Tok. The appearance of the amethyst immediately captivated Talk. While gold coins are valuable, these amethysts are a scarce resource in the Far East. Sometimes you can't even buy them with gold coins. Therefore, Ren amethyst is definitely more valuable than an equivalent gold coin. King Talk has gone to such lengths, so I, Ren, naturally cannot remain indifferent. These purple gems are my gift to King Talk, and also the proceeds from the witch's acquisition of them. Upon hearing this, Talk immediately stored the purple gem in front of him into his magical artifact. No, young Master Ren. Didn't you already say it was an equal exchange? An equal exchange? Chapter 159 Changes in the Book of Human Principles. While Ren was traveling in the Far East, undercurrents were surging beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of the empire. Since the royal family, the Grey family, and the Morris family signed a blood oath alliance, the three parties formed an unbreakable alliance. From then on, the empire widely publicized the fact that Fred had advanced to the 7th rank. In no time, the gates of the Grey family were being trampled down by imperial nobles and other powerful figures. The empire also unprecedentedly amended one of its laws for the Grey family. No one other than members of the royal family could be promoted to duke. The Grey family is now the first ducal family outside the imperial family. It can be described as incredibly valuable. However, Fred declined the ceremony for the promotion to the peerage, because Fred wanted to wait until Ryan returned before holding the ceremony. In an instant, everyone could see how much Fred valued Ryan. Although Ren is not currently in the empire, his power is evident from the presence of his maids. Now, whenever Ren's maids go out, some Marquis' sons have to greet them with smiles. Even Blair and Casey, who were in the academy, noticed an unprecedented level of respect and awe. After all, the Grey family is no longer what it used to be, now having Fred, a top-tier 7th-tier continental figure. The empire can forgive any absurd thing that Ren does now. Therefore, no one wanted to provoke Ren, even though Ren was not currently in the empire. The Empire in the Shadows. The Wrathful Church Branch. A group of men in black from the Church of Wrath were gathered here, as if discussing something important. Even the leader of the Church of Wrath appeared in this branch. The enraged cult leader sat in the main seat, frowning. He has been offering sacrifices to the raging demon, but the raging demon ignores him completely. There was no news at all, and this sudden change puzzled him greatly. After all, in the past, whenever he made a sacrifice, the enraged demon would almost always respond. The enraged demon is now not responding to him and cannot grant him demonic power, making them somewhat uncertain about this operation. But what he didn't know was, in a secluded corner of the Dark Realm, the raging demon's skull and ram's head were still slowly regenerating. It doesn't even have a demon form. How can I reply to it? Master, is there any news from Lord Wrathful Demon? We've already contacted Gluttony and his group. Upon hearing the vice leader's words, the leader shook his head. No, I don't know what's going on in the Dark Realm lately. Let's wait and see, and let Gluttony wait too. The leader then looked towards the bustling royal city. Let them rejoice for a while longer, and once the enraged demon responds to me, grant us some power, then we will devour the royal city. 2 days later, in the far east country of Kudos, a fleet of prison vans filled with witches drove through the streets. People on both sides of the street were throwing stones, eggs, and rotten vegetable leaves at the witches in the prison cart. Clearly, the people of the Far East loathe witches. Although they had never witnessed the witches' loss of control firsthand, they had heard about it from the Far East over the years. People in the Far East have long held deep-seated prejudices against witches. The witches sitting in the prison cart looked ashen-faced, as if they had given up arguing and struggling. The prison van slowly drove into the prison of the Kingdom of Kudos. Along with the prison van came Ren and his entourage. After nodding to Talk beside him, Ren took the witches into his secret realm one by one. He then revealed an excited expression. King Talk has been a great help to me this time. When I meet the Lord of the Far East, I will definitely put in a good word for you, King Talk. Hearing what Ryan said, Talk was overjoyed. Then I thank you in advance, young Master Ren. Don't worry, when you return to the Empire, you'll leave through me, and I promise to get you a whole bunch of witches. Although witches don't appear very frequently in my Far East, there must be some hiding in the shadows over the years, and I will find them one by one for you. For a moment, Ryan and Talk exchanged a smile. The two then walked side by side back to the palace. Since Talk knew what Rain wanted to do with the witch, he didn't bother her too much and left with a random excuse. Just as Ren sat down on the sofa, preparing to enter the secret realm, the book spirit brought him bad news. Oh no, Ren. The book of human principles has changed. Upon hearing the words of the book spirit, Rain immediately immersed his mind in the spiritual world. As soon as I entered, I saw Shuling and Is looking at Ren with slightly furrowed brows. Ryan stepped forward to inquire. What happened to the Book of Human Principles? What changed? The book's spirit spoke slowly. After we entered the Far East, I was able to clearly sense the location of human reason. But just now, the position of the Book of Human Principles has changed. In a better scenario, the Book of Human Reason has not recognized the Lord, but has merely been placed on someone else's body. However, in a worse scenario, the Book of Human Reason has already recognized the Lord. Listening to the book spirit's words, Rain lowered his head and pondered. He then comforted the two of them. It's all right, don't worry. Even if the worst happens, I'll find a chance to kill that person and take back the Book of Humanity. Anyway, in the Far East, as long as it's not one of those major powers, it's easy for Andre and Tali to assassinate someone. Upon hearing Rain's words, the book's spirit and Isa nodded. After withdrawing from the mental world, Ren sat on the sofa in deep thought. It seems he needs to set off as soon as possible, since his main purpose in coming to the Far East is to find the Book of Human Reason. As for the Emperor's request, all Ren could say was that he would do his best. Then, Ren flashed into the secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, they saw Very leading the previous witches and giving the new witches a pep talk. What loyalty to Lord Ren! Everything must be done with Lord Ren as the priority. He looks exactly like a pyramid scheme leader. The new witches squatted on the ground, eating delicious food while listening intently as Very explained the rules to them. After all, who wouldn't want a safe living environment? Not to mention, Rain can also resolve their loss of control. Now everyone says that as long as Rain doesn't kick them out, they can live in the secret realm for the rest of their lives. At that moment, Very, who was trying to persuade the witches, saw Rain's figure. He quickly went up to Rain's side. Lord Ren, you've arrived. Do you wish for us to concoct other alchemical potions? Please give your orders. Ren shook his head. Let all the new witches come over here. I'll help them stabilize the out-of-control energy within them. Upon hearing Rain's instructions, Very nodded and turned to organize the witches to line up. The witches came to Rain one by one and stretched out their little feet. Seeing this, Ren smiled helplessly, grabbed the witches' little feet, and began to use magic to heal their bodies. Half an hour later, the runaway energy within the new witches was stabilized by Rain. The witches all looked at Rain with gratitude. Rain then looked at Very and spoke. Villy, how many more days can the food in your magic device last? Upon hearing Ryan's question, Vera pondered for a moment before answering. Sir, if you eat sparingly, it will take about 2 weeks. Rain shook his head as he looked at the witch's thin and frail appearance. No need to be frugal, just eat normally, and it's best to eat more. You've all become so thin, it doesn't look good at all. Vera smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Chapter 160 The Primal Demon, The Red Demon, Lilith Corey Garfield. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone into Ren's room. Rain opened his eyes as if sensing something. Looking at Greta, who was completely naked beside him, he pulled his arm out from under Greta's body before getting up. He covered the undisguised spring light with a blue silk quilt and opened the door to go out. Rain planned to purchase some more food and materials needed for alchemy potions in the Kingdom of Kudos this morning before setting off. Go and find the Book of Human Principles. Looking at the people waiting in the palace, Ren took out several lists from his magic ring, handed them to them, and gave them his instructions. Andre, go into the city and buy the supplies on the list. I have marked the quantities you need. Lucifer, go to the banquet hall in the city. No, go directly to King Talk and have his court chef prepare plenty of delicious food for you. Remember, plenty. Tali, here's a list for you. It contains the sizes of some clothes. Buy some clothes according to these sizes. If you see any building materials, buy some of those too. After receiving their tasks, the group nodded and then headed towards their destinations. The three were very efficient, and they had prepared everything on Ren's list in just one morning. Then Ryan found Talk and told him about his upcoming departure. Talk didn't say anything after hearing this. After all, he already knew what Ren was going to do in the Far East. Now we won't stop them, but we still need to say some polite words. Young Master Ren, why don't you stay a couple more days before you leave? I haven't even had a chance to properly entertain you for a few days yet. Ren shook his head. Thank you for King Talk's kindness, but I have already delayed here for some time, and it is time for me to depart. When I leave the Far East, I will still pass through the Kingdom of Kudos. Then I will drink and chat with you again. Talk nodded, then said nothing more. At the North Gate, with Talk's farewell, Ren and his party began their journey to the Far East once again. After passing through dozens of small countries such as Silvermoon Kingdom, Frost Kingdom, and Maplefall Kingdom. After traveling for almost a week, Ren and his group finally arrived in Lausanne, the largest country in the Far East. Inside the carriage, Ren opened the window and raised an eyebrow as he looked at the distant city of Lausanne. As expected of the largest country in the far northeast, its scale is indeed larger than that of an average city. It is even 3 times larger than the capital city of the empire. Looking at the kingdom of Lausanne not far away, Ren asked the book spirit in his mind. Book spirit, you said the book of human principles is in this kingdom of Lausanne? Upon hearing Ren's question, the book spirit in his mind closed the book in its hand and nodded in agreement. Yes, now that I'm closer, I can feel the human reason constantly moving. At this moment, Ren asked the book spirit a very important question. If the book of human reason recognizes a master, can its master sense our presence? The book spirit smiled slightly, and her small A-cup size stood up. Logically speaking, we should be able to sense it, but the spirit of this book had already thought of this and specifically instructed ISA to block out the human senses about us. Now, as long as we don't want to be exposed, there's no way that the authorities can find us. Isabella rolled her eyes at Schuling, clearly not wanting to talk to this arrogant person any longer. Seeing the book spirit's proud appearance, Ren smiled inwardly, nodded, and exited the mental world. Now, the truth is in the open while I am in the shadows. The advantage lies with me. Meanwhile, Ren and his group had just arrived at the gates of Lausanne. Then he saw a group of people waiting for Ren at the door. Leading the crowd was naturally the King of Lausanne, because King Talk of Kudos sent a message to the Lord of the Far East. Therefore, now about 80% of the countries in the Far East know about Ren. So now that Ren has arrived in Lausanne, the king naturally greets him personally. After all, Ren's father had advanced to the 7th rank, making him a figure on par with the Lord of the Far East. Andre drove the carriage to the city gate. Upon seeing Ren emerge from the carriage, King Woven of Lausanne quickly stepped forward and extended his hand. Good morning, young Master Ren. I am King Woven of Lausanne. It is a great honor for Lausanne to have you here. Hearing Woven's flattering words, Ryan smiled. He jumped off the carriage, stepped forward, and took Woven's hand, then lifted Woven up in his arms. No. King Woven has been too kind to me, Ren. Such a grand display makes me feel a little embarrassed. The two flattered each other, and for a time, they both had a very good first impression of each other. Woven ushered Ren into his open carriage, the kind of carriage that royalty would show off in the city. Very high profile. As the open carriage moved slowly forward, Andre drove his own carriage behind Ren. Ryan and Woven stood on the carriage, and people around them were scattering flowers at the side of the carriage. It gave Ryan and his men the feeling of returning home in triumph after a victorious battle. Inside the carriage, Woven smiled and spoke to Ryan. I've heard that you, young Master Ren, are quite fond of witches, so I've prepared a special gift for you this time. Upon hearing Woven's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Ren's eyes. Lausanne is one of the leading countries in the southern Far East, so there must be quite a few witches there. Just as Ryan was thinking, Woven stopped keeping him in suspense. Ever since I heard that you have a fondness for witches, I have become even more interested in these forbidden figures. I even instructed several of my vassal states, including the Kingdom of Lausanne, to go and capture witches. Even now, 80% of the witches in the Far East are with me, a total of 371. If you play one game a day, you still won't finish playing them all in a year. Hearing Woven's words, Ryan grasped Woven's hand, his eyes filled with excitement. Brother Woven is truly a confidant of mine, Ren. Brother Woven, just tell me what you need. If it's something I, Ren, can do, I will never refuse. Then Ryan silently added in his mind, it's not my fault if I can't do it. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Woven's eyes. You flatter me, young Master Ren. You are a distinguished guest who has come from afar. I cannot trouble you. As Ren and Woven finished speaking, the carriage stopped in front of the palace gate. Just as Ren stepped off the carriage, Lucifer appeared beside him in a flash. Seeing Lucifer's appearance, Ren apologized to Woven and then took Lucifer aside. What's wrong, Lucifer? Lucifer spoke with a somewhat solemn expression. Master, please be careful on your trip to Lausanne. I just smelled a familiar scent in the city. I remember very clearly that this taste was that of the primordial demon of my own caliber, Red Devil, Lilith Corey Garfield. Chapter 161 Girl in Nun's Habit. Lilith Corley Garfield? Lucifer's words made Ren narrow his eyes. Could Lilith be related to the Book of Human Reason? Or is it just a coincidence? After a moment's thought, Ren smiled calmly. Whether it's Lilith or anyone else, anyone who stands in his way of finding the Book of Human Reason will be eliminated. Even if Andre and his men can't win, they should call for reinforcements. He refused to believe that anyone could stop him if he called his father. I understand Lucifer now. I'll be careful. Even if she's really hostile towards me, I still have you, don't I? Lucifer placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Ren. Of course, Master, I will not allow anyone to harm you, not even Lilith. I'm just letting you know in advance so you can be prepared. Ren nodded in agreement, and then led Lucifer toward Waven, who was still waiting. Lozon worships the sun, and its people believe it is the source of a bountiful harvest. The sun represents justice and invincibility. Therefore, the flag of Lozon features a sun symbol. Of course, the symbol of the Sun Church in Lozon is also the sun. In the basement of a church in Lozon, several young girls were gathered. Master, as you said, I have taken those maids under control and am just waiting for Ryan Gray to show up. A woman with a hot figure and wearing tight-fitting clothes spoke to a young girl. If Lucifer were here, he would surely recognize who this hot woman is. Red Devil, Lilith. The girl, whom Lilith called Master, was dressed in a nun's habit and nodded in response to Lilith's report. She squinted as she looked at the intelligence report about Ren in her hand. Ryan Gray, I really hope you won't be my enemy. Hearing the girl's words, several other girls nearby spoke up. My lord, how could he not be our enemy? Look how many witches he has toyed with. The girl in the nun's habit shook her head and spoke very rationally. Harper, did you see him actually play tricks on the witch? Don't listen to rumors. They can create unnecessary prejudice against a person. Then she sighed and spoke again. And even if this were true, how could we possibly be his enemy? His father recently advanced to the 7th rank, and he also has Black Crown Lucifer and 2 5th-rank guards by his side. Let alone whether we can pose a threat to him, even if we do touch him. I don't think we witches can withstand the wrath of a 7th-order raging lion. The girl slowly rose from her seat and put down the information about Rain that she had read countless times. However, those are only the worst-case scenarios. Based on current intelligence, it's possible that Rain's search for the witches was also to protect them. I don't think someone who would break the imperial law to stand up for a commoner maid could be a bad person. Hearing the girl's words, the witches in the room below all nodded in agreement. Then the girl's gaze turned toward the direction of the palace, her eyes seemingly piercing through the soil and buildings, looking straight at Ren. Now it all depends on whether Ren will come or not. Royal Palace of Lozon. Like other nations, King Woven hosted a banquet for Ren. Woven sat on the throne in the palace and raised a glass to Ren. Young Master Ren, my country Lozon has always been known for its bountiful harvests, delicious food, and fine wine. This time when you come to my country Lozon, you must try the food of my country. It will not disappoint you. As soon as Woven finished speaking, a dozen or so maids carrying silver platters rushed in from outside the palace. The food on the silver platter was quite unique and smelled wonderful. As soon as the maids entered the palace, Ren and his party smelled the aroma. Just then, Lucifer subtly moved closer to Ren, squinting at the maids. He sensed Lilith's presence among the maids, and Ren immediately noticed Lucifer's expression. However, he made no sound and watched as the maids placed the silver platters they were carrying on his table. Just then, a wad of paper fell from a maid's sleeve and landed perfectly on Ren's table. Furthermore, the food on the plate blocked Woven's view, preventing him from noticing. As the maids slowly left, Ren and Lucifer exchanged glances. Then, Ren discreetly took the note from the table. Everything seemed perfectly natural. Waven chuckled as he saw all the delicious food on Ryan's table. Young Master Ren, this is a unique species of chicken from my country of Lozon. It grows extremely slowly and has an exceptionally delicious flavor. Please try it. Upon hearing this, Rain raised his glass and clinked it with Warwind Void before beginning to drink. Lucifer cut off a piece of roasted Corona chicken with his knife and placed it on Ren's plate. Then Ryan used his fork to pick up some and taste it. As soon as the chicken entered his mouth, Ryan's eyes widened slightly. Indeed, the Corona chicken was incredibly tender, and with the addition of other spices, it gave Ren a unique taste experience. After finishing his meal, Ryan opened the note in his hand while drinking his wine. He wanted to see what message this demon named Lilith was trying to convey to him. Opening the note, one finds only one line of text. Midnight, Sun Church in Southern Lozon. Rain raised an eyebrow at the neat handwriting on the note, memorized it, and then ignored it. He put the note into his magical artifact and began chatting with Woven. King Woven has searched for so many witches for me. How could I, Rain, not show my appreciation? Then, with a wave of his hand, a large pile of purple gemstones appeared in the palace. These amethyst bento boxes are a gift from me, Ren. In Ren's eyes, these amethysts were enough to rival these witches. A glint of greed flashed in Woven's eyes as he looked at the purple gem that had appeared out of nowhere. But then it disappeared, and then Woven shook his head. There's no need for you to go to such lengths, young Master Ren. This is nothing to me. Hearing Woven's humble words, Ryan frowned slightly. These amethysts are extremely valuable in the Far East, but now Woven doesn't want them. That can only mean one thing. What Woven wants is probably more than just this pile of amethysts. Seeing this, Ryan didn't say anything explicitly, but he became more wary of Woven in his words. Then, he opened his mouth in a way that was a strategic retreat. I can't accept that, King Woven. Otherwise, when I go to any country in the Far East, people will say I'm stingy. But Woven looked angry and gave a perfunctory answer. Who dares? If anyone is gossiping, just tell me, and I will definitely not let them get away with it. Seeing this, Rain stopped insisting that Woven accept the purple gem and started talking to Woven about other things. As time slowly passed, the banquet gradually came to an end. As Rain and Woven walked along the main road of the palace, Woven recounted the hardships Lausanne had faced over the years and how they had overcome them. Chapter 162 Elena, the Witch Lord. Just as Woven and Ryan were chatting, a remark from Woven immediately alerted Ryan. Young Master Ren, what are your thoughts on our Lord of the Far East? Upon hearing Woven's words, Ren paused, somewhat puzzled. Lord of the Far East? I'm sorry, King Woven. This is my first time in the Far East, and I have never met the Lord of the Far East, but I have heard of his great talent and ambition in the Empire. He must have been a good ruler. Hearing Ryan's answer, Woven nodded. Haha, yes, you're right. The Lord of the Far East is indeed a good monarch. Although Woven spoke words of praise, Ryan sensed a hint of sarcasm in his tone. This made Ren wary. Then, Woven led Rain to a palace where the witch was imprisoned. Looking at the hundreds of witches bound by restrictive shackles in the palace, Woven and Rain explained. Young Master Ren, I've instructed the maids to bathe all these witches. I guarantee they're all freshly bathed, so please enjoy them without worry. Rain nodded and went into the palace, taking the witches into his secret realm one by one. Seeing that Rain had put the witches away, Woven, who was about to leave, also stopped in his tracks. He had assumed that Rain would simply start playing around in the palace, but now it seemed he wouldn't need to leave. With the last witch taken away by Rain, Rain walked out of the magnificent palace. King Woven, how about preparing a palace for me? I can't wait. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Woven nodded quickly. Of course, young Master Ren. Come with me. The palace has been prepared for you. Then, after leading Ryan and his group to a palace, Woven made an excuse to leave. Rain, sitting on the sofa in the palace enjoying a massage from Greta and Sherry, felt a little tired. Dealing with these kings is exhausting. He longs to return to the Empire and stir up trouble. Seeing that Shirley and Mia had eaten their fill, Ryan called out to them. Shirley, come here and let the young master pet you for a while. Midnight, 11:50 p.m. Using Lucifer's Dark Knight demon laws, Ren and his group successfully sneaked out of the palace. Before long, the group arrived at the Sun Church in southern Lausanne. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Sun Church, the voice of the book's spirit rang in Ren's mind. Rain, the Book of Humanity is in the church right in front of you. This feeling is very strong. Hearing the book spirit's call, Rain became even more serious about keeping his appointment that night. It seems that Lilith and the Book of Human Reason really are related. However, Rain is determined to obtain the Book of Human Reason, and no one can stop him. The church doors were still slightly ajar at midnight. Ren gave Lucifer a look, and Lucifer immediately understood and stepped forward to open the door. Seeing that there was no danger, he nodded to Rain. Then Rain led Andre and Tally into the church. The church was very dark at midnight, but a ray of moonlight shone down from the prayer altar at the deepest part of the church. The sunlight shone directly on the nun in her habit who had written a message to Ren that morning. This gave the girl a divine beauty. As he entered the church, Rain narrowed his eyes as he looked at the girls deep inside. However, Rain wasn't worried about anything, since even the highest-ranking girl was only at the 4th level. It poses no threat to him. Upon seeing Ren's arrival, the nun in her tunic spoke softly. Good evening, Mr. Ren. It's a pity that you've come so late. It was Elena's fault. As he listened to Elena's account, Ryan raised an eyebrow. Ren had heard this name when he was chatting with the witches in the secret realm. Elena is the name of the Witch Queen. Elena? You are Elena, the Witch Queen? Elena nodded. Yes, young Master Ren. I am Elena, the Witch Queen. Upon hearing this, Rain sat down on the bench next to him and asked, So what brings you here? It can't be something like trying to flirt with me, Ryan, can it? Or perhaps you see that I, Rain, have taken in so many witches and want to make a move against me? Standing in the moonlight, Elena did not answer Ren's question, but instead asked Ren a question. What is Lord Rain's view of us witches? Is it prejudice, sympathy, indifference, or something else? When Elena asked him a question, Rain narrowed his eyes. Miss Elena, you haven't answered my question yet. What did you call me here for? It's so late at night, and I, Ren, don't want to get bogged down in all that nonsense. Instead of telling you some riddles, I'd rather spend this wonderful night with a beautiful woman in my arms. Hearing the slightly cold tone in Rain's voice, Elena remained silent for a while before speaking. The reason I summoned you here, young Master Ren, is indeed because of the fact that you've taken in so many witches. I don't know how they are doing now, but I hope you can let them go. They are a pitiful group of people, and I hope you won't make things difficult for them. Hearing Elena's words, Ren scoffed. Elena, although you are a witch, as an alchemist, have you forgotten even the principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy? If you want my things, you have to exchange them for something else. Otherwise, why should I, Ren, listen to you? Rain's target was the Book of Human Reason, and just as Rain was about to say something, Elena spoke first. Of course, young Master Ren, I am aware of this principle. I know you like the bodies of witches, and I can be your servant for you to play with, but please let go of the witches in your hands. Upon hearing Elena's words, the witches around her quickly intervened. My lord, no, you can't submit to him. You are the witch queen. Yes, if all else fails, we can trade him for treasures. Hearing Elena's words, Ren swallowed the rest of his own words. Looking at the holy and pure girl in front of him, the little devil in Ren's heart began to stir. But his reason still slapped the little devil in the face. Now is not the time to think about women. The Book of Human Principles is more important. After thinking it through, Ren slowly spoke. While I do have some interest in you, Miss Elena, there's something else about you that I'm even more attracted to. Upon hearing this, Elena asked a question. What would you like, young Master Ren? Anything I have, I will give you. A book the size of your palm. Upon hearing this, Lilith, who was standing next to Elena, narrowed her eyes at Rain. Elena frowned slightly. Book? She doesn't have a book that big on her. Suddenly, she remembered the little book that Lilith had given her when she signed the contract with Lilith. Chapter 163, The Witch's Utopia. When Elena signed the contract with Lilith, Lilith gave her a small book. Although Lilith said this thing was a very rare treasure, after all these years, she still hadn't figured out how to use the little book. Elena then took out a small book from her magical artifact. Looking at the Book of Human Reason in Elena's hand, Rain suppressed the urge to snatch it and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, this is the book. Please give it to me, Miss Elena. Upon hearing this, Elena glanced at Lilith beside her and then spoke to Rain. All right, I can give it to you, but please keep your promise and release the witches after you accept this book. Hearing Elena's words, a mischievous glint appeared in Rain's eyes. Of course, I, Ren, value my promises the most. But are you sure they want to leave with you? Elena was a little confused about what Ren meant and was about to ask when Ren continued speaking. All right, Miss Elena, hand me the book you're holding, and I'll take you to see the witches. Elena listened to Rain's words and no longer hesitated. She stepped down from the prayer platform and walked towards Rain. Seeing Elena's actions, Lilith and the other witches beside her followed behind to protect her safety. He looked at Ren and his group with a wary expression. After Elena came to Ren's side, she handed him the small book she was holding. Young Master Ren, I hope you will keep your promise. Ren smiled and said, of course. He then took the small book from Elena's hand. Unconsciously, Ryan's fingers brushed across Elena's palm, causing Elena's hand to tremble slightly. With the Book of Human Principles in hand, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the third book arrived. Although the journey was long, he quite enjoyed collecting treasures. Seeing Ren's obvious joy, Elena, who was standing in front of him, asked a question. Young Master Ren, may I now take you to see the witches? Upon hearing this, Ren put the Book of Humanity into his magic ring and nodded. Certainly. Then Ren looked at Elena and the witch behind her. Do not resist now. After saying that, Ren waved his hand at Elena and her group, and immediately a suction force from the secret realm appeared. Sensing the power of this secret realm, a hint of astonishment flashed in Lilith's eyes. I never expected that the owner of the Black Crown would possess such a secret treasure as the secret realm. This made Lilith look at Lucifer with a hint of envy. As an unseen force surged, Rain and his companions, along with Elena and her group, vanished from the church. Then a white light flashed, and Rain led Elena and her group into the secret realm. As soon as Elena and her companions entered, they saw the witches carrying out their tasks in an orderly manner. Some were refining medicine in front of the alchemy cauldron, some were using alchemy to build houses, and some were chopping trees and moving stones. Everyone has something they want to do, and everyone wears a faint smile. As the leader of the witches in the secret realm, Very saw the white light that Rain teleported and quickly called the many witches to Rain's side. As soon as he arrived next to Ren, he saw Elena, the witch lord, standing beside him. Very approached Elena and quickly bowed. Lady Elena, Very's eyes were filled with shock. She hadn't expected Lady Elena to come here. At this moment, Elena, who was shocked by the harmonious scene she had just seen when she entered the secret realm, finally heard the sound and came to her senses. Looking at Very kneeling before her and at the forest scene in the secret realm, Elena breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the witches didn't suffer any torment. Then, Elena saw something, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Villy, the out-of-control energy within you has stabilized? Hearing Elena's question, Very nodded and then looked at Rain. Yes, Lady Elena, Lord Rain possesses a magic that can help us witches stabilize our out-of-control energy. Now, as long as we regularly seek treatment from Lord Rain to regulate our bodies, we will not lose control and can use alchemy to our heart's content. Elena swallowed hard, her eyes filled with disbelief. She has experienced more surprises today than in the past year. Seeing the surprise in Elena's eyes, Rain raised an eyebrow and spoke strangely. Very, Elena wants me to let you out. You'd better get ready to pack up. Upon hearing Rain's words, not only Very, but even the witch behind Very looked at each other with worry. Go out. They don't want to go out. This secret place in Rain is like their utopia, free from danger and worries. All Rain asked them to do each day was to concoct medicine. For a moment, all the witches looked at Rain, hoping that he wouldn't send them away. Hearing Ryan's words, Vera looked at Ryan with great difficulty. Hearing Rain's voice in her ear and seeing the reluctance and worry in the witch's eyes, Elena quickly spoke to Rain. No, young Master Ren, let them stay here. I take back what I just said. Elena had barely finished speaking when she saw the mischievous look in Ryan's eyes and immediately understood Ryan's wicked sense of humor. She smiled helplessly. Young Master Ren, please stop teasing me. Elena then bowed deeply to Ryan. I beg young Master Ren to teach me the magic to control the witch's out-of-control energy. I am willing to give everything I have. Ren smiled slightly and looked at Very before speaking. What are you still standing there for? Go do your own thing. I bought you at a high price, and I'm not willing to let you go. Go and make medicine for me. Hearing what Ren said, Very nodded and quickly agreed, then led the witches behind her to continue their work. The witches returned to their posts, each wearing a faint smile despite being reprimanded by Rain. Lord Rain isn't kicking us out. That's great. As the witches departed, Rain used his magic eye to look at Elena. Seeing Elena's faint magical talent, Ren frowned slightly. Elena, you have a talent for magic, but it is extremely weak. You will not be able to learn this magic in less than a few years. Hearing Ryan's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Elena's eyes. As long as I can learn it, that's fine. No problem, young Master Ren. As long as you are willing to teach me, I will learn. Ren nodded. Of course, but what about Miss Elena's tuition? Upon hearing this, Elena blushed slightly and then nodded solemnly. Of course, Mr. Ren, you can have me any time you want. Rain remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Elena's words. Then Rain looked at Elena and spoke. Elena, what do you think of my secret realm? Elena replied without hesitation. Perfect. It's a place we witches would never even dare to dream of. Then Ryan revealed his purpose. I want all the witches of the Far East. Elena, can you help me? Chapter 164 The Role of the Book of Human Principles. Lilith, who was standing to the side, listened to what Rain said and then pouted at Lucifer beside her. You want all the witches too? Black Crown, your master is truly a lecher. These witches are so obedient to him. They're practically his private harem. Lucifer smiled slightly at Lilith's complaints, showing no anger. After all, he could tell that Elena and her master were about to become a family. Lucifer was relatively tolerant of Lilith, one of his own. Elena listened to Rain's words and lowered her head in thought. Looking at the surrounding forest, she thought to herself that perhaps it wouldn't be a bad choice for the witches to live in the secret realm of Rain. Then Elena nodded to Rain. I understand, young Master Ren. I will send a message to the other witches as soon as I go out. Upon hearing this, Rain nodded and took out the Book of Humanity to ask Elena a question. Elena, where did you get this little book from? Looking at the Book of Human Reason in Rain's hand, Elena turned her gaze to Lilith. Seeing this, Lilith stepped forward and spoke. Lord Rain, this is a gift from me to my master. I found this book in the Dark Realm because of my special talent. I am naturally sensitive to rare treasures. That's why I found this treasure in the Dark Realm. However, after all these years, I still don't understand the purpose of this little book, so I gave it to its owner. Judging from your appearance just now, Lord Rain must know something about this treasure. Could you show me its capabilities? Looking at Lilith's alluring appearance, Rain smiled. There will be an opportunity. Then he led everyone away from the secret realm. Inside the Church of the Sun, the group reappeared. The deep darkness enveloped Ren, causing him to yawn. He immediately prepared to lead the group back to the palace. Let's go back to the palace first. After we get back, Elena, you can contact the witch. I'm a little sleepy." Hearing what Ren said, Elena looked at Ren with some difficulty. "Young Master Ren, I am still wanted by the authorities, and my sudden appearance in the palace would not be good for you. Why don't you just take me into the secret realm?" Hearing Elena's words, Rain stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Elena's slender waist, and spoke. "No need. You're one of my people now, and nobody dares to say anything." Feeling Rain's intimate gestures, Elena's body stiffened slightly. This was the first time a man had been able to get so close to her. But Elena didn't reject Ren. Instead, she leaned closer to him and nodded. "Okay, then I'll do whatever you say." Elena was very petite, barely reaching Ryan's chest. Although he was supposed to be holding Elena's waist, Ryan's hands were actually wrapped around Elena's small breasts. On the way back, because Rain and her group had sneaked out, they would have to rely on Lucifer's demonic laws to get back. Upon returning to the palace, Ren did not immediately go to taste Elena. After all, the two of them had only just met. It wouldn't be too late for him to take advantage of her after they had gotten to know each other better over some time. So tonight, Ryan only held Sherry as he fell asleep. The next morning, Ryan slowly woke up while lying in bed. After covering Shirley with the blanket, he vanished in a flash. The next moment, Rain appeared in the palace in the secret realm. "Book Spirit, ISA, come out." As soon as Ren finished speaking, two streaks of light shot out from his mind. The Book Spirit and ISA appeared before Ren. Rain took out the Book of Humanity from his magical artifact and showed it to the Book Spirit. Seeing this, the Book Spirit gently tapped her finger, and a stream of energy shot towards the Book of Human Principles. As the Book Spirit's energy continued to flow in, the Book of Human Reason gradually regained its original colors. Instantly, the Book of Human Principles flew directly into Ren's mind, and Ren immediately fainted. ISA watched as the fallen Ren waved her hand, and Ren slowly floated to the ground as if he had been subjected to a slowing spell. Seeing the unconscious Rain, the Book Spirit seemed to realize something. Her face flushed, and she immediately snorted coldly before turning into a stream of light and returning to Rain's mind. Seeing no danger around them, ISA followed the Book Spirit back inside. In his mental world, seeing the third large green book that appeared out of thin air, Ren immediately walked towards the Book of Human Reason. Upon first encountering the Book of Human Principles, Rain paused, his eyes flashing with light. A few minutes later, as the light in Ren's eyes disappeared, Ren also understood the function of the Book of Human Principles. Although the book on human principles is called Human Principles, it is only a simple summary. The word human encompasses not only human beings, but all intelligent beings. The first function of the Book of Human Principles is to understand people. Once the Book of Human Principles knows a person's real name, it can use source points to view that person's life trajectory from birth to the present. Whether a person has done a good deed or something unknown to anyone, the Book of Human Principles can find out. The second function is to distinguish between friend and foe. After using magic to infuse the Book of Humanity, Rain was able to observe everyone's attitude towards him. If the person investigating emits a red glow, that person is hostile to Ren. If the light is green, it means it's friendly. If it's white light, then it's something I don't recognize or understand. Just then, the figures of the Book Spirit and ISA appeared behind Ren. The two smiled as they looked at the Book of Human Principles. Sensing someone behind him, Ren turned around and saw the two of them. Looking at the Book Spirit, Rain showed a funny expression. "Ahem, little Book Spirit, do you still remember the promise you made back then?" Upon hearing this, the Book Spirit stiffened, her gaze towards Rain becoming somewhat evasive. "Who's afraid of you? Come on then." Then Rain led the Book Spirit out of the mental space. Upon arriving at the palace, Ren eagerly took out a large bed from his magical artifact and placed it in the center of the palace. Then he sat on the bed and started searching through the magic ring. The Book Spirit, watching Rain's actions, revealed a hint of fear in its eyes. "Why are you taking Bihai pills? Wait, isn't that an aphrodisiac you drank? Aren't you supposed to be very averse to this stuff?" Rain swallowed the medicine in his mouth and said while chewing the pill, "Since it's only once, of course we need to be fully prepared. I specially saved this last pill for you, he." Seeing that the two were about to have a big battle, ISA in Ren's mind covered her mouth and chuckled, then entered the Book of Natural History. "I'll be making some minor adjustments to the previous content soon, and once I've finished organizing it, I'll be updating 3 times a day." Chapter 165 Distinguished Guests from Lausanne. On the morning of the third day, a somewhat weakened Rain emerged from the secret realm, sat on the bed, rubbed his lower back, and smacked his lips. This aphrodisiac is powerful, but it's also quite potent. The side effect of being weak for a day is no joke. After putting on his shoes, Ryan got out of bed, his steps a little unsteady. Despite being in such a weak state, Ren still completely dominated yesterday's series of battles. The book's spirit is still unconscious in the secret palace. Judging from her deep coma, Rain feels she'll need to sleep for a few days. He pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Although Ren disappeared for a day, he sent a message to Lucifer before leaving. Therefore, the people in the palace were not too worried about Rain's sudden disappearance. As Ren pushed open the door and came out, everyone's eyes turned to him. Lucifer came to Ren's side and started talking about what happened yesterday. Master, King Woven came to see you yesterday at noon, wanting to have lunch with you, but I declined on the grounds that you were cultivating. Some high-ranking officials from Lausanne also came to visit you, but I declined them all. Listening to Lucifer's report, Ren sat down on the sofa and nodded. Lucifer picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of black tea for Ren. Ren took the tea and drank it all in one gulp, then gave instructions to Lucifer, who was standing beside him. Lucifer, go and tell the maid outside that I have finished my training, and then ask her where King Woven is now. Lucifer nodded in agreement, put down the teapot in his hand, and walked towards the palace gate. Before long, Lucifer returned to Ren's side after completing the task he had been given. After the maids at the entrance of the Ren Palace learned that Ren had ended his seclusion, Woven quickly arrived at the palace. As Woven entered the palace, Rain frowned slightly as he looked at the red and green light emanating from Woven's body. What's going on with this red and green mix? Is this friend or foe? Just as Rain had some doubts, the Book of Human Principles sent out a message. This person's attitude towards you is unclear. It contains both friendly intent and wary hostility. As Woven strode towards him, Ren subtly concealed the doubt between his brows. He got up from the sofa, went over, and shook hands with Woven. Woven grasped Ren's hands with both of his, leaned forward slightly, and smiled. Young Master Ren is truly diligent. If I had half your effort, I probably would have already broken through to the intermediate 6th rank. No, it was just a fleeting feeling. I heard that King Woven contacted me yesterday because he had something to ask me. The two shook hands briefly before separating, and Woven nodded in response to Ryan's question. Yes, young Master Ren. Yesterday, a distinguished guest arrived in my country of Lausanne. He wished to see you, which is why I invited you to lunch. However, I did not expect you to still be cultivating. Do you have some time at noon today? Then Woven smiled mysteriously and said, I'll keep his identity a secret for now. You'll find out at the luncheon later. Seeing Woven's mysterious expression, Ryan smiled calmly. All right, then let King Woven introduce me to him at the luncheon. Suddenly, Woven's gaze fell on Elena, who was standing to the side. Looking at Elena's familiar face, a hint of doubt flashed in Woven's eyes. I feel like I've seen this girl's face somewhere before. He then looked at Rain and asked, Young Master Ren, and who is this gentleman? When asked by Woven, Ryan smiled and went to Elena's side, hugging her tightly. This is Elena, my woman. Upon hearing Ryan's words, a hint of astonishment appeared in Woven's eyes. Elena? That witch lord? Seeing the intimate scene between Ryan and Elena, Woven spoke with a hint of disbelief. Elena? As far as I know, the witch lord is also named Elena. I wonder who this is. Ryan immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, Elena is the witch you know, except she's now my woman, Ren. Oh, by the way, I heard that Lausanne is issuing a warrant for Elena's arrest. Is that right? Just as Ryan was about to subtly mention the withdrawal of the warrant to Woven, Woven interrupted him directly. Woven shook his head with absolute certainty. How could that be? Elena is your woman, young Master Ren, and therefore a distinguished guest of my country, Lausanne. I had no idea that my country of Lausanne had issued a warrant for Miss Elena's arrest. Seeing Woven's blatant lies, Elena, who was being held by Rain, had a look of surprise in her eyes. She clearly saw her wanted poster on the wall on the street yesterday afternoon, and now it's gone with just one sentence from Ryan? Even Rain, who was holding Elena, looked surprised. Does he have that much influence? That can't be right. Woven's various gestures of goodwill made Ryan somewhat suspicious, but despite his doubts, Ryan still nodded in agreement. Oh, I just heard it from someone else. I don't know who started the rumor. Since it's not true, that's for the best. Seeing that Ryan had relented, Woven breathed a sigh of relief. This is a crucial moment. We absolutely mustn't anger this man. Even if Ryan wanted a star right now, Woven would find a way to get him a shooting star. After all, Ren was related to his grand plan. Then Woven smiled and said, Of course, I will severely punish the villain who spread the rumors. I won't disturb you any longer, young Master Ren. See you at lunch today. After saying this, Woven bowed slightly to Rain and left the palace. After leaving Rain's palace, Waven appeared in front of a group of guards in a flash. He grabbed one of the guards and began to speak. Go, gather the city's guards, and tear down all the wanted posters for Elena in the city. Hurry, go quickly. Seeing Woven's anxious appearance, the guard immediately led his team and ran towards the outskirts of the royal city. Watching the guards' departing figures, Woven then headed towards his government palace to withdraw all arrest warrants for Elena. In Ren's palace, Ren sat on the sofa with his arms around Elena, letting her sit on his lap. Touching Elena's smooth, long golden hair, Ren asked a question. Please refer to Phoebe in Mingqiao for Elena's story. Elena, have you notified the other witches? Elena nodded. Yes, I contacted the witch leaders of various countries yesterday through special means. Because Lausanne is the largest country in the southern Far East, and its defenses are extremely tight, I did not allow them to come directly to Lausanne. I told them to meet in the small country of Blue Wolf, north of Lausanne, and that the witches should be able to assemble soon. As he listened to Elena's words, Rain twirled Elena's hair in his hand while thinking. The north is fine too, since he'll be heading north eventually anyway, and he can pick up the witches then. Chapter 166 Woven's Desire for Centralized Power. Holding Elena in his arms, Rain closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world, arriving before the Book of Human Reason. Because of what Woven had been doing these past few days, Ren felt something was off, so he decided to investigate Woven's background. Human Affairs, I need information on Woven Nelson. Upon hearing Rain's request, the Book of Humanity slightly turned a page, conveying a meaning to Rain. Then, Rain used 2,000 source points to exchange for information on Woven Nelson. As the source points were gradually injected into the Book of Human Principles, words began to appear on the blank pages of the Book of Human Principles, and Rain stepped forward to examine them. Walter Nelson was born in the Royal Palace of Lausanne in the Far East in the year 3041 of the Tongha calendar, weighing 3.7 kilograms at birth. In the year 3048 of the Tongha calendar, Woven was pushed into a pond by the eldest prince, Ram Nelson, but was saved by a passing maid, planting the seed of revenge in Woven's heart. In the year 3051 of the Tongha calendar, Woven and his maid Izzy consummated their relationship for the first time. Their first encounter lasted half an hour, and in the year 3069 of the Tongha calendar, Woven successfully orchestrated the deaths of the eldest and second princes, thus becoming the first heir to the throne of Lausanne. In the year 3075 of the Tongha calendar, the 5th year of Woven's reign, Woven met with King Uarpak, the king of the largest country in the eastern Far East. During their conversation, the two discovered that they were both dissatisfied with the current centralized system of power in the Far East, and therefore discussed how to depose Leon, the ruler of the Far East. Upon seeing this, Ryan's pupils dilated in shock. As if he felt he had misread something, he read it again, this time reading aloud as he went. After reading this passage aloud, Ryan swallowed to moisten his throat, which was dry from shock. Suppressing his shock, Ren continued reading. In the year 3083 of the Tongha calendar, the 13th year of Warwin's reign, the arrival of Ren, the son of the 7th-tier radiant sun Earth Knight Fred, gave Warwin and Uar hope of ousting Leon from power. The two hoped to bring Ren into their camp. As he flipped through the last page of intelligence from Woven, Ren let out a long sigh, his heart still filled with turmoil. He held the book in his hand for a long time without putting it down. He did not expect that Woven would want to reorganize the Far East, want to become the master of the Far East himself, want to break the current alliance of many small countries in the Far East, and then turn to a centralized system. Recalling all of Waven's previous tests and overtures to him, Ryan finally understood. Waven wanted to recruit him into his camp, using the Grey family behind him to create momentum. Setting down the book, Ryan stood there lost in thought. He knew something about Leon, the current ruler of the Far East. Like other leaders of other factions, Leon advanced to the 7th rank by relying on the faith of the people in the faction he led. If half of the people in the faction no longer believe in Leon, then Leon will fall from the 7th rank and return to the 6th rank. Lausanne, the largest country in the south, and Andera, the largest country in the east, are secretly trying to force Leon to step down. There is a very high probability that Leon will fall to the 7th rank. But is Leon really that easy to manipulate? As someone who ruled the Far East for nearly half a century, it's impossible that Leon didn't have some hidden contingency plans. Then Ryan wanted to see how Leon's life had progressed. Human Affairs, I need information on Leon Simmons. As soon as Rain finished speaking, the Book of Human Principles transmitted a consciousness. Feeling the 10,000 origin points required by humanity, a trace of heartache flashed in Rain's eyes. However, Ren still gritted his teeth and handed over 10,000 source points. Then, the Book of Human Reason turned to the next page and began writing Leon's information on the blank page. Leon clearly had more information than Waven, and it took Rain half an hour to finish reading it. Looking at Leon's intelligence report, Ren sighed. Leon's life was quite uneventful. Born as the eldest prince, and with only 3 younger sisters, Leon had no chance to fight for the throne and smoothly took over the position of Lord of the Far East. If Ryan were to give his evaluation, he would only have 4 words to say. A ruler who maintains the status quo. If Ren were to establish diplomatic relations with the Far East on behalf of the Empire, his primary target would still be Leon. After all, compared to the aggressive and ruthless Woven, the conservative Leon would give the Empire more peace of mind. Rain flipped through the Book of Human Reason, comparing the strengths of the 2 factions, Leon and Warren. After Ryan finished comparing them, he narrowed his eyes. It's a 50-50th split. Although the largest country in the far north, the Azure Kingdom, and the largest country in the west, the Crescent Kingdom, are completely loyal to Leon. However, the people of the Far East are not only from the 4 major powers, but also from other smaller countries. Over the years, Woven has been secretly traveling among various small countries in the Far East, winning over the kings of many of them. Therefore, supporting Woven and supporting Leon are now almost the same thing. However, Leon's strength may not necessarily drop below the 7th rank, and as long as Leon's strength remains at the 7th rank, then Woven's side will never be able to turn the tide. But then Ren arrived. If Rain and Warwin, representing the Empire, were to join forces, those small countries that still support Leon might no longer do so. If these smaller countries turn against Leon, its power will inevitably decline. Moreover, Leon is currently in the open while Waven is in the shadows. If Waven suddenly makes a move, Leon will inevitably be caught off guard, and defeat will only be a matter of time. Thinking of this, Rain, who was standing in front of the Book of Human Reason, raised an eyebrow. How did the decision-making power end up in his hands? One side represents multinational governance, as represented by Leon. On one side is the centralized power represented by Woven. If it were up to Ren to choose, he would most likely choose Leon's side. However, nothing is absolute. If Woven's side offers more, it's not impossible for him to turn against them. As Rain exited the mental space, he squinted at the sky outside. Now that he knows the reason behind the events, Ryan has also guessed who the distinguished guest was at noon today. King Ross, the largest state in the eastern Far East. After chatting with Elena for a while, the sun was high in the sky, and Woven arrived at the palace in Ren as promised. To show his sincerity, Woven personally came to invite Ryan. Seeing the intimate scene between Ryan and Elena, Woven smiled faintly. Young Master Ren, lunch is ready. Please follow me. Looking at Woven, Ryan's expression remained unchanged, and he led the others to follow behind Woven. Woven led the group to a palace. As Ryan and his entourage took their seats, Woven, sitting in the main seat, introduced Ryan to the middle-aged man sitting opposite him. Young Master Ren, this is the King of Endera, the largest country in the Far East, King Ross. He heard that you were currently in my country of Lausanne, so he quickly came to my country of Lausanne to meet you. As he listened to Woven's introduction, Rain feigned surprise and raised his glass to King across from him. I have long admired your name, King of Chapter 167 Winning over Ren Interests. I have long admired your name, King of Seeing this, quickly raised his glass to Ren. It's an honor that young Master Ryan remembers me. After saying that, drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp to show his sincerity. Seeing the empty glass that held up to him, Ren smiled and finished his drink in one gulp. Seeing that Rain and were getting along well, a hint of joy appeared in Warwin's eyes as he sat on the throne. As the 3 exchanged compliments, Woven and subtly probed Ren's thoughts on the Lord of the Far East. Waven raised his glass to Ryan and spoke. Young Master Ren, this wine is amber wine brewed in Amber City. It has a rich flavor and a sweet aftertaste. I wouldn't have been willing to bring it out for if you hadn't come. Then Woven changed the subject. However, the wine, though delicious, is now extinct. If it weren't for the chaotic policies implemented by Leon, the Lord of the Far East, Amber City wouldn't have been breached by the beast horde. You agree, young Master Ren? Upon hearing Woven's words, Elena, who was standing next to Ren, paused. She understood the hidden meaning in Woven's words. Elena then placed her hand on Ryan's leg to remind him. Faced with Woven's probing, Ryan patted Elena's little hand and then answered. Amber City? I'm sorry, King Warwin, I really don't know much about this. After all, this is my first time in the Far East, and I don't know much about it. Faced with Rain's vague answer, Waven and exchanged a glance. The two then tried to probe a couple more times, but were fooled by Ryan both times, so they gave up on trying. After all, if they keep testing each other like this, anyone would realize what the two of them are thinking. Time passed slowly, and Ren breathed a sigh of relief as he walked back to the palace. I'm so tired. Seeing Ren's condition, Elena came to his side, hugged his arm, and asked him in a low voice. Young Master Ren, have you sensed it? I have a feeling that King Woven and the other man have been subtly probing your opinion on the Lord of the Far East. Upon hearing Elena's question, Rain did not answer, but instead gave her a wink. After all, we are still in the palace, so we must be careful of eavesdroppers. After Rain led his entourage back to his palace, he finally answered Elena's question. Yes, I sensed it, but I don't want to get involved in their struggle for the time being, or rather, I'm more inclined to side with the Lord of the Far East. After saying that, Rain picked up Elena and carried her toward the bathroom, saying to her as they walked, I heard the palace has a huge bathroom. Come on, Elena, come and wash my back. Hearing what Ren said, Elena, who was being held in Ren's arms, blushed. Just as Ren was about to lead Elena into the bathroom, Lucifer came to their side and reported to Ren. Master, a wealthy merchant from the city wishes to visit you. Upon hearing this, Ren frowned. A wealthy businessman? He then waved his hand and said, No. He said he had prepared several witches as gifts. Lucifer added. Hearing Lucifer's words, Ren stopped and patted Elena's head after putting her down. Okay, let him in. Lucifer nodded slightly and walked towards the palace entrance. As soon as Ren sat down on the sofa, Lucifer walked in with a fat, wealthy businessman and 5 witches. Upon seeing Ryan, the portly businessman immediately bowed and paid his respects. Good afternoon, Mr. Ren. I apologize for disturbing you. Ryan sat with his legs crossed, holding a teacup and looking at him. It's nothing. What do you need me for? Hearing what Ren said, the fat businessman chuckled. With a smiling face, he said something that surprised Ren. Lord Ren, what are your thoughts on the Lord of the Far East? My master hopes to overthrow the Lord of the Far East's rule and re-establish the Far East. Lord Ren, there's no need to worry about my master's strength. My master is strong enough to rival the Lord of the Far East. My master wishes to invite you, Lord Ren, to join his ranks and witness the prosperity of the Far East together. Upon hearing this, Ryan choked on his tea. Cough, cough. I'm drinking tea to soothe my throat while coughing. Andre and the others stared at the fat businessman in shock as they listened to his words. Rain stared at the fat businessman with astonishment in his eyes. But then he thought about it again. He hadn't given Woven and the other man a clear answer, so their sending assassins to test him was a last resort. If Rain really has something on his mind, then this assassin is the messenger. If Rain has no intention of doing anything, then this assassin is just a scapegoat. Anyway, as long as the two of them deny it, no one can say anything. Seeing this, Ryan suppressed his surprise and asked, Overthrow the Lord of the Far East? That's the funniest joke I've heard all day. He's a 7th-tier warrior, and you guys have 7th-tier combat power? Hearing Ryan's words, the fat businessman replied with a smile. Of course, please don't worry, Lord Ren, everything has been arranged. Oh, you've already made all the arrangements, so why are you contacting me? This is all for the sake of stability. If Lord Rain clearly stands on my master's side, we can also leverage the power of the Empire, and the Lord of the Far East won't be able to cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, Ren scoffed. Why? Give me a reason why I should stand on your side. I think it would be better to just tell the Lord of the Far East about your existence. The fat businessman was not surprised by what Ryan said. Of course, if we want Lord Ren to stand on our side, we will certainly offer you the best things you desire. I've heard that Lord Rain has a fondness for witches. Once my lord becomes the ruler of the Far East, all the witches of the Far East will belong to you. Secondly, since you, Lord Rain, are representing the Empire and supporting my master will sign an alliance agreement with the Empire and pay 10% of the national tax revenue to the Empire every year. Furthermore, Lord Ren, as a mage, you should be interested in the things of the god of magic. My master obtained a treasure in some ruins a few years ago. It is a treasure related to the god of magic. Once everything settles down, it will belong to you, Lord Rain. If you want anything else, please tell me, and I will relay it to my master. Of course, all of this is on the premise that you join us. As the portly businessman explained the potential benefits, Ryan raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't understand whether this 10% tax was a large or small amount in the exchange of interests between countries, the treasure related to the god of magic did indeed tempt him. It seems that Woven went to great lengths to win me over. Chapter 168, The Church of Greed. But Ren remained unconcerned. That sounds nice, but in the end, it's all just empty promises from your master. If your master fails, I will not only lose these things, but I will also become enemies with the Lord of the Far East. This is clearly a bad deal. Go away. I don't want to get involved in your struggle with the Lord of the Far East. I'll pretend you were never here today. Which, you can leave now." Hearing Ren's refusal, the fat merchant remained silent for a while, then bowed slightly to Ren and left the palace. Now that he knew about Ryan's unwillingness to get involved, it was time to go back and report. After the fat merchant left, Rain stepped forward, removed the shackles from the 5 witches, and then took them into the secret realm. Standing still, Ren stared at the palace gates, frozen in place. Yes, Ryan's idea regarding the struggle between Waven and Leon was to stay out of it. Ren had no desire to get involved in such a power struggle between foreign countries. He didn't think he was very smart, nor did he think he was smarter than these old wall lamps that had been around for almost half a century. If he were to fall into a trap without careful attention, even his father, Fred, would be in trouble. Although the benefits offered by Woven were tempting enough, he still could not join Woven's side. After all, he, Rain, now represents the Empire, and every move he makes is related to the Empire's future policy toward the Far East. Therefore, not understanding, not participating, and not joining is the best solution that Ren can think of. Now that he has obtained the Book of Human Principles, he can leave once he finds the Lord of the Far East and explains the Empire's desire to establish diplomatic relations. Once he returns to the Empire, he can do whatever he wants. After all, the Empire is his home turf, and as long as he doesn't commit treason, his father can always protect him. Having figured this out, Ren narrowed his eyes and prepared to pack up today and leave tomorrow. We need to see the Lord of the Far East as soon as possible so he can leave. As for the matter of Emperor Albert's mother, Bailey, Rain also had plans. Now that he has obtained the Book of Human Principles, he can find information about Bailey Morton by searching for it in the Book of Human Principles when he has time. Then Ren picked up Elena and headed towards the bathroom, a palace within the Royal Palace complex. Woven and Uar listened to the fat businessman's report in silence. Neither of them expected that, despite promising so many benefits, Ryan still wouldn't join them. Ulf frowned and looked at Woven, asking a question. "Woven, what do we do now? If Rain doesn't join us, those small countries won't turn against us." Woven squinted as he listened to Uar's question. It seems the only option is to contact that group of people. Then, Woven took out a token engraved with the 3-headed Ouroboros from his magical artifact. The 3 snake heads on the token are intertwined, biting each other's tails, as if representing endless desires. Uar's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the token in Woven's hand. The Church of Greed. "Woven, you want to cooperate with them?" Woven squinted at the token in his hand and remained silent for a long time before speaking. "If it weren't absolutely necessary, I really wouldn't want to cooperate with them, but our plan has already progressed to this point, and there's no turning back. It would be better to cooperate with them." Uar sighed and nodded. "Yes, without Ren's involvement, we've indeed lost a strong ally. This is really the only option for now." Then, Woven crushed the token in his hand, and a wisp of black smoke emerged. Time passed slowly, and a figure wearing a black robe with a 3-headed Ouroboros emblem emerged from the shadows of the palace. The man in black robes bowed slightly to Woven and his companion. A hoarse voice came from within the black robe. "It seems King Woven has figured it out." The next morning, Rain casually arrived at Woven's palace and told Woven about his upcoming departure. Woven did not stop him upon hearing this. Although he knew Ryan's attitude, his respect for Ryan remained undiminished. "Young Master Ren is leaving? Ah, I see. Indeed, young Master Ren, you came to the Far East to establish diplomatic relations. Then I will not try to keep you. Have a pleasant journey." After saying goodbye to Woven, Rain and his group left Lausanne with Woven and Uar seeing them off. They set off towards the small country of Blue Wolf, north of Lausanne. After half a day of travel, Rain and his party soon arrived in the Blue Wolf Kingdom. The Blue Wolf Kingdom is located on the grasslands. As the name suggests, there are many grassland wolves in the vicinity of the Blue Wolf Kingdom. These grassland wolves have blue fur, hence the name Blue Wolves. Therefore, the Blue Wolf Kingdom got its name from this. Because Blue Wolf Kingdom is a small country, the guards at the city gate let Rain's luxurious carriage pass without hesitation. They didn't even ask much about Ren's identity. Seeing this, Rain didn't say anything. It was good that no one knew he had come to the Blue Wolf Kingdom, as it would make it easier for him to gather all the witches together. Andre drove his carriage through the streets of the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Inside the carriage, Rain asked Elena a question. "Elena, where are the witches in the Blue Wolf Kingdom now?" Elena, who was sitting next to Ren, answered. "The witches have a base in the Blue Wolf Kingdom, located in a shop called the Magic Crystal Alchemy Shop on the streets of Mean. I've arranged for all the witches to gather there. Lord Rain can simply go there directly. Ren nodded, and then told Andre outside to head towards the magic crystal alchemy shop. After asking around among the passers-by in the carriage, Andre soon arrived at the magic crystal alchemy shop that Elena had mentioned. Ren led Elena and the others out of the car and into the magic crystal alchemy shop. The two witches in the shop looked at Elena behind Ren with a hint of respect in their eyes, but did not say Elena's name. One of them approached Rain and the others with a smile and asked them a question. "Good afternoon, guest. What kind of alchemical potion would you like?" Seeing this, Ren looked at Elena behind him and said, "Elena, you speak." Elena nodded and went to Rain's side to speak to the two witches. "All right, Doreen, Pola, this is Lord Rain, a distinguished guest of our witches. You don't need to hide it anymore." Upon hearing this, Doreen and her companion breathed a sigh of relief and bowed slightly to Elena. "Yes, Lady Elena. The other day, Master summoned the witches to our base. Did something happen?" Elena nodded, and then spoke to the two of them. "Let's close for today and take us underground." Following Elena's instructions, Doreen picked up a sign that read, "Resting," and went out. After returning, he locked the shop door. Pola pulled on an ornament inside the counter, and as the ornament was twisted by Pola, the wall behind the counter gradually moved to the side. Eventually, a passage leading underground was revealed. "Lady Elena, please come with us." Chapter 169 Interdomain Teleportation Magic Array. As the group entered the passage, Paula flipped a lever inside the passage wall. After the lever was pulled, the walls inside the shop gradually returned to their original state, and in no time, the shop returned to its usual quietness. In the passage, Doreen, who was at the front of the group, held a lantern to illuminate the dim environment of the passage for everyone. Upon seeing this, a golden light flashed in Ren's eyes, and then a bright spot of light appeared on Ren's head. It was much brighter than the lantern in Doreen's hand. Doreen smiled at Ryan, and with Ryan's light, she was able to lead the group forward a little faster. A few minutes later, the group saw the light from the witch's underground stronghold. Although it's called a witch's stronghold, it's actually just a series of interconnected underground caves that the witches dug out by hand. As Rain and her group entered the underground witch's stronghold, the witches in the cave all looked over. Upon seeing Elena, the witches' dim eyes brightened slightly, as if Elena were their pillar of support. Looking at the cramped and confined cave dwelling with so many witches, Rain's eyes revealed a hint of sympathy. Seeing the fair-skinned girl with a little dirt on her face, eating the unknown porridge in her bowl, Rain felt as if something had tugged at his heart. Then Rain turned to look at Elena. "Elena, explain this to them. I'll take them into the secret realm first." Upon hearing Rain's words, Elena immediately nodded and began to explain to the witches in the cave. After the explanation, the witches, who all trusted Elena completely, nodded to Rain without hesitation. Rain immediately took the witches from the cave into the secret realm. Then Elena led Rain toward a nearby tunnel, heading toward the next small cave. After Elena led Ren through all the caves, Ren also took in the 121 witches who had recently arrived in the Blue Wolf Kingdom into the secret realm. Doreen then led Ryan and his group back to the ground. The number of witches in Rain's secret realm has now exceeded 500. Ren took out a gold card and a magic ring and handed them to Lucifer. "Lucifer, go into the city and buy more food and clothing." Lucifer took the gold card from Ren and vanished into the shop as a shadow. As Lucifer disappeared, Ren sat down in his chair and asked Elena a question. "Elena, approximately how many witches haven't arrived yet? By what latest date will they all be here?" Elena lowered her head and thought for a moment before answering. "There are about 1,000 more witches, mostly from the far east and north. The journey is long, so it will take them a while to get here, but they should arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest." Ren hummed in agreement, looked out the window at the sun, and muttered to himself, "The day after tomorrow." Then he turned to Elena and continued, "Elena, tell the witches to hurry up. They must all be here by the day after tomorrow at the latest." After saying that, Ren sighed. "I have a feeling that things are about to get turbulent in the Far East. We need to find the ruler of the Far East as soon as possible, explain the Empire's intentions to him, and then we can leave." Upon hearing this, Elena immediately nodded and walked aside to begin using her special alchemical tools to contact the numerous witches. Seeing the worried look on Ren's face, Shirley sat down in Ren's lap. "Young Master Ren, you need not worry. After the witches arrive the day after tomorrow, we will head to the kingdom of Salaka. Once we arrive in the kingdom of Salaka and meet with the Lord of the Far East, we will leave. It won't take much time. Judging from the current state of the Far East, a war won't break out anytime soon, so we don't need to worry." Hearing Shirley's words, the worry between Ryan's brows dissipated somewhat, but Ryan's sixth sense still conveyed a bad premonition to him. He buried his head in Shirley's softness and took a deep breath. Then Rain helped Shirley up. He wasn't one to sit idly by and wait for his doom. At the very least, he wanted to have some trump cards up his sleeve. Then, a golden light flashed in Ren's eyes, and Ren's figure disappeared into the shop. Arriving at the original inheritance plaza of the secret realm, Rain called out to the book spirit in his heart. A book spirit? Find me a book on spatial teleportation magic. Silence. A book spirit? Rain, the book spirit hasn't woken up yet. Isha's voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing Isa's words, Ren suddenly understood and then smiled. Seeing this, Rain immersed his consciousness into the spiritual world and came to the front of the Book of Arts. Looking at the Book of Skills, Rain spoke. Book of Arts and Crafts, find me a long-distance spatial teleportation spell. Upon hearing Rain's request, the Book of Arts began to flip through its pages rapidly. Looking at the dazzling array of spatial magic in the Book of Arts, Ren stepped forward and flipped through the functions of each spell. After searching for a while, Ren found the magic he needed. But when he saw the 50,000 source points above, Ren gasped in shock. Looking at the little over 10,000 source points he had left, Ren was somewhat worried. However, he still began to pass the treasures in the magic ring to the Book of Arts one by one for absorption. Fortunately, Rain had collected quite a few treasures along the way, so he could afford the 40,000 source points for the time being. As Ren's treasures continued to be delivered, the source points reached a quantity sufficient to exchange for this spatial magic. The next moment, Ren immediately chose to redeem. The moment Ren made the exchange, a dazzling golden light emanated from the Book of Arts and Abilities and surged into Ren's mind. Instantly, Ren felt a sharp pain in his head and arched his back. After all, this spell is a genuine 5th-tier spell. The amount of information is enormous. It took Rain more than 10 minutes to understand the construction process of this magic. After absorbing the nutrients, Rain sat on the ground, panting heavily, a smile on his lips. Now that he has his biggest trump card, he finally feels more confident. Feeling the spatial magic array in his mind, called the Interdomain Space Teleportation Magic Array, Ren exhaled. Then they began to assemble what they called space beacons. Time passed slowly. In the Secret Realm Square, Ren used the Secret Realm Core to summon the lustful witch, Kitra. Instantly, in the Storm Province in the north of the Empire, Kitra felt the call from the Secret Realm key around her neck. Feeling the call, Kitra, who was sitting in the room, immediately chose to teleport into the Secret Realm. Seeing the familiar figure appear in the square, Ren smiled slightly. Long time no see, Katella. In the evening, after spending a long time with Kitra in the Secret Realm, Ren finally returned to the shop. At this moment, a dozen more witches arrived at the shop, making the space inside the shop feel a bit smaller. When everyone saw Ren reappear, Lucifer was the first to step forward and hand him the magic ring. Master, I have bought all the food and clothing you requested. I have basically bought up half of the food in the Blue Wolf Kingdom. I put the rest of the money in my magic ring. Chapter 170, Gathering All the Witches. Now that he had prepared his trump card, Ren was in a very good mood. He took the magic ring from Lucifer and handed it to the new witch next to him. Because while Ren was in the secret realm, Elena had already told them about the Ren secret realm. So now Ren directly addressed the dozen or so witches. Give this magic ring to a witch named Villy in the secret realm, understand? The witches all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ren sent the dozen or so newly arrived witches into the secret realm. As the sun slowly set outside the window, Ren got up from his chair, preparing to take everyone to a restaurant in the city for a meal. Of course, the magic crystal alchemy shop also needed someone to guard it, so Ren left Lucifer and the witch Doreen, who did not need to eat, to watch the shop. Afterwards, Ryan led everyone out of the shop. As the setting sun painted the streets red, the people in the city had just finished their day's work. Carrying the grain in their hands, they headed towards their homes, their faces beaming with simple, honest smiles. Looking at the scene before him, Ren's heart, which had been secretly clashing with various kings for some time, gradually calmed down. Blue Wolf Kingdom is a small city, so apart from the king's palace, which is quite luxurious, the rest of the city is relatively small. The rest of the city was very simple, with most of the buildings being made of wood and very few stone buildings. Walking along the road bathed in the setting sun, Ren stopped someone and asked them a question. Hello, could you tell me where the best restaurant is in Blue Wolf Kingdom? The man who was being held back by Ren turned around and saw the exquisite attire of Ren and his entourage, and immediately bowed to Ren. As if sensing the high status of Ren and his group, the man spoke somewhat haltingly. This young master, The best restaurant in the Blue Wolf Kingdom is on Pearl Street in the south of the city, a place called Savage Restaurant. But I've only heard about it. I've never been there myself. I've only heard important people like you mention it. Upon receiving the man's reply, Ren flicked a silver coin at him. Okay, I understand. Then, under the man's gaze, they headed towards Pearl Street in the city. Standing there looking at the silver coins in his hand, the man bowed slightly to the backs of Ren and his group before walking towards his home. Before long, Ryan found the Savage Restaurant the man had mentioned on Pearl Street. Looking at the Savage Restaurant's domineering decor and the strong grassland vibe, a smile crept onto Rain's lips. Then he led the group into the Savage Restaurant. The Savage Restaurant only has one floor, and it's currently lunchtime. Therefore, the restaurant, known as the best barbaric restaurant in the Blue Wolf Kingdom, was naturally packed with people. However, Ren still managed to find a few open spots. Just as Ren and his group entered the Savage Restaurant, the counter staff rushed to Ren's side. Good evening, guest. Are you here for dinner? Please follow me. Following the waitress, Ryan and his group were led to a campfire. Yes, it's a campfire. This is the style of the Savage Restaurant, bonfires around which diners sit. Faced with this novel way of eating, the group was quite interested. Because Ryan was walking at the front, the waiter could easily tell that Ryan was the leader of the group. The waiter then presented the menu to Ren. Guests, how many of you would like to eat? Looking at the menu in his hand, Ryan immediately ordered 3 of the most expensive charcoal grilled whole grouse lambs, as well as some other delicacies and snacks. Grouse sheep are a famous breed of sheep in the Blue Wolf Kingdom, known for their delicious taste and lack of any gamey smell. It tastes extremely delicious when grilled over charcoal. Listening to what Ryan said, the waiter took a charcoal pencil and wrote on the cardboard in his hand. Seeing that Ryan had stopped ordering, the waiter took the menu from Ryan and went to the kitchen. She looked at the densely written list of delicious food on her cardboard and swallowed hard. This guest is really generous, ordering food worth almost 5 gold coins for one meal. Perhaps sensing the prestige of Ren and his companions, the kitchen staff sped up their work. Before long, all the food that Ren needed was served. The most eye-catching of them were the 3 grouse sheep. 3 cleaned grouse sheep were placed in front of the campfire around which the group of people were slowly roasting them over charcoal. The remaining food was placed by the campfire. Seeing this, Ryan picked up a small piece of roast meat and began to eat it. Seeing that Ryan had started eating, the others then picked up the food they wanted and began to taste it. 2 hours later, Ryan and his group walked out of the Savage Restaurant. Behind them, Shirley and Mia were each carrying a large lamb leg and showing it off. Seeing the 2 of them with their mouths greasy from eating, Ryan patted Shirley's head and smiled indulgently. Then he led the group back to the magic crystal alchemy shop. 2 days passed quickly, and all the witches who arrived during these 2 days were taken into the secret realm by Rain. The number of witches in the current Rain secret realm has reached an astonishing 2,000. In some cases, even Ren had to expand the protective perimeter around the witches several times over. 1/3 of the secret forest was directly allocated to the witch. Although it was only 2 days, the witches managed to build the beginnings of a town in the area that Rain had designated for them. It shouldn't be long before it develops into a real town. A witch town that truly belongs to witches. On the morning before departure, Ryan asked Elena a question while drinking the coffee Lucifer had just made for him. Elena, how many more witches haven't arrived yet? There is another group of witches from the Grey Rat Kingdom in the far north of the Far East. They are the furthest away and will take the longest to arrive. Just then, Elena suddenly paused, as if she had received some information. He immediately frowned and spoke to Rain. Lord Rain, the witches from the Grey Rat Kingdom have arrived in the Blue Wolf Kingdom, but a hunting party is chasing them, so they can't enter the city. Ren narrowed his eyes and immediately looked at Andre. Andre, take Elena to find them. If the hunting party is behaving themselves, let them go. If they are disobedient, wipe them out completely. We're setting off now. Andre, you and the others will meet at the north gate of Blue Wolf Kingdom in a bit. Having received the order, Andre nodded emphatically, then led Elena out of the shop. Then Rain looked at Lucifer and Tali. Let's go, Tali, go prepare the carriage, we're setting off. It is the young master. The north gate of the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Less than 10 minutes after Rain and his group arrived at the north gate, they spotted Andre leading the witches in the distance. Seeing this, Tali drove the carriage toward Andre's direction. The carriage arrived before Andre, who then reported to Rain. Young master, those people were the guards of the Jade Radiance Kingdom, but I left after releasing my aura, and the witches were not injured. Chapter 171 The Kingdom of Soraka. The Kingdom of Soraka was the largest city in the Far East, located in the very center of the Far East. Its ruler was Leon, the ruler of the Far East. After 5 days of travel, passing through dozens of countries of varying sizes and environments, Ryan and his group finally arrived in Soraka. It was also the final stop on this trip to the Far East. Looking at the magnificent city of Soraka in the distance, Ren's eyes showed a hint of shock. The cities of Soraka are larger and more magnificent than any city in the empire. Although shocked, Ren understood that this was a country, not a city like an empire. When he was investigating the life of Leon, the Lord of the Far East, Ren already had some understanding of the kingdom of Soraka. The country of Soraka is divided into an inner city and an outer city. People are divided into different classes based on their strength, money, power, and so on. The inner city was where the wealthy, powerful, and upper class lived. The outer city, on the other hand, was a gathering place for commoners and the lower classes who had no power. The 10% of the population of the inner city enjoy the wealth and treasures of 90% of the kingdom of Soraka. The remaining 90% of the outsiders were vying for the remaining 10% of the wealth. It's difficult for Ren to comment on such a social environment. After all, in an empire where the distribution ratio was relatively favorable, he belonged to the top of the pyramid, a beneficiary of the system. As Ren's carriage slowly arrived at the city gate of the kingdom of Soraka, the city gate guards of the kingdom of Soraka stopped Ren's carriage. As the largest country in the Far East, Soraka is different from small countries like Blue Wolf. The guards at the city gates of Soraka are people who have seen a lot. Therefore, unlike in the Blue Wolf Kingdom, they did not let Ren pass without checking his identity. "Hello, please show your ID card." Upon hearing this, Ren handed the imperial document out of the carriage window. The captain of the guard took it with both hands, glanced at it, and his pupils contracted slightly as he looked at the imperial seal on it, causing him to pause. Recalling the orders issued by the city recently, he immediately realized that the person sitting in the carriage was Lord Rain Grey from the Empire. He immediately closed the document and respectfully handed it back. "So it is Lord Rain of the Empire. Our king has already informed us of your situation. Please forgive any offense caused. Please come in." Upon seeing the captain of the guard's appearance, the group of people around him quickly bowed slightly to the carriage and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Lord Ren." The guard's high-profile welcome drew the attention of those behind Ren who wanted to enter the city. Everyone was wondering which prince was sitting in the carriage in Ren. Then the guard split into two groups. One group stood beside Ren's carriage, and the captain of the guard led the group to escort Ren toward the inner city. One team then took over guarding the city gate. Enter the city gates of the kingdom of Soraka and proceed into the outer city. Ryan opened the car window and looked at the so-called outer city environment. He nodded slightly as he looked at the environment in the outer city. The environment outside the city was not bad. It wasn't as dirty and chaotic as he had imagined. It was only slightly darker than a typical small country. Otherwise, Ren didn't feel any other difference. After watching for a while, Ryan rolled down the car window. He didn't care about the people of Soraka. All he wanted to do was find Leon as soon as possible and explain the Empire's desire to establish diplomatic relations. If Leon is also interested, then diplomatic relations will be established. If Leon is not interested, then Ren will leave. At least in the Far East, Ren doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Now that the Book of Human Reason has been found and the witches have been collected, Ren has no further interest in the Far East. Just as Ren was pondering, the captain of the guard led Ren and his party to the inner city gate. After the captain of the guard spoke to the guards at the city gate, the guards quickly let them through. Enter the inner city. The inner city was dozens of times more luxurious than the outer city. Even the paving bricks were made of white sapwood. Compared to the damp and gloomy outer city, the inner city gave people a sense of prosperity. Although the inner city is much smaller than the outer city, it is decorated very exquisitely. Even the shops along the street are decorated in a very luxurious style. With the head guard leading the way, Ren and his companions finally arrived at the palace of the Lord of the Far East. The palace of the Lord of the Far East was built in a similar manner to the palaces of other countries, only larger and more luxurious. As soon as Rain and her party arrived, they saw a captain of guards waiting at the palace gate. It was clear that they had already received news of Ren's arrival. As Ren's carriage stopped at the palace gates, the head guard waiting outside nodded to the guard who had brought Ren to the palace. Immediately afterwards, the outer city guard captain left with a group of guards who were standing next to the carriage in Ren. Royal guards bowed slightly before the carriage in Ren. "Welcome, Your Excellency Rain. His Majesty the King has been waiting for you for some time. Please follow me." Listening to the guard's words, Andre followed closely behind him. After passing through several magnificent palaces, we soon arrived at the main palace where the Lord of the Far East resided. which was also where Leon handled state affairs. At this moment, Leon was waiting for Ren's arrival outside the palace. After all, the Far East is still weaker than the Empire, and Rain's father had recently advanced to the 7th rank. Whether out of respect for the Empire or the prestige of Fred, Leon had to come out to greet him, although he was the ruler of the Far East. Upon arriving at their destination, hearing Andre's voice outside, Ren led everyone down from the carriage. As soon as I stepped off the carriage, I saw Leon. Immediately, Ryan greeted him with his standard smile. "Good afternoon, King Leon. I am Ryan Gray, the person in charge of the Empire's mission to the Far East." Seeing Ryan step forward, Leon quickly followed him. The two approached each other and shook hands, with Leon smiling. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ren. I wonder if you enjoyed your trip to the Far East? If you haven't had enough fun, you are welcome to explore my country of Soraka." The two let go of each other's hands and walked side by side on the steps leading to the palace, Rain said. "Of course, during this trip to the Far East, I witnessed the Far East's warm hospitality." Then Ryan spoke again. "King Leon should also know the purpose of my visit to the Far East. I wonder what your thoughts are on establishing diplomatic relations with the Empire?" Upon hearing this, Leon paused for a moment, but quickly recovered. He had assumed that Rain would wander around the inner city for a while before coming to talk to him about it. But to his surprise, Rain asked him about it as soon as he arrived. Leon chuckled. "Young Master Ren, please come into the hall with me first. This place is not suitable for discussing such matters." Ren nodded, and then followed Leon into the palace. Andre and his group followed behind Ren, and the guards did not stop them. After all, the Lord of the Far East is a 7th-level being, stronger than any of them, so no unexpected events are likely to occur. Upon entering the palace, Ren saw a group of elderly men at their seats reviewing government decrees. After leading Ren and the others to a seat, Leon sat back on the throne. Then Leon looked at Ren and spoke. "Young Master Ren, I wholeheartedly agree with the establishment of diplomatic relations with the Empire. As one of the top powers on the continent, the Asaya Empire would likely find no one willing to refuse to establish diplomatic relations with any power it desires." Chapter 172 Leon's Fall from Grace. As soon as Leon finished speaking, he gave a look and gestured to the maid beside him to pour tea for Leon. Upon hearing Leon's words, Ren immediately took out the document and handed it to the maid who had just poured him tea, asking her to pass it on to Leon. "King Leon, if you are truly interested, please sign the document so that I can report back to His Majesty." A flicker of surprise crossed Leon's eyes as he watched the maid carrying the documents approach him. The right hand holding the teacup stopped moving. Leon then tentatively inquired of Ren. "Is young Master Ren in a hurry to return to the Empire? So urgent?" The signing of an alliance treaty between two countries must take place under the midday sun, in front of thousands of people. It would be against the rules for me to sign it now. Leon's question silenced Ryan. Ryan was unsure whether or not to tell Leon about Waven's plot to rebel. First, Ryan did not want to get involved in the struggle between Waven and Leon. Secondly, Rain only learned of Woven's plot to rebel through the Book of Human Reason, and he currently lacks concrete evidence, so even if he told Leon, Woven wouldn't believe him. After a moment of silence, Ren looked at Leon with a serious expression in his eyes. "King Leon, if you intend to sign an alliance treaty with my empire, then we can be considered allies. However, the information I am about to share comes from my own special channels, so if you want to know it, you will need to pay me accordingly. Of course, it's up to you whether you listen or believe it, but I assure you that this message is undeniably important to you and to the Far East." Seeing Ren's solemn expression, Leon frowned slightly as he stared at Ren. According to the intelligence he had gathered about Ren, Ren was a lecherous and greedy Marquis's son. Now that Ren had revealed such an expression, Leon suddenly became quite interested in the information Ren had given him. Leon casually smoothed the wrinkles between his brows and asked Ryan with a smile. "Oh, they're all very important to the Far East? Then what reward does young Master Ren desire?" Rain held up 3 fingers and said, 3 fifth-tier treasures. Hearing the amount of compensation Ren was asking for, Leon narrowed his eyes, a chill running down his spine. 3 tier 5 treasures? That's no small amount when converted into gold coins. Looking at Ryan, and faced with Ryan's high reward, Leon remained silent, lost in thought. Although in the information about Ren has always been portrayed as a spoiled brat. But thinking about it carefully, if Ren really was such a spoiled brat, would the Emperor of the Asaya Empire have sent him to establish diplomatic relations with the Far East? That's obviously impossible. After all, this kind of thing is very important, and it is usually entrusted to calm and composed people. Now that he's directly asking for 3 tier 5 treasures as payment, it's clear that Rain came prepared. Thinking of this, Leon narrowed his eyes inwardly. Even if what Ren said was some unimportant news, these 3 treasures can still be considered my gift to Fred. Immediately, having figured it out, Leon took out 3 boxes from his magical artifact. Then Leon waved his hand, and the 3 boxes flew towards Ren. Young Master Ren, these are 3 fifth-tier treasures. I hope your news won't disappoint me. There was no trace of heartache in Leon's eyes. The boxes slowly floated down onto Ren's table. Ren looked at the source points on the boxes and immediately put the 3 boxes away. Then, Ren looked at Leon with a serious expression. King Leon, please shield yourself from irrelevant people. Upon hearing this, Leon waved to the maids and guards serving by the palace and the old men reviewing government affairs. Seeing Leon's actions, everyone in the palace got up and left. As the palace doors closed, Ren spoke slowly. What was King Leon's opinion of King Woven of Lausanne? Hearing Ryan's question, Leon picked up his teacup, took a sip, and answered. Woven. It's been a while since I've seen him. As the King of Lausanne, he is one of my most reliable subordinates. What? Young Master Rain's information is related to Warwin? Rain did not answer, but asked again. What was King Leon's opinion of Uar of Andera? This other question stumped Leon, and he had a vague sense of unease. Uar? Like Woven, Uar is also one of the people I trust, as the King of Andera. Hearing Leon's words, Ryan, who already knew the answer, still sighed. It's unclear whether it was because Woven and his companion hid it well, or because Leon was less vigilant. Immediately, Ren solemnly addressed Leon. King Leon, my intelligence is that King Woven of Lausanne and Uar of Andera are plotting a rebellion, and Woven wants to become the new ruler of the Far East. Rain's words immediately caused Leon's pupils to dilate dramatically. He even lost his grip on the teacup and it fell to the ground with a shattering sound. Snap! The sound of shattering glass brought Leon back to his senses. He stood up with a solemn expression and looked at Ren very seriously. Young Master Ren, this is no joke. Can you take responsibility for what you say? Can you guarantee the accuracy of this message? Can you provide solid evidence? When confronted with Leon's questioning, Ryan shook his head. Please calm down, King Leon. I have no evidence to directly prove that what I said is true. Leon frowned and continued to press. Then you. I've already said it. King Leon, believe it or not is up to you. Leon was stunned by Rain's words. Yes, Ryan had told him beforehand that it was up to him whether he believed it or not. Leon stood there for a while, thinking, before sitting back down in his chair. He sat on the throne, head bowed in deep thought, beads of cold sweat appearing between his brows. Now, at this crucial juncture where an alliance pact is about to be signed, Ren has no reason to lie to him. Deceiving him would do no good for Ren. Whether what Ryan said is true or false is for Leon to decide for himself. Having figured it out, Leon immediately spoke to Ren in a deep voice. Young Master Ren must be very tired after his long journey. I'll arrange for you to rest first. Seeing Leon looking preoccupied, Ren nodded. It was good to let Leon think things through alone at this time. Just as Leon led Rain and his party out of the palace. Suddenly, Leon's expression froze. To the astonishment of Rain and his group, Leon's 7th-tier strength plummeted. This immediately turned Leon's face pale as he walked in front of the crowd. Upon seeing this, Ryan's pupils contracted slightly. They've arrived? Chapter 173 6th-tier combat skill, Crimson Lotus Annihilation, Lionheart Heaven Burning Slash. Leon stood there, feeling the force of his fall, his eyes filled with disbelief. Now, Leon believed about 80 to 90% of what Ryan had just said. He reached the 7th rank only because he relied on the faith of the people of the Far East. His strength would only decline if half of the people stopped believing in him. Lausanne's Woven and Andera's Uar happened to be able to do this. Seeing this, Ren felt as if a huge boulder had been placed on his heart. He had only been away from Lausanne for a short time when Woven launched a rebellion. He thought that without his joining, Woven would continue to hide and bide his time for a while longer. Unexpectedly, in just 1 week, Woven had already persuaded a large number of small countries. Thinking of this, Ren immediately spoke to Leon. King Leon, it seems the Far East is going to be in turmoil for a while. I, Leon, will take my leave now. Once the Far East is pacified, my empire will send someone to sign an alliance agreement with you. Ren's words conveyed one meaning. I, Ren, do not want to get involved in the internal struggles in the Far East. Leon listened to Ren's words, turned around, and nodded at Ren. It's only human nature. Yes, young Master Ren should indeed leave. It wouldn't be good if the internal struggles in the Far East hurt you. Now I will have someone escort you out of the city. If things go wrong, I will not escort you any further. Upon hearing this, just as Rain was about to nod, a guard ran over from not far away. The guard's shouts could be heard from a great distance. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The city is surrounded by a large army. Hearing the guard's shouts, Leon waved and pulled him to the group. Leon gave the guard a wisp of fighting spirit and then asked, "What did you just say? The outer gate of the city is surrounded by a large army?" After Leon's fighting spirit soothed his body, the guard's panting gradually subsided, and he nodded emphatically in response to Leon's question. "Yes, Your Majesty," the head of the city guards came to report in person. He saw the armies of several small countries in that large army: the Blackwater Kingdom, the Steel Kingdom, the Ash Kingdom, and most of the small countries surrounding our Soraka Kingdom. The guard's words caused Soraka to momentarily lose his composure. Just then, suddenly, 3 figures flew rapidly from outside Soraka towards the inner city. Sensing the 6th-tier power emanating from the 3, Leon and the others narrowed their eyes. The visitor is not friendly. Rain immediately took all the women into the secret realm. The 3 figures moved with incredible speed, arriving at Leon's palace in the inner city in just a few dozen breaths. Upon sensing the 3 figures and their auras, a figure flew towards Leon from one of the palaces in the royal palace. It was none other than a 6th-tier cultivator that Leon had personally trained. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the location of Leon and Rain's group. Look at the black robes worn by the people coming from outside the city. Leon and Ren's pupils contracted slightly. It was Woven and the 2 from the Church of Greed. Although Rain knew that Woven had some connection with the Church of Greed, he didn't care too much. After all, it's normal for people in high positions like them to have connections with other forces behind the scenes. Even Ren, didn't he have connections with the Church of Lust? But he never expected that Woven would use the Church of Greed to help him plot a rebellion. Leon squinted at Warwen. "Woven, I have always treated you well, and you are the king of Lausanne. Have you forgotten the agreement made by your ancestors?" Despite Leon's reprimand, Woven remained unperturbed. "Leon, you are too old-fashioned. The Far East will not last long in your hands. Why not hand it over to me? I will unify all the rights and armies in the Far East. By then, with its geographical advantages and unique alchemy and potions, the Far East may well be able to stand on equal footing with first-rate powers like the Rose Kingdom and the Duchy of Hermist." Leon listened to Woven's outlook with a gloomy expression. "Centralized power? Huh, have you forgotten? Our ancestors did this before, and what was the result? Every time, the Far East was severely weakened. Those are them. Not me, Woven." There was madness in Woven's eyes. Looking at the expression on Woven's face, Leon chuckled. "Haha, and you actually dared to cooperate with the people of the Church of Greed. Don't you know what kind of people they are?" Woven squinted and said, "So what? As long as we kill everyone who knows, naturally no one will know. How can there be change without bloodshed? They will be the witnesses of history." Hearing Woven's words, Leon's eyes were filled with shock. Just then, a member of the Church of Greed, who was standing next to Woven, spoke up. "Is this young Master Ren?" The man in black robes then bowed slightly to Ren, his expression full of respect. "I have long admired your name. By the way, the leader of my Greed Church would like to invite you over for a cup of tea. I wonder if young Master Ren would do me the honor?" Hearing the man in black's words, Leon suddenly stepped in front of Ren. Seeing the calm expression on Woven's face, he immediately roared at Woven. "Woven, are you crazy? If something happens to Ryan in the Far East, even if you win, do you think you can get away unscathed? Do you really think the Empire's iron cavalry and Fred's sword aren't sharp enough?" Hearing Leon's roar, a hint of conflict flashed in Woven's eyes. But then she became determined. One of the conditions for cooperating with the Church of Greed was to hand over Rain. If he goes back on his word now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. As for the Empire and Fred, let's consider them after he becomes the ruler of the Far East. Seeing Woven's silence, Leon cursed angrily. Upon seeing this, the man in black robes immediately led Woven toward them. The leader of the black-robed men immediately stopped Leon, while Woven intervened to stop another 6th-tier man beside Leon. As the remaining men in black robes charged toward Ren, Leon's eyes were bloodshot. Rain, who was standing still, sneered as he watched the 6th-tier beginner black-robed man rushing towards him. He immediately spoke to Andre without any apparent concern. "Andre, I've already told you about dealing with 6th-tier opponents." Upon hearing this, Andre grinned and said, "Of course, young master, you'll see." Andre immediately charged towards the man in black robes. Seeing Andre's mid-level 5th-tier aura, the black-robed man fighting with Leon sneered. Has young Master Ren lost his mind? How could a 5th-tier being? The man in black was rendered speechless by Andre's actions before he could finish speaking. As soon as Andre approached the man in black robes, he took out a tungsten stone from his magic ring and threw it at the man in black robes in front of him. Instantly, a blazing slash shot towards the black-robed man. Tier 6 combat skill, Crimson Lotus Annihilation, Lionheart Sky-Burning Slash. Chapter 174 Space Beacon. The tungsten stone, given to Ren by Fred, a peak 6th tier knight, contained the full power of a peak 6th tier knight's attack. The moment the slash was unleashed, an intense heat surged, so intense that even Andre, who was closest to it, spontaneously combusted. The next moment, a heat wave swept over, and Tali, who was standing in front of Rain, also felt the inexplicable high temperature. Roar. With a lion's roar, the slash instantly pierced through most of the palace, leaving a deep trail of lava on the ground. Fortunately, Andre slashed downwards. If he had slashed horizontally, perhaps half of the country of Soraka would have been wiped out. The black-robed man who had faced the slash had vanished without a trace, having been completely obliterated by the attack. Seeing the deep traces of destruction on the ground, everyone present swallowed hard. Even Ryan was amazed by his father's strength. Even Leon, the man in black, and Warwin, who had just been fighting nearby, stopped fighting for a moment. Looking at the slash marks in front of him, his throat went slightly dry. The Lion King Frederick lived up to his name. Just after Andre used Fred's tungsten stone, Fred, far away in the Empire, immediately sensed something. Fred slowly stood up, squinting as he looked towards the far east, his aura exuding anger without being intimidating. A crystal emanating from the spatial aura in his hand was emitting a faint glow. What Ford held in his hand was none other than the spatial beacon that Ketra had given him a few days earlier when she came to Grey Manor. Let's turn our attention back to the far east. Ren narrowed his eyes as he turned his gaze to the man in black confronting Leon. Instantly, the man in black felt his hair stand on end, fearing that Rain would pull out another piece of tungsten stone at any moment. Although he was a high-level 6th-tier cultivator, this slash wouldn't kill him outright, but it would certainly take a significant portion of his life. Seeing this, the man in black smiled at Rain. It seems that young Master Ren is not in a good mood today. However, after the city falls, it's hard to say whether young Master Ren will still want to drink this tea. After saying that, the man in black flew out of the city. Woven followed closely behind. Watching the two men leave in a disheveled state, Leon approached Rain and spoke. Fortunately, young Master Ren, you have Lord Ford's trump card to rely on. Otherwise, if something really happened to you in the Far East, I really wouldn't know how to explain it to the Empire. Young Master Ren, there is a passage within my palace leading to the outskirts of Salaka. Let me take you out first. Listening to Leon's words, Ren looked at the man in black's back and spoke in a deep voice. Leaving the city? No, I'd rather see how these pests invite me for tea. Leon frowned slightly. Young Master Leon, war is no child's play. Ren turned to look at Leon and smiled. King Leon need not worry. Although the Church of Greed has now become involved, its focus will not be on the Far East. I estimate that not many people from the Church of Greed will come this time. Apart from Woven and UR, who are both 6th-tier members, there should be about 4 other 6th-tier members from the Church of Greed. A hint of doubt flashed in Leon's eyes as he listened to Rain's words. How did Ren know all this so clearly? How did young Master Ren become so certain? Upon hearing this, Ren smiled mysteriously, referring to a special channel. Leon paused, then shook his head and smiled before speaking. So that's how it is. There are 6 6th-tier individuals in total? You really think highly of me, Leon. Leon looked somewhat relieved after learning about the opponent's combat strength. 6 6th-tier opponents. His current combat strength was no match for them. Seeing the regret in Leon's eyes, Ren suddenly spoke. King Leon, I've heard that the kingdom of Soraka possesses 2 secret realms? Leon nodded, puzzled at Ryan's question. Yes, young Master Ren. This is something that the kingdom of Soraka has accumulated over many years. What if I said, King Leon, if you give me the 2 secret realms, I will help you through this crisis of Woven's rebellion? Upon hearing this, Leon suddenly looked at Ren, narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before asking a question. Young Master Ren wants a secret realm? I'm afraid that will disappoint you. Both of my Soraka kingdom's secret realms are inherent and cannot be moved. Even if I give them to you, they will remain in the Far East. If you want to use it, you can't possibly come all the way to the Far East every time. Hearing Leon's words, Ren smiled inwardly. He knew, of course, that Leon's 2 secret realms were inherent secret realms, but he had asked the book spirit, and it was only necessary for the ancient book to devour the core of the secret realm. Even if it's an inherent secret realm, Rain can enter it anytime, anywhere through the ancient book. King Leon need not worry. I have my own methods, but will you agree? Leon immediately nodded. Of course, if young Master Ren can really help me through this crisis, then young Master Ren can take those two inherent secret realms himself. Moreover, our nation of Soraka will always be your friend, young Master Ren. In the future, whenever you come to the Far East, our nation of Soraka will be directly responsible for everything. Hearing Leon's affirmative words, Ren smiled slightly. Let's go, King Leon, and discuss a strategy. The Church of Werven and the Church of Greed have 6 sixth-order members. They are, Woven, you are, the vice leader of the Church of Greed, and 3 high priests of the Church of Greed. Leon's side, on the other hand, only had 4 sixth-tier members. They are, Leon, Logan, a 6th-tier bodyguard trained by Leon himself, King Zed of the Azure Kingdom, the largest country in the Far East, and King Hein of the Crescent Kingdom, the largest country in the West. Now, let's remove the 2 greedy church priests who are blocking Zed and Hein. There were also 4 Tier 6 warriors outside the city of Salaka. In response to Rain's analysis, Leon, standing on the other side of the sand table in a palace, asked a question. Young Master Ren, my country of Salaka currently only has 2 6th-tier warriors, while you have 2 6th-tier warriors on your side. Ren shook his head. It's a pity that King Leon doesn't have any 6th-tier combat power, but I can still stop the remaining 2 6th-tier opponents. This is not just empty talk from Ren. He still possesses Jonas's tungsten stone and Archer's tungsten stone from Amethyst City. After handing it over to Andre, it wouldn't be a problem for Andre to seriously injure a 6th-tier opponent. Then Andre and Tali would be able to stop this seriously injured 6th-tier opponent. The remaining 6th-tier opponent was naturally dealt with by Rain himself. After all, the rock elemental life form Ace has always stayed in her own secret realm. When Ace possessed Greta, who was only at the 1st level, she was able to make Greta a 5th-level combatant. Now possessing his body, which is at the mid-level of the 3rd rank, although he can't reach the 6th rank, he can still reach the peak of the 5th rank. Stopping a 6th-rank opponent is still easy for Rain, who can teleport. Seeing the confident look on Ren's face, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. If Rain can really stop 2-tier SXS, after he kills one of them, the rest will be slowly devoured by the others. The crisis will also disappear. Chapter 175 Rock Elemental Magic Secrets. Amber Assimilation, Petrifying Eye. Just as Leon and Rain were discussing countermeasures, Woven, UR, and the Church of Greed, who had returned to the outskirts of the city, launched an attack on the kingdom of Salaka. Because of the tricks of the Church of Greed, the ordinary people in the outer city had their minds corrupted by greed. People's greed was amplified to an extreme, and they began to plunder throughout the city. Arson, murder, and looting occurred in every corner of the outer city. This further strained the manpower of the city's guards. Not only did they need to manage order in the vast outer city, but they also had to climb the city walls to defend the city. For a time, the commander of the outer city guard was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious and overwhelmed. However, the enormous sums of money that the kingdom of Salaka has spent on the city walls over the years have not been wasted. The outer city walls not only feature the Far East's top-tier alchemical defense array and alchemical magic arrow platforms. Even the city walls were made of the hardest tamarisk stone in the Far East. This is why the small number of guards on the outer walls of Soraka were able to withstand such a large siege. The inner city, however, was not significantly affected by the aura of greed due to its unique transmutation array. In the royal palace of Leon, sensing the outbreak of war outside, Leon immediately looked at Logan, a 6th-rank guard beside him, and gave him instructions. Logan, go and mobilize all the inner city guards to reinforce the outer city. I'll be there shortly. Yes, Your Majesty. Logan immediately accepted the order and quickly ran out of the palace. Then Leon looked at Ren. Young Master Ren, the kingdom of Salaka is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The armies of those small countries simply cannot break through. Therefore, the real battle that will determine the outcome is still the fight between us 6th-tier and 5th-tier players. Whichever side's high-end combat power wins, the lower-level army will collapse on its own. Leon's words made Ren nod in agreement. Indeed, this war is essentially a contest of high-end combat capabilities. King Leon, let's go to the outer city first. Leon nodded, and then the group flew towards the outer city. Outer city. Because the kingdom of Salaka is easy to defend and difficult to attack, the guards of the outer city have not yet shown signs of fatigue. On the contrary, the besieging army below was terrified by the towering walls of Soraka and the corpses around them. However, this fear was quickly replaced by the sudden surge of greed in his eyes, and he then launched a fearless attack on the kingdom of Soraka. As Leon and Ren arrived at the outer city wall, the morale of the guards on the wall soared. Upon seeing this, Leon shouted his promise. Warriors of the Kingdom of Salaka, the fate of the Kingdom of Salaka rests on our shoulders. Show us all your strength and courage. I, Leon, hereby promise that once this crisis is over, all of you who participated in the defense of the city will be promoted 2 ranks, and those who have made significant contributions will be allowed to enter the inner city. Even if you die in battle, your families and children will still be raised by the Kingdom of Salaka. I, Leon, promise. Hearing Leon's words, the guards' morale soared even higher. In an instant, the attacking army below was repeatedly routed by a barrage of arrows, spears, and alchemy. Seeing this, Woven, Uar, and several members of the Church of Greed, who were behind the army, began to get restless and showed themselves. For 6th-tier beings flew into the sky and looked down at Rain and Leon on the city wall of Soraka. Upon hearing what Leon had just said, Waven scoffed. Leon, I have 4-tier 6 experts here, while your Soraka kingdom only has 2 including you. What makes you think you can stop me? After speaking, Woven, Uar, and the others began to unleash their 6th-tier power, pressing down on Rain and Leon on the city wall of Soraka. The overwhelming pressure from the 4 6th-tier warriors was so strong that even the originally impregnable city walls emitted a crisp cracking sound. Immediately, Leon and his group flew out of the city to avoid the ensuing battle affecting the city walls. They watched as Leon and Rain flew towards the 4 of them. Woven and Uar sneered inwardly and immediately went to Leon and Logan beside him. In an instant, a battle between the 4 6th-tier fighters was about to erupt. If the 4 hadn't been fighting in the sky, the aftershocks of the battle could have caused heavy losses to the army below. Meanwhile, the vice leader of the Church of Greed smiled slightly at Rain and his companions. How is young Master Ren feeling right now? Would you do me the honor of joining us? When asked by the vice leader, Rain nodded. Sure, of course I can. But what's the point of me going alone? Wouldn't it be better if I took my father with me when I return to the Empire? The vice priest squinted at Rain and immediately spoke to the other high priest beside him. Go and stop those guys around Ren. I don't believe he can produce any more tungsten stones. Yes, vice leader. After saying that, the high priest in black attacked Andre and his companion. Seeing this, Andre nodded to Rain, then flew to the side with the high priest. In an instant, only Rain and the vice leader remained in the center of the battlefield. The vice leader spoke slowly. Is young Master Ren really not going to do me the honor? Ren scoffed. Too much nonsense. Immediately, the rock elemental life form Ace merged directly with Rain, and the next moment, Rain's strength soared. The progression is from the advanced 3rd tier, the beginner 4th tier, the intermediate 4th tier, the peak 5th tier, up to the beginner 6th tier. Seeing Ren's rapidly increasing strength, not only was the vice leader stunned, but he also stood there dumbfounded. Even Leon and the others who were fighting nearby paused. What kind of magical secret technique is this? It's unbelievable that it can increase a person's strength so dramatically. Just then, Ace's voice echoed in Rain's mind. Brother Ren, Ace's strength has increased a lot now. You can maintain your current fighting power for an hour while fighting on the ground. If the battle takes place in the air, the time will be halved. Also, Brother Rain, you'd better use rock elemental magic to attack. Although you can use other magic, I won't amplify the power of those other spells. This is the limit that Ace can do right now. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded inwardly. Okay, Ace. The next moment, Ren landed directly on the ground. With a loud bang, a massive impact of rock spikes spread outwards from Rain. With screams of agony, the closest rebels were pierced by the suddenly appearing rock spikes, pinning them straight to the spikes that were 2 or 3 people high. Blood was continuously flowing down the body of the person hanging on the rock spikes. Then, a golden light flashed in Rain's eyes, and a hidden spatial magic circle instantly appeared in the soil beneath his feet, beginning to slowly absorb the spatial magic in the air. Upon seeing this, the vice-champion above quickly approached Ren. As a 6th-tier advanced warrior, he believed that the best way to deal with mages was still to engage them in close combat. Upon approaching Ren, he immediately unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a loud whooshing sound. Seeing the fist hurtling towards him, Ren activated the demonic battle codex within his body. The next moment, Ren also threw a punch, exchanging blows with the vice leader. Bump! The space where the two collided could not withstand the pressure, and bursts of explosions were heard. Instantly, Ren's body froze, and he was thrown backward by the immense force. Clearly, the 6th-level advanced vice sect leader had the advantage in this power contest. But a smile appeared on Ren's lips. Geo-magic arcane, amber assimilation. Instantly, the vice leader's right hand, which had just exchanged punches with Ren, began to stiffen, and then slowly began to turn into crystalline amber. Upon seeing this, the vice leader's pupils constricted slightly. Rock assimilation? He quickly mobilized his fighting spirit to stop the erosion. But how could Ren let him have his way? The next moment, Ren stared into the vice champion's eyes, his eyes flashing with a dark, earthy yellow light. Geo-Magic Arcane, Petrifying Eye. Chapter 176, Welcoming the Cult Leader. Geo-Magic Arcane, Petrifying Eye. An invisible wave emanated from Rain's eyes, and the rebel soldier who happened to be looking into Rain's eyes turned into a stone statue. The next moment, not only did the vice leader's right hand begin to stiffen, but his body also began to faintly petrify, and even his thoughts were somewhat sluggish due to Rain's petrifying demonic eye. Just then, the vice leader roared and his left hand transformed into a blade, severing his right hand. Then, a thick burst of battle energy erupted out. The fighting spirit swirled and rippled around the vice leader, finally dispelling the magic that Rain had just invaded his body. The vice leader, who had stepped aside, looked at Rain with a newfound seriousness, as if facing a formidable enemy. The previous frivolous attitude was gone. Although this kid has advanced to the initial stage of the 6th rank through secret techniques, he might actually suffer an unexpected setback. Then, the vice leader narrowed his eyes at Rain. Since this kid's strength was forcibly increased, why don't I just not fight him? I don't believe his magical secrets can last forever. Once he understood, the vice champion immediately took to the sky and began to distance himself from Rain. Seeing this, Ren chuckled to himself. He had long anticipated that the vice leader would use this tactic. Then, he gathered rock elemental energy in his hand and slammed it down onto the earth. Get down here, all of you. 6th tier magic, anti-flying gravity field. Old man. The next moment, the atmosphere within a kilometer radius of Rain was completely enveloped by the gravity field. The people fighting in the sky suddenly felt a heavy pressure pressing down on them. The pressure was so intense that they couldn't spare any attention to resist it. This slowed down their fighting movements. Because Rain's magic is a wide-range spell, it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Therefore, Leon and his companion, along with Warwind and his companion, fell from the sky due to Rain's gravity magic. After landing on the ground, the group felt the effects of the heavy pressure subside significantly, and only then did they resume their fight. As soon as the vice leader landed, Rain immediately stepped on the stone waves and rushed towards him. At this moment, the vice leader, having just distanced himself from Rain and had a brief respite, used his battle chi to restore his severed right hand. Seeing Ren rushing towards him, the vice leader's eyes showed a slight seriousness. It seems I need to show some real skills. Then, a surge of greedy energy erupted from the vice leader's hand. Young Master Ren, I'm about to get serious. Greed God's gift, poison blood pact. The next moment, the vice leader seemed to have suffered a severe blow, and his face turned ashen. This move clearly consumed a lot of his blood. As the vice-chancellor's skill takes effect, strange tattoo marks immediately began to appear on Rain's body. Looking at the strange mark on his hand, Rain immediately beckoned to the vice leader. 6th tier magic, 6-fold rock, solid rock prison. Immediately, walls of rock appeared on the ground around the vice leader, enveloping him. Rock burst. As soon as Rain finished speaking, the solid rock prison that enveloped the vice champion exploded violently. Bump. Ren immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the blood he had just vomited on the ground, Ren frowned slightly. Just as Ren was wondering what was going on, the smoke cleared, and the vice leader appeared in front of him. Young Master Rain, the poison blood pact is now in effect. No matter what damage I suffer, it will be transferred to you without any change. Just then, the contract with Lucifer in Ren's mind seemed to sense something and suddenly released a burst of shadow magic. The next moment, the poisonous blood contract within Rain's body was completely devoured by Lucifer's contract. This sudden turn of events was something even Ryan hadn't expected. The poisonous blood pact was devoured, and the vice leader clearly suffered a severe backlash. Ren, what have you done? The vice leader's body was filled with a surging aura of greed, as if he wanted to devour him, and his flesh was peeled off piece by piece. Upon seeing this, Ryan's eyes lit up. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. 6th tier magic, earth vein convergence, giant wave of rocky sea. A golden light flashed in Rain's eyes, and the ground seemed to turn into seawater, suddenly surging with waves. Then, several giant waves crashed towards the vice leader. Seeing the towering waves of rocks as high as city walls in front of him, the vice leader dared not be negligent. He immediately endured the pain and regrouped his fighting spirit, shattering the giant waves that were crashing down on him one by one. After the vice leader shattered these waves and suppressed the backlash within his body, He looked at the exhausted-looking Ren and spoke through the excruciating pain. It seems that you're not up to the task, Mr. Ren. Upon hearing this, Ren scoffed. Is it not working? How is that possible? How could a man say no? He's just preparing a big gift for you. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, in the distance, a meteorite could be seen appearing on the horizon, heading straight towards the kingdom of Soraka. Old man, taste the flavor of a shooting star. Geo-magic arcane, planetary devastation. The next moment, a huge meteor was already approaching the country of Soraka. Leon's eyes bulged as he watched the shooting star. Brother, could you please use less indiscriminate attack magic? Leon immediately shouted towards the country of Soraka while fighting. Activate the National Protection Alchemy Array for me, using maximum energy output. Upon hearing Leon's shout, the guards on the city wall immediately unleashed their final trump card, the National Protection Alchemy Array. Immediately, a blue barrier enveloped the entire country of Soraka. And then, as expected, the meteorite arrived. With a single teleport, Rain appeared beside Andre and Tali, and then layers of rock enveloped the three of them. At the very center of the meteorite's impending fall, the vice leader used all his fighting spirit and greed to form a thick barrier around himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but rather that Rain's spell had a locking attribute, so dodging wouldn't help. The next moment, boom, a meteorite fell. The earth shook violently. The alchemists in the kingdom of Soraka, who were maintaining the protective alchemical array, were struggling to withstand the impact of the meteorite. Alchemists would occasionally cough up blood and faint, and the protective alchemical array was on the verge of collapse. Although Leon and his companions were not directly in the center of the meteorite's impact, they were still thrown back dozens of meters by the shockwave, with traces of blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. In an instant, all the rebels attacking the city from the east, north, and west gates outside the kingdom of Soraka were vaporized, except for the rebels at the farthest west gate, who were spared this time because of their distance. Although the aftershocks of the meteorite have stopped, the heat it generated remains. The ground is covered with traces of magma left by meteorites. At this moment, the vice leader, no longer wearing his black robe, stood there covered in blood. All the hair on his body was burned away by the heat wave from the meteorite. Even his shoulders showed signs of carbonization. Standing still, their fate unknown. Suddenly, the vice champion's hand moved, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Rain. A red crystal suddenly appeared in his hand, which he then crushed violently. As the red crystal shattered, a red vortex of magic appeared in front of the vice leader. Immediately afterwards, a person dressed in a black robe with gold thread stepped out. The vice leader immediately knelt down before the person in front of him. Welcome, Master. Chapter 177, Where are you taking Ren? Everyone was stunned when they heard the vice leader address the man in the black robe with gold thread who had suddenly appeared. The leader of the greedy church? Leon and Waven stopped fighting at the same time. Looking at the man in the gold-threaded black robe, Leon's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing became rapid. The leader of the Church of Greed is named Curtis Diaz, a true mid-level 7th-tier cultivator, whose continental title is Greed. Like Fred, as a powerful figure with a title, he is generally recognized by the people of the continent. His combat power is extremely high. Even Leon, who had not yet fallen from his cultivation level, was no match for him. Leon was extremely nervous and uneasy. Is it certain that his country of Soraka will be defeated today? Meanwhile, across from Leon, Vovin looked at Curtis with a serious expression. Things seemed to be going a little beyond his expectations. When Ryan looked at Curtis, who had suddenly appeared, he was surprised, but not panicked. After all, he hasn't revealed his biggest trump card yet. After Curtis appeared, he observed the surrounding environment and then looked at Ryan. Seeing that there was no panic in Ryan's eyes, Curtis raised an eyebrow and then spoke. This must be young Master Ren. Ricardo, that guy, the leader of the Church of Wrath, told me about you. I admire your deeds and would love to get to know you. I asked my deputy leader to invite you to the church for a cup of tea, but it seems he couldn't persuade you. I told him to be polite before he came, but looking at the current situation, it seems he didn't do as I said. How utterly useless. After saying that, Curtis waved his black robe, and the vice champion kneeling behind him was immediately thrown away by gravity, collapsing to the side, his life hanging in the balance. After doing all this, Curtis looked at Ryan. Young Master Ren, the disobedient student has already been punished. Please forgive his rudeness. Would you do me the honor of having a cup of tea with me, Curtis? Seeing Curtis's attempt to intimidate him, Ryan scoffed. He immediately activated the magic array underground, which had already absorbed enough energy from the space, without leaving a trace. He then looked at Curtis and gave a time-wasting reply. Of course, if the leader of the greedy church personally invites me, it would be truly inexcusable for me, Rain, not to go. Curtis looked smug as he listened to Ryan's sensible reply. Imperial City. Gray family estate, training ground. Fred is having his daily fight with the Lion King. Because the blazing blood refining fruit that Rain gave to Ferd had extremely concentrated medicinal power, almost reaching 100%. This greatly shocked Fred after he used the blazing blood refining fruit. Because no matter what kind of treasure it is, it will lose some of its medicinal properties after being picked, and it will also be damaged during transportation. Fred had thought that the blazing blood refining fruit would be good if it had about 50% of its medicinal power. But what Fred never expected was that it would be 100% of the drug's potency. Therefore, after Fred advanced to the 7th rank, he took it upon himself to give the remaining medicinal power of the blazing blood refining fruit to his mount, the Lion King. Because Lion King was at the peak of the 6th rank, while Jonas was at the advanced 6th rank, that's why Ford gave him Lion King. Therefore, the Lion King is now a true 7th-tier beginner. This is what allowed it to compete with Fred. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Fred stepped aside. Lion King. The next moment, Fred put on his full suit of armor. Seeing this, the Lion King understood immediately and ran to Fred's side, assuming a fighting stance. Fred rode the Lion King and spoke in a deep voice. Jonas. Jonas immediately emerged from Fred's shadow. Head of the household. While I'm away, the Gray family will be in your hands. Rest assured, master. Then Ferd took out a spatial beacon from his magic ring and crushed it immediately. Instantly, a spatial vortex appeared in front of Fiddle and the Lion King, and then the Lion King led Fiddle into it. Far East. Curtis slowly beckoned to Ryan, gesturing for him to proceed. Then please come back to the church with me, young Master Ren. Just as Rain was about to say something to stall for time, the earth suddenly cracked open, and Fred, riding the Lion King, burst out from underground. Where are you taking Ryan? Ford rode the Lion King, carrying a giant sword on his shoulder, and strode over to Rain's side, looking at Curtis with murderous intent. Curtis froze upon seeing the sudden appearance of Fred, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Isn't Fred in the royal city? Suddenly he thought of something. That means that Rain also possesses a teleportation beacon similar to that of his greedy church. Curtis smiled slightly. Fred, why are you so nervous? I just wanted to invite Ryan for a cup of tea. After speaking, Curtis took a few steps back without leaving a trace. Curtis achieved his 7th rank using the power of the greedy demon. Although he was stronger than the average 7th rank cultivator on the continent, he also possessed a title. However, a 7th-tier achievement attained through external force is simply incomparable to a 7th-tier achievement like that of Fred, who broke through on his own. Moreover, Ford is currently in his prime, a time when his blood and energy are surging. Even Curtis, a mid-level 7th-tier warrior, couldn't defeat Fred, who was riding the Lion King. Ford scoffed at Curtis's words. Tea? Sure, why would a junior like Ren drink tea with you? I'll keep you company. After saying that, Fred pushed off with both feet, and the Lion King immediately pounced on Curtis. Curtis's pupils dilated in shock as he watched Fred start a fight at the drop of a hat. Curtis now felt a pang of regret. If he had known that Rain also possessed a teleportation beacon, he would never have come, even if it meant death. Seeing the giant sword that Fiddle was slashing down, Curtis immediately drew his twin blades to defend himself. The next moment, the great sword and the double-edged sword collided. Curtis felt as if several giant mountains were pressing down on him. With a loud bang, the ground beneath Curtis's feet cracked open, and the earth, which had been solidified by the Ren meteorite, collapsed once more. Curtis shoved Fred away and then stepped back. His hand holding the double-edged sword trembled slightly. Such immense power. Curtis immediately ran behind him. Clearly, he was trying to escape. Ford's eyes narrowed, and he immediately gave chase. Watching the two fleeing figures, the group fighting outside Salaka all turned their gazes toward Ren. Leon's gaze was the most intense. Goodness, Rain, you should have told me you had this trick up your sleeve sooner. My heart is pounding. Meanwhile, Woven and his companions looked ashen-faced. The moment Fred appeared, they had already lost. Leon looked at the ashen face on Woven's face and spoke. Woven, are you still going to struggle? The Church of Greed has retreated. What cards do you have left? Use them. Hearing Leon's words, Woven put down his long sword, plopped down on the ground, sighed, and smiled. You've defeated Leon, and I won't lay a hand on him again. However, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, please spare the descendants of my kingdom of Lausanne. They are unaware of the situation. Listening to Woven's words, Leon squinted and thought for a long time before nodding. Woven, you've been with me for so long. I never expected you to do something like this. Out of consideration for our past relationship, I won't harm your offspring. However, they can no longer rule Lozon. Let them come to Soraka. I need to keep a close watch on them." Upon hearing this, Woven nodded and immediately picked up his longsword and plunged it into his heart. A king, Warwin, fell. Chapter 178. The Land of Mist will open. In the mountains, Fred rode the Lion King, relentlessly pursuing Curtis. Curtis, who was running ahead, looked at Fred behind him and spoke. "Ford, I didn't do anything to Ryan. Why are you chasing me like this?" Ferd did not answer, but simply urged the Lion King to speed up. His advancement to the 7th rank caused quite a stir on the continent, which is why the Grey family is now at the height of its power on the continent. Although his fame has soared, it's not necessarily a good thing in some ways. Therefore, Fred needs to do something to deter some shady characters. Curtis saw the relentless determination in Fred's eyes. He hardened his heart. Then he stopped running away and gathered greedy energy in his hand, which was several times more solid than that of the previous vice leader. Curtis's greedy aura instantly emanated outwards, enveloping the two of them. The realm of greed, manifestation of original sin, the gold auction house. The next moment, Curtis and Ford appeared in a gold auction house made entirely of gold. Seeing this, Fred's fighting spirit surged, and he also summoned his own domain. Crimson Lotus Domain, Final Annihilation, Lionheart Imperial Domain. In an instant, fiery lotuses appeared in the gold auction hall, melting the gold. It burned down half of Curtis's gold auction house. In an instant, Fred's crimson heavenly flame and Curtis's golden scales each occupied a territory. Ferd, to be honest, my greed church has no grudge against your Grey family. I just wanted to invite Ryan over for a cup of tea. Are you really going to fight to the bitter end? Upon hearing this, Fred scoffed. Curtis, don't think I can't see through your intentions. If Ryan goes back with you, do you think he'll ever come back? Aren't you just trying to use Ryan to threaten me? Do you really think I can't see through you? Curtis frowned as he looked at the increasingly terrifyingly hot red lotus beside Ford. Yes, I admit I had those thoughts, but I didn't actually do it, did I? The Misty Lands are about to open, and I don't want to fight you during this time. I can give you some compensation. Unmoved by Curtis's suggestion, Ford swung his greatsword, sending a blazing sword beam hurtling toward Curtis. Curtis, you're a veteran 7th-tier fighter. What's wrong? Are you too old to even wield a sword anymore? The scales behind Curtis tilted slightly, and Fred's sword light disappeared. You should know that the Land of Mist is about to open. Are you sure you want to fight me at this time? We fought a losing battle, but others are the ones who are happy. Ford squinted at Curtis. So what? I said a long time ago that I would fight anyone who dared to touch Ren. What? You forgot. Curtis sighed inwardly. That's what you said when you were at level 6. Who knew you could advance to level 7? 5 mist tokens, Curtis said. Several of Frederick's red lotuses suddenly bloomed, beginning to engulf and burn Curtis's auction house. A Mist Lord's token. Curtis listened to Fred's request with unwavering determination in his eyes. Impossible. Everyone needs a Mist Lord's token. If I gave you a greedy demon, you'd kill me. We might as well have done it here. I'll give you 10 mist tokens in the end. Curtis's words caused Ford to slightly withdraw the Crimson Lotus from his domain. 15 mist tokens, Ford said. Curtis gritted his teeth, pondered for a moment, and then said, okay. The two then simultaneously withdrew their respective domains. Fodor returned towards the direction of the kingdom of Salaka, riding the Lion King and speaking without turning his head. I want that vice leader, otherwise anyone will dare to attack Ren. Curtis sighed, gave a nasal and then disappeared. He naturally understood what Fred meant. Fred wanted to make an example of the vice champion as a warning to others. Some other forces in the province are acting recklessly and without any sense of propriety. The Dark Realm. The palace of the realm of the original Sin Demon, the Greedy Demon. The palace of the Greedy Demon was extremely luxurious, entirely made of pure gold, and it was estimated that there were tens of thousands of tons of gold. If sold on the mainland, its value would be incalculable. At this moment, the human form of Greed, dressed in a tailcoat, sat on the throne, holding gold coins in his hands, inhaling the aroma of the coins with a look of ecstasy on his face. Suddenly, Lucifer and Lilith appeared in the Palace of Greed. Upon seeing the newcomer, Greed was taken aback and immediately put down the gold coins in his hand and rose from the throne. Lord Black Crown, Lord Red Devil, what brings you two here? Hearing the greedy question, Lilith smiled alluringly. Haha, Greed, you've gotten yourself into trouble. The smile on his face grew even brighter, but he had committed a serious offense. Greed stood still, squinting as he thought about what he had done recently. But after thinking for a moment, doubts arose in my mind. I've been staying in the palace for the past few years and haven't even met Black Crown or Red Demon. How could I possibly have offended them? I wonder if Lord Red Demon could help me recall. I really can't remember. Lilith shook her head. It wasn't something you did, but something your underling did. Greed remained silent in place. Greedy churches in mainland China? Then, amidst the greedy silence, Lilith's voice came again. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Since you were unaware of the situation and weren't the mastermind, Lucifer and I are showing you special mercy this time. We'll only beat you half to death. Greed listened to Lilith's words, his lips twitching. Listen to this, it's fucking devilish talk. I know nothing, and I'm supposed to be half dead? But Greed dared not resist at all. After all, Lilith could crush him with one hand, and now with the addition of the even stronger Black Crown Lucifer, he was afraid that if he ran away, he would be beaten to death. I see. Lord Red Devil, I understand. Please wait a moment. Then Greed picked up a handful of gold coins, took a deep breath, and then went to Lucifer and Lilith's side. Gentlemen, please be gentle. No sooner had the greedy words left his mouth than Lucifer and Lilith launched their attack. Half an hour later, Lucifer and Lilith left the territory of Greed with satisfaction. Inside the palace, the greedy creature, dismembered into several pieces, stared blankly at the magnificent golden dome above the palace. She looked like a little girl who had just been violated by dozens of burly men. Although he, as a demon of original sin, cannot die, he still experiences pain. Then, Greed used his lustful energy to reconnect his body, his heart burning with rage. A bunch of bastards, always causing me trouble. Damn it, you just wait. I can't beat Black Crown, I can't beat Red Devils, but I can beat you guys, right? Chapter 179 Alchemy Secret Realm and Serpent Cave. In the kingdom of Soraka, at the eastern gate of the meteorite crater, as Waven committed suicide, Yuar, fearing for his life, scrambled to his knees before Leon. Your Majesty, spare me. I was forced into it. Seeing that his pleas for mercy had not diminished the determination in Leon's eyes, Yuar quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, I still have a use for you. I know where Woven's private treasury is. Oh, by the way, Yuar looked at Rain as if he had found a lifeline. Young Master Ren, you are a magician. You must be interested in the treasures of the God of Magic, right? I know where those treasures are. Please spare my life, young Master Ren. I am willing to give up all the wealth of my Andera kingdom. Upon hearing this, a hint of interest appeared in Rain's eyes. Leon, however, keenly sensed Rain's meaning and immediately withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes towards Yuar. Now, Ren's thoughts are the most important. After all, without Ren, the kingdom of Salaka might have already fallen. Sitting on a ball of air, Ren asked Yuar with great interest. Where is the treasure of the God of Magic? When asked by Rain, Yuar looked at Leon with a troubled expression. Leon naturally understood what Yuar meant and immediately spoke up. Tell me quickly. After you find that treasure, make a vow, and if young Master Ren is in a good mood, he might spare your life. Leon's idea was simple. Since Yuar was useful to Ren, he naturally couldn't kill him. Not killing him isn't out of the question. Leon plans to make Yuar swear an oath never to betray him, so that the Far East can retain a 6th-tier combatant. As for Woven, he had to die. After all, he was the mastermind behind this rebellion. If he didn't die, then anyone would dare to rebel in the future. Yuar was overjoyed to hear Leon's words and nodded quickly. Yes, the treasure is in a hidden cave in the north of Lausanne. Woven took me there, so I know the exact location. Ren nodded, then took out a high-level restrictive shackle and handed it to Andre beside him, gesturing with his chin towards the vice leader who was still unconscious. Andre understood immediately, took the shackles, and locked the unconscious vice leader in them. Seeing that the matter was over, Ryan sat on a ball of air and glanced in the direction where Ford had left before drifting into the city. Let's go. Father went after Curtis and we don't know when he'll be back. Let's go back to the city and wait for him. Upon hearing Ryan speak, Leon immediately nodded. Young Master Rain will go first. I have some business to attend to with Yuar. We will follow shortly. Rain, who was floating ahead, glanced at the two of them, nodded, and then floated into the city. After Leon made Yuar swear an oath, he led Yuar to chase after Ren. The royal palace in the inner city of Soraka. Leon sat on the throne and spoke to Ren. Young Master Ren, Lord Ford has not yet returned. If you are hungry, shall I prepare some food for you? We can have a celebration banquet when your father returns. Sitting to the side, enjoying a massage from the maid, Ren nodded in agreement. Of course, the crisis in the kingdom of Salaka has passed, and King Leon should have given me my reward by now. Leon chuckled and readily agreed. Although I felt a little heartache, compared to the throne in the Far East, the two inherent secret realms were insignificant. Of course, after saying that, he took out two objects of different shapes from his magical artifact. A crystal ball and a disc with a serpentine pattern. It was none other than the key to the secret realm. The inherent secret realm is different from the existing trial secret realm in Ren. It is usually a hidden realm that is fixed in a certain location and contains a variety of resources. To enter a secret realm, you usually need to go to a designated location and use a secret realm key to enter. Leon handed the two keys in his hand to the maid beside him, who slowly walked up to Ren and handed them to him. Seeing that Ren had taken the key to the secret realm, Leon began to explain. Young Master Ren, the crystal ball key in your left hand is a place I call the alchemy realm. The creatures inside are no higher than level 3, making it very safe. The resources in the secret realm contain almost all the materials needed for alchemical potions. I might need to buy materials from you in the future. The snake-shaped disc key in your right hand is what I call the snake pit. At this point, Leon's eyes became somewhat solemn. This secret realm is home to an abundance of snakes, and its environment is diverse and complex, featuring forests, swamps, deserts, rainforests, and many other landforms. But regardless of the environment, there are a large number of snakes. Although there are other creatures among them, I can clearly tell that they are all food fed by those snakes. Young Master Ren, if you're going in, you'd better be well prepared, because there are many poisonous snakes inside. I previously sent 4th-tier individuals in to explore, but none of them ever came out. Therefore, I am certain that there are likely 5th-tier monsters in the secret realm, so please be careful. If you wish to enter the secret realm, I will have Logan take you there. He knows its exact location. Listening to Leon's story, Ryan asked in confusion. King Leon has never been to these two secret realms? It seems you don't know much about them. Leon nodded. I've been to the alchemy realm, and I know a lot about it, which is pretty much what I'm telling you. But I've never been inside the serpent's lair. Young Master Ren, you may not know this, but I was bitten by a venomous snake when I was a child, and it nearly killed me. Therefore, I'm not a big fan of snakes, and I have never been to a snake pit. Upon hearing this, Ren suddenly realized what had happened and remembered what had happened when Leon was 6 years old. Just then, Leon and Rain seemed to sense something and looked towards the palace entrance. A group of guards led Fred and the Lion King into the palace. Upon seeing this, Leon quickly rose from his throne and descended the steps to greet him, his tone full of respect. Lord Ferd, thank you so much for your help this time. Otherwise, my kingdom of Salaka would have been in grave danger. After shaking hands with Leon, Ford smiled. King Leon, there's no need for such formalities. You've also taken care of Ren in the Far East. This is nothing. Because Leon was still the ruler of the Far East, and in terms of status, he was on the same level as the Emperor of the Empire, so Fred's attitude was not too high profile. The two chatted for a while, and then Leon quickly ordered the maids to begin the banquet. Fred led the Lion King to sit down next to Ren and looked at him. Good lad, already at tier 3? Looks like you've gained quite a bit from this training trip. That's right, Uncle Archer went to see you, didn't he? The crisis in Amethyst City was also thanks to me, Ren said smugly. Then Ren looked at the Lion King sandwiched between the two, stroked the Lion King's mane, and asked. The Lion King has also advanced to the 7th rank. Despite being scratched by Rain, the Lion King was not bothered and simply lay his head on the ground with his eyes half closed. Ferd nodded. Yes, it's all thanks to your blazing blood refining fruit back then. Chapter 180 The Land of Mist, the core of the alchemy realm. Ford, holding his teacup, said, Do you have anything else to do in the Far East? If not, I'll take you back. Yes, Leon just gave me 2 secret realms controlled by the Kingdom of Salaka, and I plan to take them with me. I also want to see Woven's treasure trove. Ryan's words made Ford stop what he was doing, and he asked with a questioning look on his face. A secret realm? As far as I know, the 2 secret realms in the Kingdom of Salaka are inherent secret realms. How do you take them away? Ren smiled mysteriously. Of course I have my methods. I can take him away anyway. Upon hearing this, Fred, who was sitting to the side, had a sudden flash of inspiration and thought of many things. If you can really take the original secret realm away, then you can talk to His Majesty about it when you return to the Empire. There are some inherent secret realms within the Empire, but they are too far away. If you can transfer these inherent secret realms, His Majesty will reward you handsomely. Fred's words puzzled Ryan again. Many? Aren't there very few secret realms on the mainland? Fred nodded. It is rare, but it does not refer to the inherent secret realm. Although the inherent secret realm is called a secret realm, it is different from the trial secret realm you entered, as well as the inheritance secret realm and treasure vault secret realm controlled by the royal family. Several unique secret realms appear on the continent every year, so they are not unusual. You can also think of it this way. The existing secret realms are the new generation, while the trial secret realms and the like are the old guard. Otherwise, do you think Leon would so readily give you the secret realm? After listening to Fred's explanation, Ryan nodded in understanding. I see. Well then, after I've finished collecting these two secret realms, let's go check out Warwin's treasury and then return to the Empire. While the father and son were chatting, Leon had already prepared the banquet. He walked up to Fred, holding a glass of wine. Lord Frederick, this cup is for you. Thank you for your help. Fred smiled, stood up, and toasted Leon in return. Then Leon came up to Ren and toasted him as well. Young Master Ren, this toast is also to you. You will always be a friend of my country, Soraka. Ryan also got up and clinked glasses with Leon. Having done all this, Leon sat back on the throne. During their conversation, Ford put down his wine glass and spoke to Leon. King Leon should also know that the Land of Mist is about to open. Leon put down his knife and fork, nodded, and said, Yes, I only found out about it a while ago. Now that such a change has occurred in the Far East, I'm afraid the Far East won't gain much from this foggy conference. After saying that, Leon sighed. Listening to his father and Leon's conversation, Ryan looked somewhat surprised. The Land of Mist? I know quite a bit about the misty lands of Ren from the Academy's textbooks. In the southwestern region of the continent of Soltis, there is a place shrouded in mist, the origin of which remains unknown to all. Some even doubt that the Misty Lands are part of the continent of Soltis. The Misty Lands only open once every 100 years. Each opening is a grand event for the entire continent, and also a test for the younger generation. Because the Misty Lands only allow people of Tier 3 or below, under 25 years old, to enter with a Misty token or a Misty Lord token. As for what it means to be a grand feast for the entire continent, it naturally has immense benefits. The Misty Lands are home to all sorts of opportunities, treasures extinct on the continent, and rare heritages. Moreover, there is also the concept of fortune. That's all that Rain knows about the Land of Mist for now. The celebration banquet came to an end as the sun set. To save time, Fred planned to take Rain to the first secret realm overnight. Alchemy Realm. Led by Logan, the Rain father and son soon arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Logan pointed to the very smooth mountain cliff in front of him and spoke. Lord Ford, young Master Ren, this is the location of the Alchemy Realm. You can open the door using the realm key. Rain immediately took out the crystal ball key from the magic ring. As soon as the crystal ball key appeared, Rain and the others sensed a peculiar energy. Slowly, ripples began to spread across the mountainside, and Logan stepped into the mountainside upon seeing this. The two followed and entered in turn. As a white light flashed before their eyes, the group found themselves in the so-called Alchemy Secret Realm. Just like outside, it's nighttime inside the Alchemy Realm. The forest where Rain and his companions were located was very quiet, with the occasional chirping of crickets. Logan began to explain. Lord Ferd, young Master Ren, our country of Salaka has been exploring this secret realm for quite some time now, and there has been no danger. Please rest assured. Since Rain didn't specify how to access the secret realm, Ford decided to give Rain some personal space to explore it on his own. Then, Fred patted Ren on the shoulder, leaving a wisp of fighting spirit on Ren's body. Rain, go by yourself. I've left a mark on you, so I'll sense any danger. Logan and I will wait for you at the entrance to the secret realm. Feeling the lingering battle aura on his body, Ren chuckled. It's good to have someone backing you up. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. After saying that, Rain followed the book's spirit's guidance and began searching for the core of the secret realm. The secret forest was very quiet at night, and Rain flying in the air startled many birds. Before long, Rain followed the book's spirit's guidance to a cliff. The cliff is extremely deep, and thick white fog lingers in the middle section. Rain asked the book's spirit in his mind. Book spirit, are you sure the core of the secret realm is underground? I have a feeling something strange down there. Upon hearing this, the book spirit in Ren's mind rolled its eyes at Ren, saying, So what if he is? It's not like your father isn't here. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Ren had a second thought. 2. He then used a slow descent technique to probe down the cliff. Rain stopped as he approached the white mist and asked Isha, the book of natural history. Isha, what kind of mist is this? Is it poisonous? Isa shook her head. No, Lord Rain. It's just ordinary water vapor formed due to temperature differences. Relieved, Ren plunged into the white mist and emerged from it after a while, landing at the bottom of the cliff. The bottom of the cliff was very messy, with clumps of wild grass growing up to Ren's waist, and there were also unidentified animal skeletons on the ground. They must have been some animals that accidentally fell off the cliff. Then, Rain used his long-and-used ground wave detection technique to explore the surroundings. Seeing that there were no living beings around, he followed the book's spirit's guidance and walked deeper into the area. Finally, deep at the bottom of the cliff, Ren saw the emerald green core of the secret realm suspended in midair. Chapter 181 Amber. As he approached the core of the secret realm, Ren immediately noticed the transmutation arrays that surrounded it. Looking at the layers of alchemy arrays surrounding the core of the secret realm, Ren didn't think much of it. After all, Leon had mentioned that he had been to the alchemy secret realm before. After so many years of searching, finding the core of the secret realm is not surprising. This transmutation array is probably something Leon left here to protect the core of the secret realm to prevent other monsters from damaging it. Because the transmutation array was only about level 4 in power, Rain destroyed all the layers of the transmutation array with just a little effort. Rain walked up to the core of the secret realm, opened his hand, and grasped it, speaking in his mind to the Book of Humanity. Human reasoning, this is yours. Upon hearing this, the Book of Human Principles cheered with joy, its pages turning rapidly, and then it emitted a suction force towards the core of the secret realm. The secret realm core in Ren's hand immediately transformed into strands of energy that surged into Ren's body. The energy flowed through Ren's body into the Book of Human Principles, gradually brightening the dim inscriptions on the book. Then, the book closed and began to slumber. Seeing this, Rain didn't wait any longer and prepared to go up and meet up with Fred to head to the Serpent Cave secret realm. At the entrance to the secret realm, Ferd and Logan were sitting in chairs talking about something. At that moment, Ren flew back from a distance. Ford looked at Ryan, who was flying back, and asked, "Is it done?" "Yes, everything went smoothly." Ren nodded. Then, Fred put away the chair next to him and led the group away from the secret realm, preparing to head to the next one. The bright moonlight shone down, making the forest not too dark at night. The three flew through the air towards the Snake Cave secret realm. The Serpent Cave and the Alchemy realm are far apart. Following Logan's directions, the three of them arrived at the forest where the Serpent Cave was located in the early hours of the morning. Upon arriving at the forest of the Snake Cave secret realm, Logan and Ford spoke. "Lord Ford, young Master Ren, this forest is also teeming with venomous snakes. Please be careful." Fred didn't care too much and immediately summoned the Lion King to stay with them. The Lion King's imposing presence is enough to keep those venomous snakes away. Go ahead with peace of mind. Logan nodded, his worries gone, and the group soon arrived at a clear pool in the forest. Perhaps due to the Lion King's imposing presence, some of the snakes in the pools fainted before they could escape. Logan pointed to the pool and said to Ren, "Young Master Ren, this pool is the entrance to the secret realm." Ren nodded and then took out the snake-shaped disc. After taking out the key to the secret realm, a vortex slowly appeared in the pool. Logan then condensed a battle aura barrier around himself and took the lead in entering the Snake Cave secret realm. Seeing this, Fred waved his hand, and two flames surrounded Fred and Ren. Then Fred led Ren into the secret realm, with the Lion King following closely behind. As soon as they entered the secret realm, a giant python immediately attacked and bit at Fred and his companion. However, before they could even get close, they were burned to ashes by Fred's flames. "Lord Ford, young Master Rain, there are many poisonous snakes here. We'd better not act alone," Logan said to Ford and Rain after killing a snake. Ford nodded to Ryan. "Ryan, you lead the way. With me and the Lion King here, these vipers can't hurt you." Then Rain walked ahead of the two, following the guidance of the book spirit, and flew towards the core of the secret realm. Fred and Logan, riding the Lion King, followed closely behind Ryan. As if sensing the destination of the three, the snakes attacked even more frequently. However, due to the Lion King's imposing presence, the snakes were forced to the ground and unconscious before they could even get close to the group. Before long, Rain and his companions arrived at a huge mountain range. Upon reaching the mountains, the snake attacks intensified, with venomous snakes leaping fearlessly to attack the group in midair. But all efforts were in vain. The attacking snakes collapsed to the ground as if rained down on them. After a long while, perhaps sensing the strength of the three, the snakes stopped their attack and allowed the group to walk towards the giant mountain. As soon as Rain arrived at the giant mountain, he saw a brightly colored little snake leading a group of snakes bowing down to the group, looking as if they were submitting to its masters. Seeing this, Fred, who was behind Ryan, raised an eyebrow. These snakes have actually developed a faint intelligence? The lead, brightly colored snake raised its head and hissed at Ren. "Hiss, hiss, hiss, we are willing to submit." The Lion King, standing nearby, explained to Rain, Young Master Rain, she is saying, we are willing to submit. Ryan nodded. Yes, I understand. I've studied telepathy before. The Lion King nodded and said nothing more. Rain stared at the small snake below, which was about the length of his arm, for a moment, then fell to the ground. Ferd and Logan did not follow, but Ferd's fighting spirit remained around Rain. Rain approached the little snake and looked at the third-tier snake in front of him. Have you seen this before? After saying that, Ren used magic to draw a core of the secret realm in his hand. Hearing what Ren said, the little snake nodded quickly and then led Ren into the snake cave in the giant mountain. Ren glanced back at Fred, who nodded, and then Ren followed the little snake into the snake hole. The small snake holds a very high position in the snake group. Wherever it goes, the other snakes make way for it. As he entered the snake cave, Rain squinted at the emerald green crystals on the cave walls. At that moment, Isa's voice came from the book of natural history. Lord Rain, this is a serpent spirit stone, a mineral formed by special geological veins. It is extremely beneficial to snakes, helping them purify their bloodline and even awaken their intelligence. Judging from the sheer number of snake spirit stones scattered across the rock face, this entire mountain must be made up of snake spirit stones. Rain nodded to indicate that he understood, and then continued to follow behind the little snake. Before long, the little snake led Ren to the deepest part of the snake cave, where they indeed found a purple core of a secret realm. Rain stepped forward and had the book's spirit take the core of the secret realm into its body. Then Rain looked at the little snake beside him. You are now enlightened, so you must understand what I am saying. Then, Ren took out a slave contract from his magic ring and placed it in front of the little snake. Those who submitted signed it, while those who did not submit revealed a hint of murderous intent. Looking at the contract in front of him, the little snake did not hesitate and directly forced a drop of blood from its tail onto the contract. The blood dripped onto the contract, causing it to transform into a golden light that shot into the little snake's brain. Instantly, Rain sensed a faint connection between himself and the little snake. Master, a clear voice rang in Ren's mind. Upon hearing this, Ren extended his right hand to the snake, which quickly coiled around his arm and eventually wrapped around his neck, just like a colorful scarf. Rain didn't care, because the slave scroll he had just taken out was the highest grade in the Empire. Once the contract is signed, the slave cannot harbor any thoughts of harming his master, so Rain did not take any precautions against the little snake. Feeling the snake's cool scales, Rain touched the snake's tail and spoke. From now on, I'll call you Liupa. Chapter 182 Alliance Contract. Rain led Liupa out of the snake hole, and the snakes outside raised their heads to look at Rain. Upon seeing this, Looper, who was perched on Rain's head, let out a roar. Hiss. The next moment, as if suppressed by their bloodline, the snakes all bowed their heads to Ren again. Then Lupa licked Ren twice with her snake tongue, as if she were asking for credit. Rain sighed and patted Lupo's smooth head. Seeing this, Fred and Logan, who were flying in the sky, breathed a sigh of relief. Rain flew into the sky and came to the front of Fred and his companion. Rupi was clearly still a little scared when she saw Fred and his companion, so she hid behind Rain's head and refused to come out. Father, it's all done. We can leave now. Upon hearing this, Ferdinand and his companion nodded, and the three of them flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. During the flight, out of boredom, Ren asked Ferd about the Misty Lands. Father, you said the Land of Mist is about to open. How much longer is that? 6 months, I suppose. 5 months later, all the powers across the continent will gather at the Myriad Nations Garden in the center of the continent, Etheron, for the Mist Conference to discuss how the Mist tokens of this century should be planned and distributed. After the Mist Conference, once you receive the Mist token, you can begin preparations to enter the Mist Lands. Fred's words made Ryan nod, and then he asked another question. Father, do you know anything about the Land of Mist? Ferd nodded. Yes, it's recorded in the Grey family archives, and I've also heard some of it from your great-grandfather. The Misty Lands are magical. Their operating rules are completely different from those of the mainland. If you enter with a Mist token, you'll be exploring the Mistland all alone. But if you enter with a Mist Lord token, it's a different story. At that time, you will become a Mist Lord, attracting the natives of the Mistland to explore by building and developing your territory. You should learn about the legends of fortune in the Misty Lands at the Academy. Yes, it is indeed true. Fred took a deep breath and continued to explain. However, this concept of fortune only applies to the Mist Lords. Once you become a Mist Lord, you will experience various challenges in the Mistlands, as well as attacks from other Mist Lords like yourself. Finally, after you leave the Mistlands will collect data on your various actions and the size of your territory to add fortune to your Mist Lord token. This kind of fortune is intangible and invisible, but it truly exists. Back then, a prince of the empire possessed a level 2 Mist Lord token, which resulted in 4 consecutive years of abundant harvest for the entire empire, not just in one location, but throughout the entire empire. When it came to fortune, Ford's eyes were filled with seriousness. After listening to Ford's words, Rain gained a more concrete understanding of the Misty Lands. Lord, when the three returned to the kingdom of Salaka, it was already 9 a.m. At that time, the kingdom of Salaka was arranging manpower to carry out the repair work on the ground outside the city and the outer city walls. There were also caravans constantly heading towards the country of Salaka. Looking at the long line of carriages outside the city, Rin raised an eyebrow. At this point, Logan spoke up and explained to Ryan. Young Master Rin, there are quite a few people plotting rebellion in the Far East this time. Although the mastermind, Woven, has been tried, we cannot let go of those small countries that helped him. Not only did they have to give up half of their domestic wealth to the other half of the country that had not rebelled, but their status also declined significantly. Moreover, His Majesty Leon ordered them to send their most outstanding offspring to the kingdom of Soraka as a warning, as these carriages contained the heirs of those smaller nations. Hearing Logan's words, Rain nodded in understanding, and then the three of them flew towards Leon's palace in the inner city. Now that the 2 secret realms have been obtained, Rain plans to take directly from Warwind's treasury, and then participate in the alliance ceremony with Leon before returning to the Empire with Ferd. Ren missed his maids terribly after not seeing them for so long. Logan descended slowly from the air onto the palace steps and bowed to the 2 men. Lord Fred, young Master Ren, His Majesty should be inside the palace, so I will not disturb you 2 any longer. After saying that, Logan flew towards the outer city wall, clearly heading to the outer city to take command. Rain followed Fred into the palace, where Leon was seen reviewing government affairs with a group of old men. Leon was reviewing government documents very carefully when he suddenly felt someone watching him. He looked up and saw Fred and Ryan. He then quickly stood up and said, Lord Ford, young Master Ren, you're back. Would you like me to prepare some food? Ferd chuckled. It's good to be prepared. King Leon is truly diligent, starting his morning so busy reviewing government affairs. Upon hearing this, Leon smiled wryly, beckoned to the maid beside him to prepare the food, and then spoke to Fred. Alas, this incident in the Far East has triggered many follow-up events. Not only are the Divine Eagle Kingdom in the north and the Red Cliff Principality in the west considering taking action, but internal voices are also extremely mixed. Ferd nodded and reassured him. King Leon, there's no need to worry. Once our empire and your Far East sign an alliance agreement tomorrow, they naturally won't dare to act rashly. Upon hearing this, Leon concealed his worry and smiled at Fred and the other man. Then I'll trouble you too. Enough of this talk. Come and try some of my Far Eastern delicacies. The next day, the inner city was opened, and people flocked to it. Dressed in formal and magnificent attire, Leon stood on a newly built platform, holding a scepter, and read the covenant to the people of the Far East gathered below. I, Leon Simmons, swear in the noble name of Simmons. If the Empire of Essus is invaded by enemies, the warriors of my Far East nations will arrive immediately, swords and shields crossed, iron hooves pointing in unison. The 2 countries' chambers of commerce exchanged goods and services. The Far East opened its doors to the Assisian Empire with alchemists and alchemical potions, while the Assisian Empire facilitated the trade of gems and minerals with the Far East. The Akkisian Empire pledged never to interfere with the sovereignty, religion, or inheritance of any of my Far Eastern nations. This oath was made under the blazing sun. Those who break it shall be burned to ashes. After speaking, Leon looked at Ren, who was dressed as an imperial noble viscount, and handed him the contract. Ryan took it and nodded to Leon. Chapter 183 The Treasure of the God of Magic, The Unknowable Mask. After the alliance ceremony concluded, Fred and Ryan prepared to resign from their posts before Leon. As they walked back to the palace, Ferd spoke to Leon, who was standing beside him. King Leon, the alliance agreement has taken effect, so Ren and I will not stay any longer. We plan to leave today and return as soon as possible to report to His Majesty. Leon's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Lord Ferd is leaving so soon. At least stay and enjoy your time in my country of Soraka before you go. Ferd shook his head. No, King Leon, I left in a hurry. The Grey family can't be without me for long. It's time for me to go back. Upon hearing this, Leon had no choice but to nod. In that case, please have lunch before you leave. Faced with Leon's enthusiastic invitation, Fred no longer refused and nodded. After lunch, Fred and Rain led UR towards Lausanne in the far southeast. The two planned to take Woven's treasure and then return directly to the Empire. After 4 days and nights of travel, UR quickly brought Ren and the other to a hidden treasure vault in the southern mountains of Lausanne, owned by Woven. This hidden treasure trove is located in a small mountain. If it weren't for UR's guidance, no one would have ever come to explore such a deep forest. Arriving at an inconspicuous hill, UR observed the surroundings and then found a small transmutation circle under a nearby tree. After activating this small transmutation array, a small opening appeared in the ground in front of Xiaoshan. Seeing this, UR hid the transmutation circle under the tree and then came to Rain and the other man, bowing and scraping. Lord Ford, young Master Ryan, this is Woven's private treasury. Please follow me. After saying that, UR took the lead and walked ahead of the tunnel. Seeing this, Fodor and the other man followed. As the three figures disappeared in front of the hill, the energy left by UR on the transmutation circle vanished, and the opening in front of the hill slowly closed. The forest returned to its usual tranquility. After the three entered the secret passage, rows of oil lamps suddenly lit up on the walls of the passage below, illuminating the dim passage. After walking for a while, they stopped in front of UR. Wait a minute, Lord Fred. Then UR began to feel around on the stone wall, and soon he found a stone brick that he could press down. After the stone bricks were pressed down, there were several loud rumbling sounds, and the secret passage in front of them shifted and changed, only stopping after more than 10 minutes. Looking at the newly discovered secret passage, UR chuckled. Lord Ford, young Master Ren, this is the real secret passage. The one we just saw was a trap, a decoy. After saying that, UR walked ahead again, and after passing through several more traps in the secret passage, UR led Rain and the other to a stone gate. After some fiddling, UR finally managed to open the stone door slowly. Seeing this, UR quickly said to Rain and the other man behind him, My lords, please step aside. Following UR's advice, Fred and Ryan did as he was told. Just as the three turned to the side, several siege crossbow bolts made of mithril shot out from the stone gate. With a whoosh, it shot into the wall next to the three of them, and there was a gap in the wall that matched the crossbow bolt perfectly. As the stone gate opened completely, the crossbow bolts stopped firing, and only then did UR lead Rain and the other man into the stone gate. Enter the stone gate. What came into view was a small cave. As soon as the group entered, the sunstone on the cave ceiling emitted light, illuminating every corner of the cave. Contrary to what Ren had imagined, the cave was filled with mountains of gold coins and treasures. Instead, it was filled with rows of display shelves, like those in a library. Each display shelf was filled with boxes. UR looked at Rain and said, Gentlemen, please follow me. The treasure of the god of magic is over here. Then UR led the two to the innermost part of the cave, where a luxurious box made of white jade was prominently displayed. At UR's prompting, Rain opened the box, inside which was a white mask. The mask, made of an unknown material, was adorned with gilded patterns, giving it an air of mystery. As Rain picked up the mask, UR explained from the side. Neither Woven nor I know how to use this mask. As for its origin, Woven found it in the ruins of a god of magic. The mask was worshipped by the followers of the god of magic in those ruins, which is why Woven guessed it was a treasure of the god of magic. Hearing UR's words, Rain nodded, then sat on the white jade box and looked at Ferd. Father, go and look at the other treasures. Don't worry about me, I'll study them. Fred nodded, and then led UR toward the rows of display cases. Watching the two walk away, Ryan pulled up his sleeve, revealing 2 stamps on his arm. As the book spirit mentioned before, this magic circle mark is the symbol of the god of magic, so it should have some connection with the mask in his hand. Then he took the mask and brought it close to the mark on his arm. At this moment, the god of magic within Ren stared wide-eyed at the mask in Ren's hand. An unknowable mask? Is Rain really that lucky? The goddess of clear moon glanced at the god of magic. What's the use of that? You have the divine power to restore it. Upon hearing Qingyue's words, the god of magic's excitement vanished. Yes, she currently lacks divine power and cannot restore the mask in Rain's hands at all. Suddenly she thought of something. So what? The land of mist will open soon anyway. Once Rain enters the land of mist, I'll naturally be able to recover some of my health using the land of mist's essence. Restoring the unknown mask will be a piece of cake. Outside, Rain looked at the mask in his hand, which showed no reaction, and scratched his head. Had he guessed wrong? Just then, the magical mark on his arm lit up and conveyed 4 words to him. The land of mist. Ren immediately understood. It seems that this mask will only work after we go to the Misty Lands. With that thought, Rain put away his mask and walked towards the direction of Fred and the other man. While collecting treasures, Fred was secretly amazed by the treasures in the vault. He was surprised to find that Woven's private treasury contained a great many treasures, but then he realized that this was King Woven's life's wealth, and he felt relieved. After collecting all the treasures from the vault, Fred had gained a total of amount missing: 20 million gold coins, 101 fourth-tier treasures, 23 fifth-tier treasures, 3 sixth-tier treasures, various gems, various rare minerals, 3,500 sets of mithril armor, and various alchemical potion recipes. If all the spoils from this harvest were given to the Lion Knights of the Grey family, the Lion Knights would increase their combat strength by at least 20%. After collecting all the treasures from the vault, the group was about to leave when the book spirit's words made Rain stop in his tracks. In the innermost part of the room, there is another secret chamber. I can sense that there are treasures inside. Chapter 184: The Dark Imitation. Rain stopped in his tracks upon hearing the words of the book spirit. Seeing this, Ford looked at Ryan, who was standing still, and asked, "What's wrong?" Rain looked at Uar and asked, "Uar, are you sure these are all of Warwin's treasures?" Rain narrowed his eyes, his tone skeptical. Upon hearing this, Uar was startled. Could it be that young Master Rain suspected me of embezzling the money? He then quickly offered an explanation. "Yes, young Master Ren, this is all. I can't possibly keep it for myself. I have sworn to be loyal to your majesty forever. We are on the same side, and I have no reason to lie to you. I swear, swear to the god of alchemy, that everything just said is true." Hearing Uar's oath and seeing the anxious look on his face, Ren nodded. Since Uar was not lying, there's only one reason why Waven didn't show Uar the innermost secret room back then. "Father, King Uar, come with me." Following the book spirit's instructions, Rain led the two to a stone wall on one side of the cave. Then Rain explained, "Father, I can sense that there are other treasures behind this." Ford believed Ryan's words without a doubt, and the three of them then began to search the nearby stone wall. Suddenly, Ren touched a brick that he could press down. "Father, we've found it." After saying that, Rain pressed down on the stone brick on the wall. At this moment, the stone wall, which had been without any gaps, began to slowly open. Just then, something unexpected happened. Although the stone brick that Rain pressed opened the stone wall, it also seemed to activate some kind of switch in the secret room. The next moment, green gas began to emerge from the sealed room. Uar was shocked to see the green gas suddenly appear. The hairs on his body stood on end. "Lord Fred, young Master Ren, this is an aura of calamity. Hurry up." Before Uar could finish speaking, a loud explosion destroyed the stone gate they had come from. Ulton stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's all over." As the green gas approached them, a hint of apprehension appeared in Ferd's eyes. As the stone wall behind them slowly opened, Rain went inside. Ferd looked at Ul, who was standing there in a daze, and simply picked him up and carried him into the secret chamber. In the secret room, there was only a pure black longsword stuck in a weapon stand. Rain stepped forward and pulled the longsword directly from the platform. The longsword was not heavy. On the contrary, it felt as smooth as jade when held. Then Rain wanted to put it into the magic ring. However, the fact that it wasn't put in surprised Ren, but he didn't have time to think about it. As he looked at the ominous aura about to enter the secret chamber, Rain called out to Ace in his heart. "Ace, okay, I'll leave it to my brother." Then Rain grabbed Fiddle and Uar and flew towards the top of the secret chamber. Watching Ren's actions, Ul smiled wryly. "Useless young Master Ren. This secret chamber is mostly constructed of Valentine stone, indestructible. Even Lord Ford would need several minutes to break it." Hearing Uar's words, Ford gathered his fighting spirit in his hands, preparing to shatter the Valentine stone at the top with a full force attack. But to the surprise of Fred and Uar, as soon as Rain approached the Valentine stone, the wall of the Valentine stone spread outwards as if ice had met fire. Rain chuckled inwardly. He truly didn't believe that rock elemental life forms could drown in the soil. Ren passed directly through the wall of the secret chamber and entered the earth. Even after entering the earth, the soil still dared not approach Ren. Gradually, a hollow sphere formed around Ren. Seeing this, Uar, who was being held by Rain, was utterly shocked. The next moment, light appeared in Uar's eyes. "That young Master Ren is truly amazing. You really are." "Shut up." Rain glanced at Ul. Uar chuckled and nodded. Before long, Ryan led the two back to the ground. Looking out at Yongu Valley, Uar took a deep breath. At this moment, Rain looked at Uar and asked, "The green gas you just mentioned is called the Aura of Calamity? Tell me about it." Upon hearing this, Yuar nodded and quickly explained to Rain. The aura of calamity is one of the taboos in our Far East. After the first generation of witches went out of control, one of them was called the calamity, witch by us. Such calamistic energy would continuously emanate from her body. Once a person comes into contact with the aura of calamity, they will go mad. Even a 6th-rank person is no exception. As for a 7th-rank person like Lord Ford, I don't know. Not only does the aura of calamity cause people to go mad upon contact, it is also highly contagious. People who go mad after being invaded by the aura of calamity will also continuously generate the aura of calamity from their bodies. A vicious cycle that repeats itself endlessly. Plants exposed to the aura of calamity will mutate and become extremely aggressive. The earth exposed to the aura of calamity will lose all its vitality, and life will not be possible for a century. However, this aura of calamity had long since disappeared after the death of the Calamity Witch, but unexpectedly, it still remained in Woven's possession. After listening to Yuar's explanation, Rain realized just how dangerous things had been. Then Rain looked down at the ground and said, "What about the calamity energy underground?" Yuar spoke solemnly. "Young Master Rain, there's no need to worry. After I return to the kingdom of Salaka and inform His Majesty will send someone to handle this matter." Upon hearing this, Rain nodded. "Well, then you should hurry back. We've finished exploring Waven's treasury, and my father and I are returning to the Empire." Since this had been agreed upon beforehand, all nodded and bowed slightly to Rain and Fred. "Okay, goodbye Lord Ford, goodbye young Master Ren." After saying this, Yuar quickly returned to the kingdom of Soraka. Seeing this, Fred also flew towards the Empire with Rain. A few nights later, somewhere in the forest, Fred and Ryan were roasting a lamb they had just caught. Rain was holding the mysterious long sword he had collected from the Warwind Vault a few days earlier. Faint, unidentified markings were engraved on the jet-black blade. At this point, the Book of Natural History, Isa, provided the answer for Ren. "Lord Rain, I don't know the name of this sword either, but its material is the extremely precious shape-shifting secret mercury, and the runes on it should be runes that allow it to transform. You can try infusing it with magic." Listening to Isa's words, Ren slowly channeled his magic into the black longsword. The black longsword accepted all of Ren's magic without hesitation, devouring it like a gaping maw from an abyss. Before long, the black longsword, which had absorbed a large amount of Ren's magic power, gradually revealed its sharp light. The black longsword absorbed enough magic energy to drain the life out of a 5th-tier mage. As all the runes on the black longsword lit up, Ren felt a sharp pain in his palm, and a few drops of blood flowed out. Then Ren sensed the black longsword and learned its name. The Dark Imitation. Chapter 185 Return to the Royal City, the wedding of Ren and Caroline. Looking at the black longsword in his hand, Ren sensed something and immediately his mind stirred. The jet-black longsword in his hand instantly transformed into a jet-black longbow, its body adorned with faint blue patterns, exuding an imposing and extraordinary aura. Ferd, who was standing to the side, stopped chewing as he watched the longbow change shape in Ren's hand. The longbow that Ren was moving around and seemed to remind him of something. Then he put down the leg of lamb in his hand and spoke to Ryan. "Ren, shoot me an arrow and see how powerful it is." Upon hearing this, Ren nodded, drew back the bowstring of the black longbow, and the longbow absorbed the magic power within Ren's body, condensing into a black arrow on the bow. In the darkness, the black arrows were illuminated by the campfire, revealing a sharp, cold glint. "Father, be careful." After speaking, Rain released the bowstring, and a black arrow shot out, arriving in front of Fodor in the next moment. However, this attack was clearly no match for the 7th-level Fred. Fred's arm was filled with fighting spirit, and he easily blocked the arrow. Feeling the force coming from his arm, Ford's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. "Not bad. Your casual strike has reached the level of a high-level Tier 3 weapon. This weapon is indeed excellent." Then Fred spoke again, his eyes seemingly recalling something. "I remember there was a description of this weapon in the family archives, a pitch-black weapon that could change its form at will, something like the pitch-black imitationer. A magician once wielded it and became famous throughout the continent. It's just a pity that it's a magical weapon, unsuitable for martial arts. If it were a martial arts weapon, its value would be much higher." Hearing what Fred said, the longbow in Rain's hand transformed into a series of items, including a black shield, an iron whip, a magic staff, and a knight's lance. Suddenly, something occurred to Rain, and instantly, the black imitator spread throughout Rain's body like liquid. Ultimately, it formed a jet-black armor on Ren's body. Although it was only a thin layer, Ren was very clear about the defensive capabilities of this armor. After exploring several of the Black Imitation Man's forms, Rain sat back down by the fire and began cutting meat off the roasting lamb with a knife. Time flies by. When he came to the Far East, it took Rain 3 months. This time, because Ferd took him, he returned to the Imperial City in less than a month. Along the way, Fred also told Rain about the current situation of the Grey family in the Royal City, and the Grey family's promotion ceremony and his marriage to Princess Caroline. Rain was not surprised by this. After all, he could roughly guess some of it when he handed over the blazing blood fruit to Fred. Looking at the Royal City so close at hand, Fred suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, some time before I left, Lyman from the Mitchell family came to see me and told me about you and Anna. That Lyman guy also wants a marriage alliance. What do you think? Fred's words immediately reminded Ren of a haughty little girl. I quite like Anna. Upon hearing this, Fred nodded. Well, then after your wedding with Caroline is over, find a time to marry Anna as well. Ferd's bold and decisive actions made Ryan somewhat embarrassed, and the two did not return directly to the Grey family manor. Instead, they landed in the central square of the royal city, intending to first go to the palace to report to the emperor about the Far East. The central square was crowded and noisy, and the appearance of Fred and Ryan immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some of them, upon seeing Fred and his companion, immediately ran to their families to inform them. Ferd wasn't surprised and led Rain towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Duke Ivan was already waiting there for quite some time. Ivan bowed to Fred. Good afternoon, Lord Fred. Then he looked at Rain. Good afternoon, Mr. Ren. It's been a while since we last met, and you've become even more mature. Ivan, who was waiting for the two at the palace gate, naturally knew why Fred and his companion had come to the palace. After greeting them, he led the way to Emperor Albert's palace. He quickly led the two to Albert's palace. When Albert saw the two enter, he rose from his throne and walked up to them. Your Majesty. Fred and Ryan bowed slightly to Albert. Seeing their actions, Albert waved his hand. Ryan, it's been almost half a year since I last saw you. You've become more mature. Albert came over to Ryan, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at him with satisfaction in his eyes. Hearing Albert's praise, Ren smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty is too kind. Here you go, Your Majesty. This is the alliance agreement from the Far East. Ren took out the Far East alliance agreement from his magic ring and handed it to Albert. Seeing this, Albert's face turned serious. He took the agreement from Ryan and began to read it on the spot. After reading the agreement through, Albert smiled and nodded in satisfaction. The alliance agreement essentially secured all the benefits the Empire needed, and Rain did a very good job this time. Not bad. Come on, it's almost noon. Let's eat here before you go back. Albert put away the agreement in his hand, then went to Fred's side, put his arm around Fred's shoulder, and walked into the palace. Ivan, go and call Caroline. It is Your Majesty. Luncheon. Albert sat on the throne and talked with Ferd about the Misty Lands a few months from now. Meanwhile, Ren sat with Caroline, both holding wine glasses. Caroline recounted to Ren what had happened during his absence from the royal city. The two men gently clinked their wine glasses together, producing a clear, resonant sound. While you were away from the capital, Otto successfully won over Jenna using the secret manual you gave him. Now that Otto is spending all his time with Jenna, he's fallen behind in his cultivation. Ren nodded, completely understanding Otto. When a boy tastes the forbidden fruit for the first time and finds it delicious, he will surely crave it for a while. Just as the two were talking, Emperor Albert's voice came through. Ryan, your wedding with Caroline will take place in a month. Ford and I have already discussed it. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he looked at Caroline, gave a funny smile, and said, Caroline, call me darling. Caroline was used to Ryan's occasional rogue behavior. She rolled her eyes at Ryan, but still granted his wish, darling. Listening to Caroline's gentle voice, Ryan raised his glass and clinked it with hers. At that moment, Caroline, who had just taken a sip of red wine, thought of something and spoke to Rain. As for Ryan, Caroline naturally knew about Anna's feelings for Ryan. I know that after my marriage to you is over, I will marry Anna as well. Chapter 186, Ren's Regret. After the luncheon, Fred took Ryan and flew towards the Grey family manor. Perhaps because Fred and Ryan had appeared in the central square today, a long line of visitors formed in the afternoon, crowding the entrance to the Grey family manor. Although Ford saw this situation, he still ignored the group of people below and flew straight into the manor with Ren. As soon as they landed, Ren's maids, who were waiting for him outside the villa, knelt down and bowed to Fred. Master of the house. Fred replied. Then, Fred looked at Rain and said, By the way, when you left, didn't you ask me to train a night order for you? Although time was short, some initial results have been achieved. When you have some free time, go and visit the family night's encampment. I haven't officially organized them into squads yet. You are their master, so you should decide on the names. From now on, you will be in charge of training that nightly order. I will no longer interfere. Ryan nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing that Ryan knew, Ford walked into the villa, leaving Ryan with private space. After all, Fred knew what Ryan was going to do next. As Fred left, the maids looked at Rain with a mixture of joy and longing in their eyes. Young master. Young master. The maids chattered and surrounded Ren. After kissing each of the maids, Rain waved his hand and then released Andre, Tali, Sherry, Greta, and K&A from the secret realm. Looking at the group, Ren gave instructions to Andre. Andre, take Tali and K&A for a walk around the manor and have Jonas find them a room. They should rest well for a while. I probably won't be going out again. Andre nodded, though his longing for his granddaughter was evident in his eyes, but he decided to finish Rain's instructions before going to find Ada. Then, Ren led the maids, Sherry, and Greta toward his room. Walking down the corridor, Ryan put his arms around Cecily and Ellie and introduced Sherry and Greta to his maids. This is Shirley, the daughter of the head of the Maurice family. And this is Greta. You should have heard of her, the legendary dancer from the past. Sherry and Greta smiled at Rain's maids, who immediately surrounded the two women, creating a harmonious scene. I opened my bedroom door and stood in front of it. The afternoon sun filled the room. Take a deep breath, and you'll feel the unique scent of sunshine. 6 months later, Ryan finally returned to his little home. 9 o'clock at night. Ren's room. Ellie, the young master is tired. No, Ellie isn't satisfied yet. The room was quiet for a while, and then the sound of an alchemical potion being opened could be heard. 2 days later, Ryan finally emerged from his room. After leaving the room, Ryan locked the door. Today, Ryan is going back to the college to visit his teachers. I hope to get some more Bihai Chingu pills from Grandma Chili. Just as Ryan stepped out of the manor villa, Jonas's voice rang out behind him. Young Master Ryan, someone from the Mitchell family is looking for you. They seem to want to invite you to their home. Would you like to accept the invitation? If you don't want to go, I can help you decline. Ryan turned to look at Jonas, who, after 6 months apart, was still dressed in his usual tuxedo, looking as energetic as ever. The Mitchell family? No, I'm going over there. It's been quite a while since I've seen Anna. Okay, the Mitchell family is just outside the manor. You can go directly there. After saying that, Jonas vanished in a flash, clearly off to attend to other matters. Riding in the Mitchell family's carriage, Ryan soon arrived at the Mitchell family's manor. As soon as Rain stepped off the carriage, he saw Anna. Anna hasn't changed much in the past 6 months. Still small and plain. However, his strength was successfully promoted to the second-tier advanced level warrior. As Ryan stepped down from the carriage, Anna skipped and hopped to his side, like a joyful little deer. Rain, were you thinking about me while you were out there? Ren stroked Anna's smooth hair. Of course, when I'm out here, all I miss is my little Anna. Feeling Ryan's movements, Anna smiled, and her eyes shone even brighter. Then Anna took Ryan's hand and led him toward the Mitchell family's manor. Come on, Ren, my father is at the training ground. I'll take you there. Anna, holding Rain's hand, strode ahead, not caring at all about the gazes of the servants nearby. Upon arriving at the training ground, one finds a group of 13 or 14-year-old boys and girls from a collateral branch of the Mitchell family training there. Lyman was supervising them from the side. Suddenly, Lyman caught sight of Anna and Ryan out of the corner of his eye, and his serious, intense expression gradually relaxed. He nodded to the knight commander who was training the boys nearby, and the knight commander then ordered the boys to rest for a while. As the boys and girls dispersed to rest in various places, Anna brought Rain to Lyman's side. Lyman looked at Ryan and patted him on the shoulder. It's been half a year, and you've already reached Tier 3, Ren? Not bad. Lyman led Ryan and the other man to a chair and sat down. Ren nodded and sat down. A maid standing nearby came to the table and poured a cup of tea for Lyman and Rain. Fred, did you tell Ryan about you and Anna? Lyman asked. Hearing her father's question, Anna, sitting next to Ren, felt a pang of anxiety, extremely nervous about Ren's next answer. Seeing Anna's nervous expression, Ren smiled and nodded. Yes, my father told me that I like Anna very much, and that after my wedding with Caroline is over, I will start preparing to marry Anna. Hearing Ryan's answer, Anna felt a huge weight lifted from her heart, and her face flushed red. You'd better hurry up. I have a lot of suitors. Anna pouted slightly. Ryan wasn't bothered by Anna's haughty reply. On the contrary, he quite liked Anna's haughty demeanor. Well, suddenly, as if he heard something, Ren froze on the spot. Memories flickered in his eyes. He gave a bitter laugh twice, and finally let out a helpless sigh. Lyman and Anna noticed Ren's expression, and Lyman was puzzled. What's wrong? He saw a great deal of regret in Ren's eyes. Ren? What's wrong? Lyman asked. Lyman's question brought Ryan back to his senses, and he gave a carefree smile. Nothing much. I just thought of something I deeply regret, but something I can no longer change. Chapter 187 The Boy. Inside the training ground, the boys and girls of the Mitchell family were resting, gathered in small groups, forming little communities. They chatted about interesting things that had happened to them recently. Zeno Mitchell was just an ordinary boy among a small group of teenagers. He was sharing the results of his training the previous day with his friends. The three sat down next to an armor rack, using it to shield themselves from the morning sun. Turn, L. Yesterday the Knight Commander said my swordsmanship has improved a lot, and I will definitely become the family's guardian knight in the future. Zeno looked proud as he shared his progress with others. The two boys beside him listened to Zeno's words with envy in their eyes, but their faces were full of disdain. A while ago, the Knight Commander said I've improved a lot. I can be the family's guardian knight. Not only do I want to be the family's guardian knight, but I also want to join the family's knightly order. The teenagers were comparing their aspirations and goals. Just then, Turn, who was sitting to the side, thought of something and moved his buttocks to Zeno's side. Zeno, I heard you and Ymira had a fight? Hearing Turn's words, Zeno snorted coldly. Yeah, she's always nagging me. Even my mother doesn't do that. Seeing Zeno's expression, Turn changed the subject. Zeno, you and Yamala grew up together, do you really like her? Upon hearing this, Zeno felt like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on by a cat. Perhaps because of the boy's unique vanity and pride, Zeno denied it outright. How could that be? How could I possibly like her? She's so bossy and carefree. She's nothing like a gentle girl like Beverly. Zeno's words met with disbelief from Turn and L. You really don't like Yamala? Yamala is the prettiest girl, and we all envy you for growing up with her. No, I don't like it. I still prefer gentle girls like Beverly. Turner and L nodded. All right, then we'll help you get closer to Beverly from now on. Ymira, who was hiding to the side with a kettle, overheard the entire conversation of the three. Hearing Zeno's words, Ymira's eyes lost their usual sparkle, and 2 lines of tears streamed down her face. So that's what Zeno was really thinking? So he didn't like me? He liked Beverly. Ymira was already prepared to marry Zeno, and was just waiting for Zeno to confess his love and propose. But now the person she likes doesn't like her back, and for a moment, Ymira's world seems to have lost its color. As if she had lost all her strength, Ymira gradually left Zeno and the other two like a walking corpse. At the Knight Commander's call, the many boys and girls gathered together again. However, Yamala's spot was left vacant. The Knight Commander looked at the missing person and asked, Where is Ymira? My Lord Knight. Ymira says she's not feeling well and has gone to see a doctor. Hearing the girl's words, the Knight Commander frowned slightly. She left without reporting to him? However, considering that Ymira had been performing very well, the Knight Commander did not say much, assuming that Ymira was genuinely unwell. Okay, let's continue training. No one noticed Ymira's departure, as it was common for her to be unwell. However, there is one exception. Zeno. Zeno frowned slightly as he looked at Ymira's empty seat, his heart filled with worry. This caused him to be distracted during the afternoon's training, resulting in him being scolded by the Knight's Commander several times. This scene was witnessed by Ryan, who was standing to the side. Rain Siyu recalled his memories of his childhood on Earth, when he, like Zeno, was a boy. As a teenager, Suyu and a girl were in the same class from elementary school to middle school and then to high school, and they were also desk mates. Because he was an orphan, Suyu felt very inferior and never confessed his feelings to her. After they went to university, the two separated, but they still kept in touch. However, Suyu learned that she already had a boyfriend. This memory has always been a source of deep regret for Ren. If I had been bolder back then and hadn't cared about my so-called pride, I might not have missed out on her. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. What's done is done, and he can't go back. Today's experience reminded young Zeno of his past, which filled Ren with a mix of emotions. Zeno now is so similar to Suyu back then. It was all because of that inexplicable vanity of youth that they missed out. When Lyman asked him, Ryan smiled and replied, Nothing much, I just thought of something I deeply regret, but something I can no longer change. Lyman, unaware of Rain's past, nodded. Ren looked at Zeno training in the training ground and suddenly smiled. Uncle Lyman, could you take me to see their training session? Lyman, who was holding a teacup, paused for a moment, then nodded and put down the teacup. Of course, come with me. Lyman led Rain and Anna to the Knight Commander's side to watch the family's boys and girls train. As the boys and girls watched Lyman and Rain arrive, they became even more focused on their work. "Rain, how are you?" asked Lyman, referring to himself as a member of the new generation of the Mitchell family. "Very good, full of youthful vigor." Ryan's praise made the boys and girls stand up straight. "Uncle Lyman, I heard that there is a girl named Ymira among these girls. I've heard of her from the Gray family. She's very pretty. I wonder if you could give her to me, Uncle Lyman?" Ren's words immediately stunned everyone. Lyman was somewhat puzzled by Rain's request, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was an honor for a girl from a collateral branch of the blood to follow Rain. He immediately agreed. "No problem. If you like it, Ryan, then Anna can come along when she marries him." Lyman then scanned the girls and, not seeing Ymira, asked the Knight Commander, "What about Ymira?" "Master, Ymira is not feeling well today and has gone to see the family physician." Lyman nodded. As the boys and girls listened to Rain and Lyman's conversation, they all glanced at Zeno out of the corner of their eyes. But in her heart, she also began to envy Ymira. As the most favored heir of the Gray family, Ryan's marriage into the family would be a life of luxury, and she would be from a completely different world from them. Lyman's words struck Zeno like a bolt from the blue, and he even stopped wielding his wooden sword. Looking at Zeno's appearance, Ren smiled inwardly. Looking at this boy who resembled him by 6 points, he murmured to himself, "What will you do, Zeno?" "Zeno." The Knight Commander saw Zeno stop training and immediately reprimanded him. Hearing the Knight Commander's reprimand, Zeno then reluctantly began to wield his wooden sword. At noon, Lyman invited Ryan to lunch. After lunch, Anna led Ryan to her room. Ryan smiled as he looked at Anna's pink room. Chapter 188, I Like Ymira. On the other side of the Mitchell family. In Ymira's room, Ymira lay on her bed, her heart filled with despair. Just then, there was a knock on Ymira's door. Ymira got up, put on her shoes, and went to open the door. Upon seeing the head of the family, Lyman, outside, Ymira immediately knelt down. "Head of the household." "Yes, get up." Lyman nodded. Then Lyman went into Yamila's room. "Ymira, young Master Rain of the Gray family has taken a liking to you. When Anna marries into the family, you should go with Anna." Lyman sat down and made the decision immediately. Hearing the patriarch's words, Ymira was about to say something, but the words seemed to be muted as soon as they reached her lips. Then Ymira fell silent, and after a long while she nodded. "I understand, Master." Lyman smiled when he saw that Lyman had agreed. "Well, this room is a bit small. You can move to the room next to Anna's in the villa later, so the two of you can get along well from now on. By the way, if you don't want to train during this period, then you don't have to go. You'll still receive the resources. I'll talk to your father about it." Ymira nodded. "Yes, Master." Lyman is gone. Ymira stood there, motionless for a long time. Suddenly, she gave a bitter laugh and admitted the truth. Perhaps a family-arranged marriage would be a good option. Next, Ymira began packing her things. In the afternoon, after the boys and girls finished their training, Zeno finally completed his training task for the day. He rushed to Ymira's room and knocked on the door. But Ymira did not respond to him as usual. "Ymira, it's me, Zeno." Zeno kept knocking on Ymira's door. At this moment, a servant saw Zeno's actions and spoke up. "Young Master Zeno, Miss Ymira has just moved out to a villa in the center of the manor." The maid's words immediately made Zeno stop knocking on the door. Zeno couldn't believe it. Yamila moved away. Recalling Ren's face and background that morning, Zeno felt a wave of powerlessness. What does he have to compare with Ren? Perhaps letting go is a good thing for Ymira. At this moment, Zeno finally understood a principle. Never wait until you lose something to appreciate it. Zeno sat in front of Ymira's door, tears streaming down his face. "Ymira, I really like you so much." But Zeno tapped the floor with his hand. Zeno's tears dripped onto the floor, wetting the wooden floorboards. After a long while, Zeno stopped crying, as if she had figured something out, and walked out of the corridor. Soon after Ymira moved next door to Anna, Ryan and Anna found out. Just as Ryan and Anna were enjoying their sweet time together, there was a knock on Anna's door. Ren opened the door, and there was Ymira. As Ymira entered, she bowed to Rain and Anna. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ren and Miss Anna." Rain glanced at Ymira and then ignored her. He had no interest in minors, nor could he afford to be. Taking Ymira away would only mean playing the villain once. Rain closed his eyes, sensed Zeno's location, and smiled. He then pulled Anna up and led Anna and Ymira out of the room. I went into Yamila's room next door. Sitting on the sofa in Ymira's room, Ryan hugged Anna and talked about his experiences over the past 6 months, ignoring Ymira beside him. Shortly after, there was a knock on Yamila's door. Rain gestured for Ymira to open the door, and Ymira got up from her chair and opened the door. As expected, Zeno was standing outside the room. Seeing Zeno, Ymira froze on the spot, then quickly used her body to block Zeno, afraid that Rain and Anna inside the room would see. She whispered a scolding tone, "Zeno? What are you doing here? You're not allowed in the villa. Yamala, let him in." Rain's voice came from behind Yamala. Rain's voice startled both Zeno and Ymira. Zeno had no idea that Rain was in Ymira's room. Ymira paused for a moment, sighed, and brought Zeno in. Zeno took a deep breath and went into the room. Zeno looked down at Rain and Anna. Anna frowned slightly as she looked at Zeno. "Who let you into the villa?" Ryan pinched Anna's small lips between his index and middle fingers. Okay, let me speak." Anna pouted and whimpered. Then Rain looked at Zeno. "Your name is Zeno, right? This is Ymira's room. What do you need Ymira for?" "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't pursue your intrusion. Go ahead and talk." Hearing Ren's question, Zeno glanced at Ymira beside him, as if he had made up his mind. "Young Master Rain, Ymira and I grew up together. I hope you will treat me well." "Zeno," Ren interrupted him. "Think carefully about what you want to say. Is what you just said really what you wanted to say?" Hearing what Ren said, Zeno swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and immediately knelt down before Ren. "Young Master Ren, I love Ymira. I really like Yamala. For so many years I've felt inferior, afraid that I wasn't good enough for her. But now I still want to say that I really like her." Zeno's eyes were filled with tears. "Young Master Ren, please spare Ymira. I, Zeno, am willing to serve you for the rest of my life." At that moment, the boy no longer cared about his so-called face or self-esteem. He immediately kowtowed to Ren. Hearing Zeno's words, Ymira, who was standing next to him, was also shocked, and her eyes seemed to have regained their light. But her eyes dimmed again. She had already promised the head of the family, and if she went back on her word now, not only her, but also her parents would be punished by the head of the family. Caught between the person she loves and her parents, Ymira is torn. As he listened to Zeno's words from the sofa, Ryan smiled. "You finally said it." Looking at Zeno kneeling on the ground, Ren suddenly felt at peace with himself for what he had done before. The past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. In an instant, it seemed that Ren had a sudden realization. "Get up." Zeno, who was kneeling on the ground, paused for a moment, then slowly raised his head. Ren looked at Zeno and spoke slowly. "It's not impossible to return Ymira to you. I heard there's a small mercenary group called the Howling Wolf Army near the royal city. The Wolf Howling Legion commander's daughter is quite pretty. No matter what method you use to bring her to me, I'll return Ymira to you." Upon hearing Ren's request, a resolute glint flashed in Zeno's eyes. The boy seemed to have grown up a lot at that moment. "I understand, young Master Ren. I will do it, I definitely will." Zeno then walked out of the room. "Wait a minute." Zeno swallowed hard and slowly turned around. Would young Master Ren change his mind? Rain waved his hand gently at Ymira, and Ymira was then pushed toward Zeno by a magical force. "Take Yamala with you and let her move back so she won't bother Anna and me." Zeno smiled, thinking, what a fine young Master Rain. Then he pulled Ymira out of the room. Chapter 189 Little Anna. Ryan led Anna back to Anna's pink room, where Anna sat comfortably on her soft, large bed. The petite Anna placed her fair, jade-like legs on Ren's legs. The little feet, clad in white bunny socks, looked extremely delicate and adorable, and Ren couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. Perhaps noticing Ren's gaze, Anna smiled smugly to herself. "Ryan, it's a bit hot in the room. Help me take off my socks." Anna lifted her little feet slightly, just enough to reach Rain's chest. Upon hearing this, Rain reached out and took off Anna's white bunny socks, revealing a pair of small, white feet underneath. Anna was very clean, and her little feet didn't smell at all. On the contrary, perhaps because of some kind of fragrance in her shoes, Anna's little feet even gave off a strong rose scent. Her delicate, jade-like toes twitched gently, and with a little force, her originally white feet blushed slightly. "Is it pretty?" Anna's voice whispered in Ren's ear. Hearing Anna's teasing, Ryan grabbed Anna's calf with his right hand and started scratching the sole of her foot with his left. An intense itching immediately spread throughout Anna's body, and Anna struggled desperately to pull her leg away from Rain's grasp. "Let go." Although Anna is now a second-tier advanced warrior, she did not use her battle aura when playing with Rain, and was subdued by Rain for a time. "Haha, stop. Rain, stop arresting me, I was wrong." Anna's cheerful laughter echoed in the room. After struggling for a while, the tickling sensation on the soles of her feet made Anna feel somewhat powerless. She lay limply on the bed, pouting and looking utterly disgusted. Rain then stopped what he was doing. Lying next to Anna, their faces were very close, and they could both feel each other's breath. Anna blushed, gave a nasal hum, and turned around to look at the person next to her. It looks like I don't want to talk to you. Rain rested his head on Anna's pillow, the girl's faint fragrance wafting through the air. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Anna's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. The distance between the two suddenly became zero. Anna's face flushed instantly, but she didn't struggle, letting Ren's left hand roam over her body. Anna didn't say anything in response to Ryan's antics. After all, the two have already agreed on a wedding date, so it's not unreasonable to give Ryan a little taste of sweetness now. She'd heard rumors of unmarried men and women doing that before marriage. So even Anna secretly hoped to get closer to Rain. The two lay on the bed in silence as time slowly passed, and the setting sun shone into Anna's room. As she looked at the sky, Ryan's voice rang in Anna's ears, her eyes still blurry with sleep. Anna, it's getting late. I should go back now. I'll come see you again in a few days. Upon hearing this, Anna, whose mouth was dry, gave Ren a charmingly disdainful look. Even though things are already this bad, they still don't go that far. She tried to get up, but she had no strength at all. He groaned twice in bed. Aren't you going to finish dinner before you leave? Rain shook his head. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist eating you first. Then, Ryan put on his shoes, stood by Anna's bedside, smoothed Anna's disheveled hair, and gently kissed her forehead. I'm leaving. Rain pushed open the door and went out. Looking at the closed door, Anna pouted and whispered, Fine, eat it then. It'll all be yours sooner or later. But she wouldn't dare say that to Rain Min, at least not now. After all, Anna had to maintain her composure. After leaving Anna's room and greeting Lyman, Ryan boarded the Mitchell family carriage and headed towards the Gray family's residence. With Antoine, the head butler of the Mitchell family and a fifth-tier warrior, accompanying and protecting him, it is clear that Lyman cares deeply for Rain. Sitting in the slightly bumpy carriage, the setting sun shone through the windows, illuminate the upper body of Ren, giving him a golden glow. Antoine, sitting opposite Ren in the carriage, looked at Ren, who was bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, and nodded in approval. The head of the family and the young lady have excellent taste. At this moment, Ren spoke to Antoine. Uncle Antoine, please take me to the capital. I have some business to attend to. Anoman readily agreed, nodding with a smile. Yes, young Master Ryan. The carriage turned around and headed towards the royal city, which was bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Royal City. The shop under Ren name, Dream Pavilion. Ren returned to the mortal world he once cherished so dearly. As soon as the Mitchell family's carriage arrived, Margaret, the head of the Dream Pavilion, came to greet them. She naturally recognized the eagle emblem representing the Mitchell family on the carriage. Just as Margaret was about to say something, Ryan got off the carriage. Upon seeing this, Margaret's smile became genuine, no longer fake. She came to Ryan's side, put her arm around his arm, and pressed her large breasts tightly against him. Young Master Rain, it's been so long since you last visited the Dream Pavilion. Anyone who didn't know better would think you'd forgotten about us gentlewomen. Margaret was in her 30s, and her voice had the magnetic quality of a mature woman. I recently went out of town and wasn't in the capital, so I took some time to come over. Rain led Margaret into the Dream Pavilion, while Antoine did not follow, remaining in the carriage to wait. Thanks to Rain's ambitious renovations and his novel plans, Dream Pavilion is now the most luxurious and decadent place in the royal city. They run a range of businesses including banquets, casinos, and tea houses. Currently, there are no fewer than several thousand people in the royal city who serve the Huanming Pavilion and make a living from it. The wealth earned in a month is a considerable amount. Rain was slightly surprised that the Dream Pavilion had developed to its current state. Unexpectedly, he only provided some business methods and funds from Blue Star, and the Dream Pavilion has been able to develop to its current scale. Upon entering the Dream Pavilion, the first floor was a place where some merchants, though powerless, had a little money. 8. Looking at the appearance of the first floor, Ren nodded. Margaret, you did a great job. I didn't know you had such a deep understanding of running a store. Ren's praise made Margaret quickly wave her hand. Oh, young Master Ren, I didn't do that. I was just helping Louisa out at most. Louisa? Ren was puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. At this point, Margaret began to explain to Ryan. Louisa was back then. After giving Ryan a brief explanation, Margaret led him upstairs. Young Master Ren, let me take you to the 4th floor first. Ever since the completion of the Dream Pavilion, the 4th floor has been reserved for you. It is your exclusive space. I will send someone to call Louisa in a moment. After listening to Margaret's explanation, Ryan nodded and followed Margaret up to the 4th floor. Chapter 190, Unowned Divine Power. It's evening now, time for dinner. After a good meal, people naturally want to go to the casino on the 2nd floor, or listen to music on the third floor to pass the time. Therefore, the Huanming Pavilion was extremely crowded at this time, and the majority of the visitors were noble children from the royal city. Over the past 6 months, thanks to the publicity from the Gray family and word-of-mouth recommendations from the nobles who have visited, the situation has improved significantly. This greatly enhanced the reputation of the Dream Pavilion. After 6 months of development, noble children believed that only those who had visited the Dream Pavilion could be considered true nobles. Although these noble scions were used to being arrogant in their families, everyone abided by the rules of the Dream Pavilion after arriving there. No one dared to act like a nobleman here, because they know whose territory this is. As soon as Rain appeared, all the noble scions in the Dream Pavilion stood up to greet him. Ren nodded slightly, which could be considered a response. Margaret told a maid to call Louisa, and then led Ren up to the 4th floor. 4th floor. Rain gave 1 million gold coins for the initial renovation cost of the entire Dream Pavilion. However, after the renovation was completed according to Ren's requirements, there were still more than 400,000 left, so Margaret ordered that an additional floor be built on top of the original 3 floors. Use the remaining 400,000 gold coins to renovate the 4th floor. This made the 4th floor very luxuriously decorated. It's even 3 times better decorated than Ryan's room in the Gray family, and it's a 4-bedroom house. Floors made of pear wood from the western province of Kate in the Empire. Grizzly bear pelts, a specialty of the Poleaxe Federation, were laid out on the floor in severals. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows are specially constructed by a magician, featuring one-way perspective glass. The sofa is made of genuine leather from a species unique to the Rose Kingdom called Rose Rhinoceros. The display case next to it is filled with strange items from all over the world. As soon as Ryan opened the door to his 4th floor room, a scent of special incense wafted out. Looking at the room's decor, Ryan raised an eyebrow and then went inside. He had just sat down on the sofa when there was a knock on the door. After waiting for Ren's consent, Louisa pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Ren sitting on the sofa, Louisa's eyes filled with surprise and delight, and she quickly bowed to him. "Good evening, young Master Ryan." Louisa's face reminded Ryan of her. "Oh, you're the girl who used to be with Margaret." Ryan took the black tea that Margaret handed him and took a sip. "I never imagined you had such a talent for management, managing Huaming Pavilion so well." "Great, what reward would you like?" Louisa's eyes lit up as she heard Ren's words, as if she had been waiting for him to say those words. "Young Master Ren, Louisa desires the blessing of the Church of Light." Ren frowned slightly. "A blessing of light?" Perhaps sensing Ren's confusion, Margaret, who was standing next to him, spoke up to explain. "Louisa has an older brother who had some trouble 6 months ago. She heard that the blessing of light could save him, and if Louisa hadn't been using the Church of Light's holy water to keep her brother alive for the past 6 months, he probably would be dead now." Upon hearing this, Ren nodded knowingly, pondering the matter. The Church of Light's blessing of light can only be learned by those of the rank of High Priest or above, as well as Saintesses. The publicly announced price is 1 million gold coins. The blessing of light can remove all negative effects from a person, prolong life, and has many other benefits, making it several times more effective than Rain's holy light purification. 1 million is the listed price, and it depends on the person. It's not like just anyone can have 1 million and make the High Priest expend his own holy light energy to use the blessing of light. After all, the holy light energy was gradually accumulated by the people of the church through their faith. As for Rain learning to treat her brother herself, yes, she can learn it through the Book of Arts. However, he cannot use it because he lacks holy light energy. Rain's silence made Louisa a little anxious. Half a year had already passed, and if it dragged on any longer, Louisa didn't know if her brother could hold on. Suddenly, Louisa remembered something and quickly bowed to Ren. "Young Master Ren, my brother is an adventurer. He was injured because he entered a ruin. After he came out and found me, he gave me an item that I am willing to offer to young Master Ren, in the hope that you will save my brother's life. Young Master Ren, please wait a moment while I go get it." Louisa did not have any magical artifacts, so she did not carry them with her. She walked out of the room and was about to push the door open when she felt a burning sensation on her arm. Ren raised an eyebrow. Are they the god of magic and the goddess of the moon? Just as Ren was pondering this, Louisa walked into the room carrying a box. Louisa placed the box on the coffee table in front of Ren and then stepped aside. Margaret stepped forward and opened the box. Inside the box was a dagger, its surface emitting wisps of black light. The god of magic within Rain and Qingyue stared intently at the dagger emanating black energy. They felt divine power in the dagger. Unclaimed divine power. And there are many. Rain, put this dagger away quick. It's just some kind of blessing of light. Give it to her. It's worth it. The book spirit's voice echoed in Rain's mind. Upon hearing the book spirit's words, Rain's eyes sharpened, and he closed the box again. With a wave of his hand, the box disappeared, replaced by a golden token and a gold card worth 1,000,000 gold coins. This token was given to him by the high priest of the Church of Light. Now it can come in handy. With a slight wave of his hand, Ren sent the token and gold card flying toward Louisa. I've accepted the gifts. This token was given to me by the high priest of the Church of Light. Take it with you and your brother to the City of Light, and have the high priest bless your brother with light. If he says no, just tell him that I, Ryan, owe him a favor, and he'll save your brother if he hears that. Upon hearing Ren's words, Louisa quickly put away the 2 items floating in front of her and bowed to Ren. Thank you, young Master Ren. Louisa will not disturb you any longer. Louisa is preparing to leave with my brother today. Don't worry, young Master Ren. I will explain everything when I leave the Dream Pavilion. Louisa then retreated toward the door. Wait, Louisa, what's your brother's name? Louisa paused, and although she was puzzled, she still answered Ren. Mr. Ryan, my brother is named Colin Xavier. Have you heard of him? Upon hearing this, Rain shook his head. It's all right, I'll look into it. Go ahead. Yes, young Master Ryan. The door was closed. Margaret, standing next to Ren, asked the question. Young Master Ren, shall I call up a few dancers? The setting sun shone through the window onto the coffee table, and Ren shook his head. He originally intended to just relax here, but now that he has obtained this unknown, mysterious dagger that the book spirit is so fond of, Rain is preparing to return to his family. I plan to study this mysterious dagger after returning to my family. Chapter 191 Omniscient and Omnipotent. Riding in the Mitchell family's carriage, Ryan quickly returned to the Gray family. After having dinner and spending some time with the maids, Ren sat on the sofa to examine the mysterious dagger. Seeing that Rain had no lewd thoughts, the maids idly stayed in the room. Rain took out the box containing the dagger and asked the book spirit in his mind. Book spirit, what is this dagger? Do you know? Rain's question drew the attention of the 3 book spirits in his mind. In the month that followed, the spirit of the Book of Human Principles had already awakened. However, Renly doesn't like to talk much, and he only answers when Rain asks him questions. Therefore, Ren named her Renly, which is simple and straightforward. Renly is a very intellectual older sister, and she is half a head taller than Ren. With her long, flowing purple hair and an absurdly large 36D plus bust and waist, Ren was stunned the moment she awoke. Let's turn our attention back to the dagger. Rain's words made the 3 book spirits refocus their attention on the box in Rain's hand. Isa spoke up. Lord Ren, this dagger is called the Withering Dagger. It is a divine artifact, but it is currently in a damaged state. It was the weapon of the fallen god of shadows. The entire piece is crafted from a single piece of dark, shadowy divine gold, imbued with an extremely strong decaying power. Anyone pierced by this dagger, even a god, would not fare well. The book spirit squinted and said, yes, and this dagger contains an extremely dense divine power, the divine power of the god of shadow. It must have been after the fall of the god of shadow that his divine power became unclaimed. Renly nodded in agreement. They were right. The words of the book spirit and Isa made Ren frown slightly, and he looked at the box with surprise. A magical artifact? Divine power? After thinking for a moment, Ren looked at the maid in the room and said, go to the room next door, young master. I'll cultivate for a while. It's the young master. After the maids left, Rain opened the box and revealed the dagger. So this divine power will have an effect on you? The 3 of them nodded, and then the book spirit began to explain to Rain. Yes, divine power is a higher level of energy than magic and battle aura. Absorbing it can greatly increase your source energy. Moreover, divine power can greatly compensate for the origins of books on arts, natural history, and human nature. Ren frowned slightly. He had heard a new word again, origin. What is the origin of the Book of Arts and Crafts? Yes, the source points you generate by consuming treasures, Rain, are what gradually replenish the source of the Book of Arts. When you use source points to exchange for skills, the source points are absorbed by the Book of Arts and Skills to replenish your original source. However, compensating through the source point is very weak and inefficient. Rain nodded and continued to ask, what if the origin of the Book of Arts is fully restored? Upon hearing this, the book spirit smiled and said, then you won't need to use the source point. You can directly know any skill in the world without any cost. Rain, who was lying on the sofa, took a deep breath and seemed to be deep in thought. If he were to collect all the ancient books and fill the source, wouldn't he then be omniscient and omnipotent? Upon hearing Ren's words, the three goddesses in Ren's mind paused, their eyes sparkling. The three looked at each other, but the book spirit shook her head, signaling the two not to speak. The book spirit didn't respond to Rain's words, but instead steered the conversation to another topic and spoke up. However, although there is a lot of divine power, it is not enough to restore the original source of the Book of Arts. It is just a drop in the ocean. However, I can offer you another option. What? Ryan asked. The book spirit conjured a chair behind her, sat down on it, and continued speaking. Give this divine power to the god of magic or the goddess of the clear moon. It would be different if it were handled by the two of them. This energy is enough to restore some of their strength, and they can be used when necessary, serving as your deepest trump card. After saying that, the book spirit stopped talking and let Rain make his own choice. Sitting on the sofa, Rain stared silently at the dagger emanating black energy in the box. As the setting sun gradually passed over Ren, the room grew dark. Perhaps sensing the approach of night, the dagger in the box emitted an even stronger aura. The dagger was only slightly concealed after Rain turned on the lights in the room. At this moment, Rain asked the book spirit, if all this divine power were given to the Book of Arts, how much would it restore? The spirit of the book raised a jade finger, barely reaching the first level, which would allow you to use all the skills of the first tier. Upon hearing this, Ren made a decision and spoke. Give it to the goddess of magic. First tier magic isn't very useful to me right now. Then, Ryan smiled confidently and said, but don't worry, book spirit. Louise's brother found this dagger in a ruin, so this ruin must be extraordinary. There might be other things with divine power among them. After I have someone check out Colin Xavier's information, we can go and take a look at that ruin. After saying that, Rain reached for the dagger, but the book spirit stopped him. Rain, it's best not to touch it directly. I think the girl's brother was corrupted by the decaying power attached to it. Rain lowered his right hand and said, then what should we do? Go and communicate with the goddesses of magic, and let them resolve the issue themselves. Upon hearing this, Rain nodded, pulled up his sleeve, and 2 marks appeared. Gentlemen, you should know what this is, right? I can give it to you, but you have to help me 3 times. How about this deal? The 2 gods inside Ren looked at each other, and then the god of magic conveyed a thought to Ren. Once. I won't give it to you. I'll keep it for myself. At most twice. Make a deal. How do you absorb it? Rain's quick decision surprised the 2 gods. They pursed their lips and said, the mainland is full of tricks. I want to go back to the divine realm. Bring the mark close to the dagger. Hearing the thought, Rain brought his arm close to the dagger in the box. After reaching a certain distance, the 2 marks began to emit a suction force, and in Rain's eyes, a strange energy from the dagger surged toward the marks. The 2 gods quickly finished absorbing the energy. Take out that white mask. Perhaps because the 2 gods had regained some of their power, Rain sensed a trace of emotion in this thought. Without hesitation, Ren took out the white mask he had obtained earlier. Aside from the 2 times I used it, I'm reactivating this mask and granting you access to it as a gift. Just then, a surge of energy rushed toward the white mask in Rain's hand. The mask, which had been dull, began to glow again after absorbing the energy. Chapter 192, The Knights of Ren. With the blessing of the god of magic, the mask regained its radiance. As the mask was reactivated, the 2 marks on Rain's arm gradually faded and ceased to convey consciousness. It seems to be absorbing and digesting that divine power from just now. Rain looked at the mask in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then put it on. The god of magic had no reason to harm him. The next moment, the gilded patterns on the mask glowed, and Rain paused, realizing the name and ability of the mask. The Unknowable Mask. Ability 1. Invisibility and Elimination of Presence. This is complete invisibility, unlike invisibility magic which can be detected by breaking invisibility. The mask grants Ren invisibility. As long as Ren doesn't move around the surrounding scenery or touch any creatures, even his father, with his 7th level strength, wouldn't be able to detect him. Ability 2. Grants an unknowable state to the user. This is a passive ability. The person wearing the mask cannot be targeted by any detection, divination, curse, or other specific skills. Ren smiled slightly, then stood up and walked towards the maid's room, opening the door. The inner door was opened, and the maids looked over, assuming it was Rain who opened the door, but upon closer inspection, they found the doorway empty. The maids were puzzled. The night elf Aviriel blushed slightly and asked her sister beside her, is the inner lock on the door broken? The other day, when young Master Ren was holding me against the door like that, did he break the door? Upon hearing this, Cecily walked to the door and checked the lock. No, it's fine. Cecily jumped up, feeling someone touch her, and quickly turned around to look. Finding no one around, he frowned slightly, puzzled. Cecily then closed the inner door and spoke. I just felt someone touch me. Ellie came to Cecily's side, hugged her, and teased her. Have you missed the young master? Cecily, you were the most aroused a few days ago, huh? Ellie felt it too. She had just been touched. Immediately, Ellie became serious and spoke to the other women. It seems there really is something there. I can feel it too. Eve, sitting to the side, frowned. If only Cecily had said it. She might not have cared, but if both of them sensed it, then something was really wrong. Who? Come out. How dare you cause trouble in the Gray family? Eve stood up from her chair, her eyes warily scanning her surroundings. As a magician, Ellie immediately cast a spell to break invisibility. But no one noticed anything was wrong. Standing to the side, Ren nodded slightly at the ability the mask granted him. Complete invisibility was indeed a good ability. Not only can they sneak into the women's bathhouse, cough cough. Not only can they safely reach the lair of some high-level monsters and steal their lair. In battle, if you strike first, you can suddenly appear and catch your opponent off guard. Rain spoke slowly. Don't be nervous, it's me. The women all looked toward the source of the voice, and only relaxed their tense muscles when they heard a familiar voice. Ellie and Cecily exhaled a breath. Young master, you scared Cecily and me to death. Hee, I recently acquired a new treasure. Let's test its abilities. With that, Rain removed his mask, revealing his true form. Ellie hugged Ryan, and Ryan led Ellie to sit on the bed. Looking at the maids, Ryan did not return to his own room, but chatted with the maids about the interesting things that happened on his trip. The next morning, Ren got up early. His father, Fred, had told him that he had trained a nightly order for him, and he planned to go and see it this morning. After school in the afternoon, Ryan would visit each of his teachers' homes. After having breakfast with his father and mother, they took a carriage to the Knights' camp near the manor. It was 8 a.m., and the Knights and warriors at the Knights' headquarters were doing their morning training. Adrian is the vice commander of the Lion Knights, a 5th-tier knight personally promoted by Fred, and is extremely loyal to the Gray family. He was in charge of making most of the decisions regarding the Knights' headquarters. After arriving at the Knights' encampment, Ren was led to Adrian by a guarding knight. Young Master Ren? Adrian saw a hint of surprise in Ren's eyes. Because Rain rarely comes to the Knights' headquarters. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Adrian realized something. Good morning, young Master Ren. You've come to the Knights' headquarters to see your knights, haven't you? Good morning, Uncle Adrian. Yes, my father said he helped me train a knightly order, so I came to see. Adrian was an elder of the Gray family, with a status similar to that of the head butler Jonas, so Ryan treated Adrian with great courtesy. After giving a few instructions to the knight beside him, Adrian spoke to Ren. Young Master Ren, please follow me. After saying that, Adrian walked ahead towards the Knights' encampment. As they walked, Adrian and Ryan introduced themselves to each other. The knights of that knightly order were all transferred from the family territories. Hearing that you are going to form a knight order, everyone is extremely excited. The territory even held a special selection ceremony, and the people were personally selected for you by the head of the family. Although their abilities vary, their potential and loyalty are beyond doubt, so you can rest assured. The head of the family personally mentored them for several months, and they now understand the rules of the main family. As they were talking, Adrian led Ren to a group of knights who were training in the distance. He pointed to the knights who were training and said, Young Master Ren, this is your knight order. Then Adrian gathered his fighting spirit in his throat and shouted at the knights who were training. Gather. Upon hearing this, the knights stopped what they were doing and assembled in unison before Adrian and Ren. Looking at Ren beside Adrian, the knights' eyes were filled with solemnity as they awaited Ren's test. Adrian stood aside without saying a word. This newly formed knightly order, upon meeting their master Rain for the first time, naturally needed to take an oath. Therefore, he cannot speak at this solemn moment. This is Ren home turf. Ren stepped forward and squinted as he checked the number of knights. There were exactly 200 people, with strength ranging from the 2nd to the 3rd tier, but none of them were at the 4th tier. Although his strength is relatively low, his youth is an advantage, which is probably also his father Fred's arrangement. Ren extended his hand to Adrian, who knowingly handed Ren the long sword at his waist. Ren gripped his long sword with both hands, bracing it against the ground between his feet, and surveyed the knights with the air of a young king. Swear an oath, my lords, and pledge your loyalty to me. Chapter 193 Astringent Snake. The knights immediately drew their long swords from their waists, clenched their left fists against their chests, knelt on one knee, and held their swords to the ground with their right hands. The knights' synchronized movements caused their light armor to clang like metal. Then the knights shouted the oath of the Grey family in unison. With a burning lion heart and a frost-cold iron sword as our oath, our bodies and souls shall belong to the roaring banner of the Grey family. In the name of sword, shield, and blood, your will is our glory. This sword, this body, shall be the claws of a lion, to conquer new territories and tear apart all enemies for my lord. If our master's glory is disgraced, we are willing to offer our necks to the lion's teeth and have our bodies rot beneath your throne. The blood of the lion's heart has not cooled. Beneath the throne, we shall forever be the kings of the southern region. After saying this, the knights immediately used the longsword in their right hands to cut open the palms of their left hands, letting the blood flow onto the ground and remain on the longsword. Then one by one they raised their heads and looked intently at Ren. Rain raised the longsword in his hand, cut his palm, let the blood flow, and held the sword horizontally in front of him. I, Rain Grey, hereby accept your iron oath. Where my sword points, that is your territory, that is your honor. If you are honored, I will wash the rust from your swords with dragon's blood and wine. If your bones are buried in the dust, I will cast iron statues beside my throne. From this day forward, your name shall be inscribed with mine as you fight, tear, and conquer, until the enemy trembles in fear. After saying that, Rain pointed his long sword at the sky and said, "Where the sword points." The knights rose, raised their swords high, and shouted in unison, "We'll follow each other to the death." As Rain and the knights finished their oath, the blood on the ground gradually floated into the sky, where it was gathered together by a mysterious force, forming a blood lion mark that let out a roar that only those who had sworn the oath could hear. As the mark formed, everyone felt a strange gaze upon them. The lion mark disappeared, a golden light flashed in Rain's eyes, and the wound on his palm was completely healed. After the oath was recited, Adrian took the long sword handed to him by Ren and said, "Young Master Ren, I'll be leaving now. You are now the master of this knightly order. I hope you will lead them well." "Yes, Uncle Adrian, don't worry." Adrian left. Rain stood still, looking at the knights in front of him, and said, "Who is the strongest member of the knights?" As soon as he finished speaking, the knight in the very middle of the front row stepped forward and bowed. "Lord Rain, it is I. My name is Dick Grey, a third-tier high-ranking knight. All right, I now appoint you, Dick, as the Grand Master of the Knights, and I entrust the daily training of the knights to you. It's Lord Ren." Dick's face showed surprise and excitement. He bowed again after seeing Ren's gesture and then returned to the group. Ren continued, "I will tell you about the title of the knights in a week. Stand at attention." The knights immediately stood tall and stamped their feet. "That's right," Ren nodded inwardly. "First of all, I, Ren, am a person who stands up for family and justice. No matter who you offend outside, I will stand up for you. That's what it means to stand up for family. But when I get back, I'll find that you're in the wrong, and you'll be expelled from the knights, or even the Grey family." Ren paced back and forth in front of the knights before speaking. "Secondly, my knights only value strength. The strong rise and the weak fall, but the strong cannot bully the weak. This is my most basic bottom line. Understand?" "Yes." Ren nodded, and then took out a blood-red fruit from his magic ring. "Very good. You should know what this fruit is." "That's right. It's the blood-burning fruit, the best third-tier treasure for knights. I now have a better understanding of each of your strengths. I will come back in a month, and whoever improves the fastest will get the blood-burning fruit. Not only that, I will also have my family prepare a grand gift for his parents." Did you hear me clearly? The knights were excited as they looked at the bright red fruit in Ren's hand, not to mention that even their parents could benefit from it. The knights immediately shouted, "Yes, Lord Rain." The sound was so loud that it drew the attention of the knights training nearby. "Okay, Dick, take them to training." "Yes." Dick immediately began mobilizing the knights to start training. With the lure of Rain's blood-burning fruit and the reward from their parents, the knights trained with great enthusiasm, wishing they could put in 10 times the effort. After watching the knights train for a while, Ren left. On his way back to his family, Ren communicated with the principles of humanity in his mind. "Humanities, I need information on Colin Xavier." "Yes, Lord Ren." With a book spirit that's like an ant to the Book of Human Principles, Rain no longer needs to check the information in the Book of Human Principles. The Book of Human Principles will directly transmit the information to Rain's brain. Just like someone reading a story to you, people will emphasize certain important things with a stronger tone. After reviewing Colin Xavier's information, Ryan narrowed his eyes. Northern Province of Lermont. The province of Lermont is the province where the capital city is located. It is the largest province in the empire and the province where the capital city is located. The royal city is located in the very center of the province of Lermont, while the ruins that Colin visited are in the northern part of the province. The hidden ruins were explored by Colin and his companions along with a high-level adventurer group. The adventurer group had several fourth-tier warriors, but they all died at the hands of the traps and unique guards in the ruins. The danger involved was so great that even Ren found it somewhat troublesome. According to Colin's intelligence, they were wiped out as soon as they reached the first so-called checkpoint, with only Colin being lucky enough to escape. The dangers of the ruins made Rain hesitate, because according to Colin's intelligence, spatial magic was forbidden in these ruins. Moreover, his wedding with Caroline is less than a month away, and he doesn't know if he will be able to return as promised. Ryan had considered asking his father, Fred, for help, but he shook his head. He couldn't ask his father for everything, and besides, Fred was also adjusting his mindset to prepare for the upcoming Mist Conference at Wanbang Gardens of Dawn. Therefore, Ren did not intend to disturb Fred. Just as Ren frowned in thought, he paused in the carriage and reached into his crotch. He pulled a brightly colored little snake out of his crotch. Amber, Lupa, you've crawled into my pants again. I'll send you back to the secret realm in a bit. Ever since Looper witnessed the intimate moments between Rain and the maid in the room, she has been trying to sneak into Rain's pants whenever she has a spare moment. Did the other family do something wrong? The little snake's tail wrapped around Ren's arm, its smooth scales rubbing against Ren's skin affectionately. Chapter 194, An Important Day. Rain placed Looper on the seat next to him and said with a smirk, "Instead of learning good things, they're just like Shirley and Mia, you lewd snakes." Rain pointed at Lumber's snake head with his finger. Despite being struck on the snake's head by Rain, Lupa showed no remorse, still holding her head high, her red eyes darting around as if she were thinking something sinister. Rain and Lupa had a contract, and after sensing that Lupa had no intention of admitting her mistake, he rolled his eyes at her. "I don't know who I learned it from. You're only at Tier 2 now. Once you reach Tier 4, I'll get you a transformation grass so you can transform into human form." Upon hearing this, Lupa wagged her snake tail happily, like a little dog. Looking out the window at the scenery, Ryan suddenly had an idea and spoke. "Lucifer." After waiting for a while, Lucifer appeared in the carriage. Because of the incidents involving rage and greed, Lucifer, together with Lilith, gave a warning to the other original sin demons in the Dark Realm. That's why he hasn't been by Ren's side for a while. He only returned after hearing Ren's summons. The carriage wasn't very spacious, and Lucifer stood inside, hunched over. "Master, what are your orders?" "Sit down. Are you done with your work?" Ryan gestured to the seat opposite him. "Yes, that's about right. The last one is enough for Lilith." Lucifer nodded after sitting down. Ren nodded. "I recently discovered a ruin that contains something I need. There's been a lot going on in the capital lately, and I can't get away. Could you go there for me?" "Remains?" Lucifer placed his hands on his chest and bowed. "Yes, my master, it is my honor." "Where are the ruins located? Please let us know, owner." Rain took a piece of paper from his magical device, used magic to write down the location of the ruins that Colin had explored, and then handed it to Lucifer. "This information is all I know about that secret realm. It's very dangerous, so please be careful." Lucifer took the note from Ren, nodded, folded it neatly, and put it into his breast pocket. "Master, please rest assured, as long as you are here, I am immortal. I will bring the treasure back to you. Please wait a moment, master." After saying this, Lucifer transformed into a raven, flew out of the carriage window, and headed towards the northern part of the province of Lermont. "Go to the royal city." "It's the young master," said the knight driving the carriage outside. A month has passed in a flash. Soon it arrived at the day of Ryan and Caroline's wedding. Emperor Albert and Fred agreed to combine the Grey family's title promotion ceremony with Ryan's marriage. Just as dawn was breaking, Ryan was woken up by Eve. "Young master, wake up. You have to attend the family's title promotion ceremony this morning." Rain got up with the help of many maids and washed his face with water before he was fully awake. Wearing casual clothes, Ryan led Eve toward the restaurant. In the restaurant, Fred and Layla were having breakfast. "Good morning, father and mother." Ford glanced at Ren and nodded. Lyra nodded at Ren. "Ren, your hairstyle is a bit messy. Fix it properly when you change your clothes later." "Good mother," Ryan mumbled indistinctly as he ate his bread. Just then, Ren paused, his magic power surging into the contract, and he narrowed his eyes. Lucifer died again. This ruin is indeed dangerous. Over the past month, Lucifer has died on average once every 5 days. Rain didn't think Lucifer was weak. With his maximum magic power, Lucifer could even kill a high-level 4th-tier being. Of course, compared to Lucifer's true form, that was indeed no match. All I can say is that this secret realm is indeed dangerous. After sensing Lucifer's resurrection, Ren finished his breakfast. Mother, I've finished eating. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. After saying that, he took Eve back to his room and changed into the noble clothes he had prepared a few days earlier. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at his hair that was slightly raised by the pillow, Ryan gently waved his hand. A pool of water gathered in front of Ren, then enveloped his hair and washed it. Then, using wind magic to dry his hair, Ren's hair returned to its previous appearance. Young Master is so handsome. It would be so nice to serve young Master Ren. The maids looked at the handsome and noble Ren in front of them, their hearts filled with spring fever, and they all crossed their legs. After pinching Ellie's cheek, Ryan went downstairs alone. At this moment, Fred and Layla had just prepared the carriage. Lyra looked at Ryan coming out of the villa and smiled. Yeah, my son is handsome. After saying that, Lyra and Fred got into the first carriage, while Ryan got into the second. The caravan, accompanied by 2 squads of family knights, slowly made its way towards the royal city. The royal family announced Princess Caroline's marriage a month ago, making the capital city quite lively today. Not only the nobles of the empire, but also several factions on the continent that had good relations with the empire sent people to offer their congratulations. After all, Fred has now advanced to the 7th rank, and his strength and status are different now. Having advanced to the 7th rank, Fred was now able to stand shoulder to shoulder with these top-tier masters. As the Grey family's carriage entered the royal city, the royal guards immediately stood guard beside the convoy. People on both sides looked at the Grey family's carriage with longing. The noblemen gathered together, watching Ren smiling at everyone from inside the carriage, and sighed as if they had some kind of grudge against him for stealing their wives. They all glared at Ren with gritted teeth. Princess Caroline still fell for Ren's tricks. I really envy him. Yes, I heard Anna is also interested in Ryan. I wish I could take her place. Sigh, my childhood goddess is getting married. Yes, who among them hasn't had a flirtatious dream about Caroline? Let's go. There are too many people. We won't be able to squeeze into the palace soon. The Grey family's carriage arrived safely at the palace under the escort of the royal guards. At this moment, the second prince, Otto, had been waiting at the door for quite some time. As he watched Ren step down from the carriage, Otto's eyes flashed, and he immediately went up to greet him. Good morning, Lord Ford, Lady Layla, and young Master Ren. My father is in the main hall greeting people from other factions and has sent me to greet you. Fred nodded. Otto then led the 3 of them, including Ferdinand, to the main hall. Ferd led Lyra toward Albert, and Otto then spoke to Rain. Rain, long time no see. You've actually reached the mid-tier of Tier 3? How about we have a match sometime? Rain raised an eyebrow. Your Highness is no longer indulging in the pleasures of love. Otto chuckled wryly upon hearing this. Don't make fun of me. I was just scolded by my father recently, so I need to focus on my training for a while. What about Caroline? Come with father, I'll take you there. Let's have a good drink today. Chapter 195 Longsword, Parchment, Badge. Inside the magnificent palace, powerful figures from various factions across the continent gathered together, chatting amongst themselves. The forces on the mainland are complex and intertwined. Although these forces have friendly relations with the Empire, it is impossible for other forces to be without conflict. But now in the palace, no one mentions those unpleasant things, and everyone treats each other with the utmost respect. Otto led Rain into the crowd. As one of the main characters today, Ryan's appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention, just like Fred's. Those who had connections with the Grey family could come up and chat with Ryan for a few words, while those who didn't would simply nod slightly to Ryan. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd for a while, Otto led Rain through the crowd toward Emperor Albert. At this moment, Albert was chatting and laughing with Fred and several other people from various factions, with Princess Caroline following behind Albert. Upon seeing Otto and Ryan approach, Albert stopped talking, secretly admiring Ryan's handsome appearance. He then looked at Caroline behind him and said, Caroline, Ren is here. Go and keep him company. Let Otto come and keep me company. Yes, father. Caroline nodded and smiled. After saying that, he walked towards Otto and Rain. Looking at Caroline's outfit from a short distance away, a hint of amazement flashed in Ryan's eyes. She wore a long purple dress, and her long, flowing hair was tied into a silk bow at the back. The dress features a purple collar around the neck, which lifts up the rounded front of the body, while the back has a semi-open design. She walked slowly toward the 2 of them, wearing a pair of beautiful amethyst high heels. After reaching Ren's side, he put his right arm around Ren's left arm and said to Otto, who was standing next to him, Otto, your father wants you to come over. Looking at the perfectly matched couple, Ryan and Caroline, Otto smiled without saying a word, then walked towards Albert and the others. Feeling the softness on his arm, Ren secretly cast a calming spell on himself. Caroline is so charming. He picked up a glass of red wine from the waiter's plate and handed it to Caroline, then took one for himself as well. The two walked through the palace, drinking and chatting as they went. Your Highness, Caroline looks beautiful today. Rain offered this heartfelt compliment. Caroline smiled as their glasses clinked lightly. Honey, you like it? Then I'll wear it more often from now on. The two are about to get married, and Caroline occasionally teases Ryan, which is a little bit of fun between husband and wife. Upon hearing this, Ren pouted. Of course, I have other nice clothes here. You can wear them for me tonight. In Ren's mind, various images of lace and openwork clothing from Earth flashed through his mind. Upon hearing the words, tonight, Caroline's face flushed noticeably, and she knew what was going to happen tonight. She gave Ren a coquettish glare. After walking for a while, Ryan noticed the high heels Caroline was wearing and led her to a seat. This is his wife. If her beautiful feet get worn out and develop calluses, he'll be the one who suffers. Time passed slowly, and all the people from various forces had arrived. Albert listened to the waiter's report and felt that it was about time. Albert led Fred to the large platform in the palace, and, holding a wine glass, coughed twice using his fighting spirit. Everyone stopped talking. Today is a celebration for Fred, a celebration for the Grey family, and even more so, a celebration for the Empire, as we, the Asaya Empire, celebrate the birth of another 7th-tier Radiant Sun Knight. Gentlemen, please drink to this cup. Albert downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. Everyone in the audience was. Ferd is the first person in the Asaya Empire to advance to the 7th rank through his own efforts and talent. Therefore, I made an exception and broke the imperial law that prohibits non-royal family members from being promoted to Duke, and bestowed the title of Duke upon the Grey family. Upon hearing this, Fred, who was standing next to Albert, smiled and nodded to the crowd below the stage. Everyone applauded in support. Please follow me. After saying this, Albert led everyone out of the palace and headed towards the outskirts of the royal city. The ceremony for the promotion of a noble rank naturally required the public to witness it. Therefore, after discussion between Albert and Fred, the location for the ceremony was chosen to be the central square of the royal city. Albert led the group to the central square, which was now packed with people, the streets deserted, and the square was completely surrounded. If the members of the Church of Wrath, who are hiding outside the city, were to attack at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, due to the lack of response from the raging demon and after learning from Curtis, the leader of the Church of Greed, that Fodor's mount was also a 7th-tier mount, Ricardo OS, the leader of the Church of Greed, abandoned the idea of attacking. Ricardo had already left the vicinity of the royal city. Central Plaza. Under the watchful eyes of the people, Albert announced the contents of the ceremony for the promotion of the peerage. In the name of the Emperor of the Asaya Empire. The oath was very long and complicated, and it took Albert half an hour to finish reciting it. After speaking, Albert picked up the longsword held by a waiter and handed it to Fred, holding it horizontally in front of him. The longsword represents judgment. This means that Fred can exercise the Empire's judicial power. If anyone violates the Empire's laws, Fred can kill the target directly, without going through the Imperial Tribunal. Fred took the longsword with both hands. Then Albert picked up a stack of parchment that the waiter was carrying. Parchment represents territory. From then on, the Grey family owned the Hector province in the south of the Empire and another adjacent Violet province. The Grey family enjoyed complete autonomy in these two provinces and were not required to pay taxes to the Empire. Fred accepted it solemnly once again. Finally, Albert took the most important Duke's coat of arms and pinned it to Fred's chest. The ducal coat of arms represents power and status. The Duke's badge, crafted from rare minerals such as adamantite, mithril, and various gemstone powders, gleamed on Fred's chest. With this, the Grey family's promotion ceremony came to an end. In an instant, the crowd erupted in jubilation. They had witnessed history, the birth of the first Duke from outside the royal family. The advancement of Fred to the 7th rank undoubtedly boosted the Empire's strength to a new level, and the people naturally hoped for their country's strength to improve. After all, in this way, ordinary people can be spared the suffering of war and turmoil, and merchants can be respected by people from other countries. This undoubtedly gave the people of the Empire a strong boost of morale. It also opened up a path for some nobles to be promoted to Duke, although it required promotion to the 7th rank. But compared to being directionless before, having a goal is naturally something to be happy about. After the ceremony, Albert led the spectators back to the palace, leaving the central square to the Grey family. Because it's time for the part that ordinary people love most, distributing money, which is also an imperial tradition. The Gray family knights carried bags of money and threw silver and gold coins at the onlookers. As people watched the shimmering gold and silver lights scattered across the sky, they rushed to grab the items. The people who received the gold coins were amazed by the Gray family's wealth, and their respect for them grew even stronger. Chapter 196 Wedding. Albert led everyone back to the palace. Although Fred's promotion ceremony had ended, the wedding of Ryan and Caroline had not yet begun. Therefore, the people from all factions did not leave the scene, but returned to the palace to continue their conversation, waiting for Ren's wedding to begin. Inside the palace, Caroline was chatting with Rain and many mages from the Mage Tower. "Ryan, not bad. You look more elegant in formal attire than in school uniform," said Theo, a fourth-tier lightning mage, patting Ren on the shoulder. Ren touched his head to show humility. He had always been respectful and modest in front of this group of mages. At this moment, Grandma Chili walked up to Ryan and secretly handed him a small green bottle. Looking at the small green bottle in his hand, a glint of light flashed in Rain's eyes. A month ago, when he visited his teachers, he asked Grandma Chili for the pills, but she didn't have any. Unexpectedly, Grandma Chili actually managed to refine it for him within a month. "Grandma doesn't have anything valuable, so consider these pills a gift to you," Grandma Chili said with a smile. Seeing the green glint in Ren's hand, the mages exchanged a knowing smile. "Your Highness probably won't be able to sleep tonight." Time passed, and the luncheon was over. The people from various factions were led by Emperor Albert to a solemn hall. This hall was clearly different from the one where everyone was chatting that morning. It appeared more solemn, dignified, and sacred. Clearly, this is a place specifically used for weddings. At this moment, Ren, who had just finished dinner, was being tidied up by a group of palace maids in a side hall. "There are wrinkles inside the underwear. Let me straighten them out." "Where's your coat? Bring it here quickly." "Xiao Fei, go and polish Lord Rain's shoes." "Light Rain. Lord Rain has a strand of hair sticking up on the left side. Press it down." Ren stood in front of the mirror, with 7 or 8 maids bustling around him. After a long while, the maid who had been directing things circled around Ren and, finding no other problems, nodded to him. "Lord Ren, you are ready." Wearing a pure white suit, Ryan looked at himself in the mirror and was also amazed by his appearance. He didn't like brightly colored clothes before, but now that he's wearing them, he finds they actually look pretty good. "Lord Ren, please follow me." The head maid bowed slightly to Ren. Then they led Ren to the next room, where the situation was the same as before. A group of maids surrounded Caroline and tidied her up. Although Caroline had her back to Ryan, she still saw him walk in through the mirror. Seeing Ryan in his white tuxedo, Caroline blushed slightly. She tilted her head slightly and said, "Now that you've arrived in Ren, I still need a while." "I know, no rush." Ryan walked to the sofa and waited for Caroline. Caroline wore a pure white wedding dress. Her hair was styled in an updo, revealing her smooth and jade-like neck. Bright eyes and white teeth, her eyes as bright as a gemstone. After a long while, Caroline was also tidied up by the maids. She wore a silver filigree crown, inlaid with tiny gemstones. Caroline, holding a red rose, walked in front of Ren, with several maids behind her holding up her long wedding dress. "Are you satisfied, Ren?" Caroline bowed slightly to Ren. Rain walked beside Caroline, raised his right arm, and said, "Of course, my princess, you have always been the most beautiful." Caroline smiled and slipped her left hand into Ren's arm, and the two then walked toward the main hall. Behind the two, several maids held up Caroline's long wedding dress. Inside the main hall, everyone sat in their seats, waiting for Ren and Caroline. At the very front of the steps, the high priest of the Church of Light holds the Bible of Light and gazes at the entrance. They awaited the arrival of Ryan and his companion. The high priest who came to the Empire this time was not the same one as last time, but another one. This high priest was obviously much older, and he was also very experienced in presiding over weddings. Squeak. With a soft sound, the door behind everyone slowly opened. Although the door opened softly, everyone present could hear it, and immediately stopped their whispering conversations. As the doors were fully opened, Ryan led Caroline down the red carpet and appeared before the crowd. Looking at Ryan and Caroline's appearances, everyone couldn't help but nod in approval to themselves. They're a perfect match. Caroline linked arms with Ryan as they walked down the red carpet, step by step, toward the front of the main hall. Arriving at the front, Ren led Caroline up the steps, at which point a maid quickly adjusted the train trailing behind Caroline. The high priest, holding the holy scripture of light, looked kindly at the two and spoke. "By the God of light, today, with holy light as our oath and the stars as our witness, we inscribe our eternal covenant. May you two be of one mind and body, and may your love and loyalty burn eternally." After speaking, the high priest closed the Bible of light in his hand and took out a small box. The small box opened automatically under the power of the high priest, revealing 2 rings inside. Ryan stepped forward, took one, then knelt on one knee and placed the ring on Caroline's hand. Then Caroline took one as well, pulled Ryan up, and put the ring on Ryan's hand. The high priest put away the box in his hand and said with a smile, "Groom, you may kiss the bride now." Upon hearing this, Ryan stepped forward, approached Caroline, and wrapped his left arm around her. The two gazed at each other for a long time before Ryan kissed her. Caroline's lips were soft and sweet, giving Ryan the feeling of eating candy. Sunlight streamed through the glass above, shining directly onto the two of them, making them appear exceptionally sacred. Clap, clap, clap. Led by Emperor Albert, the crowd applauded in unison. After a long while, Ryan and Caroline parted ways, and Ford and Albert got up and led everyone away, leaving Ryan and Caroline with their private space. Before leaving, Albert telepathically told Ryan and Caroline, "The carriage is right outside the palace. Ren, you should take Caroline back to your family. Ferd and I still need to discuss matters concerning the Misty Lands with other factions." As everyone left with Albert and Fred, only Ryan, Caroline, and a few maids behind Caroline remained in the palace. Immediately, Ren picked up Caroline and walked out of the palace. The maids looked at each other and did not follow, because Ren had used magic to keep Caroline's trailing tail, which meant that Ren did not want them to follow. Chapter 197 Balance. The two boarded the carriage and traveled slowly. Because the central square was crowded, Rain chose to take a detour, which took some time to get back to the Gray family manor. Back at the manor, Rain carried Caroline down from the carriage and headed towards his room. The two were already married, so naturally they could do that kind of thing openly and legitimately. Caroline, nestled in Ren's arms, smiled helplessly at Ren's impatient expression. But she also had some expectations for such a thing. Although she knew about it from some taboo stories and the conversations of her maids, she had never seen it with her own eyes. Upon entering the manor villa, Ryan led Caroline to the door of his room, where Eve and her maids stood solemnly in a row. Upon seeing Ryan and Caroline, they all half-squatted in greeting. "Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Wren." Looking at the women's expressions, it was obvious that Jonas had arranged it. Ryan raised his head and said, "Okay, stop pretending, go back to your room." Upon hearing this, the maids stopped wearing stern faces and smiled happily. After greeting Wren, they returned to the room next to him. Then Ryan led Caroline into his room. His room had clearly been decorated by the maids. Roses bloomed on the windowsill and in the corners. White silk camisoles hung on the walls, and even petals were scattered on Rain's bed. Ryan put Caroline on the bed, pointed to his bathroom, and suggested, "Take a shower first." Caroline hummed in agreement and began to untie her skirt in the room. The two were already married, so Caroline had no reservations and took off her white wedding dress right in front of Ren, revealing her white underwear underneath. Caroline has a beautiful figure and skin as smooth as jade. It is an extremely balanced beauty, with exquisite curves that perfectly match the aesthetics of all men. It gives people a feeling that it is something to be admired from afar, but not to be touched. Feeling the intense gaze from Ryan, Caroline rolled her eyes at him, took off her high heels, and walked barefoot towards the bathroom. As Caroline stepped into the misty, large bathroom, a voice came from inside. "Do you want to come with me?" Caroline's voice trembled slightly, as if she were a little shy, but she still managed to say a complete sentence. Upon hearing this, Ryan slapped his body with his right hand, and his clothes instantly dissolved, revealing his muscular chest. "So here I am." Ryan walked into the bathroom. Caroline seemed a little shy, her underwear still soaking in the tub. As the mist rose, Caroline styled her hair into a bun, creating a hazy, dreamlike beauty. Ryan chuckled and walked straight into the pool. Caroline, seeing this, submerged her head, leaving only her nose and above the water. He slowly approached Caroline and pulled her into his arms. A short while later, a pair of white underwear and a bra, wet with water, flew out of the bathtub, which was about the size of a swimming pool in the bathroom. Caroline and Ryan were talking. "Does Ryan really need this pose?" "Okay, Caroline, trust me." The water in the bath began to ripple. Royal Palace. Emperor Albert, Duke Fred, the High Priest of the Church of Light, Logan of the Far East, the first-class Lord of the Rose Kingdom, representatives of various first-level forces and super forces of the Northern Fong tribe gathered in the inner hall of a palace. Representatives from other medium-sized countries and those of lower-ranking powers who had just attended the ceremony discussed the matter in the outer hall. Everyone was discussing one thing, the Fog Conference. Just a few days ago, the Garden of All Nations, Atheron sent a message to the leaders of all factions. The Fog Conference, originally scheduled for 4 months later, was moved forward to 1 month later. Such a change had not occurred for centuries, so the reason why everyone gathered together to discuss this matter was actually because of Fred's promotion ceremony and Ren's wedding. Inside the inner hall, a huge round table, resembling a round table conference, was set up where representatives of various forces gathered. "Everyone, please speak freely and share your opinions," Albert said with a serious expression. Could it be that the number of missed tokens has changed this time? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been announced so early. Lon, a first-class lord of the Rose Kingdom, spoke up. Probably not. The number of missed tokens hasn't changed. It shouldn't be related to the missed tokens. Logan from the far east shook his head. Lon frowned, crossed his legs, and said, "Is there anything else important? Is the Misty Lands going to open ahead of schedule?" Perhaps because he himself didn't agree with this reason, Lon scoffed. "Not impossible," said Ford, who was sitting next to Albert. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. If the Misty Land is indeed brought forward and time is tight, it's not impossible for the Misty meeting to be brought forward as well. At this moment, the High Priest raised his right hand, from which an invisible energy surged, and his eyes seemed to hold a constellation of stars. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "It's probably not because I know anything about astrology. I just checked, and the Misty Lands haven't opened ahead of schedule." Hearing the High Priest's words, everyone nodded and then began to discuss again. After discussing for a while, the old Emperor, Art, standing beside Emperor Albert, seemed to have thought of something. He said one word: "Balance." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent in thought, and soon understood what 8 meant. Because of Fred's advancement to the 7th rank, the previously balanced power among the various forces on the continent was disrupted. The imbalance means that the original allocation of resources needs to be replanned. The resource allocation here refers to the allocation of fog tokens. However, resources are limited. If you have more, he will have less, which will inevitably lead to conflict. And if the conflict intensifies, it will lead to war. The fact that Wanbang Gardens Athon initiated the fog meeting ahead of schedule is presumably to redistribute resources peacefully. Everyone agreed with what 8 said. "I agree." Fred nodded. "Yes, your majesty is right." Lon nodded. "Me too." The High Priest nodded. Everyone nodded in agreement with that proposal. Emperor Albert nodded and said, "Then, shall we form an alliance?" When the crowd heard Albert's words, they weren't particularly shocked. After all, they had done similar things before. Apart from the Rose Kingdom, the forces present were far apart from each other, so there would be no conflict between territories. At most, there might be some unpleasantness regarding money and taxes. The strategy of befriending distant states and attacking nearby ones is why these powers established diplomatic relations centuries ago. However, as time passed, the agreements expired. Now, as they listened to Albert's proposal, a glint of light appeared in the eyes of many of the delegates. Before long, apart from the Imperial forces, all other forces took out communication devices from their magical artifacts that could contact their respective leaders. Logan from the Far East produced an alchemical crystal ball. The High Priest of the Church of Light took out a cross. The Northern Kangia tribe took out a small mirror. Lon, a first-class lord of the Rose Kingdom, took out a shield-shaped badge. The group began to contact the leader of the power behind them. The next moment, the images of the leaders of various forces were projected onto the round table. "What do you need me for?" The leaders of the various factions looked at the person who had summoned them. After finishing their discussion with the 4 leaders of superpowers like the Empire, the 4 projected figures remained silent for a while, deep in thought. After a short while, the 4 nodded and agreed. In the period leading up to the opening of the Misty Lands, forming a temporary alliance will only bring benefits and no harm. If resources are indeed redistributed, they might receive even more resources this time if they form an alliance. Chapter 198: The Crown Guard. The next morning, Ryan walked out of his room feeling refreshed. Yesterday afternoon and evening, Ren tasted the goddesses that all the noble sons of the royal city dreamed of. If those noble scions found out about the various positions he put Caroline in last night, they might just come knocking on her door with knives. As the eldest princess, Caroline's temperament, occasional expressions, frowns, and every smile and frown were completely different from the women he had ever met before. It gave Ren an extremely satisfying sense of conquest. Stepping out of the room, Rain looked at Eve waiting outside and said, "Caroline went to bed late last night and is still sleeping. Wait for her to call you before you go in and get ready. I need to go to the knight's camp." Eve nodded in agreement. "Yes, young master." Ryan walked down the stairs toward the restaurant. After arriving at the restaurant, Ryan, Fred, and Lyra finished their breakfast and prepared to head to the family knight's residence. After finishing his breakfast, the maid wiped his mouth, and then Ren got up to leave. At this moment, Ford stopped Ryan from speaking. Ren, I recently received news from Wanbang Garden Athon that the Mist Conference has been moved up, but they didn't say why. I need to go there soon. Do you want to go? I'd love to take you to Wanbang Garden Etherlawn to see it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Ryan sat back down in his chair and asked again, when are you leaving? By tomorrow evening at the latest. Etheron isn't close to the Empire, and it will take a long time to travel there, Ferd said to Rain, putting down his knife and fork. It would be good to go and broaden my horizons tomorrow evening, Ren thought to himself. However, he felt conflicted because he had just married Caroline and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to leave the next day. He would never admit that he was attracted to Caroline's beautiful figure. After thinking for a moment, Ryan shook his head. I won't go to see father. I just got married to Caroline, and it wouldn't be good to leave now. Secondly, I'm also thinking about training the knights during this time, so I won't be going to Etheron for the time being. Ford nodded, and Lyra, who was standing next to him, took a napkin and wiped Ford's mouth. Ford then spoke. Well, if the knights have any questions, they can ask Adrian. I know. The knights' headquarters. A month later, Ren returned to the place. Last time, he told the knights that he would check on the knights' training in a month and bestow the title of knights upon the order. Now he's here. Upon entering the knightly encampment, a knight bowed to Ren and led the way to his knightly post. Rain waved his hand in refusal, turned around, took out the mask, put it on his face, and disappeared from the spot. Seeing the surprised look in the eyes of the knight beside him, the invisible Rain spoke. Don't be nervous. Go and tell Adrian that I've come to the knight's camp. If anything strange happens, tell him not to panic. Upon hearing this, the knight nodded and jogged towards Adrian's camp. Then, Ren easily found his way to the training ground of his knights. Watching Dick lead the knights in their intensive training, Ren, who was standing silently to the side, smiled and nodded slightly. He could see the seriousness in the knight's eyes. The reason why Ren went invisible was the same as some homeroom teachers at Blue Star School, to check on the knight's training status when they couldn't see him. Now it seems he was overthinking it. The knights were all very serious. After watching for a while, Ren removed the mask from his face, revealing his figure. Upon seeing this, the knights were greatly surprised and looked solemnly at the person who had suddenly appeared. However, after seeing Ren's face, they breathed a sigh of relief. Under Dick's organization, the knights all came to Ren's side. Lord Ren. The knights knelt before Ren, their eyes fixed intently on him. The knights naturally knew what the test and reward meant by Ren's arrival. Yes, get up. Ren nodded to the knights. A month ago, Ren clearly remembered the rank of each knight, and now looking at the knights, he really felt that they had changed a lot in just a few days. Heeding Ren's words, the knights rose from the ground. A month ago, I said that whoever improves their strength the fastest will get the blood-burning fruit, and I will also have my family prepare a grand gift for their parents, Ren said. Then, Ren took out the blood-burning fruit from his magic ring and spoke. Arnold, step forward. Ryan said solemnly. Yes, shouted the third knight in the second row of the knights, and then stepped forward. A burly man with wheat-colored skin and a small scar on his nose came out. He was about the same height as Ryan, and the two looked at each other at eye level. Arnold Gray, age 20, high potential, parents. Arnold, you were promoted to intermediate level 2 a month ago, and now you're advanced level 2. Moreover, your internal fighting spirit is very strong. You came in first place in this assessment. After speaking, Ren looked at the many knights behind Arnold and called out, Is there a problem? The knights shouted, No. The knights had witnessed Arnold's hard work and progress during the month of training, and therefore had no objection to Rain's decision. Seeing this, Rain put the blood-burning fruit in his hand into a jade box, which then flew towards Arnold. It's yours, Arnold. Grabbing the jade box, Arnold immediately knelt on the ground. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Sharon. I will always be your sharpest sword and your strongest shield. With a gentle wave of his hand, Rain pulled Arnold up by magic, and Rain continued speaking. Okay, I'll talk to Adrian about your parents later. Yes. Arnold placed his right hand on his chest. Then Ren looked at the other knights and said, As for the others, I, Ren, have seen your progress. After today's training, everyone can go to Adrian to collect a third-class knight's resource. Upon hearing this, the knights took a deep breath, their faces filled with surprise and delight. Yes. Seeing the knights' high spirits, Ren nodded and said, This reward mechanism remains unchanged. Each month, the person who makes the most progress will receive a valuable item. Echoing the knights' high spirits, Ren took a deep breath and slowly spoke. As for the title of the knights, upon hearing this, the knights stared intently at Ren, listening with unwavering focus. The title of knights will accompany them for life, and it is the honor they will defend for their entire lives. Let's call it the Crown Guard, the Crown Guard Knights. Rain's words resonated in the hearts of many knights. Chapter 199 The Born Commander of the Knights, Granville Herrera. The Crown Guard Knights repeated it to themselves. These two words echoed in the hearts of the knights, making them realize the expectations and importance that Ren had for them. Rain stood still, waved for Arnold to return to the knights' ranks, and said, "Continue training." Yes. Upon hearing this, Dick, who was in charge, led the knights to begin their daily training, which had not yet been completed. A golden light flashed in Ren's eyes, and the soil on the ground quickly formed a majestic chair behind him, which Ren sat on. Ren leaned against the armrest, tilting his head as he watched his Crown Guard knights train. With Rain present, the knights trained even more diligently than usual, but Rain frowned slightly as he watched their training methods. The Knights of the Crown Guard are still trained using the basic knight training model of the Grey family. However, half of the knights have now advanced to the 3rd rank, making the training inefficient. Then, as if realizing something, Ren teleported away from where he stood, and the seat he was on turned into dust and vanished after he left. The next moment, Rain went directly to Adrian's tent and then went inside. Adrian, who was reviewing documents in the tent, saw Ren walk in, put down the documents in his hand, and got up to come to Ren. "Young Master Ren is looking for me?" Adrian led Ren to a chair on the side of the tent. Ryan nodded and sat down in a chair with Adrian, and said, "I've heard that my father's Lion Knights have a special training method, and I'd like to ask Uncle Adrian about it." Upon hearing the purpose of Ren's visit, Adrian picked up the teacup on the table between the two men, poured Ren a cup of tea, and said, "Training methods? Oh, I see. You've already bestowed upon him the title of Knights?" Adrian pushed the teacup toward Ren. Rain took the teacup and held it in his hand, saying, The name of the Knights is Crown Guard." Adrian smiled and nodded. "A good name. However, I do not recommend that you, young Master Ren, use the Lion Knights training methods on the Crown Guard Knights." Adrian's words puzzled Ren, who frowned slightly and asked, "Why?" "Young Master Ren, please be patient and let me explain. Besides your Royal Guard Knights, our Grey family has a total of 5 knightly orders. The strongest is the Lion Knights led by the Patriarch, followed by the Golden Lion Knights, the Silver Lion Knights, the Iron Lion Knights, and the Drifting Knights, which are used for tasks such as cleanup, reconnaissance, and food supply. Each knightly order has its own unique training methods. For example, the Lion Knights and the Golden Lion Knights have always used the lion fighting training created by their Patriarch, while the Silver Lion Knights use the Imperial Advanced Training, and so on. The same applies to the knightly orders of other families. Each different knightly order basically has a different training method. Can you guess why?" Adrian asked with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Ryan sat in his chair in silence for a moment, then said, "Because of pride? Efficiency." Adrian smiled and nodded. "Yes, you are absolutely right. The knight's pride and training efficiency. A suitable method for training a knightly order can make training a knightly order twice as effective with half the effort. Your knightly order has just been formed. It is a new generation, a knightly order unique to you. The lion fighting training method may not be suitable for your knightly order. Therefore, I do not recommend that you try the lion fighting training method. Of course, if you'd like the Crown Guard to give it a try, I'll go teach them tomorrow." Adrian put down his teacup, awaiting Ren's reply. Rain held his teacup, looked at his reflection in it, and shook his head after thinking for a long time. "Uncle Adrian, by the way, how did my father create his own lion fighting training method?" The Patriarch consulted the former chief instructor of the Imperial Knights, and, after studying for a period of time, returned to the family and created his own lion fighting training method. "Where is the former chief instructor of the Imperial Knights?" "He died a few years ago." As if sensing Ren's thoughts, Adrian said, "Young Master Ren, you are a mage, and you may have some misunderstandings about the use of battle aura. Therefore, I do not recommend that you study the training methods of the Crown Guard Knights on your own. You can have your appointed knight commander do it, or you can find another experienced knight outside the family." A smile crept onto Adrian's lips. "If you're interested in this, I do have some information." Upon hearing this, Ren raised an eyebrow and looked at Adrian to ask, "What news?" Adrian got up, walked to the documents he had just been holding, rummaged through them for a while, and took out a stack of documents. After sitting back down in his chair, Adrian handed the documents in his hand to Ryan and explained, "The Duchy of Wordsworth is renowned for its formidable knightly order. Although its territory is relatively small, no other power dares to underestimate it, precisely because its knightly order is extremely brave and skilled in battle. Ren opened the document in his hand, which contained information about a man named Granville Herrera. Adrian continued to explain in Ren's ear. Granville Herrera is the most famous knight and knight instructor in the Duchy of Wordsworth. Even the head of the family praised him highly, saying that he was a born knight commander. However, due to the recent coup in the Duchy of Wordsworth, Granville followed the wrong side. The newly appointed king of the Duchy of Wordsworth was wary of him, so his entire body's energy channels were shattered, and he was expelled from the Duchy of Wordsworth. He is currently in the imperial capital. After the various factions in the empire learned of this, they tried every method but failed to bring him under their control. Even the Grey family got a rude awakening. If you, young Master Ren, could recruit him into your ranks, your Crown Guard Knights would soon be renowned throughout the continent. Listening to Adrian's words, Ryan flipped through the documents in his hand. Because the Grey family and the Duchy of Wordsworth had no conflict or direct interest, and the Empire was also relatively far from the Duchy of Wordsworth. Therefore, the information about Granville that Ryan had was not very complete. Granville was born to be the Grand Master of the Knights, and Ren squinted. Humanities, I need Granville Herrera's information. Ren communicated mentally with Humanities. Yes, Lord Rain, I need 1,500 source points. After consuming the source points, Humanity transmitted all the information about Granville Herrera to Rain. After learning about Granville, Ryan smiled and handed the documents back to Adrian. I know Uncle Adrian now, he's mine. Ryan was brimming with confidence, a smug grin spreading across his face. Adrian took the documents and nodded. It seems that you have an idea, young Master Ren. Rain picked up the teacup on the table, drank the cold tea in one gulp, and then got up to leave. Through the human reasoning, he learned why Granville had even refused the offer to help him restore his battle chi meridians. Now that he understands Granville, there's a 99% chance he'll bring Granville under his wing. Chapter 200 Treasures of the Ruins. A hidden ruin in the northern part of the province of Lermont. With the last shadow guard dead and dissipating into a wisp of shadow, Lucifer finally killed all the guards blocking his path. He exhaled and relaxed slightly. Thinking about the treasures he had obtained from this ruin over the past month, he became increasingly serious about the ruin. As a demon who governs the night and shadows in the dark realm, he should theoretically have a certain degree of restraint over such a unique shadow guardian. But to his surprise, it was he who was restrained. This means that the owner of this ruin must have had a higher status in life than him, even higher than his own body, which was at the peak of the 7th rank of the Dark Realm. In addition, the ruins are riddled with shadow traps and shadow guards. Lucifer had some guesses about the owner of the ruins. He took a deep breath, picked up the shadow core that had fallen when the shadow guard died, and put it into his magic device. After searching the room for a while and finding no treasures missing, they headed towards the deepest part of the ruins. As Lucifer entered the long bronze passage, he was extra cautious this time, using shadow magic to conjure a shadow creature to scout ahead. But to his surprise, this last stretch of road didn't seem to have the same crisis as the previous ones. Lucifer narrowed his eyes and followed the dog-like shadow creature that was walking ahead. At first, it was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Before long, a demon and a shadow dog passed through the long passage and arrived at its end. At the end, there was only a bronze door, about the same size as him. The bronze door was open, and the inside was pitch black. The light that entered seemed to be swallowed up by something, and there was no light at all. It is remarkably similar to the night sky over Lucifer. But Lucifer's true form is still a peak 7th-tier demon. He concentrates his demonic energy in his eyes so that he can see within a range of 10 meters. Still being suppressed. After dispersing the shadow dogs, Lucifer went inside. Despite having a pact with Rain, Lucifer showed no fear and walked straight into the bronze door. As soon as he stepped inside, Lucifer sensed something and paused, as if something was drawing him in. Following the guidance in his heart, Lucifer moved forward step by step. After walking for a long time, he finally saw a small platform that was about the same size as him. A jet-black dagger floated silently on the platform. Lucifer looked at the dagger in front of him and took a deep breath. It was this thing. For a fleeting moment, Lucifer even considered taking it for himself. But the contract in his mind shone brightly, causing Lucifer to abandon the idea. Lucifer then used his shadow powers to pull the dagger down from the platform, merged it into his body, and hurriedly walked out of the ruins. This thing is too precious and of too high a status. He must bring it to his master immediately. The Knights' headquarters. After giving instructions to their Crown Guard Knights to come and collect their rewards after training, Ren and Adrian left the Knights' quarters. It was already noon when they returned to their family home. Instead of entering the manor villa, Ren walked towards the pond in the manor. On the way, he stopped the maid and asked her to call Andre, as he had something to tell Andre. Before long, Ren, who was feeding the fish by the pond, met Andre. "Young master, you wanted to see me?" Andre approached Ren and bowed slightly. Ren responded and handed Andre a stack of newly prepared documents that flew out of his magic ring. Ren threw all the fish food out of his hand and turned to look at Andre. "I need you to do something. I need you to go to Wordsworth." Just then, Ren stopped speaking and looked into the distance as if sensing something. Upon seeing this, Andre followed Ren's gaze and saw a jet-black raven. A crow? Lucifer. Andre realized the answer. Lucifer, in his raven form, was incredibly fast. He was on the horizon just moments before, and within a few breaths, he was beside Ren. The raven transformed into a shadow, and then Lucifer descended from the sky, landing steadily beside Ren. Lucifer knelt before Ren and said, "Master, I'm back. I'm so sorry you wasted so much magic." Ren shook his head. "It's all right." With that, Ren waved and helped Lucifer up. "I could sense the danger emanating from that ruin. It was just a bit of magic." "Complete exploration? Have you obtained everything inside?" Lucifer's expression turned slightly solemn as he nodded and said, "As expected of my master, Lucifer has completed the exploration of that ruin. All the treasures were collected." Hearing Lucifer's words, Ren felt a sense of anticipation and said, "Let me see it. Such a dangerous ruin must contain something of great quality." But Lucifer did not make a move. With a solemn expression, it asked, "Master, may we enter the secret realm?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Ryan's face disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. It seems that Lucifer's gains this time were greater than he had imagined. Then, with a wave of his hand, a familiar suction force came, and the two of them disappeared without resistance. The next moment, the three appeared in the center of the inheritance plaza in the trial realm. Then Rain and Andre looked at Lucifer and nodded. Lucifer forced out the dagger that had been integrated into his body within the ruins. As if the unique shadow energy within the ruins had been removed, this jet-black dagger now caused strange phenomena within the secret realm. It directly turned the secret realm from daytime to nighttime, and the pitch-black dagger also emitted waves of terrifying pressure from time to time. Looking at the dagger, the book's spirit in Rain's mind and the god of magic within his body widened their eyes. Shattered divinity. It was a shattered divine spark. For a moment, even the god of magic wanted to leave Rain's body and devour the dagger. As Rain listened to the book's spirit's exclamation in his mind, his head was buzzing. This is divinity? Ren took a deep breath, looked at Lucifer, and said, "Is this the treasure deepest in that ruin?" Lucifer nodded. "Yes, as far as I know, this is a broken godhood." Hearing Lucifer's words, Andre stood frozen in place, wondering what he had just heard. Godhood? Is that something a mid-level 5th-tier warrior like him could possibly understand?